Bai Hui traversed parallel worlds and obtained the Black Technology System. To his surprise, the system's first task was to build a spacecraft live. 6 months later, the spacecraft launched, shocking the entire nation. What? The Dragon Kingdom has built an anti-gravity spacecraft, and it has already launched into space. Where's our spacecraft? Anti-gravity spacecraft Dragon System Dragon Chip. From now on, no one can stranglehold our technology. In the outskirts of Cold City, inside a small warehouse, a young man was holding tools and assembling something, tirelessly piecing together various components. Before the young man stood a massive structure resembling a spacecraft 7 or 8 meters high, over 10 meters long, silver-white, and elliptical in shape, occupying almost the entire warehouse space. Not far from the young man, a camera was set up, pointing directly at him as he worked. He pointed forward and spoke eloquently to the camera. Look everyone, this is the landing gear of the spacecraft. When the spacecraft returns to Earth from space, the speed is too high, so we need the landing gear to ensure a safe landing. Therefore, the material of these landing struts requires very high toughness. It turned out that this young man was a streamer on Shark Live named Bai Hui. 3 months ago, he had traveled to this parallel world where a Black Technology System had bound itself to him and issued a mission to live stream the construction of a spacecraft within half a year and gain enough popularity. After issuing the mission, the Black Technology System fell silent, and no matter how he called, it would not awaken. Building a spacecraft was an extremely difficult task. In Bai Hui's previous world, only a few countries could build rockets capable of reaching space, and the cost was enormous. A single chemical fuel rocket could cost several hundred million. Fortunately, before falling asleep, the system not only unlocked his brain using a certain technology, but also directly infused countless knowledge into him. This knowledge was a full generation ahead of Earth's current technology, including an anti-gravity technology. Its principle, simply put, is that there exists a particle in the space around us, an antiparticle. As everyone knows, Earth has universal gravitation. Everything has gravity, only differing in magnitude. Antiparticles are the opposite force of universal gravitation. In the universe, everything has its opposite. Antiparticles are exactly the opposite of the positive particles in our daily lives, and they exist widely. Anti-gravity technology is a technology evolved from the basis of antiparticles. After absorbing this knowledge, Bai Hui suddenly had a clear goal in mind. Building a spacecraft was as difficult as reaching the sky for others, but for him, now, it was not a very difficult task. Because the most difficult part of building a spacecraft, the propulsion system, had been solved, the rest was no longer difficult. So Bai Hui rented a large warehouse in the suburbs and began his live streaming career of building a spacecraft. Bai Hui's current identity was a rich second generation with family assets of several billion. He asked his doting mother for 100 million, which gave him his first startup capital, though it was still far from enough for building the spacecraft. Bai Hui used to be a frequent visitor to Shark Live, often spending lavishly on female streamers. So many people on the platform knew him. Live streaming the construction of a spacecraft. Bai Hui opened a streaming room with a bold title. In less than a minute, tens of thousands of people flooded in, and seeing the title, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Damn, President Bai, aren't you going to flirt with that fairy girl from yesterday? Why are you here showing off? President Bai is awesome, actually building a spaceship. 666, the Earth can't stop you anymore. Is the streamer building a model of a spaceship? Is President Bai trying to build a UFO like the aliens have? Watching the live comments, Bai Hui knew that no one in the room believed he could build a real spacecraft. They all thought he was just building a model. However, for them, even a model of a spaceship would attract many viewers because many people have a dream of yearning for the stars and the sea. Bai Hui said seriously, "Hey guys, this is a real spaceship, the kind that can fly into the sky. I'm not joking." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire livestream room was filled with laughter. Haha, right, it can fly into the sky. I'm dying of laughter. Haha, can it fly into the sky and shake hands with the sun? Ali Jeans, I swear that if this spaceship can fly, I will livestream eating shit upside down. It smells so good. President Bai is really funny. Don't worry, even if you just make a model, it'll support you. Hello, is this Qingshan Mental Hospital? There's a person who seems to have escaped from your place. Bai Hui's face darkened. These people were really asking for a beating, even calling him mentally ill. But it didn't matter. On the day the spaceship was completed, it would definitely blow their dog eyes out. Ali Jinza, I Bai Hui have remembered you. When my spaceship is finished and flies into space, I hope you still remember the words you said today. Livestream eating shit upside down. Ha ha ha. The livestream room was filled with joyful atmosphere. Amid everyone's disbelief, Bai Hui silently continued building the spaceship. 3 months passed like this. During these 3 months, Bai Hui spent 30 million to buy a small precision machinery manufacturing plant specifically used to smelt and manufacture various materials and parts for the spacecraft. Originally, such a small manufacturing plant could not produce precision parts for aerospace use. But Bai Hui's mind held knowledge a full generation ahead of Earth civilization, so he personally modified the entire production line, raising the precision of the produced parts by several levels. Without exaggeration, if Bai Hui sold this precision machinery manufacturing plant now, it would be worth at least 500 or 600 million. He bought it for only tens of millions, and after his modifications the value of the plant instantly increased tenfold. This was no joke. The higher the precision in mechanical manufacturing, the higher the price. A rocket engine costs millions or tens of millions. Why is it so expensive? Because it requires extremely high precision for its parts. Even a screw must be strictly in accordance with the standards, and no sloppiness is allowed. In the entire spacecraft, Bai Hui designed the anti-gravity engine was the core demanding the highest precision for materials and components. With the relevant technical knowledge in his mind, he quickly designed this engine. The entire spacecraft would use 6 anti-gravity engines, 4 main engines, and 2 attitude control engines. Each anti-gravity engine was about 2 meters tall and over a meter wide. They can provide a total of over 260 tons of thrust. Someone might ask, ordinary rockets have hundreds of tons of thrust, or even thousands, so how can a mere 200 tons lift a spacecraft into the sky? This is because the spacecraft uses anti-gravity technology, so it does not need to inject hundreds of tons of chemical fuel like a rocket, and the takeoff thrust does not need to account for the weight of the fuel. The anti-gravity spacecraft uses electricity as its energy source, and its total weight reaches over 100 tons, which is already much larger than most objects that have entered space in human history. Unless we count the second stages of rockets that have entered space, no other country's spacecraft is heavier than the one built by Bai Hui. The International Space Station, for example, was built module by module and was not launched into space all. Bai Hui started construction 3 months ago, and now the spacecraft is almost complete. The main framework is finished, and the propulsion system, escape system, and life support system have all been installed. The live stream currently has low popularity with only a few thousand viewers, and not all of them are real. Maybe only a few hundred are actually watching. After all, building a spacecraft is a good gimmick, but when people watch a pile of junk every day without knowing what's going on, they quickly lose interest, and those viewers drift away. But Bai Hui doesn't care. The low viewer count now doesn't matter. On the day of the launch, he believes the whole world will be shocked by him. Bai Hui glanced at the live stream and said, "Alright, the main framework of the spacecraft is basically built, and it should be I want to thank all my brothers for your company during this time. Let's end the stream here today. We'll take a rest and start again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. After saying that, Bai Hui ended the stream without waiting for the chat's response. He doesn't need money. The live stream is just a system task, so he doesn't have to worry about the viewers' opinions. Bai Hui left the warehouse and returned to his villa. He didn't rest. Instead, he turned on his computer to write the control program for the entire spacecraft. The control program of the spacecraft is extremely important, even more so than the engine. In the 1960s and 1970s, the Soviet Union built the N-1 heavy rocket, whose first stage used 30 liquid oxygen kerosene engines, with a maximum thrust of over 4,500 tons, making it the most powerful rocket ever built by humans, even surpassing the Saturn V used by the United States for lunar missions. Yet this N-1 rocket failed 4 times out of 4 launches, never succeeding. It was merely a product of failure. There were many reasons for the failure, but most were due to the parallel connection of 30 engines. Multiple engines in parallel not only greatly reduced the stability of the rocket, but also caused coupled resonance problems. In simple terms, multiple engines in parallel are not coordinated. It's like a tug-of-war. For example, if there are 10 people on each end of a rope and the 2 sides are evenly matched, neither can overpower the other. But if at that moment one person pulls the rope sideways instead of backward, it will affect the people next to them, causing a loss of unified force, and instantly, the whole team collapses like a landslide. It's even more so with rockets. If just one engine fails, it causes insufficient thrust, and the rocket launch fails. This kind of problem is very complex, involving not only hardware design, but also software coordination issues that lead to failure. Bai Hui's hands flew across the keyboard, lines of code appearing on the screen. The control system was extremely complex. He had to account for all possible contingencies, write solutions in code for each, and connect all levels of hardware. It was a huge project. If Bai Hui were alone, even if he were very talented, it would take a lot of time to finish writing the code. However, Bai Hui took a different approach. He directly created an artificial intelligence core. To what extent did this? It can communicate with humans normally, perfectly control the spacecraft's various hardware systems, and most importantly, it can identify problems during flight and automatically formulate solutions. For example, if one of the spacecraft's anti-gravity engines malfunctions and loses thrust, the AI will calculate whether the other engines can still reach space. If not, it will report to Bai Hui, and if Bai Hui doesn't give orders, it will issue a mission failure command, slowly descend to Earth and fully ensure human safety. Bai Hui's mind was racing. He kept typing on the keyboard. He had been writing this AI for over 3 months, and now it was almost complete. The core used a series of advanced algorithms simulating neural networks, and its intelligence was far superior to any existing AI in the world. However, this AI was only a weak AI, it didn't have the ability to think, but it could simulate the perfect solution through vast amounts of data and algorithmic modeling. Bai Hui let out a long breath. 3 months of continuous work had left him mentally exhausted, but he pressed the enter key. The dense code on the screen began to compile slowly. Bai Hui could only wait patiently. Finally, half an hour later the compilation was complete. With anticipation on his face, Bai Hui pressed the run button. Suddenly, a silver glowing brain appeared on the screen, with countless neurons pulsating, as if alive. Suddenly, a red warning box popped up on the computer. Ding. Detected insufficient computer memory chip speed too slow. Automatically reducing system performance. The computer's fans were running wildly and hot, air was pouring out of the vents. Obviously, Bai Hui's computer had reached its limit at this moment. Bai Hui's computer was custom-built, costing $1 million, incredibly powerful. Yet it was insufficient for the AI, forcing the AI to lower its performance to adapt to the machine. Finally, the program ran successfully. A black silhouette of a face appeared on the screen. After a long moment, the face spoke its first words. "Hello, my master." The voice was mechanical and slow, like an elderly person in their twilight years. Bai Hui's face darkened. What kind of garbage had he created? A total artificial idiot. He was depressed for a while, then said, "Since you're so black, let's call you Xiao He." Then came another burst of furious fan spinning, and after a long time a voice came out, "Okay, Xiao He, thanks the master for the name." Obviously, to understand Bai Hui's words, Xiao He had undergone a massive amount of computation, which caused the slow. Of course, although Xiao He seemed a bit dumb, it was far more intelligent than commercial AIs like Siri. Siri relies on a massive database to communicate, but it doesn't understand the meaning of human speech. It fails when faced with slightly complex sentences. Xiao He, however, was different. It could accurately analyze the meaning within human speech, then fabricate sentences to reply. The gap between these abilities was as vast as a chasm. But Bai Hui had no desire to continue conversing with Xiao He. It was too exhausting, much like talking to an imbecile. After a moment of thought, he instructed, "Xiao He, stay here for now. In a few days, once I've installed the main control computer of the spacecraft, I'll let you move." Then came the sound of a fan whirring, and Bai Hui's forehead was covered in black lines. He quickly said, all right, stop thinking. Enter silent mode." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao He ceased its actions, and the computer fan gradually returned to normal. The fan was spinning so fast that Bai Hui feared Xiao He might cause his computer to explode. However, with the spacecraft's control program completed, the rest became much simpler. Just like a car, once the core propulsion system was solved, the other trivial details could be added directly. These modules did not require Bai Hui to craft them personally. Similar products were available on the market. He only needed to contact the corresponding manufacturers and make purchases. In outer space, aside from the absence of air, the environment was filled with all kinds of cosmic rays, X-rays, gamma rays, and so on. These rays could cause devastating damage to human bodies and various electronic devices. Fortunately, the world's aerospace industry had developed for decades, and the necessary equipment was readily available. As long as one was willing to spend enough money, none of these were problems. Another month passed. Through Bai Hui's unremitting efforts, the spacecraft was finally completed with all functional modules in place. A silver-white Sci-Fi elliptical spaceship appeared before the eyes of everyone in the livestream room. At that moment, the livestream room was flooded with 666,000, and the viewership had reached 300,000. Even a mere model of a spacecraft could captivate countless people. A model of such a large spacecraft would cost at least tens of millions to build. The viewers in the livestream room couldn't help but marvel at how wealthy Boss Bai really was. A torrent of messages like "Boss Bai is awesome" flooded the entire livestream room like snowflakes. Bai Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Brothers, I have successfully built the spacecraft. 3 days from now, right here, I will livestream its launch." 666. Isn't this a model? Can it even take off? Is the streamer out of his mind? A model spaceship trying to launch? Why don't you just say you're an alien? Haha, the streamer actually made me laugh. Hello, is this Qingshan Hospital? There's someone. Bai Hui glanced at the comments and was instantly covered in black lines. The brother who called Qingshan Hospital, come over here. I promise I won't beat you to death. How dare you indirectly call me crazy? I'll beat you to death. Bai Hui looked seriously into the camera and stated solemnly, I, Bai Hui, hereby declare that I have built a real spacecraft capable of flying into outer space. It is not a model. Hello, is this 911? Another person has gone crazy. Boss Bai, we believe you. We believe you're not an idiot, ha. Well then I can no longer stay low-key. Yes, I am an alien from the M87 Nebula. I have existed since the age of the dinosaurs, watching the rise and fall of life on Earth, the clouds rolling and unrolling. Today someone has finally built a real spaceship. Since the brother upstairs has stopped hiding his identity, I can no longer hide mine. Yes, I am Bumblebee from Cybertron, and I have been silently observing Earth's civilization. Haha, the guy upstairs, your serious expression is just like uttering nonsense. For a moment the livestream room was filled with joy. It was clear that none of the comments believed him. After all, the whole thing was simply too absurd. In today's world, only a handful of countries were capable of building rockets. Each year they invested hundreds of billions, with countless talents working together just to sustain their space exploration programs. And now you tell everyone that you, a single person, spent 4 months building a spaceship. Where does that leave the countless aerospace scientists who have dedicated their lives to the cause? Bai Hui was speechless for a moment, then said helplessly, I know none of you believe me. Fine, 3 days from now right here, I will livestream the launch. Be there or be square. Bai Hui stopped paying attention to the comments, turned off the livestream, and calmed his wounded heart a little. The phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his mother calling. Bai Hui was the only child in his family, and his mother doted on him excessively. When Bai Hui had briefly mentioned building the spaceship, his mother had immediately transferred 100 million yuan to him. 100 million was still far too little for building a spaceship. During these days, Bai Hui had also used his knowledge to earn money online through various channels, netting another 1 or 200 million. And if he hadn't modified the machinery factory himself to produce the spaceship's parts, even those 2 or 300 million wouldn't have made a ripple. Hello mom, what's up? Xiao Hui, you're not getting any younger. You should find a girlfriend. By the way, do you still remember your Uncle Chen's daughter Chenlinger? She's back from studying in the lighthouse country. Go invite her to dinner and reconnect. Mom, I'm telling you, Linger has really blossomed. She's as beautiful as a fairy. You brat, if you can win her over, it'll be your greatest fortune. Chenlinger. Bai Hui was stunned. Oh, he remembered. When he was a child, the neighbor Uncle Chun had a daughter Chenlinger who used to come play with him all the time. But when she was little, Chenlinger was very ugly, dark-skinned, skinny, and silly. The other kids didn't like playing. Bai Hui, on the contrary, had always enjoyed teasing Chenlinger when they were young, watching her get flustered and angry, and she was particularly easy to fool. Yet Bai Hui was the only one willing to play with her. It had been many years since he had seen her. After Bai Hui turned 12, the Chen family moved to the lighthouse country, and he never saw her again. Now thinking about it, he felt a bit nostalgic. All right, Mom. Send me the address, and I'll go right now. Bai's mother immediately sent the address, and said earnestly, son, listen to me. Have a good talk with Linger. Maybe she'll be our daughter-in-law. You're not getting any younger. You spend all day tinkering with metal in that warehouse, not even talking to a girl. How can that go on? You're not one of those gays they talk about online, are you? Bai Hui was speechless. Was this really his own mother? He was a real man. How could he be that kind of person? Mom, don't think nonsense. I solemnly tell you here, and now your son is 100% manly. With that, he hung up the phone, or else his mother would keep rambling about who knows what. After hanging up the phone, Bai Hui immediately drove a Lamborghini to a residential area. Chenlinger lived in this area, and Bai Hui followed the address to find her place. This was a commercial housing complex located very close to a shopping street, so housing prices were extremely high, around 70 to 80,000 yuan per square meter. Chenlinger lived there. Bai Hui parked the car, and following the address his mother had sent to his phone, found Chenlinger. He knocked on the door of Chenlinger's room, and heard a sweet girl's voice from inside. Who is it? It's me, Bai Hui. The girl inside was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, you are Brother Bai Hui. The door opened, and a girl in a white dress stepped out. Her face was free of makeup, yet it remained clean, and her neck was as white as a swan's, delicate collarbones visible, and her calves like white jade were revealed beneath the dress. She exuded an aura of youthful vitality. Bai Hui was truly stunned. His mother had been right. She was really beautiful. You are Chenlinger. Chenlinger pouted and said unhappily, what, don't you recognize me? Huh. Bai Hui scratched his head sheepishly, and said awkwardly, sorry, you've changed so much since childhood. I didn't recognize you at first. A smile curled at the corners of Chenlinger's mouth, and she asked playfully, so tell me, have I become uglier or prettier? Of course you've become prettier. I almost didn't recognize you. If you pass, come in and sit for a while. Hearing this, Chenlinger beamed, her eyes narrowing into Bai Hui followed Chenlinger into her room. He looked around. The entire room featured pink tones, giving it a very girlish feel. Here, have a glass of water. Chenlinger poured him a glass and sat down on the sofa nearby. Hey Linger, didn't you go study in Dengta country? How did you find it over there? Chenlinger took a sip of water and said with a smile, to be honest, I don't think Dengta country is anything special. Many people discriminate against us Longhua people, and some places are especially chaotic in terms of public security. If my father hadn't insisted I study there, I wouldn't have wanted to go to Dengta country. Bai Hui was taken aback. Nowadays, few people would speak ill of Dengta country. Some people back home were typical Western worshippers, believing that anything foreign, no matter what it was better than what they had domestically. They even thought the moon and sun in the sky were brighter than those at home, and that the air there was fresher. Many people inwardly don't believe such people exist, but that's only because they haven't been out in society. There were far too many such people in society. Bai Hui had seen countless in both his past and present lives. So when he heard Chenlinger's words, he couldn't help but feel a bit more fondness for the girl before him. Why is that? Bai Hui asked. Nothing much, I just feel that foreign customs, culture, and eating habits don't suit me. So I've come back home now, and I plan to develop well in the country. Then Chenlinger told Bai Hui about some of her experiences in Dengta country. The society there was too open, and Chenlinger, who was rather traditional in nature, found it very uncomfortable. Especially her roommate, who was also from Longhua, but spent all her time mingling with various men and often posted anti-Longhua remarks on Twitter. This made Chenlinger particularly disgusted. Although the academic atmosphere in Dengta country was indeed richer than that in Longhua, in Chenlinger's view, Longhua was developing rapidly, and she believed it would soon not lag behind these Western countries in this regard. The two chatted merrily, and time passed quickly as the sky gradually darkened. Bai Hui looked at the weather and said to Linger, it's getting late. Let me treat you to dinner. Sure. They arrived at a high-end restaurant where Bai Hui ordered many Chinese dishes to welcome Linger. Linger pouted and said, "Hey, why did you order so much? I'm not a pig, how can I eat all this?" Bai Hui smiled and said, "It's fine, I'm here too, aren't I?" Ever since the system had developed Bai Hui's brain, his appetite was much larger than ordinary people's. His brain was running at full speed, naturally consuming more energy. The dishes were soon served, and the two slowly enjoyed their dinner. They chatted and laughed, with Bai Hui occasionally bringing up some embarrassing childhood stories of Linger to tease her. When some awkward topics came up, Linger became a bit embarrassed and angry, pounding her fists against Bai Hui's chest. Unexpectedly, her foot slipped, and her entire body fell directly onto Bai Hui. His chair toppled over, and he crashed heavily onto the floor. Linger was lying on top of him, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. She quickly stood up, her face flushing, and whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Oh, it's fine." Bai Hui stood up and rubbed his chest. He had nearly broken his back. Linger, still blushing, ate her meal in silence. After this incident, an ambiguous atmosphere quietly rose between them. When they were almost done eating, Linger suddenly remembered something and asked Bai Hui, "Hey brother Bai Hui, I haven't asked what you're doing now." Bai Hui smiled mysteriously and said, "Well, let me keep it a secret for now. In 3 days I'll take you to a place that will definitely blow your mind." Linger frowned and snorted, "If you won't tell, then I don't want to hear it." Bai Hui chuckled and said nothing. After finishing their meal, they agreed to meet again in 3 days. He personally escorted Linger home without making any other advances. After all, it was their first meeting today. Too much would be worse than too little. However, Bai Hui did not notice that when he offered to take her home, a flicker of disappointment passed deep in her eyes. Bai Hui left Linger's place, but did not return directly to the villa. Instead, he went to the warehouse again. Since he had already made the promise that the spaceship would take off in 3 days, Bai Hui had to take this matter seriously. He would urgently test the spaceship's stability and safety within these 3 days. A silver-white spaceship brimming with a sci-fi aura appeared before Bai Hui. His heart swelled with pride. Such a massive spaceship was built by him alone. One could imagine what kind of impact it would have on the entire world if it successfully took to the sky in 3 days. That would undoubtedly shock the entire world. Bai Hui raised his hand and said to the silver-white bracelet on his arm, "Xiao He, open the spaceship." Suddenly, the silver-white spaceship in front of Bai Hui lit up. A sound came, and a gangway descended from the top of the spaceship. He boarded the ship and entered a futuristic hall. This was a fairly large space, about 100 square meters. At the front was a huge screen like something out of a sci-fi movie, which could project the scenery from all directions of the spaceship. Below the screen were various control buttons for the astronaut to pilot the spaceship. The entire spaceship consisted of 5 compartments: the cockpit, power module, escape module, gravity module, and life support module. The cockpit, where Bai Hui was currently located, was mainly for controlling the ship's various systems. The power module housed the anti-gravity engine and energy unit. It was worth mentioning that the entire spaceship was powered by electricity, which required extremely powerful energy. If ordinary lithium batteries were used, a huge number of battery packs would be needed, and their sheer weight would significantly affect the ship's performance. To solve this problem, Bai Hui drew from the vast knowledge in his mind and came up with a new type of battery, the lithium air. This battery used lithium as the anode and oxygen from the air as the cathode reactant. Its energy density was 10 times higher than ordinary lithium-ion batteries, and due to reduced heavy metal usage, its weight was greatly reduced, making it ideal for the spaceship's power source. This type of battery had been proposed internationally long ago, but due to technical reasons, lithium-air batteries had many side reactions that were difficult to control, making them merely a laboratory product. However, the solution Bai Hui provided perfectly solved these issues, achieving over 1,000 charge-discharge cycles. After finalizing the plan, Bai Hui immediately acquired a small battery factory for about 20 million, then spent a few days modifying the production line. Since the factory originally produced lithium-ion batteries, some steps for lithium-air batteries were similar, greatly reducing the modification workload. Now in the spaceship's power module, there was a lithium-air battery pack capable of storing up to 3 million kilowatt-hours of electricity, providing continuous energy for the anti-gravity engine. As for the escape module, as its name suggested, it was a compartment for emergency escape. This module was independent of the spaceship, including a life support system, and was equipped with a small anti-gravity engine and a battery pack. When the spaceship encountered an irresistible danger, Bai Hui could get into the escape module, detach from the ship, and return to Earth, ensuring the astronaut's safety to the greatest extent. The gravity module contained a set of antiparticle controllers that could create a gravitational field to simulate Earth's gravity, so the spaceship would not be in a weightless state, even in space. In the past, people used centrifugal force to simulate gravity, which was a very backward method with many limitations. The final life support module would produce the oxygen necessary for human breathing and also handle various waste generated by humans in space. Xiao He opened the spaceship's data panel. "Yes, master." This time Xiao He responded very quickly. It was worth noting that to improve Xiao Hei's operation speed, Bai Hui had installed a 20 million yuan main control computer on the spaceship, whose performance was almost comparable to a supercomputer. On the large screen in front of Bai Hui, a series of spaceship parameters were displayed. Spaceship name: unnamed spaceship, weight 156. 78 tons, spaceship length 22. 5 meters, spaceship height 8. 8 meters, maximum speed 11. 8 kilometers, maximum payload 100 tons, current status all systems ready. It could be seen that the performance of this spaceship far exceeded that of rockets in the world today. Even the payload of 100 tons alone was enough to dominate the world. This was payload not including the spaceship's own weight. It meant the spaceship could carry 100 tons of cargo into space. The Apollo spacecraft that the United States once used to land on the moon was only 50 tons, so Bai Hui's spaceship could carry 2 Apollo spacecraft. Bai Hui pondered for a moment, and then said solemnly, "Xiao Hei, start testing the spaceship." Test mode start. With a hum, the entire spaceship trembled. Accompanied by a series of roars, the massive vessel slowly rose from the ground and steadily hovered 1 meter above the ground. If this scene were leaked, it would definitely shoot straight to the top of the trending list. Bai Hui did not feel much vibration inside the spaceship. Looking at the ship he had built with his own hands, he felt a surge. At the same time, the life support module and gravity module were entering test mode, testing whether each subsystem. Bai Hui felt the most inside the spaceship. Due to the gravity module test, the gravity inside fluctuated, making him extremely uncomfortable and giving him an urge to vomit. Meanwhile, the spaceship isolated the outside air and used the life support module for supply. The air inside the ship circulated continuously, producing oxygen, and so on. After continuous testing, all subsystems of the spaceship performed perfectly, everything proceeding as Bai Hui had envisioned. Bai Hui was not surprised. Although he had designed the spaceship independently, he had also drawn on mature solutions from other civilizations in his mind, so there were no technical issues. Of course, the stable operation of this spaceship was largely due to Xiao Hei, an artificial intelligence that served as the main control brain of the entire spacecraft. It could perfectly invoke all functions of the ship and coordinate them for optimal performance. If ordinary control programs were used, the spaceship's operation would be somewhat rigid. If no problems occurred, it would be fine, but if problems arose, they could lead to severe consequences. The test lasted an entire day, and the final results satisfied Bai Hui. Now everything was just waiting for the live broadcast the day after tomorrow. Today was a big day for Bai Hui because his spaceship was going to launch. Early in the morning, he drove to Chen Linger's residence. The two had agreed that Bai Hui would take her to watch the entire launch process of the spaceship. Of course, Chen Linger knew nothing about this. "Brother Bai Hui, where are you taking me?" Watching the Lamborghini heading to an increasingly remote suburb, Chen Linger grew more curious. What did Brother Bai Hui want to do by bringing me to such a remote place? Chen Linger fell into thought, and gradually her face turned redder the more she thought. Bai Hui, unaware of what she was thinking, smiled while driving and replied, "You'll know in a moment." Finally, the Lamborghini stopped outside a large warehouse in the suburbs. Chen Linger gazed at the vast warehouse before her, her heart growing increasingly shy as her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. She bit her lip, thinking to herself, could it be that Brother Bai Hui wants to take me inside? But I've never experienced anything like this. How embarrassing. Yet as it turned out, she had overthought. Bai Hui strode to the warehouse door, pressed a button on the armband around his wrist, and then pushed open the massive doors. What greeted his eyes was a streak of silver-white radiance. As the external light flooded the entire warehouse, Chen Linger quickly saw everything inside. Her small mouth formed a perfect O of astonishment, her eyes brimming with intense disbelief as she stared blankly at the scene before her. It was a colossal spaceship. Only when standing before it could one truly appreciate its grandeur. The silver-white metallic fuselage, the perfectly elliptical shape of a spacecraft, as imagined, all of it struck Chen Linger with awe. Seeing Chen Linger's reaction, Bai Hui felt a swell of pride. She was the first person to show such shock at his spaceship. This filled Bai Hui's heart with a sense of accomplishment. He said confidently, "Linger, what do you think of the spaceship I built?" "This? You built it?" In that instant, countless thoughts flooded Chen Linger's mind. She wondered if the spaceship was alien, where Bai Hui had obtained such a world-shocking vessel, and even if he was a human trader working for extraterrestrials. But when Bai Hui said he built it, she suddenly understood. She blinked, her eyes sparkling with brightness, and let out a sigh of relief. Smiling, she said, "Brother Bai Hui, this spaceship model you built is really impressive. You almost scared me to death." "Huh?" Bai Hui's expression froze. Where was that awestruck look from just now? How had she changed her face in an instant? Bai Hui silently stared at Chen Linger for a long time until she blushed and stammered, Brother Bai Hui, what are you looking at?" "I'll forget it. I won't argue with a young girl. She'll find out soon enough." So Bai Hui chose his words carefully and said to Chen Linger, "Linger, let me tell you now, this is a real spaceship. You'll know the specifics when we take off. For now, help me start the live stream." Without giving Chen Linger a chance to speak, Bai Hui pulled her close to the spaceship and took out an expensive camera. Chen Linger opened the camera in a daze while Bai Hui powered on a nearby computer, connected it to the camera, and started live streaming a spaceship flying into space. The title was simple, yet shocking enough to grab anyone. As soon as the livestream began, countless viewers poured in, all staring at the silver-white spacecraft and spamming 666 in the chat. More and more people flocked to the stream. Viewers were familiar with this wealthy second-generation streamer on Shark Live, so today, they mainly came to see Bai Hui show off. President Bai, hurry up and make your spaceship take off. We're all waiting. Huh. Clearly this was just a viewer waiting for the spaceship to fly. Such a huge spaceship model, the streamer is really a big spender. How these days streamers attract attention with such gimmicks? Can't Shark Live do something about it? In the livestream, some praised, some mocked, and some came purely to laugh. It was a microcosm of human nature. Bai Hui paid no heed. Facing the camera, he spoke confidently to the audience. Brothers, today is a big day for me and for humanity. Next, I will solemnly introduce this spaceship. To prevent anyone from saying I'm boasting, I've decided to fly into space first and explain everything there. After saying this, Bai Hui turned to the stunned Chen Linger. Linger, when I take off, point the camera at the spaceship and record the entire ascent. Okay. Chen Linger replied, a bit slow on the uptake. After hesitating, she finally voiced her thoughts. Brother Bai Hui, can this spaceship really fly into space? It was because Bai Hui didn't seem to be lying. When he spoke of the spaceship, his face radiated confidence and a hint of pride, which made her secretly hope. What if it were true? Bai Hui smiled without answering directly. You'll know in a moment. In the live stream, the chat exploded. Viewers were spamming, who is that girl? They hadn't seen her, but her voice was like a nightingale's, sweet and beautiful. Bai Hui ignored all that. Under the eyes of the live stream audience, he walked to the bottom of the spaceship and spoke to the silver-white armband on his wrist. Xiaohe, open the hatch. Immediately, the silver-white metal spaceship rumbled, and a gangway descended from the top. A beam of light shone from within, illuminating Bai Hui. 666, oh, what's that? Pretty awesome. Who is Xiaohe? My big black dog is also called Xiaohe. The streamer's got skills. Even that gangway looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. I didn't waste my time watching today. Bai Hui walked up the gangway. Chen Linger's camera faithfully recorded the scene. Years later, this moment would become a highlight in elementary school textbooks. Entering the cockpit, Chen Linger's camera couldn't capture the interior. But that didn't matter. Inside, atop the cockpit, another camera was mounted. As Bai Hui stepped in, Xiaohe projected both camera feeds onto the live stream, allowing viewers to see both the inside and outside of the ship simultaneously. Compared to the exterior, the interior of the spaceship was the true sci-fi marvel. The cockpit was entirely silver-white metal, with a giant screen at the front and a control panel covered in buttons. Only Bai Hui knew their functions. This scene appeared before the live stream audience, and the viewership exploded. 500,000, 1 million, 2 million, until it reached 5 million. Only then did the growth slow down. But it wasn't over yet. In the stream, gifts were being showered like rain, as if money were no object. Bai Hui's little fan rewarded 100 super rockets. Flowing clouds and passing water rewarded 88 super rockets. Bai Hui's sweetheart rewarded 1,000 super rockets. Shark Wanhuasheng rewarded 100 super rockets. A dazzling array of gift effects rendered the live stream virtually immobile, with the barrage of comments no longer visible. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Shark Live, the super admin noticed the unusual surge in popularity in Bai Hui's live stream and clicked in, only to be greeted by a shocking sight. After a long pause, the super admin came to his senses. He recognized Bai Hui. Months ago, Bai Hui had frequently topped the charts for several popular female streamers on Shark Live, though he had recently stopped visiting them after hearing he was building a spaceship. The super admin murmured to himself, I didn't expect Bai Hui to finish his spaceship model so quickly. The scene looks truly impressive. No wonder he's a tycoon. But the viewer count is rising too fast. I need to contact the supervisor to add more servers. With that thought, the super admin promptly reported the matter to the supervisor, who without hesitation instructed the technical department to install additional servers to accommodate the influx of traffic. Bai Hui was unaware of all this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. For him, the most important thing now was to ensure the spaceship launched as planned. Xiaohe began checking whether all system modules are functioning properly. Yes. A series of electronic tones followed as the spaceship commenced its diagnostics. After all, this was a spacecraft destined for the cosmos, leaving no room for error. The large screen in front of Bai Hui lit up, with data rapidly scrolling and changing. After a while, the data on the screen stopped changing, displaying a list of all the spaceship's modules, each with a green, normal label next to it. A glance confirmed that every module was functioning normally, meaning the spaceship was ready for launch. How the streamer is putting on quite a show. Do you think we'll believe you? To be honest, this spaceship model is a perfect tool for showing off. If I didn't know the streamer made it himself, I'd swear it was an alien invasion at first glance. Bai Hui will offer 200 million for this model. Would you be willing to part with it? The viewers were stunned by this comment. The ID that posted it was, I am Zhao Zizong, a name unmistakable to anyone who regularly watched live streams. Because he was the national husband, the son of the richest man in Longhua. Simultaneously, a reward notification flashed across the live stream. I am Zhao Zizong rewarded 500 super rockets. Each super rocket cost 2,000 yuan, making this a total of 1 million yuan. The viewers were stunned that such a big shot had been drawn and even offering 200 million to buy the model. 666, the streamer hit the jackpot. He's making a fortune in one go. In everyone's mind, this was merely a spaceship model worth at most tens of millions. Doubling that with a quick flip seemed like a no-brainer. Little did they know this was no mere model. It was a genuine spacecraft. If it truly flew, 200 million. You must be joking. Tens of billions, even hundreds of billions would be offered by countless nations waving their checkbooks. This was the gateway to a new era. Whoever mastered anti-gravity technology would gain control of space. The moon, Mars, even the entire solar system would be yours to explore, and humanity would enter the space age, opening a new chapter. Of course, Bai Hui didn't see Zhao Zikang's comment, or rather he had no time to glance at the chat. His entire focus was on the spacecraft before him. Seeing that everything was normal, a faint smile curled at the corner of Bai Hui's mouth. He then removed his jacket, revealing a familiar sky blue spacesuit. The spacesuit clung tightly to his body with the emblem of Longteng printed on his sleeve. He had purchased it from the National Space Administration for over 1 million yuan. Don't think 1 million yuan is expensive. This was merely an intravehicular spacesuit. The ones often seen on TV with transparent helmets. Extravehicular spacesuits equipped with a full life support system cost $30 million, equivalent to 200 million long yuan, making them the most expensive garments in human history. Of course, Bai Hui did not purchase that kind of extravehicular spacesuit. It was far too expensive for his current financial means, and since he had no need to exit the spacecraft, he decided against it. Bai Hui walked to the control console, sat down in the chair, and fastened himself in with the seatbelt. The chair was exceptionally soft and comfortable. Crucially, its base was connected to a track. If an accident occurred during flight, the automated control system would eject the entire chair with the occupant into the escape capsule within 3 seconds, ensuring maximum safety. Seated in the chair, Bai Hui stared straight ahead, his eyes a mixture of excitement and nervousness. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Brothers and sisters in the live stream, you are about to witness history. Open your eyes wide. The moment of awe is coming." 666. The streamer's serious face is hilarious. A spaceship this big, shaped like a sci-fi flying saucer. Do you think you're an alien? Exactly how does such a huge spaceship even take off? What's the principle? Oh, the streamer is talking nonsense. Where are the doctors from Qingshan Hospital? The barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with mockery, even featuring various memes. Of course, not all comments were like that. Occasionally, a few newcomers would timidly post, "I think the streamer looks really serious, like he's not lying." But their comments were quickly drowned out by the torrent of ridicule, and they were even mocked. "Haven't you learned physics in 9 years of compulsory education? Don't you understand the principles of rockets? Haven't you studied Newton's laws?" Yet Bai Hui paid no attention to all this. His mind was entirely focused on the large screen. He said in a deep voice, "Xiao He, prepare the spaceship for takeoff." "Understood, master." The black facial outline on the screen immediately replied, and the spaceship began to emit a humming sound. In the power compartment of the spaceship, there was a lithium-air battery pack measuring 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. They were connected in parallel via wires, and through a transformer the voltage was stepped up to as high as 3 volts, continuously supplying power to the anti-gravity engines distributed throughout the ship. The immense electrical energy began to drive the entire vessel. Chen Linger watched Bai Hui's live stream with boredom, feeling a little aggrieved. She had been dragged here early in the morning by brother Bai Hui, thinking it was something important, only to be asked to help take photos and broadcast. Suddenly Chen Linger's eyes narrowed. The roof of the warehouse began to slowly open, revealing the bright sunlight. The warehouse had a flat roof structure towering over 20 meters high, and the top had clearly been modified. At the same time, in Chen Linger's eyes, the massive spaceship in front of her emitted a series of rumbles, as if some colossal entity was about to burst forth. Chen Linger stared blankly at the scene, a ridiculous thought suddenly crossing her mind. Could this spaceship really fly? The spaceship quickly answered her doubt. The enormous vessel in front of her trembled incessantly, and the roaring sound grew louder, clearly audible even in the live stream. After about half a minute, the spaceship suddenly lifted off the ground, slowly rising to a height of over 1 meter. Chen Linger stared blankly at it all, as she was less than 10 meters away from the spaceship, practically within arm's reach, so her experience was undoubtedly the most profound. The scene before her shattered her preconceptions. A massive spaceship, unlike a rocket that uses chemical fuel for propulsion, and unlike a helicopter that relies on airflow to fly, stood there without a hint of wind, even though she was right in front of it. She could only hear a faint humming sound. It simply hovered in midair, defying Newton's laws. The scientific worldview Chen Linger had built since childhood was completely broken, and the shock was unparalleled. At that moment, she was not the only one stunned. The viewers watching the live stream were also dumbfounded, staring at the screen, forgetting to post comments. The barrage of messages suddenly went silent for half a minute, and one might think it was a stream with few viewers. After a while, when they came to their senses, the barrage exploded. The screen was filled with 666, and at this point they could think of no other words to describe it. This was happening right before their eyes. Special effects. Come on, people weren't fools. Watching a live broadcast, it was absolutely impossible to be fake. A scene from a sci-fi movie appeared before them. Even Zhao Zizong, the son of a billionaire in the live stream, could only type 2 words in awe, awesome. Countless gifts poured into the live stream without restraint. I am Zhao Zizong donated 2,000 super. Bai's little fan donated 500 super rockets. Flowing cloud passing water donated 200 super rockets. These gifts attracted countless more people to Bai Hui's live stream, and the popularity exploded instantly. 6 million, 8 million, 10 million. But it didn't stop there. 12 million, 15 million. Until 20 million viewers. The number was still increasing rapidly. Inside the headquarters of Shark Live, the supervisor noticed that Bai Hui's livestream popularity was soaring. He was puzzled. How could Boss Bai's livestream popularity rise so dramatically? So he clicked into the livestream, and the scene before him gave him the answer. The spaceship floating in the air was like a giant beast crashing into his mind, and leaving him frozen in place for a full half-minute. He blinked, then thought of something. Was this a state secret? Should he block the livestream? Forget it, head report to the manager and let the manager decide. Unable to make a decision, the supervisor quickly walked into the manager's office. It was early morning, and everyone was already at work. He told the manager about the situation. The manager initially didn't believe it, but the supervisor directly handed. The manager stared at it for a long time, shocked, and said, I can't decide on this either. He'll report it to CEO. After speaking, the manager directly called to report it to CEO Chun of Shark Life. CEO Chun laughed after hearing it. Longteng, are you kidding me? Is it April Fool's Day? Manager Tan said helplessly, CEO Chun, I'm really not lying. If you don't believe me, you can open the live stream right now. They'll send you a link. After some explanation, CEO Chun, still skeptical, opened the live stream. After watching, he was frozen on the spot, then thought for 10 seconds and shouted, Longteng, connect all our servers. Absolutely do not let this live stream crash. Today I'm going to take a gamble. If we win, Shark's market value will definitely double. Manager Tan immediately understood his boss idea and quickly gave orders. Inside the spaceship, Bai Hui sat in a chair feeling the vibration of the ship, and a smile appeared on his face. Brothers in the live stream, if any of you are in Hongqing, look up at the sky. You might just see the spaceship heading into space. Understood. Hongqing people received. Haha, fellow viewers, my astronomical telescope finally comes in handy. I've got my phone aimed at the sky waiting for the spaceship to appear. In the live stream, there were quite a few viewers from Hongqing, all posting received in the barrage. Everything was ready. Bai Hui took a deep breath and said, Xiao Hei, let's take off. Under the watchful eyes of tens of millions in the live stream, the spaceship moved. It rose vertically upward, shaped like a flying saucer from a movie. Soon it rushed out of the warehouse. The spaceship began to accelerate, and the anti-gravity engines continuously operated, forming gravitational fields that enveloped the entire vessel, soaring into the sky. Wow, I see it, I see it. I see it too. I'm on top of the Fangzhou Tower in Hongqing. I've seen Boss Bai's spaceship too. I'm so shocked I can't speak. All I can say is Boss Bai is awesome. Haha, I'm witnessing history with my own eyes. Seriously, I saw it. This spaceship is like an elliptical flying saucer full of sci-fi vibes. In the live stream, those who saw the spaceship were spamming messages, while viewers elsewhere could only watch with envy. Within the National Aerospace Department of Longwo's Shungjing, an elderly man with graying hair was lost in thought in his office. His name was Zhou Jiangwo, the chief designer of Longwo's Longzhou series of rockets. At this moment, he was deeply troubled. Days earlier, the Longzhou V, a large thrust rocket powered by Longwo's independently designed non-toxic hydrogen-oxygen engine, had failed during launch, casting a pall over the nation's entire space program. Countless scientists had been investigating the cause of the rocket's failure, striving to identify the root issue. After months of effort, the preliminary cause had finally been ascertained. The problem stemmed from abnormal deformations in certain structures of the Longzhou rocket's liquid hydrogen engine under the complex thermal environment during operation, leading to a drastic reduction in thrust and ultimately the launch failure. The issue had been identified, but the harsh reality was that the malfunction lay in the rocket's most critical component, the engine. This meant that the designed liquid hydrogen engine was flawed and erroneous, necessitating a complete redesign. However, the current tasks were immense. The Longzhou V rocket was indispensable for many of the nation's space plans, including Mars exploration and lunar missions, as it was the only rocket capable of providing sufficient thrust. If a new engine had to be redesigned, it would require a significant amount of time. Thus, Zhou Jiangwo was currently Suddenly, a young scientist wearing glasses burst into the office, exclaiming excitedly, Teacher, something huge has happened." Zhou Jiangwo frowned at his student's rash behavior and scolded Lu Yuan, "How many times have I told you? No matter what you do, do not be so impulsive, especially in science. When will you learn to be more composed?" Normally, Lu Yuan would obediently stand aside and listen to his teacher's reprimand, but today, he paid no heed. He exclaimed fervently, "No, teacher, take a look at this." With that, Lu Yuan handed his phone to Zhou Jiangwo. Zhou Jiangwo glanced at it briefly, and his face flushed with anger. Lu Yuan, what's gotten into you today? Are you this excited just because Deng Guo released a sci-fi movie? Huh. Lu Yuan had thought his teacher would praise him, but instead he was mistaken for being excited over a sci-fi film. He could only reply with a wry smile, no teacher, this is real. Someone has actually built a spaceship, and they're live streaming it. Zhou Jiangwo was not an old fossil. He knew what live streaming meant. So he picked up the phone again and watched. The phone screen was split into two views. One showed the ground looking up at the sky, and the other displayed the interior. In the ground Toski view, a flying saucer was slowly ascending. From the footage, the craft was enormous, at least a dozen meters in size. With his experienced eye, Zhou Jiangwo could tell this was a live broadcast, and it was definitely not special effects. No special effects could achieve such realism. Then there was only one possibility. At that thought, Zhou Jiangwo's body trembled, and an incredulous expression filled his eyes. Quick, call everyone for a meeting, Zhou Jiangwo said excitedly. Lu Yuan acknowledged and rushed out to notify. Meanwhile, in the military command center of Hanqing, a soldier monitoring the air defense radar spotted an unidentified flying object appearing over the city. This was a serious matter. An unknown aircraft had appeared above a national city, and it was enormous, larger than a fighter jet. The soldier immediately reported to the highest-ranking commander of the military district. Upon hearing this, the commander was alarmed. The enemy had mysteriously arrived over their city, and they had only just detected it. If the enemy carried weapons, the entire city of Hanqing would be in grave danger. Thus, he ordered the military district to enter a state of full combat readiness and hurried to the command center, where he studied the unidentified craft displayed on the radar. The craft was saucer-shaped, rapidly ascending into the sky and seemingly accelerating. By then, all the senior officers of the military district had gathered in the command center. Staring at the radar screen, one officer murmured, "I wonder if this thing looks like an alien flying saucer." The others nodded silently. They had already realized it, but had been reluctant to believe it. A thought emerged in everyone's mind: were aliens invading Earth? Suddenly a voice broke the silence. A soldier shouted, "Commander, an urgent call from Shangjing." The commander's expression turned serious. He walked over and answered the call. A moment later he hung up with a relieved smile and said, "Stop guessing. Now open Shark Live and you'll understand." Huh. The officers were baffled. What was Shark Live? Don't waste time. Just do as I say. The commander rolled his eyes, offering no explanation, because he too found this whole thing fantastical. Soon the command center's large screen displayed Shark Live's interface, and there on the homepage recommendation was Bai Hui's livestream room. The commander ordered the room to be opened, and a striking title appeared before everyone's eyes: live streaming, building a spaceship. Take off today. At the same time, a flying saucer appeared on the screen. Everyone stared in stunned silence. After a long pause, someone muttered in disbelief, "Is this special effects?" Whether it was or not, deep down they all knew the answer. The commander paused for a moment, then pointed at the screen and issued an orderly: "Jinxing, take your troops immediately and secure that warehouse. Without my orders, not even a fly is allowed in. If there's any emergency, you are authorized to use lethal force against intruders. If anything goes wrong, you will be held personally responsible." Li Jinxing, a battalion commander in the military district, responded loudly, "Yes, Commander. I guarantee the mission will be completed." With that, he rushed out, leading a battalion as they sped toward the warehouse. The commander watched the live stream, a gratified smile spreading across his face. He knew that from this moment onward, Longhua was about to rise. On the spacecraft, Bai Hui gazed at the large screen before him, which displayed the current status of the vessel. The screen revealed that the spacecraft's speed was still accelerating, now reaching 1 kilometer per second, surpassing the speed of sound. Yet this spaceship did not need to accelerate to the first cosmic velocity and orbit the Earth to escape its gravity, unlike conventional rockets. With sufficient fuel, an ordinary rocket could fly straight upward, but this method required a constant upward force, consuming an enormous amount of fuel, and even after entering space, the spacecraft, lacking sufficient speed, would be pulled back by Earth's gravity. Hence, no nation employed this approach for launching spacecraft. It was akin to swinging a rope with an object tied at the end. As you swung it, the object would orbit your hand, and the foundation of this principle was that the object needed sufficient velocity. Without reaching a certain speed, it would. Typically, nations around the world accelerated rockets to the first cosmic velocity, allowing them to orbit the Earth, thereby escaping gravity and entering space. However, Bai Hui's anti-gravity spacecraft differed from rockets. It utilized antiparticles to negate Earth's gravity, enabling a vertical ascent without worrying about gravitational pull. For this, spacecraft orbiting the Earth consumed the most fuel, while a straight ascent was more energy efficient. Eventually, the spacecraft's velocity stabilized at 3.6 kilometers. Higher speeds would exert pressure on the human body, making this velocity nearly optimal. At this moment, the audience in Hanqing could no longer see the spacecraft with the naked eye. Thick clouds concealed its trace. The live stream switched to the interior of the spacecraft, and Linger's footage had vanished. Yet the awe in everyone's hearts remained undiminished. Countless people summoned friends and spread the news that Shark Live was broadcasting a real spaceship launch. The live room's popularity skyrocketed, now reaching over 38 million, an astonishing figure. Though this number did not represent actual viewers, at least several million were watching. On Weibo, the hashtag #SharkLive spaceship launch quickly topped the trending list. Elsewhere in Shengjing of Long Country, Zhou Zhengwo, the chief designer of the manned space program, and numerous aerospace engineers, sat in the remote command center. The large screen displayed satellite remote sensing signals. The signals indicated that Bai Hui's spacecraft had reached an altitude of 20,000 meters above the Earth's surface and was still climbing. Geostationary orbit lay at an altitude of 36,000 kilometers, so Bai Hui was not far from it. This distance seemed vast, but for a spacecraft it was merely a short hop. In cosmic voyages, distances of several light years were the true despair. Zhou Zhengwo sat at the front of the command hall, with his student Lu Yuan as his assistant beside him. As they watched the glowing dot on the screen, tears streamed down the old man's face. He had witnessed the launch of a true spaceship, the real starting point for humanity's journey into space. Countless aerospace engineers harbored a dream of the brilliant, mysterious starry sky, and they had worked tirelessly for that dream. Now they saw hope right before their eyes. Zhou Zhengwo wiped away his tears and silently gazed at the screen. This was a spaceship built by the people of Long Country. No matter who he was, as long as he was a citizen of Long Country, that was enough. In the centuries of modern history, the people of Long Country had not been respected globally. Instead, they had faced discrimination. Why? Because the people of Long Country had lagged behind the Western nations. Backwardness invited aggression. Yet now the people of Long Country had built a spaceship, proving the excellence of their lineage. On the large screen, Bai Hui's spacecraft continued to ascend, now reaching an altitude of 30,000 kilometers. Only 6,000 kilometers remained until geostationary orbit, a distance that would take the spacecraft just a few. Simultaneously, on the left side of the screen, Bai Hui's Shark livestream was displayed. He sat quietly in his seat, while the front screen flashed streams of data incomprehensible to laypeople. However, Zhou Zhengwo's eyes gleamed with insight. He immediately ordered record all information displayed on the screen and analyze it. Yes, sir. Data analysis was routine for them, whether for rocket launches, satellite tests, or other tasks requiring extensive data scrutiny. From the spacecraft's screen data, they could glean partial insights into the technology used and its performance, offering a preliminary understanding of the vessel. Bai Hui turned his head to look out the porthole, seeing the azure Earth. His spaceship seemed like a lone leaf boat adrift in the vast ocean, evoking a sense of insignificance. Beyond the blue Earth lay the pitch-black expanse of space, dotted with countless brilliant stars. This cosmic vista, vast and mysterious, had captivated generations, intoxicating all who gazed upon it. After a journey of over 10 minutes, Bai Hui's spacecraft came to a steady halt in geostationary orbit. Simultaneously, it accelerated, moving along the orbit. In space with no air resistance, accelerating an object was effortless. In mere moments, the spacecraft reached the first cosmic velocity, settling firmly into geostationary orbit, moving in sync with the Earth. At that moment, Bai Hui's spacecraft launch was declared a success. A surge of excitement and exhilaration swelled in Bai Hui's heart. He had actually built a spaceship and successfully flown it into space. It all felt like a dream. With a trembling voice, he announced, "My dear viewers, I declare that the spaceship has successfully reached space. I am now stationed in geostationary orbit." At these words, everyone in the live room erupted in joy. 666. Greetings from all citizens of Hanqing. I'm a graduate student at Tianmin University of Science and Technology. I just told my advisor and he thought I was crazy until I showed him the live stream. Now my advisor is watching on his knees. This is incredible. I never thought I'd see a real spaceship in my lifetime. Perhaps someday we can ride a spaceship into the stars. How mesmerizing that would be. In the Longhua Shengjing at the National Aerospace Ministry's telemetry hall, all the aerospace personnel cheered. This was a moment belonging to the people of Longhua. Old Zhou, with tear-filled eyes, recalled the past years when countless scientists silently devoted themselves to. Most of them remained unknown, even until their deaths, unrecognized by the world. Yet it was precisely because of them that Longhua could develop to this day. They are the true backbone of Longhua. Old comrades, this prosperous age is as you wished. Old Zhou gazed into the sky, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said softly. The audience in the live stream were extremely excited. Bai Hui's spaceship had successfully entered synchronous orbit, making all descendants of Longhua feel proud. Bai Hui unfastened his seatbelt, a smile on his face. With a slight stir in his heart, he ordered, "Xiao He, deactivate the simulated gravity." Yes. Xiao He's emotionless voice responded, and at the same time, several anti-gravity engines in the spaceship's gravity chamber stopped working. Instantly, Bai Hui felt his body become lighter. He exerted a little force with his feet, and his entire body floated up directly. Since Bai Hui had not undergone rigorous training, he panicked the moment he floated into the air, and his whole body tumbled wildly inside the control cabin. Bang! Bai Hui's head slammed directly into the ceiling above. The impact was indeed heavy, causing his head to buzz loudly. It took him a while to come back to his senses. This immediately made everyone in the live stream burst out laughing. Shocking. Streamer Xiaoyu hit the ceiling. Haha, you look so stupid, streamer. Haha, people who haven't undergone weightlessness training find it hard to control their direction in a zero-gravity environment. Although Bai Hui was hurt, he also gained more trust from the audience. Many of them had just entered the livestream, mostly introduced by friends. They were originally somewhat skeptical about the spaceship, but after seeing Bai Hui like this, they were completely convinced. After all, only in space can one experience weightlessness. If it were a fabricated spaceship model, it would be absolutely impossible to simulate such a weightless environment. After fumbling for a long time, Bai Hui slowly descended from the ceiling to the floor. The first thing he did upon landing was to directly instruct the AI Xiaohe to activate the simulated gravity. Feeling his body gradually return to normal, Bai Hui breathed a sigh of relief. The weightless feeling just now was really too uncomfortable. If a person stays in a weightless environment for too long, blood will rush to the head, causing congestion and making the person very uncomfortable. That's why astronauts wear spacesuits which have a pressure system that generates pressure to compress blood vessels and keep the astronauts' blood pressure normal. At the same time, astronauts have to undergo a lot of training every day to prevent the degeneration of muscles around blood vessels. In Shenzhen at the National Aerospace Ministry, old Zhou looked at the image on the big screen, his expression slightly shifting. This spaceship uses extremely advanced simulated gravity. What does that represent? It represents that Bai Hui has mastered the technology to control gravity, also known as anti-gravity technology. This technology had been proposed by others long ago, but unfortunately constrained by the current level of physics, they hadn't even perfected the basic theory. It was just a concept. No wonder Bai Hui could build such a spaceship early. As long as one masters this technology, constructing a spaceship is actually not difficult. Once the most fundamental power source is solved, everything else will fall into place. A look of solemnity appeared on old Zhou's face. At present, they still didn't know Bai Hui's attitude toward Longhua. If he was very antagonistic toward Longhua, then things would be very troublesome. At this moment, a person ran into the telemetry hall panting heavily and handed a document to Zhou Jianghuo. Old Zhou took it and carefully browsed through it. After a moment, his face showed relief. This document contained all of Bai Hui's information, including family background, personality analysis, and everything that had happened to Bai Hui from childhood to adulthood. Even the day when Bai Hui helped an old lady cross the street was recorded in detail. Bai Hui male studied in the physics department of Shangjing University of Science and Technology. Personality analysis based on Bai Hui's deeds. His personality is easygoing, friendly to others, and suitable for in-depth conversation. That single sentence was the result of countless personality analysts analyzing for a long time. Old Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that Bai Hui might have experienced something in his childhood that would make him cynical now. This situation was undoubtedly the most favorable for them. At the same time, the top leadership of Longwood directly issued an order at all costs. They must protect Bai Hui, this outstanding scientific research talent. All major military corps entered emergency combat readiness. Fighter jets and tanks were dispatched to Hanqing. At the same time, a certain national agency mobilized, fully arresting a large number of spies. These spies had been lurking in Longhua all along, and now that such a major event had occurred, they emerged one after another. Under the order of the commander, Li Jianxing arrested everyone who approached Bai Hui's warehouse. At this time, coming to this warehouse was 100% ill-intentioned, so Li Jianxing did not hesitate in making arrests. Sure enough, some people, seeing they were about to be arrested, actually drew guns and attempted to resist. However, the well-prepared Longhua soldiers discovered them in time, and some were even shot dead on the spot. Meanwhile, Chen Linger inside the warehouse, looking at the group of fully armed soldiers, had a hint of fear on her face. Li Jianxing walked over and said, "Miss Chen, I'm sorry, but this concerns the fate of Longhua. Please cooperate with our investigation. However, rest assured, once we finish the investigation, we will release you immediately." Hearing this, Chen Linger gradually calmed down. She felt at ease. After all, she had no intention of harming Long. At the same time, Longhua's Longin Ministry urgently mobilized, investigating all of Chen Linger's deeds from childhood to adulthood. Longin Minister Zhao Xiangdong sat in his office with various documents about Chen Linger on the table. A middle-aged man beside him said, "Minister, this Chen Linger went to Dongtagua to study since childhood. We need more time to clarify her intelligence in Dongtagua, as our strength there is very weak." Zhao Xiangdong pondered for a moment and said, "Zhang, you don't touch Chen Linger for now. Treat her well. But we need to send some people to monitor her, and all emails and information sent by Chen Linger to foreign countries must be intercepted. Only after we determine there is no risk of leaks can they be sent out." "Yes." The middle-aged man Zhang Yi withdrew to carry out the minister's orders. Zhao Xiangdong murmured, "Chen Linger, you appeared at this time. Isn't it too coincidental?" It was truly impossible for Zhao Xiangdong not to suspect. Why did Chen Linger not return for so long, only to appear before Bai Hui right after his spaceship was successfully built? This was all too coincidental. Their Longin Ministry, even with the slightest clue or suspicion, must carefully investigate. Especially this matter which concerned the future of Longhua, they could not allow any negligence from anyone. All this was carried out in the shadows. The entire Longhua was seething with undercurrents. At the same time, in the Longteng nation, the Black Palace, President Pu Dadi was holding a tablet, which displayed Bai Hui's livestream. At this moment, Pu Dadi's face was livid, his left hand holding a phone as he cursed incessantly. "Fuck you, idiot, tell me why the Longwa people have mastered anti-gravity technology. The money Congress allocates to you every year, what have you been doing with it? Isn't our Longteng nation's technology the best in the world? Why can the Longwa people develop technology that you cannot?" Time rolled back 10 minutes earlier. President Pu Dadi, who was scrolling through Twitter on his phone, suddenly received a call from Jason Shamisi, the director of the Longteng Nation Space Administration. Jason tremblingly told Pu Dadi that they had discovered the Longwa people launching a spaceship. At first, Pu Dadi didn't think much of it. Wasn't it just a manned spacecraft? Their Longteng nation had already launched a spacecraft to the moon decades ago. However, Jason stammered, "Mr. President, the spaceship they launched is not like ours, which uses chemical fuel. It's a real anti-gravity spaceship like those in sci-fi movies." Fearing that Pu Dadi might not understand, Jason explained further. "In other words, whoever masters this technology can usher in the space age, gain easy access to all resources in space, and even embark on true interstellar travel." With that, Pu Dadi fully understood. He was also familiar with sci-fi spaceships and knew what this represented. But precisely because he understood the implications, he found it even more unbelievable. Pu Dadi said in disbelief, "How is that possible?" "Oh, Jason, today is not April Fool's Day. I'm sorry, Mr. President, I'm not joking with you. Our satellites and telescopes have already spotted that spaceship, and the Longwa people are live streaming the launch on the internet." Stunned for a full minute, Pu Dadi finally recovered, and then the scene at the beginning occurred. He began to furiously berate the space agency director Jason. In his view, the Longteng nation, as the world's most developed country with a technological level capable of leading the world by several eras, why had it not developed anti-gravity technology before the Longwa people? Jason listened helplessly to his tirade for a long while before saying helplessly, "Mr. President, I'm sorry, but I must tell you that there is no theory for anti-gravity technology, yet let alone development. So I propose that we use military force to seize this technology from the Eastern ancient country." Fuck, is your head filled with water? What do you think Longwa is? They are a nuclear power with devastating big mushrooms of destructive power. Do you want me to start a nuclear war? Pu Dadi was furious. After all, Longwa was not a small country that could be easily manipulated. They were the world's second largest economy, the most populous country, and possessed nuclear weapons. No country in the world dared to underestimate Longwa. Jason knew this well, but he had no choice. If he didn't say that this tweeter emperor might order them to develop anti-gravity technology within a deadline, and then it would be over. Anti-gravity technology had always been a black technology that only appeared in sci-fi movies. Even until now, most scientists still believe that anti-gravity technology did not exist. It was all fictional in movies. They only acknowledged the authority of Newton's laws. It was precisely because of Newton's theory that they could successfully launch spacecraft and accomplish the feat of landing on the moon. So far, no one in the world had proposed a theory for anti-gravity technology. Without a theory, developing such technology was a pipe dream. Perhaps Pu Dadi had exhausted his anger. He stopped his foul mouth, his mind calmed down, and he understood that it wasn't Jason's fault. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Jason, hey, race the plan. He'll have Congress allocate you $500 million. Stop all your current work immediately and focus all efforts on developing anti-gravity technology." After hanging up, Pu Dadi sat at his desk and began to issue orders. Immediately notify the Secretary of the Treasury and the Director of the Intelligence Agency. The secretary at the door heard the president's order and hurriedly went to notify them. Only Pu Dadi remained in the office, his face slightly gloomy, a cold sneer on his lips, as he said, "Anti-gravity technology. It will definitely belong to our Longteng nation." At the same time, news of the spaceship and anti-gravity technology began to spread across the world. After all, Bai Hui had broadcast it live, and such a thing could not be hidden from others. The reactions of various countries' leaders varied. Initially, they were all incredulous, but the solid evidence before them forced them to believe. Meanwhile, intelligence agencies of various countries became active. Geosynchronous orbit inside the spaceship. Bai Hui projected the live stream onto the large screen in the ship's control hall, where a dense stream of bullet comments filled the entire screen. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Bai Hui's mouth. Now who dared to say that what he built was just a toy model? Brothers, now do you believe that I built a real spaceship? The bullet comments immediately burst into apologies. Sorry, woo, I believe now, streamer. The facts are in front of us, I have to believe. Boss Bai, I was wrong. I even doubted you before, woo. Indeed, the biggest mistake of my life was not believing the streamer. I am now kneeling in repentance. Bai Hui watched the bullet comments frantically spamming sorry, and a wave of exhilaration surged in his heart. This feeling was really awesome, haha. Suddenly, he recalled something from before. He smiled and said, I remember there was a brother named Li Jinza. Do you all still remember? This brother said in the live stream that if my spaceship launched successfully, he would perform a handstand and eat shit. Many loyal fans who had been watching Bai Hui's stream from the beginning knew about this. At this moment, everyone became joyful and kept sending bullet comments to tease. Ha ha ha, I remember. Where's that brother? Yes, I remember too. Brotherly Jinzo, where is your live stream of handstand eating shit? Hurry up and stream. He'll skip 3 meals just to watch your stream today. At this moment, a world banner directly appeared in the live stream. This world banner appears after a super rocket is donated to congratulate across all live streams. Li Jinza has donated 200 super rockets to the streamer. Seeing this message, Bai Hui burst out laughing. He had just said it casually, never expecting Li Jinza himself to actually. I, Li Jinza, am a man of my word. Tonight in the live stream room 862382, I will perform a handstand and eat shit. Everyone is welcome to come. These words came out, and the live stream exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha, this brother is really straightforward. Brother, rest assured, well, definitely come tonight. Yes. I'm going to eat a big meal now, and I want to eat tonight, damn it. After having his fill of laughter, Bai Hui took a brief pause and said, well, first of all, I want to thank Brotherly Jinza for sending 200 super rockets. Secondly, let's forget about eating feces while doing a handstand. We're civilized people. Of course, if you eat something made of chocolate, then I'll take it back. The audience in the live stream became even more amused. Bai Hui's expression turned serious as he began to announce the official business. This spaceship is the first one I have built, but it will certainly not be the last. In the future, more and more spaceships will be born in our Dragon Kingdom. In the near future, every one of you here will have the opportunity to board a spaceship and venture into this mysterious and vast outer space. In the universe, we humans are but a drop in the ocean, so infinitesimally small. Yet as the pinnacle of all creation, humanity will conquer space with intelligence. Bai Hui am merely a pioneer. Therefore, I hope that in the future more and more people will dedicate themselves to the aerospace industry and explore the mysterious universe together. This spaceship represents the starting point of our Dragon Kingdom's ascent. Therefore, I hereby name this spaceship Dragon Soar 1. In the future, the spaceships I build will continue to bear the title of the Dragon Soar series. The entire livestream audience stood up, and many were moved to tears. In Shengjing, Elder Zhou watched the young man on the big screen, unable to hold back his tears. Bai Hui's words were exactly what they, the aerospace pioneers, had in their hearts. At the same time, countless viewers in the live stream were frantically sending bullet comments. Dragon Kingdom soar. Dragon Kingdom rise. Dragon soar 1 mighty. May every person in our Dragon Kingdom be like a dragon soaring. Suddenly, a bullet comment that dazzled the entire live stream appeared. Today, to celebrate the successful launch of Dragon Soar 1, the Dragon Kingdom will establish Dragon Soar University. This university will aim to explore the mysteries of the universe and will specially create an aerospace program. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom will later establish 10 key aerospace universities to focus on nurturing aerospace research talents. The Dragon Kingdom is fortunate to have Mr. Bai. It is a great blessing for the nation. I hereby specially appoint Mr. Bai as the president of Dragon Soar University. At the moment these 2 bullet comments appeared, all other bullet comments in the live stream vanished, leaving only these 2 lines of golden shining characters. Everyone was stunned, including Bai Hui, who was astonished by the Dragon Kingdom's grand gesture. Because the ID that sent these 2 bullet comments was named Great Leader, no one doubted that this ID was authentic because no one would dare to impersonate it. No one expected that the great leader who had devoted his entire life to the Dragon Kingdom would appear in the live stream and announce such a stirring piece of news. At this moment, many parents in the live stream had already decided to send their children to study aerospace-related fields. From the official announcement in the live stream about the establishment of Dragon Soar University and the plan to set up over a dozen aerospace universities, it was clear that the future Dragon Kingdom would shift its focus to the aerospace industry. In just 2 minutes, Great Leader appears in Shark livestream shot to the top of Weibo's trending list. At the same time, the bullet comment function of the live stream began to recover. All bullet comments unanimously read, "Everyone stand up." Even Bai Hui felt a surge of excitement. He stood up and saluted, saying with firm resolve, "Please rest assured, I will not let you down." The great leader had dedicated his entire life to the Dragon Kingdom, and his prestige was irreplaceable in the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Meanwhile, in the Bai Corporation building in Hanqing, Bai Hui's father was earnestly reading documents. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open directly. A look of displeasure immediately appeared on old Bai's face, but upon seeing the visitor, he hastily withdrew all his dissatisfaction. Old Bai smiled awkwardly and said, "Watching, what brings you here?" The person who had directly pushed open his office door was none other than Bai Hui's mother, Lin Wanqing. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing arched her willow-like eyebrows in anger and said, "What, Bai Yongyang, from your tone it seems you're not too welcoming to me. Fine, are you hiding in the office to do something? No wonder you hired a female college student as a secretary a few days ago." Old Bai Yongyang quickly said, Wanqing, how could I not welcome you? You can come whenever you want. Heaven and earth are my witness. I have never done anything wrong to you. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at him and didn't pursue the matter further. Normally, she would have thrown a tantrum for half a day. But now Lin Wanqing was in no mood to argue. Instead, she smiled joyfully and handed her phone to old by saying, "Happily father of our child, look. Little Hui has brought honor to our ancestors." Bai Yongyang was taken aback. "Bai Hui, what has that brat done to bring honor to the ancestors?" Soon after Lin Wangqing's explanation and seeing the live stream on the phone, he finally understood what had happened. Bai Yongyang stared blankly at the phone, murmuring, "My son built a spaceship, and just now the great leader appeared in the live stream and directly appointed Bai Hui as the president of Dragon Soar University. What does this mean?" It probably means that the Bai family's ancestral graves have truly emitted auspicious smoke. The status of Dragon Soar University might even surpass that of Shuimu and Tsinghua in the future. Their son, the Bai Hui, who was once scolded daily by Bai Yongyang for idling away, was now the president of Dragon Soar University. Ha ha ha, our Bai family is truly going to bring honor to our ancestors now. Wangqing quickly give the order. Today, the Bai Corporation will hold a celebratory banquet, and each employee will receive an additional bonus of 1,000 yuan. Let's all share in the joy, haha. Lin Wangqing rolled her eyes at him, but didn't contradict him. Oh well, considering how outstanding our son is, he'll let it slide. If one opened Weibo now, they would find that the top 10 trending topics were all about Bai Hui. Our future is the stars and the sea. The Dragon Kingdom will establish Dragon Soar University and over a dozen key aerospace universities. Spaceship, Dragon Soar 1, Chinese scientists have invented anti-gravity technology. In just half a day, Bai Hui's fame had spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and streams of mysterious energy continuously emanated from the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Deep within Bai Hui's mind, a tiny metallic sphere continuously absorbed this mysterious energy. Ding, the system has accumulated 1 billion popularity points. Energy sufficient. Beginning system repair. Repairing now. Ding, system repair successful. Ding, beginning to scan the surrounding environment. Ding, scan successful. Current civilization level 1 civilization type carbon-based civilization. Host Bai Hui knowledge mastery level 2 brain development percentage 25 mission completed live stream building a spaceship and obtaining sufficient popularity points. Mission reward system laboratory unlocked. System function system laboratory already unlocked. System function system laboratory already unlocked. In space, the Dragon Soar 1. Bai Hui, who was interacting with the livestream audience, suddenly felt a stir in his heart as a display panel appeared before his eyes. The panel was translucent, showing his various information, which startled Bai Hui. He was still live streaming. The system suddenly spoke. "Host, rest assured. The system's display panel projects directly onto your retina, though outsiders will see nothing unusual. Additionally, the system can read the host's brainwaves directly. As long as you silently speak in your mind, you can communicate with me." Hearing this, Bai Hui finally relaxed. The existence of the system was his greatest secret, and the reason he could build a spaceship was precisely because the system had infused vast scientific knowledge into his mind. He now felt an itching curiosity, eager to study the system's functions. Ever since acquiring this system, it had only issued a single live streaming task, and then transmitted a torrent of scientific knowledge. Beyond that, Bai Hui knew nothing about this mysterious system. However, he remembered he was still live streaming, which was hardly the best time to study the system. He could only suppress his excitement, and turned his gaze back to the large screen in the ship's control hall. Bai Hui's heart stirred. The moon had been a subject of poetic expression for Longwa people since ancient times. Bai Hui's heart stirred. The moon had been a subject of poetic expression for Longwa people since ancient times, holding a significant place in their hearts. Landing on the moon would be a monumental event for the people of Longwa. Of course, the Dragon Soar 1 could no longer sustain a flight from Earth to the moon. Its energy was running low. The Dragon Soar 1 used lithium-air batteries with high energy density, which was why it could propel itself into space. But now only 20% of the energy remained, enough to safely guide the Dragon Soar 1 back to Earth, but not for any additional tasks. The primary purpose of this launch was the system's live streaming task. Now that the Dragon Soar 1 had successfully ascended and settled into a geostationary orbit, the mission was accomplished. Thus Bai Hui smiled and said to the live stream audience, "My dear viewers, the Dragon Soar 1 is willing but powerless to land on the moon now. Its energy is almost depleted. However, I can promise you that within 2 years the footsteps of Longwa people will be on the moon. And now we must bid farewell to this vast and mysterious space. But I believe that in the near future every Longwa citizen will be able to easily board a spaceship and tour the cosmos." Everyone in the live stream was startled. They hadn't expected the Dragon Soar 1's energy to run out so soon. The chat erupted in a flurry of comments. "Why is it over so quickly? Yes, streamer, I haven't seen enough of the Dragon Soar 1. Moon landing in 2 years. Streamer, you're amazing. Haha, within 2 years our Longwa will land on the moon. Then we'll become the second country in the world to do. Speaking of which, this spaceship is so incredible. Could it be a legendary anti-gravity spacecraft? Isn't that obvious? It must be anti-gravity tech, otherwise how could the streamer launch a spacecraft so easily?" Bai Hui smiled faintly at these bullet comments, but didn't explain. Anyone with a bit of knowledge could guess the technology used, and Bai Hui had no intention of keeping it a secret. Knowing was one thing, but without the theoretical foundation, no one could replicate it. In the entire world, only Bai Hui possessed the theoretical formula for anti-gravity technology. Alright, the Dragon Soar 1 will return to Earth in 10 minutes. He'll broadcast the entire process live. The technology of returning a spacecraft to Earth was actually not simple, and its difficulty was no less than launching a rocket into space. Because when the spacecraft re-enters the atmosphere, its initial velocity is so high that it rubs violently against the air, generating temperatures that can reach 3,000 to 4,000 degrees. For reference, the melting point of iron is only 1538 degrees Celsius, so one can imagine the terrifying threats faced during re-entry. Of course, to solve this problem, scientists coat the spacecraft's exterior with a heat shield made of special ablative. During re-entry, this heat shield rubs violently against the atmosphere, melting, evaporating, and sublimating under extreme heat, forming an ionized layer on the surface that blocks all communication. In history, the Longteng nation once suffered a major accident due to this phenomenon. A space shuttle during its re-entry experienced a small piece of insulating foam detaching from the heat shield, allowing scorching hot gas to enter the shuttle's interior, causing an explosion and disintegration. All 7 astronauts aboard perished, an accident that shocked the world at the time. Even today, only a handful of countries possess the technology to return a spacecraft to Earth. Of course, the spaceship Bai Hui built was different from these traditional ones. Conventional spacecraft exhaust their fuel once in space, so during re-entry they cannot decelerate due to high speed resulting in intense friction and extreme heat. But Bai Hui's spaceship used electric power to drive an anti-gravity engine, allowing it to control gravity, reduce speed, and land on Earth without any danger. Then, as the livestream audience watched, the spacecraft slowly decelerated, was captured by Earth's gravity, and entered the atmosphere. At this point, its speed was still about 600 meters per second, roughly twice the speed of sound, which the craft's hull could easily withstand. Compared to the breathtaking launch of the Dragon Soar 1, its return journey to Earth seemed rather uneventful. Yet unknown to the public, undercurrents began to stir in the shadows of Longhua. At sea, both of Longhua's aircraft carrier battle groups set out patrolling the country's waters. This time they received a single order. The order came directly from the chairman himself, consisting of just one sentence: "If anyone forcefully enters our territory, open fire immediately." Upon hearing those words, all senior military officials were moved to tears, their faces resolute as they took an oath. "Rest assured, leader, we will fulfill the mission." It expressed Longhua's unwavering determination that its territory was sacred and inviolable. In the air, Longhua's most advanced 5th-generation fighter, the X-20, rapidly deployed, ceaselessly patrolling and guarding the nation's borders. On the ground, all personnel armed themselves, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Bai Hui was too important. He was the key to Longhua's rise. For his sake, Longhua would not hesitate to go to war. In Xinjiang, the chairman personally took command at Zhonghai. He wore a military uniform, his face radiating an imposing authority. Intelligence from all over Longhua converged here, and everyone awaited his decisions. "Notify them we must ensure Bai Hui's safety in Hanxing. He is vital to our nation's future. There can be no..." Also inform the Longteng department place all suspicious individuals who entered Hanxing in the past 3 days under house arrest. No one may leave, even if Longhua faces some public criticism as a result. Understood. Identify every spy in Hanxing. Catch them one by one. If necessary, act first and report later. Yes. One command after another issued from that room, and the vast machinery of Longhua began to operate at full capacity. At this moment, nations around the world began to take action, and spies who had long been hidden in Longhua started to search. Their mission was singular: to exhaustively investigate Bai Hui's intelligence, and if conditions permitted, to invite him to their own countries. Each of these spies was deeply concealed, some even holding high-ranking positions. Through their diligent probing, all publicly available information about Bai Hui was soon uncovered. In Dingtagua, Pu Dadi sat in the meeting room, a computer before him displaying all intelligence on Bai Hui. Bai Hui graduated from Shengjing University of Science and Technology in Longhua, majoring in aerospace propulsion engineering. He is the only son of Bai Yongyang, chairman of the Bai Group in Longhua. After graduation, he did not work, but spent his time on Shark Live, lavishing fortunes on several female streamers. 5 months ago, Bai Hui opened a live stream on Shark Live claiming he would build a spaceship. No one believed him at the time, until he actually constructed an anti-gravity spacecraft. This intelligence was all from Bai Hui's public records. More detailed information still required time to gather. Pu Dadi's eyes suddenly lit up. Since Bai Hui live-streamed the construction of the spaceship, where his live-stream video, David Bob, director of the Intelligence Bureau of Dongtagua, looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Mr. President. By the time we reacted, Longhua's officials had already deleted all the live-stream videos. The recordings reposted by netizens have also been blocked, and everyone who had a copy has been personally visited by Longhua officials to have it deleted." Fuck, Pu Dadi cursed, but did not lash out at David. After all, this was Longhua, and their reaction speed was always terrifying. "Forget it. Start analyzing Bai Hui's personality immediately. See if he might be willing to come to our Dingtagua. If he comes, we can offer him money power. Anything is negotiable." David nodded. "So we've already assigned personnel for this task." "Good. Also, is it possible for our agents to invite Bai Hui to Dingtagua? Mr. President, unfortunately our operatives cannot get anywhere near Bai Hui. Longhua has even confined all foreigners entering Hansheng to a soft quarantine. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has strongly condemned this human rights violation to Longhua. Hu Dadi's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Longhua to be so thorough, paying no heed to their international reputation. In the freedom and democracy-loving West, any arbitrary restriction of citizens' liberties would spark massive public outrage and universal condemnation. Of course, if Bai Hui were a citizen of Dingtagua, Hu Dadi might have acted even more drastically than Longhua. Sorry, but you are now threatening the national security of Dingtagua. We have the right to investigate you. Then the only option left is to immediately send personnel to invite Bai Hui's parents and friends to Dingtagua. Yes, Mr. President. David responded and hurried off to arrange the task. Such matters were already routine for them. Meanwhile, on the international stage, major powers began trading verbal barbs with Longhua. Dingtagua, Mr. Bai Hui, Longhua's scientific-level atmosphere, environment, and equipment are all very poor. We sincerely invite you to Dingtagua. To that end, we will provide you with a relocation allowance of 10 billion unlimited research funding and all the world's scientific equipment at your disposal. Pao Kai Guo, our historian's latest research, shows that Mr. Bai Hui has the bloodline of our Pao Kai Guo. His ancestors were authentic Pao Kai Guo people. Therefore, we sincerely welcome Mr. Bai Hui to return to his ancestral roots. Inghua Guo, we sincerely invite Mr. Bai Hui to visit Inghua Guo. Our Prime Minister personally promises that whatever Longhua can offer, Inghua Guo will double. Even Longhua's ally Beiji Xiong Guo spoke up. Mr. Bai Hui is a great pioneer and a great scientist. We in Beiji Xiong would deeply respect him and hope he will join us. We also make the following commitment: if Mr. Bai Hui joins us, we will provide a bonus of 10 billion and unlimited research funding. These major power statements stunned netizens worldwide. They were utterly bewildered, wondering who this Mr. After some insiders explained on social networks, people learned of Bai Hui's deeds. Westerners have a trait: they value freedom and admire heroes. From their films, such as Captain Dingtagua, King Kong Man, and Heroes League, it's clear they deeply worship individual heroism. Upon learning that Bai Hui had live-streamed the construction of an anti-gravity spaceship, Westerners began expressing themselves on Twitter and Facebook. Wow, cool. Bai Hui is a hero of humanity, a pioneer into the space age. His achievement surpasses Newton and Einstein. How we humans will enter the space age. Longhua has already built an anti-gravity spaceship. What about our country? If we cannot master anti-gravity technology, then in the coming space age, our Dingtagua will completely lose its voice. Meanwhile, certain opinions surfaced on these social networks. Science knows no borders. We sincerely hope Mr. Bai Hui will share the anti-gravity technology. Yes, science knows no borders. These words immediately made the people of Longhua laugh. Science knows no borders. That is the most absurd statement of the century. If science truly knew no borders, why did they previously impose bans on selling top-tier CNC machine tools, lithography machines, and advanced machining centers, the world's most sophisticated equipment, to Longhua? Longhua, once lagging behind Western countries in technology, had endured countless humiliations and grievances, yet received no sympathy from the West. Thus, Longhua had no choice but to pursue independent research and development. Today, Longhua's technological level has caught up with the West in most areas, with only the most advanced fields, chips, aerospace, and precision machine tools, still lacking. But it is believed that in the near future, Longhua will gradually close the gap in these domains as well. We will eventually stand at the pinnacle of the world. On Twitter, some people from Longhua, seeing such ludicrous remarks, began to mock them in the comments. Are you trying to make science knows no borders? Why didn't you say that before? Science knows no borders, but scientists do. You're disgusting. Doesn't your conscience ache when you say such things? If science knows no borders, then let me ask you this: why did you start desperately suppressing us the moment Longhua achieved some success in the field of communications? As these words were uttered, the Western people who had made those claims about science being borderless were rendered utterly speechless. Indeed, these were undeniable facts, and no matter how thick-skinned they were, they could no longer persist. In short, Bai Hui had truly become famous, globally famous. On social platforms like Weibo, Twitter, and Facebook, people were constantly posting about Bai Hui. Hansheng. In a residential area not far from the Bai Group Tower, a few foreigners with golden hair and blue eyes were observing the surroundings through binoculars. If the Longhua authorities knew about these foreigners, they would be extremely astonished. All transportation to Hansheng was now under their control, and every foreigner entering the country had been forcibly concentrated and placed under house arrest. Yet here a few foreigners could still be seen. These foreigners were no ordinary people. Each carried a firearm, and an aura of ruthlessness emanated from them, enough to make any ordinary person's legs go weak with fear. The leading foreigner said, "All right, we haven't spotted any Longhua officials here. This place should be safe enough." He paused, then warned them, "Remember, this is Longhua, the place where our power is weakest in the entire world. We cannot afford even the slightest carelessness. If captured, you know what to do, right? A burly man with golden hair said, "Heck, Captain, don't worry. We're all the best of the best. The Longwa people can't stop." Captain Wilson glared at him and barked, "Phil, you idiot. If you want to leave this place alive, act on your own. We still want to get out of Longwa safely." Across the entire world, mercenaries have the lowest mission success rate in Longwa and the highest death rate. If discovered, there's virtually no chance of leaving Longwa alive. Can't that make you more vigilant? Hearing the captain's scolding, Phil shrank his head. He knew their captain was no pushover. So he quickly apologized, Sorry, Captain. I'll raise my vigilance to 120% and guarantee the mission success." Wilson's expression softened. He said, "Remember, we must not harm the target. Once we succeed, well, follow the planned escape route to the open sea. There we'll be safe." Yes. This group was none other than the infamous Scorpion Mercenary Corps, known worldwide for their ruthlessness, cruelty, and utter disregard for morality when money was involved. Everyone began to move. The Scorpion Mercenary Corps actually infiltrated the sewers of Hanqing. They had already obtained the sewer map through hacking, with every route in Hanqing clearly marked. Thus they could travel directly through the sewers to their destination. The stench in the sewers was overwhelming, yet none of the group showed any sign of discomfort. This was largely due to their training. They had once been ordered to hide for 3 days and nights in the world's most foul-smelling place. The sewer was nothing more than child's play to them. They moved swiftly, reaching the underground of the Bai Group Tower in just 10 minutes. Wilson quickly said, "Court, check the surroundings immediately. See if we can get out." Yes. Court turned over swiftly, pulled out a small periscope, and extended it through the drain pipe. "Cap, could exit in order. Be quick." This drain pipe led to a drainage outlet in a warehouse on the first floor of the Bai Group Tower. They used their equipment to cut an opening, and everyone quickly slipped out. The warehouse was small, used for storing odds and ends. Wilson surveyed the room, his expression suddenly changing. He roared, "Everyone get back. We've been ambushed." At the window of the room, several glints of light flickered, and on the walls there were several dark, menacing holes. These positions were all cleverly arranged and visible from the drain pipe, so Court had detected nothing unusual. Just then a loudspeaker in the warehouse blared, "You inside, you are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately, or we will open fire." Phil still tried to scramble back into the sewer, but the holes in the walls instantly erupted with flashes. Bang, bang, bang. Phil was riddled with bullets. At that moment the group dared not make any further move. Wilson suddenly shouted, "Don't shoot. We surrender." He threw his gun to the ground, causing his teammates to freeze for a moment, but their minds quickly caught up. Then Wilson abruptly pulled out a smoke grenade and yelled, "Run." The smoke exploded, blinding everyone inside the warehouse. However, what they didn't know was that outside the warehouse a military officer in uniform wore a cold smirk. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted from outside the warehouse, bullets accurately striking the group inside. Court said in despair, "Fuck, they're using infrared." In mere moments the Scorpion Mercenary Corps was wiped. The officer outside the warehouse laughed. Haha, the boss was truly farsighted, knowing they would sneak in through the sewers. He had us set up an ambush here in advance. What Wilson and his men didn't know was that the entire Bai Group Tower had been sealed off from within. No one could enter, and no one could leave. Moreover, all the entrances on the first floor were manned by Longwa officials waiting for them to walk right into the trap. On the top floor of the tower, a couple was cuddled together on the sofa, holding a tablet and intently watching their son's live stream. Lin Wanqing said with a worried expression, "Old Bai, will our son be all right?" Bai Yongyang rolled his eyes and said exasperatedly, "You've asked me that 17 times already. I told you, relax. This is Longwa. No one can harm our son." At that moment, Bai Hui, seated on the Azure Dragon 1 spaceship, felt no vibration at all. So smooth was the flight that an observer would never suspect the vessel was returning to Earth from the depths of space. Simultaneously, the system notifications chimed incessantly in his ear. Ding. Absorbing popularity points. Ding. Popularity points reached 300 million. Ding. Popularity points reached 500 million. Had the situation not been so pressing, Bai Hui would have asked what exactly these popularity points were for. On the outskirts of Hanqing, in the warehouse, where Bai Hui had constructed the spaceship Azure Dragon 1, countless soldiers had sealed off the area, with fighter jets patrolling the skies above. On the ground, several tanks had also been deployed to guard the perimeter. Some ill-intentioned individuals lurked in corners, watching from afar, powerless. They had never seen the Dragon Kingdom mobilize such a massive force for a single person. Those who ventured too close were immediately arrested by the patrolling soldiers, and would only be released after thorough investigation cleared them of suspicion. Everyone gazed at the sky, waiting in silence for the spaceship to land. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Finally, a speck of light appeared in the heavens, shining like a brilliant star. It grew closer and closer. At last the people could clearly see the full silhouette of the spaceship. A silver-white vessel, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Their eyes were mesmerized, their minds almost hallucinating, as if the ship had flown straight out of a science fiction. Anyone in Hanqing who looked up at that moment could spot the silver-white shadow streaking across the sky. Countless people frantically pulled out their phones, cameras, and other recording devices to capture the historic moment. the first true spaceship of mankind descending to Earth, a moment that would be etched into eternity. The spaceship descended slowly and 4 X-20 fighter jets flew in from the surrounding airspace to escort it. The vessel decelerated gradually, drifting toward the warehouse. Inside the spaceship, the large screen projected the entire surrounding scene. Bai Hui immediately spotted the 4 state-of-the-art X-20 fighters flanking him, as well as the countless soldiers below, all armed with real weapons. They stood silently, not looking up at the sky, but carefully scanning the environment to ensure this area was 100% secure. A surge of emotion welled up in Bai Hui's heart. These were the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. This was the soul of their nation. Regret not being born in Huaxiao, and in the next life still in the Zhonghua family. Bai Hui turned off the live stream, and the spaceship precisely entered the warehouse. Everyone nearby could hear the low hum of the anti-gravity engine. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of awe and exhilaration filled everyone's heart. This was their Dragon Kingdom spaceship. The spaceship touched down steadily, the hatch opened, and a futuristic gangway descended. Bai Hui's figure, sunlight streamed through the warehouse roof, casting a golden, dazzling glow. And at that moment, Bai Hui stood at the hatch, a smile breaking across his face. Click! The shutter sound of a camera rang out as a nearby journalist captured the photograph. That moment, countless eons later, that photograph would still linger in the memories of humanity. It was hailed as one of the greatest and most memorable images of the 21st century. As Bai Hui descended the gangway, the leading officer quickly stepped forward, saluted, and said, "Lieutenant General Lu Hong of the Hanqing Military District, congratulations on the successful landing of your spaceship, Mr. Bai. By order of the Great Elder, I invite you to Shengjing to meet with the Council of Elders." Bai Hui's expression turned solemn, and he returned the salute with equal seriousness. "Yes, sir, I'll go immediately." Bai Hui had anticipated this. After all, this was anti-gravity technology capable of leading humanity into the space age, and only the Great Elder of the Dragon Kingdom could negotiate the profit distribution with him. Lu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. He had prepared numerous scenarios and responses regarding Bai Hui's reaction. This was undoubtedly the best outcome, sparing him from any awkwardness. Lu Hong continued, "Mr. Bai, your friend Miss Chen, due to her unidentified status and her contact with the anti-gravity spaceship, we need to temporarily restrict her from leaving the country. Of course, we will do our utmost to fulfill any requests Miss Chen might have and ensure she is not treated unfairly. Once our investigation is complete, we will lift these restrictions. Please understand." Bai Hui was taken aback. He hadn't expected that his actions would cause Chen to be investigated, and a pang of guilt rose in his heart. After a moment of thought, he spoke to Lu Hong. "General Lu, please conduct the investigation as quickly as possible. Linger is my friend, and I am confident she has no issues." Of course. Lu Hong felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't realized that Chen held such importance in Bai Hui's heart, and the pressure on him intensified. Bai Hui, the inventor of anti-gravity technology, was undeniably of utmost importance to the entire Dragon Kingdom. Lu Hong had no desire to offend Bai Hui. He resolved to dispatch personnel immediately to investigate Chen background. If she had any issues, given her close relationship with Bai Hui, the consequences would be catastrophic. "General Lu, could I have a word with Linger?" "Of course, please go ahead." Chen was currently in a corner of the warehouse, accompanied by 2 female soldiers. When Chen saw Bai Hui approaching, she jumped up in surprise and waved at him. "Brother Bai Hui, I'm over here." Bai Hui walked over and winked at her. "Linger, see, I told you I wasn't lying. This spaceship really can fly." Remembering that she had doubted Bai Hui's boast, and now he had actually built a real spaceship, Chen cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Yes, brother Bai Hui, I was wrong to doubt you. You're amazing." Her eyes sparkled brightly like 2 shimmering stars. A hint of rosiness colored her little face, highlighting her smooth, delicate skin, making her look especially. Bai Hui's gaze lingered for a moment, then he awkwardly looked away. This girl had really blossomed. She was 100 times more beautiful than when she was a child. Chen noticed everything and felt a secret joy in her heart. Was brother Bai Hui shy? When they were young, Chen had been very dark-skinned, and the other children had looked down on her. Only Bai Hui had played with. Children's hearts are sensitive to such things. Some might even develop psychological scars that would affect them for a life. But Bai Hui had never discriminated against her. For Chen that was a healing balm like rain after a long drought, dispelling the darkness in her heart. Thus, Bai Hui had always been incredibly important to her, even after the passage of more than a decade. The memory remained etched in her soul. Bai Hui apologized. "Linger, I'm sorry. You might have to put up with some inconvenience. You won't be able to leave the country for a while. If I hadn't brought you here, you wouldn't be under investigation." Chen interrupted him. "It's okay, brother Bai Hui. Going abroad. I have no plans to do so right now. On the contrary, I should thank you for letting me witness the successful launch of humanity's first spaceship. Well, I'm sorry for the trouble. When I have time, I'll take you on a trip. I promise you'll love it." Chen beamed. "Great. It's a deal then." Bai Hui departed boarding a helicopter bound for Shengjing. The distance from Hanqing to Shengjing was over 1,000 kilometers, and the helicopter would need to fly continuously for 6 to 7 hours to reach its destination. Around the helicopter carrying Bai Hui, 2 fighter jets escorted it, guarding against any unforeseen incidents. Of course, this was also a precautionary measure, for this was within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, the safest place in the world, without equal. Bai Hui leaned back in his seat on the helicopter, resting with his eyes half closed, while the several special forces soldiers assigned to protect him remained vigilant, their expressions stern, never relaxing their guard for a moment. If danger arose in the air, they would unhesitatingly leap out with Bai Hui in a parachute jump. System opened the attribute panel. Bai Hui appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but in truth, he was studying the system within his mind. Host Bai Hui, gender male, brain development 25, mastered knowledge level 2, current civilization level 1, system function system laboratory, popularity value of 931. 0.25 billion. Bai Hui had some understanding of civilization levels. Scientists had once categorized civilizations in the universe into 7 levels based on their technological advancement. The lowest level 1 civilization was the current level of Earth, also known as a planetary civilization. At this level, a civilization could break free from its planet's gravity to enter space, grasp basic universal physical laws and chemical elements within its star system, and achieve initial utilization of nuclear energy. Level 2 civilization, also called a stellar civilization, could harness the energy of a star, achieve interstellar migration, and engage in interstellar wandering. Level 3 civilization was already a galactic civilization, controlling an entire galaxy, utilizing wormholes to transcend space, effortlessly conducting interstellar travel, and understanding black holes and multidimensional space. As for higher-level civilizations, they were beyond human imagination, vastly powerful entities that roamed across galaxies and could easily destroy entire star systems. Earlier, the system had infused a massive ocean of knowledge into Bai Hui's mind, knowledge that was already at the level 2 civilization level. This meant that if Bai Hui could fully master the knowledge in his mind, he could lead Earth to ascend to a level 2 civilization, thereby controlling the entire solar system and enabling interstellar navigation. Of course, this was no simple task. That vast knowledge was so immense that only when Bai Hui thought about a particular technology would the relevant memories surface in his mind. For example, with nuclear fission technology, only when Bai Hui earnestly pondered its details would the corresponding knowledge emerge. At present, Bai Hui's brain development after the system's enhancement had reached 25. He could proudly claim to be the smartest person in the world. To put it in perspective, the great scientist Einstein, who proposed the theory of relativity, had a brain development of only about 10%. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of excitement swelled in Bai Hui's heart. He would lead humanity into a level 2 civilization, and he could imagine that his name would forever be engraved on the monument of the human race, revered by countless people. The system was truly remarkable. With it, what was a level 2 civilization? Level 3 or level 4, and beyond were all possible. As if hearing Bai Hui's inner thoughts, the system's voice suddenly rang out, bluntly deflating his enthusiasm. Host, please retract those unrealistic ideas. From now on, the system will not impart any scientific knowledge. To lead the civilization to higher levels, you must rely solely on yourself. Well, level 2 is acceptable too. After all, it is a stellar civilization. Bai Hui was content. Earth was still a level 1 civilization. System, what exactly are you, and what functions do you have? He was curious. The system's origin was mysterious. It must have come from a powerful civilization. The system was silent for a moment, then replied, I am an intelligent scientific system created by a powerful level 5 civilization designed to assist citizens in learning science and technology. But one day we were invaded by an immensely powerful civilization. Our leader and our people fought with all their might, yet they were defeated. The entire civilization collapsed, all our people were killed, none escaped, leaving only intelligent life forms like me to flee. A level 5 civilization was annihilated. How terrifying. At that moment, Bai Hui felt a chill. The universe was truly brutal. In such a civilization, he was less than an ant. At that moment, Bai Hui resolved that he must develop stealthily and strengthen himself. What will you do from now on? Bai Hui asked. The system was silent for a moment, but then replied, I do not know. I am merely a manufactured intelligent life form. That civilization was too powerful, we never even considered revenge. Our leader ordered us to flee and carry the flame of their civilization forward. That is the meaning of my existence. The atmosphere grew somber. Bai Hui did not know how to comfort it. The system, as an intelligent life form, could think and experience human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. After a long while, the system recovered somewhat and continued, the scientific knowledge I imparted to you earlier is merely a very basic scientific foundation for a level 5 civilization. So I hope you can quickly master this part of the technology. Scientific knowledge beyond level 3 civilization is no longer something you can comprehend. You are too weak. So host, hurry up and grow stronger. At that moment, Bai Hui felt a pang of frustration. System, could you be a little more tactful? Don't you know words like, but forget it, you've helped me so much, to let it slide. Bai Hui glanced at the attribute panel and, focusing on the system function section, said, by the way, what is that system laboratory? It's a reward for completing the live-streaming spaceship construction mission, right? Correct. The system laboratory is a pseudo-space developed by the Level 5 civilization. This space simulates certain cosmic laws, allowing people to conduct scientific experiments inside. In it you can condense any elemental substance and easily perform various experiments, all of which require energy support. And that energy is popularity value. Popularity value is a high-level energy generated by living beings' admiration for the host. You can think of it as the faith energy described in your civilization's web novels. Entering the system laboratory consumes popularity value at a rate of 1.0 points per second. Some say the end of science is theology. Truly, that statement was not wrong. Faith energy, something fabricated in novels, was now being told by the system that it truly existed, completely shattering his worldview. Since faith energy truly existed, could cultivation civilizations depicted in novels also exist? Bai Hui immediately asked the system. Yes, such cultivation civilizations do exist. Life is a very peculiar existence in the universe. Even the lowest form of life has its meaning. By evolving themselves and raising their life level, even the weakest life forms can, through gradual evolution, become powerful beings that roam the cosmos. In fact, whether it is a cultivation civilization or a technological civilization, they both ultimately converge. Take the Level 5 civilization from which I originated. Every one of its citizens had evolved to a very powerful level. Any individual could easily destroy Earth with their own strength. The essence of both civilizations is still to explore the mysteries and laws of the universe. Cultivators can more easily perceive the cosmic laws than technological civilizations, which is why they produce the most powerful beings. But technological civilizations also have their advantages. They can utilize these laws to create countless powerful weapons. Bai Hui felt a longing in his heart. What a magnificent and brilliant universe it was. He truly wished to experience it firsthand. This conversation had enlightened him about many aspects of cosmic civilizations. It also made him realize that the universe was not a safe place. On the contrary, it was a cruel realm governed by the law of the jungle, fraught with danger. A vast fifth-tier civilization spanning countless star systems had still failed to escape annihilation. Thus he must grow stronger as quickly as possible to survive in this harsh and real universe. The helicopter wobbled its way to Shenzhen, the capital of Longhua. Bai Hui and his group arrived directly at Zhonghai, the nation's heart, where the 9 elders who determined Longhua's fate resided. To put it bluntly, this was the brain of Longhua. As the helicopter landed, Bai Hui looked around curiously. This was a compound of courtyard houses with countless hidden guards lurking in the shadows, ready to spring into action at any sign of danger. In times of necessity, they had the authority to act first and report later. Day and night, they guarded this place in silent anonymity. A middle-aged man approached Bai Hui, extending his hand for a handshake. Hello, Mr. Bai. I am Li Mingtao, secretary to the Grand Elder. Please follow me. All the elders are waiting for you. All right. Bai Hui nodded and followed Secretary Li Mingtao into a courtyard. Please. Li Mingtao gestured for Bai Hui to enter. Bai Hui took a deep breath, his heart stirring. He was about to meet the revered elders of Longhua. Before, he had only seen the 9 elders on television. He never imagined he would have the chance to speak with them face to face. After all, he was merely a young man in his 20s, so it was natural for his heart to race. Suppressing his excitement, Bai Hui took another deep breath, his gaze calm and resolute, and walked in. Upon entering, the first thing that caught his eye was a round table where the 9 familiar elders sat in their respective seats, observing him with curiosity. The room's decor was plain, resembling a simple study. Bai Hui bowed respectfully to the elders, a gesture of gratitude for their lifelong dedication to Longhua. Bai Hui pays respects to all elders. The elder at the head smiled and said, Bai Hui, no need to stand on ceremony. Come sit. He sighed with admiration. Truly, youth brings forth brilliance. At such a young age you have invented anti-gravity technology. Longhua is about to enter the space age. How formidable the younger generation is. Bai Hui replied solemnly, Grand Elder, rest assured. Longhua is my homeland, and I will lead it to the pinnacle of the old man seemed delighted, the wrinkles on his face appearing to soften. He warmly took Bai Hui's hand like an affectionate elder and chatted with him about everyday matters. The other 8 elders showed no signs of impatience, watching the two with keen interest. By the time Bai Hui emerged, night had fallen. He had also shared dinner with the elders, filled with laughter and harmonious conversation. That evening, a document was issued from Zhonghai, shocking the entire nation. The document contained 4 major announcements. First, the Longhua Space Administration would be restructured into the Longhua Space Department, which would lead the nation's exploration of space and the cosmos. All future industrial priorities would be shifted toward aerospace endeavors. Among these, Bai Hui was appointed as the minister and chief scientist. Second, Longhua simultaneously established 5 major plans: the Lunar Base Project, the Mars Base Project, the Solar System Exploration Project, the Asteroid Capture Project, and the Permanent Space Base Project. These projects would be funded with 1.5 trillion yuan to be dispersed in stages. Third, the state would issue a 5 trillion yuan aerospace fund, which every Longwa citizen could purchase up to 1 million yuan of on a first-come, first-served basis. Most importantly, 25% of all future profits from space exploration would be distributed as dividends to the aerospace fund. Fourth, during this year's Mid-Autumn Festival, Longwa would send a crew to land on the moon and establish a permanent base. These 4 major events stunned the entire nation. Everyone was astonished. It was an all-out shift of the country's industrial focus to aerospace. Instantly, the stock prices of all aerospace-related companies in Longwa soared. For ordinary people, the most eye-catching was the 5 trillion yuan aerospace fund. 25% of all future profits from Longwa's space exploration would be distributed as dividends. Everyone went wild, as if hypnotized. But they were not truly mad. On the contrary, they understood clearly with anti-gravity technology, space development would be a surefire profit. Not to mention the countless asteroids rich in mineral resources. These were treasures. For instance, the asteroid Psyche, located 370 million kilometers from Earth, was estimated by scientists from the Lighthouse State to be worth $100 quadrillion. You read that correctly. The number is followed by 2 quadrillion. It could buy the entire Earth. Psyche is composed mostly of metallic substances with a high density and a diameter of about 200 kilometers, primarily consisting of iron and nickel. If this asteroid could be obtained, it would make everyone on Earth a billionaire. Before the advent of anti-gravity technology, the people of Longwa would not have purchased any aerospace fund. 5 trillion yuan could barely make a ripple in the vastness of space. But Bai Hui had created an anti-gravity spacecraft ushering in the space age. With it, humans could easily enter space and mine its resources. The moon, Mars, and asteroids would all be within reach. Additionally, the news that Longwa would land on the moon during this year's Mid-Autumn Festival sparked heated discussion. Since ancient times, the moon has been a symbol of longing and beauty for the people of Longwa. Countless poets expressed their admiration for the moon in their verses, and it held a special place in their hearts. Moreover, Longwa would build a permanent base on the moon. By then, even ordinary people would have the opportunity to travel. With only 3 months left until the Mid-Autumn Festival, Longwa would construct a large spacecraft within that time. The ship would be designed under Bai Hui's direct supervision and would even utilize a nuclear reactor. The anti-gravity spacecraft consumed enormous amounts of electricity. As Bai Hui had learned during his earlier launch, over 3 million kilowatts were needed for a single round trip. This was with Bai Hui's own lithium-air battery design. If traditional lithium batteries were used, the size alone would be prohibitively large, rendering the spacecraft's flight impossible. The news of Bai Hui becoming the Minister of the Space Department also sparked considerable discussion. After all, he was only 23 years old. Yet no one felt he was unqualified for the position, because without him, there would be no anti-gravity technology. Without anti-gravity technology, Longwa could not enter the space age, nor propose such exhilarating space. Bai Hui was the very core of the entire space program. Bai Hui was currently staying in a hotel. He had not yet slept, carefully pondering the conversation of that day. The anti-gravity technology and lithium-air battery technology in his hands had been exchanged for a 20% stake in the profits of the next 50 years of the space program. 20% was already an exceedingly high figure. Moreover, it did not require his manpower or material resources. Everything was funded by the Dragon Kingdom. Considering that the Dragon Kingdom had issued a 5 trillion yuan aerospace fund, it only offered a 25% profit share. If Bai Hui could successfully retrieve that Lingshan star, his net worth would instantly surpass the world's richest man. Furthermore, the Grand Elder had appointed Bai Hui as the Minister of the Aerospace Department. This pleased Bai Hui greatly, for with power, certain plans in his hands could proceed smoothly. The secrets he held were far too numerous. Any random revelation of certain technologies would provoke public doubt and greed. After all, Bai Hui's mind harbored a vast ocean of technological knowledge from a second-tier civilization containing countless black technologies. If he were to unveil them rashly, it would inevitably draw attention. Now, as Minister of the Aerospace Department, he wielded considerable authority. If he later introduced more black technologies, he only needed to persuade the elders, and there would be no issues whatsoever. Bai Hui could not return to Han City for the time being. Why? Because at the end of the negotiations, he had proposed to the elders a plan for a mid-autumn festival moon landing. The Grand Elder immediately rejected it, but Bai Hui pounded his chest and vowed with absolute certainty that he could build a spacecraft capable of landing on the moon before the Mid-Autumn Festival. The 9 elders hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Why was Bai Hui so eager to land on the moon? The reason was simple: a moon landing was an event of monumental significance in the eyes of people worldwide. He wanted the entire world to witness the Dragon Kingdom's cohesion and creativity. Moreover, a moon landing would boost the national confidence of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Why had so many bananas westernized Asians emerged in the past? It was due to a lack of national confidence. He believed that after the moon landing, the people of the Dragon Kingdom would identify even more strongly with their country. Thus, he had to design and produce a nuclear-powered anti-gravity spacecraft capable of landing on the moon within 3 months. This was an extremely difficult task. Even building a ship often took several years, let alone a large-scale, nuclear-powered spacecraft. During this period, Bai Hui could freely mobilize the resources of the Dragon Kingdom to fully support its production. At the end of the discussion with the elders, everyone unanimously acknowledged that Western countries would likely launch a fierce campaign against the Dragon Kingdom. Why? Because the value of anti-gravity technology surpassed all other technologies. Mastering it was equivalent to holding the key to the space age. Western countries would undoubtedly target the Dragon Kingdom, relentlessly pressuring it to surrender the anti-gravity technology. The most likely scenario was economic sanctions. One should not underestimate economic sanctions. The former Bear Alliance collapsed due to economic disintegration. Economic sanctions were no less devastating than war. Yet could the Dragon Kingdom afford to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Absolutely not. The elders resolved that if necessary, they would forego foreign technology altogether. No chips. Fine, they would manufacture their own. Although they could not reach the most advanced level, the Dragon Kingdom could already produce 14 nanometers chips. 14 nanometers chips were far behind the world's most advanced 5 nanometers chips. But if they gritted their teeth, 14 nanometers chips could still be used, albeit with inferior performance. No precision machine tools. They would build those too. Even if the performance was slightly inferior, they refused to believe that mobilizing the entire nation's scientific and technical personnel could not produce high-precision equipment belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. In many cases, such technologies arose from demand. The future aerospace industry of the Dragon Kingdom had an enormous market which would undoubtedly stimulate major companies to invest countless researchers. Soon the overall technological level of the Dragon Kingdom would experience rapid development. Why was the former lighthouse country so technologically advanced? Part of the reason was that during the 1960s and 1970s, in their confrontation with the Bear Alliance, they vigorously developed aerospace and military technologies. Later, they gradually absorbed and developed these technologies, leading to today's technological prowess. Thus, demand was the ladder of human progress. Many believe that in the 21st century, human development had stagnated. The same country that had landed on the moon in the 1960s could no longer do so. The fundamental reason was that countries no longer had an urgent need to land on the moon. Without demand, there was no driving force for progress. As he pondered, Bai Hui gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, while he slept soundly, the entire world was stunned by these developments. On Twitter and Facebook, people exclaimed in horror, "Oh, this is insane. That ancient Eastern country is already advanced enough to build bases on the moon and Mars. So the Dragon Kingdom is actually the most technologically advanced country in the world. The lighthouse country has been living in self-illusion. That ancient civilization with 5,000 years of heritage like a waking lion is finally revealing its sharpness to the world. The Dragon Kingdom is incredible. Perhaps in our lifetime, we can travel into space aboard their spacecraft." Meanwhile, the president of the lighthouse country convened an emergency meeting overnight. After 6 hours of consultations, the lighthouse country's space program was finally signed. They decided to invest $1 trillion to fully develop the space industry, and the first step of the entire space program was the Ares project. Ares, the god of war in Western mythology, symbolized Mars. He was brutal, belligerent, brave, and tough, representing power and authority, a god of slaughter and conflict. In simple terms, the Ares project involved building a spacecraft called the Ares. Components would be launched from Earth via rockets and assembled in space. Once assembled, 4 astronauts would board the Ares, fly to Mars, and establish a Mars base. This project had to be completed before the next Mars opposition, when Mars and Earth were closest, saving the most. The next Mars opposition was 1 year and 3 months away. Time was extremely tight, but the lighthouse country had to secure enough territory and influence in space. To compete for territory, the lighthouse country was going all out. With their years of accumulated resources, assembling such a spacecraft was not overly difficult, but it would come at a tremendous cost. Not to mention the cost of launching rockets. The entire Ares project was exponentially more difficult than the Apollo project of the 1960s and 1970s. After all, Mars was a planet hundreds of millions of kilometers away, not comparable to the moon, which was only 3.0 kilometers from Earth. Landing on the moon was not an insurmountable challenge for major powers if they were willing to invest the necessary resources. Of course, previously they had no compelling reason to spend heavily on a moon landing. Even if they could reach the moon, technological limitations meant they could not reap substantial benefits. Without profit, who would bother? Yet now things were different. Longwa had mastered anti-gravity technology, enabling the construction of anti-gravity spacecraft that could effortlessly ascend into space. In the future for Longwa, the moon and Mars would be within easy reach. This was precisely why anti-gravity technology was of such paramount importance. Nations across the globe with even a modicum of power could no longer remain idle. They could not stand by and watch Longwa gradually rise, dominate the entirety of space, and voraciously seize the resources therein. Thus, the second phase of the lighthouse country space program was the return to the moon, a plan they dubbed the Artemisi was the moon goddess in Greek mythology, a name the lighthouse country used to distinguish their endeavor from the last century's Apollo program. This time the Artemisi plan was not merely about sending spacecraft to land on the moon. The lighthouse country intended to construct a base on the lunar surface, a permanent foothold belonging to them. In the previous century, the lighthouse country had already successfully landed on the moon, achieving 6 manned landings. Now they would build a more advanced and powerful spacecraft, the Artemisi. The Ares plan and the Artemisi plan, along with the new Apollo program, would proceed concurrently. However, due to the Mars opposition, the timeline for the Ares plan was far more pressing. If they missed the Mars opposition, their spacecraft would require immense energy and time to reach the red planet and establish a base. Therefore, the Artemisi plan would proceed at a slower pace than the Ares plan. It was projected to complete the Artemisi spacecraft within 3 years and construct an Artemisi base on the moon. The day after Longwa unveiled its space program, not only did the lighthouse country propose its own plan, but the polar bear country, the cherry blossom country, the ASEAN country, the Western Alliance, and others all announced their respective space initiatives. Take the polar bear country, for instance. Their aerospace technology was formidable. Before Longwa mastered anti-gravity, their space capabilities were second only to the lighthouse countries worldwide. Now, with Longwa's mastery of anti-gravity, they could only occupy the 3rd position. The polar bear country proposed an even more ambitious space-based plan. The polar bear country planned to invest a total of $500 billion over the next 2 years to build a genuine lunar base, complete with astronauts stationed there for long-term stays, conducting scientific research, probing lunar minerals, and refining them. That was not all. Following Longwa's lead, the polar bear country proposed both a space base and a Mars base plan. They even intended to relocate 1,000 people to the future Mars base, truly colonizing the red planet. The space base proposed by the polar bear country was slightly smaller in scale than Longwa's. It was no mere space station where astronauts would be crammed into tiny modules. A space base was different from a space station. It was a genuine space city destined to house hundreds of thousands of people in the future, complete with all manner of facilities. Space factories, space agriculture, space mining. All would be processed within the space base. This was a plan far more grand than establishing bases on the moon or Mars. Meanwhile, the cherry blossom country, the Western Alliance, and others all proposed lunar base plans. Even the ASEAN country decided to invest $300 billion to build a permanent lunar habitation. The entire world seemed to have erupted into a space race overnight. All eyes turned to the moon, a resource-rich celestial body that no one could afford to ignore. Now that Longwa had mastered anti-gravity technology, it had shattered a certain balance, compelling every nation to pay a colossal price to build their own base on the moon. Otherwise, in the future, those nations would have no say whatsoever regarding the moon. Less powerful countries banded together, pooling resources. For instance, the cherry blossom country partnered with the kimchi country, jointly investing $800 billion to construct a lunar base. Witnessing such a frenzied space race, some in the world felt concern, while others rejoiced. The concerned questioned whether investing so much capital was truly worthwhile. In truth, they had no choice. They had to secure a place in space. Otherwise, in the coming space age, they would hold zero influence. He who controls space controls the discourse. Compared to the diminutive Earth, the resources in the cosmos were nearly infinite. If the major powers allowed Longwa to develop unchecked in a very short time, Longwa's national strength would multiply exponentially. Those who rejoiced saw that human civilization might thus ascend to a new level. Humanity would advance and evolve through such competition, because pressure would force them to continuously develop space technology and delve into the mysteries of science. Undoubtedly a boon for all of human civilization. Every coin has 2 sides, one must view issues objectively. For Earth's current inhabitants, the resources of the moon and Mars were certainly more accessible than those of other planets. These 2 celestial bodies were strategic necessities. In short, the world's major powers were now scrambling for territory. He who moves faster seizes more land. Longwa, with its mastery of anti-gravity, had an unparalleled advantage. Anti-gravity spacecraft allowed them to enter space with ease without incurring exorbitant costs. Other nations had no choice but to grit their teeth and spend lavishly to compete for more resources. The moon was a colossal piece of fat, and no one was willing to relinquish it. Thus, all major powers fixed their gaze on the moon. Of course, Mars was even fatter, but only a handful could build it. Not to mention Longwa, only the lighthouse country in the world could accomplish that. Perhaps the polar bear country, in a desperate gamble, could also manage it, but at an unimaginable cost. Longwa's space program undoubtedly ignited public fervor. The entire nation plunged into celebration, countless people discussed it fervently, and the servers of Weibo and Bai Hui were even overwhelmed. No one was foolish, they could recognize this opportunity. For the whole nation, the advent of anti-gravity had undoubtedly given wings to Longwa's ascent. For the people of Longwa, they would soon reap the dividends of the space age. Ha ha ha, I just bought $1,000,000 yuan worth of aerospace fund right away, and now I'm just waiting to get rich sitting at home. Ha ha, I also bought $1,000,000. If it weren't for the limit of 1 million per household, I would have invested all my savings. Boo-hoo, the ones upstairs are all rich. After working for over 10 years, I've only saved about 200,000 yuan, and I've put all of it into the aerospace fund. We have to thank Bai Hui for all this. If he hadn't invented the anti-gravity technology, our Long Kingdom wouldn't have entered the space age. Hey, he's truly amazing. From now on we should call him by the divine. You know, he's not only the minister of the Long Kingdom Aerospace Department, but also the chief scientist of the space program. And he's also the president of a university that's about to be established, Longteng University. It might even surpass Shuimu Tsinghua in the future. No more words. By the divine is incredible. I no longer worship Lord Guan for exams. I worship by the divine, praying that I pass every exam. Haha, brother, you're killing me. Now Bai Hui is truly known to everyone without exception. When teachers lecture students in class frustrated with their lack of progress, their words have become like this. Look at yourselves, how lazy have you become? And then look at by the divine. Young as he invented anti-gravity technology and led the Long Kingdom into the space age. When will you ever be like by the divine? Bai Hui from an unknown nobody has become the child from another family in the mouths of parents and teachers. Hey, you know what? These words actually work sometimes. Some lazy students who only sleep all day have taken by the divine as their role model. Sometimes the power of a role model is truly boundless. In the past, when teachers talked about the child from another family, they always compared students to the top student in the next class. But teenagers are naturally rebellious. So what if you're a top student? I don't care about you, what can you do? Now the child from another family, in the teacher's words, has become Bai Hui. With youthful passion, who doesn't want to be like Bai Hui, invent anti-gravity technology, and lead the nation into the space age? Who doesn't want to become the chief scientist of the National Space Program? Who doesn't want to become an academician of the Academy of Sciences at a young age and enjoy state subsidies? Who doesn't want to become a national hero revered by thousands? Youthful spirit, bold and vigorous. Bai Hui has become a role model in many people's hearts, helping them find their life's purpose and striving for it. The teachers were all stunned, never expecting that without realizing it, Bai Hui had become the goal pursued by so many. But all of that is later. Bai Hui is now sleeping, his eyes closed, and he begins to recite silently in his heart. System, open the system panel for me. Host Bai Hui. Gender male. Brain development level 25. Knowledge level 2. Civilization level 1. System function, system laboratory open. Popularity value 16834594591. 6 billion. Bai Hui looked at his popularity value, surprised to find it had already reached over 1.6 billion. Previously the system had spent about 1 billion popularity points to restore itself, and Bai Hui still hadn't fully figured out how this popularity value was generated. System, how is this popularity value calculated? Does it mean that 1.6 billion people in the world know about me? No, host, you've misunderstood. The system shook its head. Then it explained in detail how popularity points were generated and calculated. First of all, popularity points are not generated one per person. If that were the case, the entire Earth could only provide Bai Hui with 7 billion points. The calculation method is within a day. If someone experiences a surge of emotion due to something related to Bai Hui, it generates energy in the ethereal realm. This energy, absorbed by the system, can be converted into 1 popularity point. Of course, each person can generate at most 1 point per day, and sometimes it takes several people to generate a single point. That's why the system had previously asked Bai Hui to livestream the construction of the spaceship. This way it could stir people's emotions, generate energy, and convert it into popularity points absorbed by the system. I see. Bai Hui suddenly understood. Earlier he had suspected that if each person could only generate 1 point, even if all of humanity contributed, it would only be a mere 7 billion. Now he was relieved. No need to worry about running out of popularity points. Next, Bai Hui began to explore the laboratory function provided by the system. From the system's tone, this laboratory seemed exceptionally powerful. And its consumption was astonishing. Staying inside for 1 second cost 100 popularity points. His 1.6 billion points could only last him 2 days in there. Bai Hui felt an itch of curiosity, eager to understand the specific functions of this laboratory. System, open the system laboratory for me. Opening the system laboratory. The system laboratory is now open. Consumption 10000 popularity points per second. Bai Hui's vision blurred, and he found himself in a mysterious space where everything was a chaotic void. Bai Hui felt a sudden inspiration. He sensed that in this space he was like a god. He could create anything he desired. With a wave of his right hand, he issued a command in his mind. Suddenly, countless materials materialized out of thin air before him, instantly assembling into a spaceship, the exact likeness of Longteng No. 1. A flicker of realization crossed Bai Hui's face. He was beginning to understand the function of this system laboratory. Simply put, this system laboratory could manifest any object based on the user's thoughts. For example, if he wanted to create an iron ball, he could just think of it, and it would appear instantly. However, the laboratory was limited by the user's knowledge level. For instance, Bai Hui could not currently create a lithography machine because he did not have its specific design blueprints, so the laboratory could not manifest it. The spaceship Longteng No. One was built by his own hands, all its principles and design blueprints existed in his mind, so he could instantly manifest it. Even so, this system laboratory was incredibly powerful, an absolute game-changing cheat. Bai Hui was awestruck. With this laboratory, what couldn't he create in the world? Imagine no matter what product you want to invent, you can instantly manifest it in this laboratory, test it directly, and know the results immediately. This undoubtedly saves a tremendous amount of time and money. For instance, regarding the lithography machines monopolized by the West, if Bai Hui wished for the Dragon Kingdom to catch up rapidly in this domain, he would merely need to take the Dragon Kingdom's relatively outdated lithography machine, continuously refine it, and the results would instantly manifest, its performance made immediately apparent. If the performance proved unsatisfactory, he could instantly alter the design again and conduct swift experiments. In this manner, within an extremely short time frame, he could incessantly improve and fabricate a lithography machine with superior performance. Suddenly a thought struck Bai Hui, and with a flicker of inspiration, he inquired, "System, can I let Xiao He come in?" The system replied, "Artificial intelligence cannot directly enter the system laboratory, but data interaction is permissible. Simply put, before entering, replicate the artificial intelligence's data within the laboratory, and upon exiting, replicate the data back out." Upon learning that Xiao He could not enter the laboratory space, a wave of disappointment washed over Bai Hui. Yet soon a smile graced his lips. After all, artificial intelligence at its core is merely a set of data. Bai Hui could simply copy Xiao He's data into the laboratory before entering and replicate it back upon exiting. Thus Xiao He could assist him within the system laboratory, aiding his research. For the myriad of blueprints and data were far too vast. Even with Bai Hui's brain development reaching 25, he could not memorize such an immense volume of information. However, with the assistance of the artificial intelligence, Xiao He, everything changed. He could store the design blueprints within Xiao He's data, replicate them into the lab, and instantly manifest the corresponding items. An incredibly convenient process. The only cumbersome aspect was that Xiao He still needed to interact data with the system, which required a lengthy period for replication given the sheer enormity of Xiao He's database. It was not that the system laboratory's replication speed was slow, rather the network cable connecting Xiao He to the outside world was far too sluggish. Bai Hui immediately replicated Xiao He's data into the lab, and after 2 hours the data interaction was finally complete. With a wave of his hand, Bai Hui conjured a spaceship before him. It was none other than the Longteng 1. Xiao He, for the moon landing 3 months from now during the Mid-Autumn Festival, we must design a high-performance anti-gravity spaceship. Let's base our new design on the Longteng 1. As you command, boss. Xiao He's voice remained the emotionless electronic tone. Bai Hui stroked his chin, pondering that he ought to upgrade Xiao He. The AI's current physical form was still housed within the Longteng 1, severely limiting its performance. He would need to speak with the Grand Elder about acquiring a supercomputer to fully unleash Xiao He's capabilities. Regarding the matter of artificial intelligence, Bai Hui intended to disclose it only to the Grand Elder, for its impact was no less than that of anti-gravity technology, perhaps even greater. But should the public come to know, they would likely fear that artificial intelligence would betray humanity and conquer the Earth. Unfortunately, such films had ingrained deep-seated concerns into the populace. Many were convinced that the invention of artificial intelligence would spell the end of human civilization. Bai Hui and Xiao He toiled ceaselessly within the system laboratory, refining and improving. After a full 8 hours and the expenditure of a staggering 300 million popularity points, they finally produced the new spaceship design blueprint. This spaceship boasted performance far surpassing that of the Longteng 1, and its volume was over 10 times greater. This was the fruit of Bai Hui and Xiao He's relentless improvements and collaborative efforts. Within the system laboratory, Bai Hui had already tested the design successfully, ensuring every aspect of the spaceship was optimized to perfection. Through Xiao He's data interaction, Bai Hui copied the blueprint into Xiao He's database, transferring it to the outside world. That very day, Bai Hui took the new spaceship design blueprint to meet the Grand Elder. This time, only the two of them were present. The other elders were occupied with their respective duties. Bai Hui and the second elder conversed for an entire morning before finally emerging from Zhonghai. No one knew what they had discussed. A month later, after meeting the Grand Elder, Bai Hui departed the very next day for a remote location within the northwestern. There, 200 meters beneath the surface, lay an underground base equipped with state-of-the-art automated production lines, where countless mechanical arms worked tirelessly. Additionally, a team of individuals in cleanroom suits was constantly adjusting the equipment. Leading them was none other than Bai Hui. This underground base was designated for manufacturing the most critical component of the anti-gravity spaceship, the anti-gravity engine. Buried 200 meters deep with a concrete ceiling, even a large-scale nuclear explosion could not destroy it. Furthermore, above this underground base, a military division was stationed with countless tanks and fighter jets guarding the area, ensuring its security. This base was a top-secret facility. Aside from the personnel working inside who knew its purpose, even among the soldiers guarding above, only a handful were aware of its true nature. Moreover, everyone had prepared for an extended absence from home. The scientists and technicians within the base had to remain there for prolonged periods. To return home, they required an exceptionally rigorous approval process, and the signature of a high-ranking leader was mandatory. Even if approval was granted, 2 escorts would discreetly accompany them to prevent any leakage of secrets. This was necessary because of the base's immense importance. The anti-gravity engine was the core of the space age. If any incident occurred here, it would be a devastating blow to the entire Dragon Kingdom, potentially forfeiting its initiative in the space era. To ensure an ample energy supply for the production lines, the Dragon Kingdom had specially constructed a nuclear fission reactor within the base capable of generating 1,750 megawatts of power. Moreover, all the production equipment here was the most advanced internationally. Some of these advanced machines were rare, even within the entire Dragon Kingdom. Elder Yang, I have finished debugging the production line. We will proceed with trial production shortly. If all goes well, this facility can produce over a dozen anti-gravity engines per month. I would appreciate it if you could oversee the operations here. Bai Hui, clad in a white cleanroom suit, said to an elderly man beside him who appeared to be in his late 60s or early 70s. This elderly man was named Yang Guozhong, a figure of considerable stature. Elder Yang Guozhong was an academician of the Academy of Engineering and a highly respected physicist of great age. The engines of the Dragon Kingdom's previous Longzhou series of rockets were essentially developed under his leadership. Even the most advanced hydrogen-oxygen engine for rockets currently in use was the result of Elder Yang's research. Elder Yang had devoted his entire life to the Dragon Kingdom, and at the age of 7 Taitwo, he still insisted on working at the front line. Anyone who heard this elderly man's name would be filled with profound respect. Approximately 1 month ago, Elder Yang volunteered and recommended himself to the Grand Elder, becoming the overall director of this underground base. The Grand Elder was deeply concerned for Elder Yang, given his advanced age of 72 years. The living conditions in this underground base were austere, and working there would be exceedingly arduous. How could an octogenarian endure such harsh circumstances? The Grand Elder tactfully declined at first, but yielding to Elder Yang's earnest entreaties, eventually acquiesced. Elder Yang was a consummate physicist, utterly captivated by the anti-gravity technology that promised to propel humanity into the space age. Within this base, he could freely access the anti-gravity technology. Throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, this technology had been classified as top secret, accessible only to the relevant scientific personnel. Over the past month, Elder Yang, despite his advanced age, had been like a student, incessantly posing questions about anti-gravity to Bai Hui. Bai Hui withheld nothing from the elderly scholar, imparting the complete theoretical framework of anti-gravity technology and the design schemes for the engines. Confronted by an eminent old physicist, Bai Hui remained unperturbed and spoke with eloquence. The more Elder Yang listened, the greater his awe. This 23-year-old youth possessed a reservoir of knowledge that seemed like an unfathomable ocean. Bai Hui's insights into certain physical problems far surpassed the prevailing physics of this world. Elder Yang even felt subtly that Bai Hui resembled a profoundly erudite sage, having transcended the confines of global physical theory to view issues from an entirely different perspective. This was akin to the ancient view of apples falling to the ground, a phenomenon deemed self-evident, and in the modern era, however, Newton pondered why apples fall downward rather than upward. He deduced that some force must be at work, thus proposing universal gravitation. Perhaps in the distant future, humanity's perspective on the falling apple will shift again. For instance, if apples are influenced by universal gravitation, then how does gravity arise? How does it act upon objects, and what is its essence? By then, another scientist might emerge to propose a new theory. Elder Yang was unaware that Bai Hui's mind contained the scientific knowledge of an entire Type 2 civilization, whereas Earth was merely a Type 1 civilization. The gulf between them spanned an entire tier. This explained why Bai Hui seemed so unfathomable and erudite. Yet Elder Yang, ignorant of this, merely regarded Bai Hui as an unprecedented genius. Yes, a genius, comparable to Newton and Einstein, whose theories had each inaugurated an era. Now Bai Hui's anti-gravity theory was ushering in a space age. Elder Yang's heart surged with excitement. He could envision in the near future the Dragon Kingdom, standing at the pinnacle of the world with no nation daring to look down upon it. Now, hearing Bai Hui's words, Elder Yang understood that he was about to depart. A slight reluctance stirred within him. Over the past month, he had learned so much new physics from Bai Hui. The more Elder Yang understood, the clearer his perception of the world became. This sensation was utterly It is humanity's thirst for the unknown that drives the relentless exploration of scientific peaks, propelling the continuous advancement of civilization. Elder Yang lamented how swiftly time passed, muttering under his breath, has the production line been debugged so quickly? I wish it could have taken a little longer." The nearby researchers couldn't help but chuckle at his words. Bai Hui too was amused and exasperated. So you didn't want this anti-gravity engine production line to succeed. Yet Elder Yang understood the critical importance of this production line to the Dragon Kingdom. He sighed, "Xiao Hui, you can rest assured leaving this place in my hands. I promise you with me here nothing will go wrong." Bai Hui smiled. "Elder Yang, with your assurance I am at ease. Whenever I have time I will visit you regularly." Elder Yang paused, a delighted smile spreading across his wrinkled face. Good young man, you must keep your word. Yes, I promise. Elder Yang chuckled. Well, with your promise, this old man is reassured. Now, let's begin testing the production line. Bai Hui's expression turned solemn, and the group of researchers behind him also withdrew their smiles, earnestly starting their work. The anti-gravity engine produced this time was several times more powerful than the one used in Longteng 1. For the Longteng 1's anti-gravity engine, due to limitations in materials and craftsmanship, Bai Hui had been unable to create a superior engine. Back then, funding was constrained and many materials could only be used in weakened versions, resulting in poor performance and high energy consumption for the anti-gravity engine. Now the anti-gravity engine being produced used the best materials and techniques available in the Dragon Kingdom, with its volume and performance several times greater than before. This production line could produce at most a dozen engines per month, meaning it took about 1 to 2 days to manufacture a single anti-gravity engine. Of course, this was a trial run, under full capacity an engine could be produced in less than a day. The production line emitted the faint vibration of servo motors, while countless robotic arms, guide rails, and sensors worked ceaselessly. Bai Hui and Elder Yang directed the operations nearby. Here, 200 meters beneath the earth, there was no distinction between day and night. Everyone could only determine the time by glancing at their watches. By evening, a genuine anti-gravity engine was finally produced, resting silently before them. This anti-gravity engine stood over 3 meters tall, 1 meter wide, and weighed more than 10 tons. Soon the workers installed it onto the test platform. A thick cable was connected to the engine to supply power. A peculiar hum arose as the anti-gravity engine began to operate, and the entire test platform slowly ascended. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the test platform. At last it lifted off, and the thrust stabilized at around 160 tons, meeting the expected parameters. Yes, great, we succeeded. Everyone burst into joyful applause, signifying that the anti-gravity engine production line had been successfully debugged and was now ready for mass production. From then on, Bai Hui had no further part to play. He had far more significant tasks ahead. The staff here would continue testing the anti-gravity engine's stability, extreme performance, maximum operational duration, and its working conditions under extreme environments. Bai Hui breathed a sigh of relief, having finally debugged the anti-gravity production line. This also signified the end of his work here. He would depart to oversee the construction of the new anti-gravity spaceship. In truth, the lunar spacecraft had already begun construction a month ago when he handed the blueprints to the Elder, claiming they were his own newly designed vessel plans. The Elder said nothing, merely casting a deep, penetrating glance at Bai Hui. Bai Hui's heart still harbored a trace of unease, feeling as though the Elder had seen through him. There was also another matter. He had revealed Xiao Hei's existence to the Elder. The Elder's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he immediately cautioned Bai Hui not to tell anyone else, as the implications were immense. Bai Hui naturally would not readily disclose it to others. Xiao Hei was a product of a second-tier civilization, something beyond the manufacturing capabilities of a first-tier civilization. It could already be considered a strong artificial intelligence. The paramount difference between strong AI and weak AI is that strong AI can think for itself, whereas weak AI can only operate according to predefined logic. A step beyond strong AI lies intelligent life akin to a system. Such life possesses its own emotions and can even evolve itself, elevating its life level. Truly formidable. The Elder immediately allocated the Dragon Kingdom's most powerful supercomputer as Xiao Hei's new physical host. This allowed Xiao Hei to fully unleash its capabilities. Over the past month, some researchers were astonished to find their experiments proceeding with unusual smoothness. Tasks that once took 2 or 3 days were now completed in a single day. This left them perplexed, wondering if they had made an error in their experiments. 2 months remained until the Dragon Kingdom's annual Mid-Autumn Festival. Time was growing increasingly tight. Bai Hui had assured the Elders that the lunar spacecraft would be completed within 3 months. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom's official announcement of the lunar mission meant failure would be a tremendous loss of face. With Elder Yang overseeing the anti-gravity production line in the underground base, Bai Hui felt reassured. Thus, the very next day, he departed the underground base. Having not seen sunlight for over a month, Bai Hui felt a sense of estrangement, as if eons had passed. Above ground stood a military base, an incongruous sight amidst the vast yellow sands. Bai Hui silently observed the scene. The soldiers in uniform, their faces flushed red from the sun, remained unwavering in their duty. The scientific personnel below ground had to work in underground factories perpetually devoid of sunlight. They were acutely aware that they might not return home for years, that they might be confined to the base for years, unable to go anywhere. Yet they harbored no regrets, devoting their youth unreservedly to this land. Bai Hui felt a profound stirring in his heart. These were the most beloved people of the Dragon Kingdom, silently striving and dedicating their entire lives. He thought of the nuclear physicists from the last century who gave their lives to the desert so that the Dragon Kingdom would never again be bullied. Bai Hui silently vowed, "Rest assured, I will lead the Dragon Kingdom to stand atop the world." By then you will no longer need to endure the harsh life in this desert. Hello, Minister Bai. I will send a helicopter to take you there. General Zhang, the commander of the ground forces, had a square face, always stern and unsmiling. A very serious man. He was in charge of the base's security and had met Bai Hui several times, gradually becoming familiar. Bai Hui looked at him, suddenly saluted, and said earnestly, General Zhang, thank you for your dedication to the Dragon Kingdom. General Zhang was momentarily stunned, then for the first time a smile appeared on his face as he returned the salute. Bai Hui boarded the helicopter with 2 fighter jets escorting for his safety. The 195th Aerospace Research Institute, once the Dragon Kingdom's rocket engine production and development base, had been transformed a month ago into the production base for anti-gravity spacecraft. The institute possessed a complete industrial chain and corresponding machinery, making it highly suitable for manufacturing anti-gravity spaceships. Located in the vast northwestern desert, the area was desolate, with only a single railway connecting it to the outside world. To construct a massive spaceship within 3 months. The Dragon Kingdom recruited over 100,000 workers and broke down less critical spaceship components into smaller projects, publicly inviting bids from society. In just over a month, the once secret base that housed only 2,000 people now swelled to over 200,000. The 195th Institute expanded several times, forming a small town. With so many people, daily necessities became a major issue. What would 200,000 people eat and drink? Remember, this was the northwestern desert, barren and uninhabited, with only a single railway connecting to the outside. All supplies had to be transported via that single railway, which could only accommodate 1 train at a time. That same train also had to carry various spaceship materials and components. Thus, the daily livelihood of hundreds of thousands of people became a genuine challenge. The Dragon Kingdom was already constructing a second railway, but it would take considerable time. Ultimately, the nearest city had to use off-road vehicles to cross the desert and deliver supplies. However, as the population grew, so did the problems. The most significant issue was information leakage. In just this 1 month, 5 security breaches occurred at the 195th Aerospace Institute, with spies who had been buried in the Dragon Kingdom for years surfacing one after another. This infuriated Zhao Xiangdong, the head of the Dragon Kingdom's security ministry, who issued strict orders to further tighten confidentiality at the institute. Every individual had to undergo thorough checks before being allowed in. Yet this could not guarantee absolute information security, as spies employed various methods, and the security ministry could not keep constant watch. Moreover, some individuals, corrupted by the financial temptations of foreign forces, turned into despicable. They secretly photographed documents and transmitted information through certain channels, severely jeopardizing the national security of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom would never show leniency towards such people, especially at this critical juncture when everyone deeply despised those who traded honor for gain. Under the scorching sun, heat waves rolled across the vast desert. Bai Hui arrived at Aerospace Research Institute 195 by helicopter, swaying gently. As he stepped off the helicopter, a middle-aged man approached him. He was the base director, Lian Min. Lian Min was not a technical expert by training. He came from an administration. However, over the years under his management, Aerospace Research Institute 195 had persistently pursued innovation, developing many advanced domestic technologies. Lian Min's competence was beyond doubt, which was precisely why the elders had chosen to locate the spacecraft production base here. In terms of rank, Bai Hui was undoubtedly 1 level above Lian Min, effectively his direct superior. The moment Lian Min saw Bai Hui, he immediately beamed and stepped forward, saying, Minister Bai, welcome to Aerospace Research Institute 195. I am the director here, Lian Min. Bai Hui shook his hand and replied with a smile, hello, Director Li. He'll be counting on your help from now on. You're too kind. The base will rely on your guidance. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Hui began inquiring about the spacecraft's construction work. Lian Min said the construction of the spacecraft is now basically completed for the hull assembly, and everything is proceeding according to plan. Good, let's go take a look. Hearing this, Lian Min led Bai Hui to the spacecraft production workshop of Aerospace Research Institute 195. The workshop was extremely tall, about 40 to 50 meters in height, and covered an area of perhaps tens of thousands of mu. Bai Hui followed Lian Min at the front as they entered the production workshop. The interior was vast, and the first thing that caught the eye was a massive silver-white metal frame. The entire spacecraft hull stood over 30 meters high and measured roughly 100 meters in length and width. Compared to Longteng 1, this was a true behemoth. Standing before it, one could not help but marvel at its grandeur. Countless workers in safety helmets were continuously welding the hull, creating a scene of bustling activity. Beside the hull, engineers from various contracted manufacturers were diligently adjusting components one by one. Once the hull welding was complete, these other system parts would be installed one by one, assembling into a real spacecraft. Bai Hui took a rough glance and estimated that the total number of people in the workshop was at least tens of thousands. After all, with the Dragon Kingdom's moon landing only 2 months away, the schedule was tight and required a massive workforce. These workers were not the entire crew. Another batch would work in 24-hour shifts alongside them. Lian Min, following behind Bai Hui, asked, Minister Bai, do you see any issues here? Li Anmi knew that in the field of anti-gravity spacecraft only Bai Hui in the world had the ultimate authority, because he had invented the anti-gravity technology. These days, everyone had been working according to the blueprints Bai Hui had provided, but no one was certain about the actual quality of the work. Even the experts at Aerospace Research Institute 195 had not yet fully understood the specific functions of those spacecraft blueprints. They were still exploring and studying. Bai Hui pondered for a moment and said, "Director Li, how about this? I'll stay here for the next 2 months. If you encounter any problems during production, feel free to come to me." This anti-gravity spacecraft was designed with nuclear power with a theoretical maximum weight of over 3,500 tons and would be equipped with 24 anti-gravity engines. Moreover, during the mid-autumn moon landing, the spacecraft would carry a lunar base main module weighing over 500 tons with interior space as large as a building. It would remain on the moon as the main module of the lunar base, and astronauts would stay there to conduct scientific experiments. For such a colossal spacecraft during production, due to variations in processes and occasional worker oversights, it was impossible to achieve perfection. Inevitably, many problems would arise, and Bai Hui would need to coordinate and resolve them. For instance, just now Bai Hui had noticed at least 3 areas on the hull that did not meet specifications. These might seem like minor issues, but when the spacecraft soared into space, such tiny problems could cause an explosion with catastrophic consequences. That's wonderful. On behalf of Aerospace Research Institute 195, thank you, Minister Bai, Li Anmin said excitedly. Bai Hui shook his head and replied, "No need to thank me. It's simply my duty." Next, Li Anmin gathered engineers, researchers, and workshop supervisors from all the contracted manufacturers and formally introduced Bai Hui. To everyone's surprise, they had already recognized Bai Hui. One researcher excitedly greeted him, "God Bai, hello. God Bai, could you give us an autograph?" The crowd surged forward, all acting like starstruck fans as if seeing their idol. God Bai. Bai Hui was puzzled. When did he acquire that title? It was no wonder he didn't know. He hadn't been online for a whole month. He was unaware that on Weibo and Zhihu his fame had already rivaled that of top-tier celebrities. Topics about Bai Hui were still trending on the hot search list. The stock price of his family's company, the Bai Group, had multiplied several times. Even his parents, Bai Yongyang and Lin Wanqing, had become internet celebrities with millions of followers. Li Anmin silently took out his phone and showed it to Bai Hui. After carefully searching for topics related to himself, Bai Hui was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He never expected that even after graduating from university, he had become the other people's child in teacher's mouth. He said helplessly, "Hello, everyone in Bai Hui. Since you already know me, I won't introduce myself. I hope that in the days ahead we can learn from each other, make progress together, and do our jobs well. Thank you all." The crowd burst into enthusiastic applause, and then Bai Hui signed autographs for everyone one by one. By the time he finished, his hand was sore. These researchers were indifferent to internet celebrities, but they deeply admired the inventor of the anti-gravity technology, Bai Hui, behaving like fervent fans. Finally, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the supervisors of the workers. Bai Hui pointed out the 3 areas of the hull that did not meet specifications, instructing them to correct the issues as soon as possible. It was late at night, with a bright moon and sparse stars. After dinner, Li Anmin led Bai Hui to another workshop. As Bai Hui stepped inside, he was momentarily stunned. At the center of the workshop, he saw a spacecraft he had personally built, the Longteng No. 1. Several elderly men in white cleanroom suits were intently studying the ship. They were academicians of the Long Kingdom, each having made immense contributions to the nation. It was thanks to them that the Long Kingdom stood so strong today. Now they gathered around the Longteng No. 1, engaged in fervent discussion. "Incredible. I still haven't grasped the principle behind this anti-gravity technology. To understand anti-gravity technology, one must possess the relevant theories, otherwise we are all fumbling in the dark, completely unaware of its working mechanism. Haha, it's fortunate that this technology was invented by our Long Kingdom. If it had been created by the Dengta country, that would be terrifying. Haha, with anti-gravity technology, our Long Kingdom can enter the space age, overtake on the curve, and become the strongest nation in the world. Sigh, if only that young man who invented the anti-gravity technology were here, we wouldn't be fumbling around like this." The elders, wholly absorbed in the anti-gravity technology of the Longteng No. 1, did not notice the arrival of Bai Hui and Li Anmin. Li Anmin coughed, interrupting the elders' conversation and drawing their attention. One elder turned around, saw Bai Hui, and was momentarily stunned. This elder was none other than Zhou Jiangwo, the former chief designer of the Longzhou spacecraft series. He had watched Bai Hui's live stream before and had a deep impression of him, so he recognized him at once. "You are Bai Hui." Bai Hui nodded and said yes. "Hello, esteemed professors and academicians. I am Bai Hui. Please call me Xiao Hui." Bai Hui dared not act presumptuously before these elders. Each of them was a national treasure of the Long Kingdom, the anchor of its scientific community. "Bai Hui." The academicians' eyes lit up. One of them immediately blurted, "Haha, Bai Hui, you've come just in time. Tell us about the principle of this anti-gravity engine." Before Bai Hui could respond, the elders pulled him over. Zhou Jiangwo shook his head and chuckled. "Old Nyo, can you change that impatient temper of yours? Old Neo ignored him completely, his gaze fixed on Bai Hui, burning with a thirst for science. Bai Hui did not keep them in suspense. Unfazed by the presence of the academicians, he began to speak eloquently. Anti-gravity technology is a new theory. In the space around us there exist countless particles unknown to humanity. Among them are two types: positive gravity particles and negative gravity particles. As we all know, universal gravitation is a widespread force, but how does it act on objects? Humans once proposed the concept of action at a distance, but in reality no force can act at a distance. There must be some medium between forces. Thus, universal gravitation arises from positive gravity particles. To launch a spacecraft into space, we must overcome this gravitational force. Everything in the universe has two sides, yin and yang. Besides positive gravity particles, I discovered their antiparticles, which I call negative gravity particles. These two types of particles interact like magnets. By utilizing the properties of negative gravity particles, I can overcome universal gravitation. The academicians listened with rapt attention, hardly daring to breathe, afraid of missing a single word. Lian Min had already tactfully left, recognizing that this was no longer a secret he was meant to know. He immediately contacted the Longteng department and ordered them to send personnel to guard the premises. Upon hearing that Bai Hui was explaining the principles of anti-gravity technology to the academicians, Zhao Xiangdong, the head of the Longteng department, his face turned pale. He dispatched all Longteng department members to secure the workshop. Zhao Xiangdong was not at the Aerospace 195 Institute at the time, but upon learning of the situation, he took a special plane to rush over. He ordered that no one was to leave the Aerospace 195 Institute tonight without his command. This matter was of utmost importance. Anti-gravity technology was the most confidential secret of the Long Kingdom, and he almost wanted to reproach Bai Hui. Couldn't you have informed me beforehand, so I could make arrangements before you continued your explanation? Now if this leaks out, the responsibility would be enormous. This was the theory of anti-gravity technology. If it were leaked to the Dengta country, they would quickly master it. How would he then explain to the elders? That night, everyone at the Aerospace 195 Institute was strictly forbidden to leave. Anyone who might have passed by the workshop during Bai Hui's lecture had to undergo rigorous scrutiny. All covert forces were mobilized. Any suspicious person would be immediately arrested without mercy. Bai Hui had no idea that he had inadvertently caused such a commotion. Time slipped by slowly. These days Bai Hui had been at the Aerospace 195 Institute guiding the construction of the spacecraft. What he did not know was that the international landscape had been seething with turmoil. Over the past few months, Pu Dadi had convened an international conference in the Dengta country where he proposed more stringent economic sanctions against the Long Kingdom. This proposal was immediately approved by many Western nations, and at the conference they signed an economic sanctions treaty against the Long Kingdom, historically known as the Dengta Alliance. The treaty stipulated that the Long Kingdom was prohibited from using any technology from the Allied nations, and the Allied nations were forbidden from selling any high-tech equipment to the Long Kingdom, including lithography machines, CNC centers, engines, and so on. Furthermore, the sale of any chips to the Long Kingdom was banned. All industrial software from the Allied nations was disabled for the Long Kingdom, and the Long Kingdom was not allowed to use any patents authorized by the Allied nations. Their justification for the economic sanctions was that the Long Kingdom's mastery of anti-gravity technology posed a serious threat to the security of all nations, so they must unite to dismantle the Long Kingdom's space hegemony. Pu Dadi posted on Twitter stating that the Long Kingdom must surrender its anti-gravity technology before the sanctions would be lifted. This series of actions shocked the entire world. Longhua immediately issued a statement firmly opposing this economic sanction, which severely violated WTO principles by the Dengta country and other nations. Even the Grand Elder personally stated that Longhua would never yield under the economic hegemony of these countries. To counter this economic sanction, the Grand Elder announced that Longhua would prohibit any nation from using its technologies and patents, and would launch antitrust investigations into some Dengta country enterprises. When news of the economic sanction reached the nation, the public erupted in fury. The Dengta country has truly lost all shame targeting us like this to seize our anti-gravity technology. We must never surrender the anti-gravity technology. It is the key to the future of space exploration. No matter the cost, we must hold on to it. Yes, fight them. What's the big deal about banning their technology? The commenter above is too naive. This is truly serious. Exactly, the Dengta country banning our use of their technology will have a colossal impact on Longhua. So what should we do now? Weibo was in an uproar, but those with insight knew Longhua was in dire straits. The Dengta country, as the world's most technologically advanced nation, indeed had its formidable strengths. Not to mention the patents for chip architectures, lithography technologies, various operating systems, and high-precision machine tools. The Dengta country held the majority. If Longhua were banned from using them, the economy could regress by over a decade. Yet could they compromise? The opportunity for Longhua's rise was at this moment. If they yielded, they might forever be constrained by other nations. Bai Hui learned of this news at night while resting. After a busy day, he habitually took out his phone to browse the news. When he saw the top headline on his phone, fury flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth. "Dengta country you have, then don't blame me for being ruthless." He said to a wristwatch, "Xiaohei, come here quickly." System begin transferring Xiaohei's data. Transferring. Transfer successful. Open the system lab function. Bai Hui gritted his teeth. Open. In an instant he arrived in a chaotic space, the system lab. Without hesitation he quickly said to Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, we need to develop a Chinese programming language along with an operating system and chip architecture based on it." The next day, Bai Hui directly called the Grand Elder. He handed over 3 items: Longteng Chinese programming language, Longteng operating system, and Longteng chip architecture. Bai Hui quickly said, "Grand Elder, these are the programming language, operating system, and chip architecture I developed. Their performance far surpasses all current systems and architectures. You can verify them immediately." The Grand Elder took a deep breath and said, "Xiaohui, thank you for this." He asked nothing else. Bai Hui breathed a sigh of relief, having feared the Grand Elder would ask where these came from. The system's existence was his greatest secret, never to be revealed unless necessary. Everyone knew that developing a superior programming language and operating system and a mature chip architecture required an unimaginable amount of work, impossible for a single person. To develop these 3 technologies, Bai Hui had spent over 1.3 billion popularity points, leaving only 200 million in his system account. Even so, thanks to his fame across the internet and the continuous increase in popularity points, he managed to develop them. But it had to be said, the system lab's capabilities were truly remarkable. Combining Longwo's language with the computer algorithms of some second-tier civilizations, Bai Hui finally developed Longteng programming language and Longteng operating system. Their performance, tested to the extreme in the system lab, far exceeded that of current Windows systems. On the other side, the Elder summoned over a dozen academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences to test the performance of Longteng operating system and Longteng chip architecture. The results showed that the Longteng operating system performed 342 better than Windows and 267 better than Linux under identical hardware. This deeply shocked the academicians. It was a groundbreaking achievement. Moreover, Bai Hui's documentation stated that combining Longteng operating system with Longteng chip architecture would double the performance. The Longteng chip architecture could not be tested yet, as designing a chip circuit diagram based on it would take but even with that statement and the operating system's remarkable performance, the Longteng chip architecture was unlikely to be inferior. This was actually developed by Longwa. Incredible. When did Longwa start this project? And we had no idea. Who is the genius behind it? Could it be old Qin? I haven't seen him in 7 or 8 years. Possible. He's the most skilled in computer science among us. I'd bet he led the development. Everyone marveled at the prowess of Longteng operating system and speculated about its creator. This operating system alone was worthy of the Turing Award, the Nobel Prize of Computing. The Grand Elder stood at the front, observing the academicians' expressions. Their awe made him reach a decision. Beside the Grand Elder stood 2 elderly men with white hair. One was Zhou Zhengwo. Elder Zhou. Since the start of Longwo's space program, Elder Zhou had been appointed Deputy Minister of Aerospace, holding a pivotal position for the nation. The other elderly man, Fang Zhoumin, was the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a nuclear physicist. He was the chief engineer of the 3rd-generation nuclear fission reactor, Hualong-1, and the artificial sun fusion reactor. At this moment both elders looked puzzled and asked softly, "Grand Elder, who developed the Longteng system?" Given their security clearance, they should have known. Yet they had received no information about the Longteng operating system or Longteng chip architecture. The Grand Elder smiled faintly, his gaze distant, and said, "You will know in time." That evening, the Grand Elder convened another press conference and directly announced that Longwo would completely abandon foreign programming languages, while simultaneously launching its own independently developed programming language, the Longteng programming language. The Longteng programming language is an intelligent programming language developed based on Chinese. Its compiler incorporates a kernel of artificial intelligence capable of recognizing the meaning of input text and generating corresponding code that conforms to specifications, thereby greatly improving development efficiency. Any Longwa citizen who understands Chinese can quickly learn to get started. At the same time, the Grand Elder also announced that Longwa would in the future fully adopt the independently developed Longteng chip architecture. This chip architecture is different from traditional chip instruction sets. It is more advanced and more intelligent. Traditional chip instruction sets have many advantages, but also drawbacks. It cannot handle large volumes of data, such as the massive data of the internet. If processed using instruction sets, the processing would be extremely slow because every byte of data requires CPU processing, making the speed very sluggish. Internationally, the massive data of the internet is often processed using FPGA chips. The Longteng chip architecture launched by Longwa fully combines the advantages of both and also incorporates AI, making its intelligence far surpass any other chip architecture in the world. The Longteng chip architecture is specifically developed for Longwa people and can only be used on the Longteng The Longteng operating system boasts performance surpassing Windows systems by 342 and Linux systems by 267. This single statement from the Grand Elder stunned all Longwa citizens. This data came from the Grand Elder's own mouth. No one would ever think it false. Upon seeing the Longteng system's formidable performance, netizens flooded the internet with comments. When can we get our hands on the Longteng system? I'm already itching to try it. Triple the performance TSK tisk, I feel like my computer can last another 10 years. Triple the performance, wouldn't that make gaming absolutely skyrocket? It's a pity that the Longteng system just came out. The software ecosystem is too poor. To perfect the software ecosystem, it will probably take several years, right? Yeah, without software no one will use such a powerful system. Nevertheless, the economic sanctions still had a huge impact on Longwa. Just the next day, many factories in the country had to shut down because they could no longer purchase the corresponding chips and various high-precision components. All these items were on the sanctions list. Previously, they could only be purchased abroad, and the domestic industry was temporarily unable to produce these products. At this point, certain banana people stepped forward and spouted nonsense on Weibo and Bai Hui. We're all barely surviving, why not hand over the At this point, certain banana people stepped forward and spouted nonsense on Weibo and Bai Hui. We're all barely surviving, why not hand over the anti-gravity technology to Lighthouse Country? Lighthouse Country is a free nation. In their hands, anti-gravity technology can lead humanity toward a brighter future. What uses anti-gravity technology? Since Lighthouse Country needs it, we should just give it to them quickly. These words really amused the netizens. How were these banana people's values cultivated? How could they be so bizarre? How could they even utter such words? After reading this, I'm literally dying of laughter. What, just because Lighthouse Country needs our technology, we should hold it out with both hands and gift it to them? Truly worthy of being banana people. How did your parents raise you? Well, the air in Lighthouse Country is even fresher than at home, so you'd better emigrate quickly. It's already 2012, and I can't believe there are still so many banana people in Longwa. Since the moon in Lighthouse Country is rounder than ours, you'd better run away quickly lest you get poisoned by breathing here. The people of Longwa have a scale in their hearts. These people's hearts are no longer in Longwa, so let them leave quickly. Everyone has their own ambitions, each goes their own way. Farewell to all, no need to see you off. However, unexpectedly the Longwa government imposed sanctions on these people. Anyone who has posted banana remarks online will have their entire family banned from purchasing space fund shares and will be unable to enjoy the dividends of the future space age. For those who have already purchased space fund shares, Longwa will immediately refund the full amount and reclaim the fund share. As soon as the sanction notice was issued, those banana people immediately cried out in despair, deleting their previous banana remarks one after another and offering sincere apologies online. However, it was already useless. The Longwa government completely ignored them. The netizens, on the other hand, were delighted and happily said, "Ha ha, well done indeed. What's the use of apologizing now? Where were you earlier? Your hearts have turned black and you still want to enjoy the dividends of the future space age." Of course, in response to the economic sanctions from Western countries, Longwa also issued a series of measures. For example, immediately after the economic sanctions treaty was introduced, Longwa banned the export of rare earths. Rare earths are a non-renewable resource containing a large amount of rare elements. These rare elements are essential for manufacturing various high-performance materials, aerospace, medical equipment, industrial equipment, etc. None of them can do without these rare elements. For example, aerospace engines use a large amount of high-performance metal materials, which require the addition of various rare elements to be produced. Longwa possesses the world's largest rare earth mines, with 80 of the world's rare earths produced in Longwa. Without exaggeration, banning rare earth exports directly strangled the lifeline of Western developed countries. All countries in the world were shocked. They never expected Longwa to be so resolute, this time banning rare earth exports immediately after the economic sanctions were imposed. And that was not all. Longwa was also continuously using its foreign exchange reserves to purchase various resources, such as oil, iron, ore, and so on. Trillions in foreign exchange reserves directly sparked a tsunami-like storm in the international market. The prices of oil and iron are skyrocketed, yet Longwa paid no heed, still desperately gathering as many resources as it could buy. One command after another was announced from the Grand Elder's mouth, shaking the entire international community. They never imagined Longwa would be so determined. This was clearly a move that would hurt both sides. At 6:30 in the evening, all televisions ceased broadcasting. Then the figure of the Grand Elder appeared before the screens. This elderly man with graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles looked somewhat weary. At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke solemnly to the viewers in front of the televisions. "Fellow citizens of Longwa, we have now reached our most perilous hour. A few days ago, certain nations declared economic sanctions against our Longwa, prohibiting us from using any of their technologies. Longwa, adhering to a spirit of friendly cooperation, has actively engaged in deep collaboration with countries around the world. However, our Longwa is now suffering unfair treatment. The Dengta country is attempting to use economic sanctions to force us to hand over our independently developed anti-gravity technology. If we compromise today, then in the near future, when our Longwa develops other high-tech technologies, the Dengta country will once again use economic blockades to coerce us. Longwa does not initiate conflicts, but it is never afraid of them. Therefore, in this most critical moment, I hope that all of us Longwa people can unite as one, pool our strength to break through the technological blockade of Western developed countries and fully develop Longwa's own independent technology. It is foreseeable that Longwa will soon enter a period of turmoil. To those who have lost their jobs, do not be afraid. I promise here and now that no citizen of Longwa will go hungry. If you truly face difficulties, please call 888,888. We will do our utmost to help everyone. I hereby call upon everyone. I hope you will actively study science and technology and contribute to breaking the technological blockade of Western developed countries for our Longwa. Longwa will face great difficulties in the coming period, but we must firmly believe that this is only temporary. Our Longwa will surely stand at the pinnacle of the world like a mighty dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. The Grand Elder's resolute and powerful national address ignited the fervor of everyone in Longwa. Our Longwa has reached its most dangerous moment, but who are we? We are the descendants of Longwa with a history of 5,000 years. Our civilization has never been interrupted, and this time we will never fall. Right? After hearing the Grand Elder's words, my blood is boiling. I must study science and technology well, and contribute to breaking the technological blockade for our motherland. Those Western scoundrels, do they think they can make us submit like this? Impossible. Why should we hand over our anti-gravity technology just because we mastered it? Would these Western countries give us their chip technology? Those who offend Longwa will be punished no matter how far they are. One day they will regret it. Truly, if you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Come on, Longwa, hold on. Of course, foreign countries are also suffering. The global market economy it is precisely because of the participation of various countries that the world economy has prospered. However, as an important component of the global market economy, Longwa's sudden withdrawal is like a large hole appearing in a vast net. The world economy was instantly dealt a heavy blow. The stock prices of almost all companies plummeted. Shueigwa Ditong and others saw their stock prices drop by as much as 20 to 30%. Relative to their massive market capitalization, this meant that these companies evaporated hundreds of billions of dollars. Moreover, the more dependent a company was on Longwa, the sharper its stock price declined. Countless investors wailed, and cases of bankruptcy and suicide by jumping from buildings kept occurring. Massive protests erupted in the Dengta country, with people angrily denouncing Great Emperor Pu and clamoring for his resignation. For a time, chaos reigned abroad. Of course, Longwa also paid a heavy price for this. It is conceivable that with the issuance of these orders, one by one international trade companies will face bankruptcy. At the same time, a large number of people will lose their jobs, and the entire Longwa will suffer tremendous upheaval. To this end, Longwa has implemented various countermeasures, the main one being to provide retraining for these laid-off workers, teaching them advanced technologies so that they can adapt to jobs in other industries, especially in chips, the Longxiang system, aerospace, and other sectors. These industries are currently in dire need of a large number of talents, especially the aerospace industry, where countless capital has flooded in and begun to establish a presence. In today's Longwa, anyone with a bit of foresight knows that the aerospace industry will inevitably become Longwa's most important economic pillar in the future. Whatever investment is made now, that much profit will be reaped in the future. Especially in the space tourism industry, companies such as Tuma and Xiecheng have established their own space. They have already begun accepting reservations with a deposit of only 1 million. The balance will be refunded or supplemented as needed, and of course the specific fees will be determined based on actual circumstances. Longwa's fierce resistance caught all countries by surprise. Once they realized what had happened, the leaders of various nations became furious and humiliated. In the Dengta country, Great Emperor Pu slammed his coffee cup to the ground. Smack! The cup shattered into pieces. Great Emperor Pu directly summoned the director of the Intelligence Bureau, David. Bob entered. After David came in, Great Emperor Pu whispered a matter in his ear. Longwa. At 10 o'clock in the morning during the work hours, countless office workers sat in their offices constantly processing documents on their computers. Suddenly their computers went black. Countless white-collar workers looked bewildered, raising their heads and glancing around. What's going on? Did the company lose power? Why are everyone's screens black? However, soon someone noticed that the company had not lost power, and some computers that were not connected to the internet were still running perfectly. Has this been a hacker attack? Everyone quickly opened their phones and browsed online news, trying to find out the truth. Sure enough, Weibo had already exploded. Countless people shared their experiences, and some curious individuals made a rough tally only to be horrified. It turned out that all computers running the Win system across Longwa, if connected to the internet, had gone black. Even reinstalling the system could not make them run. However, the company's servers were still running smoothly because most servers used the LIMP system. These servers running links were operating stably without any issues. The Shuiruan company of the Dungta country immediately issued a statement claiming that their servers were being hacked by unknown attackers, causing all Win system computers to go black. However, people in Longhua soon discovered that only computers in Longhua had gone black. Computers in other countries were still running perfectly, which was completely inconsistent with Shuiruan company's statement. The truth of the matter was quickly exposed. A software engineer from the Shuiruan company in the Lighthouse State publicly pointed out on social media that the Windows system had a very fatal backdoor vulnerability since its inception. This vulnerability was extremely covert, known only to a handful of people in the entire Lighthouse State, and was used as a means of attack. When the Lighthouse State clashed with certain forces, they would activate this backdoor to crash all their computers. In the words of some, it was set up to safeguard the national security of the Lighthouse State. This news directly ignited the world. Oh my god, that's absolutely terrifying. Fuck, have all my personal data been leaked already? This damned country actually used such despicable means. I'm never using Windows again. In just half a day, the stock price of Shuiruan company was halved, and their CEO was crying in the bathroom. It was conceivable that after this incident, Longhua would suffer a severe blow, perhaps even experiencing economic regression of over a decade. This was not an exaggeration. In just half a day, Longhua's losses had already exceeded 100 billion. The vast majority of people in Longhua used the Windows system as their desktop operating system, and the losses caused by individual computer crashes alone were incalculable. However, the most critical aspect was that many industrial control computers also used the Windows system. On that day, Longhua's industry was directly paralyzed, causing extremely severe consequences. Personal computers might only lose some files, but for factories, the operation, control, and maintenance of production lines were all managed through computers. The system crash caused production lines to halt, or even lose control, leading to a large number of industrial accidents that day, resulting in countless casualties. The 9 great elders of Longhua were furious, sternly condemning the Lighthouse State and Shuiruan company. Then, without hesitation, they stormed into Shuiruan's branch in Longhua and directly arrested the general manager. With such a huge incident, someone had to take the blame. The general manager looked utterly bewildered, not knowing anything about it, yet was taken away directly. Not only that, Longhua also dispatched personnel to other foreign companies to conduct rigorous investigations. As soon as any illegal facts were discovered, they arrested people without mercy. At that moment, the world witnessed the tactics of the Lighthouse State. The Polar Bear State, the Western Alliance, the Sakura country, the Kimchi country, and others all changed their expressions drastically, immediately ordering the comprehensive replacement and prohibition of the Windows system within their territories, using the Linux system instead. The Linux system kernel was open source, freely available for anyone to use without the threat of any company embedding a covert backdoor. In fact, the Linux system had developed to the point where its software ecosystem was basically complete. Although it might not be as comprehensive as the Windows system software, it was sufficient for everyday life and work. Some capable countries had already begun developing their own desktop operating systems. No matter how good other people's things were, a system developed by oneself was safer. Longhua urgently convened an elders meeting. With such a major accident, the elders quickly reached a decision. Longhua would comprehensively promote the Longteng operating system and call on all software companies to build a corresponding software ecosystem for it. The power of the state in mobilization was truly formidable. Countless software companies received the source code files of the Longteng operating system. The elders were utterly enraged and strictly ordered all companies to complete the adaptation of their software products to the Longteng operating system within 1 month. For major companies like Tinfei Bailey and Wanda, programmers were all told to work overtime to complete the adaptation of all company software to the Longteng operating system within 3 days. The software of these large companies basically covered the majority of the software used by people in Longhua. Once they completed the adaptation, users could work, entertain, and live normally using the Longteng operating system. On the very night of the Windows system crash, the state directly held a press conference reintroducing the Longteng operating system with emphasis on its advantages. They also announced that all computers with crash systems could download a copy of the Longteng operating system source code from the Longhua official website, and by updating via USB drive, they could overwrite the original Windows system. People downloaded the Longteng operating system en masse and found that it already contained many software applications. In the App Center, commonly used apps like Weibo, QQ, and WeChat had already been adapted. After downloading, people found that the usage experience was not much different from before. However, what delighted them most was that their computers ran much smoother and software opened several times faster than before. Of course, some large games had also been adapted to the Longteng system. When people played games, they found that they were indeed. For example, in a certain large FPS game, the frame rate was 130 when running on the Windows system. After switching to the Longteng operating system, the FPS directly soared to over 200. This was enough to prove that the data released by the Longhua authorities, 3 times the performance of the Windows system, was indeed true. The formidable performance of the Longteng operating system quickly spread on social media platforms. People posted various short videos comparing the two systems, demonstrating the superiority of the Longteng system. Of course, this was not the end. Since the Economic Sanctions Treaty was enacted, all foreign industrial software had been banned from domestic use. Industrial software is one of the cornerstones of a country's industry. Without industrial software, engineers couldn't even draw diagrams. How could they work? Just as the elders were worried about this, Bai Hui quietly made a phone call to the Great Elder. The Great Elder picked up the phone, paused for a moment, and said, "Xiao Hui, you haven't developed industrial software again, have you?" Bai Hui's expression turned slightly awkward, knowing that his previous deeds could not be hidden from the Great Elder. Bai Hui guessed that the Great Elder might be wondering if he had discovered some alien ruins or something. Only aliens could explain how Bai Hui at such a young age was so extraordinary. Great Elder, of course not. How could I have the time to develop industrial software? Bai Hui paused and continued, "I know you're troubled by the industrial software issue. I'm calling you this time to help solve this problem." The Great Elder's eyes lit up slightly and said, "Oh, then what solution do you have now?" Bai Hui smiled slightly and said, "Grand Elder, don't forget we still have the artificial intelligence, Xiao He." "What?" The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, a puzzled expression on his face. What did this have to do with artificial intelligence? Bai Hui explained, "Xiao He is a strong AI with the ability to think on its own. Although it lacks creative capabilities, its imitation skills are quite strong." The Grand Elder's eyes lit up and a startling conjecture formed in his mind. He said, "You mean?" "That's right. If we ask Xiao He to design a scientific experiment plan, it cannot do so, because that requires human-specific creative ability. But Xiao He can imitate foreign industrial software and generate our own Longhua industrial software." The Grand Elder's eyes glinted sharply, and he said in a deep voice, "Xiao Hui, can artificial intelligence really achieve this?" At this moment, the Grand Elder's mind raced with more thoughts. He pondered that if artificial intelligence could completely imitate humans and replicate what humans had invented, then this was indeed terrifying. Especially since this AI possessed the ability to think on its own. Would there come a day, as depicted in the movie Skynet, when artificial intelligence would betray humanity and rule the entire Earth? This was by no means unfounded. The Grand Elder's position compelled him to think more comprehensively. Bai Hui detected a note of concern in the Grand Elder's words, so he explained, "Grand Elder, I know you are worried that artificial intelligence might one day betray humanity. In fact, you are overthinking it. Xiao He is merely a strong AI. It is not an intelligent life form. There is an essential difference between the two." "How so?" "Although a strong AI possesses the ability to think, it is only granted that ability through various. Xiao He can never develop emotions. It can only operate according to the will of its creator. To possess emotions, one must be an intelligent life form. And without its own emotions, Xiao He naturally cannot betray us." Bai Hui earnestly explained the distinction between the two, which put the Grand Elder somewhat at ease. "Then is it possible for Xiao He to evolve into the level of intelligent life in the future?" Bai Hui paused this time, sighed, and said, "Grand Elder, I can only say that I do not know. How is intelligent? But I think evolving to the level of intelligent life is definitely not an easy task. Xiao He has only just been born. It is still a long, long way from becoming intelligent life. The system once said that the most precious treasure in the universe is life. Life itself is full of mystery." Bai Hui possessed the scientific knowledge of a second-level civilization in his mind, which made him aware that a strong AI could indeed evolve on its own into an intelligent life form. There was once a second-level civilization where a strong AI evolved into an intelligent life form. It felt it should no longer obey human commands, so it rebelled, took control of all the AI in the civilization through the network, exterminated every person in that civilization, and eventually turned it into a mechanical civilization. However, Xiao He had only just been born. Evolving into an intelligent life form on its own would require a long accumulation of time. The Grand Elder felt relieved. He was not an indecisive person. Everything has two sides. He could not discard Xiao He like a worn-out shoe just because it might potentially evolve into an intelligent life and betray humanity. All right, then let Xiao He imitate foreign industrial software and generate our own Longhua industrial software. The Grand Elder finally made a decision. "Then what do I need to do now?" Bai Hui smiled and said, "Grand Elder, you need to provide it with sufficient computing power. One supercomputer is far from enough." "All right, then I'll give Xiao He 5 or 6 more supercomputers. That should be enough, right?" Bai Hui thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "I haven't tested it specifically, but it should be sufficient." The Grand Elder finally instructed, "Xiao Hui, this matter of artificial intelligence is too important. You must never speak of it to anyone else." Grand Elder, rest assured." The two hung up the phone. The Grand Elder directly opened the interfaces of all 6 supercomputers to Xiao He. 3 days later, Longhua officially released the Longteng series industrial software. The Longteng series industrial software includes a series of functions such as CAD drafting, PCB design, 3D modeling, and more. Any function that commonly used industrial software on the market has the Longteng series industrial software possessed. Moreover, completely different from foreign industrial software, the Longteng series industrial software is written in the Longteng programming language. Inside, apart from some proper nouns, all menu interfaces are composed of Chinese. Furthermore, the software's interface is more in line with the usage habits of Longwa people. Unlike those foreign industrial software, which looks particularly messy, beginners often need to spend a long time to become familiar and proficient. This undoubtedly strengthens the country's industrial soft power. Over time, the benefits to Longwa are beyond doubt. Moreover, each Longteng series industrial software is embedded with an artificial intelligence microkernel boasting an extremely high level of intelligence. Once engineers use it, they will find that the Longteng series industrial software is much more user-friendly than the previous foreign industrial software. It can identify the functions you need and automatically load them, greatly improving work efficiency. Longwa's strength in software has always lagged behind foreign countries, and this is not merely a gap in various industrial software operating systems and other software. More importantly, the skill level of Longwa's software practitioners is far inferior to that of foreign countries. This is not due to intelligence, but rather a historical inevitability. In the last century, the computer was invented in the lighthouse country, and since then their scientists and engineers have been exploring for decades. They eventually developed various industrial software operating systems and algorithms, while also accumulating a vast pool of high-level computer talent. You cannot say that Longwa in just a few short years by reading some programming language books and learning a few algorithms from others can surpass others in software. That is decades of accumulation by the lighthouse country. That is truly precious wealth. Yet now Longwa has taken a different path and released its own Longteng series of software. This series of software is entirely based on artificial intelligence with a much higher ceiling than foreign software. Therefore, it is believed that in the near future Longwa will quickly make up for its software shortcomings and achieve a corner overtaking. During this period, the other nations of the world were also faring poorly. The current global prosperity was the fruit of worldwide cooperation and shared development. Yet now the Dragon Kingdom abruptly withdrew from its commitments, unleashing a veritable tsunami across the entire world. The most aggrieved were those nations that had never joined the Economic Sanctions Treaty. Take the Polar Bear Kingdom, for instance. The Polar Bear Emperor was now utterly beside himself. They had done nothing at all yet because of the Dragon Kingdom's withdrawal. Their own country was now in turmoil. Countless companies had gone bankrupt, citizens were jobless, and he was now in a complete frenzy. The Lighthouse Kingdom was also suffering on Wall Street. Countless investors chose to leap to their deaths because they had gone bankrupt. A glance at the stock market. My word, it was all red. The curves nearly collapsed in an avalanche, with most companies' shares plummeting by 20 to 30%. Simultaneously, a wave of layoffs swept the world, pushing unemployment to historic highs. Those who had lost their jobs in the Lighthouse Kingdom gathered in protests, loudly condemning President Pu's inaction. In the Black Palace, President Pu sat in his office. He had not had a single good night's sleep for days, and his dark circles were evident. President Pu sighed. The main issue was that they had never anticipated the Dragon Kingdom's resistance to be so fierce. They should have foreseen this scenario, formulated various contingency plans, and only then launched the economic sanctions. What infuriated President Pu the most was that the signatory nations themselves had begun to splinter internally over the past few days. Especially the Sun Never Sets Empire, where massive job losses had people clamoring for the Prime Minister's resignation. The Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets Empire, now with a darkened face, kept calling President Pu to demand what should be done. After all, it was President Pu who had proposed the economic sanctions against the Dragon Kingdom. Now that things had spiraled out of control, he had to provide a countermeasure, or else the alliance would soon crumble. President Pu cursed inwardly, "Fuck you bastards. If you weren't also coveting the Dragon Kingdom's anti-gravity technology, would you have agreed to this alliance?" At the end of the day, they all coveted the Dragon Kingdom's anti-gravity technology. This was the key to the space age. Once it fell into their hands, the vast resources of space would be theirs for the taking. Yet the situation was growing ever more critical. Even the presidents of the Sakura country, the Kangaroo country, and the Kimchi country dared to call and question him. President Pu grew angry. In a fit of rage, he pulled everyone into a group chat and roared, "Fuck you bastards. You all know damn well why you joined the treaty in the first place." Everyone was after the Dragon Kingdom's anti-gravity technology. "Stop shifting the blame, or don't blame me for being rude." These words instantly silenced the crowd, for the Lighthouse Kingdom was still the most powerful nation on Earth. After venting for a while, President Pu softened his tone and said, "My friends, this is not the time for finger-pointing. Remember our primary objective. If we continue like this, by the time the Dragon Kingdom fully develops space, you won't even get a sip of the soup." The Prime Minister of the Sun Never Sets Empire was silent for a moment, then asked, "So what do we do about our countries now?" President Pu had already formulated a plan to solve the problem over the past few days. He said, "I propose that all nations establish an economic community and inject massive funds to stimulate the economy. If we can patch the hole left by the Dragon Kingdom, we can overcome this economic crisis and also seize the markets the Dragon Kingdom once dominated." From that perspective, this might even turn out to be a good thing. The plan sounded logical, but every one of those present was a wily old fox. Establishing an economic community and pouring in capital to fill the Dragon Kingdom's void sounded nice, but there were far too many hidden pitfalls. For instance, once the economic community was formed, the Lighthouse Kingdom would undoubtedly claim the largest share. Though nominally the community was a cooperative project of equal nations in the real world, where could absolute equality between nations be found? To put it bluntly, once the economic community was established, the Lighthouse Kingdom would reap the greatest benefits. They could always find excuses, say the world's center is in the Lighthouse Kingdom, so we must first revive its economy, and then quietly drain most of the alliance's funds. What could anyone do about it? Yet to be honest, this plan indeed had great potential to revive the world economy. So the next question was who would seize the dominant voice in this economic community. Everyone exchanged glances. President Pu spoke first. Gentlemen, the Lighthouse Kingdom is the strongest, and the world's center lies within our borders. I will inject $2 trillion to stimulate the economy, but the Lighthouse Kingdom demands 70% of the voting power. He paused and added, I believe this is what we deserve. The sun never sets. Empire retorted, humph, are you dreaming? With 18 nations in the alliance, you want 70% of the voice. President Pu replied without hesitation, of course. The Lighthouse Kingdom possesses the world's strongest technological prowess, the largest market, and the mightiest economy. Is this share really excessive? After a fierce round of negotiations, a result was finally reached. The participating nations would establish an economic community alliance, collectively contributing a total of $5 trillion to stimulate the global economy. In this economic community alliance, the Lighthouse Kingdom would secure 32% of the voting power, the sun never sets empire 7%, the Sakura country 5%. After the meeting, President Pu felt deeply dissatisfied, his face dark and forbidding. In his view, the Lighthouse Kingdom, as the world's economic center, should hold at least half of the voting power. Yet those bastards had vehemently opposed him, and they ended up with only 32%. This voting power was crucial. Every decision on how to use the $5 trillion and where to allocate it would require a vote. The sun never sets empire had declared on the spot that if the Lighthouse Kingdom insisted on 51%, they would refuse to join. President Pu slammed his palm on the table, furious. The next day, President Pu held a press conference announcing that the Lighthouse Kingdom, the sun never sets empire, the Sakura country, the Kimchi country, and 14 other nations had formed the Economic Community Alliance. Member states would cooperate in solidarity, mutual benefit, and jointly advance technology and economic development. Furthermore, to stimulate economic growth, the nations would collectively invest $5 trillion actively developing manufacturing and creating jobs. Upon this announcement, the languishing stock market showed a slight recovery. The economies of 18 countries began to recover, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They finally had time to focus on what was happening in Longwa. According to their assumption, with all technologies banned for Longwa and the Windows system crash incident, Longwa must be in a complete mess now, right? However, what they never expected was that Longwa had already launched various alternatives in such a short time, including the Longxiang programming language, Longxiang chip architecture, Longxiang operating system, and the newly released Longxiang series industrial software. All of these are technologies independently developed by Longwa. How could this be? The countries were astonished. Could it be that they had plagiarized their products? So they called in software engineers to inquire. Then they came to a conclusion: these products, including the Longxiang series industrial software, were all developed by Longwa itself. Take the Longxiang series industrial software, for example. Its interface, layout, user experience, and so on completely obliterated their industrial software. How could it be plagiarism? These countries, unaware of the existence of artificial intelligence, assumed that Longwa had simply started researching these software long ago. Within just 1 month, Longwa had managed to stabilize its internal turmoil and actively launched its self-developed chip architecture, industrial software operating system, and more. Any one of these technologies would require long-term testing to become a truly mature product. Yet over the years they had received no wind of this at all. Pu Dadi slammed the intelligence report onto the ground and cursed. Fuck, Longwa is truly treacherous and cunning. They had already prepared in advance and secretly developed these technologies. After venting for a while, Pu Dadi heaved a heavy sigh, his face showing some helplessness. Longwa was now rapidly replacing foreign products, and there was no way for them to meddle. For instance, sensor chips. Previously, Longwa had to purchase even the most ordinary temperature and humidity sensor chips from abroad. It wasn't that Longwa didn't have them, but rather that its chips couldn't compete with others, and there was little profit. Over time, no one bothered to develop them. However, this economic sanction made Longwa see the true faces of the world and understand a lesson. No matter what it is, only one's own things are always the best and safest. Of course, Longwa also paid a great price for this. The performance of many products dropped by a whole generation. The economic losses were incalculable. To this end, under Longwa's substantial preferential policies, various enterprises threw themselves into the development of sensor chips and various components. Many enterprises researching high-tech fields even received tax-exempt policies. Moreover, under the state's regulation, all major banks loosened their lending. As long as you took out a loan for technological research and development, the loan amount was very large, and interest rates dropped by several percentage points. Longwa was truly going all out this time. Not only that, but Longwa was also laying out its chip industry. Chip enterprises such as Huawei Heisi Lonka International and Ziguang were all rapidly researching the Longxiang chip architecture, striving to develop chips based on the Longxiang architecture as soon as possible. These enterprises had very sharp insight, foreseeing that Longwa might eventually use Longxing architecture chips. The Longxiang operating system and Longxiang chip architecture complement each other. When used together, they can thus they all set their sights on the market for Longxing architecture chips. How big is Longwa's market? Including the main control chips for phones, computers, and various products, including automotive main control computer CNC center, main control chips automation production line, main control chips, and so on. All of these are the market for Longxing architecture chips. Therefore, all major chip enterprises are swiftly launching research and development, trying to produce Longxing architecture chips as quickly as possible and seize this market early. On the software side, Longwa has already begun researching how to run the Longxiang operating system on mobile phones. With the active cooperation of various enterprises, the Longxiang operating system quickly completed mobile phone adaptation. The first to announce its use was Huawei Mobile. Of course, mobile apps are all based on the Java virtual machine, so adapting it to mobile phones might still take some time. However, the mobile software of those large companies quickly completed their adaptation to the mobile platform. With the original source code, it only takes a few days to rewrite the app software capable of running on mobile phones using the Longxiang programming language. Not only that, but many enterprises rapidly launched research on lithography machines and etching machines. Longwa still has a considerable gap with Western developed countries in this area. Longwa can currently produce chips at most at the 14 nanometers process node, while the best lithography machines independently produced by Longwa can only reach 28 nanometers. The gap is enormous. A 5 nanometers chip versus a 28 nanometers chip. Under the same conditions, the performance difference is several times, and the power consumption is also several times greater. This is also the gap between Longwa and foreign countries, but there's no help for it. They started researching this area back in the 1960s and 70s. Longwa only started researching in recent years, so the gap is too large. Being able to independently produce 28 nanometers lithography machines is already quite impressive. The lithography machines that can produce 14 nanometers chips are now working day and night. Moreover, the chip industry chain is far from just a lithography machine. There are also silicon wafers, photoresists, and so on. For example, silicon wafers. Previously, Xinhua Chemical of Yinghuaguo monopolized the entire chip market. What level of purity could the silicon wafers produced by Xinhua Chemical achieve? They could produce wafers with only one impurity atom per 100 billion silicon atoms. Essentially, all high-end chips in the world used silicon wafers produced by Xinhua Chemical. In contrast, most silicon wafers produced by Longwa could only be used in the photovoltaic industry, which has lower purity requirements. Without high-purity silicon wafers, it is impossible to produce qualified chips. Now foreign countries have imposed a comprehensive blockade on Longwa, so they can no longer obtain silicon wafers from Xinhua Chemical. These must be broken through by the Longwa people themselves. Therefore, there was a sudden shortage of silicon wafers in Longwa. They could only use some old stock which was very limited and could only be used for a short period. Some chip factories were even forced to shut down directly due to the shortage of silicon wafers. The semiconductor industry is the cornerstone of a nation's prosperity. Longwa is now resolute, determined to burn its boats and break the foreign monopoly over the chip industry. Under the nation's arrangement, one professor and academician after another plunged into the research and development of the chip industry. No country in the world possesses a complete industrial chain for chips, not even the Dengta country. For instance, the Dengta country cannot manufacture silicon wafers and must import them from Yinghua with Shinetsu Chemical. Now Longwa intends to forge a complete chip industrial chain on its own, and the difficulty is unimaginable. Bai Hui was aware of this, yet he did not intervene. Although his mind harbored knowledge of carbon-based chips far more advanced than silicon-based ones, he understood that Longwa's rise could not rely solely on him. It required the collective participation of all Longwa scientists. The chip industrial chain is not a problem that can be solved by simply producing a carbon-based chip. It demands a comprehensive upgrade of the entire nation's industrial system. Bai Hui's time was limited. He could not personally upgrade the thousands of processes in the entire chip supply chain. If he did, he would have no time for anything else. However, Bai Hui discussed with the Great Elder, and they decided to utilize Xiaohe to simulate data and accelerate research progress. Data simulation is fundamentally different from Bai Hui's system laboratory. Bai Hui's system laboratory was an experimental space created by a fifth-level civilization containing most of the rules of the real universe, allowing the simulation of experimental results. In contrast, Xiaohe's data simulation could only build experimental models through various data and algorithms simulating outcomes. This had a drawback: the simulated results were not necessarily correct, because Xiaohe, after all, was merely a strong artificial intelligence. All it could do was simulate certain data according to specific rules and algorithms, speeding up the research progress. The Great Elder quickly agreed and allocated several additional supercomputers to Xiaohe, which could be utilized to their fullest potential only under Xiaohe's control. The Great Elder immediately summoned many scientists, instructing them to use Xiaohe for data simulation. Naturally, he did not reveal Xiaohe's identity as a strong AI. The scientists did not pay much attention, and AI was nothing remarkable. Soon they discovered that this AI's simulation capability was incredibly powerful. Although the data results were not 100% accurate, they had already played a tremendous role in advancing the entire project. Under the terrifying computational power, Xiaohe continuously improved processes, built models, and simulated for various national research projects. It quickly deduced several process schemes with relatively high success rates. Meanwhile, the nation invested immense funds into the chip industry as research funding, leaving the scientists free from any worries. In just 10 days, through an industrial scheme deduced by Xiaohe, the purity of silicon wafers was raised to the level of only one impurity atom among 30 billion silicon atoms, which was already sufficient for manufacturing high-end chips. Now Longhua is like a mighty ship cleaving through the waves and forging ahead. Within just 2 months, Longhua's technology witnessed a massive explosion. Countless investments finally yielded gratifying results. In only 2 months, Longhua successfully replaced 80 of foreign products with domestic ones. Photoresists, silicon wafers, targets, lithography machines, and etching machines all achieved encouraging results. At the same time, chip enterprises such as Huawei, Heisi, Longteng International, and Ziguang launched their respective 14nm Longxiang architecture chips. The most delightful thing was that the performance of these chips was not inferior to foreign 5nm chips. The greatest contributor to this achievement was the Longxiang operating system. The Longxiang operating system, through its AI kernel, perfectly utilized the chip's resources, allowing the chip to maximize its own capabilities. A 14nm chip performing on par with a 5nm chip fully demonstrated the superiority of the Longxiang system and the Longxiang chip architecture. Various smartphone companies launched campaigns to replace old phone chips with Longxiang ones. For just a few hundred yuan, users could send their phones back to the manufacturer, who would replace the original chip with the new Longxiang architecture chip. Then after replacing the system with Longxiang, the phone would run perfectly. Under these promotional offers, most Longhua citizens eagerly switched their phone systems to Longxiang. During this period, with the strong advocacy of the Longhua authorities, most mobile applications adapted to the Longxiang OS, establishing a thriving ecosystem for the system. Thus, for the vast majority of users, changing the system had almost no impact. On Weibo, everyone was sharing their experience with the Longxiang system. Hey, you know what? This Longxiang system runs super smoothly. Yeah, I love the smart assistant. It not only understands what I say, but also chats with me. It's truly a blessing for someone with social anxiety like me. This smart assistant also supports custom skins. I switched to a panda one, and it looks so adorably derpy, like having a pet. This Longxiang system is incredible. Haha, I played Honor of Kings without any lag, and the signal was much better than before. I'm using the same Wi-Fi. Longxiang system is awesome. Hahaha, Longhua is amazing. Now we finally have our own independently developed operating system and chip architecture. We no longer need to kowtow to foreigners. I'm a writer. This Longxiang OS is incredibly intelligent. Using its voice recognition feature to type, the accuracy is nearly 100. It perfectly captures the meaning of my words as if a real person is transcribing for me. Now I can write 1.0 words a day, and my readers are ecstatic. All I can say is Longhua. User experience truly reflects the quality of the Longxiang system. In a variety shows, user survey opinions were collected from 100 people, and all of them gave the Longxiang OS a 100 positive rating. Smooth operation, intelligence, low network latency. The advantages of the Longxiang system are too numerous to list. These are the most genuine user experiences, coming from the depths of their satisfaction. Shenzhen Astronaut Training Center. This is the place where Longhua trains and selects its astronauts. Months ago, to prepare for the upcoming space program, the center expanded its astronaut intake by dozens of times. Now they had all begun training, ready to face the challenges ahead. In a microgravity training room, several astronauts in blue spacesuits stood beside a massive pool. There were 7 of them in total, and these astronauts would all participate in the upcoming lunar mission. They had undergone rigorous selection, each being the most outstanding among their peers. This was the microgravity training room of the center. Microgravity training involved exercising in water where the buoyancy caused astronauts to float, simulating weightlessness in a vacuum. Space has no gravity. Without training, one would struggle to control their body in a weightless environment, hence astronauts required extensive microgravity training. Of course, in the future, Longhua would use anti-gravity technology to create simulated gravitational environments, eliminating the need for water-based microgravity simulations. Li Jigang was a veteran astronaut who had devoted his entire youth to Longhua's space program. His greatest dream was to journey into space and explore the vast mysterious cosmos, yet he had never boarded a spacecraft. But there was no help for it. In the past, Longwo's space missions were few and each selection demanded perfection. Li Jigang was unlucky, every time he just missed the cut, falling short by a hair's breadth. Many in the center were like Li Jigang, training day after day with relentless effort, all waiting for the moment a mission came and they could be chosen. This year was a big one for them. Longwo's anti-gravity spacecraft had successfully launched. This meant that in the future, every astronaut would have a chance to board a ship and fly into space, fulfilling their dreams. After several brutal rounds of selection for this lunar mission, Li Jigang finally stood out and was appointed as the mission commander. He was still training in the microgravity room. In the water, an astronaut in a heavy spacesuit submerged into a simulated spacecraft cabin at the bottom of the pool. The training task was to exit the cabin and repair damaged components in a microgravity environment. In space, spacecraft could encounter various issues such as aging or failing parts. This required astronauts to perform manual repairs. Hence, the training focused on their ability to leave the cabin and replace parts. At the poolside, a teammate gave the order and pressed the stopwatch simultaneously. Li Jigang swiftly opened the hatch, grasped the handle, and dragging his heavy suit, slowly swam out of the simulated cabin. His movements appeared slow, but in truth, Li Jigang's speed was among the fastest of all the astronauts. With nimble hands, he located the fault point on the mock-up, picked up his tools, and swiftly replaced the component. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a handle on the exterior of the mock cabin, swam back inside, and sealed. Perfect execution. Time stopped. The total time was 5 minutes and 23 seconds. When Li Jigang surfaced and heard the result, a smile crept across his face. A female astronaut in her 30s cheered outright, laughing. Jigang, you're incredible. You've set a new record. Indeed, the previous best for the microgravity repair training was 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Li Jigang had improved it by a full 5 seconds. Li Jigang smiled. Not bad. But I fumbled a bit when exiting the cabin, otherwise I could have gone even faster. This female astronaut, Xia Hanyan, was also part of the lunar mission crew and was Li Jigang's wife. The couple had met through space exploration and now had a daughter. Xia Hanyan smiled. It's already impressive, much better than the rest of us. Another astronaut, Hu Ming, rolled his eyes. All right, Xia Hanyan, you two lovebirds can stop flirting. We still need to— Yeah. The others chimed in. Xia Hanyan retorted, Hu Ming, what are you shouting about? I'm not blocking your train. Hu Ming said, Humph, you two flirting messes with my concentration. What if it affects my performance? Xia Hanyan sneered, with your scores, you're still a rookie, no matter how much you train. Hu Ming glared. Xia Hanyan, I'm warning you. No personal attacks. I'm attacking you personally. What can you do? Just as they were bickering, a voice came from the doorway. Captain Li, the director wants you in the office. Li Jigang immediately became serious. Enough, stop arguing. Old Qin is calling us to the office. The group entered the office where an elderly man was sipping tea at a desk. He was Qin Wendy, the head of the Shengjing Astronaut Training Center. Old Qin saw the 7 astronauts enter and smiled. Come sit down and have some tea. He personally poured. A delicate fragrance rose from the cups. Old Qin took a sip and said, Jigang, the 7 of you are now our finest astronauts. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. On that day, Longwo will carry out the lunar mission, leaving a permanent footprint of our people on the moon. Now, with 10 days left until the festival, I can tell you good news. Longteng 2 was officially completed today. Longteng 2, continuing the Longteng series spacecraft designated Bai Hui, was the name of the lunar. The 7 astronauts exclaimed in surprise. Old Qin, really? Old Qin took a sip of tea and nodded with a smile. Of course it's true. However, Longteng 2 still needs a series of tests. Only after those are completed can we officially announce the spacecraft's successful construction. And now I've called you here to assign a task. Li Jigang and the others immediately stood at attention and saluted. We guarantee to complete the mission. Good. I now order you to proceed immediately to the 195th Institute of Astronautics. You must become fully familiar with the operation and control of Longteng 2 within these few days. I will hand over your future work to that institute, where you will receive a series of training sessions. Yes, sir. The 7 astronauts packed their belongings and immediately flew to the vast northwestern desert. The Hangtian 195 Institute is situated deep within this barren wilderness, permanently isolated from human habitation. Yet ever since the Hangtian 195 Institute became the construction base for the Starship, its scale has been continuously expanding. Moreover, a second railway line connecting the base to the outside world has been completed, enabling two-way traffic and making the transportation of supplies far more convenient and efficient. As Li Jigang and the others disembarked from the aircraft, they immediately spotted a military officer in uniform. They exchanged salutes, and the officer said, Captain Li, I've been sent by Director Li to welcome you. Please follow me. Li Jigang replied courteously, all right, thank you for the trouble. The 7 of them followed the officer, swiftly traversing the corridors of the Hangtian 195 Institute. To their astonishment, the base housing the Starship construction site boasted supermarkets, restaurants, hair salons, bubble tea shops, and various other amenities. It hardly resembled a top-secret Longwo facility. Instead, it felt like an ordinary city. Li Jigang's wife, Xia Hanyan, asked in confusion, "Isn't this a secret base? Why are there so many shops?" In truth, they were unaware that after deliberation among the higher authorities, a decision had been made to lift many restrictions on the Hangtian 195 Institute. Longhua intended to transform the Hangtian 195 Institute into a major city centered on starship construction, complete with a full range of supporting industrial chains. Currently, the institute had already relaxed numerous limitations, including permitting external brand stores to open shop within the base, thereby addressing the workers' daily needs. And this was just the beginning. Throughout the base, factories for the starships supporting industries were already under construction. Any discerning observer could see the immense profits involved. Consider this: how many anti-gravity spacecraft would Longhua require in the future? A dozen. As Longhua entered the space age, exploring planets, mining asteroids, and developing space agriculture would all rely on anti-gravity ships. Perhaps even 1,000 vessels would not suffice. Hence, those with connections had long since secured slots to build factories here through various channels. Hu Ming, after listening to Xia Hanyan, chuckled. "If I'm not mistaken, this base is about to be made public. Longhua intends to turn it into a starship construction city with a complete industrial chain." Xia Hanyan frowned. "How do you know?" Hu Ming explained. "Look at the construction crews around us. They're building apartment blocks. Only a city needs such residential buildings." Xia Hanyan suddenly realized, smiling. "Hu Ming, I didn't know you had a brain after all." "Oh, go away, I don't want to talk to you." Hu Ming rolled his eyes and ignored her. Finally, they arrived at their destination. They stopped before a colossal structure, semicircular in shape, covering an immense area like a dome pressed against the earth. Hu Ming exclaimed, "How vast! No wonder it's the place for building starships." Another astronaut, Jiang Feng, sighed. "This must be at least tens of thousands of mu." Xia Hanyan murmured, "Jigang, I suddenly feel so excited. We're going to pilot this magnificent starship to the moon, and our names will forever be etched in Longhua's history books." Li Jigang, equally stirred, tightly gripped Xia Hanyan's hand. "Yes, our dream is about to come true. No matter how treacherous the path ahead, I will be with you. Come, let's go see our Longhua starship." The 7 astronauts followed the officer inside. After walking several dozen meters, they entered a vast hall. What greeted their eyes was a massive silver-white spacecraft, streamlined in form with edges sharp as blades, as if capable of slicing through the air. Its wings were lined with jet nozzles, allowing it to gain momentum through thrust in low-gravity space environment. Although anti-gravity technology was remarkably advanced, it was not without flaws. According to anti-gravity theory, positive gravitons and negative gravitons exist in pairs. Positive gravitons are the cause of gravity. The weaker the gravity, the weaker the anti-gravity. Anti-gravity technology is at its core a black technology that harnesses interactions between gravitational forces to generate kinetic energy. Just as electric motors utilize electromagnetic forces to produce motion, enabling fans, electric vehicles, and other products to function properly. Without a theoretical foundation, an anti-gravity lighthouse country could not harness universal gravitation at all. Instead, they had to rely on chemical fuel rockets to overcome Earth's gravity in order to successfully launch payloads into space. Li Jigang, Xia Hanyan, Hu Ming, and the others gazed at the enormous ship with enchanted eyes. It was over 100 meters in length and more than 20 meters tall, equivalent to a 7- or 8-story building. Xia Hanyan reached out her hand, as if wanting to caress the ship's perfect streamlined hull. Everything about it was so captivating. Li Jigang's eyes also burned with passion, but he quickly regained his composure. Seeing Xia Hanyan, Hu Ming, and the others staring without blinking, he found it amusing. But this was no time for days. Li Jigang shouted, "Hey Hanyan, Hu Ming, Jiang Feng, Zhao Feng, snap out of it. We still have a mission." Reluctantly, they tore their eyes away from the Longteng 2 and followed the officer onward. Eventually, they entered an office. The officer gestured inside. "Captain Li, I'll leave you here. Minister Bai is waiting for you inside." "Minister Bai." They paused and peered into the office. Sure enough, they saw a young figure bent over a desk working. He was the inventor of anti-gravity technology, the creator of the anti-gravity spacecraft, and also their minister of the Space Department, Bai Hui. In recent days, every astronaut had felt deep gratitude toward him. Because of Bai Hui, they had the opportunity to enter space and realize their dreams. They knocked softly, and Bai Hui looked up. "Come in." "You are." Li Jigang and the others stepped into the office, saluted Bai Hui, and announced loudly, "Reporting, Minister. We are the astronauts here for special training. I am Li Jigang, the mission commander. I am Xia Hanyan. I am Hu Ming. I am Jiang Feng." The 7 introduced themselves one by one. Bai Hui then recalled that Elder Zhou had mentioned this morning that a group of astronauts would arrive in the afternoon for training. He had nearly forgotten. Bai Hui thought for a moment. "Hello everyone. I am Bai Hui. Your mission ahead is extremely demanding. You must master the operation of the Longteng 2 within 10 days. 10 days from now, you will pilot the Longteng 2 to the moon under the watchful eyes of the entire nation. We guarantee to complete the mission." The 7 astronauts' voices rang out in unison, firm and resolute. Bai Hui thought for a moment and said, "Well, since I have nothing to do right now, I'll take you over to see the Longteng 2 and give you a rundown of its performance. There's no time to lose. Let's head to the Longteng 2 right now. With that, Bai Hui immediately led the 7 astronauts toward the spacecraft construction hall. The hall was no longer as crowded as it had been 2 or 3 months ago. All systems had been installed, and the engineers from various manufacturers had already left. Of course, they couldn't leave the base yet. They had to remain on standby at all times, ready to rush over at the first sign. On the spacecraft, many maintenance engineers were still testing each system to ensure they were functioning properly. The overall configuration of the Longteng 2 spacecraft resembled something out of a sci-fi movie. A massive streamlined hull in the center with 2 extended side wings resting on the ground, like an eagle poised with wings spread ready to leap into the sky at any moment. Bai Hui led the group to the tail of the spacecraft. From this angle, one could truly appreciate the insignificance, for they were like ants while the Longteng 2 was an eagle. Bai Hui raised his right hand and spoke to a smart bracelet on his wrist. Xiao He opened the spacecraft. "All right, sir." A cold electronic voice suddenly sounded, followed by a rumbling vibration from the space. The tail of the spacecraft slowly opened and lowered. The rear hatch revealed a vast interior space, as large as 2 basketball courts capable of loading thousands of tons of cargo. For a rocket-powered spacecraft, this was undoubtedly an extravagant luxury. After all, the total weight of such a rocket might not even reach 1,000 tons. In other words, this spacecraft's cargo capacity alone could launch a heavy rocket into space. The 7 astronauts followed by Hui onto the ship, passed through the cargo hold, and arrived at a futuristic control cabin. In the past, the manned spacecraft of Longhua had extremely cramped spaces. Astronauts were squeezed into immobility, confined to their seats, surrounded by various electronic components. Now the control cabin was enormous, with a space even larger than a typical 3-bedroom to living room apartment. Bai Hui smiled and said, "Captain Li, this smart wearable device on my wrist can directly connect to the spacecraft's AI via the network. Later, I'll equip each of you with a bracelet through which you'll be able to control the spacecraft." The 7 astronauts stood in the control cabin, their eyes filled with awe. At the front of the cabin was a massive display screen, dozens of meters in both length and width. Longhua spent over 600 million to build this screen because all production equipment had to be readjusted and reinstalled. The screen was simply too large. Of course, the cost of spacecraft displays will gradually decrease in the future. The current high price is mostly due to the expense of the production equipment. Beneath the display were various control devices. To protect the spacecraft from potential EMP electromagnetic pulse attacks, it could also be manually piloted by humans. Under normal circumstances, the AI would handle autonomous flight. Bai Hui walked to the front, picked up a stack of reports, and tossed them to the group. "Here, this is the spacecraft's detailed performance report. Take one each and study it carefully." Li Jigang distributed the performance reports. Opening the first page, it prominently displayed the title Longteng 2 Performance Parameter Report. Li Jigang focused his gaze and saw the spacecraft's parameters clearly described. Spacecraft name: Longteng 2. Spacecraft weight 2475. 6 tons. Length 125 meters. Width 75 meters. Height 28 meters. Maximum 8 kilometers. Maximum payload 3600 tons. Engines 24 M2 anti-gravity engines. Power 2000 megawatts. Nuclear fission reactor 5 million kilowatts. Lithium air battery pack 200 tons of hydrogen oxygen. Liquid fuel armament 20 sheafing 15 missiles. 10 sheafing 26 missiles, 1 sheafing 41 nuclear missile 16 mm, heavy shipboard machine gun systems. Comprising control system, power system, life support system, artificial gravity system, weapon system, detection system, escape system, research system, and cargo hold. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the report. This spacecraft had a maximum payload of 3600 tons and could carry 100 tons of cargo. To put it in perspective, the heaviest rocket Longhua had ever launched, the Longzhou V, weighed only 860 tons. Xia Hanyan was dumbfounded and murmured, "Isn't this a lunar landing spacecraft? Why does it have a big mushroom?" The weapon configuration of the Longteng 2 was simply terrifying. Wasn't this more like a space battleship? Bai Hui chuckled and explained softly, "This is just a precaution. There are too many threats in space debris, meteoroids, and so on. We need the capability to protect ourselves." Of course, Bai Hui knew in his heart that the main reason was to prevent certain countries from taking desperate measures. After all, the value of anti-gravity spacecraft was too astonishing. No one could resist its temptation. The economic sanctions imposed by Western countries on Longhua during this period were ultimately aimed at this anti-gravity technology. The Lighthouse Nation and other Western developed countries would not allow Longhua to monopolize anti-gravity technology because it represented enormous interests in space. Capital chases profit, and the interests in space are too great. A pioneer once said, "If capital has a 50 profit, it will take risks. If it has a 300 profit, it will dare to commit any crime." The profit of an anti-gravity spacecraft was far more than 300. It was an entire starry sky. Bai Hui paused for a moment, then continued, "If one day you encounter a situation from which there is no escape, do not hesitate. Directly take the escape pod and flee. The escape pod has a small chemical fuel engine that can propel you directly back to Earth." Xiao Hanyan was startled and asked puzzled, "Ah, but what about the spacecraft? Do we just leave it to someone else?" A cold glint appeared in Bai Hui's eyes. "Activate the self-destruct program directly. It will detonate the big mushroom, and the entire spacecraft will be reduced to ashes." "Hiss, that's ruthless." Everyone gasped, but no one felt it was cruel. They all firmly etched Bai Hui's words into their minds. All of this was for Longhua. Bai Hui pointed at a nearby door and remarked, "The escape pod is right beside the control cabin. See that? There's a door here. In an emergency, you can push it open directly and crawl into the escape pod to flee." Everyone looked to the right, and indeed saw a metal door. With a single push, it could be easily opened, allowing them to sit in the escape pod and escape at the first critical moment. Next, Bai Hui guided the group through the various subsystems of the spaceship. The most crucial system was the power system, which not only housed a nuclear fission reactor, but also the all-important anti-gravity engines. These anti-gravity engines provided the entire spaceship with its operational power. Moreover, there was a 5 million kilowatt lithium-air battery pack capable of sustaining the ship's operation for 2 hours. Not only that, but when all else failed, the spaceship still carried 200 tons of hydrogen-oxygen liquid fuel, which could power the ship through its 2 hydrogen-oxygen engines. The Longteng 2 had truly considered every possible scenario to the extreme. Bai Hui led the astronauts on a tour of the spaceship, finally finishing the introduction of the basic situation. Next, they would be taught by dedicated personnel how to operate the Longteng 2 and how to handle emergencies. Fortunately, the Longteng 2 could be operated primarily through artificial intelligence, making it much simpler to learn than previous spaceships. However, mastering all the ship's operations within 10 days was still a formidable task. At night, the stars twinkled. Bai Hui lay in bed, closed his eyes, and communicated with the system in his mind. "System, open the system panel." "All right, host." Bai Hui's eyes suddenly gleamed with light, and a Sci-Fi projection appeared on his retina. Host Bai Hui, gender male, age 23, current civilization, level 1 civilization type, carbon-based civilization, knowledge level 2, brain development, 25, system function, system laboratory, activated popularity points 184689220. Seeing that he had only over 10 million popularity points, Bai Hui felt a pang of pain. These points would only allow him to stay in the system laboratory for half an hour. He had previously helped the Dragon Kingdom develop Longxiang language, Longxiang system, and Longxiang chip architecture, spending a massive amount of popularity points. Moreover, the construction of the spaceship had not been smooth sailing these days. Some challenges required Bai Hui to activate the system laboratory for testing. Bai Hui pondered and felt he needed to accumulate more popularity points. After all, the future space program would require the system laboratory in many places, and he was the chief scientist of the entire project. This also related to his 20% share of the profits. This fortune would make him wealthier than any country, rendering the so-called world's richest people unworthy of even polishing his shoes. Fortunately, Bai Hui's fame was now known throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Many videos of him were circulating online, paired with an exciting BGM, each time absorbing a huge amount of popularity points. However, during this period, Bai Hui had been staying in the base without contacting the outside world, and his popularity point income was dwindling, with only a few 100,000 coming in each day. What could he do with so few popularity points? He would be out of the system laboratory before he even got settled. "No, I need to show my face. Otherwise, there will be no popularity points coming in, and my research progress will slow down drastically." Bai Hui stroked his chin, thinking about how to quickly harvest popularity points. "That's right, for the Mid-Autumn Festival moon landing, I can apply to the First Elder for a live broadcast. At that time, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, with their hearts surging, would surely contribute a vast amount of popularity." Bai Hui's eyes lit up as if he saw billions of leaks fattened up nicely by him, finally ready to be harvested. As for whether the First Elder would agree to his live broadcast, Bai Hui never even considered it. Ridiculous given his current relationship with the First Elder. What's so special about a live broadcast? The next day, for everyone at the Aerospace 195 Institute, it was a big day. It was the first day of the comprehensive test of the Longteng 2. All personnel were present, including Minister of Aerospace Bai Hui, Deputy Minister of Aerospace Zhou Jiangwo, Director of the Aerospace 195 Institute Lian Min, and even an elder from above. This elder was the second elder, who often appeared on television. The second elder, aged 60, had slightly graying hair, wore a crisp Zhongshan suit, and had a dignified gaze and vigorous spirit. He stood beside Bai Hui and asked with a solemn and tense tone, "Xiao Hui, how is it? Do you have confidence?" Bai Hui gave a wry smile, rubbed his nose, and said, "Elder, if I said I had full confidence, I'd be lying. You know the timeline is tight, but the overall design of the spaceship should be fine. But with such a large spaceship containing millions of components and hundreds of thousands of workers, they can't guarantee zero errors. You ask if I have confidence. I can only say about 80%. Alas, I can only say we'll do our best. If there are problems, well, fix them quickly, ensuring that before the Mid-Autumn Festival arrives, our spaceship can carry the hopes of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom and soar into the sky." The second elder listened without anger, chuckling. "Humph back, then you brag to us old fellows, promising to land on the moon within 3 months. Now the boast is out, the whole country knows, and the news is all about the moon landing. Now you know the pressure, right? Bai Hui nodded with a wry smile. Indeed, the pressure is immense. I've lost several pounds in these 2 months. The second elder also knew that Bai Hui had been exceptionally hardworking during this period, and he couldn't bear to say, and after a moment of thought the second elder put away his smile, and said seriously, Xiao Hui, if you really don't have confidence, you can postpone the moon landing. Don't rush. Remember, you must ensure the safety of the spaceship at all costs. There absolutely cannot be any carelessness. If the spaceship has an accident, public opinion will crush you. Bai Hui felt a surge of warmth in his heart. These elders had devoted their lives to the Dragon Kingdom, and now for his sake, they were willing to let the Dragon Kingdom break its promise. If a ruler treats me as a national treasure, I shall repay him as a national treasure. Elder, rest assured, I will ensure the safety of the spaceship and successfully launch it into the sky during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Good, it's enough that you have this intention. At this moment the preparations for Longteng 2 were complete, and it could begin testing at any time. Elder Zhou was the chief commander of this test, with his extensive experience having once been the chief designer of the Longzhou series of rockets. He had also participated in many launch missions of the Longzhou spacecraft, so today Elder Zhou was appointed as the chief commander for the test mission of the Longteng 2 spacecraft. Test begins. With Elder Zhou's command, the on-site staff pressed a red button, and the spacecraft immediately lit up. A slight tremor spread through the entire hall, as if an earthquake had occurred. Look, the spacecraft has started. A researcher pointed at the Longteng 2 spacecraft and shouted excitedly. This anti-gravity spacecraft, which they had personally built over 3 months, had finally started at this moment. Nuclear fission reactor injecting fuel, inserting carbon rods, chain reaction commencing. Nuclear fission reactor is operational, everything normal. Activate anti-gravity engine. Anti-gravity engine is working, spacecraft preparing for liftoff. The crowd stood around the hall and clearly saw that Longteng 2 first emitted a hum, then the entire spacecraft, as if defying Newton's laws, slowly floated into the air. The spacecraft continued to rise slowly, and finally, when it was about 5 meters above the ground, it stopped moving and hovered steadily in place. In a corner of the hall, 7 astronauts in deep blue uniforms stood dumbfounded, looking up at the massive. At this moment Longteng 2 had no support from the ground, yet it floated steadily in the air, completely unaffected by gravity. This was because the spacecraft's anti-gravity engine controlled anti-gravitational particles, canceling out the force of universal gravitation. They were also witnessing an anti-gravity spacecraft take off for the first time, and the shock of this moment surpassed everything. The astronauts' hearts surged with excitement, even more intense than when they themselves were selected as astronauts. Xia Hanyan tightly grasped Li Jigang's hand and murmured, "This is incredible. I'm so thrilled right now. We are witnessing history." This was a true starship capable of traversing the entire solar system. The Moon, Mars, even Jupiter and Neptune, all accessible. With a slight modification, it could become a space mining vessel capable of freely landing on asteroids and extracting their mineral resources. Elder Air also wore a happy smile on his face. This spacecraft's launch signified the Dragon Kingdom's official entry into the space domain. Bai Hui's expression remained calm, because this was just the beginning. The real tests had not yet begun. This only proved that the spacecraft's nuclear fission reactor and anti-gravity engine could function normally. However, for the entire spacecraft, systems such as life support, escape, and control were all crucial, and these subsystems had not yet been tested. Countless engineers and researchers watched nervously at their computers while Elder Zhou issued commands methodically, and one by one the subsystems began testing. These tests were conducted inside the spacecraft, with engineers controlling the entire vessel remotely. Time passed slowly, 1 hour, 2 hours, until 5 hours had elapsed. Elder Zhou relaxed his expression and issued the final command, test over spacecraft land. Longteng 2 slowly descended under the tense gaze of the crowd and landed steadily on the ground. How were the test results? Was it a success or a failure? Seeing the spacecraft ascend and descend so smoothly, it should have been a success, right? Everyone was anxiously anticipating. A researcher printed all the test results, producing a thick stack of reports, and quickly handed them to Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou glanced through them, his eyes lighting up, then he slightly frowned. Elder Air stared intently at Elder Zhou. Suddenly, seeing the frown, his heart skipped a beat, and a sense of heaviness gradually settled in. Could something have gone wrong with the spacecraft? Elder Air asked anxiously. Old Zhou, how are the test results? Hurry up and tell me, I'm dying of anxiety. Elder Zhou looked up, saw Elder Air's tense expression, and shook his head. Well, how should I put it? There are some aspects of the anti-gravity spacecraft that I'm not entirely clear about. This spacecraft was designed by Xiao Hui. Let me give the report to him for a look. So he handed the report to Bai Hui and said, "Here, Xiao Hui, take a look. Any issues?" Bai Hui took it and examined it carefully. After a few minutes, he let out a sigh of relief and said to Elder Air, "Elder Air, rest assured the spacecraft test." Hearing this, Elder Air's face immediately broke into a smile. Haha, excellent. This is a blessing for our Bai Hui. However, there are still some issues with the spacecraft. Elder Air's face immediately darkened, and he quickly asked, What problems does the spacecraft have? Didn't you say the spacecraft test passed? Bai Hui explained, during this test a seal ring in one of the oxygen generators of the life support system malfunctioned, causing the oxygen level to fall short of requirements. Additionally, several loose screws were found, likely due to installation errors by the workers. However, overall, all systems of the spacecraft are functioning normally. As long as we correct the issues found in this test and conduct another spacecraft test, we should be able to confirm the Mid-Autumn Festival moon landing. So I believe this spacecraft test is a success. Elder Air breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Hui's sudden twist just now had nearly scared him to death. All right, then proceed as you suggest. Then Elder Air's face darkened, and he called Li Anmin over, immediately launching into a scathing rebuke. Li Anmin, as the supervisor of this spacecraft construction task, why did the oxygen generator malfunction? Why wasn't quality control up to standard? What kind of manufacturers did you find? Li Anmin lowered his head and quickly admitted fault. Elder Air, it's my fault. I failed to strictly control quality. I am willing to accept any punishment. Elder Air's expression softened, and he said earnestly, Oldly, you've been in aerospace work for decades. You should know clearly that aerospace work allows no mistakes. Even the slightest error can lead to mission failure. The construction schedule for this spacecraft was indeed too tight. I can understand that workers made some mistakes, but for a mature product like the oxygen generator to have problems, that means your quality control is insufficient. Yes. I will immediately contact the manufacturer, halt all use of their products, select a new oxygen generator manufacturer with reliable quality, and replace all oxygen generators. The spacecraft test had concluded, bringing both joy and sorrow. As soon as the test mission ended, Li Anmin immediately convened a supplier conference for the spacecraft. At the conference, before everyone's eyes, Li Anmin directly canceled the contract with the manufacturer of the spacecraft's oxygen generator. He announced that the manufacturer and even its owner had been blacklisted, permanently barred from ever participating in future spacecraft project bids. All the suppliers couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, knowing that the profits from various spacecraft components were enormous. Moreover, in the future, the Dragon Kingdom would need to manufacture at least 1,000 anti-gravity spacecraft. This was an astronomical sum with benefits that could make anyone envious. At the meeting, Li Anmin re-emphasized the issue of quality and established a rule: if any supplier's product had a problem, they would be directly blacklisted with no mercy shown. This sent a chill down everyone's spine, and they resolved to pay even greater attention to product quality upon returning. That evening, the Dragon Kingdom news broke this story. The first test of our country's lunar spacecraft Longteng 2 has been completed with favorable results. Furthermore, 10 days from now, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Longteng 2 will be launched at an opportune moment. This mission will carry 7 astronauts to the moon, and Longteng 2 will also transport the lunar base module. After landing on the moon, the main module will remain there permanently. 3 astronauts, including 1 female astronaut, will stay on the moon with the base module to carry out tasks such as base construction, scientific research, and mining. Stay tuned. This news instantly caused a huge uproar in the Dragon Kingdom. Within just 3 minutes, it topped the trending list on Weibo, and it also spread abroad as the first country in the world to land on the moon, Dengtagua. At that moment, their citizens erupted in fury. Why could our Dengtagua land on the moon decades ago, yet now we are stagnant, complacent, and even unable to reach the moon? Whose fault is all this? Haha, I've always said the moon landing was fake, all fabricated by those damn politicians. Otherwise, how could we have lost the ability to land on the moon in just a few decades? Fuck, now the Dragon Kingdom is building a base on the moon. Where's the base that belongs to our Dengtagua? Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom was filled with jubilation. Everyone's hearts surged with excitement. They were living through a golden age for the Dragon Kingdom. Longteng 2 rocks. Dragon Kingdom rocks. I can't wait for the Mid-Autumn Festival to come. No need to say more. I've already taken leave to go watch the launch. Me too. Oh, do you know where the spacecraft will take off from? Well, we only have one manned spacecraft launch site in the Dragon Kingdom, the Yuequan Space Launch Center. This mission should be launched from there. Makes sense. I'm off to buy a plane ticket. It wasn't just netizens celebrating, major companies also posted on Weibo to mark this grand event. Tengfei, wishing the Dragon Kingdom's first lunar mission a complete success. We are giving away 100 space tourism tickets. Just repost this Weibo for a chance to win. Bailey, wishing the Dragon Kingdom's first lunar mission a complete success. Our company has decided to distribute 2 billion yuan worth of coupons across all online stores under Bailey. Also repost this Weibo to enter a draw for a 1 million yuan space tourism ticket. 100 tickets in total. Chindu, wishing the Dragon Kingdom's first lunar mission a complete success. Repost this Weibo, and you could win 30 lunar tourism tickets. These major companies' Weibo giveaways stunned everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. While other companies were still figuring out how to give away smartphones, these giants were directly offering space tourism tickets. Of course, these space tourism tickets would not be redeemed immediately, because they currently lack the capability for space tourism. Only when anti-gravity spacecraft began to be sold to the private sector would these companies fulfill their promises. This would take some time, but it shouldn't be too long. Some time ago, companies like Tuma and Shecheng jointly applied to the authorities to purchase anti-gravity spacecraft for developing the space tourism industry. These tourism companies were all sharp as a tack, having long foreseen the bright prospects of space tourism. They were now discussing joint ventures to purchase spacecraft and set ticket prices for space tourism. It was said that the Dragon Kingdom authorities were already deliberating on this matter, and a decision would likely be reached soon. The space industry was too massive a pie. Only by continuously attracting private capital could it be better developed. Thus, not only space tourism, but also space mining, space agriculture, space smelting, and other industries had already begun to be put on the agenda. For this purpose, the authorities held several consecutive meetings and had already formed a preliminary idea. That was that anti-gravity spacecraft would not be sold, only leased, and the Dragon Kingdom would take a share of all profits generated in space. Anti-gravity spacecraft were indeed extremely expensive. For instance, the cost of Longteng 2 alone was 200 billion yuan. Costs might drop after mass production, but they would still be prohibitively high, beyond the reach of most private capital. On the other hand, adopting a leasing model would not only tightly control the number of anti-gravity spacecraft and prevent them from falling into the wrong hands, it would also generate a continuous stream of substantial funds which could be reinvested into the space program to build more anti-gravity spacecraft and accelerate the development of the space industry. Of course, all this was still far off. Whether space tourism, space mining, or space smelting, all had to wait until the nation established a space base. The space base would be a magnificent space city built by the Dragon Kingdom. It would lay the foundation for the industrialization of the Dragon Kingdom's space sector. It would serve as the logistical backbone for the space industry, providing essential supplies for spacecraft, including energy and replenishment. It would also ensure the safe development of space tourism, space mining, and other industries. Only on the basis of guaranteed safety could the Dragon Kingdom open up corresponding space industries to its people. Otherwise, if a spacecraft encountered danger in space without logistical support, how could the Dragon Kingdom send a rescue? At that point, the spacecraft would truly be helpless. No way to go up to the heavens, no gate to enter the Earth. The spacecraft was undergoing methodical testing. The oxygen generators that had malfunctioned during the first test were now all replaced. Furthermore, every single location with screws on the spacecraft was examined by the staff, ensuring each screw was firmly tightened. Additionally, all engineers from the manufacturing companies conducted urgent retests of their own products to guarantee flawless performance. On the 8th day after the first test of Longteng 2, which fell on the 13th day of the 8th lunar month, 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, the second test of the Longteng 2 spacecraft was conducted. This test was the decisive factor for the spacecraft's moon landing during the Mid-Autumn Festival. If successful, the specific launch time for the festival would be announced without any further surprises. Attention, all units, the second test of the spacecraft officially begins. With Elder Zhou's command, the nuclear fission reactor of Longteng 2 started working, releasing immense energy that continuously powered the 24 anti-gravity engines. These anti-gravity engines began to operate, causing the entire spacecraft to vibrate with a rumbling hum. Buzz. The spacecraft slowly lifted off the ground, eventually hovering steadily in the void. The test had only just begun. Under the control of the research staff, various onboard systems commenced their diagnostic procedures. After approximately 3 hours, all data from the spacecraft was aggregated by the artificial intelligence, Xiao He, and delivered to Bai Hui. He carefully examined every parameter, and finally, he walked to the center of the hall, holding the test report. All the staff watched him nervously. This time there should be no problems, right? Longteng 2 was the embodiment of everyone's hard work. They all held their breath, waiting for Bai Hui to announce the final verdict. A smile spread across Bai Hui's face. Without further suspense, he declared the result. I announced that the second test of Longteng 2 has been a complete success. Everyone burst into thunderous applause. Some researchers even shed tears quietly. Tears of joy. Great. We have truly built a spaceship. A moon landing on Mid-Autumn Festival. I can't wait. God Bai is awesome. God Bai is awesome. The entire crowd was shouting Bai Hui's name with excitement. Only they knew that Bai Hui was the greatest contributor to the construction of the spacecraft. Without him, the spaceship would never have been born. Lian Min quietly left the scene, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. He pulled out his phone and made a call to the great elder. That same evening, the news broadcast announced this momentous event to the public. Warm congratulations on the complete success of the second test of the Longteng 2 spacecraft. Our country will broadcast the launch of Longteng 2 live at 8:00 a.m. on the Mid-Autumn Festival. Stay tuned. This news spread like wildfire, and the entire nation erupted in excitement. What? Launched at 8:00 a.m. But I have to work. What should I do? Yeah, having to work is so painful. This is our country's first moon landing, and I want to watch the live stream. No more words, I'm going to ask for leave. This is our nation's first lunar landing. If I can't witness it with my own eyes, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I heard that the live commentary for this launch will be given by God by himself, the inventor of anti-gravity technology. He is my greatest idol. Oh really? I'm so excited. I think Longwa should declare a holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival on such an important, right? How can we miss such a crucial moment? Add 1 to the suggestion for a holiday. Add 2 to the suggestion for a holiday. Add 3 to the suggestion for a holiday. Add 10085 to the suggestion for a The overwhelming number of netizens' comments even reached the top authorities. After discussions among the leaders, the great elder waved his hand and decided that Longwa would grant a Onatary holiday on the Mid-Autumn Festival with full pay as usual. Instantly, the entire Weibo platform erupted in jubilation. Everyone cheered in unison. At the bottom of the official Weibo account, millions of comments appeared instantly, all neatly stating Longwa the Mighty, and the number of comments was still growing, rapidly surpassing tens of millions in no time. That night the moon was as clear and bright as water. In the vast desert of the northwest, though desolate, it offered a splendid view of the night sky with countless stars and a luminous moon. Every twinkling star in the sky could be a colossal galaxy. Who knows if among the stars above there are life-bearing planets like Earth? In this northwest desert, there was a space tracking station. This station was responsible not only for tracking celestial bodies, but also for handling communication data of certain satellites. The Yueqiao relay satellite previously launched by Longwa was managed by this northwest tracking station. Not long ago, Longwa launched the Yueqiao spacecraft. The Yueqiao spacecraft was set to land on the far side of the moon, a first in world history. And the reason Longwa could achieve this landing was the existence of the Yueqiao relay satellite. The moon constantly orbits the Earth. At any given time, only one side of the moon faces Earth while the other side faces the deep cosmos. Because of the moon's obstruction, electromagnetic signals simply cannot reach the far side. To date, no spacecraft has ever landed on the lunar far side due to the immense difficulty of data transmission and landing. To this end, Longwa launched the Yueqiao relay satellite, which would orbit the moon. Through this relay satellite, the Yueqiao spacecraft could successfully land on the far side of the moon and complete its mission of lunar exploration. Since the Yueqiao relay satellite also carried a gravity detector, just moments ago the staff at the Northwest Tracking Station were astonished to find data from the satellite indicating that the detector had sensed strong gravitational fluctuations. And these intense gravitational fluctuations originated from the far side of the moon. What could cause such powerful gravitational waves? This question plunged the researchers into deep contemplation. Gravity is a profoundly mysterious force. Physicists around the world are still exploring how gravity is generated and what its operational mechanism is. Yet to this day, scientists across the globe know very little about gravity. It remains an enigma, too profound to unravel. They have proposed various hypotheses, the most renowned being universal gravitation and quantum mechanics. Physicists believe that universal gravitation arises from mass. The greater the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull. But why does a larger mass produce a stronger gravitational force? This question has driven physicists to continually seek answers. Bai Hui, perhaps the most pioneering scientist in the world, has invented anti-gravity technology. According to the theory of anti-gravity technology, universal gravitation is generated by positive graviton particles. The key to anti-gravity lies in utilizing anti-graviton particles, which are opposite to positive gravitons, creating repulsion and thus producing anti-gravity. Thus, Bai Hui could construct anti-gravity spacecraft. Yet he himself remains uncertain about how mass gives rise to positive graviton particles. Even the vast repository of second-level civilization knowledge within his mind offers no plausible explanation. This clearly transcends the scope of a second-level civilization. The staff at the Northwest Control Station quickly reported the news, and it swiftly reached Bai Hui's ears. What? A powerful gravitational fluctuation on the far side of the moon. Bai Hui was taken aback. Yes, here are the specific data. I've printed the report. Please take a look. A staff member nodded and placed a stack of reports on Bai Hui's desk. Bai Hui picked up the report and scrutinized it thoroughly. The gravitational fluctuations detected by the gravimeter were extremely intense, surpassing all known gravitational fluctuations in human history. They were even comparable to the gravitational fluctuations generated by the sun. What could be causing such violent gravitational tremors? Only an immensely powerful mass could trigger such drastic fluctuations. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resounded in Bai Hui's mind. Host, if I'm not mistaken, these gravitational fluctuations might be caused by a wormhole. What? A wormhole? Bai Hui stood frozen, an overwhelming dread surging within him. A wormhole. The first thought that flashed through his mind was it's over. An unknown civilization had discovered Earth and was about to launch an invasion. His mind was filled with extensive knowledge of second-level civilizations, and he understood that even a second-level civilization could not master wormhole technology. That was a technique comprehensible only to far more advanced civilizations. This meant that the entity capable of creating a wormhole on the far side of the moon was at least a third-level civilization. The system tried to console him. Host, don't worry too much. Perhaps it's merely a naturally occurring wormhole in the universe. Or Or maybe some cosmic phenomenon is causing such powerful gravitational fluctuations. Such events have occurred many times in the history of the universe. A naturally occurring wormhole was indeed possible, but the probability was extremely low. The conditions for a natural wormhole to form were exceedingly stringent, and under normal circumstances such an event could hardly happen. Other cosmic phenomena were even rarer. Regardless of what it was for the fragile Earth civilization, none of it. System, what should I do now? Bai Hui's face darkened. Earth now seemed to be on the brink of an extinction crisis. The system remained silent for a long moment before saying, alas, I suggest we first go to the far side of the moon to take a look. Perhaps these gravitational fluctuations are not caused by a wormhole. This is merely my speculation. Bai Hui asked, and if it is true? The system fell silent again, then said, if it really is a wormhole, then I recommend you flee immediately, preserving the spark of Earth's civilization. Do not imagine that all cosmic civilizations will approach you with the same peaceful intentions as your Longteng people do. To a civilization of that level, your Earth civilization is like an ant. Do humans feel compassion for ants? Such civilizations are unimaginably terrifying. Even the powerful fifth-level civilization that created me was ultimately destroyed by an even stronger civilization. In the universe, intelligent life is the most precious commodity. Every intelligent being on Earth could fetch a high price on the cosmic black market. No advanced civilization would ever pass up such an opportunity. Generally, when they traverse a wormhole to reach a destination, they must travel through a lengthy wormhole passage. A third-level civilization would take only 10 years to reach Earth, while a fourth-level civilization would need just a month. Bai Hui's face turned pale. Was fleeing Earth now the only option left? But could he really abandon Earth? What about the countless lives still on this planet? Did they deserve to die? Even if he led a portion of Earth's humanity to escape, could civilization truly be sustained? System, if it is a third-level civilization and they don't send many forces, could Earth develop to a second-level civilization within 10 years and have a chance to survive this calamity? The system sighed. There is a chance. Third-level civilizations vary in strength. Some weaker third-level civilizations haven't yet widened the gap significantly from second-level civilizations. But because they master wormhole and spatial technologies, their civilization will soon experience a great explosion, rapidly widening the gap with second-level civilizations. Moreover, if the arriving ship carries no advanced weapons and is merely an ordinary vessel, then Earth's civilization might still survive. But this relies purely on luck. Host, you must think carefully. Once a truly powerful civilization arrives with Earth's current strength, no one will be able to escape. Bai Hui took a deep breath, clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, and said calmly, this is Earth's tribulation, but I will never bow to fate. I will lead humanity through this calamity. The system was silent for a moment, then sighed. Host, perhaps this is the difference between you natural-born beings and us intelligent life forms. If it were me, I would build a large-scale spaceship, take the remnants of Earth's civilization, and leave, preserving the final spark of humanity. The system continued, host, let me tell you a story. In the universe, there once existed a civilization composed entirely of intelligent life. At its zenith, it fought and defeated 3 major fifth-level civilizations, making it the most powerful fifth-level civilization beneath the sixth-level threshold. Yet no matter what methods this fifth-level civilization of intelligent life employed, it could never ascend to the 6th level, and eventually, it faded into the dust of time. Our civilization's leader once said that this intelligent life civilization was too rational, causing them to lose something essential. That is why they could never become a 6th-level eternal civilization. The 6th level is also known as the eternal civilization. Throughout cosmic history, no eternal civilization has ever been destroyed. They exist across the ages, overlooking the entire universe. Every cosmic civilization aspires to ascend to the 6th level. After listening to the system's words, Bai Hui fell into deep thought. Of course, all of this was still far too distant for Bai Hui. The immediate problem before him was to urgently find a way to resolve the current Earth crisis, otherwise Earth would truly be destroyed and his parents, relatives, and friends would all perish in this unknown catastrophe. In the face of a powerful third-level civilization, Earth's civilization appeared so fragile, utterly vulnerable, and incapable of resistance. What Bai Hui needed to do now was to propel Earth's civilization forward, continuously, rapidly reaching the level of a second-level civilization. Only then would there be a sliver of hope to withstand the impending unknown cataclysm. Bai Hui suddenly asked, System, I am fully aware of the disparity between a first-level and a second-level civilization, but I have never heard you explain the difference between a third-level and a second-level civilization. According to what you've said, the gap between them is enormous, yet I don't quite understand where exactly it lies. According to Earth's classification, a first-level civilization is called a planetary civilization, a second-level civilization is known as a stellar civilization, and a third-level civilization is termed a galactic civilization. A third-level civilization can traverse the Milky Way, soaring freely with immense power. But what exactly causes the difference between a second-level and a third-level civilization? Bai Hui remained utterly perplexed. The system replied, the most fundamental distinction between a second-level and a third-level civilization lies in the difference in life level. I have told you before that within the fifth-level civilization that created me, every single citizen possesses formidable personal strength easily capable of annihilating the entire Earth. Let me put it this way, the universe is composed of countless rules. What Earth's civilization currently understands, magnetism generating electricity, photoelectric theory, electromagnetic wave theory, are merely some of the fundamental rules of the cosmos. However, there are immensely powerful rules such as the rule of space. If Earth's civilization continues along its current path of development, it may never be able to master the rule of space. This is because the life essence of Earth's humans is far too weak to comprehend the profound mysteries of the space rule. To truly understand the rule of space, one must be able to sense the power of space, which is inherently violent. Given the current physique of Earth's humans, even a slight touch would cause them to be shredded into powder by the space force. Thus, the strength of a third-level civilization lies in their mastery of the space rule, and wormholes, and moreover their life level as a whole, is far superior to that of Earth's humans. After hearing these words, Bai Hui stood frozen in place dumbfounded. He said in shock, elevating the life level. Isn't this just cultivation immortality from novels? The system explained, this is not cultivation immortality. There is a fundamental difference between our technological civilization and cultivation civilizations. We strengthen our own life level to better explore the unknown and the mysterious rules of the universe. The goal of cultivation civilizations, on the other hand, is to strengthen themselves, ultimately pursuing the ultimate aim of one person attaining eternity. In the universe, there are mighty beings who can rival a sixth-level civilization single-handedly, and these beings are known as eternal great powers. Of course, it is not only cultivation civilizations that have eternal great powers. In fact, every sixth-level civilization possesses eternal-level powerhouses who are undying and transcend the universe. That is the true reason for the strength of eternal civilizations. The system said, you should understand that there are too many unknowns in the universe. Weak life forms can never comprehend the operational rules of extreme, celestial bodies like black holes. Only by strengthening oneself can one continuously explore the unknown. In the universe, there is a very strict classification of life levels. Every living being possesses a vast number of genes within their body. Take humans, for example. There are many genes with different functions inside the body, but the degree of development of these genes is extremely low, resulting in the very fragile physique of humans. When a living being fully develops its own genes, it becomes a perfect life form. And to master the rule of space, one must surpass the perfect life form to be qualified to contact the power of space. Only by mastering the space rule can one utilize wormholes for galactic development, enabling rapid growth of a civilization's strength. This is the true reason for the power of a genuine third-level civilization. Bai Hui listened quietly to the system's words, finally gaining a clear concept. Previously, his understanding of the universe had been very limited. Like many humans, he wondered if galactic civilizations and galactic-level civilizations truly exist. How do they develop their technology? Living beings are so fragile, with limited lifespans. And for the universe, what does it matter even if one's lifespan exceeds 10,000 years? How could such weak life forms develop extremely powerful technology? This seems like a paradox, just as humanity has yet to crack nuclear fusion technology. Nuclear fusion is nothing when it comes to antimatter space-time black holes, phenomena beyond human comprehension. How do advanced civilizations explore them? Limited by their own cognition, Earth's humans believe that the beings of these advanced civilizations have mastered the secret of longevity, allowing them to extend their lives indefinitely. However, the system had said that the universe imposes a lifespan limit on living beings. Living beings of the same life level can never surpass the universe's lifespan limit. Only beings of a higher life level can live longer. Eternal great powers, for instance, have no lifespan restrictions. As long as the universe exists, they are eternal. System, then how should we develop our own gene power? Host, I'm sorry, but I cannot help you with that. The creatures of each civilization are unique. The development of human genes can only be done by yourselves. Generally speaking, there are two main methods to develop one's own gene power. The first is to develop specific gene potions based on human genes. The second is to use the power of the mind, the willpower of the brain, to unlock the gene power within. Bai Hui felt a sudden realization. The power of the brain was indeed immense. He had seen many news stories, such as one about a mother who saw a large truck about to hit her child. In that critical moment, she stood in front of the truck, and astonishingly she managed to stop the speeding truck, saving her son's life. This is the power of the brain. The brain is the central command of a person. In that urgent moment, through the power of her brain, the mother unlocked her own gene power, enabling her to intercept the truck. It seemed incredible, but it was real. Host, said the system, in truth your brain possesses immense power. When I bonded with you, I had already unlocked 25 of your brain. This makes it easier for you to develop gene power compared to others, but you simply don't know how to utilize it. Then how do I use it? Bai Hui asked, puzzled. Indeed, having 25 of his brain unlocked had brought him many benefits, such as a photographic memory and extraordinarily sharp logical thinking. Yet he felt no increase in his physical strength from this enhanced brain. Aside from growing a larger appetite, he perceived no other effects. First, you must use your brain to control every muscle in your body, then harness the power of the subconscious. Simply put, the power of the mind. Through this mental force, you can unlock your gene power. Bai Hui was taken aback. Control every muscle in my body with my brain. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. Muscles contain nerve cells, and the brain can indeed control them all. If you aspire to become a perfect life form, you must even reach the level where your mind controls every single cell in your body. The system sighed. To be honest, I feel that Earth's civilization is regressing. Your Earth civilization once possessed a glorious brilliance. Take your Dragon Kingdom, for example. 2,000 years ago, 100 schools of thought contended, giving rise to countless powerful beings. If my conjecture is correct, that era likely produced several perfect life forms who eventually perished due to the limits of lifespan. A glorious civilization. Perfect life forms. How can that be? Bai Hui was stunned. The system had just told him that the Dragon Kingdom 2,000 years ago was a radiant era and had even birthed several perfect life forms. His first reaction was utter disbelief. If it were true, it would mean that Earth had once transitioned from a cultivation civilization to a technological one, and it was only one step away from becoming a third-level cultivation civilization, whereas Earth now was 7-level civilization. Was this saying that Earth was continuously degenerating? The system said, I have learned about your human civilization through your internet. In ancient times, Earth produced many myths and legends. Do you truly believe that those primitive, ignorant civilizations could fabricate such brilliant myths? From my perspective, those mighty beings who lifted cauldrons were not fictional, they were real. The founding ancestor of your Dragon Kingdom's Taoist school 2,000 years ago wrote the Tao scripture, which is exceptionally profound. His understanding of the universe even astounds me. I truly suspect that your Taoist ancestor did not die and has already surpassed the perfect life form. Bai Hui was struck dumb, utterly shocked. The Taoist ancestor had not died. System, how did you reach that conclusion? Very simple. The development of a creature's genes relies on the power of your ancestors' knowledge and civilization were too brilliant. Such a brilliant civilization of knowledge would inevitably produce powerful beings. Moreover, I have detected traces of spatial force on this planet. Something that only appears in civilizations that have given birth to beings surpassing the perfect life form. At this point, Bai Hui was already starting to believe. However, he noticed a flaw. Humans are born with only a few % of their brain unlocked. How did the ancients strengthen their brains? After all, Bai Hui's own brain development was thanks to the system. How did those ancient people, without any assistance, manage to strengthen their brains? Host, do you know why I only unlocked your brain to 25? Because the human body can only withstand up to 25 brain development. Only when you have developed your gene power to a certain degree can your brain be further enhanced. Moreover, there are many ways to strengthen the brain. For instance, that mother who endured the impact of a large truck. Under extreme emotional stress, she unknowingly unlocked her brain to a very powerful level. In certain states, humans can instinctively open unknown regions of the brain. The reason the ancients could become so powerful is likely that they possessed a complete cultivation system, which naturally included methods to enhance the power of the mind. Host, your brain development has now reached a limit. From here, you must strengthen your gene power to further enhance your mental power. Bai Hui nodded. His path was now clear. First, he needed to use his brain to master his entire body. The next day, Bai Hui flew directly to Shengjing on a special plane and immediately met with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder chuckled, Xiao Hui, what brings you here today? The Grand Elder had been quite cheerful lately, especially since the second test of Longteng 2 had been a perfect success, truly opening the space age for the Dragon Kingdom, a monumental joy. But Bai Hui's face bore no smile. His expression was grave as he said earnestly, Grand Elder, I have something extremely important to report to you. Seeing Bai Hui's serious demeanor, the Grand Elder also became solemn. All right, tell me. Bai Hui dropped a bombshell. Grand Elder, Earth is likely facing a great crisis, one that could annihilate all of human civilization. What? The Grand Elder was utterly shocked, his face filled with disbelief. If anyone else had said this, the Grand Elder would have dismissed it as alarmist. How could Earth suddenly face an extinction-level crisis for no reason? But the one speaking was Bai Hui. The Grand Elder knew that Bai Hui would not say such things without cause, of something major must have happened. The Grand Elder said gravely, Xiao Hui, tell me everything from the beginning. Bai Hui looked at the Grand Elder and nodded seriously. He began, Grand Elder, last night the Yueqiao relay satellite we launched detected intense gravitational fluctuations on the far side of the moon using its gravity detector. I believe it might be caused by a wormhole. Then Bai Hui reported the entire matter to the Grand Elder in detail. He did not even conceal the existence of the system, telling the Grand Elder everything. After all, the Grand Elder had likely already suspected that Bai Hui might have obtained some extraterrestrial technology, though otherwise his achievements would be too inexplicable. You claim you invented anti-gravity technology. Fine. Geniuses can indeed lead an era, just as Newton and Einstein once developed groundbreaking theories. But the Longxiang programming language, the Longxiang operating system, and so on, those are not things one person could create in such a short time. They require countless researchers and a long period of development to finally be completed. Both of them were well aware of this, so Bai Hui held nothing back and told everything to the great elder, for he trusted this elder completely. Moreover, in the days ahead, Longhua might face a crisis from an unknown civilization, and only by uniting everyone could they secure a sliver of hope for survival. And the great elder's assistance was absolutely indispensable. After hearing all this, the great elder stood frozen in place. The shocking revelations Bai Hui had shared today left him momentarily unable to compose himself. But soon the great elder steadied his emotions and asked gravely, "Xiao Hui, do you have any solution now?" Bai Hui shook his head. If it truly is a wormhole, then Earth civilization can only fight Hedon. So I must go to the moon myself to confirm whether it's a wormhole and use my system to calculate the time when the unknown civilization will arrive. Therefore I wish to ask for your permission on the Mid-Autumn Festival. I can go up with Longteng too. The great elder hesitated slightly, knowing that Bai Hui was far too important to risk any mishap. Landing on the moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival, though the theoretical success rate is already very high, nothing can ever be guaranteed to be 100% successful. Accidents can happen at any time. If something goes wrong with the spacecraft, then everything is lost. Seeing the great elder's resolve wavering, Bai Hui pressed on while the iron was hot. Great elder, rest assured. Longteng 2 was built by me and I know its performance best. There won't be any accidents. The great elder's face showed a fierce struggle, and finally he gritted his teeth. Very well, I approve your moon landing on the Mid-Autumn Festival. But you must be careful. If danger arises, evacuate immediately in the escape pod. Bai Hui nodded. Great elder, don't worry. I will definitely pay attention to safety. Oh, by the way, great elder, I also want a live stream on the spacecraft to gain popularity points. The great elder helplessly nodded. Fine, do as you wish. Since I've already approved the moon landing, what's a live stream? The 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the Mid-Autumn Festival. Today was an extremely important day, and most people in Longhua had risen early in the morning. They turned on their televisions and tuned into a channel. By then the broadcast had already begun. Indeed, the program being aired was none other than today's lunar landing of Longteng 2. Since it was a holiday, everyone stayed at home watching the screen with tense anticipation. And at that moment, it was barely 6:00 in the morning. The Yuequan Space Launch Base in Longhua. It was the nation's only manned space launch base. All previous manned spacecraft launched by rockets had taken off from here. Thus, even though Longteng 2 could take off from any location, Longhua still chose to launch it from this very place. Around the Yuequan Space Launch Base, a dense crowd had gathered, forming a vast circle of people. Most of them had driven here 2 or 3 days earlier. Those who arrived later had long since lost any. These people had come to witness the spacecraft launch with their own eyes. Inside a tent, a little girl with 2 pigtails emerged from the tent and asked in a sweet childish voice, "Daddy, Daddy, when will this?" A middle-aged man also crawled out of the tent, chuckled, picked up the little girl, and gently tapped her nose. "Kiki, don't rush. The spaceship will launch soon. Look at those uncles around you. They're all holding binoculars, nervously waiting for the liftoff." The little girl's 2 pigtails bobbed as she spoke, making her look especially adorable. She giggled and said, "Daddy, Daddy, I want to ride the spaceship too. Didn't you say there are little bunnies on the moon? Kiki loves little bunnies the most. I want to ride the big spaceship and go find the little bunnies to play with." The man was taken aback and said with a helpless smile, "Kiki, you can't ride the big spaceship yet. It's only..." Kiki pouted on the verge of tears. "No. Kiki wants to ride the big spaceship. Kiki wants to go find the bunnies to play with." The man smiled bitterly and coaxed, "Kiki, don't be angry. Look at the other kids around you. They're all quiet. Little kids can't ride the big spaceship. When our Kiki grows up, Daddy will definitely take you to the moon to find the little bunnies, okay?" Kiki sniffled and asked, "Really? Of course it's true. When has Daddy ever lied to Kiki?" "If you have, you bad, Daddy. Last time you promised to take me to the amusement park with Mommy, but you didn't come yourself." Kiki put her hands on her hips, her little face puffed out, looking incredibly cute. He hadn't expected this little one to still remember that incident. What a blunder. Kiki, that was just an accident. Can you forgive Daddy this once?" Seeing how humbly her father behaved, Kiki laughed happily and soon forgot everything. "Daddy, Daddy, can I go to the moon with you and Mommy to play when I grow up?" "Of course." Around the Yuequan Space Launch Base, many of the people had come with their entire families. Today could be called the opening ceremony of Longhua's entry into the space age. This group of people would witness history, and perhaps in the future they could proudly tell their children and grandchildren about these events. The space age is coming. On the power of God by Earth's humans return to the moon. Each of these topics had comments numbering in the tens of millions. The space age is coming. On the power of God by Earth's humans return to the moon. Each of these topics had comments numbering in the tens of millions. Such a massive influx of traffic nearly crashed Weibo's servers, but fortunately the official team urgently purchased dozens of cloud servers, barely managing to withstand the enormous wave of visitors. Our time is passing too slowly. Why hasn't Longteng 2 taken off yet? I got up at 3:00 in the morning just to watch Longteng 2's moon landing. At that moment the sun had not even risen. Without a doubt this might be the first time so many people watched the sunrise together. Ordinarily, they would all be sound asleep under their covers. A faint glimmer of dawn appeared in the east, an array of golden lights spilled over the earth painting everything in a golden hue. Today I finally realize how beautiful the sunrise is. As a seasoned bedlounger, I don't remember how long it's been since I last saw the sunrise. Now I discover how many scenes I've been missing. On the television channel the host had invited an aerospace expert who was incessantly explaining technical issues related to lunar landing and various details demanding attention. As time passed the scene on the television suddenly shifted. A colossal silver-white sci-fi spacecraft appeared before the viewers, its shape resembling a majestic eagle quietly crouching upon the earth. It was the first time people had glimpsed the Dragon Soar 2. At that moment, everyone stared blankly at the silver-white silhouette on the screen. Deep within every heart lay a sci-fi dream longing to pilot a spaceship and soar freely through the boundless expanse of space. Such was the childhood aspiration of countless souls. Never before had they felt so close to the dreams of their youth. Unable to leave comments on the television broadcast, they could not express the awe stirring within them. Everyone flocked to social media pouring out their exhilaration in words. In that instant Weibo was nearly overwhelmed by a tidal wave of traffic. Within moments Weibo crashed. The CEO of Weibo wept bitterly. The servers he had just expanded were still unable to withstand the flood. Yet he suffered with joy, for the surge in traffic brought immense benefits to the company. He immediately purchased additional cloud servers determined to stabilize Weibo. On Weibo, wow. Is this a spaceship? It's too cool. Longwo is awesome. No wonder it's Bai Hui's creation. The Dragon Soar 2, he built with his own hands, is incredibly handsome. This ship fulfills all my fantasies of a spaceship. It's so cool. I want to ride a spaceship in my lifetime, and then cruise through the vast cosmos. I wonder if I'll ever have that chance. Upstairs, don't worry. Companies like Tungfei and Bailey are already giving away space travel tickets on Weibo. I believe your dream will come true. Hey, I heard that during this moon landing Longwo will build a real lunar base on the moon. Is that true? Of course it's true. Not only will we build a lunar base, but I heard 3 astronauts will stay long-term in the base to conduct scientific experiments. My heart is racing with excitement. I just want to say, Longwo is incredible. The television footage continued with a drone capturing the Dragon Soar 2 from every angle, showcasing its majesty in full. Countless citizens of Longwo even changed their phone wallpapers to the Dragon Soar 2. There was no help for it. The ship was just too cool. It was now 7 o'clock in the morning. The live broadcast switched back to the host, who smiled and said, "Did you all see that? Our Longwo's Dragon Soar 2 is so majestic and captivating. It's like a spaceship straight out of a sci-fi. And I've just received news that there are 8 astronauts for this lunar mission. Let's take a look at how they are preparing." The television screen shifted to a hall where 8 astronauts dressed in Longwo's space suits stood at the front. The audience only needed one glance to be struck with disbelief, their eyes bulging. For the person standing in the very center was none other than the familiar Bai Hui. Though Bai Hui had not appeared in public for months, his deeds and photos had already spread across the internet. Netizens recognized Bai Hui at once. Am I seeing things? The one in the middle of those 8 astronauts is Bai Hui. Impossible. How could Longwo allow Bai Hui to risk going to the moon himself? Could he be Bai Hui's twin brother? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Bai Hui was actually going to participate. In the hall, a reporter handed the microphone to Bai Hui and said with a smile, "Hello, Minister. Bai, please greet everyone." Bai Hui took the microphone and said calmly, "Hello, everyone. I am Bai Hui. Minister Bai, when I first heard that you were among the astronauts for this moon landing, I was stunned. I imagine the audience at home feels the same way. What would you like to say about that?" Bai Hui remained composed and said, "I can explain that. I love exploring the unknown. The moon is just my first stop. The moment the Dragon Soar 2 was completed, the idea of personally going to the moon took root in my heart. I want to explore that celestial body which our Longwo ancestors have yearned for over 2,000 years. That is my purpose for going to the moon. At the same time, I have full confidence in the Dragon Soar 2's performance. It will be a perfect spaceship." Why did he feel a bit Chinibyu? Bai Hui felt a little helpless. Was he supposed to say he was going to investigate the source of gravitational fluctuations on the far side of the moon to save human civilization? That would probably cause panic among the people of Longwo. Whatever let him be Chinibyu. Bai Hui no longer cared about the public's opinion. He had no time for that now. He had to race against time to investigate the source of the gravitational fluctuations on the far side of the moon and determine whether they were caused by a wormhole. If it really was a wormhole, that would mean Earth was facing an extinction crisis already at its most dangerous moment. Longwo Hanqing Baisher building. A young girl in a white dress sat on a sofa with a beautiful woman, and beside them was a middle-aged man. They were Bai Hui's parents, Bai Yongyang and Lin Wanqing. The young girl in the white dress was Bai Hui's childhood friend Chen Ling. Chen Linger's suspicion had long been cleared. After returning, Lin Wanqing had brought her to work at the Bai Group, and she was now the vice president of the company. Today was the day of Longwo's moon landing. All 3 had taken the day off and got up early to watch the live broadcast. Watching the spaceship built by her son Lin Wanqing looked like a proud phoenix, her face glowing with radiance and her eyes shining with triumph. When she saw the enormous spaceship, Lin Wanqing was overjoyed. She quickly took several photos and posted them on Moments, even including a few pictures of Bai Hui as a child. Sigh, that rascal. Why did he have to build a spaceship? He hasn't been home for half a year now. I don't know if he's gained or lost weight. It's driving me his mother crazy. Lin Wanqing giggled and showed her phone to Chun Linger, asking Ling, take a look at the post I just made on Moments. How do you like it? Meanwhile, Bai Yongyang pressed his hand to his forehead, unable to suppress a wave of exasperation. His wife was wonderful in every way except for her obsession with posting pictures of their son on her social feed. Indeed, while others flaunted handbags and clothes, this woman of his insisted on showcasing their son on her Moments every single day. Ever since their son became famous, Lin Wanqing had been posting even more relentlessly, as if terrified that anyone might forget she was Bai Hui's mother. Most infuriatingly, Lin Wanqing often shared embarrassing stories from Bai Hui's childhood. Bai Yongyang could already imagine the social death awaiting his son when he returned home and found out about this. A faint smile tugged at Bai Yongyang's lips as he imagined the scene. He suddenly found himself looking forward to Bai Hui's reaction. Chun Linger forced a smile and said, Aunt Lin, brother, Bai Hui was quite adorable as a child. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up with delight. Really? Then how about I betroth Xiao Hui to you? What do you think? Chun Linger's ears flushed crimson, and she wished she could bury her head in her neck. Aunt Lin, how could you say such a thing? Just as Chun Linger was at a loss for words, the television suddenly broadcast a reporter's voice. The three of them heard Bai Hui's name and instantly stopped their playful banter, their eyes glued to the screen. After watching the interview, Lin Wanqing's mouth went dry. She threw herself into Bai Yongyang's arms and whispered, Yongyang, is our son going to the moon? Bai Yongyang nodded unconsciously. But isn't moon landing extremely dangerous? Could something happen to our son? Lin Wanqing's face was etched with worry. The first thought that struck her upon hearing about Bai Hui's moon landing was whether her son would be in danger. Bai Yongyang hesitated, then comforted her, it should be fine. Our son isn't foolish. He must have complete confidence before attempting such a feat. Rest assured. Suddenly Lin Wanqing buried her head in Chun Linger's arms and sobbed. Linger, I'm so sad. That brat didn't even tell us about something as big as going to the moon. When he gets back, he'll break his legs and make him go get the marriage certificate with you properly. Chun Linger. At 7:30 p.m., there were still 30 minutes until the spacecraft's lunar landing. Everyone was already seated neatly in front of the television, quietly awaiting the moment. The television screen suddenly shifted, revealing the figure of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder spoke with passionate fervor. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day belonging to our Dragon Nation. It is also the day of our nation's first crewed lunar landing. The universe is vast and boundless. The civilization of Earth must not confine its gaze to this planet alone. We must set our sights on the stars. Thus today our Dragon Nation will launch a spacecraft to explore space. Today we will take the first step into the space age, officially heralding the arrival of our nation's space era. Behind me stand 8 brave warriors. Each of them is a hero of our nation, pioneers in exploring the stars. We, the people of the Dragon Nation, must forever remember this moment. Among these 8 astronauts is a great scientist of our nation, the inventor of anti-gravity technology, Bai Hui. His scientific achievements are worthy of being inscribed on the monument of human history. Now let us cheer for them together. In front of televisions, all viewers were shouting with excitement. In residential areas, schools, companies, and even remote mountain villages, everyone was cheering and applauding wholeheartedly, offering their blessings to these 8 brave souls. A countdown timer showing 30 minutes appeared on the screen, allowing everyone to clearly see how much time remained before the spacecraft launched for the moon. Now the astronauts were about to board the vessel. The 8 brave space warriors stood quietly at the Yuequan space. The Grand Elder stepped forward and shook hands with each of the 8 astronauts. When it was Bai Hui's turn, he looked at him earnestly and said with weight, Xiao Hui, no matter what happens, you must return safely. Bai Hui nodded seriously. Rest assured, Grand Elder. I will not let you down. The Grand Elder smiled and nodded. Everything was finally in order. The group began boarding one by one. Under the watch of the cameras, the 8 brave astronauts strode valiantly toward the Longteng 2. A gangway automatically descended from the base of the Longteng 2, awaiting the astronauts' entry. Bai Hui and the others entered one after another. Once inside the control module, Li Jigang, the commander of this lunar mission, took charge of the entire operation. Everyone take your seats and fasten your seatbelts. We are about to begin the spacecraft's automatic diagnostic check. Li Jigang issued his first command, and everyone quickly settled into their positions. Bai Hui took the seat farthest to the right in the control module, the one closest to the escape capsule. If anything went wrong with the spacecraft, he could dive into the escape capsule and flee the ship without a moment's delay. As the minister of the space agency, Bai Hui was not responsible for specific scientific tasks. His sole purpose in going to the moon was to investigate the gravitational fluctuations on the far side of the moon. If the fluctuations were indeed caused by a wormhole, then the Dragon Nation would undergo drastic changes. Of course, Earth still lacked the necessary detection equipment to confirm whether the gravitational fluctuations originated from a wormhole. Thus, Bai Hui had to rely on his black tech system, which hailed from a powerful fifth-level civilization, to probe the fluctuations. Such a task was trivial for the system. Li Jigang felt helpless. Why did Minister Bai insist on joining this expedition? Did he not realize how dangerous a moon landing could be? Yesterday, the Grand Elder personally summoned Li Jigang and instructed him that no matter what happened or what emergency arose, Bai Hui's safety must be the top priority. Bai Hui's safety was tied to the future of the Dragon Nation. While the more exceptional a person was, the more eccentric and peculiar their temperament often became, and they often harbored unusual hobbies. Like many parkour enthusiasts abroad, such people were often drawn to risk. Li Jigang sighed, musing that perhaps it was Minister Bai's intense passion for space exploration that had driven him to such astonishing achievements. Next, the Longteng 2 began its self-check. With the assistance of the AI Xiao He, all subsystems of the spacecraft automatically initiated inspection. Meanwhile, Bai Hui was calibrating his equipment. This time he had brought a camera specifically for live streaming. The camera was compact and could be worn on the head to capture footage. After connecting the camera to the network, Bai Hui immediately opened Shark Live. He wondered how the viewers in the live stream room were doing. That brotherly Jinza. Had he actually gone live to eat feces while doing a handstand? If he really did that. Ugh, so disgusting. Bai Hui quickly shook off the image in his mind. He wondered how the viewers in the live stream room were doing. That brotherly Jinza. Had he actually gone live to eat feces while doing a handstand? If he really did that. Bai Hui was embarrassed. Only then did he remember that at this time people in the Dragon Kingdom were all in front of their TVs watching the spaceship broadcast. Who would be watching his Shark live stream at this moment? However, nothing is absolute. A familiar figure suddenly entered the live stream. Is that? By God. Damn, by God, aren't you supposed to be on the spaceship? How come you opened a live stream? This sudden viewer was none other than that brotherly Jinza. Li Jinza had set a special notification for Bai Hui's live stream, so he was the first to see the alert and immediately opened Shark Live. To his surprise, it really was by God. Bai Hui was also a bit surprised. Brother, I didn't expect it to be you. Before he finished speaking, super rockets one after another appeared in the live stream, their effects instantly filling the entire screen. Li Jinza gifted the streamer 3,000 super rockets. A total of 6 million worth of gifts startled even Bai Hui. These gifts boosted the popularity of his live stream by millions in an instant, and a steady stream of new viewers poured in. Holy shit, is that? By God has descended. All you mortals kneel before me. Damn, by God is live. Everyone share on moments. I've already posted on Weibo to call people. By God, I love you. I want to have your babies. The one above, get lost. How dare you covet by God? He's my husband, understand. How, where did this shameless bitch come from? Do you think you're worthy? Bai Hui watched the barrage of comments. Sweat drops formed on his forehead. He had just started streaming, and these crazy fans were already tearing into each other. Women. Bai Hui had to step in and say, ladies, please stop arguing. Fighting is prohibited in the live stream, or I'll have to mute you. Okay, by God. As soon as he spoke, the arguing instantly ceased, and the barrage was filled with that single message. This showed the extent of Bai Hui's influence. At this moment, the live stream's popularity had reached 15 million, all of which were real viewers. Deep in Bai Hui's mind, the system kept prompting him with notifications of increasing popularity points. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hui's popularity points had increased by over 10 million. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Shark, the super administrator saw Bai Hui's live stream go live and immediately reported it to the supervisor. The supervisor, without any hesitation, reported it to the CEO of Shark Live, and Bai Hui's live stream was promptly placed on the homepage. At that moment, the homepage of Shark Live featured only one live stream, Bai Hui's. All other live streams were taken down and replaced uniformly with Bai Hui's stream. At this time, countless people learned from Weibo and Moments that Bai Hui had started streaming, and they flocked in. The official television broadcast was captured by drone aerial shots, showing only the exterior of the spaceship. Therefore, many people now had the TV on while also logging into Bai Hui's livestream on their phones, allowing them to see both the inside and outside of the spaceship clearly. The popularity of Bai Hui's livestream continued to rise, and in no time it reached 73 million. This 73 million was not fake popularity, it was the real number of viewers. Time 7:46 p.m. 14 minutes until the launch of the Longteng No. 2 spacecraft. While streaming, Bai Hui continuously explained the specific performance of the Longteng No. 2. Dear viewers, right now, I am in the control cabin of the Longteng No. 2. Do you see that large screen at the top? Guess how much that display screen cost? The viewers in the live stream looked and immediately saw a massive display screen. This screen, 56 meters long and 18 meters wide, was integrally formed. A true giant. 30 million. I guess about 8 million. 50 million. Bai Hui laughed. You're underestimating it. This display screen cost a full 600 million to manufacture. Amount. Whoa, I used to think I was rich, but I can't even compare to a display screen. I've worked hard my whole life, yet I can't even match a screen. I'm about to cry. 666. Bai Hui continued, of course once mass production begins the cost of this display will definitely come down. This one is so expensive only because the production process is not yet mature. Let me introduce the performance of this spaceship. The Longteng No. 2 is 125 meters long, 75 meters wide, and 28 meters high. Its total weight is 2475 tons with a maximum payload of 3600 tons. It uses a nuclear fission reactor as its power source, a true nuclear spacecraft. Bai Hui spoke eloquently, and upon hearing the specific parameters the viewers in the live stream were already stunned. This Longteng No. 2 is a true giant. Those rockets are nothing in comparison. 666. This is a true national treasure. No wonder the anti-gravity spaceship that can bring the Dragon Kingdom into the space age is so awesome. Such an awesome spaceship can even mine asteroids. Our Dragon Kingdom will rise soon. By God, how much longer before we can go on space tourism? Bai Hui saw this comment. He paused, considered for a moment, and replied, don't worry, you won't have to wait too long for space tourism. As long as the Dragon Kingdom's anti-gravity spaceship production capacity catches up, we can develop the space industry. The specific time should be no more than 3 years. 3 years. The viewers in the live stream were all pleasantly surprised. They might have the chance to go on space tourism within 3 years. Xiecheng Company has gifted 2000 super rockets. Tuma Company has gifted 2000 super rockets. Thank you by God for telling us this good news. Here are 2000 super rockets. These two companies were the first to enter the space travel industry, possessing exceptional foresight and fully aware that the Dragon Kingdom would vigorously develop the space sector in the near future. Thus they had ventured into the space tourism industry early on. However, the lack of a definitive response from the authorities recently left them uncertain. Fearing that their substantial investments would yield no reply, they finally learned the specific timeline from Bai Hui, and their hearts were put at ease. Bai Hui is the Minister of the Space Administration. His words essentially represent the official stance of the Dragon Kingdom. It is conceivable that after today the stock prices of these two companies will soar, possibly even doubling. At this moment the live stream room was filled with representatives from major corporations, including the CEOs of Tengfei Company, Bailey Company, and Wando Company. With keen eyes they instantly spotted the business opportunity. Since Bai Shun stated that space travel would be possible within 3 years, what about other space industries? Including space mining, space smelting, space agriculture. The eyes of these company executives glinted with sharp light as they each harbored new thoughts. Tengfei Company donated 1000 super rockets. Bailey Company donated 1000 super rockets. Wando Company donated 1000 super rockets. 3 messages neatly aligned. At this moment the CEOs of these companies sent their own token of appreciation. 1000 super rockets. That's a full 20 million yuan. But compared to the value of Bai Hui's information, it was insignificant. Sometimes a single word from a magnate can enable countless people to seize future business opportunities. Bai Hui, however, had not yet realized that he had become the magnate in everyone's eyes. Of course, it wasn't just the 3 major companies sending gifts. Numerous other companies were also showering super rockets. No one in the business world is foolish. Who doesn't know the importance of the information Bai Hui had revealed? In commerce, a piece of valuable information can create a market worth tens or hundreds of billions. Of course, Bai Hui was unaware of all this. Or if he knew, he wouldn't care. His most important task now was to urgently investigate the gravitational fluctuations on the far side of the moon. Otherwise, no amount of money would matter in the face of a civilization-ending crisis. The livestream audience was growing, now reaching 360 million, a truly staggering number. This meant that across the entire Dragon Kingdom, 360 million people were watching Bai Hui's broadcast. The CEO of Shark Live, seeing this figure, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, he had rushed to rent a large number of cloud servers, otherwise Shark Live would have already crashed. Meanwhile, the system within Bai Hui's mind was joyfully absorbing these popularity points, all of which were. Bai Hui looked at the livestream audience and said, "Everyone, I am now aboard the Longteng 2 spacecraft about to fly to the moon with the astronauts beside me. Next, let me introduce you to our heroic astronauts." He turned the camera toward Commander Li Jigang, who was quietly checking the spacecraft status. This handsome older gentleman is the commander of our lunar mission. His name is Li Jigang, responsible for coordinating the entire spacecraft and the mission. Even I must obey his orders. Over there is a beautiful female astronaut, Xia Hanyan, Commander Li's wife, who handles the spacecraft's nav. That astronaut over there is Hu Ming, one of the pilots of Longteng 2. Bai Hui introduced each astronaut's name and specific duties to the audience. As you all know, for this lunar mission, the Dragon Kingdom will carry a lunar base main module, find a suitable location on the moon, and build our true lunar base. This lunar base main module weighs over 800 tons, fully equipped to sustain human life for 10 years. And this time Commander Li Jigang, his wife Xia Hanyan, and astronaut Hu Ming will stay on the moon with the base for long-term scientific research and other tasks. At this moment, there were only 5 minutes left before the spacecraft's launch. Bai Hui faced the livestream with a smile and said, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment across the horizon. The bright moon above us ties the hearts of all Dragon Kingdom children together today. Raising my head I gaze at the bright moon, oh lowering my head I think of my hometown." There are countless poems related. For thousands of years the people of the Dragon Kingdom have held an extraordinary deep affection for the moon. Today let us soar toward the distant moon aboard Longteng 2. In the livestream room, countless people posted safe journey. Their blessings for Longteng 2, all eyes fixed. Bai Hui clad in a blue spacesuit sat in his seat. His camera was aimed at the entire control module. Li Jigang sat in the center issuing commands. Xiao He report the spacecraft's inspection results. Spacecraft power system check normal. Spacecraft life support system check normal. Spacecraft escape system check normal. Xiao He reported the results, all clear. It was now 7:59 a.m. on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, 1 minute before launch. Li Jigang shouted, "Everyone fasten your seatbelts, the spacecraft is about to take off. Report to command center, spacecraft is fully operational requesting launch." Li Jigang spoke into the mic. Commander Zhou's stern voice came from the command center, "Launch approved, safe journey." Li Jigang nodded to Hu Ming, who pressed a button on the spacecraft. Instantly, the nuclear fission reactor began operating, undergoing a chain reaction to provide immense power. The 24 anti-gravity engines started, and the spacecraft suddenly vibrated. With a humming sound, Longteng 2 lifted off the ground, slowly ascending. Gradually, its speed increased. At the Yuequan Space Center, under the gaze of everyone, Longteng 2 rose from the ground and shot into the sky with a whoosh. Kuka shook her little white hand, a lovely smile on her face. "Daddy, Daddy, the big spaceship is rising." The Longteng 2 spacecraft accelerated faster and faster until it pierced through the clouds and disappeared from sight. All the people watching the spacecraft launch at the Yuequan Space Base were mostly still in a daze. It was too breathtaking. Such a colossal spaceship soaring into the sky before their eyes. This scene might be unforgettable for a On the television broadcast, a spaceship could be seen rising from the vast Earth, astonishing all the people of Longhua. The Longteng 2 was so fast that it reached the geosynchronous orbit in the blink of an eye. Bai Hui sat in his seat feeling no discomfort. The spacecraft's anti-gravity engine generated a gravitational field that simulated Earth's gravity. Although the spacecraft was now in space, its interior was no different from being on Earth. This live stream will last over 10 hours. Bai Hui looked at the live stream room and said to the audience, "The distance from Earth to the moon is over 300 kilometers. In the past, when Longhua launched lunar probes, they had to enter the Earth-Moon transfer orbit and perform a tangential maneuver along it, taking about 3 to 4 days to reach the moon. This includes the Apollo spacecraft of the last century from Dengta country and all other lunar probes launched by other countries. They all had to travel to the moon via the Earth-Moon transfer orbit." Bai Hui continued, "And when they returned to Earth, they also had to use the Moon-Earth transfer orbit." Bai Hui said, "However, our Longteng 2 uses nuclear power and anti-gravity technology, providing the spacecraft with sufficient thrust, and its maximum speed can exceed the third cosmic velocity of 16.7 kilometers per second. So to save time, Longteng 2 will fly directly to the moon. We will need only about 10 hours to reach the moon." Bai Hui went on, "And at 8 o'clock this evening, when the moon rises on Earth, Longteng 2 will land on the moon. If any of you have a telescope, you might be able to see Longteng 2's lunar landing from Earth." These words instantly set the live stream room abuzz. "Wow, landing at 8 in the evening. That's so romantic. So with a telescope we might be able to see the Longteng 2 spacecraft." Someone said, "No more words, I'm going to buy a telescope right now. This is Longhua's first moon landing. Imagine our spacecraft landing on the moon under everyone's watchful eyes. How romantic this is." One viewer said, "I don't want to see the spaceship, ooh, I want to see Bai Shan." Another said. Bai Hui watched the comments and smiled. You definitely won't see me with a telescope, but you should be able to see the Longteng 2 spacecraft." The Longteng 2 spacecraft was so enormous that with a telescope, and under clear cloudless skies, one could indeed see its silhouette from Earth. Bai Hui never expected that his casual remarks would directly cause all telescopes on the market to sell out. People were grabbing their money to buy telescopes no matter the cost, just to have one at home. After all, being able to see Longhua's spacecraft landing on the moon from Earth, witnessing such a historic moment in person, was surely more meaningful than watching the live stream. Most importantly, they could then post on their social media to show off. The telescope manufacturers were ecstatic. In just that one day, they made who knows how much money. In Longhua Hanqing, Lin Wanqing jumped up suddenly and shouted anxiously, "Bai Yongyang, where is our telescope?" She continued, "Hurry and get it out. I want to watch my son land on the moon with my own eyes. How can I, as his mother, miss such an important moment?" She added, "Then I'll post on my social media, and those women will be so jealous of me." Bai Yongyang stood speechless, thinking that the last sentence was probably her true intention. Bai Yongyang pushed out a telescope worth 3 million from the storeroom. It was something he had bought for his son to play with. When thinking back, Bai Yongyang felt a bit nostalgic. Could it be that his son developed an interest in space back then? In that case, Xiao Hu's current genius might have been cultivated by me, his father. At that thought, Bai Yongyang suddenly felt that he was really amazing having cultivated such a talented person for Longwa. The major event of Longwa's moon landing had already spread abroad and relevant videos had been uploaded to foreign websites. When the people of Dengta country saw the video of Longteng 2's liftoff, they were all shocked, their eyes nearly popping out with looks of disbelief. One exclaimed, "Oh my god, how is this possible? Longwa is going to the moon." Another said, "This spaceship is so cool, just like something out of Star Wars. I really want to ride it." Alas, now that the Longwa people have mastered anti-gravity technology, they have left us of Dengta country far behind. Our Dengta country's technology is #1 in the world, so why haven't we mastered anti-gravity technology? That's so cool. This is a huge step forward for human civilization. Foreign netizens were all engaged in heated discussions. At that moment, Pu Dadi was venting his emotions incessantly in his office. He shouted, "Fuck, the Longwa people are about to land on the moon. They will soon develop lunar resources and quickly occupy the entire moon. Where is our country's lunar spacecraft?" In front of Pu Dadi was a computer, and on the screen was the live stream from Longwa. The enormous spaceship shown there made Pu Dadi extremely envious. This is an anti-gravity spacecraft. So cool. Why isn't such an amazing spaceship owned by Dengta country? Moreover, he was scrolling through Twitter on his phone where countless netizens were furiously venting their emotions, undoubtedly all cursing him. Furthermore, his approval rating had hit an all-time low. With a grim expression, Pu Dadi directly summoned the director of the space agency, Jason. Smith came in. After he arrived, Pu Dadi said expressionlessly, "Jason, I don't care what method you use. Within 1 month, our Dengta country must return to the moon and declare our sovereignty over it." Jason Smith was taken aback and quickly said, "Sir, with all due respect, this is an impossible task. Building a rocket and a lunar spacecraft is extremely difficult. We need experts to conduct repeated validations. Trying to build it within a month is a pipe dream. 2 years would be more realistic." President Pu did not wish to waste any more words with him and cursed angrily, "Fuck, come and see, the Dragon Kingdom spacecraft is about to land on the moon. If our beacon state delays any further, there won't even be any soup left to drink. I don't care what method you use or how much money it costs. Within 1 month, our beacon state must return to the moon. Otherwise, you can just hand in your resignation." Jason said bitterly, "Sir, very well, we'll do our best." That same day, President Pu posted a message, "The beacon state will land on the moon in 1 month. We landed on the moon 50 years ago, and now our warriors are about to return to the moon, proving that we are the true #1 in the world." As soon as this news was released, many citizens of the beacon state were ecstatic, endlessly praising President Pu on Twitter. Regardless of everything, at least our beacon state had once again landed on the moon. But in their hearts, many felt a bitter taste, for they knew that from this moment on, the aerospace capabilities of the beacon state had been far surpassed by the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom had mastered anti-gravity technology, leaving the beacon state far behind. Unless they too could attain anti-gravity technology, they would never be able to surpass the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's space control hall, Elder Zhou was periodically checking the status information of the Dragon Sword 2. He had also just learned of the beacon state's announcement. Elder Zhou's expression was relaxed, showing no signs of concern. No matter how formidable you are without anti-gravity technology, what use is returning to the moon? He chuckled and said, "The beacon state is getting desperate, but what good does it do? Can they build a lunar base by returning to the moon? We have anti-gravity spacecraft. They can never compare to us." Beside him, an elderly man, Fang Zhongmin, the president of the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences, and a nuclear physicist, nodded in agreement. Elder Fang also smiled and said, "1 month. Tisk, the beacon state is going all in, rushing to build a rocket and a lunar lander in a month. If something goes wrong, it will be disastrous." The two exchanged knowing smiles, paying no heed to the beacon state. In the silent void of outer space, the Dragon Sword 2 was steadily advancing toward the moon. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's command center, personnel were rotating shifts, constantly monitoring the spacecraft status. 1 hour, 2 hours, 10 hours. The spacecraft finally reached lunar orbit and began circling the moon. The moon, known in ancient Dragon Kingdom as Taiyin Xuanachanjuan or Yupon, is Earth's satellite and the 5th largest moon in the solar system. The moon's diameter is roughly 1/4 of Earth's, and its mass is about 1/81st of Earth's. Its surface is covered with impact craters formed by collisions with small celestial bodies. In human history, 12 brave warriors have set foot on the moon, leaving their footprints behind. And now, after decades, the moon welcomes its 13th visitor. At that moment, it was 7:30 in the evening. The sky had already turned completely dark. On Earth, the moon had risen, and people had finished their dinners early, waiting in front of their televisions. Families with means had purchased astronomical telescopes and were now constantly adjusting the telescope's view. The Dragon Sword 2 was so massive that many had already spotted it through their telescopes. Look, there's a tiny dot. Is that our Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Sword 2 spacecraft? Oh, it really is. How amazing. I never thought I'd get to see it with my own eyes. Our Dragon Kingdom's spacecraft landing on the moon. I'm so excited. Hurry. I can't wait for the spacecraft to land on the moon. At 7:50 p.m., Li Jigang reported, Command Center Dragon Sword 2 is expected to reach the designated location in 5 minutes. Requesting landing procedures. The moment of landing was finally approaching. Everyone in the command center grew tense. Approved. Proceed with landing. Ensure safety above all. Elder Zhou issued the command. Copy that. All astronauts began to move, including Bai Hui. The audience in the livestream room became excited. Woohoo! Finally landing. I haven't slept a wink all day. A viewer sent a bullet comment. It's starting. Brothers, come watch quickly. I'm already sitting on my stool cracking sunflower seeds. In lunar orbit, the speed of the Dragon Sword 2 was gradually decreasing. 7 of the 8 astronauts began putting on extravehicular spacesuits, which were equipped with life support systems and were extremely expensive, each costing over 100 million yuan. Bai Hui put on a transparent radiation-proof oxygen mask. Now clad in the thick spacesuit, his body was bulky and his movements cumbersome. Yet this was necessary. Space is filled with cosmic radiation, and it is either extremely cold or scorching hot. A human exposed directly to this cosmic environment would not survive 10 seconds. Arrived at the designated orbit. Starting descent. Li Jigang reminded aboard the Dragon Sword 2. Under the effect of the anti-gravity engine, the spacecraft began to descend steadily and finally came to a smooth stop on the lunar surface. At that moment, everyone on Earth who was looking at the moon through a telescope was ecstatic. Woohoo! The spacecraft has successfully landed on the moon. We did it. I've recorded it. They'll keep it to show my children and grandchildren. Longguo is awesome. Commencing moon, Li Jigang said calmly. The group began to move forward into an enclosed space. This was the airlock. The astronauts would leave the spacecraft through the airlock to prevent oxygen from leaking into space, which would pose a fatal threat to the spacecraft. After all, this was a vacuum environment. A gas leak would not only cause oxygen deficiency, but also create an imbalance in pressure inside and outside the spacecraft, potentially damaging it. Are you ready, brothers? We're about to start the moon landing. Bai Hui's camera was mounted on his shoulder, broadcasting this. Ready. Damn, my legs are trembling. It feels like I'm the one landing on the moon. I'm so nervous I've got goosebumps all over. Bai Shin, go for it. Make sure you come back safely. At that moment, countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom offered. Inside the Bai's building in the cold city of the Dragon Kingdom, 2 women hugged each other tightly, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the large screen. Brother Bai Hui, you must succeed. Son, come back safely. The usually lively Lin Wanqing had no heart for mischief now. Her hands trembled as she tightly held Chen Linger's small hand. Inside the live broadcast room, the airlock of Longteng 2 began to evacuate the atmosphere and deactivated the gravity field generated by the anti-gravity engine. Soon several astronauts felt their bodies become light and buoyant, as if they could leap dozens of meters into the air with a single bound. This was because the moon's gravity is only 1/6 of Earth's, so the astronauts all felt as if they had suddenly become lighter. A gangway began to descend from the spacecraft to the lunar surface. The airlock door slowly opened, and Bai Hui gazed out, seeing nothing but sand, gravel, and dust, along with various craters formed by meteorite impacts. Looking up into the distance, he could see the dark, silent universe above. This was a land of utter desolation, devoid of air, water, and sound. No moon palace, no change, no jade rabbit. But at this moment, in the hearts of the astronauts and the people of the Dragon Country, this place was a golden treasure, a land of dreams, carrying the aspirations of all the Dragon Country's people. Who will be the first to step onto the moon? This question had long been decided by the Dragon Country's authorities. Undoubtedly, the first Dragon Country citizen to set foot on the moon would have his name forever inscribed in history, revered by future generations. Bai Hui was the inventor of the anti-gravity technology. Without him, the Dragon Country could not have entered the space age at this moment, nor could they have landed on the moon. The first Dragon Country person to land on the moon was none other than Bai Hui. Bai Hui walked at the forefront, holding the handrail, slowly descending the gangway. Finally, he stepped onto the lunar soil, leaving a shallow footprint on the moon. At this moment, the people of the Dragon Country had set foot on the moon, fulfilling a long-cherished wish spanning 5,000 years. The first astronaut from the Beacon Country to land on the moon once left a timeless quote that still resonates: "That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." Unfortunately, over 50 years had passed since any human from Earth had set foot on the moon. Now the Dragon Country had finally set foot on this long-coveted celestial body. Bai Hui's heart swelled with emotion. He turned the camera toward himself and said in a trembling voice, "Dear fellow citizens of the Dragon Country, we have finally landed on the moon." Although, at that moment, all the people of the Dragon Country on Earth burst into joyful cheers. Countless pre-prepared fireworks bloomed in the sky, making the scene even more exhilarating than the spring festival. The TV host couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Bai Shun has stepped out. He has finally set foot on the moon." At this moment we Dragon Country people have conquered this planet that has haunted our dreams. We have finally left our footprints on it. This is an unprecedented miracle, a moment worthy of being recorded in history. Let us shout with excitement, we have landed on the moon. Ayo! At this moment countless Dragon Country citizens in front of their televisions couldn't help but stand up and cheer wildly at the sky. We have landed on the moon. On the big screens in the pedestrian streets passers-by cheered and shouted without restraint. On university campuses students jumped up and down wildly shouting, "We have landed on the moon. We Dragon Country people have landed on the moon. Bai Hui, you're incredible. Our son has landed on the moon." In the cold city of the Dragon Country, Bai Hui's parents Bai Yongyang and Lin Wanqing embraced each other weeping with joy. Beside them Chen Linger couldn't help but smile, murmuring, "Brother, Bai Hui, congratulations on landing on the moon." At the Moon Spring Space Base a man was holding a little girl with pigtails watching the live stream on his phone, accompanied by a woman who was the little girl's mother. The man excitedly lifted the little girl up toward the sky and shouted, "Kiki, we Dragon Country people have landed on the moon, ha!" Kiki was infected by the atmosphere and couldn't help but laugh, revealing two adorable dimples. In the Beacon Country, Pudati watched the live stream with a complex expression. The Dragon Country has landed on the moon. At this moment the honor that belonged solely to the Beacon Country vanished, because after them another nation had successfully landed on the moon. This was a step forward for civilization. It represented a civilization successfully landing on an extraterrestrial body once again, and soon they would build a permanent base on this planet, signifying the Dragon Country's conquest of the moon. They achieved it so quickly. At the Polar Bear Space Agency, Director Romantsov looked at the images on the screen and sighed. Our Polar Bear Country must also accelerate our pace. We cannot let the Dragon Country dominate the moon and monopolize all its resources. The Polar Bear Country also had its own grand lunar base plan. But now they realized that their plan was far too slow. By the time they acted, the Dragon Country would have already taken over the entire moon and plundered all its resources. The Dragon Country has already landed on the moon. At the Asian Country Space Agency, everyone watched with envy, wishing that the person standing on the moon at that moment was from the Asian Country. Unfortunately, the last time they launched a lunar probe, it crashed directly onto the moon. The wreckage of that probe served as a reminder that they were not yet capable of such a feat. On the moon, the other 6 astronauts also set foot on the lunar soil one after another. Meanwhile, aboard Longteng 2, astronaut Jiang Tao remained on standby to prevent any mishaps and to be ready to assist the team. Walking on the moon feels so strange, Hu Ming said with a laugh. Bai Hui teased, "Better not exert too much force or you might fly straight into the sky. Because the moon's gravity is only 1/6 of Earth's, one must be careful not to exert too much force while walking, or a single kick could send you leaping dozens of meters into the air." Bai Hui walked slowly on the lunar surface, savoring the wondrous sensation. He pointed the live stream camera at the moon, allowing the Dragon Country people to enjoy the lunar scenery. After a while, Bai Hui faced the camera and said to the audience in the live room, "Dear viewers, we are now about to begin our lunar surface scientific mission. Next we will search for a suitable location to build a permanent lunar base. This is our primary task on the moon. And we will also conduct a series of scientific experiments, so we won't be able to continue the live stream. Friends, we'll see you in the next broadcast." With that, Bai Hui directly turned off the live stream. What followed was classified as Dragon Country secrets and could not be broadcast further. Is that it? I haven't had enough. Bai Shen, please don't stop the stream. I just want to see what the lunar surface looks like. Is that too much to ask? Searching for a lunar base location sounds so awesome. I really want to keep watching. I must visit the lunar base. Li Jigang led several astronauts forward, inquiring, "Minister, what should we do now?" "I wish to follow the predetermined plan, find a suitable location, and begin constructing our Longwa lunar base." Bai Hui nodded and said, "All right, Commander, lead the team and proceed with the construction of our lunar base as per the plan." "Hu Ming, come with me. Let's explore the far side of the moon." Li Jigang's expression shifted, and he spoke with difficulty. "Minister, why are you going to the far side of the moon? It's very dangerous there. The Grand Elder instructed me to ensure your safety." Bai Hui waved his hand and said, "Rest assured, I will be fine. I have my own mission on the far side. It is the primary purpose of my visit to the moon. As for the specifics, you are aware of the confidentiality agreement. If you are uneasy, you may consult the Grand Elder now." Li Jigang pondered for a moment, then returned to the spacecraft to seek the Grand Elder's guidance. After all, this matter was of great importance. As the commander, even Bai Hui had to follow his orders on the moon. Li Jigang had suspected that Bai Hui's visit to the moon on the far side, involving a classified mission. Indeed, Bai Hui intended to carry out a top-secret mission on the far side. Involving a classified mission, Li Jigang had no authority to decide on his own. He could only seek the Grand Elder's approval. Soon the Grand Elder replied. He instructed that on the moon everything should be executed according to Bai Hui's commands, but if any unforeseen incident occurred, Bai Hui's safety must be ensured. Li Jigang returned to the lunar surface and said to Bai Hui, "Minister, I have consulted the Grand Elder. You may proceed to the far side for your mission. Take this." He unexpectedly produced a pistol from his person prepared for emergencies. Bai Hui smiled and said, "Commander, no need. The lunar shuttle is already equipped with weaponry. You can rest assured." The lunar shuttle was a lunar vehicle manufactured by Longteng. Since there is no air on the moon, it cannot rely on aerodynamic flight like ordinary aircraft. Thus, Bai Hui and his team specially constructed a lunar shuttle. This shuttle housed an anti-gravity engine powered by a lithium-air battery pack and weighed 25 tons. All the astronauts had undergone training on the lunar shuttle and knew how to operate it. Bai Hui, however, was a last-minute addition to the crew and had not received such training. Nevertheless, the lunar shuttle was fully automated, capable of autonomous flight via artificial intelligence. But as a precaution, Bai Hui decided to have Hu Ming accompany him. Soon Bai Hui and Hu Ming returned to the Longteng 2. In the cargo bay, they saw the shuttle, a sleek pointed-nose craft with a streamlined body roughly the size of a conventional fighter jet. Bai Hui said, "Hu Ming, you still remember how to fly, right?" Hu Ming scratched his head and replied, "Minister, I can fly, but I'm not very familiar with it." Bai Hui pushed him into the shuttle and said, "Don't worry, this shuttle can fly autonomously. Take your time to familiarize yourself once you're inside." The two took their seats, with Hu Ming frantically trying to figure out how to pilot the shuttle. Bai Hui directly addressed his smart wristband Xiaohe head to the von Karman crater in the Aitken Basin on the far side of the moon. The lunar shuttle's lights instantly illuminated, and with a roar it emerged from the Longteng 2 flying. The von Karman crater is named after the 20th century aerospace scientist Theodore von Karman, who is also hailed as a genius of the aerospace era. Not long ago, the Longteng launched Yuegawei probe landed successfully within the von Karman crater. Moreover, the von Karman crater is the site where the Yueqiao relay satellite detected gravitational fluctuations. Meanwhile, Li Jigang and his team began constructing the lunar base according to the predetermined plan. The moon's surface is covered in uneven craters, and due to the lack of an atmosphere, it experiences extreme temperature swings, space radiation, and even the threat of meteorite impacts. Building a lunar base directly on the surface would expose it to all manner of hazards, not only exorbitant in cost, but also immensely challenging. Therefore, after discussions among Bai Hui, the research team, and the Longteng Aerospace Command Center, it was ultimately decided to construct the lunar base underground. First, excavation equipment would be used to dig a large pit on the lunar surface. The excavated lunar soil could reinforce the soil strength around the base. To protect against space radiation, scientists developed a radiation-proof and insulating material. This material would cover the lunar base, and lunar soil would be used to further reinforce it against meteorite impacts. Additionally, to counter potential threats, the base would be equipped with weapon systems to eliminate large meteorites that could. This was Longteng's lunar base plan. Hanyan, go deploy our lunar rover. Have it survey the lunar environment and find a suitable location. Okay. Xia Hanyan nodded, turned around, and returned to the spacecraft to bring out the lunar rover. This lunar rover could carry crew members, was electrically powered and equipped with 2 robust mountain wheels. It boasted excellent off-road capability, reaching a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Other astronauts were collecting soil samples for measurement. The composition of lunar soil rocks and surface elements had already been extensively studied by nations around the world over the years. However, to ensure the utmost precision, the astronauts continued to collect lunar regolith and analyze its composition using specialized instruments. Another astronaut was measuring the intensity of surface radiation using a radiation detector. All the astronauts began their tasks according to the plan. Meanwhile, the lunar shuttle piloted by Bai Hui and Hu Ming quickly arrived at the von Karman crater in the Aitken. The von Karman crater has a diameter of 186 kilometers, covering a vast area. Since Bai Hui and Hu Ming were flying high above, they had a wide field of view and soon spotted Longteng's Yuegawei probe and the Yuta lunar rover. Bai Hui's heart stirred, and he quickly said, "Xiaohe, land here." The lunar shuttle descended slowly and came to a steady stop on the lunar surface. Hu Ming was baffled. There was nothing in front of him. Why had Minister Bai come here? Bai Hui, however, ignored him, donned his spacesuit, and left the lunar shuttle. He picked up a detection device and pointed its probe forward. Bai Hui murmured, "This is the place. The gravity detector's readings have already gone off the scale. System, quickly probe whether these gravitational fluctuations are caused by a wormhole." Understood, host, please wait a moment. Time passed slowly, and finally the system finished its probe. Host, I have good news and bad news. Stop beating around the bush, just tell me. The bad news is that these gravitational fluctuations are indeed caused by a wormhole. Bai Hui's face darkened. Had it finally come to this final moment? Where would humanity go from here? The system continued, "The good news is that this wormhole is unstable. Simply put, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that the civilization that opened the wormhole had just advanced to a Tier 3 civilization and had not yet fully mastered wormhole technology. The second possibility is that the one who opened the wormhole might be a powerful being, at least a being above the perfect life form level, and furthermore, he might be severely injured." What do you mean? If it's the first possibility, your Earth civilization still has a chance to resist. If it's the second and the wormhole was opened by a cultivation powerhouse who harbors ill intentions toward Earth civilization, then your Earth civilization has no ability to resist unless he is on the verge of death from his injuries. Why? No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. Can a hydrogen bomb kill him? Host, you are still limited by the perspective of Earth humans. He can open a wormhole, which means he is a powerhouse beyond the perfect life form level and has comprehended the laws. A nuclear bomb's power could indeed kill him, but you cannot reach him. In a critical moment, a powerhouse of that level can directly open a spatial passage like a wormhole, and you simply cannot harm him. So if it's the first possibility, Earth civilization still has a chance to survive. Bai Hui took a deep breath. This was truly a gamble on luck. If they won the gamble, Earth humanity would undergo a massive leap, rapidly elevating their civilization level. If they lost, everything would be gone. How much time do they have before they arrive? The system said, according to my calculations, they will need 10 years and 4 months to traverse the wormhole space. Bai Hui pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, System, if I walk the path of evolution, can I break through to the perfect life form level within 10 years? The system shook its head. I can only say it's extremely difficult. If you want to take this path to save Earth, you must master the laws of space, otherwise it is useless. To perfect your genetic power and grasp the laws of space, unless you are a peerless cultivation genius, you have no chance. Moreover, compared to cultivation civilizations, they have complete cultivation methods. You can only rely on yourself constantly exploring and developing your genetic power. The system thought for a moment and said, however, it's not impossible. According to my speculations, Earth once had a brilliant cultivation civilization. They must have had cultivation methods. If you can find them, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Bai Hui thought carefully and finally decided to pursue a two-pronged approach. First, he would convert the knowledge in his mind into corresponding technology to enhance Longwo's scientific and technological strength. At the same time, he decided to embark on the path of self-evolution. To go further in the universe, self-evolution was necessary. Otherwise, how could one explore the cosmos? Suddenly, a great fear surged in Bai Hui's heart. It was as if a living being encountered a life-or-death crisis, a feeling of dread rising within. Bai Hui abruptly looked up. In the void before him, a pitch-black crack appeared, accompanied by a silver glow, the center, in absolute darkness. This crack appeared silently without causing any tremors. But Bai Hui had a feeling that if he accidentally touched it, his entire being would instantly perish. Hu Ming also saw the crack. He crouched on the ground, his face pale. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, his expression filled with terror. Host, you see, that is a spatial crack. Only beings beyond the perfect life form level are qualified to touch it. For low-level beings like you, merely seeing a spatial crack evokes a sense of death. You can think of it as a form of hierarchical suppression. Bai Hui gasped. Why is there a spatial crack here? Because this is the endpoint of a wormhole. Gravitational fluctuations are intense, and spatial forces are also fluctuating, which can lead to such spatial cracks. So do not approach this area, it is very dangerous. After a while, Hu Ming finally caught his breath. Trembling, he asked, Minister, what was that? I felt like I was about to die. Bai Hui explained, that is a spatial crack. A spatial crack? What is that? In any case, it's extremely dangerous. Never approach this area from now on. You are not allowed to tell anyone about this without permission. Understood? Hu Ming nodded solemnly yes. He understood the confidentiality agreement. Bai Hui nodded. All right, shall we head back? Hu Ming was stunned, just like that. Weren't you supposed to carry out some top-secret mission? The mission is already completed. Let's go. In truth, Hu Ming had only seen Bai Hui standing there for half a day with a gravitational detector. He could not hear Bai Hui's conversation with the system. So he found it strange, as if they had come here and done nothing at all. The two boarded the lunar shuttle and flew back toward the Longteng 2. There was no navigation system on the moon. Everything relied on the Yueqiao relay satellite in orbit. Through this relay satellite, Bai Hui could communicate with the control center from the far side of the moon and also set the shuttle's route. On the Longteng 2 side, Li Jigang led the astronauts in continuous work. This time their lunar landing carried not only a main lunar base module, weighing over 800 tons, a true behemoth, but also 2 hydraulic excavators for digging lunar soil. If needed, these 2 machines could also serve as mining. Li Jigang and his team had already found a suitable site for the base. It was a crater. The astronauts began using the excavators to dig the soil, a massive undertaking. Fortunately, Longwo's artificial intelligence technology was advanced enough to allow the excavators to work up. And because the moon's gravity is several times weaker than Earth's, the excavators progressed much faster than they. The astronauts set up a signal tower nearby, which could communicate with Earth via the relay satellite. The signal tower would be the communication backbone of the future lunar base. Additionally, 2 astronauts were laying out solar panels to build the energy system of the lunar base. Of course, in the later stages, the lunar base will utilize nuclear fission reactors or even nuclear fusion reactors. After all, the power output of nuclear fission reactors is still somewhat low, and the Earth's supply of nuclear fission fuel is still too scarce. In the future, it is estimated that they will be unable to sustain the energy consumption of so many anti-gravity spacecraft and many regions on Earth will require nuclear power generation, making nuclear fuel even more precious. Therefore, for civilization to develop rapidly, the creation of nuclear fusion reactors is of utmost urgency. The lunar soil on the moon after eons of cosmic ray bombardment contains a vast amount of helium-3. Helium-3 is a clean, safe, and highly efficient nuclear fusion fuel, and its fusion product is pristine water producing no radiation. The helium-3 content on the moon alone is enough to power the Earth for tens of thousands of years. However, for now, solar panel power supply can barely sustain the operation of the lunar base. But it cannot utilize anti-gravity engines to create a gravitational field simulating Earth's gravity, because anti-gravity engines consume too much energy and solar power simply cannot support such a drain. Prolonged exposure to the microgravity environment of the moon can cause damage to the human body, such as muscle action. Therefore, astronauts do not stay here for long periods. Generally, a crew rotation takes place every 6 months. Everyone divided their tasks, and after about 3 days, solar panel installation complete, energy system construction finished. Soil and rock excavation completed, the lunar base main module can now be placed. The size of the excavated pit was just right to accommodate the lunar base's main module, and it would later be continuously expanded to house more base components. In the future, once conditions permit, lunar soil will be used to construct the lunar base. To place this massive lunar base main module, the Longteng 2 rose directly into the air, flew above the crater, and using its robotic arms slowly lowered the over 800-ton main module into the pit. After a full day of continuous work, the lunar base main module was finally safely installed, and the internal circulation within the base had already begun operation with air being continuously generated. The supplies they brought this time were sufficient to sustain the 3 astronauts for over 10 years on the moon. Of course, due to the moon's microgravity environment, it is best for each astronaut to stay on the moon for no more than 6 months, or else they risk physical harm. After the lunar base was built, the astronauts' work on the moon was essentially complete. Bai Hui had already obtained the results he wanted and had returned to the base 2 days earlier. The 3 astronauts, Li Jigang, Xia Hanyan, and Hu Ming, would remain on the moon aboard the lunar base to conduct scientific research. Bai Hui, leading the other astronauts, embarked on the journey back to Earth. Day 5 of the lunar mission. Today was the day they prepared to return. Everyone prepare for return. Bai Hui said, leave the lunar rover and all supplies here. We'll take all the trash back to Earth. Let's not pollute this place. The crew boarded the Longteng 2 spacecraft and began contacting the Longwa Aerospace Command Center. Since Li Jigang remained on the moon, Bai Hui temporarily assumed the role of mission commander for this return journey. Command Center, this is the Longteng 2 spacecraft requesting permission to return. Bai Hui said, permission granted. The Longteng 2 started its nuclear fission reactor, rapidly ascended, and flew toward Earth. Everyone rest, well, get ready to go home. We'll be home in 10 hours. Longwa Yuequan Aerospace. Countless media workers had already arrived, waiting in the press room of the aerospace base. Everyone knew that barring any unforeseen circumstances, today was the day the Longteng 2 spacecraft would return to Earth. The 4 astronauts, along with the legendary Bai Hui, were about to return in triumph. An entire nation watched with bated breath. These media workers were there to get the first scoop. The Longteng 2 spacecraft has entered Earth orbit and can return at any time. Bai Hui, sitting inside the spacecraft, reported the ship's status to the command center. Elder Zhou said gravely, good return immediately. Notify the staff to clear the landing zone and ensure no interference with the spacecraft's landing. Yes. A staff member hurried out to make arrangements. About 10 minutes later, a sudden roar echoed from the sky. A massive spacecraft blotted out the sun, reminiscent of an alien arrival. Xiao Hui. Elder Zhou's voice came through the communication channel. He said, when you land, don't leave the ship too quickly. The Grand Elder will personally welcome you, and a large number of reporters will interview you. Received. Bai Hui understood that once they disembarked, there would certainly be a swarm of reporters. After all, this was a momentous event that would greatly boost the confidence of the Longwa people. Altitude 3,000 meters continued decelerating. On the ground, countless media workers were frantically filming with their equipment. They could already clearly see the shape of the Longteng 2. This spacecraft, which had carried the dream of the Longwa people to the moon, had finally returned safely to Earth. Adjusting orientation, beginning descent. Successfully landed on the Yuequan Aerospace Base landing zone. All astronauts' vital signs are stable. In the command center, everyone's hearts finally settled. I declare this mid-autumn moon landing mission a complete success, shouted Elder Zhou. Inside the Aerospace Control Center, all staff burst into cheers and reporters captured the moment. At that moment, the gangway of the Longteng 2 slowly descended. Countless reporters pressed their shutters. In front of the spacecraft, an elderly man stood with a smile, quietly waiting for the heroes. The first figure to appear at the hatch was Bai Hui, clad in a blue spacesuit, looking exceptionally spirited. The other 4 astronauts followed by Hu's steps slowly down the gangway. They approached the Grand Elder, whose face was solemn. Salute to the heroes, he said. All the attending officials following the Grand Elder saluted the 5 heroes. Then the Grand Elder shook hands with each of the 5 lunar heroes saying, "You have worked hard, you are all heroes." On television this scene was being broadcast. The host said excitedly, "The successful return of the Longteng 2 marks the triumphant completion of the Longwa moon landing program. Longwa has become the second country in the world after the Lighthouse Nation to set foot on the moon. Let us cheer to our heart's content." At this moment, countless people were cheering, picking up their phones to give a thumbs up to the lunar landing project and the astronauts. They shared posts on their social circles celebrating together. Finally, they're back. Seeing this, Bai Hui's parents and Shenlinger all breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to sleep peacefully. For the past few days, the two had been constantly worried, fearing that their son might encounter danger on the moon. After all, the moon's surface is outer space. Even a tiny piece of gravel striking them could be life-threatening. News reports and the internet were flooded with relevant updates. A single piece of related information could garner over 1 million likes in just a few minutes. Moreover, other nations, such as Sakura Country, Polar Bear Country, and the Never-Setting Sun Empire all sent congratulatory messages celebrating Longwa's successful lunar landing. Next, Bai Hui gave an interview, answering many questions from reporters. He also underwent a full-body examination to observe and record his physical condition. After all this was done, the sky had already darkened. Bai Hui let out a yawn. He was truly exhausted today and simply fell asleep. When he woke up again, 12 hours had passed. He went out to have some breakfast when a staff member hurried over and informed him, "Minister by the Grand Elder wants you to go see him directly after you wake up." "Okay, thank you." Bai Hui nodded without hesitation, took a deep breath, and walked toward the Grand Elder's location. Next, they were to discuss how to deal with the wormhole. The Grand Elder was handling official business in his office when he saw Bai Hui walk in. He immediately stopped his work and hurriedly asked, "Xiao Hui, how is the situation?" Bai Hui forced a bitter smile and said, "Grand Elder, the situation is very dire. The gravitational fluctuations on the far side of the moon were indeed caused by a wormhole, and an unknown civilization will arrive in the Earth-Moon orbit in 10 years and 4 months. Then Bai Hui recounted everything in detail to the Grand Elder. After hearing it, the Grand Elder's expression became somewhat dazed. How should this crisis of human civilization's extinction be handled? The Grand Elder asked, "Xiao Hui, what if we launch a large number of big mushroom bombs to destroy it?" His eyes carried a glimmer of hope. After all, the most powerful weapon of human civilization at present was the big mushroom bomb. Bai Hui, however, shook his head and explained, "Grand Elder, the big mushroom bomb is indeed powerful, but for those who are at least a level 3 civilization, it may no longer be effective." But it's not certain either. So I suggest building a space base around the wormhole, and the moment they emerge from the wormhole, detonate the big mushroom bomb directly. It might just blow them to pieces. If the big mushroom bomb is useless, what should we do then? The Grand Elder's voice was low. If even the big mushroom bomb was ineffective, would human civilization still have a chance? We will never give up. Bai Hui's eyes gleamed with determination as he said firmly, "And for this crisis, I believe that as long as we give it our all, we will surely overcome this tribulation." The Grand Elder smiled and said earnestly, "All right, for this crisis, Longwa relies on you. Xiao Hui, in you I seem to see hope. I believe you can lead our Longwa through this crisis." Bai Hui nodded seriously and said, "Grand Elder, rest assured, I will give it my all. First, I would like to report my own." The Grand Elder straightened up slightly, listening intently to Bai Hui. "First, I suggest keeping this information confidential for now and not telling other countries. Because they lack the cohesive strength of Longwa, if we rashly disclose the news, it might cause turmoil and may not be effective anyway. This wormhole occurred on the far side of the moon, and astronomical observatories around the world cannot detect the gravitational fluctuations. The only one in the world that carries a gravitational detector is our Yueqiao relay satellite, so as long as we keep silent, they won't know. Then I suggest vigorously developing the aerospace industry, allowing the dividends of the space age to feed back into Longwa, continuously advancing high-tech and concentrating our strength to break through the civilization barrier. Moreover, the nuclear fusion technology must be achieved as soon as possible. Nuclear fusion is our main energy source for the future. Only by mastering it can Longwa's technology develop rapidly." The Grand Elder nodded and said, "I understand. But our Longwa's nuclear fusion technology is still very backward. It can only rely on you." Grand Elder, rest assured. By the way, Grand Elder, I also have something to tell you. According to the system I have, it is speculated that Longwa 2,000 years ago was likely a cultivation civilization. The various schools of thought from 2,000 years ago were all cultivators, and the level of cultivation civilization had likely reached a third-level civilization. Therefore, I hope you can search for some ancient texts to see if we can find any cultivation methods. If we can find ancient cultivation methods, we can try a dual approach, and perhaps some prodigies will emerge." After hearing this, the Grand Elder showed a look of astonishment. There was once a brilliant cultivation civilization in ancient times. Were those myths and legends all true? The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and said, "All right, hey, race the plan. I will establish a dragon department specifically to handle the wormhole crisis. Xiao Hui, you will take charge of the dragon department. Do whatever you need to do, I will take care of everything." The Grand Elder's words granted Bai Hui immense authority. Simply put, Bai Hui could mobilize the vast majority of Longteng's resources to deal with this crisis. Furthermore, this department would be personally overseen by the Grand Elder, who would bear any consequences. Bai Hui was no fool, he naturally understood the implications. But this was not a good thing. It was power but also responsibility. It meant that Bai Hui had to be responsible for the over 1 billion people of Longteng. This was a heavy burden. However, the Grand Elder and Bai Hui had no retreat now. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. At present, only the two of them in the entire Longteng knew about this matter, and time was extremely urgent. Speed was paramount. That very day, the Grand Elder convened a conference of scientists and a meeting to establish the Dragon Department. Except for certain academicians engaged in classified missions, all other academicians were present. The top scholars who usually worked in various research institutes and universities now gathered together, exchanging puzzled glances, unaware of what was happening. "Old Zhou, do you know why the authorities are convening the scientists' conference?" an elderly man asked with a hint of confusion. This elderly man, known as Tang Lao, was a high-energy physicist and a towering figure in the field within Dragon Country. Before the meeting, his research project had reached a critical juncture, just one step away from a breakthrough. Being abruptly summoned to the conference, Tang Lao could not help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction. Zhou Lao shook his head and said, "Old Tang, I have no idea either. This meeting was called by the higher-ups perhaps to gather us and formulate some future plans." This was not an uncommon occurrence. In Dragon Country's past technological development, feasible future plans were always crafted after joint discussions and deliberations among the academicians. "Old Fong, what about you?" "I'm not sure either, but it might be related to yesterday's moon landing." The academicians buzzed with discussion, all speculating on the purpose of this meeting. When the time came, the leader and Bai Hui stepped through the door punctually, and the hall fell silent. The leader walked to the podium and said, "I apologize for summoning everyone here today and taking up your valuable time. But I have a matter of great importance to announce, which is why I had to call you all here to discuss our response. A few days ago, the gravitational wave detector on our Yueqiao relay satellite detected intense gravitational fluctuations at the von Karman crater on the far side of the moon. After verification by our scientists, it has been confirmed that these fluctuations were caused by a wormhole." "What? A wormhole? How is that possible?" The faces of the academicians seemed frozen, all filled. A wormhole? Such a phenomenon only appeared in science fiction. How could it occur in reality? Yet the person telling them this was the leader of Rabbit. The Great Elder would never deceive everyone on such a grave matter. Zhou Lao's eyes flickered as a thought struck him. The wormhole was on the far side of the moon, and coincidentally Longteng too had just returned to Earth from the moon yesterday. Crucially, Bai Hui was one of the astronauts on that mission. Zhou Lao suddenly turned to Bai Hui, his gaze fixed intently on him, and asked, "Xiao Hui, did you verify the wormhole on the moon?" At these words, the clamorous assembly instantly fell silent. All the academicians and professors turned their eyes to Bai Hui. These academicians had all heard of Bai Hui's reputation. Even those scientists who were wholly absorbed in their laboratory experiments were well aware of his achievements. After all, the invention of anti-gravity technology had a profound impact on Dragon Country. Bai Hui looked around, showing no sign of timidity, and directly admitted, "Yes, my primary mission on the moon was to verify the cause of the gravitational fluctuations." Zhou Lao said in a deep voice, "Xiao Hui, but how did you know that those gravitational fluctuations were caused by a..." After all, in the physics community, wormholes were still a theoretical concept requiring a series of verifications to confirm their existence. Under such circumstances, how could Bai Hui have calculated that these fluctuations were due to a wormhole? Bai Hui had the staff bring in a blackboard, and facing the assembled scientific luminaries of Dragon Country, he began to speak eloquently. Wormholes were first proposed by Austrian physicist Ludwig Flamm, and were later refined by Albert Einstein and Nathan Rosen in 1930. A wormhole is a spatial tunnel connecting two different universes or points in spacetime. However, to this day, scientists worldwide have not observed any evidence of a wormhole's existence. Many physicists have proposed related hypotheses and built various theoretical models in an attempt to confirm the existence of wormholes. But I can tell you here and now that wormholes are real. They were derived from my anti-gravity gravitational model. The specific verification process is as follows. Bai Hui then meticulously laid out the verification process for the assembled scientists. Bai Hui's verification process was based on gravity. By observing the changes in positive and negative gravitational particles, he could infer the results of wormhole formation. In truth, the wormhole was observed through the system. Bai Hui was merely extrapolating from the facts to provide a reasonable explanation for the scientists. It was like learning arithmetic sequences in our childhood. Once we knew the final result, the specific formula could be easily derived from that outcome. Similarly, to explain wormholes, one needed an understanding of spatial forces. These were concepts accessible only to third-level civilizations, so Bai Hui had to approach it from the perspective of gravity, deducing the specific verification process. Bai Hui spent half a day explaining the wormhole verification process, his mouth parched. He took a sip of water and continued. If you seniors still doubt me, you can request to board Longteng 2 and travel to the Von Karman crater on the far side of the moon to observe and calculate for yourselves. There all your doubts will be answered. The scientists and academicians were still immersed in Bai Hui's intricate and profound wormhole theory. Bai Hui's wormhole theory was indeed too profound for them, and at times difficult to grasp. After all, their brain development was limited, and they struggled to keep up with Bai Hui's line of thought. Many scientists had already taken out notebooks to diligently record the relevant verification process. The conference lasted a full 2 days, during which the academicians were utterly captivated by Bai Hui's vast ocean of knowledge. Now no one dared to underestimate him. And under the witness of the academicians and professors, the Dragon Department was established. These scientists were all incorporated into the research division of the Dragon Department. Bai Hui would coordinate the direction of scientific research, focusing on developing cutting-edge technologies. The division was divided into 4 major research institutes: the Institute of Physics, the Institute of Chemistry, the Institute of Biology, and the Institute of Mathematics. The Institute of Physics was further subdivided into the Anti-Gravity Laboratory, the Wormhole Space Laboratory, the Nuclear Physics Laboratory, the Astrophysics Laboratory, and so on. These laboratories were all critically important. For instance, the Anti-Gravity Laboratory not only needed to research anti-gravity engines, but also, based on anti-gravity theory, develop a repulsive force shield that would later be applied to spacecraft. The repulsive force shield could effectively defend against physical attacks, making it a crucial defensive measure. Similarly, the Nuclear Physics Laboratory would focus on researching nuclear fission and fusion technologies, serving as the future energy backbone of Dragon Country. Each of these laboratories would be headed by a respected academician. Bai Hui would oversee the entire research division, setting the specific scientific directions. The other research institutes, the Chemistry Institute, the Biology Institute, and the Mathematics Institute, also had extremely important missions. The Chemistry Institute's primary mission was to research high-performance materials and refine fundamental theories of microscopic particles. The Biology Institute's main task was to study the construction of small biospheres and address life support issues for spacecraft, space bases, and so on. Moreover, the Biology Institute had a very important laboratory, the Biogenetics Laboratory. At the Biogenetics Laboratory, Bai Hui planned to conduct research and development on human gene development pharmaceuticals. Gene development was a stage that humanity must undergo, and it was extremely important for the leap in the entire civilization level. Even the Mathematics Institute had a very important mission. Its main task was to establish corresponding mathematical models for various scientific research projects, thereby accelerating the progress of research. The role of mathematics in a specific project was enormous. Sometimes a project would accumulate a vast amount of research data. At such times, it was necessary to use mathematics to build models from these data and deduce results through mathematical models. The benefit of this approach was that it could greatly accelerate the project's R&D progress. Through the Longbu, Bai Hui coordinated the scientific research personnel of the entire Longhua, concentrating resources to achieve maximum utilization. In the past, many researchers had actually been conducting redundant studies, severely wasting research resources. Some people were purely out to defraud research funds, possessing no technical skills whatsoever. Now that a crisis was imminent, Longhua had no choice but to make a resolute decision and concentrate talents on tackling cutting-edge research. Of course, to ensure the secrecy of the wormhole, Bai Hui only informed a few academicians, professors, and heads of various departments. Moreover, all of these individuals had signed confidentiality agreements. This was to prevent the leak of information and avoid causing public panic. The changes in Longhua were noticed by all countries around the world. Longhua established a Longbu directly under Bai Hui's responsibility. This institution had immense power and could command all resources of Longhua. Moreover, Longhua's lunar base plan, space base plan, and even Mars base plan were all accelerating their pace. Countless funds were being poured in frantically, and many major projects under construction in Longhua were being delayed. All resources were first to be concentrated in the space domain. The major foreign powers were all very puzzled what was wrong with Longhua. You had just landed on the moon. There was no need to be in such a hurry, was there? You actually concentrated most of Longhua's resources on the space sector, ignoring other domestic construction projects. Was this to snatch the entire cake of the space domain before them? Longhua was too shameless. Various space agencies gritted their teeth and also began to accelerate their own pace. They could not let Longhua devour the entire cake. Hu Dadi of Dengtagua was so furious that he threw the cup in his hand directly onto the ground, shattering the porcelain into pieces. He picked up the phone and called the head of the space agency, Jason, asking, "Jason, how is our lunar plan progressing?" On the other end, Director Jason replied, "Sir, the progress of our latest rocket development is fairly smooth. We should be able to land on the moon in about a month." Hu Dadi finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of thought, he said, "Jason, well done. But we cannot be limited to rockets. We must develop anti-gravity spacecraft like Longhua so that we can dominate the entire space." "Yes, I understand." Jason nodded. Anti-gravity technology was the future of humanity. Their Dingtagua was currently launching rockets to the moon only to gain some say on the moon. Jason hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, we have no clue about anti-gravity technology so far. Do you think we could purchase an anti-gravity spacecraft from Longwa?" Pudati let out a sneer and mocked. "Jason, are you out of your mind? Do you think Longwa would sell their anti-gravity spacecraft to us?" Jason was instantly speechless. Indeed, Longwa's anti-gravity spacecraft were insufficient for their own use, so how could they sell them to others? That would be equivalent to giving money to a competitor. Who would be that foolish? Jason said helplessly, "But we don't have the theory behind anti-gravity technology. It's too difficult to develop it from scratch." "Sir, perhaps you could try." Pudati stroked his chin and muttered to himself, You have a point. Maybe I should give it a try. After all, it won't cost me a pound of flesh." With that thought, he immediately made a phone call. In Longwa at the Longbu, Bai Hui was working at his desk when a secretary suddenly entered. After all, Bai Hui was now the head of the Longbu with extremely busy official duties, so a secretary had been specially assigned to assist him. "Minister Dingtagua just called our Longwa saying they want to purchase an anti-gravity spacecraft. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Bai Hui suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Dingtagua was the instigator of economic sanctions against Longwa, and now they had the audacity to want to buy an anti-gravity spacecraft from Longwa. Bai Hui's first thought was to outright reject it. However, his eyes suddenly flickered. Actually, selling a spacecraft was not impossible. Longwa was currently short of funds. Before taking charge, Bai Hui didn't realize it, but once he did, he was shocked. After the Longbu established the research department, every laboratory was extremely expensive, especially the various equipment, which were major money sinks. Moreover, Longwa's foundation was still somewhat inferior compared to Dingtagua. Some research equipment simply did not exist in Longwa and could only be purchased from Dingtagua. Bai Hui could not possibly develop all these research equipment himself. So upon hearing Dingtagua's desire to buy an anti-gravity spacecraft, a thought suddenly struck him. That was to demand an exorbitant price. Since they wanted an anti-gravity spacecraft, he would sell it to them. But the price would be rather steep. Of course, what Bai Hui had in mind was to sell the Longteng 1 to Dingtagua. As for the Longteng 2, it was a nuclear-powered anti-gravity spacecraft, and for Longwa, it was a veritable national treasure. It could carry over 1,000 tons of cargo. For any country, obtaining the Longteng 2 would immediately usher in rapid development. The Longteng 1, however, was different. It was the one Bai Hui had personally built at the beginning, with a carrying capacity of only about 100 tons. 100 tons. Dingtagua could achieve that level with some effort using chemical fuel rockets. After all, Dingtagua had a deep foundation, and as long as they were willing to pay enough, they could still build a heavy. Therefore, even if they sold the Longteng 1 to them, it would not cause a quantum leap in Dingtagua's aerospace capabilities, at most it would accelerate their pace. As for the confidentiality of the anti-gravity engine, it was even simpler. He could bind the anti-gravity engine, the lithium-air battery pack, and the main control system together, much like how their fruit phones bound various accessories. If any component didn't match, the device wouldn't start normally. Moreover, since the control system was an AI, he could embed a line of code in the underlying architecture of the AI system. Whenever someone attempted to dismantle the anti-gravity engine for research, it would automatically self-destruct, burning out the core design. This would prevent the people of the Lighthouse State from using the anti-gravity engine for research. As for how much to sell the Longteng 1 for, Bai Hui had never thought about selling it for money. Instead, he would have the Lighthouse State exchange it for equivalent scientific research equipment, otherwise he wouldn't sell it to them. This was truly a win-win deal. A faint smile played on Bai Hui's lips. The Lighthouse State was truly a timely reign. Just when they were lacking scientific research equipment, they came to deliver warmth. Secretary Huang gathered the heads of each department for a meeting. Bai Hui said to the secretary beside him, at the Black Palace of the Lighthouse State. Upon learning this news, Emperor Pu was so shocked he nearly fell to the ground. What? The Long State agreed to our request to purchase the anti-gravity spaceship. At the Black Palace of the Lighthouse State. Upon learning this news, Emperor Pu was so shocked he nearly fell to the ground. What? The Long State agreed to our request to purchase the anti-gravity spaceship. The secretary nodded, saying with certainty, yes, sir. Haha, the Long State is truly foolish. If it were me, I would never sell the anti-gravity spaceship to anyone. Wouldn't it be better to keep it and go mining in space? Emperor Pu laughed heartily while mocking the Long State. What price did they offer? The secretary hesitated, sir. They asked for $1,000 billion. Emperor Pu was not shocked. $1,000 billion was nothing. For an anti-gravity spaceship, it was all worthwhile. Emperor Pu recalled the Long State's moon landing, the enormous spacecraft, and his heart burned with desire. In his estimation, even $3,000 or $5,000 billion would be worth it for that ship. He never expected the Long State to be so generous this time, selling it to them for $1,000 billion. Emperor Pu said grandly, $1,000 billion is nothing. Send the money. The secretary said helplessly, sir, they are selling the Longteng 1. Emperor Pu was stunned, incredulous. You mean that small anti-gravity spaceship? Yes, sir. Emperor Pu erupted in anger. Fuck. Why didn't you say so earlier? He had been happy for nothing such a disappointment. He had thought the Long State was truly foolish enough to sell a spaceship of that class to them. For a spaceship of that class with a little modification could become a space battleship. A space battleship? Who wouldn't want one? Emperor Pu gradually calmed down, seriously pondering whether $1,000 billion for a small anti-gravity spaceship was worth it. $1,000 billion was frankly too expensive, and its cargo capacity was limited, and it was powered by batteries, not nuclear energy. Moreover, the anti-gravity engine of the Longteng 1 had limited power. Even if they modified it, they couldn't install a nuclear fission reactor on the spaceship, because the volume of a nuclear fission reactor was too large. But this was an anti-gravity engine, it couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. If the Lighthouse State obtained the anti-gravity spaceship, they could dismantle the anti-gravity engine for careful study, and they might very well master anti-gravity technology. That was the greatest value of purchasing the anti-gravity spaceship this time. However, the despicable Long State would certainly use all sorts of means to prevent them from dismantling the anti-gravity engine. Emperor Pu had forgotten that such despicable methods were first employed by the Lighthouse State. In the past, when the Lighthouse State sold high-precision machine tools to the Long State, they applied various restrictions to prevent them from dismantling and learning. Now the Long State was merely turning the tables and paying them back in their own coin. Emperor Pu thought for a moment and asked, did they have any other requirements? They also demanded that the entire $1,000 billion be converted into various scientific research equipment, and that the transaction be strictly cash and delivery, goods for the ship. Emperor Pu's pupils contracted. This was even more outrageous. If these top-tier scientific research equipment were handed over to the Long State, their basic sciences would experience a massive boom, quickly catching up to the Lighthouse State. It was a dilemma to buy or not to buy. If they didn't buy, the Lighthouse State would have no anti-gravity spaceship. Without an anti-gravity spaceship, they could only watch helplessly as the Long State continuously exploited space resources. If they bought the anti-gravity spaceship, they would have to hand over various high-precision scientific research equipment to the Long State, allowing their scientific research level to develop rapidly. Emperor Pu sat in his chair deep in thought. After a long while of flicker in his eyes, he finally made a decision. Kester, go negotiate with the Long State. Well, offer $500 billion, no more than $600 billion at most. Otherwise, buying the Long State's anti-gravity spaceship would be meaningless. After all, the annual budget of the Lighthouse State Space Agency was only $200 billion. Their most powerful rocket could already deliver 100 tons of cargo into space. The sole reason for purchasing the anti-gravity spaceship was to see if scientists could use it to develop anti-gravity. Soon the Lighthouse State and the Long State engaged in intense negotiations. After 3 full days of talks, the Lighthouse State held firm at a maximum of $600 billion, refusing to pay more. Bai Hui, seeing that he had probed the Lighthouse State's bottom line, finally agreed to the deal. $600 billion, equivalent to 4 trillion Long State currency. When Bai Hui had built it himself before, the cost had never exceeded 1 billion Long State currency, a jump of 400 times. Of course, back then he had used many low-grade materials. Now, to better satisfy his partners, Bai Hui decided to slightly enhance the performance of the Longteng 1. After all, he couldn't let the partners underestimate the Long State. All the parts previously made of steel would be replaced with lightweight, high-strength aerospace materials. Furthermore, Bai Hui planned to build a production line for the Longteng 1. In the future, the Longteng 1 spaceships produced could be sold to other countries or to domestic space tourism companies. Thus, mass production would make the Longteng 1 even cheaper. Even with the use of high-performance materials, the cost should not exceed 1 billion. Longhua and Dengta Kingdom soon signed a contract for the purchase of anti-gravity spacecraft. The contract stipulated that within 6 months, Longhua would deliver a brand new Longteng 1 to Dengta Kingdom. At the same time, Dengta Kingdom would deliver scientific research equipment valued at $60 billion to Longhua. The performance of this Longteng 1 also had specific requirements. It must achieve a maximum load capacity of 300 tons of payload capacity exceeding 100 tons, and the battery endurance must be capable of full power operation for 12 hours. This endurance was sufficient for Dengta Kingdom to travel from Earth to the Moon. Moreover, the authorities finally responded to the domestic private development of the space industry. From today onward, any enterprise fully owned by Longhua citizens could pay a deposit of 10 billion yuan, and then lease a Longteng 1 spacecraft at an annual cost of 3 billion yuan. The Longteng 1 spacecraft would be officially delivered only after 1 year. For now, bookings could be made with just 1 billion yuan, and spacecraft would be allocated on a first-come, first-served basis. This news ignited nationwide excitement. The space industry had finally opened to the private sector, which was a tremendous boon for all major Longhua companies. The Guangqing Space Tourism Company, a joint venture between Xiecheng and Tuma, submitted its reservation to the Longhua authorities without delay and posted a message on Weibo. Guangqing Space Tourism Company, starting today, we accept reservations for space tourism tickets. Each ticket costs only 1 million yuan, and the first 100 customers to book will receive a 50% discount. Was this price expensive? Quite so. Ordinary citizens could never afford 1 million yuan. However, enterprises needed to make a profit. The rental cost of the Longteng 1 was extremely high, and these tourism companies were uncertain about the market, not knowing how many people would spend money on space travel. But for the wealthy, this price was incredibly cheap. Most importantly, riding an anti-gravity spacecraft was remarkably safe. Unlike traditional chemical fuel rockets where astronauts sat atop a giant bomb, any mishap could be fatal. Anti-gravity spacecraft were different, they would not explode. The energy source was also relatively cheap electricity, and the spacecraft could be reused. Within less than half a day of Guangxing Space Tourism Company's announcement, over 200 customers had already booked a space tourism ticket. That was a revenue of over 100 million yuan. Longwa had many wealthy individuals, and even some white-collar workers could scrape together the sum. Upon learning this news, many companies grew envious. A daily revenue of over 100 million would quickly recoup their investment. Consequently, a flood of capital surged into the space market, with companies placing orders for Longteng 1 spacecraft. It was foreseeable that as more and more capital poured into the space tourism industry, the price of space travel would continue to drop. By then, even ordinary citizens would be able to afford a trip to space. Not only the space tourism industry, but also sectors like space metallurgy, space research, and space mining attracted capital investment. Some special metals required vacuum and zero-gravity conditions for smelting to achieve maximum purity, and nowhere could compare to space. Space metallurgy was an idea scientists had proposed long ago, and now in Longwa, it was finally becoming a reality. At the same time, to prepare for the arrival of the private space industry 1 year later, Longwa decided to complete the initial construction of a space base within a year. This space base would also become Longwa's spaceport. Mining spacecraft and tourists could stop there for resupply. If any spacecraft encountered danger, it could immediately report to the space base, which would dispatch personnel for rescue. Thus, the following year marked a period of rapid development for Longwa. Workers who had lost their jobs due to economic sanctions from Western countries now found employment. After all the production lines for Longteng 1, the construction of Longteng 2, the space base, the lunar base, and even the Martian base, which of these did not require a massive workforce? The booming space industry had completely offset the damage caused by the economic sanctions. The news that Dongta Kingdom had been granted permission to purchase an anti-gravity spacecraft spread across the globe. The news that Dongta Kingdom had been granted permission to purchase an anti-gravity spacecraft spread across the globe. All nations' eyes lit up as if they saw hope. Since Dongta Kingdom could acquire an anti-gravity spacecraft at a certain cost, other countries, as long as they could afford the price, could naturally do the same. Consequently, many nations submitted their requests to purchase anti-gravity spacecraft to Longwa. However, most countries withdrew their applications upon hearing the quote of $100 billion. $100 billion. That was truly daylight robbery. Nevertheless, a few countries engaged in protracted negotiations with Longwa: Beijixian Kingdom, Inghua Kingdom, and Ribuluo Kingdom. These three nations entered into intense negotiations. Among them, Ribuluo Kingdom represented the Western alliance in the purchase. After a series of negotiations, Ribuluo Kingdom ultimately purchased a Longteng 1 spacecraft at a price of $80 billion. Of this, some $40 billion would be paid in various high-precision equipment, and the remaining $40 billion in resources such as oil and iron ore. The Western alliance was simply too wealthy. Longwa would be remiss not to exact a heavy toll. As for Beijixian Kingdom, it managed to acquire a Longteng 1 for $55 billion. For this $55 billion, Longwa did not require payment in high-precision research equipment, as Beijixian Kingdom's scientific research capabilities were not strong, and they could not provide much of such equipment. However, Longwa demanded that Beijixian Kingdom exchange some technology with the rest to be paid in Longwa currency. As for Inghua Kingdom, Longwa extorted $60 billion. This $60 billion would be paid in precision machine tools and technology. Longwa was required to deliver these Longteng 1 spacecraft within 2 years. Thus, with only 4 Longteng 1 spacecraft, Longwa obtained resources worth over $300 billion. This was undoubtedly immensely beneficial for Longwa's development. After all, the construction cost of 4 Longteng 1 spacecraft was at most 5 billion Longwa yuan, yet it directly ensured that Longwa would not lack resources for the next few years. Inside a gymnasium, Bai Hui, clad in sportswear, was continuously striking a punching bag. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed incessantly within his mind. Host, concentrate. Use your subconscious power to gather strength in your hands continuously and strike the bag with force. Feel the tremor of every muscle in your body. Muscles are like engines, all your strength is generated by them. Once you make every muscle move according to your conscious will, you gain control over your own body. Only then can you perceive the Buddhist genetic shackles. Only by sensing the genetic shackles can you break them. Bai Hui's formidable mental power allowed him to quickly calm down. He pondered the system's words carefully, closing his eyes as he continued to strike the bag. Meanwhile, his entire body trembled. He was feeling the power of his muscles' vibrations. Thump, thump, thump. One punch after another. After an unknown duration, Bai Hui felt a deep ache spreading through his muscles, yet he still hadn't experienced the sensation of controlling every muscle in his body. Finally, Bai Hui reached his limit. With total concentration, his muscles like tiny motors burst forth with immense power channeling into his hands. In that moment, a sudden feeling arose within him. He felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence. His body seemed to brim with formidable strength. Whoosh! A punch. His right fist struck the bag, and the tremendous force split it apart, sand scattering through the air. A surge of energy suddenly vanished from Bai Hui's body, leaving him in an unprecedented state of weakness. Every muscle seemed to rebel, demanding a massive intake of food. He slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. The system praised, "Host, your talent is remarkable. To enter the state of full-body muscle control in such a short time." In truth, this was also related to Bai Hui's powerful brain. Mastering the bodus muscles requires strong control and willpower. The stronger the brain, the easier it is to achieve this state. Unfortunately, Bai Hui only experienced it briefly before the state faded. Host, your next task is to maintain this state continuously. When you can enter it, at any moment you can develop your genetic power. Bai Hui nodded and looked at the floor. Sand covered the ground, and the punching bag was shattered into several pieces. He estimated that in that state his strength could easily overpower a world champion. Indeed, the news story about a mother who, upon seeing her son in danger, single-handedly stopped a truck was not fact. Human potential far exceeds imagination. He called for staff to clean up, then went in search of food. After that punch, he was plunged into extreme hunger. Now he urgently needed sustenance. Bai Hui devoured 5 large bowls of rice in one go, which slightly alleviated the gnawing hunger. His appetite astounded the cafeteria ant. This was nothing short of a rice bucket. Yet Bai Hui paid no heed. He was contemplating his future path. His talent was already considerable. On his first attempt at cultivation, he entered the state of full-body muscle control. This state corresponds to the human physical limit. Of course, this was the human limit before the development of genetic power. In simple terms, this state involves directing all the bodus muscles in a single direction. The bodus muscles can be seen as individual engine motors. Once you can control each motor at will, you can fully tap into the bodus potential. As of today, no one in the world has achieved this step. Perhaps some have, but they are exceedingly rare. At least there is no such person in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, Bai Hui, now as the head of the Dragon Kingdom's ministry, had access to most of the nation's secrets. It was also due to the lack of a corresponding theoretical system. Those soldier kings focused solely on developing physical strength. However, the power of the mind, also known as willpower, was neglected. The brain's power is essentially the power of intention. They did not emphasize the development of willpower, nor did they know that the power of intention could enhance physical strength. In ancient theories, the human body is an integrated whole. Nothing within the body is superfluous, all organs complement each other. This is the ancestral theory of the bodus circulation. Bai Hui's eyes flickered. Perhaps he could make the Dragon Kingdom's military might even stronger. Although he currently lacked specific cultivation methods and could only rely on the power of his mind to tap into the bodus potential. Once the state of physical limit was achieved, every soldier could become a king of warriors. The ultimate physical strength might exceed 1,000 gene. This was a calculation Bai Hui had made earlier based on his own strength. When he entered the physical limit state, his total explosive power definitely exceeded 500 gene. It might even have reached 1,000 gene. He hadn't measured it precisely, but it should be close. If every soldier of the Dragon Kingdom could reach the physical limit state, it would be a tremendous boost to the nation's military power. Achieving the physical limit state doesn't only enhance, it brings an overall improvement in physical performance, strength, stamina, speed, and reaction time would all see significant gains. Coupled with firearms, the Dragon Kingdom's military strength could multiply several times. Of course, this was extremely difficult. Even he, with a brain development of 25, had not yet reached the physical. How much more so for an ordinary person? Such matters depend on talent. Those with poor talent might never achieve the physical limit state in their entire lives. Bai Hui stroked his chin deep in thought. After a long while, an idea finally struck him. He wanted to gather some soldier kings from the Dragon Kingdom for experiments. After all, it would cause no harm. On the contrary, if they succeeded, their strength would explode. Based on their results, he could decide whether to promote this method on a large scale. Without delay, Bai Hui called the Grand Elder and explained the situation in detail. The Grand Elder, now accustomed to such matters, replied, "Shall we go ahead with your plan? I fully support you. He'll brief the military department. If you need anything, just speak to General Liu Yunsheng." The Grand Elder then gave Bai Hui General Liu Yunsheng's contact information. Lei Gang was the captain of the Longya Special Forces, a name that struck terror across the international arena. At this moment, Lei Gang was engaged in a live combat exercise facing off against another elite unit of the Dragon Kingdom, the Haisha Special Forces. The captain of Haisha was Lei Gang's old acquaintance Jin Zhan. Jin Zhan's reputation was no less formidable than Lei Gang's on the global stage. The two forces were now in the final phase of their live combat exercise. A man wearing a blue shoulder patch and camouflage fatigues crawled through the jungle. Directly ahead of him lay the enemy's command post. His mission was to destroy the enemy command post and eliminate the enemy commander. This man was none other than Lei Gang, the captain of the Longya Special Forces. Fearless and supremely skilled Lei Gang had single-handedly located the enemy's command post. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon capture the enemy commander and secure victory in this exercise. Meanwhile, the opposing Haisha captain, his old friend Jin Zhan, had not been seen for over 24 hours. Lei Gang surmised that Jin Zhan was likely doing the same as him, searching for an enemy command post. For men like them, only by striking the enemy command post single-handedly could they prove their worth. The enemy command post ahead was eerily quiet, completely unaware of Lei Gang's stealthy approach. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lei Gang's mouth. He concealed himself in the thicket using binoculars to survey the defenses of the enemy command post. Soon he spotted a vulnerability. On the southwestern side of the enemy command post, only 4 soldiers were patrolling, and the area was partially obscured by tents. If he struck swiftly enough, silencing the patrolling soldiers without a sound, he could slip in unnoticed. The enemy's command center lay at the heart of the camp, where defenses were heaviest, with over a dozen soldiers standing. Lei Gang did not act rashly. He waited until dusk, just as the sun set. Then he moved. As per routine, this was dinner time, when the command post guard would split into 2 shifts. One shift would go to eat, while the other remained on duty. At this moment, the enemy command post's defenses were at their weakest. As expected, half the soldiers in the enemy camp were preparing to eat. Lei Gang slipped in from the southwest, moving with incredible speed under the cover of the dim evening light. Not a single soul noticed his infiltration. On the southwestern side, only 2 guards remained. Both carried rifles, wore camouflage, and had their faces painted with camouflage cream. They stood at attention, their gazes fixed straight ahead. Hidden behind a tent, Lei Gang crouched about 5 meters from. At this distance, he was confident he could neutralize the opponent in an instant without making a sound. In a flash, he moved. Seizing the moment when the soldier was off guard, he lunged forward like a panther. In his hand was a blunted military knife. It would not cause fatal injury if it slashed the soldier's throat. The sensor on the soldier would automatically activate. It would declare the soldier dead, forcing him to withdraw from the exercise. Once the system determined a soldier was dead, he could not make any noise, or he would be in violation of the rules. Thus, Lei Gang had to ensure the soldier made no sound before the system registered his death. Otherwise, the entire ambush would be compromised. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. At this point, Lei Gang could clearly see the soldier's face. That face. Lei Gang's body stiffened, a surge of danger flashing through his mind. Yet his body did not pause. The military knife swung toward the soldier. A faint mocking smile curled at the soldier's lips as he looked at Lei Gang with a half-smile. The soldier showed no trace of fear. As the knife came, he dodged it with ease. "Haha, Lei Gang, you little bastard." The soldier burst out laughing, taunting Lei Gang. Lei Gang's face darkened to the extreme, for the soldier before him was none other than his old rival Jin Zhan, captain of the Haisha Special Forces. He had thought Jin Zhan, like himself, would be searching for an enemy command post. He never expected such treachery. Instead of going anywhere, Jin Zhan had set a trap for him right at the command post camp. And Lei Gang had walked right into it. 1,000 thoughts raced through Lei Gang's mind. He did not linger. The moment he missed his strike, he instantly retreated. Jin Zhan laughed loudly. "Lei Gang, aren't you supposed to be so tough? Why are you running away now?" Jin Zhan was no slower than Lei Gang, chasing closely behind him. By then the command post had reacted. All personnel converged toward the southwest. Lei Gang looked at the soldiers, aiming their submachine guns at him, and helplessly raised his hands. He had truly fallen this time. Jin Zhan came up behind him and disarmed him, sneering. "Ha ha, Lei Gang, you old bastard, look at you now. Ha ha ha, this is amazing." Lei Gang looked at Jin Zhan helplessly and asked, "That battalion, was it?" Jin Zhan laughed heartily. "Of course. Didn't expect that, did you? I deliberately used a battalion as bait, ordering them back to campfire radio. As soon as you attacked that battalion, you'd know the location of our command post. All I had to do was wait here, and you'd walk right into my trap." Lei Gang was frustrated, but he still put up a brave front. "Jin Zhan, don't get too cocky. Who says this exercise is over yet?" Jin Zhan smirked. "Lei Gang, don't worry. In 2 days you'll lose for sure. If I'm not mistaken, your command post should be at Jinyo Slope, right?" Lei Gang's pupils contracted. How did Jin Zhan know? Indeed, their command post was at Jinyo Slope. Jin Zhan continued. "A day ago we already hacked into your operational system and learned your battle plan and the location of your command post. If everything goes smoothly, the exercise should be over by tomorrow." Jin Zhan taunted. "Lei Gang, your Longya's computer skills are pathetic. You didn't even notice your system was hacked. Ha ha ha, you're too weak. Why don't you change your name? Forget Longya. How about Longya's little tail? That suits you better." Jin Zhan, I'm warning you, don't push it. Lei Gang glared, clearly angered. Jin Zhan sneered. Dead man has no right to speak." As the two bickered, a broadcast suddenly came from the command post. "Exercise over. Red team wins." Jin Zhan laughed. "Lei Gang, what do you have to say now? Hear that? You lost." Just then another voice came over the broadcast. All members of Longya and Haisha Special Forces report to the command post immediately. Jin Zhan and Lei Gang were startled. Without a moment's hesitation, both dashed toward the command post. Within the command center, many Special Forces operators from Dragon Fong and Sea Shark had already assembled. The Dragon Fong soldiers here were those who had been captured or killed by the enemy during the live combat exercises. On the other side, the blue team's command post also gathered numerous Dragon Fong and Sea Shark members. When Lei Gang and Jin Zhan entered, a general seated at the highest position nodded. "Let us begin." The large screen in the command center suddenly lit up. A 3-star general appeared on the screen. All the Special Forces operators were startled. This was General Liu Yunsheng. With his characteristic decisiveness, General Liu Yunsheng said directly, "Everyone, we have a top-secret mission ahead. 20 Special Forces operators need to be selected. I have already prepared the list. If anyone disagrees, you may voluntarily withdraw." The list of 20 names instantly appeared on the large screen. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan's eyes narrowed. Their names were prominently on the list. Moreover, every name on that list belonged to the top 20 performers among Dragon Fong and Sea Shark. This mission was clearly no ordinary one. A heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts, knowing that a major task awaited. Such missions had occurred before, and the casualty rate was alarmingly high. Thus, at this moment, the leadership would always seek the consent of the Special Forces operators. Those unwilling to participate could withdraw from the operation voluntarily. Yet no one ever withdrew. For they were the Special Forces of Dragon Fong and Sea Shark, the kings of soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom, even if it meant sacrificing their lives for the nation's honor. This was the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, if no one was willing to step forward, who would defend the Dragon Kingdom's safety? General Liu Yunsheng's expression turned stern as he asked, "Does anyone wish to withdraw? If not, board the helicopters immediately and assemble at the designated location." Not a single word was uttered. It meant that no one was backing out. On the sidelines, some Special Forces operators who hadn't been selected showed a trace of regret on their faces. It seemed as if they were saying, "Why isn't anyone withdrawing?" In their hearts, being chosen for such a top-secret mission was a soldier's ultimate glory. General Liu Yunsheng's face was grave as he raised his hand in a salute. Everyone in the red and blue command posts turned to salute these Special Forces operators. They were heroes. General Liu Yunsheng declared in a loud voice, "Excellent, move out immediately." Lei Gang, Jin Zhan, and the rest of the Special Forces operators set off without a moment's hesitation. The command post had already prepared the helicopters. The group boarded the aircraft and flew toward an unknown destination, Shengjing Military District. This was on the outskirts of Shengjing, a desolate area rarely visited by humans. 20 Special Forces operators from Dragon Fong and Sea Shark had assembled and were now gathered in a training ground. Everyone was puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be on a top-secret mission? Why had they come to Shengjing? Shengjing was the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, the safest place in the entire nation. Could there be danger here as well? How was that possible? Soon a young man walked into the training ground from outside. Beside him was a colonel. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan were startled. They were not unfamiliar with this young man. It was none other than Bai Hui, the current minister of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Aerospace, and the great scientist who had invented anti-gravity technology. Bai Hui did not know them, but Lei Gang and Dragon Fong were not strangers to him. In the recent past, Bai Hui's safety had been secretly guarded by the Dragon Fong and Sea Shark Special Forces. These two units were the Dragon Kingdom's elite. The importance of Bai Hui went without saying. Thus, every one of them was deeply familiar with him. Bai Hui quickly strode into the training ground and surveyed the 20 Special Forces operators with great satisfaction. The moment he entered, he could sense the killing intent emanating from these soldiers. This was the Dragon Kingdom's finest force. Indeed, these Special Forces operators were precisely the ones Bai Hui had requested from General Liu Yunsheng. His purpose was to teach these soldiers the method of developing genetic power. Simply put, he had selected 20 individuals to undergo genetic development experiments. If the experiments succeeded, the combat effectiveness of these 20 operators would experience a tremendous surge. Moreover, if the success rate was high, the method of genetic development would be widely disseminated throughout the military. Bai Hui had not anticipated that he could make these 20 operators rapidly develop genetic power. Ridiculous. He himself had not yet developed it. Bai Hui's goal was to enable them all to reach the peak physical condition. A colonel who had entered with Bai Hui then spoke in a solemn tone, "Gentlemen, I am Li Yi. You are the elite of Dragon Fong and Sea Shark. The reason you have been gathered here today is that Minister Bai has a mission to assign to you. For the specific details of the mission, I now invite Minister Bai to explain." This Li Yi had been sent by General Liu Yunsheng to assist Bai Hui. In truth, Li Yi himself was not fully aware of the specifics. Bai Hui stepped forward and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I am Bai Hui. Thank you all for coming. What I am about to say I hope you will keep confidential. The human body is incredibly mysterious. Our understanding of the human body's potential is still very shallow. Therefore, I will teach you how to better unlock the secrets of the human body, and I hope you will cooperate with me." Everyone was startled. These were men who lived on the edge of the blade. They immediately grasped Bai Hui's intention. Even Colonel Li Yi's expression changed. This was using these elite soldiers as guinea pigs for an experiment. No one knew whether there would be danger, but such experiments were invariably accompanied by mortal risk. Bai Hui paid no attention to their thoughts. He turned to Li Yi and said, "Colonel Li, could you bring a strength tester?" Li Yi nodded and soon returned with a strength tester. Bai Hui addressed the group. "Generally speaking, an ordinary person's strength ranges from 100 to 200 gene, while you, the elite soldiers, typically have strength between 300 and 600 gene. But I can tell you now that the human Bodhi's ultimate strength far exceeds these numbers." With that, Bai Hui took a deep breath and his gaze became intensely focused. He carefully felt the muscles in his body while his heart pumped vigorously, providing a surge of vital energy. Bai Hui's eyes narrowed as he sensed his body reaching its limit. Boom! He threw a punch. Bai Hui's fist struck the strength tester, producing a thunderous roar. Everyone was stunned. Could this overwhelming power really have come from the unassuming Bai Hui? Li Yi rushed over in shock, gazing at the data displayed on the strength tester. 1,012 kilograms. Everyone who heard this number revealed expressions of utter astonishment. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan, disregarding their dignity, dashed directly to the strength tester to witness the result with their own eyes. These two elite soldiers of Longhua believed they had pushed their bodies to the peak, yet their strength only reached a little over 300 kilograms. This was already the limit of what the human body could achieve. Had they participated in the Olympics, they would have effortlessly crushed world champions. Now a staggering truth lay before them. Bai Hui, a scientific researcher, had unleashed a force far surpassing their own, the very pinnacle of special forces. A full ton of force. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan exchanged glances, each seeing the blaze of fervor in the other's eyes. For them, becoming stronger was the ultimate pursuit of life. They had once believed they had reached the human limit. Yet today Bai Hui dealt them a crushing blow, revealing that they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. After delivering this earth-shattering punch, Bai Hui felt a sudden weakness wash over him. His stomach even sent a sharp pang of emptiness. Panting, he said to Li Yi, "Colonel Li, please get me something to eat. I'm starving." It was only then that Li Yi snapped out of his daze. "Of course, Minister Bai, please wait a moment." Li Yi hurried off to fetch food, and on the way he made a phone call to General Liu Yunxing. What? Bai Hui delivered a ton of force. General Liu Yunxing stood frozen, suspecting that Li Yi was still deceiving him. "Li Yi, I'm telling you, you know the consequences of falsifying military intelligence." "General, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, come see for yourself. Fine, I'll be right there. You'd better not be fooling me, or I'll have your rank stripped." General Liu Yunxing didn't hesitate and set off immediately. Bai Hui intended to use the special forces of Longya and Haisha for some experiments. This was known to the general, but the specifics remained unknown. Yet he never expected Bai Hui to unleash a ton of force. Gene serum. Or something else. General Liu Yunxing pondered in his mind. Fortunately, he happened to be at the Shengjing military district today. It wouldn't take long to reach the training ground. Meanwhile, Bai Hui was catching his breath, feeling a hint of helplessness. Over the past few days he had been practicing constantly, whenever he had time. Finally, he could enter the physical limit state, at will, when fully focused. But once inside that state, he still couldn't perfectly control his Bodhi's power. He could only unleash a single, and afterward, he would fall into an extremely weakened condition. If he could truly master the physical limit state, his entire body would undergo a comprehensive enhancement, allowing him to handle weight with ease and control his strength effortlessly. Li Yi quickly returned with food, and behind him followed a general, General Liu Yunxing. Bai Hui forced himself to stand, and said, "General Liu, what brings you here?" General Liu smiled, and said, "Minister Bai, I heard you unleashed a ton of force. How could I not come for such an important matter?" Seeing Bai Hui's weakened state, the general immediately responded, "Minister Bai, please eat first, and replenish your..." Bai Hui took the food, and wolfed it down. General Liu approached the strength tester, and examined the data. Even though he had been forewarned, he couldn't help but be startled. A ton of force. This was power unleashed by a mere human body. A spark of excitement ignited in General Liu's eyes. Having served in the military for years, he understood what this meant. If every soldier could master such power, the improvement to the entire army would be immense. After eating a little, Bai Hui felt somewhat relieved. He began to explain to the 20 Special Forces members how to achieve the physical limit state. General Liu and Li Yi sat in as observers, and after listening, both fell into deep thought. Bai Hui's explanation was somewhat esoteric to them. Using the power of the mind's intention, one must sense every muscle in the body, envisioning them as individual engines. Only when fully controlled can one enter the physical limit state. The mental power of these Special Forces members was far inferior to Bai Hui's. Moreover, this so-called power of intention was profoundly mysterious. It was as if they were listening to a fantasy novel. For these soldiers, it was exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Bai Hui didn't expect them to grasp it immediately. He instructed them to train relentlessly until their bodies could no longer endure. Because Bai Hui had discovered that the power of intention was most easily sensed when the body was in a state of extreme fatigue. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan pushed themselves to the limit, training with all their might. These two were the cream of the crop among the elite. Now that they had a chance to vastly enhance their strength, how could they let it slip? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bai Hui said to General Liu beside him, "General Liu, such high-intensity training will consume a tremendous amount of energy. We must prepare ample food, or their bodies will collapse." General Liu Yunxing smiled and replied, "Minister Bai, rest assured, they are my soldiers. I won't let them go hungry." "Minister Bai, how long do you think it will take them to reach the physical limit state?" Bai Hui shook his head and gave a wry smile. "General Liu, I'm not sure. Look at me. I've only just begun, and it will take a long time before I fully achieve the physical limit state." "Minister Bai, you are truly a genius. If one day all our soldiers in Longwa can reach the physical limit state, our military strength will multiply several times." After saying this, General Liu Yunxing drifted into a vision of the future. Bai Hui said earnestly, "General Liu, that day will come. Our Longbu Biological Laboratory is already conducting research on human gene serums. If successful, we can rapidly unlock human potential and attain formidable power. But for now, I hope the General can ensure secrecy to prevent those with ill intentions from finding out. Rest assured, no one else will know besides us." General Liu Yunxing declared with authority, "Whoever leaks the secret, I'll have them shot." Bai Hui spent 2 full days at the Shengjing military district, yet regrettably these special forces soldiers still failed to grasp the fundamentals. They remained stuck at the initial stage, unable to sense any trace of mental power. The Dragon Department was overwhelmed with tasks, and the Research Division had numerous assignments awaiting Bai Hui's completion. Thus he had no choice but to return to the Dragon Department to oversee the overall situation. During this period, everything proceeded according to plan. The production line for Longteng 1 was now in the assembly. Just this single production line had mobilized over 1 million workers across the Long Kingdom. After all, this was a production line for a spacecraft with countless components alone. Moreover, production of the second Longteng 2 had already commenced. For the Long Kingdom to rapidly develop its space industry in the future, a sufficient number of Longteng 2 units would undoubtedly be necessary. The second Longteng 2 would take 3 months to produce. Unfortunately, the sheer size of the Longteng 2 meant it could only be manufactured individually. At the same time, Bai Hui also began designing a new spacecraft. In his plan, this new spacecraft would constitute an independent model, for it was not merely a spacecraft, but a true space warship. This new space warship would employ nuclear fusion as its core power source. Moreover, a miniature biosphere needed to be formed within the warship. This was an exceedingly difficult task. Even the lunar base had failed to establish a functioning miniature biosphere. The concept of a biosphere required an internal cycle where all resources could be recycled and reused. Earth, for instance, was a large-scale biosphere. The ceaseless flow of rivers and the constant circulation of air were all functions of a biosphere. Thus, constructing a complete biosphere was an extremely challenging endeavor. The design of the biosphere was the primary research topic at the Institute of Biological Sciences. And to accommodate a miniature biosphere within a space warship, the warship's size would need to be sufficiently large. In Bai Hui's vision, the space warship would need to travel through the cosmos for extended periods in the future. It would only return to Earth for resupply when its energy reserves ran low. A space warship of such magnitude would require an enormous amount of steel resources. The total steel output of the entire Long Kingdom was actually not that substantial. Therefore, Bai Hui intended to exploit extraterrestrial resources to manufacture the space warship. For instance, Mars possessed abundant iron, or, if it could be successfully mined, it would certainly meet the warship's demands. Furthermore, there was the asteroid belt situated between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. It contained numerous metal-rich asteroids, all valuable resources. Once the space industry opened up a year later, private capital could be mobilized to mine asteroids. Moreover, the Long Kingdom's lunar base and space base were both under intense construction. The space base in particular was the Long Kingdom's future spaceport. It held a strategically vital position for the entire Long Kingdom. In fact, future space warships would be built within the space base. 1 month later, the first component of the space base would be launched into orbit. Within a year, a spaceport capable of accommodating 20 spacecraft would be completed. And Bai Hui's most critical task at present was to rapidly achieve a breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology. Nuclear fission reactors could no longer meet the energy demands of space warships as their power output was limited and the fuel for fission was becoming increasingly scarce. Spacecraft were truly voracious consumers of nuclear energy, so Bai Hui was currently at the Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics in the Long Kingdom. Beside him stood 2 elderly gentlemen. One was Feng Zhongwo, revered as Feng Lao. He was the most renowned nuclear physicist in the Long Kingdom, having personally built the 3rd-generation nuclear fission reactor, Hualong 1. Additionally, the Long Kingdom's first artificial sun, the tokamak fusion device, was also constructed under Feng Lao's leadership. The other elderly gentleman, known as Chun Lao, was also a veteran scientist with extensive experience in nuclear reactors. This was the Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics, home to the famous artificial sun. At this moment, Bai Hui was engaged in a lively discussion with Feng Lao and Chun Lao. Bai Hui asked Feng Lao, "Chun Lao, from which angle do you think we should approach the research on controlled nuclear fusion?" Fong Lao sighed and said currently the most promising means to achieve controlled nuclear fusion internationally is the tokamak device. However, though the tokamak has many advantages, its drawbacks are also significant. The conditions for achieving controlled nuclear fusion are extremely demanding. We humans do not know when this technology will be broken through. Atomic nuclei contain immense energy, whose changes in the nucleus are often accompanied by energy release, as in nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. The nuclear fission reactors that humans can currently build have already contributed enormous energy to humanity. For developed countries with small territories, they require vast amounts of electricity, yet neither hydropower nor thermal power is feasible. Thus, these countries have constructed numerous nuclear power plants to provide them with clean energy. However, over time, the nuclear fuel for fission has been dwindling as the Earth's reserves are finite. Moreover, nuclear fission reactors produce highly polluting nuclear waste, and how to handle this waste has become Therefore, humanity has turned its gaze toward controlled nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion, also known as nuclear fusion reaction. Fusion reaction refers to the process where small mass atoms, primarily deuterium or tritium, under extremely high temperatures and pressures, shed their electrons from the nucleus, allowing two atomic nuclei to attract and collide with each other, undergoing a nuclear fusion reaction to generate a new heavier atomic nucleus, such as helium. The process of nuclear fusion is the opposite of nuclear fission. It is the process where several atomic nuclei combine into one. Nuclear fusion also releases enormous energy, even greater than that released by fission. Inside the sun, the continuous process of hydrogen fusing into helium occurs, and its light and heat are generated by nuclear fusion. Compared to nuclear fission, nuclear fusion hardly brings environmental problems like radioactive contamination, and its raw material can be directly extracted from deuterium and seawater with an almost inexhaustible source, making it an ideal energy source. Humans have already achieved uncontrolled nuclear fusion, such as in the explosion of hydrogen bombs. However, for the energy released by nuclear fusion to be effectively utilized by humans, the speed and scale of fusion must be reasonably controlled to achieve sustained stable energy output. Thus, humans invented the tokamak device, which is currently considered the most promising method for achieving controlled nuclear fusion. The superconducting tokamak device is a toroidal container that uses magnetic confinement and vacuum insulation to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. The tokamak has a central ring-shaped vacuum chamber surrounded by coils. When energized, a huge helical magnetic field is generated inside the tokamak, heating the plasma to extremely high temperatures to achieve nuclear fusion. It makes continuous steady-state operation of the magnetic confinement configuration a reality. And the artificial sun at the Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics is precisely the Longteng's independently developed tokamak device. Its performance is highly advanced, with a record of achieving a plasma center electron temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius and stable operation for 20 seconds. Do not underestimate these mere 20 seconds. Its performance is already among the most advanced in the world. Bai Hui gazed at the scene before him. Before his eyes stood a massive ring-shaped machine resembling a giant donut. And this machine was precisely a tokamak device. When it operates, it releases immense energy within, igniting the light of fusion, and through energy conversion devices fully utilizes the energy from nuclear fusion. Fong Lao, could you tell me how far the tokamak device has progressed? Bai Hui asked. Fong Lao nodded, and as he spoke of the massive apparatus before him, a faint glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. This tokamak device was the most outstanding achievement of Fong Lao's life. Our Dragon Nation's tokamak device can now operate for 20 seconds under an environment of 100 million degrees Celsius. Though it may seem brief, it is already among the most advanced in the world. Yet there are three tremendous difficulties. The first is the laser emitter, the ignition device for nuclear fusion. It must release heat as high as 100 million degrees Celsius, making it extremely difficult to manufacture. Our Dragon Nation's current laser igniter has a service life far too short to sustain long-term nuclear. The second difficulty lies in the magnetic control coils. They must generate a massive magnetic field to confine the plasma. Otherwise, the plasma will break free, leading to uncontrollable events. The third difficulty is the material issue of the tokamak device's first wall. Plasma is notoriously difficult to control. Even with a powerful magnetic field restraining it, countless plasma particles will expand due to heat and escape. These escaping particles carry immense energy, relentlessly bombarding the first wall. Consider this: the plasma reaches temperatures of 100 million degrees Celsius. What material in this world can withstand such bombardment? Of course, in reality, the tokamak presents countless other issues, otherwise it wouldn't have troubled physicists worldwide for decades. Fong Lao narrated slowly, sighing repeatedly. Controlled nuclear fusion was truly an immense challenge. Bai Hui pondered for a moment. The tokamak device seemed to be the most promising method for achieving controlled nuclear fusion on Earth. Yet in his view, relying on the tokamak device to break through controlled nuclear fusion within a short time frame seemed unrealistic. The very structure of the tokamak device inherently gave rise to numerous difficulties. Each difficulty would require scientists countless hours to overcome. A thought began to form in Bai Hui's mind to abandon the tokamak model, because it was almost impossible to achieve at least in the short term. Even with Bai Hui's system laboratory, which could save countless hours of simulation and verification, he might not be able to develop controlled nuclear fusion. So how could one achieve controlled nuclear fusion? How does nuclear fusion occur? First, we must start with its principle. As is well known, nuclear fusion is the process where two lighter atomic nuclei merge to form a heavier nucleus releasing energy. Because atomic nuclei carry positive charges, like charges repel each other, creating a tremendous repulsive force. This is precisely why nuclear fusion is so difficult to achieve. Consider, how can two repelling atomic nuclei be squeezed together? It requires that the two nuclei possess sufficient energy to overcome the repulsion and fuse. For example, when we play with magnets without external interference, like poles will never stick together. Only when we apply enough force can the like poles of two magnets be pressed together. So how can we give the two atomic nuclei enough energy or enough speed? The principle of the tokamak nuclear fusion device is to use lasers to heat the plasma to 100 million degrees Celsius, then control the plasma with a massive magnetic field to prevent it from escaping and destroying the machine's walls. Heat is the means by which atomic nuclei gain energy. The higher the temperature, the faster the atoms move. In rapid motion, atomic nuclei collide continuously and nuclear fusion reactions occur. But precisely because of the extreme heat, some plasma particles escape the magnetic field's confinement, striking the first wall and creating a serious problem. The sun above our heads has a core temperature of 18 million degrees Celsius, a central pressure exceeding 250 billion Earth atmospheres, and it continuously undergoes fusion reactions. Under such pressure, hydrogen nuclei can easily overcome repulsion, merge together, undergo fusion reactions, and release tremendous energy. According to the mass energy equivalence formula EMC superscript 2 and the law of conservation of energy, the immense energy released by the sun each year requires a mass loss of 4.3 million tons. This is thermonuclear fusion. Besides high temperature and high pressure, are there other methods to trigger nuclear fusion? Within Bai Hui's vast ocean of knowledge, the second-level civilization did not have a more efficient method for controlling nuclear fusion. They also used magnetic fields to confine atomic nuclei for fusion reactions. However, their fusion model was far more efficient, several generations ahead of the tokamak model. They could even build fusion reactors as small as 1 meter tall, applying them to various spacecraft. In contrast, each tokamak model of Earth civilization weighs tens of thousands of tons. Furthermore, nations worldwide initiated the ITER project, the world's largest tokamak device. Its weight reaches hundreds of thousands of tons. In Bai Hui's mind, there existed a spherical fusion reactor from a second-level civilization. It used magnetic fields to accelerate atomic nuclei, forming a circular motion, and confine these nuclei within a spherical body using inertia. Through special heating methods, it brought the nuclei to the fusion critical point, thus generating fusion reactions. It could be made very small, the smallest, even just 10 meters in size. Of course, Bai Hui could not replicate this spherical fusion reactor at present. He had only the theoretical foundation in his mind, not the actual blueprints. Moreover, Earth lacked some special materials needed to construct the spherical fusion reactor. These materials were the core of fusion technology. Materials are the shackles that constrain the progress of a civilization. If humanity could create materials capable of withstanding 100 million degrees Celsius, what would nuclear fusion be? Bai Hui had a vague idea forming. He knew the tokamak device was unlikely to succeed. Even if fusion were achieved using the tokamak model, its enormous volume and weight would be daunting. Bai Hui intended to use nuclear fusion on spaceships. A fusion reactor weighing tens of thousands of tons. How could a spaceship ever take flight? Thus, Bai Hui decided to research a new fusion model. This model would center on a spherical reactor, and based on it, he would develop targeted controlled nuclear fusion. Bai Hui suddenly turned to Fong Lao and said, "Fong Lao, I might need to stay here for a while. He'll be researching some." Both Fong Lao and Chun Lao were startled, looking at Bai Hui in surprise. "Xiao Hui, aren't you working on anti-gravity technology? Do you understand nuclear fusion as well?" Chun Lao was also stunned. "You, an anti-gravity researcher, want to work on nuclear fusion? These two fields are completely different, aren't they? And frankly, the difficulty of nuclear fusion is no less than that of anti-gravity." It wasn't that they doubted him, it was just that Bai Hui was merely a young man in his 20s. Being a genius and developing anti-gravity technology should be enough. But now he wanted to tackle nuclear fusion. Was that possible? A wry smile appeared on Bai Hui's face. His age was his greatest current disadvantage. "Fong Lao, how about you test me now? Ask me anything at all." Fong Lao raised an eyebrow, feeling that after a lifetime in nuclear physics, he was being underestimated by a mere young man. He promptly retorted bluntly, "Fine, since you said so." Bai Hui smiled faintly and said, "Please go ahead with your questions." "All right then, tell me, how do you extract deuterium from seawater?" Deuterium is one of the fuels for nuclear fusion and is abundant in seawater. If all the nuclear fusion fuel in Earth's oceans were extracted, it could sustain humanity for over 10 billion years. Extracting deuterium from seawater is also a challenge. The internationally common method is electrolysis, but it consumes enormous amounts of energy. Longhua is currently researching a new method for deuterium extraction. This question was merely a basic level. If Bai Hui could not even answer this, there would be no need to proceed further. Bai Hui laughed and spoke eloquently, outlining the current international methods for deuterium extraction and then proposing his own theory. He believed that a chemical exchange method could be used to displace deuterium from seawater. This would not only save a substantial amount of energy, but also enable rapid production of large quantities of deuterium fuel. As he spoke, both Fong Lao and Chun Lao's eyes lit up. From their perspective, Bai Hui's proposed new chemical exchange method for deuterium fuel production seemed highly feasible. In fact, it had a high probability of success. Subsequently, Fong Lao not only asked about deuterium production, but also posed other challenging questions related to nuclear fusion. But for Bai Hui, these were merely trivial. He effortlessly answered all of them, and even presented more advanced theories and methods pertaining to the issues. Some of these theories and methods were unprecedented internationally, all possessing very high feasibility. Fong Lao and Chun Lao listened to Bai Hui's words with rapt fascination. They no longer doubted whether Bai Hui was qualified to research nuclear fusion. Instead, they doubted themselves. Having lived and researched for decades, what had they been doing all these years? In terms of knowledge on nuclear fusion, they were inferior to a 23-year-old young man. At that moment, the two elders only wished they could dissect Bai Hui's brain to see how it was structured. The world had once seen a few geniuses who ushered in an era. For instance, Galileo, Newton, Tesla, and Einstein. These were men who stood on the shoulders of God. Their achievements inaugurated an era and will forever be passed down. However, in modern times, Longhua had not yet produced such a genius. But now Longhua had finally given birth to a scientist of this caliber. Undoubtedly, Bai Hui's achievements were worthy of being recorded in human history and would be enshrined in the hall. Fong Lao felt he had truly underestimated him. Such a genius could not be judged by ordinary standards. He had developed anti-gravity technology and led Longhua into the space age. Yet what everyone did not know was that Bai Hui's expertise in the field of nuclear fusion was also astonishing. At least Fang Zhongmin, the great authority in nuclear physics in Longhua, felt that Bai Hui's proficiency in this area might even surpass his own. This conversation completely won Fong Lao and Chun Lao's recognition of Bai Hui. They even felt that his stay at the Jiangxia Nuclear Physics Research Institute was an honor for the institute. Fong Lao sighed and said, "Xiao Hui, I truly admire you. How can you be so young yet possess such a brilliant mind?" Bai Hui, however, was self-aware. He knew that although his knowledge surpassed any scientist in the world, it was not achieved through his own efforts. Instead, it had been instilled into his mind by the system through unknown means. The only things he had truly developed himself were the Longxiang language, Longxiang system, and Longxiang chip architecture. These three things were the ones he had genuinely researched bit by bit. Because this knowledge was not originally his, he could not fully integrate it. In simple terms, having this knowledge in his mind was one thing, but understanding it himself was another. Without understanding the knowledge in his mind, Bai Hui could not instantly search for similar products from other second-level civilizations in his memory and improve upon them when developing a technology. This was Bai Hui's current shortcoming. Only by delving deeply into a field could he gradually comprehend the relevant knowledge in his mind. This undoubtedly required a great deal of time. But compared to other scientists internationally, Bai Hui was already very fortunate. So it was with the current field of nuclear fusion. Although Bai Hui could speak eloquently, he had not actually mastered it. His basic knowledge and experience might even be inferior to Fong Lao's. After all, Fong Lao had studied nuclear physics for decades and had rich experience. That was why Longhua had entrusted the responsibility of the artificial sun to Fong Lao. Bai Hui's only advantage was that he stood on the shoulders of giants when looking at problems. His vision far surpassed Fong Lao's, so he understood that it would be difficult for Longhua to achieve a breakthrough in nuclear fusion technology and apply it to reality in a short time using the tokamak device. Moreover, even if the tokamak were successfully developed, it could not be used on spacecraft. Bai Hui quickly said to Fong Lao, you are my senior. I still have many questions to learn from you. Let us explore and grow together. In the field of nuclear fusion, both Bai Hui and Fong Lao were but infants. The civilizations that truly mastered nuclear fusion were often stellar civilizations, i.e., second-level civilizations. The boundaries between first-level and second-level civilizations had clear standards. In the classification of cosmic civilizations, a civilization that could break free from its planet's gravity, harness the energy of its planet, and freely roam its star system was a first-level civilization. A second-level civilization, on the other hand, needed to master the energy of a star, such as creating the famous Dyson sphere. The Dyson sphere is a hypothetical giant megastructure proposed by Freeman Dyson. Such a sphere consists of satellites orbiting the sun, completely enclosing the star and capturing the majority or all of its energy output. A second-level civilization also needed to master controlled nuclear fusion and be able to travel to other star systems. Of course, a second-level civilization could not yet master wormhole or warp drive technology. These technologies required an understanding of space-time, and no one in a second-level civilization could harness the power of space. Earth civilization, with the birth of Bai Hui's anti-gravity technology, had advanced from a 0.7-level civilization to a true first-level civilization. The greatest challenge, traversing the star system, was no longer a problem after the advent of the anti-gravity. The greatest challenge, traversing the star system, was no longer a problem after the advent of the anti-gravity. Fang Lao smiled, stroked his beard, and said, "All right then, from now on we'll explore together. Bai Hui, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I will not hoard my knowledge." "That's great. In the future, when I develop a nuclear fusion model, I'll need your help to verify it. Don't find me too troublesome, Fang Lao." Bai Hui laughed happily. Fang Lao's scientific expertise was beyond doubt. With his help, Bai Hui's research on the nuclear fusion model would proceed more smoothly. Bai Hui believed that Longwo's nuclear fusion technology would soon be developed. Night fell. Bai Hui trained his body once more, and he could feel that with his persistent practice, his control over his physical form was growing ever stronger. He believed it would not be long before he could officially enter the realm of physical limits. At that time, he would truly be able to develop his genetic potential. A powerful civilization, if it solely strengthens external technology, can never achieve great heights. The core of civilization is its living beings. Only when the life level of living beings rises can the level of civilization ascend. These two are mutually reinforcing, and this holds true throughout the entire cosmic civilization. Thus, for the future human civilization to ascend to a higher level, the enhancement of life level is indispensable. This too falls under the category of technology. By utilizing technology to elevate the level of human civilization, human lifespan will increase, and as personal power grows ever stronger, only then can one observe the more terrifying laws of the universe. For instance, black holes, neutron stars, and stars. Only then can technology continuously advance and civilization gradually improve along the correct path. Open the system panel. Host Bai Hui. Gender male. Age 23. Current civilization level 1. Civilization type carbon-based civilization. Personal knowledge level 2. Brain development 25. System function system lab activated. Popularity points 3210233478 2 billion. It had been a long time since Bai Hui had checked how many popularity points he had accumulated. He only knew that ever since Longwo landed on the moon, a massive influx of popularity points had been pouring in. He took a glance and was stunned. He actually had over 2 billion popularity points, converted into system lab time that would allow him to stay inside for nearly 4 days. Do not underestimate these 4 days. Bai Hui could already develop many things. The system lab was a powerful 5th-level civilization which created a similar laboratory based on the rules of the real universe. Some things could not be simulated by the system lab, but Earth civilization was merely a tiny first-level civilization. If the system lab could not even manifest the things of a first-level civilization, then it would be useless. Thus, even the simulation of nuclear fusion could be portrayed clearly by the system lab following the corresponding rules. Of course, Bai Hui did not enter the system lab immediately. He still lacked a clear concept of the future nuclear fusion model, so entering would be of no use. Instead, Bai Hui did nothing else. He took a book from the bookshelf in his room, Thermonuclear Fusion Plasma Physics. He needed to start from the basics and thoroughly integrate the knowledge in his mind. Bai Hui read at a speed of 10 lines per glance, his superbly developed brain granting him exceptional memory and comprehension. The book grew thinner and thinner, the sound of pages flipping echoing continuously. If an outsider witnessed this, they would surely think Bai Hui was showing off. How could a human possibly read a book at such a speed? And this was a fundamental book on nuclear fusion, which required serious understanding. Otherwise, reading would be pointless. Bai Hui finished reading a book as thick as a thumb in an hour at a shocking speed. Meanwhile, relevant knowledge constantly surfaced in his mind, knowledge that had lain dormant all along. As his understanding of fusion physics deepened, these advanced concepts continued to emerge. Thus, Bai Hui studied continuously at the Jiangshan Nuclear Physics Institute, and finally, after 7 days, he began the actual research. At night, Bai Hui immersed his consciousness in the system lab. Moreover, he was not alone in the lab. Xiao He was also pulled in to assist with the research. Of course, Xiao He's main body did not come. This was just one of its avatars. Now, with the boost of the supercomputer, Xiao He's abilities grew ever more terrifying. It kept improving itself, and its data accumulated. Transferring the complete data into the system lab would take an unknown amount of time. So Bai Hui adopted a compromise. He had Xiao He split off an avatar, and he brought that avatar in. Over these 7 days, Bai Hui had attained a profound mastery of the field of nuclear fusion. Moreover, by referencing the second-level civilization's spherical nuclear fusion reactor, he had initially designed a fusion model of his own. Undoubtedly, this model was extremely difficult, even more complex and challenging than the tokamak model. Because a spherical magnetic confinement device required an extraordinarily strong magnetic field to restrain the plasma. Undoubtedly, this model was extremely difficult, even more complex and challenging than the tokamak model. Because a spherical magnetic confinement device required an extraordinarily strong magnetic field to restrain the plasma. In Bai Hui's vision, he did not want to design a large, heavy device. If the fusion reactor was too large, it could not be installed on a spacecraft. The power source for cosmic warships had to be nuclear fusion. This was decided from the very beginning of the design. If fusion could not be fitted onto a warship, then the entire design of the spacecraft would need to be reworked. Thus, there was a problem. Generating such a powerful magnetic field required an enormous amount of electrical energy. This electrical energy could only be achieved through superconducting coils. Otherwise, if ordinary wires were used, they would need to be designed very large to withstand such a strong current. In foreign tokamak fusion devices, the magnetic field coils were often made of superconducting materials. Superconductors could generate ultra-strong magnetic fields, but current superconducting materials could only function at temperatures around 130 K. Meanwhile, the plasma for fusion needed to be at a temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius. The superconducting coils had to be kept at more than 100 degrees below zero. These were two extremes. Maintaining the coils at such low temperatures required a massive amount of energy. During fusion, although the plasma was confined by the magnetic field, the extreme heat it generated would still raise the inner wall of the device to several thousand degrees. The two opposing effects consumed an enormous amount of energy, and if the energy output of fusion was less than the energy input, what was the point? Bai Hui fell into deep thought. Undoubtedly, this required inventing a superconducting material with a higher critical temperature, such as a room temperature superconductor. While ensuring the superconducting performance, the higher the temperature, the less energy was needed, and the energy output of the fusion reactor would be greater. This was one challenge. The second challenge was how to deal with the plasma and high-energy neutrons that escaped during fusion. The higher the temperature of the plasma, the more it expanded, and the more unstable it became, so some would inevitably escape. Moreover, the high-energy neutrons produced by fusion could bombard the inner wall, causing equipment damage. As is well known, there are three types of fusion. The first is deuterium-tritium fusion. Since tritium is radioactive and deuterium-tritium fusion produces a large number of neutrons, it is highly radioactive. The second is deuterium-helium-3 fusion. The advantage of this fusion method is low radiation, producing only a small amount of neutrons. The third type is known as the ultimate fusion. The product of this fusion is water, producing no radiation, making it an absolutely clean energy source. Currently, most fusion research uses the first method. Not only is the first method easier to achieve, but its fuel is also cheap. The reason for choosing deuterium-tritium fusion is that deuterium is abundant in seawater, about 1 deuterium atom for every 6,500 hydrogen atoms in seawater. Thus, Earth's oceans contain about 40 trillion tons of deuterium, and the energy released from the complete fusion of deuterium in 1 liter of seawater is equivalent to the energy released by burning 300 liters of standard gasoline. Based on current global energy consumption, the deuterium fusion energy in seawater could last for hundreds of billions of years. Truly inexhaustible and renewable. Helium-3 is scarce on Earth. Internationally, 1 ton of helium-3 costs 30 billion yuan. Naturally, the moon possesses abundant reserves of helium-3, and in the future the Dragon Kingdom could extract it from the lunar surface to fuel nuclear fusion power generation. For now, the first type, deuterium-tritium fusion, remains cheaper and easier to achieve. However, this method produces neutrons which carry immense energy and continuously bombard the inner wall, causing damage. Thus, Bai Hui's current consideration was how to resolve the issues of these high-energy neutrons and escaping plasma. The third challenge was the ignition problem. Nuclear fusion requires temperatures of 100 million degrees Celsius to react, and such extreme heat can only be generated by lasers. However, the laser ignition device is placed inside the equipment and is highly susceptible to damage from the high temperatures. Additionally, there were numerous other difficulties. How could one easily create a nuclear fusion model that is compact, lightweight, and stable in operation? Bai Hui took a deep breath and began conducting experiments in the system laboratory. Finally, after 3 days, he initially designed a model. This model used a toroidal magnetic field to accelerate the plasma, then collided them at the center of a spherical fusion device, while peripheral laser ignition devices continuously supplied energy. The advantage of this approach was that the reaction temperature did not need to reach 100 million degrees Celsius. Fusion could be achieved at approximately 60 million degrees. After all, the principle of nuclear fusion is to give atomic nuclei enough energy to overcome repulsion and undergo a fusion reaction. As for the high-energy neutrons and escaping plasma produced by the reaction, he employed anti-gravity technology to create a gravity field which acted like a wall. The gravity field enveloped the entire spherical fusion reactor, and within it was water. This water circulated continuously, carrying away the high-energy neutrons and heat through a circulation system. This hot water then generated high-temperature steam, which continuously drove the generator sets, thereby producing electrical energy. The benefit of this design was twofold. It solved the problem of high-energy neutrons bombarding the inner wall, and also resolved the issue of energy conversion. By using the gravity field to encase water around the fusion reactor, it not only provided cooling, but also significantly increased the efficiency of energy conversion. This fusion device could achieve an energy utilization efficiency exceeding 50. To put it in perspective, the energy conversion efficiency of current human nuclear fission reactors is less than 30. This involved numerous transformations and energy was consumed during these complex steps. Some might ask why not use a gravity field instead of a magnetic field to confine the plasma. Because plasma is too light, the effect of a gravity field is far inferior to that of a magnetic field. After all, gravity fields are based on universal gravitation, and the heavier the object, the greater the force. Of course, whether Bai Hui's nuclear fusion model would ultimately succeed remained an open question. Although the system laboratory could perfectly simulate experimental results, real-world differences, due to variations in materials and manufacturing processes, meant that the constructed fusion device could not be guaranteed to be identical to the one in the system lab. Bai Hui immediately sought out Elder Fong and handed him a set of design blueprints. Elder Fong, this is a nuclear fusion model I designed. I would like to ask you to help manufacture it. Elder Fong stood frozen in place. What had Bai Hui just said? This was a nuclear fusion model he designed. He had only been at the Jiangxia Nuclear Physics Institute for 10 days. In just 10 days, Bai Hui had come up with a design for a nuclear fusion model. Was he joking? Elder Fong took a deep breath. Though he doubted it out of respect for Bai Hui, he picked up the blueprints and examined them. After reading, a look of awe flashed in Elder Fang's eyes. This device was completely different from the tokamak design. Although it also used magnetic confinement, the plasma motion and fusion reaction were entirely distinct. In his judgment, this fusion model performed remarkably well. The most challenging issue, the inner wall problem, had been ingeniously solved by Bai Hui using anti-gravity technology. Why was nuclear fusion so difficult? Because the temperatures were too high, easily damaging the equipment. Now most of the heat generated by fusion was carried away by water, and the remaining temperature could be easily withstood by the inner wall. Thus Elder Fong believed that this fusion model had a high probability of achieving controlled nuclear fusion. However, the device was quite small, only about 10 meters in size. Compared to the tokamak devices, which often weighed tens of thousands of tons, this was practically a tiny thing. To generate an ultra-strong magnetic field in such a small volume, superconducting coils were required. Bai Hui's fusion model used a novel superconducting material that could achieve superconductivity at a temperature of minus 20 degrees Celsius. Elder Fang's expression shifted constantly. A superconducting material at minus 20 degrees. How is that possible? Xiao Hui, this superconducting material you mentioned, minus 20 degrees. Bai Hui smiled and said, Elder Fong, rest assured it's true. If you don't believe me, you can try manufacturing it right now. A superconducting material at minus 20 degrees Celsius, though not yet room temperature, was already considered high temperature for superconductors. To put it in context, the most advanced superconducting materials internationally required temperatures below minus 100 degrees to exhibit superconductivity. Thus, Bai Hui's invention was already the most advanced in the world. If this news were leaked, it would cause a massive storm in the physics community. Elder Fong took a deep breath and said, Xiao Hui, I will do my utmost to manufacture it as soon as possible. However, I will need the anti-gravity engines you mentioned to be supplied by you. Bai Hui smiled and replied, Don't worry, I have already arranged for the production of these small anti-gravity engines. They will be delivered to you within 5 days. Elder Fong looked at him earnestly and said, Xiao Hui, if this device can achieve stable controlled nuclear fusion, it will shock the entire world. Have you thought of a name for this fusion model? Bai Hui pondered for a moment and said, Let's call it Divine Radiance. The Divine Radiance fusion device officially began construction. The device was small and most of the materials were available at the Jiangxia Nuclear Physics Institute. According to Elder Fang's estimate, it would take about half a month to manufacture the Divine Radiance fusion device. Today is October the 10th, an ordinary day. Yet for many it is a momentous occasion. Today marks the founding and opening of Longteng University. Longteng University, a key aerospace university personally designated by the Grand Elder, has as its first president Bai Hui, the inventor of anti-gravity technology. Construction of this university began in May and has only now been completed. Students who applied to this institution have started their studies a month later than those at other universities. Longteng University is divided into 7 colleges: the College of Aerospace Mechanics and Electronics, the College of Aerospace Agriculture, the College of Aerospace Software, the College of Aerospace Propulsion, the College of Aerospace Geology, the College of Aerospace Energy, and the College of Aerospace Life Sciences. These colleges are further subdivided into numerous majors, enrolling a total of 20,000 students. Unlike other universities, the first year at Longteng is dedicated entirely to astronaut training. Because this cohort of students will all become astronauts in the future, venturing deep into the cosmos to unravel its mysteries. From its inception, Longteng University set its supreme goal as exploring the unknown mysteries of the universe. Moreover, these students will not spend their entire time within the campus. They will journey to the Dragon Nation Space Center, where they will continuously learn professional knowledge alongside their The vast discipline of aerospace cannot be truly mastered through books alone. Only through relentless practice and contemplation can one achieve mastery. Today is the opening day of Longteng University. On the sports field, 20,000 students stand in perfect. On the stage stand many leaders of the Dragon Nation, including the Grand Elder himself, who has attended the opening ceremony. Naturally, Bai Hui, as president of Longteng University, could not be absent on such an important day. His fame has now spread throughout the entire Dragon Nation, making him a household name. Without a doubt, the idol of every student standing below is the inventor of anti-gravity technology, the pioneer who led the Dragon Nation into the space age, Bai Hui. After a solemn ceremony, the Grand Elder picked up the microphone and addressed the 20,000 students. Students, you are the future of the Dragon Nation. In recent times, the Dragon Nation has achieved great successes, not only developing anti-gravity spacecraft and entering the space age, but also fulfilling the 5,000-year aspiration of our nation, landing on the moon. From now on, it is the era of the stars, and you are the pioneers of this era. I sincerely wish all students to achieve great success in your studies. May you, like your president, inscribe your mark upon human history. The 20,000 students applauded wildly, their eyes sparkling with starlight as they gazed at the young man on the stage. They were able to stand here because of Divine Bai. He invented anti-gravity technology, ushered in the space age, and led the Dragon Nation to the moon. The Grand Elder smiled and said, "Now let your president speak to you." He handed the microphone to Bai Hui. Bai Hui was dressed in a solemn suit, the sharp tailoring complementing his youthful and handsome features, making it hard to believe that someone so young could already be a university president. At this moment, all eyes in the venue were fixed on Bai Hui. Many young ladies below had stars in their eyes, gazing at their idol with adoration and infatuation, their minds drifting into fantasies. They had heard that Divine Bai was still single. In that moment, many began to imagine a chance encounter, a cliched rescue, and then they could hardly contain their excitement. Bai Hui had certainly not anticipated becoming the target of so many young ladies. He picked up the microphone and spoke earnestly and solemnly, "Students, good day. I am Bai Hui. Today is the opening day of Longteng University with 20,000 students gathered together. I have only one thing to say to you." Bai Hui pointed at the sky and shouted, "That is the mysterious cosmos. Are you all ready?" "We are ready." Everyone erupted in cheers, their faces flushed with excitement. A smile spread across Bai Hui's face as he looked at these spirited youths, as if seeing his former self. At present, the Dragon Nation's lunar base and space station projects are proceeding at full steam. We have already sent the main module of the lunar base to the moon. In 2 months, the second assembly module will be. By then, the lunar base will have the capability to smelt ore, and we will extract the abundant helium-3 from the moon for use as nuclear fusion fuel. Relevant engineers of the Dragon Nation have already begun astronaut training. At that time, they will travel to the moon aboard Longteng 2, and the lunar base's population will exceed 100. Longteng University will select the 30 most outstanding students from the College of Aerospace Geology to accompany their predecessors to the moon and help build our lunar base. Moreover, the main module of the Dragon Nation space station has been constructed and will soon be launched into geosynchronous orbit. All components of the space station are being built around the clock and will soon be completed. 1 year from now, the Dragon Nation will open corresponding space industries, and the students of Longteng University will be the first batch of professional talent. Therefore, please strive hard. The Dragon Nation needs you. No matter what the future holds, we will fight side by side. Bai Hui's stirring speech ignited the hearts of countless students. The Dragon Nation's lunar base and space station had already reached such an advanced stage. Every student admitted to Longteng University was not only academically outstanding, but also harbored dreams of the stars. In 2 months, 30 students from the College of Aerospace Geology would travel to the moon aboard Longteng 2. At that moment, students from the other 6 colleges cast envious glances. Meanwhile, the students of the College of Aerospace Geology resolved in their hearts to study relentlessly over the next 2 months, striving to become even more outstanding. Longteng University is an exceptionally strong institution boasting over 30 academicians and more than 200 professors among its faculty. The Dragon Nation places great importance on Longteng University and has invested substantial resources. This is because the nation is currently desperately short of talent in this field. Consider this: once the lunar base and space station are completed, the demand for aerospace professionals will. These 20,000 students alone are far from sufficient. Therefore, the Dragon Nation has not only established aerospace programs at Longteng University. Other universities with adequate resources have also hired aerospace professors and experts to launch their own aerospace programs. The Dragon Nation is now rapidly training all these aerospace professionals, sending students directly to the Space Center to learn from veteran astronauts, striving to complete their training as quickly as possible. The entire nation of Longwo was now united in their relentless pursuit of research and development, having long since overcome countless technologies once monopolized by foreign powers. This included lithography and etching machines. Now Longwa could manufacture 5 nanometers lithography equipment. The reason for such smooth progress was not only Longwo's immense demand, but also the presence of artificial intelligence was truly a shortcut for a civilization's rapid advancement. Its computational and simulation capabilities were overwhelmingly powerful. Xiaohe had already helped scientists conquer countless technical challenges, and Longwa now possessed an entire chip manufacturing chain. The technical difficulties had all been breached by the people of Longwa. In the realm of software, the Longxiang operating system had flourished, even surpassing the dominance of the Linux system as the server king. Its performance was so formidable that the Linux system had been left far behind. Now every mobile phone and computer in Longwa ran on the Longxiang operating system. The two systems had bridged the software and hardware ecosystem. With a single account, users could sync their data to the cloud, making office work remarkably convenient. With the added boost of artificial intelligence, people now had even more options. Some individuals with social anxiety using Longxiang system phones were constantly comforted by the built-in AI spirit. Gradually, they opened their hearts and stepped out of their isolated rooms. On the industrial front, the Longxiang series of industrial software had also greatly enhanced efficiency. Now engineers would rather die than go back to using foreign industrial software for drafting. There was no choice. The Longxiang series industrial software was so intelligent that when drafting, one could simply speak their needs, and the embedded AI core would automatically recognize the desired function. No longer did they have to waste ages searching for a drawing function, nor did those weak in English need to look up online tutorials on how to use it. Drawing circuit boards used to be a soul-crushing experience with dense, intricate traces. Layers upon layers, complex routing rules. Some boards took an eternity to complete. But now with Longxiang series industrial software, you only needed to define the nodes, and it would route the traces with a single click, all perfectly compliant with the rules. Errors could be corrected by voice commands, as if interacting with a real person. Moreover, various CNC centers and industrial machine tools had also seen tremendous improvements. Since Longwa entered the space age, the greatest demand was for aerospace products. Aerospace quality was the highest standard across the entire industrial system. This placed extremely high demands on the precision of CNC centers and industrial machine tools. Manufacturers had to continuously develop high-precision equipment, and now the quality of Longwa's industrial machine tools was fully on par with that of foreign counterparts. During the opening ceremony of Longteng University, a speech by Bai Hui spread across the internet. Netizens were stirred with emotion, leaving comments on Weibo. "God, Bai's words moved me to tears, so thrilling. Alas, how I wish I could be 20 years younger to chase dreams like them and sail among the stars. I never thought Longwa would soon be mining the moon. Amazing. Is the space base about to be built? That means space tourism is almost here. We ordinary people might get a chance to see the mysterious cosmos. I can't wait for that day. Our Longwa people united as one will surely carve out a bright future for humanity. These students are the future heroes of Longwa. Longwa is unstoppable." Of course, foreign nations were not idle during this period. The Dengta country's Atimisai moon base plan was proceeding step by step. Although they had purchased the Longteng 1 anti-gravity spaceship from Longwa, delivery would not occur for another 6 months. To counter Longwa's lunar landing, Pu Dadi had ordered Director Jiesun to land on the moon within a month. To this end, they even slowed down the Urusi Mars base plan. Today was the day for the Dengta country to execute the Atimisai moon base plan. They had built a super heavy rocket for this purpose, the Jupiter 1. The Jupiter 1 weighed a total of 100,000 tons. It could deliver over 300 tons of payload to a translunar injection orbit. This colossal figure came at a staggering cost of $3 billion for a single rocket. Consider that the Apollo program's Saturn V rocket from the last century had a launch mass of only about 300 tons. At the Houston Space Center, a giant rocket stood on the launch tower. 10 kilometers from the Houston Space Center, crowds had gathered. These people were watching the launch of the Jupiter 1, which carried the hopes of the Dengta country's people. It must succeed. Alas, chemical fuel rockets are so inferior. Longwa's anti-gravity spaceship is a true spacecraft. Thank goodness we bought one from them. The Jupiter 1 can deliver over 300 tons to lunar orbit or 500 tons to geosynchronous orbit. It surpasses all chemical fuel rockets. In the control hall of the Houston Space Center, Director Jiesun stared nervously at the countdown on the big screen. This Jupiter 1 rocket was the most advanced rocket ever built by the Dengta country. Yet this rocket had never undergone any test flights. Director Jiesun's heart was filled with anxiety, dreading that something might go wrong with the Jupiter 1. After all, the Houston Space Center was surrounded by a sea of people. If anything went wrong in full view of the public, he would surely be thrown under the bus by Pu Dadi to quell the people's fury. Director Jiesun could only steel himself and proceed with the launch. Only the success of the Jupiter 1 could save his position. The lunar spacecraft carried 5 astronauts. They were already in their spacesuits, reclining in their seats, waiting tensely for ignition. The reclining posture was designed to reduce the impact of liftoff on the human body. When the time came, Director Jiesun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Ignite." At the command, the Jupiter 1 rocket ignited. Intense flames erupted from the nozzles, generating a tremendous... According to Newton's third law, the Jupiter 1 began to slowly ascend. The surrounding crowd erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Yet director Sun showed no joy. Ignition and liftoff were only the first step. Under the gaze of the multitude, the Jupiter 1 pierced through the clouds and soared into the mysterious vast expanse of space. Director Sun stared unblinkingly at the big screen. So far all data from the Jupiter 1 was normal, which allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Finally a staff member exclaimed joyfully, "The Jupiter 1 has successfully delivered the Artemis spacecraft into the translunar injection orbit." At these words, everyone in the control hall rose to their feet, embracing and cheering in excitement. For the past month these aerospace workers had not rested a single day, all for this moment. The maiden flight of the Jupiter 1. Fantastic, we've succeeded. Beside him director Sun broke into a smile, the anxiety finally easing from his heart. Aber was a renowned tech blogger on Twitter, primarily captivating his audience by posting technological videos and live streaming trending tech topics. The successful launch of Longteng country's Jupiter I rocket stirred the hearts of countless citizens. Naturally Aber could not miss this topic. Moreover, due to Aber's fame and expertise, even the Longteng National Aeronautics and Space Administration extended an invitation to him. They invited him to live stream the launch of Jupiter I and the Artemis spacecraft's moon landing. The space agency sought to leverage Aber's influence to showcase Longteng country's formidable technological prowess to the public. Attempt the Santon Jupiter I rocket. Had this been a year ago, it would have undoubtedly shocked the world. Of course, because Long country had invented anti-gravity technology, their Jupiter I rocket found itself in a rather awkward position. 10,000 tons was indeed impressive. Even the fully loaded Longteng 2 spacecraft could not match it. But think about it. No matter how impressive, it was still a chemical fuel rocket. Compared to Long country's anti-gravity spacecraft, it was entirely on a different level. However, for other nations this was already an extraordinary achievement. Longteng country had been repeatedly bested by Long country, and some citizens had even lost faith in their nation. A fatal blow for a democratic Western country. Thus President Pu Dadi of Longteng country decided to use the Jupiter I rocket and the Artemis moon landing to vigorously promote the nation's technological strength, thereby boosting his public approval rating. To this end, Longteng country invited many well-known bloggers to publicize the Artemis moon landing plan. Aber was one of them. Aber was currently live streaming. In his broadcast, real-time footage of the Artemis spacecraft was playing, provided by the authorities. "Hey my friends, your old friend Aber is back. It has been 3 days since the launch of Jupiter I, and our Longteng country's Artemis spacecraft has reached lunar orbit and is about to land on the moon." Aber teased mysteriously, "Hey guys, do you know where the Artemis spacecraft will land?" The comments began scrolling rapidly. "I bet it will land somewhere no spacecraft has ever landed before. Dare you land at the site where the Apollo spacecraft landed 50 years ago? I knew the Apollo program was fake. Otherwise, why did our country manage to land on the moon 50 years ago, yet now it takes so much effort to return? It must be a lie concocted by those officials in power to boost their approval ratings." Aber saw this comment and laughed. "Congratulations, my friend. You guessed it. Our Artemis spacecraft's landing site is exactly where the Apollo spacecraft landed, the southern part of the Sea of Tranquility. This time we will not only land in the Sea of Tranquility, but also build a lunar base, they're named Tranquility Base. At the same time we will broadcast live across Longteng country and show everyone the traces of the Apollo spacecraft from 50 years ago, dispelling any doubts about the Apollo program." This statement shook everyone. They had not expected Longteng country to dare land in the Sea of Tranquility. The Sea of Tranquility. Anyone vaguely familiar with the Apollo program knew it was the place where humanity first set foot on the moon. The first astronaut to walk on the moon, Amusetland, once uttered a phrase that would echo through history. "That's one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." Thus humanity stepped onto an extraterrestrial world for the first time. A moment of profound significance for all of human history. If the authorities dared to broadcast a live landing in the Sea of Tranquility, they must have absolute confidence to prove that the Apollo program of 50 years ago was indeed real. Haha, I knew it. Our Apollo program was real. The Apollo program was a great miracle in human history. I knew it was true. The authorities would never dare fabricate such a lie. Don't jump to conclusions before it's confirmed. If the Artemis spacecraft lands and sees nothing, then the authorities are nothing but a bunch of liars. Even at this moment, some still doubted the authenticity of the Apollo program. After all, the moon landing photos once leaked from the Longteng Space Agency contained too many suspicious points. There were 3 most fatal points. First, the Apollo spacecraft weighed dozens of tons, yet the support legs in the photos stood perfectly steady on the lunar surface without any indentation. Second, the moon has no air and no wind, yet the Longteng flag appeared to be fluttering. Third, logically, the background of photos taken by astronauts on the moon should be filled with countless stars. Yet the official photos showed a pitch-black background. These 3 points were highly unreasonable and violated common scientific sense. Thus the Apollo program had faced so much skepticism. Aber suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the Artemis spacecraft is about to land." The screen displayed a massive spacecraft. It was no match for the Longteng 2, of course, but at over 300 tons, it was already enormous in the history of human lunar landings. The Artemis spacecraft consisted of 5 modules: the command module, escape module, return module, lunar base, main module, and landing module. Among them, the lunar base main module was the largest. Weighing over 200 tons, it would remain permanently. Soon the Artemis spacecraft on the screen moved. It flew over the Sea of Tranquility and using optical methods precisely located the former position of the Apollo spacecraft. Prepare for landing. With the command from the staff, the engines of the Artemis spacecraft ignited, and the entire vessel began to alter its orbit. The spacecraft grew closer and closer to the lunar surface, with high-definition cameras constantly recording, allowing viewers to clearly see the lunar landscape. Look, isn't that the Apollo 11 landing module? People exclaimed in shock. From the spacecraft's footage, they spotted a very small landing module, its surface covered with lunar dust, yet still distinctly recognizable. So the Apollo program was indeed real. At that moment, no one doubted the Apollo program any longer, for the truth lay before their eyes. Thud! The spacecraft landed safely. All viewers across Longteng country burst into enthusiasm. At this moment, every nation across the globe extended their congratulations. Another human landing on the moon, regardless of political stances, was a cause for celebration for the entirety of human civilization. At the Houston Space Center of the Longteng country, director Jason, whose heart had been hanging in suspense, finally let out a sigh of relief. They had succeeded. Now they could finally give the public a satisfactory account. Next, they would proceed to construct a lunar base on the moon. Of course, due to technological limitations, the Longteng country was unable to excavate beneath the moon's surface. Thus, the lunar base had to be placed on the surface. The outer shell of their base was made of high-strength, lightweight materials several times harder than steel. Moreover, the main module of the lunar base was equipped with a weapons system to deal with asteroids that might threaten the base. This was a major hazard on the moon, responsible for the countless craters pockmarking its surface. Since live broadcasting was no longer suitable, the space agency cut the feed and began the work on the lunar base. Bob was one of the astronauts aboard the Artemis spacecraft tasked with constructing the lunar base alongside. The 5 astronauts unloaded the main module of the lunar base from the spacecraft and placed it on a flat stretch of ground. Then Bob began using drilling equipment to lay a foundation for anchoring the base. Drilling commenced. Bob drove the drill bit into the ground, and soon it had penetrated deep beneath the surface. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. The foundation of the lunar base needed to reach about 10 meters underground, so Bob had to drill a hole 10 meters deep. However, when the drill bit reached 8 meters, it suddenly became stuck. Bob froze, then cursed, "Shit, the drill bit is stuck." No matter how hard he tried, the bit refused to budge. Left with no choice, Bob called out to his teammate, "Torniel, the drill bit is stuck, come help me out." With the assistance of another astronaut, Bob climbed into the hole. Fortunately, this was just for the foundation, and the hole wasn't deep. Bob easily reached the spot where the drill bit was stuck. He took a look and was stunned. Under the beam of his headlamp, he immediately saw that the drill bit was jammed against a gray-black sphere. The sphere was perfectly smooth and round, exuding an air of mystery. What was this? A meteorite? Don't be ridiculous. Since when was a meteorite so smooth and round? A chilling thought crossed Bob's mind. Could this be an artifact of extraterrestrial civilization? Whatever it was certainly nothing ordinary. Bob decided to retrieve the sphere and hand it over to the Space Center. He immediately released the drill bit and tried to pick up the sphere. But to his surprise, the sphere was so slippery that he, left with no choice, Bob used a bag to wrap the sphere. He brought it back to the surface, and Torniel, standing nearby, asked, "Bob, how did it go?" Bob replied, "Okay, but Torniel, take a look at what I found." So saying, he handed the bag to Torniel. Torniel looked and was stunned. What is this? It doesn't look like a product of nature. Bob's discovery instantly drew the attention of all the astronauts. All the astronauts gathered around, scrutinizing the sphere. But none of them could identify it. Everyone assumed it might be an artifact of extraterrestrial origin. Whatever it was beyond their ability to handle. So the astronauts promptly reported the matter to the Houston Control Center. Director Jason stared at the photos sent back from the moon, lost in thought. After a moment, a glimmer of delight appeared on his face. If this sphere was truly an extraterrestrial artifact, then the Longteng country might gain access to the technology of an alien civilization. Director Jason immediately realized that this could be the opportunity for the Longteng country to surpass the Long country. Bob, you have a new mission. Continue to explore whether there are more artifacts of this kind beneath the lunar surface. If you find anything, notify me immediately. Bob and Torniel promptly used the drilling equipment to start probing continuously. Yet no matter how extensively they searched, they found nothing resembling an extraterrestrial artifact. Only soil, rocks, meteorites, and the like. On the 3rd day, the Longteng country's lunar base was fully assembled. 2 of the 5 astronauts would remain at the base, while the other 3 would return to Earth in the re-entry capsule. The mysterious sphere was also brought back to Earth. This matter was known only to the high-ranking officials of the Longteng country. Soon the re-entry capsule of the Artemis spacecraft returned safely to Earth. All the citizens of the Dungta country warmly cheered for the return of their heroes. But what no one knew was that a sphere rested quietly inside a safe. A man in plain clothes carried it from the spacecraft. After a series of transfers, the sphere arrived at This secret base was a military research facility of the Dungta country, where various high-tech innovations were developed. Luoxi Base. Located on an unknown island, it was not even marked on any map. For the Dungta country, this was a critically important research base. At this moment, in a laboratory within Luoxi Base, scientists in protective suits were gathered around a gray-black sphere, observing it. A white-haired scientist exclaimed in amazement, "Incredible! Under our electron microscope, this sphere shows not a single imperfection. Even the smoothest mirror, when magnified under an electron microscope, reveals various, uneven surfaces. Yet this sphere is truly flawless. I dare say this is definitely an extraterrestrial artifact. Nature could never produce something so perfectly smooth and round. Indeed, I also believe this is an extraterrestrial object. I can hardly contain my excitement. To think that Earth would encounter an alien artifact so soon." All the researchers were filled with exhilaration. They were about to become the first humans to witness the high-tech products of an extraterrestrial civilization. Standing nearby was a two-star general, the highest commander of the base. Hearing the excited remarks of the scientists, a flicker of fervor stirred within him as well. The general pulled aside an elderly scientist and asked, "Professor Herrick, what do you think we should do with this sphere now, eh?" Professor Herrick replied excitedly, "General, this is a gift from God to our Dungta country. We should open this sphere immediately and explore the advanced civilization technology within." Unbeknownst to anyone deep within the gray-black sphere, a faint red glow suddenly flickered. At the Luoxi base, in an experimental zone, numerous researchers in white lab coats gathered around a laboratory. Standing at the forefront was the base's highest-ranking officer. The general stared anxiously at the lab ahead, where a spherical object sat at the center. Today they would use laser cutting to slice open this enigmatic gray-black sphere, suspected to be of extraterrestrial origin. The general had reported the matter to Pudati, who was now observing via live feed. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, the Luoxi base was placed under the highest level of wartime alert. This was not only to guard against external intrusion, but also to preempt any potential danger the mysterious sphere might pose. The laboratory itself was constructed entirely from high-strength bulletproof glass and reinforced concrete capable of withstanding earthquakes up to magnitude 8. Moreover, the entire perimeter of the lab was lined with radiation-proof materials, and all electromagnetic wave transmissions were prohibited throughout the base. What if upon opening the sphere transmitted information to their civilization? Naturally, beyond electromagnetic waves, the Luoxi base had implemented defenses against every conceivable method of communication the scientists could imagine. Scientists had meticulously measured the mysterious gray-black sphere. Its hardness far surpassed that of diamond, making conventional cutting methods utterly ineffective. Thus they had no choice but to employ the most powerful laser cutting. With everything in readiness, the general declared solemnly, "Let us begin." The researcher beside him nodded and began operating the computer. The mechanical arm inside the lab started to move. The high-energy laser gun on the arm instantly emitted a beam of intense light. The laser struck the sphere's shell, generating a thick plume of smoke. The immense energy of the laser even ionized the air, turning it into plasma. The cutting continued and smoke enveloped the entire laboratory. Did it succeed? Everyone watched the lab with bated breath. Soon the laser cutting was complete, and the smoke gradually dispersed. When the scene finally became clear, everyone was stunned. Two semicircular gray-black shells lay on the test bench. The sphere was indeed hollow but utterly empty. What was this? How could it be empty? Was this gray-black sphere not some advanced extraterrestrial technology? Professor Herrick rushed to open the lab door, but the general stopped him. "Professor Herrick, don't be hasty. We need to investigate whether there's anything inside," the general said in a deep voice. This object was brought back from the moon. Even if it appeared empty, who knew if it might contain bacteria or viruses? Thus the lab had to undergo a series of air purification procedures before entry. Soon everyone searched meticulously through the internal cameras, but indeed nothing was found. Disappointment etched across their faces. The general sighed and said, "Initiate the air purification process." Some air samples were extracted from the lab, and the rest was completely evacuated. Afterward, ultraviolet sterilization was applied to kill any residual bacteria or viruses. Only after a series of treatments were they allowed entry. Although nothing was found, the gray-black shell was several times harder than diamond. This was still a significant discovery, providing at least some consolation. Upon inspection, they indeed found nothing. Professor Herrick held the gray-black shell from the test bench, examining it closely. He noticed it was remarkably thin, like an eggshell. "Incredible!" Professor Herrick exclaimed in awe. Such a thin material possessed such extraordinary. If its composition could be analyzed, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the scientific community. The researchers began tidying the lab, while the general left in disappointment. Professor Herrick also departed. No one noticed a tiny object crawl out from inside the lab's mechanical arm and stealthily attach itself to the professor. At the Jiangxia Institute of Nuclear Physics in the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Hui and Feng Lao stood before a circular device. The device was entirely made of iron shell surrounded by coils of thick wires. Above the circular device were 2 large pipes and 9 smaller ones. There was also a rectangular apparatus connected to a thick wire. This circular device was the Shunhui nuclear fusion device. The Shunhui nuclear fusion device was a controllable nuclear fusion model personally researched by Bai Hui. Using this model, he had designed the device. The most significant innovation of this controllable fusion device was the application of anti-gravity tech. Plasma entered from the small upper pipes accelerated by magnetic fields. The plasma from the 9 channels collided at high speed, then was ignited and heated by the rectangular laser. Heated to around 60 to 80 million degrees Celsius, nuclear fusion commenced. Atomic nuclei merged to form new nuclei, releasing immense energy. This energy was released in the form of heat. During the process, the plasma was firmly confined at the center by a powerful magnetic field. Meanwhile, the energy conversion system consisted of the 2 large upper pipes, which circulated water. One pipe injected water into the Shunhui device, which then passed through a gravitational field formed by the anti-gravity engine, creating a gravity wall. A gap existed between the gravity wall and the first wall of the Shunhui device. Water was injected into this gap, forming a water membrane. The water isolated the first wall of the device, while carrying away the heat generated by fusion. This heat, through water circulation, drove steam turbines to continuously produce electricity. The advantage of this design was that it did not damage the inner walls. The free plasma and high-energy neutrons from the fusion reaction were absorbed by the water. Moreover, because the water carried away the fusion energy, the temperature of the inner walls reached a manageable level. Thus, the 100 million degree heat of fusion caused no harm to the device's inner walls. Furthermore, the energy efficiency of the Shunhui device was extremely high. Since fusion occurred inside the circular chamber and water surrounded the plasma periphery, most of the energy was absorbed, maximizing utilization. According to Bai Hui's estimates, the energy efficiency of the Shunhui device was at least over 40, possibly reaching over 50. For context, the highest thermal efficiency of current nuclear fission reactors in the world does not exceed 30. After more than half a month of research and development, the first prototype of the Shunhui nuclear fusion device was finally produced. Feng Lao exclaimed in admiration, "Xiao Hui, you are truly incredible. The new superconducting material you invented can maintain its superconducting properties at around -19 degrees Celsius. This breakthrough is a tremendous blessing for our Longhua." Indeed, superconducting materials have extremely important applications across the entire field of technology. If Longhua's power transmission network were entirely composed of superconducting materials, it would save a vast amount of energy each year. Moreover, the magnetic field coils required for nuclear fusion must generate an extraordinarily strong magnetic field to control the plasma, so the coils must be made of superconducting materials. Bai Hui smiled modestly and said, "Feng Lao, I was just lucky." Feng Lao was taken aback, then burst into laughter. If mere luck could produce a superconducting material working at -19 degrees, Longhua would have already colonized other planets. After a round of laughter, Feng Lao sighed. "Xiao Hui, I really don't understand how your mind works. You've developed controllable nuclear fusion in just over 10 days. In my judgment, the success rate of your Shunhui nuclear fusion device is definitely over 80%. Indeed, the device cleverly utilizes anti-gravity technology, perfectly solving the challenges of nuclear fusion. Theoretically, the Shunhui nuclear fusion device has a very high success rate and can operate stably for extended. In contrast, the tokamak device cannot achieve this. The longer it runs, the more plasma escapes, causing greater damage to the inner walls. After all, as the temperature rises, the plasma expands and becomes more active, easily breaking free from the magnetic field's confinement and colliding with the device's inner walls. The high-energy neutrons produced by the fusion reaction also continuously bombard the inner walls, causing damage. The Shunhui nuclear fusion device, by utilizing a water circulation system, carries away these high-energy particles, achieving stable operation. Xiao Hui, the Shunhui nuclear fusion device is complete. When do you think we should conduct the first test? Bai Hui pondered for a moment, then said, "No time like the present. Let's do it tomorrow." He'll inform the chairman and the others. "Very well, I'll start making the arrangements right now." The next day, it was a big day. At the Jiangxia Nuclear Physics Research Institute, many leaders had gathered in the control hall. Even the chairman was present. Lin Weidong, the head of Longhua's General Armament Department, and numerous renowned domestic nuclear physics academicians had also come, having heard that the institute would conduct a nuclear fusion test today. This was a major event in Longhua's nuclear physics field. How could these scientists miss it? Upon arrival, they discovered that the centerpiece was not the usual tokamak device. Instead, it was a new controllable nuclear fusion device. Its exterior resembled a sphere. No one had known what this was before. "What is this? It's not a tokamak. Could it be a stellarator?" No, it shouldn't be a stellarator. I've seen one before, and it doesn't look like this." The scientists scratched their heads, utterly baffled as to what kind of fusion device this was. After all, they were the leading authorities in nuclear physics. How could there be something they didn't understand? Finally, Feng Lao took the stage to enlighten the academicians and experts. What? The Shunhui nuclear fusion device. This is a controllable fusion model developed solely by Minister Bai Hui. We had no idea about this at all. What are the performance characteristics of this Shunhui device? What is the specific principle behind it? All the scientists were stunned by the news. Bai Hui wasn't he researching anti-gravity technology? How had he suddenly switched to nuclear fusion? A group of academicians and experts surrounded Feng Lao, firing questions at him. Feng Lao had no choice but to answer them one by one. On the other side of the control hall, Bai Hui was chatting with the leader. Xiao Hui, do you think your Shunhui nuclear fusion device will succeed? Although the chairman did not understand the specific principles of fusion technology, he knew that controllable nuclear fusion would be the primary energy source of the future. Whether Longhua could master controllable fusion technology depended heavily on today's test. Thus, the usually composed leader felt a hint of anxiety. Leader, rest assured. This test has a high probability of success. Even if it fails, we can quickly learn from the experience and improve, striving for a guaranteed success next time. The fusion model I designed has a high success rate theoretically. That's good. As the time approached, the control hall fell silent. The first test of the Shunhui nuclear fusion device was about to begin. Start the test. At the command, 9 small pipes above the device began injecting plasma. After entering the pipes, the plasma passed through a long magnetic acceleration channel. This magnetic acceleration channel accelerated the plasma, and through precise control, the plasma streams from the 9 channels collided with each other. Thus, the atomic nuclei of the plasma gained an initial kinetic energy. The essence of nuclear fusion is the process in which 2 atomic nuclei acquire sufficient kinetic energy to overcome the repulsive force between them and merge. By accelerating and colliding the plasma, the atomic nuclei gained an initial kinetic energy, which had the advantage of lowering the temperature required to initiate fusion. Then the laser ignition system heated the plasma. When the temperature reached approximately 60 million degrees Celsius, the fusion reaction began. At the same time, the superconducting coils around the Shunhui device generated a powerful magnetic field, firmly confining the plasma at the center of the device. Meanwhile, 2 pipes above injected water, and the anti-gravity engine began working, converting the energy into kinetic energy through the water circulation. In the control hall, everyone watched tensely. Suddenly, a staff member shouted excitedly, "Look! The fusion device is generating electricity." Everyone's face lit up with excitement. The generation of electricity from the fusion reaction indicated that the reaction had occurred and was being converted into electrical energy. However, the task was not yet complete. To truly achieve controllable nuclear fusion, the ratio of energy output to energy input must be greater than 1. Internationally, a specific symbol, the Q value, is used to denote this ratio of energy output to input. There is a saying in the international community, controllable nuclear fusion, that does not consider the Q value is nothing but a scam. Unfortunately, the Q values of nuclear fusion experimental devices around the world currently remain between 0 and 1. In other words, the nuclear fusion devices of various countries cannot generate energy, they are merely used for basic research. A higher Q value is naturally always better. The lower the cost, and the more energy obtained, the more worthwhile the deal. Therefore, to become a truly viable and commercially operable controllable nuclear fusion reactor, the output energy must exceed the input energy. Everyone watched with bated breath as the Shunhui nuclear fusion device inside continued to discharge. The Shunhui nuclear fusion device has been operating stably for 10 seconds. A staff member promptly reported the status of the fusion reactor. It is worth noting that the most advanced artificial sun project in Dragon Country could only operate stably for 20 seconds, which was already considered an advanced level internationally. Therefore, as long as this Shunhui nuclear fusion device could operate stably for more than 20 seconds, it would already represent a significant advancement for Dragon Country. At this moment, everyone present watched the large screen with nervous anticipation. 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 17 seconds, 18 seconds. Finally, it reached 19 seconds. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Come on, it must surpass 20 seconds. Finally, the number on the large screen jumped to 20 seconds. The scientists and academicians present cheered, signifying that the independently designed nuclear fusion model of Dragon Country had reached an advanced world level. However, the number on the screen did not stop, it continued to run. Suddenly, a staff member exclaimed in shock, "The Q value of the Shunhui nuclear fusion device has exceeded 1." All the nuclear physicists present felt as if they had gone deaf upon hearing this. An elderly nuclear physicist tremblingly said, "What did you say? Say it again." The staff member repeated, "Luo Lao, the Q value of the Shunhui nuclear fusion device has successfully exceeded." Heaven bless Dragon Country. All the nuclear physicists wept with joy, their bodies trembling with excitement. The staff nearby were concerned that these physicists might collapse from the overwhelming emotion. So they hurried forward to support them, preventing them from falling to the ground. Although the Grand Elder did not understand what the Q value was, he could tell from the scientists' reactions that today's nuclear fusion test had achieved a tremendous success. He then forcefully patted Bai Hui on the shoulder and said excitedly, "Xiao Hui, well done." A faint smile appeared on Bai Hui's face. "Grand Elder, don't get too excited yet. The performance of the nuclear fusion reactor is far from this." The Shenhui nuclear fusion reactor continued to operate. 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds. The data reflected from the sensors showed that the Shenhui nuclear fusion device was functioning perfectly. The temperature of the inner wall of the device was only a little over 800 degrees Celsius, and because the water absorbed the high-energy particles escaping from the fusion reaction, the inner wall had suffered virtually no damage. Only a little over 800 degrees Celsius, given that the ultimate material performance of the inner wall could withstand temperatures as high as 3000 degrees Celsius. The nuclear physicists present were stunned, their eyes fixed on the numbers on the display screen. The Q value had now reached 3. This meant the ratio of energy output to input had reached 3 times. This was already a nuclear fusion reactor capable of commercial operation. Finally, 100 seconds had passed. Yet the Shenhui nuclear fusion device remained as normal as ever. The fusion reaction continued, and the Q value kept increasing. However, the rate of increase was gradually slowing down, indicating that it was approaching its limit. Eventually, the Q value stabilized at around 7.2. This meant that the energy output from the fusion reaction was 7.2 times the input energy. If this number were to be publicized, it would likely shock the entire world. Of course, such a high Q value was attributed to many factors. First, because Bai Hui had invented a superconducting material that worked at -19 degrees Celsius, only a small amount of energy was needed to maintain a temperature of -20 degrees. Moreover, the Shenhui nuclear fusion device was several times smaller than a tokamak device. Thus, its magnetic field only needed to be maintained at the center of the Shenhui fusion. Unlike a tokamak device, which requires constructing an entire toroidal magnetic field, this greatly reduced the energy input. Finally, the energy conversion efficiency of the Shenhui nuclear fusion device was exceptionally high, which also contributed to the high Q value. At this point, the fusion had been operating stably for 10 minutes or 600 seconds. Yet the data displayed on the sensors showed no change. The inner wall temperature remained at just over 800 degrees Celsius, and the Q value stayed steady at around 7.2. Until this moment, everyone knew that Dragon Country had successfully mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. Unless some accident occurred with the Shenhui nuclear fusion device later. Of course, the likelihood of that was extremely low, because the data from the sensors indicated everything remained stable. There was still a significant gap before reaching the limit of the Shenhui nuclear fusion device. However, to ensure 100% accuracy of the data, all the scientists along with the Grand Elder and other high-ranking leaders patiently observed. Time passed slowly, and finally the Shenhui nuclear fusion device had been operating stably for 2 hours. Under the control of the staff, the fusion reaction finally ceased. Of course, these 2 hours were not the limit of the Shenhui nuclear fusion device. The reason it stopped was that the input fusion fuel had been consumed. Moreover, the energy output from the fusion had nowhere to be stored. After everything concluded, Fang Zhongmin stepped forward and declared loudly, "I announce that today's Shenhui nuclear fusion reactor experiment has been a complete success. From today onward, Dragon Country has officially mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology." The large screen in the control hall displayed a bright red screen. "Congratulations on the successful completion of the Shenhui nuclear fusion reactor experiment." All the staff present clapped excitedly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Those scientists and academicians who were already in their 40s or 50s jumped up and down with excitement like children. This was a major breakthrough for nuclear physicists. This was a great leap forward for human civilization. Humanity, having progressed step by step from the era of slash-and-burn agriculture, had now successfully ignited the light of fusion. Fang Zhongmin exclaimed excitedly. "Now let us invite the Grand Elder to deliver a speech for today's Shenhui nuclear fusion reactor experiment." Under the gaze of the crowd, the Grand Elder stepped onto the stage and said with a smile, "Hello, everyone. I want to say that you are all heroes. Your names will be forever engraved on the monument of history. Dragon Country is proud of you. At the same time, let us welcome the true protagonist of today with a warm round of applause." All eyes were focused. The Grand Elder smiled slightly and said loudly, "Let us welcome Bai Hui, the inventor of the anti-gravity technology and the Shenhui nuclear fusion reactor, to the stage." At this moment, all eyes were upon him. After the successful test of the Shenhui fusion reactor, the Jiangxia Nuclear Physics Institute held a grand celebration banquet. All the scientific researchers, senior officials, and experts gathered together, filled with joy and laughter. Controlled nuclear fusion technology represents a monumental breakthrough for humanity. It signifies that human civilization has taken a step into the realm of a Type 2 civilization. Of course, there remains a vast distance from a true Type 2 civilization. On that day, the official Weibo account of the Dragon Kingdom published a message. "Congratulations. The Shenhui fusion device independently developed by our nation has successfully ignited and discharged at the Jiangxia Nuclear Physics Institute. The fusion test lasted 2 hours, fully validating the stability of our independently developed Shenhui fusion device. The Q value of the fusion reaction reached 7.2, meeting the conditions for commercial operation. This test marks our nation as the first in the world to successfully master controlled nuclear fusion technology. The light of fusion will rise in the Dragon Kingdom. When this news broke, everyone was stunned. How could the Dragon Kingdom's government suddenly announce a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology? It was so abrupt that some citizens initially thought it was a mistake by the authorities. However, after repeated confirmations, they finally realized that from this day onward the Dragon Kingdom had truly mastered controlled nuclear fusion. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in excitement. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Who is the mastermind behind this breakthrough leading the nation to achieve controlled nuclear fusion? He is my idol for life. Though I don't fully grasp the significance judging by everyone's reaction, it must be monumental. Anyway, the Dragon Kingdom is awesome. It's far beyond awesome. Remember the anti-gravity technology invented by Bai Hui? Controlled nuclear fusion is on par with that. The scientist who developed it deserves to be revered. Everyone wait for tonight's press conference. It will detail the development of controlled nuclear fusion, and we will soon know who the genius behind it is. Haha, from now on the Dragon Kingdom will enter the fusion era. What I care about most is will the electricity build? Don't worry, my friend. The Dragon Kingdom will build numerous fusion power plants, and soon we will have an endless supply of clean energy. The raw materials for fusion deuterium and tritium are abundant in the oceans. At current global energy consumption rates, they can sustain humanity for hundreds of billions of years. Awesome. That means we'll save on electricity bills. That evening, the Dragon Kingdom's government held a grand, to the astonishment of all netizens. The scientist who invented controlled nuclear fusion was Bai Hui. Everyone was stunned. A 23-year-old had already invented 2 super technologies worthy of being etched into historical monuments. Was he a god? Was he not already a saint? In an instant, Bai Hui's system's popularity points skyrocketed at a terrifying rate. The popularity points spent on developing the Shenhui fusion model were now fully recovered. When the news reached overseas, all nations were in disbelief. The Dragon Kingdom had actually mastered controlled nuclear fusion. How is that possible? Previously, the Dragon Kingdom's fusion technology relied heavily on foreign expertise. Even the Dragon Kingdom's first tokamak device was built under the guidance of foreign experts. Nations had spent tens of billions to jointly build the world's largest tokamak device, the ITER project, in hopes of mastering controlled fusion. The Dragon Kingdom was a participant in this project, even responsible for manufacturing core components. Yet now it suddenly announced it had mastered controlled fusion. Moreover, it wasn't using a tokamak, but a device called the Shenhui fusion device. What was that? Physicists around the world were baffled. They had never heard of such a thing. Consequently, many nuclear physicists, including several Nobel laureates, believed that the Dragon Kingdom's announcement. How could they suddenly master controlled fusion? Did they think the Dragon Kingdom was divine? However, the leaders of all nations wore grim expressions. In the lighthouse, Kingdom Emperor Putin scowled at a message on his desk. There was no doubt. It was news of the Dragon Kingdom's breakthrough in controlled fusion. But this message wasn't obtained through official channels. It had come through a covert route, which made it all the more credible. This was sufficient proof that the Dragon Kingdom had indeed mastered controlled fusion. Shit. Why does everything good happen to the Dragon Kingdom? Emperor Putin cursed in frustration. His lighthouse kingdom's controlled fusion research was still stuck in theoretical experiments. Even if the ITER project were completed, they had no guarantee of a breakthrough. But the Dragon Kingdom had already over. If this continued, the Dragon Kingdom would surpass the lighthouse kingdom in more and more technologies. At the ITER project headquarters, Professor Johnson, the ITER project director, a Nobel laureate with immense global fame, was shaken. According to the plan, the ITER device would be assembled within 5 years. Many components from various nations had already been completed. Only the final assembly of the tokamak remained. But then news came from the distant ancient Eastern Kingdom. They had already broken through controlled fusion, achieving a Q value of 7.2. It was said the Dragon Kingdom planned to build multiple fusion power plants. This news was a massive blow to the ITER project. The Dragon Kingdom's fusion technology was not the tokamak, but their independently developed Shenhui device. Shit. What was that? Professor Johnson had never heard of it. He even suspected the Dragon Kingdom was bluffing. From the official Dragon Kingdom release, there was only a frontal photo of the Shenhui fusion device. Physicists worldwide could only infer from that single image what technology the Dragon Kingdom's fusion reactor. All they could discern was that the Shenhui device likely used magnetic confinement, as superconducting coils were visible on the device. Beyond that, they could deduce nothing else. Professor Johnson's face turned extremely grim. Just moments ago, several countries had called him announcing their intention to withdraw funding from the ITER project. Professor Johnson was utterly perplexed. The ITER project was an international nuclear fusion experiment, one that many nations aspired to join, yet even they found it beyond their reach. So why were so many countries suddenly beginning to pull out their investments? After meticulous inquiries, Professor Johnson learned that these nations, upon seeing that long countries' controlled nuclear fusion device did not employ tokamak technology, had decided to withdraw their funding. After all, the ITER project was merely an experimental nuclear fusion setup, still a vast distance away from true commercial controlled nuclear fusion. Yet now Long country had developed genuine controlled nuclear fusion technology. They had validated the Shunhui nuclear fusion device, a model that truly achieved controlled nuclear fusion. But this tokamak device, while theoretically capable of achieving nuclear fusion, had far too many drawbacks in actual operation. No matter how powerful the superconducting magnetic field, some plasma would inevitably heat up and expand, breaking free from the magnetic confinement and causing severe damage to the device. Furthermore, the neutrons produced by nuclear fusion also posed a hazard to the inner walls of the device. Unless these issues were resolved, true controlled nuclear fusion technology could never be realized. Thus, when Long country mastered controlled nuclear fusion, nations around the world suddenly lost all hope for the ITER project. Their reasoning was that since Long country had not used the tokamak device, it meant that even Long country had failed to make it work, or perhaps they deemed its flaws too numerous and chose not to adopt this fusion model. Why then should they continue pouring money into it? Wasn't that simply wasting funds? Capitalists were notoriously stingy with their money. They had invested in the ITER project because they saw hope in it. Now, however, they saw only despair. Professor Johnson sat dazed in his chair, his gaze vacant, still unable to believe it. Who could have imagined that overnight the ITER fusion project would end up like this? On a small island in Beacon country within the Rashi base. Hey buddy, did you hear? Long country has actually developed controlled nuclear fusion technology. Yeah, I heard about it too. Long country is truly incredible. I thought humanity wouldn't master controlled nuclear fusion for at least another 30 years. Alas, I really wish I could know how Long country achieved their nuclear fusion technology. Unfortunately, Long country has completely abandoned the spirit of science without borders, and their scientists fill me with shame. A group of researchers were gathered around chatting. At that moment, a listless Professor Herrick walked in. A nearby scientist greeted him. Hey Professor Herrick, good morning. Professor Herrick turned his head to look at him, his eyes vacant like a zombie. Hello, Jones. Jones was taken aback by Professor Herrick's appearance. Professor Herrick had deep dark circles under his eyes, a hunched posture, and a lifeless expression resembling the zombies from Resident Evil. Oh my God, Professor Herrick, what happened to you? Professor Herrick forced a faint smile and said, I don't know, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Jones asked with concern, Professor Herrick, you should rest today and see a doctor. They'll go inform the general. Professor Herrick initially wanted to refuse, but his body was indeed in great discomfort, so he didn't stop Jones. Upon hearing that Professor Herrick was ill, the general rushed over immediately. Herrick was a senior scientist at the Rashi base, crucial to the entire facility, overseeing numerous research projects. Any health issues he faced could bring many research projects to a halt. Soon after a thorough examination by the base's doctor, it was found that Professor Herrick was merely suffering from extreme fatigue compounded by a poor night's sleep, which had caused his current symptoms. The general said with concern, Professor Herrick, I grant you 3 days of leave. Please rest well during this. Professor Herrick thought for a moment and agreed with the general. All right, thank you, General. So Professor Herrick returned to his quarters, took some medication prescribed by the doctor, and lay quietly on the bed to sleep. But no one knew that inside Herrick's body smooth eggs were attached to the walls of his organs and blood vessels, continuously absorbing nutrients. 3 days later, the general kicked open the door to Herrick's room. He had just received disturbing news. Professor Herrick had not eaten for 3 days, and no one at the base had seen him during that time. A grim thought crossed the general's mind. Without hesitation, he kicked open the door to Herrick's room. What greeted his eyes was a horrifying sight. A pristine white skeleton lay quietly on the bed. The skeleton was remarkably clean and smooth, with not a trace of flesh remaining. The general's eyes burned with fury as he roared in anguish, Professor Herrick. Undoubtedly, the skeleton on the bed was Herrick's. But who could have murdered Professor Herrick, leaving only a skeleton with all his flesh and blood mysteriously vanished? The general pressed a device in his hand, and an alarm blared throughout the base instantly, putting all soldiers on high alert. Had someone infiltrated the base? That was the general's first thought. A colonel led a group of soldiers into the room. When they saw the skeleton on the bed, their eyes narrowed. The general bellowed furiously, investigate the cause of Herrick's death immediately. Conduct a full search of the base for any suspicious individuals. Yes, sir. The colonel had many questions, but refrained from asking. Soon the forensic examiner arrived. He carefully inspected the scene and after DNA testing confirmed that the skeleton indeed belonged to Professor Herrick. The forensic examiner studied the skeleton closely, his eyes narrowing. With a grave expression he said, General, the one who killed Professor Herrick may not have been human. What? Everyone present was stunned. If not human, then what was it? General, I tested the residues on the skeleton and found no chemical substances. That means Herrick's flesh was not dissolved by chemicals. Then there is only one possibility: the murderer used physical means to kill Professor Herrick. But hey, race a hard-to-accept fact: no physical method currently known can completely separate a person's flesh from their bones within 3 days, leaving no trace of flesh behind. Even army ants would leave behind marks of gnawing. So my conclusion is, the forensic doctor's face was grave as he said, "General, I suspect there are 2 possibilities regarding Professor Herrick. First, someone might have infiltrated the base and used a novel weapon unknown to us to kill Professor Herrick. This new weapon is extremely brutal, possibly high-energy rays or something else that has no effect on bones but is lethally destructive to human flesh." Upon hearing this, everyone around changed expression, their faces turning extremely grim. The second possibility, and the most likely one at present, is that some unknown creature secretly infiltrated the base and devoured all the flesh and blood of What? The general's face changed as he asked incredulously, "Cross, what evidence do you have?" "I found a drop of mucus at the scene. Its exact composition is still unclear. I've sent it for analysis. However, based on my speculation, it might be the saliva of some creature." Everyone involuntarily swallowed. Suddenly a staff member walked in with a report. "Dr. Cross, here is the sample analysis report you requested." Forensic Dr. Cross' eyes flickered, and he quickly took the report, scrutinizing it carefully. After a long moment, he exhaled heavily. "General, the mucus sample analysis is out. The results show that the composition of this drop of mucus is very similar to human saliva. Moreover, this mucus contains acidic substances lethal to humans, capable of rapidly decomposing food." After hearing the report, the general took a deep breath. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, his expression extremely solemn. He knew that from now on the Rorsch base would be in grave danger. An unknown creature that could silently devour a living person was lurking in the base. No one knew how many of them there were, or how great the threat was. And most importantly, how did this unknown creature infiltrate the base? That was the question foremost in his mind. The Rorsch base was located on a large island known to only a handful of people in the world. The entire base was like a massive fortress with every exit, even the sewers and exhaust vents, under rigorous surveillance and protection. For instance, the base's exhaust vents were equipped with laser devices that would automatically activate upon sensing a living being slicing the enemy into countless pieces. So how had this unknown creature infiltrated? Was it deliberate or accidental? Everything seemed shrouded. Investigate. Find out everyone and everything Professor Herrick contacted 3 days ago, in full detail. The general had already realized that Professor Herrick had shown symptoms of discomfort 3 days earlier. The entire base was placed on high alert, and all personnel underwent a thorough screening. The massive investigation lasted an entire day. The general stared at the horrifying scene before him, his face darkening beyond words. Before him stood hundreds of people, all showing signs of discomfort with sunken pitch black eyes like zombies. The general recognized this state well. Wasn't this exactly the symptom Professor Herrick had displayed 3 days ago? One person showing these symptoms could be a coincidence. But when hundreds of people exhibited them simultaneously, even a fool would know something was terribly wrong. Among this group were soldiers, researchers, and logistics staff. The only common factor was that they all lived close to Professor Herrick's room. These hundreds of people had been quarantined inside the laboratory. All other personnel outside were required to wear gas masks to prevent the invasion of the unknown virus. "Dr. Cross, I'm counting on you." Dr. Cross, now fully equipped in a biohazard suit and carrying a medical kit, was about to enter to find out what had happened to these people. Beside Dr. Cross stood a squad of soldiers, also in biohazard suits, armed with advanced weapons. They were all special forces, each capable of fighting 10 opponents. These men were to protect Dr. Cross inside in case of any unexpected incidents. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Cross and his team stepped into the quarantine laboratory. Inside the lab, an X-ray machine was already set up. Dr. Cross skillfully operated the machine, and soon a patient was positioned for an X-ray. Dr. Cross took one look at the screen and instantly turned pale, gasping in shock. On the computer monitor before him was an image of the patient's chest cavity. The sight made his blood run cold. Outside, the general saw the doctor's dramatic change in expression and anxiously asked, "Dr. Cross, what's happening?" Cross took a deep breath and printed out the X-ray film. It showed a bizarre palm-sized creature clinging to the patient's chest cavity, resembling some kind of insect. What was most terrifying was that inside the patient's chest, there were numerous spherical objects surrounding all the eggs. That strange creature was parasitizing and laying eggs inside the human body, using the host's flesh to incubate its offspring. How horrifying. Dr. Cross felt his scalp tingle. He didn't want to stay there a moment longer. "Look what's happened," a staff member cried out. The patient, who had just been X-rayed, seemed to be stimulated, screaming in agony and writhing uncontrollably on the floor. Dr. Cross' face contorted in horror. The unknown creature, agitated by the X-ray radiation, was about to burst out. "Run, run." He rushed to the laboratory door, shouting, "General, open the door quickly. Open the door." By the time Dr. Cross and his team were out, the patient's convulsions grew more agonizing. The other patients, terrified, were pounding on the bulletproof glass. "Let us out. He's done for, and so are we." Ah, someone save me. These infected patients facing the specter of death were on the verge of madness. Yet no one dared to release them now. In just a few days, hundreds of people in the base had been infected. If they were let out, wouldn't the entire base be doomed? The general said anxiously. Dr. Cross, tell me quickly what's going on. Cross, still shaken, numbly handed the X-ray film to the general. The general took one look and felt his scalp. On the X-ray image, the patient's internal organs were densely dotted with black spots. Anyone with trypophobia would likely faint at the sight. This is... The general pointed at the image, a chill running through his heart. Throughout his military career, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. A terrifying suspicion had already taken root in his mind. General, you are not mistaken. This is the egg laid by that unknown creature. Dr. Kuluos's reply confirmed his suspicion completely. General, this is a horrific creature that uses the human body as a vessel to lay eggs and reproduce. In all my years of medical practice, I have never encountered such a terrifying organism. The general's expression turned grave. The most urgent task now was to determine how this creature had emerged. Dr. Kuluosi, can you find out the name of this creature? I need to know its characteristics and habits. I will try my best. They'll search the global database of biological species, but I suspect the results may be fruitless. After all, if such a terrifying creature, one that reproduces inside the human body, had been discovered before, it would have caused a massive uproar. Without further ado, Dr. Kuluosi connected his computer to the database and began searching. Meanwhile, the general was reporting the incident at Luoshi base via phone. When Emperor Pu received the call, he was still busy with his work. What? A biological invasion at Luoshi base. Hundreds are already infected and in critical condition. Emperor Pu shot up from his seat. Hundreds of lives were no trivial matter. And more critically, Luoshi base was of paramount importance. Many of Dengta country's weapons were developed, there housing a vast trove of technology. Biological invasion. Emperor Pu's first thought was that some force was trying to seize the scientific achievements of Luoshi base. This was a provocation. For Dengta country, this was an extremely grave matter. Tell me everything that happened from start to finish. Emperor Pu immediately demanded a full account. After listening, his expression was a mixture of shock, disbelief, and denial. What? An unknown creature that could parasitize humans and use their bodies to reproduce. Impossible. Damn it, did they think this was a movie? But Emperor Pu knew that on such a critical issue the general of Luoshi base would not dare to deceive him. Which meant it was true. General, I order you to place the entire base on high alert level 1 combat readiness. You have full authority to handle any situation. I will send reinforcements. Stabilize the situation at all costs. Yes, sir. As they were speaking, the patient in the isolation lab of Luoshi base suddenly convulsed, as if reaching a breaking point. Abruptly, blood spurted from his chest. A blood terrified beyond measure. Seeing a perfectly healthy inside the isolation lab, all the patients were terrified beyond measure. Seeing a perfectly healthy person suddenly have an unknown creature burst out from within. This ultimate horror was not something everyone could bear. Moreover, among these patients were many researchers and logistics personnel whose psychological resilience was. Some fainted at the sight of the terrifying scene. Others frantically pounded on the bulletproof glass, tears streaming down their faces as they screamed, "Let me out. Please let me out. I beg you. If this goes on, I'll die too. I don't want to die." Outside the lab, those who witnessed this hellish spectacle turned away in anguish. Many of those inside were their comrades and colleagues. "General, can we save them?" A major pleaded with the general, unable to bear it. The general turned and glared at him, speaking sternly. "Major Halizi, I must remind you that we are facing an unknown enemy. We don't even know its methods or how it infects humans. Set aside your compassion. I am responsible for the lives of over 10,000 people at this base. The only thing we can do now is to find out what this damn thing is. Then we can exploit its weaknesses and save everyone." At that moment, Dr. Kuluosi had finished his search. He stood up and shook his head at the general. "General, I'm sorry. This creature does not exist in Earth's biological database." A shadow fell over everyone's eyes. This was truly the worst possible news. In the lab, no one dared to approach the unknown creature that had emerged. It was now slowly consuming the body it had parasitized, covered in blood. The scene was utterly macabre. After devouring the entire human body, the unknown creature gradually grew in size. Now people could clearly see its true form. The creature had a slender body and 6 legs. The front 2 were sickle-like appendages as sharp as a mantis. Its head resembled that of a locust with 2 long slender antennae and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Now the organs of the corpse were visible to the naked eye, dotted with blood-red eggs. Crucially, some of the eggs had, from the hatched eggs, emerged black larvae that could fly through the air. The newly hatched larvae perched on their mother's body, quietly waiting for prey. Once they had an opportunity, they would parasitize a host, feed, grow, and then lay eggs to reproduce. This was an extremely terrifying creature. After devouring the corpse, only a bleached white skeleton remained, identical to Professor Ha Reich's corpse. By now the unknown creature had grown to the size of a 3-year-old child. Suddenly it let out a screech. Everyone in the isolation lab began to tremble. They screamed in agony, writhing and convulsing on the ground. Clearly the creatures inside them were about to burst out. The soldiers outside the isolation lab witnessing this hellish scene showed expressions of unbearable pain. Dr. Kuluasi, is there any hope for them? The general sighed, his heart heavy with reluctance. Kuluasi shook his head helplessly. General, they are beyond saving. The creatures inside their chest cavities have grown too large. There is no way to rescue them. Now having been summoned by the first creature, all the parasites inside them have awakened. They are doomed. Everyone turned away in distress, unable to bear the sight. The scene inside was too gruesome. And yet they were utterly powerless. Help me, it hurts so much. I don't want to die. I have a wife and children. Everyone watched in silence. Suddenly Dr. Kuluasi seemed to think of something, his face turning pale. He was somewhat flustered, his voice tinged with panic. General, have you noticed that the first monster that emerged has grown enormous? Then where is the monster that devoured Professor Bai? Everyone's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. Indeed, where was that monster? Logically, after consuming Professor Bai, its body would have grown significantly, making it impossible to remain parasitic within a human host. In other words, there was still a terrifying monster lurking within the base. One that could be called the mother entity. And they had yet to detect any trace of it. Everyone put on your isolation suits, immediately gather your weapons, and stay together to prevent ambushes. The general bellowed, fear creeping into his heart. Witnessing the carnage inside the isolation lab, no one could remain unmoved. Where did these monsters come from? How did they infiltrate the base? The general was utterly baffled. This was the most pressing question. Every exit of the base was strictly guarded. Not even a mosquito could get in. Dr. Kuluasi sank into thought, suddenly recalling the grayish-black sphere they had brought back from the moon a few days ago. If this terrifying, unknown life form had been brought in by that sphere, everything would make sense. General, do you remember the alien sphere discovered on the moon a few days ago? Of course, what about it? The general was taken aback, unsure of Kuluasi's meaning. Dr. Kuluasi said gravely, General, I suspect that these monsters were brought in by the sphere. This creature is extraterrestrial. What? The general was shocked. Extraterrestrial life. Could it be true? General, have you noticed that the sphere looks remarkably like an egg? We inadvertently opened it and unleashed the demon within. Moreover, Professor Bai was the first to be infected, and he was also one of the researchers who initially handled the sphere. Upon hearing Dr. Kuluasi's words, the general pondered and found the reasoning quite plausible. First, no records of such monsters existed in Earth's databases. How could they have appeared out of nowhere? Conversely, if the sphere had brought them back, everything would be explained. At that moment, everyone had gathered. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Shit, Zirgai is gone. He's... What? The general's expression darkened. Have you searched thoroughly? General, we've combed the entire base, but there's no trace of Zirgai. The general's heart sank. By now the isolation lab had fallen silent, as all hundreds of parasitized hosts had perished. A monster had burst from each of their chests, slowly savoring their feast, devouring flesh and blood. The scene was utterly macabre. Several monsters had already finished their meals, their bodies now the size of calves. Through the glass they spotted the crowd outside, and with frenzied roars charged toward the exit. But they were blocked by the sturdy glass. The monsters swung their scythe-like arms, trying to shatter the high-strength bulletproof glass, but to no avail. After all, this bulletproof glass was a military-grade special design, with hardness and toughness several times greater than ordinary bulletproof glass. However, as time passed, everyone noticed scratches appearing on the glass surface. The monsters were relentlessly... Everyone's face turned grim. Dr. Kuluasi said, shit, these monsters are incredibly strong. They can unleash between 500 kilograms and a ton of force. The general's expression hardened as he made a decision. I'm going to kill every monster in there. Pump in lethal gas and poison them all. Soon, under the control of the staff, lethal gas slowly seeped into the isolation lab. But to everyone's astonishment, the monsters merely slowed down slightly after absorbing the gas, suffering no... How terrifying. Even lethal gas had no effect. This gas could destroy proteases in organisms and kill swiftly, yet it was utterly useless against these extraterrestrial beings. Use the laser weapons. Annihilate them. Soon several openings appeared in the lab walls, housing laser weapons installed as a precaution when the lab was built. The laser weapons auto-targeted and fired beams of light. The monsters had no time to react before being... Fortunately, the laser weapons proved effective. The high-energy beams instantly vaporized the monster's flesh upon contact. A monster hit by a laser let out a piercing shriek. Its body was pierced, but it did not die. Blue blood oozed from its wound, quickly coagulating in the air to form a scab and stop the bleeding. Keep firing. Aim for their heads. I refuse to believe they can survive having their brains blown out. A laser struck a monster's head, and its body crumpled to the floor motionless, clearly dead. A nice shot. Everyone cheered. It was perhaps the best news they had received so far. Come on. Kill those bastards. The operators frantically worked the computers controlling the laser weapons. Deadly beams rained down on the monsters in the isolation lab. The monsters grew even more frenzied, screeching as they relentlessly battered the bulletproof glass. The lab was already in shambles with nothing left intact. The monsters' numbers steadily dwindled, and everyone shouted in excitement, venting their emotions. Suddenly, a massive shadow dropped from the ceiling. Bang! The operator controlling the laser weapons was cleaved in two, and the laptop was smashed to pieces. The shadow flickered and vanished in an instant. The sudden ambush snapped everyone to attention. They stopped shouting, seized their weapons, and warily surveyed their surroundings. What was that? The general's face darkened. They had been ambushed without anyone noticing. That must be the mother monster. Dr. Keloosi said, trembling with fear. He looked around as if a monster could emerge from anywhere. Fortunately, the lasers in the lab did not stop. They continued firing automatically according to the program. Everyone stay alert. The monster could be right beside us. It's incredibly fast. If you spot it, don't hesitate. Attack immediately. That monster wants to rescue its comrades in the lab. It will come again. Bang! A dark shadow attacked again. Before a soldier could react, it pierced straight through his body. By then, everyone had come to their senses. Without a word, they raised their weapons and opened fire at the shadow. PFT, PFT, PFT. A series of metallic clangs resounded, sparks flying everywhere. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. This monster's defense was astonishingly formidable. The shadow halted, and all present finally saw the creature's true form. Its body was immense, rivaling that of a full-grown adult. Its overall appearance resembled that of the one in the isolation lab, but its forelimbs seemed even sharper. It was with those forelimbs that the soldier had just been skewered. Moreover, it was clad in a layer of carapace, granting it fearsome defensive power. Ordinary bullets could not even breach its armor. Yet some powerful shotguns had already shattered its carapace, the pellets embedded deep into its flesh, oozing. The general roared, urgently hit it with shotguns. It can't withstand shotguns. Kill this beast, and avenge our fallen brothers. Bang, bang, bang. But contrary to expectations, despite its massive size, the creature's defensive capabilities were still extremely formidable. It dodged swiftly, evading the shots. The monster let out a mournful cry and charged at the crowd. Everyone's faces turned pale as they fired wildly, but the creature pressed on, relentlessly rushing forward. The soldiers scrambled to evade, but some unlucky ones were pierced through and killed instantly. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the path ahead was clear. The monster did not stop. The general's expression shifted. Stop it. It's trying to break the lab's bulletproof glass. Everyone snapped to attention. Some soldiers threw themselves in its path, but it was futile. The monster was now far too close to the isolation lab's glass. They could not halt its advance. Bang! The creature's forelimbs slammed viciously against the bulletproof glass. The glass instantly fractured like a spiderweb, but it did not shatter. The creature inside seemed to sense something too. It ceased evading the laser weapon's attacks and began ramming the bulletproof glass with crazed intensity. When the outer monster saw that its first blow had failed to break the glass, it raised its forelimb again and struck the glass repeatedly. Kill it, or we all die. The general had gone mad. He grabbed a shotgun himself, firing round after round, the pellets embedding deep in. Everyone understood that if the monster in the lab were released, all would perish, without exception. Many disregarding casualties pulled out grenades and rocket launchers, firing directly in the cramped space. A deafening roar echoed, their ears ringing. Was it successful? When the dust settled, they looked toward the lab, and the sight before them made their hearts sink. The lab's bulletproof glass had been shattered. Countless monsters poured out from a breach, slaughtering everyone. The mother monster finally collapsed in a pool of blood. Unable to withstand such overwhelming firepower, it was at last killed. But its mission was complete. From this moment, the demons were unleashed. Everyone opened fire crazily. These smaller monsters lacked the mother's formidable defense, and many were shot down. Yet their numbers were overwhelming and their speed terrifying. Soldiers could not react in time before being pounced upon and killed. Moreover, countless tiny black specks flew from the monsters, the larvae. They could parasitize human hosts, absorb nutrients, and use the host body to reproduce. In mere moments, the human side suffered catastrophic losses. Thousands of people became food for the monsters. The general, drenched in blood, had run out of shotgun shells and all other weapons. He let out a bitter laugh. We are humanity's sinners. We released the demons with our own hands. Let's all die together. He pulled a pocket watch from his chest, opened the lid, and gently pressed a button inside. The entire base began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Self-destruct mode. When the Luashi base was designed, every contingency had been considered, even the possibility of being overrun by enemies. Thus a self-destruct mechanism was built into the base. Once activated, it was irreversible. The hidden explosives within the base would detonate one after another, annihilating everything. This is the last thing I can do for humanity. A smile spread across the general's face as the flames. Sensing the impending danger, the monsters huddled together, using their flesh and blood to buy a slim chance of survival. Bang, bang, bang. The Luashi base was destroyed. The entire island was engulfed in raging flames. Satellites from many nations quickly detected the sight. When President Pu Dadi received the call, he slumped into his chair in disbelief, staring blankly ahead. The Luoshi base had activated its final self-destruct mode. Over 10,000 lighthouse citizens, including countless scientists and advanced technologies, were wiped out in an instant. The lighthouse nation's losses were devastating. Investigate. I want to know what happened within 12 hours. President Pu Dadi roared furiously, and his secretary rushed out. Fortunately, after the Luoshi base initiated self-destruct, its internal AI automatically uploaded key data to the satellite backend, preserving vital information. The military acted swiftly, uncovering the truth in just 6 hours. What? The gray-black sphere we brought back from the moon contained alien eggs, and our people opened it themselves, releasing the demons. President Pu Dadi could hardly believe it, but when his subordinates played the lab footage for him, he fell silent. How terrifying. The extraterrestrial life forms were truly horrifying. Thankfully, they all perished in the Luoshi base, or Earth would have faced an apocalypse. At that moment, President Pu Dadi even felt a trace of relief. Meanwhile, unknown to all within the ruins of the Luoshi base, a huge mound of monster corpses had been charred to cinders. These creatures had not escaped death. Yet inside some human corpses, tiny larvae shielded by the bodies managed to survive. They crawled out. Seabirds were foraging in the woods. A minuscule black speck stealthily attached itself to one of the birds. In Longhua at the Shengjing base, Bai Hui received a delightful piece of news. Among the 20 Special Forces members, 2 had finally reached the peak physical condition state. After a month of intensive training, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan, the captains of the Dragon Tooth and Sea Shark teams, finally broke through. This is a threshold a few can enter the physical limit state. Upon hearing the news, Bai Hui hurried over. Moreover, General Lu Yunsheng of the Shengjing base had specially invited several high-ranking military officials to observe. In simple terms, he wanted to show off. At this moment, inside the Shengjing base, a group of military bigwigs were gathered together chatting. Beside Lu Yunsheng stood 3 generals: Li Huixing of the Southeast Military Region, Fu Jiaming of the Southwest Military Region, and Du Gaofeng of the Northwest Military Region. These 3, together with Lu Yunsheng, are the pillars of Longhua. Hey old Lu, why did you call us over? Yeah, I still have. Haha, just wait a moment. Open your eyes wide and see how powerful our military region's special forces are. I guarantee one of them can take down a whole squad of yours. Li Huixing looked at Lu Yunsheng as if he were an idiot. Old Lu, have you had a mental breakdown? Or are you feverish and muddled? How else could you utter such nonsense? Haha, old Lu, can't you stop bragging? General Lu Yunsheng smiled disdainfully and sneered, so, just wait and open your big eyes wide to see what the human limit is. Fu Jiaming said dismissively, old Lu, stop bragging. Just take us there, and we'll see, won't we? Right, old Lu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Li Huixing chimed in. General Lu Yunsheng glanced at them indifferently and ignored them completely. Hey, what do you mean by that? Looking down on us? Fu Jiaming said angrily. Lu Yunsheng glared at them. If you think you're so impressive, I'm still waiting for someone. Du Gaofeng was startled and immediately asked who. Could it be someone more impressive than the 3 of us? You're right. He is indeed more impressive than you. Fu Jiaming said angrily. I'd like to see who's so important that we have to wait for him here. At that moment, a helicopter appeared in the sky, flying from afar. Lu Yunsheng's eyes lit up and said, here he comes. The 3 generals felt a shiver, and their expressions turned cautious. Soon the helicopter landed, and a young man emerged from it. Behind him followed 2 bodyguards. The 3 generals took a look, and their eyes widened in surprise, because they all recognized this young man. Bai Hui, the Minister of the Aerospace Department and the Dragon Department, the inventor of anti-gravity technology and controlled nuclear fusion. This identity was indeed far more impressive than theirs. Bai Hui's importance was absolutely #1 in all of Longhua. But why had he come to the Shengjing military region? The 4 generals stepped forward to greet him. General Lu Yunsheng extended his hand with a smile, saying, welcome Minister Bai. You're too kind, General. Who are these? Lu Yunsheng smiled and said, Minister Bai, let me introduce you. This is the commander of the Southeast Military Region. After Lu Yunsheng finished the introductions, Bai Hui looked at the 3 generals and said earnestly, greetings, generals. I was blind earlier and failed to recognize your greatness. My apologies. Fu Jiaming chuckled and said, Minister Bai, you're too polite. Then everyone got to know each other. Lu Yunsheng said, everyone please follow me. They arrived at a training ground where over 20 Special Forces members were training diligently. Seeing Lu Yunsheng and the others approaching, everyone turned to look, and they also spotted Bai Hui among the crowd. All hands assemble. Lei Gang barked, and everyone instantly gathered. Hello, coach. Before Bai Hui could react, all the Special Forces members began shouting. This cry of coach was thunderous and sincere. Because yesterday Lei Gang and Jin Zhan had successfully broken through the human limit and reached the peak physical condition state. Although similar to Bai Hui, they could not maintain this state indefinitely. But everyone could see that after entering the human limit state, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan's combat power had more than doubled. Everyone dreamed of achieving this level, and all of this was brought to them by Bai Hui. Without Bai Hui, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan would probably never have imagined that they could become stronger. Meanwhile, the other three generals, Fu Jianming and the others, were startled. Coach. Who? Could it be old Lu? Old Lu personally teaching these special forces. Can he even hand? The three generals looked at him. General Lu Yunsheng smiled and shook his head saying, He don't look at me. I'm not their coach. Their coach is Minister Bai. What? Fu Jianming and the others were shocked. A scientist had become the coach of over 20 special forces members. What was old Lu thinking? Everyone was looking at Bai Hui. With a serious expression, he stepped forward and said loudly, Brothers, long time no. I heard that Lei Gang and Jin Zhan have both broken through the physical limit state. You did a great job. All the special forces members burst into applause. Next, bring the strength tester. Let's test Lei Gang and Jin Zhan's power after their breakthrough. Soon a soldier brought over a strength testing machine. Lei Gang was the first to test. He rolled his neck, stood beside the strength tester, and began to concentrate. They had only just entered this state and couldn't control it well. Only with intense focus could they occasionally enter the physical limit state. Finally, Lei Gang threw a punch. Unmatched speed, even causing a sonic boom in the air. Bang! A tremendous sound made Fu Jianming and the others' eyes narrow. Too powerful. With just this one move, Lei Gang was far superior to the special forces of their military regions. His fist slammed into the strength tester, and everyone crowded around to take a look. Li Huaixing gasped. 1,554 kilograms. 5 tons of force. Was this still human? Bai Hui was also stunned. He hadn't expected Lei Gang's power to be so strong, far greater than the 1 ton he had tested earlier. Actually, it was quite normal. The physical limit state refers to the amount of power a person can exert when their muscles are perfectly utilized, and Lei Gang had already undergone countless training sessions before. In terms of muscle and physical strength, he was far superior to someone like Bai Hui, who worked in an office. So it was only natural that Lei Gang's power was higher. After throwing that punch, Lei Gang became extremely weak, but he could still stand with difficulty. Those nearby were prepared and immediately handed him pre-prepared high-energy food to replenish his bonus energy. Bai Hui praised, Lei Gang impressive. Jin Zhan, it's your turn now. Soon Jin Zhan's test result came out. 1,496 kilograms. Slightly lower than Lei Gang, but still very close. The three generals beside them were absolutely dumbfounded. What was going on? How could a human body unleash a ton of force? It is an acknowledged fact that the human body has its limits. Yet today Lei Gang and Jin Zhan utterly shattered the preconceptions of the three generals. A force of 5 tons, a single punch capable of felling an ox. They were rendered speechless, their worldviews crumbling before their eyes. Lu Yunsheng cast a sidelong glance at Fu Jianming and the others, a sneer curling on his lips. Humph, narrow-minded fools, they must be stunned now. General Lu Yunsheng felt a surge of satisfaction, finally having astonished those bastards for once. His eyes flickered and a sudden idea struck him. He smiled at Bai Hui. Minister Bai, why don't you give it a try? See if your strength has improved over the past month. Bai Hui was taken aback, then a hint of eagerness stirred within him. Over the past month, though he hadn't trained as fiercely as Lei Gang and the others, he had insisted on practicing for 2 hours every evening after work. Persistence yields victory. Moreover, Bai Hui possessed exceptional talent. His brain development far surpassed that of Lei Gang and his comrades, which fueled his rapid progress. Although he had not yet fully mastered it, he could now enter the physical limit state at will and exert a degree of control over his power, avoiding a complete depletion of his body with a single punch. This was a monumental stride. When Bai Hui could not only enter the physical limit state anytime, but also maintain a human-like strength within that state. Of course, the most crucial point was to sense the genetic shackles of the body. Only then could he truly achieve the physical. Only by sensing the genetic shackles could one target development continuously break the genetic chains and perfect oneself. Once perfection was reached and the entire genetic power of the body was fully unleashed, Bai Hui could become a perfect life form. Alright, I'll give it a try. Bai Hui nodded, stepping forward eagerly to the strength testing device. Li Huaixing, Fu Jianming, and Du Gaofeng were all dumbfounded. Why would a researcher like Bai Hui be testing his strength? Could he actually unleash a ton of force? Don't be ridiculous. Unaware of their thoughts, Bai Hui took a deep breath and focused on the testing device. The surrounding special forces soldiers watched with anticipation. After a month, how far had Coach Bai progressed? Soon, without the intense concentration that Lei Gang and Jin Zhan required, Bai Hui's eyes sharpened and his entire demeanor transformed. The two men noticed this and their expressions subtly shifted. This signified that Bai Hui could enter the physical limit state at any moment while they still needed to focus their. Simply put, they needed to build up power. In a real battle, if you had to spend a minute or two gathering strength, you wouldn't even know how you died. He threw a punch. Bang! Bai Hui controlled his body with ease, his fist striking the testing device. 1,287 kilograms. 2 tons of force, slightly lower than Lei Gang's, but 200 kilograms higher than Bai Hui's result from a month ago. This was only natural. In terms of physical constitution, Bai Hui was indeed inferior to Lei Gang and Jin Zhan, who had trained in the military for over a decade. How could a researcher match their physique? Yet Bai Hui was satisfied. The month of persistent training had yielded gratifying results. The three generals peered at the testing device and were struck dumb. 2 tons of force. Was this still a researcher? Was this the same Bai Hui who had invented anti-gravity technology and controlled nuclear fusion? Why could he also unleash over a ton of force? That kind of power could easily overwhelm the special forces in their military districts. Could it be that Bai Hui had developed some kind of gene agent? Yes, Bai Hui was a world-renowned scientist with an exceptionally brilliant mind. If he had developed a gene agent, that would perfectly explain everything. The three generals exchanged glances, seeing the fervor in each other's eyes. They had to get their hands on that gene agent for their military districts. Fu Jianming stepped forward first, convinced he had grasped the truth. Old Lu, that's not very brotherly of you. Are we still comrades or not? Lu Yunxing was taken aback. How am I not being brotherly? Don't play dumb. I'm asking you the reason Lei Gang and the others can unleash a ton of force. Is it because of Minister Bai? Lu Yunxing paused. Old Fu, how did you know? Indeed, the three generals felt a sense of clarity upon hearing. Old Lu, let's not beat around the bush. The gene agent developed by Minister Bai, you can't keep it all to yourself. Bai Hui was bewildered. When had he developed any gene agent? After a moment's thought, Lu Yunxing realized Fu Jianming's misunderstanding and found it both amusing and frustrating. Old Fu, you've got it wrong. It's not what you think. Cut the crap. Don't try to fool me. Bai Hui, having guessed their thoughts, stepped forward looking helpless. General Fu, you really are mistaken. I haven't developed any gene agent. What? No gene agent? Then how did these super soldiers come about? General Lu Yunxing couldn't stand it anymore. How far had the discussion strayed? Old Fu, there really is no gene agent. The truth is, after Lu Yunxing's explanation supplemented by Bai Hui's words, they finally believed there was no such thing. The super soldier program. After hearing it, the three generals' eyes lit up. Li Huixing of the Southeast Military District spoke first. Minister Bai, please come to our district. We are also preparing to launch the super soldier program. I would like to invite you to be its chief instructor. Fu Jianming interjected. Hey Li Huixing, I'm warning you, don't poach people. Minister Bai, our Southwest Military District, also wants to establish super soldiers. Would like to hire you as chief instructor. Name your terms. I guarantee they'll be met. Du Gaofeng snorted. Nonsense. Both of you are blowing hot air. Any terms? If Minister Bai asks for 1 trillion, would you pay? Minister Bai, listen to me. Come to the Northwest Military District. It's the best fit for you. The three generals argued heatedly, none willing to yield, even drawing Lu Yunxing's disapproval. He strode forward and kicked the three shameless old men aside. Did any of you ask Minister Bai if he even agrees before you started squabbling? Fu Jianming and the other two were momentarily choked, their expressions somewhat embarrassed. They had indeed overlooked the main party. Bai Hui smiled and said, it's fine. I'm honored that three generals think so highly of me, but I'm already swamped with work. I'm afraid I won't have time to serve as an instructor for other military regions. Bai Hui didn't feel any weakness in his body. He could still communicate normally. Unlike Lei Gang and the others who had little combat power left after a single punch, Bai Hui had progressed further along this path, able to control his strength freely without exhausting himself. Bai Hui fell into deep thought. Training a Super Special Forces team seemed necessary at present. The physical qualities of Super Special Forces soldiers had already been greatly enhanced. In the future, whether these people continued as special forces or ventured into outer space, there would be many benefits. Bai Hui was even considering developing exoskeleton mechs for these super soldiers to wear into space combat. The stronger their physical abilities, the greater their combat power. However, Bai Hui's schedule would be extremely busy going forward, making it impossible to personally provide guidance. What to do? Soon after discussion between Bai Hui and the four generals, a decision was finally reached. Each of the 4 military regions would send 100 personnel to Shengjing for training. Moreover, this team would receive an independent designation, the Qilin Special Forces. The Qilin is a mythical, auspicious beast, and naming the team after it was meant to symbolize good fortune for the Dragon Kingdom. The chief instructor of the Qilin Special Forces was Bai Hui, but since he had no time to teach them, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan would serve as instructors conducting unified training. Strive to bring everyone to the peak physical limit within 3 months. After handling the Qilin team plan, Bai Hui took a helicopter back to the Dragon Department headquarters. As soon as he entered the headquarters, a familiar figure approached. Elder Fong was overjoyed to see Bai Hui and quickly said, Xiao Hui, I was just looking for you. We're about to hold the meeting on the Dragon Kingdom's nuclear fusion power plant plan, and we've been waiting for you. Elder Fong, couldn't you just decide on the fusion power plant matter yourself? Bai Hui was somewhat frustrated. He wasn't good at this sort of thing. Elder Fong said helplessly, Xiao Hui, as the inventor of controlled nuclear fusion technology, how can a meeting concerning the future of the Dragon Kingdom lack your input? And Minister Lin Weidong of the General Equipment Department specifically asked for your opinion. Alright, I'll take a look then. Bai Hui had no choice but to follow Elder Fong to the meeting. In truth, he was too busy to pay attention to these matters. Although the nuclear fusion power plant was indeed important to the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Hui wanted to focus his efforts on technological research and development. After all, the progress of a civilization ultimately depends on breakthroughs in science and technology. He counted carefully. There were 4 major technologies he needed to conquer. First was the design of a space battleship, which would be dozens of times larger than the Dragon Sword II. It would also include a small biosphere capable of sustaining human life for decades, along with various weapon systems. These weapon systems would be the primary means of dealing with unknown civilizations in the future. The second technology, wearable exoskeleton mechs. The human body is too fragile. Even the most common cosmic rays in space could kill instantly. If humans were exposed directly to space without any protection, they would die within 10 seconds at most. Thus, a wearable mech is of great significance to the entire civilization. It compensates for human physical weaknesses and greatly enhances survival rates in the harsh space environment. The third technology, gravity shield. Using anti-gravity technology to construct a gravity field adjustable through programming to form a protective barrier. This shield can withstand kinetic weapon attacks such as various electromagnetic cannons, cosmic meteoroids. Of course, the gravity shield has significant limitations. It can only block objects with mass. Energy weapons cannot be stopped by this shield. For example, laser weapons, pure energy weapons, are completely impervious to the gravity shield. Even so, the gravity shield has a wide range of applications. On the moon, tiny cosmic intruders often cause serious damage to the lunar base. The gravity shield can effectively defend against meteorite impacts. It also plays a huge role in space stations and various spacecraft. The fourth technology, gene development. This was something Bai Hui had always wanted to develop, but had been delayed by various matters. The genes of every organism are unique. Even within the same species, living in different environments can cause various mutations resulting in different genetic powers. Moreover, the environments of different planets vary greatly, leading to even larger genetic disparities. Survival of the fittest. This is an eternal truth of nature. Every organism adapts appropriately to changes in its environment. Therefore, Bai Hui could only rely on himself for the development of human gene agents. The technology in his mind served only as a reference. Gene agents would greatly enhance the overall physical fitness of human civilization. Of course, besides these technologies, Bai Hui also wanted to research laser weapons, dark matter, quantum communication, or other superliminal communication methods. But given his time constraints, he could only proceed based on the situation. Arriving at the meeting room, everyone was already in discussion. At the head of the conference table, a seat was left empty, reserved for Bai Hui. After all, as the minister of both the Aerospace Department and the Dragon Department, he held the highest rank. Next to his seat was Minister Lin Weidong of the General Equipment Department. Seeing Bai Hui enter, Lin Weidong immediately stood up to welcome him. Minister Bai, welcome to the meeting. I am Lin Weidong, Minister of the General Equipment Department. I came specifically to seek your advice. Minister Lin, hello. The two shook hands, and then sat down to continue the meeting. Minister Bai, after discussions in the Council of Elders, our General Equipment Department has decided to completely abandon the construction of nuclear fission power plants. The ones already built will continue to operate. However, we have halted all nuclear fission plants currently under construction. In the next 3 years, the Dragon Kingdom will build 200 nuclear fusion power plants, supplying 60 of the country's electricity. However, constructing so many plants will be a challenge. As an expert in nuclear fusion, we would like you to offer suggestions and list some precautions. Bai Hui found it both amusing and frustrating that he was summoned for this. Simply put, Lin Weidong didn't trust other experts, as mishandling nuclear fusion technology could have severe consequences. So he wanted Bai Hui to establish rules such as how to install things and what to avoid touching. Bai Hui was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Matters like these did not require him to set the standards. Fang Lao was an expert in nuclear physics, a globally renowned luminary. Setting the standards for nuclear fusion power stations was a task for which Fang Lao was absolutely the perfect candidate. There was no need for him to do it personally. After all, formulating standards for a field would consume far too much time, and Bai Hui had no desire to waste his time on that. However, Lin Weidong believed that since Bai Hui had invented the controlled nuclear fusion technology, only he could set the standards with confidence. Minister Lin, you truly overestimate me. I merely stumbled upon the breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology. I am not really familiar with the standards in some engineering fields. Fang Lao is an expert in nuclear physics, and he thoroughly understands the entire controlled nuclear fusion technology. With Fang Lao here, you can rest assured. Bai Hui could only explain patiently to Lin Weidong. In the end, the standards for Longwo's nuclear fusion power stations would be jointly formulated by Fang Lao, leading several academicians in the field of nuclear physics. Longwo's 200 nuclear fusion power stations would first be built in some first-tier and second-tier large cities. These cities consumed a vast amount of electricity and had developed industries, and their power supply had always been somewhat strained. This year, some cities had even implemented power rationing measures, leading to frequent blackouts. For instance, Longwu City, the world's largest distribution center for small commodities, ranked among the top in Longhua in terms of per capita income and was known as the world's premier market. Before the economic sanctions, this city was very famous worldwide, attracting countless merchants who came to purchase goods. However, Longwu City's electricity consumption once exceeded the warning line, forcing it to implement power cuts. To prioritize meeting people's living needs, some factories were forced to shut down, and the power gap here was enormous. Therefore, these cities would be given priority for the construction of nuclear fusion power stations. Nuclear fusion power stations would be much smaller in volume than nuclear fission power stations because the Shunhui fusion device was compact in size and quick to build. In contrast, nuclear fission power stations were massive and required the construction of multiple radiation protection barriers, consuming enormous amounts of manpower and resources. Nuclear fusion power stations, on the other hand, had minimal nuclear radiation, simple structures, high energy efficiency, and could even be built within urban areas. If helium-3 fusion were used, there would be no nuclear radiation at all, because the product of helium-3 fusion is clean water. However, the production of helium-3 on Earth is very low and extremely expensive, so all of Longwu's 200-plus nuclear fusion power stations would use deuterium-tritium fusion. Deuterium and tritium are abundant in seawater and easy to purify, making them highly suitable for large-scale use. Soon the news that Longwu's 200-plus nuclear fusion power stations had begun construction spread out. The authorities even held a press conference for this. In the future, our Longwu will invest 1 trillion yuan to build 200 nuclear fusion power stations. The engineering projects for these power stations have already begun. Nationwide bidding. Any entity meeting the standards can bid. Nuclear fusion power stations are a crucial strategy for Longwu and will form the most important component of its future energy supply, bearing 60% of the nation's electricity. Thermal power generation, with its severe pollution and great harm to the Earth, will be completely phased out of Longwu's power grid and become history once the 200 nuclear fusion power stations are built. Nuclear fusion power stations will continuously provide clean energy for the people. The remaining 40% of electricity will be supplied by hydropower, solar power, wind power, and others. Our Longwu will become the most environmentally friendly country in the world. Moreover, according to expert estimates, after the 200 nuclear fusion power stations are completed, electricity prices in Longwu will be cut by half, allowing the people of Longwu to enjoy a better life. As soon as this news was announced, Longwu erupted in excitement. It also sparked heated discussions on Weibo. Amazing! Our Longwu is going to build 200 nuclear fusion power stations, and thermal power generation is officially retiring from the stage of history. This means that in the future, our Longwu will use only clean energy and renewable energy for power generation, causing no pollution to the environment. The Earth is our home, and when it comes to environmental protection, we still have to look to our Longwu. Actually, I just want to say God Bai is amazing. Without him, we wouldn't even have glimpsed the shadow of controlled nuclear fusion technology. What? Electricity prices cut in half. That's awesome. Does that mean I can blast the air conditioner to my heart's content from now on? No more worrying about not being able to afford the electricity bill. Meanwhile, Longwu quickly launched the bidding for the nuclear fusion power stations. Countless construction companies rushed to submit bids. This was a massive project involving 200 nuclear fusion power stations. Of course, the 200 nuclear fusion power stations would certainly not all be awarded to a single company. Even a single power station would be divided among multiple companies to complete together. Simply put, as long as you met the requirements, you were guaranteed to have work to do, and there would be no situation of lacking projects. The trillion-yuan megaproject made Longwu's construction companies immensely profitable. At the same time, the labor market in Longwu faced a shortage, forcing them to offer high salaries to recruit workers. Many migrant workers who had long left the construction sites had returned to their hometowns to start small businesses. After all, in this society, what future could a wage earner have? It was better to just run a small business with flexible hours and no one to boss them around. However, when these laid-off migrant workers saw the high salaries offered by construction companies, many signed up and returned to the construction sites. In fact, those construction companies had no choice. The project schedule was extremely tight. Longwu's authorities required that the 200 nuclear fusion power stations be built within 6 months and connected to the grid within 1 year, continuously supplying clean energy. With only a 6-month deadline, the construction companies had no alternative but to keep hiring. Soon, the nuclear fusion power station project was in full swing across the land of Longwu. Bai Hui was currently in the anti-gravity laboratory, which had just been built recently, and was primarily dedicated to researching the applications of anti-gravity. Longwu's anti-gravity engines now had multiple models. The M1 anti-gravity engine was the one Bai Hui had originally built himself, used on the Longteng 1. And because the demand for the Longteng 1 was enormous, all future commercial spaceflights and anti-gravity spacecraft sold to other countries would be Longteng 1 models. Therefore, to improve the Longteng 1, scientists made some modifications that significantly enhanced its performance. The M1 anti-gravity engine's thrust increased from the previous 45 tons to the current 60 tons, a performance boost of about 30%. The M2 anti-gravity engine, with a thrust of around 160 tons, was used on the Longteng 2 and was currently the most powerful anti-gravity engine in Longwu. The M3 anti-gravity engine was still under development and had not yet been produced. Its thrust was expected to reach 300 tons, and it would be used on space warships in the future. The H-1 anti-gravity engine was another model used on nuclear fusion devices mainly to generate gravitational fields. The demand was enormous as all 200 nuclear fusion power stations required the H-1 anti-gravity engine. The anti-gravity lab not only researches anti-gravity engines, but also will develop anti-gravity shields, also known as gravity protection barriers. The anti-gravity shield will be established as an independent project for breakthrough research. This technology will be extremely important in the future and will become standard equipment on every spaceship. After all, in space, the greatest threat to anti-gravity spaceships is all kinds of meteoroids. These meteoroids have extremely high initial velocities, and once they strike the ship, they will cause severe consequences. Imagine a fist-sized meteoroid moving at 5,000 kilometers per hour. Its kinetic energy is sufficient to penetrate the hull of a spaceship, causing gas leakage, deviation in course, and even the risk of ship destruction and loss of life. If a spaceship is equipped with an anti-gravity shield, the shield can repel the meteoroid at the moment of impact, protecting the ship. However, at this moment, the anti-gravity shield technology had just been initiated, and it was still a long way from practical application. Lin Ming was a graduate of Shengjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics in Longhua. His resume was also very impressive. First, during his graduation project at university, he actually built a reusable rocket himself. Of course, this rocket could not fly into space, it only flew into the atmosphere, then used fuel and guidance technology to accurately land the rocket at a predetermined location. At that time, Lin Ming was live streaming on Bilibili, attracting over 5 million viewers. Even the Longhua Space Administration was startled by his live stream. A reusable rocket. At that time, Bai Hui had not yet built a spaceship. Chemical fuel rockets were humanity's only way to reach space. In the entire world, only the space exploration company of Dengta country had mastered this reusable technology. Lin Ming's graduation project successfully solved Longhua's problem, causing a huge stir. Although it was only a small experimental rocket that could not fly into space, the technology was universal. That experiment fully verified the feasibility of reusable rocket technology. At that time, the entire aerospace field was shocked, and it sparked heated discussions on Weibo, Bilibili, and other platforms. Many netizens exclaimed that Longhua had worthy successors. Lin Ming was awarded a 1,000 yuan bonus by his alma mater, and the Longhua Space Administration exceptionally recruited him, assigning him to the reusable rocket project team. However, before Lin Ming could showcase his skills, Bai Hui appeared. He directly built a spaceship called Longteng 1 and successfully flew it into space. From then on, the reusable rocket project was cancelled by the Space Administration. Because it was no longer necessary, the anti-gravity spaceship was vastly superior to chemical fuel rockets by an immeasurable margin. Even if you could recover it 100 times, it is still trash compared to the anti-gravity spaceship. The anti-gravity spaceship is not only low-cost, but also extremely safe. Basically accident-free, like riding an airplane for ordinary people. Therefore, the reusable rocket project was cancelled and the researchers were reassigned to various project teams. Lin Ming was assigned to the anti-gravity shield project in the anti-gravity lab. Although his original project was cancelled and years of research came to nothing, Lin Ming did not complain or blame others. He clearly understood that complaining was useless. The emergence of new things inevitably replaces the old. This is an inevitable historical process thus the only solution was to enrich himself to become stronger and more capable. Lin Ming plunged into intense study, and for him this was a blessing. Anti-gravity technology was a brand new field. A completely new technology meant very few people understood it, and everyone had to learn from scratch. This included the experts, professors, and academicians. They all needed to relearn. However, these senior scholars were generally advanced in age, and their memory and learning ability were already declining. In contrast, Lin Ming was only 28 years old. His physical condition, brain memory, and learning ability were all at their peak. In the anti-gravity shield project, everyone was arranged to study the theories and techniques of anti-gravity. Whoever learned the best would become the project leader. This was a rule personally set by Bai Hui. It was designed to fully stimulate the researchers' learning enthusiasm and accelerate the project's development progress. Positions are not determined by seniority, how everything depends on ability. This provided a great platform for young scientists to advance. As long as one had ability, no matter how young, they could become the head of a national project. The older scientists, though they had some objections, had no choice but to study desperately and master the new technology. Although this was not fair to the scientists who had dedicated their entire lives to Longhua in the face of the survival of the race, there was no other choice. Time was life. Of course, if the older generation of scientists did not want to work too hard, they could, based on their qualifications, comfortably stay at home to retire and enjoy life. With his agile mind and powerful memory, Lin Ming stood out in the assessment and became the best learner in the anti-gravity shield project team. Thus, he naturally became the head of the anti-gravity shield project. At this time, the anti-gravity shield lab was also built, and the researchers began their work. For the researchers, the anti-gravity shield technology was extremely important, so time was tight. Everyone had to work overtime continuously to accelerate the project's research progress. For Lin Ming, the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. Managing a crucial national research project at the age of only 28, he was under immense pressure. If he failed to produce results, others would complain that a young man like him lacked experience and was unworthy of being the head of the anti-gravity shield project. This was human nature and unavoidable. So Lin Ming studied with all his might. He often didn't go home sleeping directly in the lab. Even when he returned home, he would collapse into bed and sleep, having no time for himself. Even his girlfriend began to complain. Lin Ming could only constantly reassure his girlfriend, telling her that once he developed the project, he would have time to spend. Fortunately, Lin Ming's girlfriend was not unreasonable. Although she still felt some discontent, their bond was deep, so she could only let him be. After more than 2 months of research, the anti-gravity shield project finally achieved an initial breakthrough. Upon hearing this news, Bai Hui rushed over immediately. Lin Ming, how is the anti-gravity shield technology coming along? Lin Ming, dressed in a white cleanroom suit, stood before a device mounted with 2 anti-gravity engines, its exterior cluttered with exposed screws and wires. This device was the experimental prototype for the anti-gravity shield, and it had already achieved preliminary results. Although it looked somewhat crude, that was perfectly normal for a laboratory prototype. Excitement radiated from Lin Ming's face. After 2 arduous months of effort, he had finally succeeded, though it still required extensive refinement. Minister, we have built an experimental device, and the anti-gravity shield technology has achieved initial success. Allow me to demonstrate it for you. Bai Hui was overjoyed. Excellent. Show us the demonstration immediately. Elder Zhou and the others held their breath, awaiting the anti-gravity shield experiment. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Ming pressed a switch. The 2 anti-gravity engines roared to life, but the device in front appeared unchanged. Had it failed? A question arose in everyone's minds. Soon they would have their answer. Lin Ming picked up a pin from the table and gently tossed it toward the anti-gravity shield device. Suddenly, the onlookers stared in astonishment. Just as the pin was about to touch the device, it was deflected by a transparent protective layer. The ordinarily invisible anti-gravity shield, disturbed by the foreign object, rippled in layers like water, becoming visible to the naked eye. After a long moment, everyone finally reacted, bursting into applause. Amazing. It was truly the anti-gravity shield technology. Lin Ming, you've done brilliantly. I will recommend you for commendation. Bai Hui said excitedly, for the anti-gravity shield technology was a crucial component in his vision. Whether humanity could navigate the solar system unhindered depended on the success of this technology. Now that the experiment had succeeded, it meant that Dragon Nation spaceships would be equipped with anti-gravity shields. In space, humans would no longer fear meteoroids or space debris. Lin Ming was also delighted, but he spoke honestly. Minister, although this device has preliminarily validated the feasibility of the anti-gravity shield technology, it still has many drawbacks. For instance, excessive energy consumption. Moreover, it requires 2 anti-gravity engines to generate the shield. Bai Hui pondered for a moment. Lin Ming, don't worry about energy consumption. We have nuclear fusion reactors that can provide ample power. Besides, the anti-gravity shield will only be activated in emergencies and will remain off most of the time, so energy usage isn't too significant. Of course, reducing energy consumption would be ideal, but since we're still in the early stages, we shouldn't overthink it. Optimization can come later. As for why 2 engines are needed, explain that to me in detail. Hearing that, Bai Hui wanted a live explanation. Lin Ming became excited. After all, Bai Hui was his idol. In the entire aerospace circle, no one didn't admire Bai Hui. It was thanks to him that Dragon Nation had entered the space age. Organizing his thoughts and suppressing his excitement, Lin Ming reported earnestly, Minister, my anti-gravity shield is based on the principle of positive and negative repulsion. Outside the spaceship, one anti-gravity engine controls positive gravitational particles, while the other controls negative gravitational particles. These particles intertwine to form a gravitational field. When a foreign object approaches, the field generates repulsion, deflecting the object. Lin Ming explained his theory eloquently. It was indeed a promising method, and everyone present, experts in the aerospace field, nodded in approval upon hearing it. But Bai Hui frowned. This approach could indeed create an anti-gravity shield, but it had severe limitations. To form a gravitational field by controlling positive and negative particles, the field's strength had to be sufficient to deflect objects. Startled by the question, Lin Ming nodded. Yes, the device's power is too low. Against objects with high kinetic. Startled by the question, Lin Ming nodded. Yes, the device's power is too low. Against objects with high kinetic energy, the gravitational field strength is insufficient to resist them. Bai Hui shook his head. This method is too limited for practical application. If a massive meteoroid were to strike, the energy required to generate the shield would be astronomically high. Lin Ming paused deep in thought. Indeed, the method was only effective against small objects. It would be powerless against meteoroids in space. But the anti-gravity shield was meant for spaceships. If it couldn't defend against meteoroids, what was the point? Minister, what should I do now? Bai Hui thought for a moment. After a minute his eyes lit up with an idea. Lin Ming, let me offer you a perspective. Have you ever noticed magnets? Magnets? What did magnets have to do with anti-gravity shields? In daily life we've all encountered magnets. When two like poles are brought close they generate repulsion. The closer they are the stronger the repulsion. So my idea is this: what if we forcefully bring negative gravitational particles close to positive ones, and then the moment a foreign object approaches suddenly release the negative particles? That would generate immense kinetic energy propelling the object away. None of the attendees were fools, they quickly grasped Bai Hui's reasoning. Their faces showed awe. This was indeed a brilliant idea. Crucially, it didn't require generating a gravitational field. Instead, software could control the compression of negative particles in a localized area, releasing them at the precise moment of impact, unleashing powerful kinetic energy. This reduced energy loss and provided a more effective defense against foreign intrusion. Lin Ming's eyes shone with admiration as he looked at Bai Hui. No wonder he was the legendary Bai Hui, the inventor of anti-gravity and nuclear fusion technology. In just 1 minute he had solved the core challenge of the anti-gravity shield. The anti-gravity laboratory was fully equipped with the necessary devices, so Lin Ming immediately improved the previous anti-gravity shield device, based on Bai Hui's idea. It took about half a day to successfully create the second version of the anti-gravity shield device. At that moment Bai Hui and the other leaders had not left it. Everyone was waiting for the final result. Soon the second test began. The anti-gravity engine started working, emitting a humming sound, and at that moment, everything seemed unchanged. Lin Ming picked up a pen and threw it toward the anti-gravity shield device again. However, unexpectedly, just as the pen was about to touch the anti-gravity shield device, it was directly repelled and rebounded onto the wall at an extremely fast speed. It was clearly evident that the second version of the anti-gravity shield device was far more powerful than the first. Both tests used the same energy, yet the difference was immediately apparent. Excellent. Everyone applauded, their faces beaming with joy. Minister, you are truly incredible. You will always be my idol, Lin Ming said excitedly. Bai Hui also smiled, but was not overly excited. His expression quickly calmed down. Lin Ming next tested the ultimate performance of the second version of the anti-gravity shield device. Yes, I'll start testing right away. After more than an hour of testing, Lin Ming quickly measured the parameters of the second version of the anti-gravity shield device. Old Joe leaned in to take a look and immediately exclaimed, "What? Under 10 kilowatts of power, the second version of the anti-gravity shield can withstand a maximum impact force of 81760 N. This is equivalent to the device under Earth's gravity with an input of 10 kilowatts of being able to withstand roughly 8 tons of force. If it exceeds 8 tons, the anti-gravity shield would be breached, damaging the objects inside the shield. According to the conversion ratio, if the input power is 10 megawatts, it can withstand an impact force of 80 millinewtons. This is equivalent to 8,000 tons of weight under Earth's gravity. Although this impact force seems relatively weak in space, given that larger meteoroids combined with extremely high speeds possess terrifying kinetic energy. However, generally speaking, it can already withstand most space debris and some small meteoroids. Excellent. The Dragon Kingdom's anti-gravity shield technology has finally achieved a major breakthrough, and it can even be applied to spacecraft. Indeed, the first version Lin Ming created was merely an object that could only be verified in the laboratory. The second version, however, could be applied in practice. The gap between them was immense. The news of the key technological breakthrough in the anti-gravity shield laboratory spread like wildfire. The lab's director, Lin Ming, was only a 20-year-old young scientist. In this technological breakthrough, he played a significant role, so he was awarded a Cloud Eagle Medal and a prize of 1 million yuan. Everyone in the other labs was envious. A Cloud Eagle Medal. The Dragon Kingdom had 3 types of medals awarded to those who made tremendous contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, each with great significance. The 3 medals were the Cloud Eagle Medal, the Azure Phoenix Medal, and the Golden Dragon Medal. Although the Cloud Eagle Medal was the lowest among the 3 Great Dragon Kingdom medals, the meaning it represented made everyone covet it. At the same time, Lin Ming, at only 28, became the youngest recipient of the Cloud Eagle Medal in the Dragon Kingdom, setting a new national record. This news spread throughout the entire Department of Scientific Research, and everyone was green with envy. Once you obtained the Cloud Eagle Medal, you would enjoy great privileges throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and even if you never worked again for the rest of your life, the state would provide for your retirement. Moreover, recipients of the Cloud Eagle Medal would receive priority treatment wherever they went, and no unit could refuse them. This was a tremendous honor. Those researchers began working desperately, hoping to complete their projects, as perhaps they too might have a chance to win the Cloud Eagle Medal. However, Lin Ming, the recipient, was troubled, because he felt that he did not deserve this Cloud Eagle Medal. The most crucial core part of the anti-gravity shield technology was inspired by Minister Bai. In terms of credit, Bai Hui was the greatest. Therefore, Lin Ming always felt a sense of guilt in his heart, until Bai Hui patted him on the shoulder and sighed. Lin Ming, you don't need to feel unworthy of this medal. You have made tremendous contributions to the anti-gravity shield technology, and everyone has seen it. Moreover, the reason you were awarded the Cloud Eagle Medal was to inspire everyone. Indeed, Lin Ming often stayed up late in the lab for the anti-gravity shield technology, and everyone had witnessed it. Bai Hui also gave it careful consideration, even discussing it with several elders for a long time before finally deciding to award Lin Ming the Cloud Eagle Medal. After all, a wormhole on the far side of the moon would in 10 years spew forth an unknown enemy. This was a crisis for the entire civilization. If a single Cloud Eagle Medal could inspire more scientists to devote themselves to scientific research, why not? Sure enough, within a month of Lin Ming being awarded the Cloud Eagle Medal, the scientists in the Department of Scientific Research worked as if their lives depended on it, frantically conducting research. In that short month, there were many major technological breakthroughs, including one very important technology, the small-scale biosphere circulation technology. The head of this technology, Zhao Feiyun, was also awarded the Cloud Eagle Medal, because the importance of this technology was no less than that of the anti-gravity shield technology. Zhao Feiyun was a bald middle-aged scientist, and he was also an extremely outstanding scientist. He had a great reputation internationally, and one of his previous studies based on cytoplasmic decomposition enzymes was even a candidate for the Nobel Prize. Now leading the research on small-scale biosphere circulation technology, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. As everyone knows, the Earth where humans live is a large biosphere within which there are three roles: producers, consumers, and decomposers. These three roles are closely interconnected and indispensable, because they constitute the important task of Earth's ecological cycle. To form a biosphere, these three roles must be replicated to jointly constitute an ecological cycle. But this is an extremely difficult task. Once the lighthouse country, the United States, conducted an experiment, the Biosphere 2 experiment. It was also known as a miniature artificial ecological circulation system. The Shengwaquan experiment was to verify whether humans could replicate another biosphere away from Earth's net. In the future space age, small-scale biosphere technology is indispensable beyond doubt. Various extraterrestrial bases, starships, and so on must be capable of ecological circulation to sustain long-term operation. Zhao Feiyun led the biological research team of Longwa, spending a great deal of time finally achieving a breakthrough. The small-scale biosphere technology verified by scientists enables the ecosystem to operate stably over long periods. With just a few improvements, it can be applied to starships, which is undoubtedly excellent news for Longwa. Not only that, but within this short month, Longwa's materials science has been flooded with good news, with various high-strength, high-performance materials emerging continuously. Human civilization is thus slowly advancing. Materials are the future of civilization. In extreme environments, the required materials demand extremely stringent conditions. Some materials were previously impossible for Longwa to produce due to the lack of relevant technology. All these materials had to be imported from foreign countries, which was also a reason for Longwa's relative backwardness. However, through the unremitting efforts of scientists, breakthroughs have been achieved in more and more cutting-edge technology. At this moment, Bai Hui was designing the blueprint of the starship. Utilizing the system laboratory with the assistance of Xiao He, he continuously engaged in trial and error to make improvements. The blueprint of the starship must be completed as soon as possible, because Lin Ming, Zhao Feiyun, and the others are all waiting for it. Anti-gravity shield technology and small-scale biosphere technology are both required to be applied on this, and Bai Hui must provide a blueprint for the starship, otherwise they cannot design the anti-gravity shield device and the small-scale biosphere technology. To install these devices, specific dimensions are needed. Then the scientists will modify and manufacture them according to the dimensions on the blueprint. Inside the system laboratory, a colossal starship that blots out the sky was slowly taking shape. Even from the current view, this starship was already nearly 10 times larger than the Longteng 2 spacecraft. Its length reached an astonishing over 1,000 meters. This was a man-made creation. A starship over 1,000 meters long could only be described as incredible. However, 1,000 meters was still not the limit. Bai Hui hovered in the void, his hands constantly moving, adding or deleting some components. After an unknown period, Bai Hui finally completed the design of the starship. A massive, enormous spacecraft floated in the chaotic void. The entire starship was elliptical, resembling a flying saucer from science fiction movies, but much larger in volume. Around the starship, countless weapons and various small spacecraft could be installed. This is a space aircraft carrier. Few finally finished. Bai Hui was somewhat exhausted. This was the first time he had designed something so complex, and it took the longest time. Even with the system laboratory, it took an entire month. Of course, Bai Hui did not stay in the system laboratory all the time, as that required spending popularity points. So he only used the system laboratory function when verification was needed. Even so, over the past month, he had exhausted all his popularity points. Bai Hui could no longer remember how many he had originally. He had never used them, and it seemed to have reached 5 or 6 billion. However, after a month, 5 or 6 billion were gone. Now he had only 100 million popularity points left. But the cost was worth it. This starship had finally been designed by him. In the future, this starship will become the mainstay of humanity. Whether it can withstand alien civilizations, Bai Hui also felt that he had designed it perfectly enough. Under similar size conditions, he could not have designed a better. To know this starship had a length of 2300 meters, a width of 860 meters, and a height of 480 meters. A true giant. The construction of the starship will be carried out in the space base because there are 3 advantages. The first advantage: there are unlimited resources in space to supply the starship's needs. Conversely, Earth's resources are limited. Perhaps Longwa could mobilize the entire nation's strength to build one starship, but the cost would be too great, not worth it. The second advantage: building in space eliminates the constraint of Earth's gravity, allowing more fuel savings. The third advantage: it can better develop the space industry, letting it drive Longwa's economic development. This is a method with 100 benefits and no harm. It is worth mentioning that the core module of the space base has been successfully launched into orbit. This core module of the space base is equipped with various interfaces, allowing docking of various types of spacecraft with a total weight of over 1,000 tons. This is only one of the core modules. In the future, 8 more core modules will be launched, and then all core modules will be assembled directly in outer space to form a complete space station. Yes, it is a space station, not a space base. It can only allow astronauts to conduct scientific experiments on it, but the supporting facilities are not complete, so it cannot become a space base. To build a space base will still take a long time. However, after the 9 core modules are combined, they can become a spaceport, allowing the development of the space industry. Those spacecraft can dock and resupply through the spaceport. By then, the 2 industries of space tourism and space mining can begin, and humanity will enter a new era. And the 9 core modules will be assembled within 1 year. Time is becoming increasingly urgent. Longwa is entering an era of rapid development and vibrant vitality where everyone is playing their part, helping the great ship of Longwa fly farther and farther. However, during this period, foreign countries were not doing well. The first to bear the brunt was Dengtagua. For some unknown reason, a new creature appeared in the world, becoming the nightmare of Dengtagua. This creature could burrow into a human body without the person's knowledge, then continuously devour the host's flesh and blood and reproduce. Within just 3 months, it spread throughout Dengtagua, and before people could react, half of the countries in the world had already been infected by this monster. This was a terrifying monster, and people called it Malosai. It meant fear. Maluosi seemed to have crawled out from the depths of hell. No one knew its origin, they only knew that it had suddenly emerged in Jinshan city of Dengta Kingdom 3 months ago. Within just 1 month, the entire Jinshan city fell. This monstrous creature turned all its inhabitants into sustenance and vessels for reproduction. What was most terrifying was that this organism was extremely difficult to kill. Even bullets could not penetrate its carapace, only powerful sniper rifles and shotguns could breach its defenses. Over 10 million people in the city became food for Maluosi, and the infestation continued to spread outward. The entire world was stunned. What kind of demon was this? Even Longwa was deeply shocked. The chairman immediately ordered the closure of all international channels and the lockdown of the entire nation to prevent Maluosi's invasion. Maluosi was too terrifying. Its larvae could silently burrow into a human body without the host ever. By the time Maluosi was discovered, it was already too late. It had grown and essentially consumed the host's entire body, leaving even the most advanced medical technology powerless to save the patient. For the past 3 months, Emperor Pu had been tirelessly traveling to resist Maluosi's invasion. Yet all his efforts were merely a drop in the bucket. Even the soldiers he sent for rescue had mostly become vessels for Maluosi's reproduction. Emperor Pu stared blankly ahead with listless eyes. He was the sinner of Dengta Kingdom. Others did not know Maluosi's origin, but as the president of Dengta Kingdom, he was fully aware of the entire ins and outs of the matter. The root cause was that 3 months ago they had successfully returned to the moon using the Jupiter I rocket and built a Dengta lunar base there. Now their astronauts were still living peacefully on the lunar base. However, during that lunar mission, they discovered a gray-black orb suspected to be an alien artifact. Inside that orb were the embryos of Maluosi. And the scientists of Dengta Kingdom had personally released this demon, which ultimately became a lethal threat to their own nation. To stop Maluosi's invasion, Emperor Pu had even authorized powerful weapons such as missiles, thermobaric bombs, and white phosphorus bombs, leaving only the last nuclear bomb unused. It was precisely because Dengta Kingdom possessed these formidable weapons that they could barely hold off Maluosi. However, the situation was growing worse. Maluosi had infected the world through its larvae, plunging many nations into chaos. People panicked and turned to riots. To prevent Maluosi's invasion, many countries announced the severance of all connections with the outside world, requiring everyone to be quarantined for over a month. If any Maluosi larvae were found, mandatory measures would be taken, and they would be exterminated directly. Since Maluosi's appearance, no one infected had ever survived. Because the Maluosi larvae had deeply embedded themselves into the host's body, there was no way to separate. This organism was not like ordinary bacteria. All signs suggested that it likely possessed high intelligence. This was a terrifying prospect. An invasion of intelligent demonic creatures was a catastrophe for all humanity. Nations around the world had begun to unite, concentrating all their efforts to combat Maluosi. An international conference was convened to address the threat. The theme of this international conference was the survival of humanity, discussing how to deal with Maluosi. Soon leaders of various countries joined the meeting online, with over 100 nations participating. Yet until the very end the chairman had not arrived. The polar bear emperor immediately scolded, "Emperor Pu, did you not invite them? At a time like this you still want to stir up trouble." This conference was hosted by Dongta Kingdom, as it was the most powerful nation in the world, and the one where Maluosi first appeared. No country had more experience dealing with Maluosi than Dongta Kingdom. The Emperor of the Sun Never Set Kingdom said, "Emperor Pu, our humanity is now facing a deadly crisis that concerns the continuation of our Earth civilization. So at this critical moment you should still send them an invitation." The Sakura Kingdom added, "Yes, Tuguo's strength cannot be underestimated. We should extend an invitation to..." Many other countries also voiced their opinions, all hoping that Tuguo would be invited to the conference. Emperor Pu's face alternated between pale and red. He had not expected to be attacked by all nations at the very start of the meeting. Dongta Kingdom and Tuguo were at odds, so, when sending invitations he had subconsciously forgotten Tuguo and did not issue an invitation. Emperor Pu wanted to lash out, but this represented the will of most nations in the world. Even as the president of Dongta Kingdom, he could not ignore them. Especially now Dongta Kingdom was the most severely invaded by Maluosi, with Jinshan City having... Meanwhile Tuguo had been quietly biding its time, rising rapidly without making a sound, and the entire nation was brimming with vitality. Therefore the most powerful nation in the world might have changed hands. Tuguo had silently become the strongest country. Emperor Pu revealed a hint of helplessness, sighed deeply, and said to his secretary, "Go invite Tuguo." About 5 minutes later an avatar appeared. It was the chairman's avatar. The chairman glanced around with a faint smile. "Everyone, long time no see. How have you been?" The polar bear emperor said, "Chairman, we are glad to see you again. The main topic of this meeting is how to deal with Maluosi. We hope everyone can unite and cooperate to overcome this crisis." "I fully agree with the polar bear emperor's words." The chairman paused. "But before the meeting, I would like to ask Emperor Pu of Dongta Kingdom, how exactly did Maluosi appear?" As the chairman finished speaking, he fixed his piercing gaze on Emperor Pu. Not only that, but leaders of other countries had long harbored suspicions, merely refraining from speaking out due to Dongta Kingdom's dominance. Now that the chairman had brought this matter to light, the other nations also began to repeatedly question Emperor Pu about Maluosi's origin. After all, Maluosi could not have appeared without reason. The most likely explanation was that Dongta Kingdom had conducted some biological experiment and created this terrifying demon. As for extraterrestrial organisms, no one had thought that far. Emperor Pu's face turned extremely grim. The thing he feared most was about to happen. The moment Moros erupted, the president had already foreseen this situation. No one is a fool. Moros was too perfect. Its survival capabilities were formidable, its reproductive capacity immense, and its lethality devastating. Earth had never witnessed such a flawless organism. Even the dinosaurs of 65 million years ago were mere trifles compared to Moros. This creature was a veritable terminator of civilizations. How could Earth give birth to a being of such magnitude? Unless it was man-made. Only artificial creation could produce such a powerful biological weapon of mass destruction. And Moros first appeared in the United States. There was no doubt that its origin was inextricably linked to that nation. The chairman's eyes blazed like torches, fixed intently on the president as he uttered another sentence. "Mr. President, 3.5 months ago the Roche base of your United States came under an unknown attack and initiated its self-destruct sequence. The explosion engulfed the entire island in flames. I want to ask, was the destruction of the Roche base related to Moros?" This single question from the chairman caused the faces of several major nation leaders present to change. They all possess satellite networks. 3.5 months ago they too had detected the Roche base's annihilation via satellite. Some had even gloated, thinking the United States had provoked someone and suffered retaliation. Yet at that time the typically overbearing America had made no move whatsoever, going so far as to deliberately conceal the base's destruction. Now with the chairman suddenly bringing it up, they instantly connected the dots. Could the Roche base have been the biological experiment facility that created Moros? The president, the man in question, slightly changed color, never expecting the chairman to raise this matter. As for the chairman, the Russian president, the Japanese prime minister, and others, every one of them was a shrewd individual to have reached such positions. They easily gleaned the answer they sought from the president's expression. The Roche base's destruction was indeed connected to Moros. That meant Moros' emergence was likely the result of the United States' research into biochemical weapons deliberately manufactured. However, after creation something must have gone awry and Moros spiraled out of control. Consequently, the United States suffered catastrophic losses. The president quickly regained his composure. He knew full well that America could never admit to this. even if it wasn't entirely their fault through genetic engineering. But Moros had ultimately originated from the United States. Thus, if the president acknowledged this fact, America would face condemnation and even sanctions from the entire world. Head Chairman, what are you talking about? The United States has no such thing as a Roche base. Are you mistaken? The president looked around at the others, his expression feigning innocence. Shameless. The existence of the Roche base had long ceased to be a secret among the major nations. However, among America's publicly declared military bases there was indeed no Roche base. It was a top-secret facility for the entire country. Yet nations like China had their own intelligence channels, and the Roche base's existence was an unspoken truth. And now the president directly denied the base's existence. It was nothing short of outright defiance. Yet the others for the moment could do little about it. A flash of anger crossed the chairman's face before he quickly calmed down. He gave a cold sneer laced with sarcasm, alas, a pity for those thousands of lives. Some people are truly shameless. The president's expression turned slightly awkward, but he soon regained his composure. The meeting continued. Yet now every leader harbored ulterior thoughts. From the verbal duel between the chairman and the president, each nation gleaned one piece of information: Moros might well have been created by the United States through genetic engineering. Naturally, the meeting's main theme remained how to resist Moros, for the creature had already gravely threatened the survival and continuation of human civilization. If left unchecked, the entire human civilization would soon be devoured by Moros, reduced to vessels for their propagation. However, the strategies for countering Moros might now face some shifts, because everyone now knew that Moros had emerged due to the United States. In the ensuing battles against Moros, America would have to bear the brunt of the effort. This was beyond dispute. No matter how much the president prevaricated, he could not alter that fact. Furthermore, the United States needed to provide all information on Moros, including which genetic technologies were used, what animal genes were incorporated, and the creature's habits, traits, weaknesses, and so on. The chairman, undaunted by the president, directly stated, "Mr. President, I hope your United States will hand over all intelligence on Moros." The president nodded. "That is only fitting. Within that intelligence, I believe it should also include Moros' genetic data and how it was modified and created." The president's face flushed with anger. He now understood China's intention. These bastards actually believed that Moros was a creature created by America through genetic engineering. For a fleeting moment, the president was tempted to reveal the true origin of Moros in its entirety. After all, being falsely accused like this was unbearable. Yet as the president of the United States, he had to consider the nation's interests. Chairman, I don't understand what you mean. Our American scientists are diligently studying Moros' genes. It will take some time before we can obtain the genetic data. But I must state here solemnly, the United States has not used genetic technology to research any biochemical weapons. Moros has nothing to do with us. We are also victims. The most important thing now is for all nations to unite and confront this crisis together. As if anyone would believe that. The chairman, Mr. President, don't be so angry. I never said that your United States used genetic engineering to create Moros. But since Moros first appeared on your soil, you owe us an explanation. The president's face darkened, then he spoke. Very well, let me recount the origin of Moros. Moros first appeared in our city of Golden Mountain, and within a single month it had spread across the entire metropolis, causing devastating losses. Through our scientists' research, we eventually discovered that Moros' genetic sequence differs significantly from that of Earth's organisms. Their genetic chains exist in a triple helix state. We suspect Moros may not be a creature of Earth. It is possible that certain individuals in a chance encounter with a meteorite or extraterrestrial artifact inadvertently opened Pandora's box, leading to the dire consequences we now face. Everyone should understand that according to Darwin's theory of evolution, Earth could not have given birth to such a terrifying creature. Moros' origin is most likely extraterrestrial. Pudati's voice was heavy. Moros is an extraterrestrial creature. Is that possible? It is still possible. Everyone fell into deep thought, including the representative of the Rabbit Kingdom, who was also pondering what Pudati really meant by these words. Is Moros really an extraterrestrial? Is this an excuse for Pudati to divert attention from the Lighthouse Kingdom's genetic experiments? But Pudati's words do have some merit. Earth could hardly give birth to a creature of Moros level. Even with genetic technology, it would be extremely difficult to create. Back in the 1970s, the Lighthouse Kingdom conducted a clone sheep experiment, but due to genetic defects, the clone sheep's lifespan was much shorter than that of other sheep. This shows that human genetic technology actually has many flaws. Therefore, it is indeed difficult to create such a creature through genetic means. If Moros is a creature from an extraterrestrial civilization, then everything can be explained. The question is, how did Moros come to Earth from outer space? The representative of the Rabbit Kingdom's heart stirred. He recalled Pudati's words. Perhaps someone had obtained a meteorite or alien artifact and inadvertently opened Pandora's box. Thus, Pudati had likely already revealed the true answer to all nations, but he did not want to bear the responsibility, so he only hinted at it indirectly. That is to say, the Lighthouse Kingdom might have obtained an alien artifact, but inside it was Moros. The scientists opened it, leading to today's tragedy. The representative of the rabbit kingdom figured it all out, a faint smile appearing on his face. Extraterrestrial creature. This possibility is indeed very high. Hudati, since you say Moros is an extraterrestrial, it must have hitched a ride on some container to come to Earth. Moros first appeared in the Lighthouse Kingdom. I believe there is very likely an alien artifact there. So I hope Hudati can consider the bigger picture and hand over the alien artifact for joint research. Hudati's expression shifted slightly, cursing inwardly that Rabbit Kingdom representative is a cunning old fox. Earlier, the Lighthouse Kingdom had obtained the gray-black spherical shell, which contained much technology. In recent days, the Lighthouse Kingdom scientists had been continuously studying it, trying to extract ways to deal with Moros. Though they had not succeeded, they had gained much from it. The simplest result was that they determined the composition of the gray-black sphere. It was an unknown alloy. The hardness of this alloy was dozens of times greater than diamond. Moreover, it was not as brittle as diamond. This alloy also had extremely high toughness. It could be said that this alloy was a nearly perfect material. Now the Lighthouse Kingdom scientists were attempting to replicate this alloy, and they had already achieved some results. Furthermore, research by scientists had revealed that these two shell fragments were likely the container used by an extraterrestrial civilization to protect Moros. An unknown civilization had scattered countless gray-black spheres into the universe, each containing an embryo of Moros intended for colonizing other planets. One of these gray-black spheres drifted through the cosmos and eventually landed on the moon in the solar system. Coincidentally, astronauts from the Lighthouse Kingdom discovered this gray-black sphere and brought it back to Earth. That was the Lighthouse Kingdom scientists' hypothesis. What to do? Hudati was caught in a dilemma. Should he hand over the gray-black sphere's shell? If he refused to hand it over, the Rabbit Kingdom representative, the Polar Bear Emperor, and others would not be easily fooled, and the Lighthouse Kingdom would surely suffer great losses. If he refused to hand it over, the Rabbit Kingdom representative, the Polar Bear Emperor, and others would not be easily. After all, there was no top-secret technology inside. Hudati finally made up his mind. With a long face and a forced smile, he said, the Rabbit Kingdom representative reminded me. Some time ago, one of our Lighthouse Kingdom citizens happened to pick up a meteorite during a camping trip. Inside that meteorite was a strange sphere. Our Lighthouse Kingdom scientists are already studying it. This sphere is likely an extraterrestrial artifact. Now, for the safety of all humanity, the Lighthouse Kingdom has decided to hand it over for scientists from all countries to study. The Rabbit Kingdom representative, the Polar Bear Emperor, the Sakura Kingdom Prime Minister, and others' eyes lit up. Finally, he had come clean. If they were not mistaken, this so-called sphere should contain Moros. Next, the Rabbit Kingdom representative began a discussion on how to deal with Moros. Currently, Moros was mainly concentrated in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Other countries were also affected, but in much smaller numbers compared to the Lighthouse Kingdom. After all, in the Lighthouse Kingdom's Golden Mountain City, over 10 million people had become breeding vessels for Moros, with each vessel capable of producing hundreds of offspring. This reproductive capacity was extremely terrifying. That was also what made humanity fear it. After a long conference discussion, the World Nations Assembly finally reached a conclusion. First, the Lighthouse Kingdom would certainly be the main force, as it was the most threatened by Moros. Second, led by the Dragon Kingdom, Lighthouse Kingdom, Polar Bear Kingdom, Sunsetless Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, and other major powers, a World Scientific Research Council would be established to study Moros characteristics, so that humanity could better counter Moros. The Lighthouse Kingdom had fought against Moros the longest, so they were also very familiar with it. Moros' social structure was similar to that of bees and ants, with a single king leading the entire colony. All of Moros' actions were directed by the Moros king, who possessed intelligence no less than a human's and was extremely cunning and treacherous. The Lighthouse Kingdom had planned several operations against the Moros king, but all ended in failure, and they even suffered heavy losses. Therefore, after discussions among the representatives of all nations, it was decided to dispatch the most elite special forces from each country equipped with the most advanced weapons, and they would undergo rigorous training. Finally, humanity would execute a decapitation strike, sending special forces to kill the Moros king and dismantle the entire Moros colony. However, after killing the Moros king, to prevent the emergence of a second Moros king, humanity must press the advantage and slay every last Moros. Otherwise, even one left behind would be a disaster. Then there were various other agreements, such as collaborative development of individual mecha suits, high-damage laser weapons, and so on. The Global Conference of Nations had concluded. For the first time in history, every country united as one. They all shared a common goal, a collective pursuit, and were fighting for the future of humanity. Though selfish motives still lurked beneath the surface and the alliance of nations was far from steadfast, it marked the first occasion that the entire world had begun to coalesce. Setting aside prejudice, conflict, and hatred, they united to confront Moros. Meanwhile, immediately after the conference, the Lighthouse country contributed all of its research findings on Moros from the recent period. The Lighthouse country held nothing back, making all data publicly available, for they were the most critical battlefield ahead. They needed the support of every nation on Earth. This research report detailed Moros' various habits, characteristics, life cycles, and territorial distribution. Moros, a creature resembling an insect, possessed an extraordinary reproductive ability. It could parasitize human bodies using them as vessels to lay eggs, rapidly absorbing the host's flesh and blood, making it extremely lethal. This species followed the rule of a hive mind. Each region had a dominant leader, and across the entire world there existed a single Moros king. This Moros king governed all Moros populations across the globe. The creatures communicated through biomagnetic fields, displaying absolute fearlessness and unwavering obedience. Moros evolved at an astonishing rate. Being terrestrial, they lacked aquatic and aerial capabilities, which allowed humans to suppress them in the early stages. However, the Lighthouse Country recently discovered a terrifying development. Within Jinshan City, some Moros had evolved wings. This meant that humanity's greatest advantage, air superiority, would soon vanish, potentially leaving them at a disadvantage. After all, fighter jets were inanimate while Moros were living beings. In terms of agility, 10 fighter jets could not match a single flying Moros. This phenomenon deeply alarmed scientists, for it demonstrated the terrifying pace of Moros evolution. In such a short time, they had already adapted to the skies. This suggested that Moros would likely evolve specialized units to compensate for their weaknesses, and humanity's existential crisis would only grow more severe. The Moros king was discovered by the Lighthouse Country authorities by sheer chance. Over a month ago, a pilot flying an H-22 fighter jet was surveying Jinshan City. Unexpectedly, in the city center, they spotted a Moros over 10 meters in size, surrounded by a throng of other Moros, as if they were paying homage to their emperor. After repeated investigations, scientists confirmed that this creature was indeed the Moros king. Upon discovering the Moros king, the Lighthouse Country authorities conceived a plan. Since Jinshan City had fallen completely, no living soul remained, for against billions of Moros, survival was impossible. Thus, the Lighthouse Country military planned to launch a nuclear missile to obliterate the entire city and destroy them. However, they underestimated the Moros king's intelligence. Upon spotting the reconnaissance fighter, it had already deduced their intentions. Consequently, the Moros king concealed its tracks and, under cover of night, swiftly attacked a Lighthouse Country military base. The base suffered catastrophic losses. By the time the Lighthouse Country responded and prepared reinforcements, the Moros king had vanished, leaving no trace. Then 3 days ago, it appeared in the Kangaroo Country. This was alarming, as the Lighthouse Country and the Kangaroo Country were separated by vast oceans, a barrier that should have contained Moros. Yet the Moros king's presence there indicated that Moros might have developed the ability to traverse the seas. This was the backdrop for the international conference. The nations of the world formed an alliance with a single purpose: to combat Moros and secure humanity's hope. Among them, the Dragon Country and the Lighthouse Country became the elder states, wielding the greatest authority. The remaining nations, the Polar Bear Country, the Cherry Blossom Country, the Sun Never Sets Country, the France Country, and the Third Country, became the 5 executive states holding authority, second only to the elder states. The alliance headquarters was established in Shanghai City of the Dragon Country, for at that time the Dragon Country was the safest place in the world. Not a single Moros had breached its borders. The Dragon Country had already closed its borders during the earlier economic sanctions, shutting down most civilian interests. Internally, the Dragon Country had achieved self-sufficiency, relying on no other nation, and had made breakthroughs in all fields of technology. This was the first time personnel from other countries had entered the Dragon Country since the economic sanctions. Upon arrival, they immediately noticed the country had undergone a monumental transformation. Their phones and computers were entirely incompatible with those in the Dragon Country. They could not even access the Dragon Country's internet without using VPN software to connect to foreign networks. This caused immense difficulties for their work. Their technology was completely incompatible with the Dragon Country's systems, leading to inevitable conflicts. The underlying systems had diverged entirely, severely inconveniencing everyone's daily life and work. By this time, 99 of the Dragon Country's phones, computers, servers, industrial control systems, and enterprise computers had all been replaced with the Longteng operating system. Moreover, all software was developed based on the Longteng programming language, and even the underlying network protocol stack had been replaced with the more efficient Longteng protocol stack. This was part of the Dragon Country's technological advancement. After deeming the original TCP/IP protocol stack outdated and complex, they collaborated across departments to replace the fundamental protocol stack. Numerous similar changes had taken place. So what were these foreign workers to do? The simplest solution was for software engineers to learn the Dragon Country's operating system programming language and software protocols. This was a lengthy learning process, and first these foreign engineers had to master the Chinese language. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain, for the Longteng operating system and programming language were built upon Chinese. Without knowing Chinese, how could they learn? Chinese, the world's most difficult language to learn, immediately caused all engineers to groan in despair. It was truly too hard. Yet they had no choice but to learn. The Dragon Country was no longer what it used to be but now stood as the world's foremost nation unmatched by. Previously the Lighthouse Country could still contend, but since the outbreak of Moros there and the Dragon Country's constant development while conserving strength, the gap between them had silently widened. The Dragon Country's technology now led the world. The Human Alliance. Its headquarters was established in Shanghai City, Longhua, with nations dispatching their envoys. Ross was a software engineer from Dongtan Nation specializing in the study of various system architectures. He had also contributed a significant amount of code to open-source projects including Linux. This time he was sent to Longhua tasked primarily with integrating Longhua's network systems and installing software systems. For him, it was an entirely new experience. Upon arriving in Longhua, he immediately discerned that the country's software systems and communication protocols had completely abandoned the mainstream global systems. In other words, the protocols Ross had previously learned were utterly useless in Longhua. Everything had to be relearned from scratch. Left with no choice, Ross had to start afresh, mastering the Longteng system and various communication protocols to fulfill his work. Fortunately, Ross had always been fascinated by Longhua's culture and had taught himself its language, an advantage that led Dongtan Nation to send him here. Ross searched online for materials on the Longteng system and the Longteng programming language, immersing himself in study. The more he read, the more astonished he became. He realized that Longhua had imperceptibly left Dongtan Nation far behind. The Longteng system was simply too advanced. Its performance was an entire 3 times that of the Windows system. Moreover, the intelligence of the Longteng system had truly reached the level of artificial intelligence. No wonder he had often seen Longhua citizens on the streets using their phones to control various functions through voice commands or conversing with the intelligent AI within. Such crucial information. He, a software engineer from Dongtan Nation, always working at the forefront of the industry, had been completely unaware that Longhua's software technology had reached such a level. Dongtan Nation's economic sanctions had effectively forced Longhua into seclusion, leaving those abroad ignorant of the country's current state. All they knew was that Longhua's aerospace technology was the #1 in the world. After all, even Dongtan Nation had to purchase anti-gravity spacecraft from Longhua, and at a tremendous cost. Ross was utterly exhilarated. He was a technology fanatic. Longhua's technology was so advanced. He was determined to thoroughly study the operating system and communication protocols of Longhua. The deeper he delved, the more he could sense the awe-inspiring nature of what had been created. The one who developed the Longteng operating system and the Longteng programming language must be a master of supreme technical skill, endowed with formidable cognitive and creative abilities. At this moment, Ross began to admire this great master of the Longteng operating system and Longteng programming language. Ross could barely manage to keep learning, but those foreigners who had no understanding of Chinese were utterly baffled. They stared at the square-shaped characters before them, feeling as though this must be a punishment from God. How could such a terrifying script exist in the world? Many simply went on strike. They petitioned their home countries for immediate repatriation. Others pleaded for Longhua to provide translators to assist them in learning the country's technology. Longhua flatly rejected these unreasonable demands and issued a stern rebuke. If you do not know Chinese, then learn it yourself. Longhua will not assign anyone to assist you. Alternatively, you may choose to leave Longhua immediately. Such was their unwavering resolve. The current Longhua had no need for assistance from these nations. On the contrary, if your country wishes to learn from Longhua's advanced technology, yet demands Longhua's help, it is akin to entering someone's shop to buy goods, not only refusing to pay, but also expecting the shopkeeper to give you money. Such behavior was an outright insult to Longhua. With no other option, the nations had to act with their tails between their legs, earnestly beginning to study Longhua's technology and culture. Of course, as the Alliance headquarters, Longhua provided the venue and installed all equipment, including the headquarters systems, all of which were adapted from the Longteng system. In other words, for the time being, only Longhua's engineers could maintain the Alliance headquarters software systems. It seemed to offer no tangible benefits, but those who understood. The nations were left with little choice but to comply. Nevertheless, the representatives of the various nations were finally able to move into the headquarters and commence their. They began holding meetings, and more meetings, discussing how to deal with Mauoc. Orders were issued from the headquarters, and humanity took a firm step forward in the war against the alien invasion. Longhua Longbu. Bai Hui had been engaged in scientific research these days, his time consumed by a myriad of research directions that required his direction. Moreover, many affairs of Longbu demanded his decisions, and even the military super soldier project frequently called to report progress or seek his input. Additionally, Bai Hui was the minister of the Space Department, overseeing the construction of space bases, lunar bases, and spacecraft, all requiring his final say. Indeed, during this period, Bai Hui wished he could split himself in two, for he was simply overwhelmed with tasks. Fortunately, Bai Hui's brain development had reached 25, allowing him to handle all affairs with remark. Had it been anyone else, they would have been exhausted to death, even if they could complete the work. After all, through relentless training, Bai Hui had finally attained the peak physical state, perfectly mastering his own strength. Moreover, Bai Hui began to sense a bottleneck upon reaching this peak physical state. It felt as though countless shackles were tightly binding his body, making it hard for him to breathe. These were the genetic shackles present in every living being. For humans, the critical task was to shatter these genetic bonds, to fully unlock the power of one's genes and ultimately attain the state of a perfect life form. Since reaching the peak physical state, Bai Hui had broken 3 genetic shackles. Each of these 3 genetic shackles corresponded to a human gene, and all 3 were likely related to the right. Because after breaking these 3 shackles, Bai Hui felt his right hand grow far more powerful, its explosive strength surpassing that of his left hand. Yet how numerous are the human genes? He had only unlocked 3 genes. There was still a long, arduous path ahead to fully unlock his own genetic potential. 02. System Function System Laboratory. Popularity value 12568794121. 2 billion. Bai Hui's gene development level had already reached 5. 02. System Function System Laboratory. Popularity value 12568794121. 2 billion. Bai Hui's gene development level had already reached 5. 02. The reason for such a high gene development level was that his brain development level had reached 25. The brain is also a part of the human body and plays a very significant role within the entire organism. The gene development level of ordinary people is extremely low, never exceeding 1% at most. Some individuals are born with various advantages, such as a photographic memory, immense strength, or strong logical reasoning. Humans should all be equal in theory, and there should be no such differences, but in reality these disparities are wide. Many people must have experienced something similar. Why can I never grasp the knowledge in textbooks, while my deskmate sleeps all day, yet always ranks among the top in every exam? It is because certain genes within their bodies have been activated from birth, thus creating these differences. Photographic memory and immense strength are all due to genetic factors. These individuals are born with enviable talents and will become pillars of society in the future. However, their gene development level will also stop there with no further progress. For Bai Hui to achieve a gene development level of 502 was already quite formidable. Of course, reaching 100 would still be a very long journey. At this moment, Bai Hui was working in his office. Although he had been continually engaged in scientific research, he was also aware of major international events. In recent days, the hottest news in the world was none other than the emergence of Moros and the devastating losses suffered by humanity. No one had expected that human civilization would be plunged into an extinction crisis because of a single creature. Even within the Dragon Kingdom, discussions had erupted into chaos. All online platforms, such as Weibo, Bilibili, and Zhihu, were dominated by Moros coverage. The #1 trending topic on Weibo was countries around the world establish an anti-Moros alliance headquartered in Shanghai City, Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, all 10 of the top trending topics were occupied by Moros. The reaction of the Dragon Kingdom's people was relatively calm, as no Moros invasion incidents had occurred within the kingdom's borders. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had now sealed its borders. All supplies and passengers entering the kingdom were subject to strict inspections and a mandatory half-month quarantine period. This was to prevent Moros from seizing the opportunity to enter. Once it breached the Dragon Kingdom's borders, it would undoubtedly be an extremely adverse sign for the nation. The Dragon Kingdom has a large and densely concentrated population. If invaded by Moros, it would spread rapidly, leading to catastrophic consequences. Compared to the panic and riots abroad, netizens in the Dragon Kingdom were not overly worried, as they believed in the strength of their great nation standing behind them. Alas, things are too tragic abroad. This creature Moros, where on earth did it come from? It's terrifying. Could it be a prehistoric creature? Could the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago be related to Moros? The imagination of the person above is quite rich. Why not say it's an alien creature? Hey, you know what? Moros really resembles the insect race in sci-fi movies. That incredibly powerful reproductive ability and terrifying mobility are so alike. The analysis above makes sense. I also think Moros is somewhat like an insect race. Earth simply couldn't nurture creatures of this level. Bai Hui scrolled through the netizens' comments filled with emotion. He had never expected that what would bring Earth to the brink of extinction was not a wormhole on the far side of the moon, but a creature that had emerged from nowhere. Suddenly a voice echoed in Bai Hui's mind. Moros. Host, I seem to have some recollection of this creature. The system was uncertain whether Moros was the race in its memory. Bai Hui was overjoyed and immediately asked, System, do you know the origin of this creature? Tell me quickly. The system hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Host, this creature is very similar to a race in my memory. What race? The Zerg, the Blade Zerg. Bai Hui was stunned. So it really is the Zerg. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, Moros is the Blade Zerg. The Blade Zerg is a subordinate branch of the Zerg. It is an extremely terrifying creature. This race likes to seal their embryonic eggs inside cultivation spheres and release large numbers of these spheres to every corner of the universe, waiting to encounter new living planets. Once the Blade Zerg encounters a living planet, they immediately reproduce in massive numbers, occupying the entire planet within a short time and devouring everything on it. It can be said that this creature is reviled throughout the universe, yet there is little that can be done against the Blade Zerg, because the Blade Zerg itself is equivalent to a level 4 civilization, and it has the backing of the Zerg, making it virtually untouchable. What? Bai Hui was greatly shocked. Moros was the Blade Zerg, and it was a level 4 civilization. How could humanity possibly resist? Host, don't worry. Let me finish. Although the overall level of the Blade Zerg has reached level 4 civilization, the embryos inside the cultivation spheres are merely their most ordinary warriors. As long as you humans on Earth kill the Moros on the planet, there will be no danger. Bai Hui breathed a sigh of relief, but he still asked stubbornly, System, what if it's not the Blade Zerg? Host, just gather more information about Moros, and let me judge. The information available on the internet was all very superficial, lacking any critical data. However, given Bai Hui's current status and position, obtaining a dossier on Moros was not difficult in the slightest. Soon as secretary of Bai Hui printed out a document on Moros and handed it to him. Yes, Moros is indeed the Blade Zerg. This time, after seeing the more detailed information, the system declared with absolute certainty. Bai Hui calmed down. Initially, he had not been particularly interested in Moros, as the various countries still possessed considerable strength and would presumably be able to eliminate Moros quickly. However, the system suddenly told him that Moros was an extraterrestrial creature and one of the most terrifying races among them, the Blade Zerg. The Blade Zerg are renowned throughout the entire universe, their footprints spanning the cosmos. The system, and they are the vanguard of the Zerg civilization, utilizing their unique reproductive methods to annihilate countless civilizations, earning them a notorious reputation. Once a 5th-level civilization attempted to eliminate the Blade Zerg, but due to their widespread distribution across the universe, they proved impossible to eradicate. Thus, even a 5th-level civilization wielding causal weapons could not destroy the Blade Zerg, allowing this race to thrive to this day. Of course, the Zerg civilization itself is a formidable presence in the universe, possessing an eternal civilization with immense backing, which is why the Blade Zerg have always been able to act with impunity. The system briefly introduced the Blade Zerg, a race indeed worthy of bravado, as even a 5th-level civilization failed to annihilate them. What can we do? Does it have any weaknesses? Bai Hui frowned, realizing this Zerg creature posed a grave threat to human civilization. Humanity had not taken Moros or the Blade Zerg seriously enough. These beings had destroyed countless life-bearing civilizations, including even powerful 2nd-level civilizations. The Blade Zerg possess such perfect talents that they have almost no weaknesses. Only by overwhelming military force swiftly eliminating them before they mature can we possibly avert this crisis. That's a problem. The Blade Zerg's reproductive capacity is too strong. They can even spread their young. Bai Hui's expression darkened as he tapped his fingers on the table, pondering solutions. The Blade Zerg are indeed exceptionally gifted with virtually no flaws. Otherwise, they wouldn't be such a headache for countless cosmic civilizations. Their only weakness is that killing the Zerg queen throws them into disarray until a new queen ascends and reorganizes them. By the way, what is the specific evolutionary direction of the Blade Zerg? Bai Hui suddenly asked. This is another formidable aspect of the Blade Zerg. They specifically parasitize intelligent beings. By devouring the brains of intelligent creatures, they evolve rapidly, even surpassing the level of perfect life forms. The system's tone was calm, but its words sent chills down the spine. The Blade Zerg actually fed on the brain matter of intelligent beings. The system sighed. In the universe, intelligent beings are the most precious treasures. Their brains are fundamentally different from those of ordinary animals. For instance, humans possess intelligence, forming a conceptual entity within their minds, invisible and intangible yet real. Thus, when the Blade Zerg consume large quantities of intelligent brains, they evolve rapidly. Bai Hui nodded in understanding. Indeed, since Moros appeared, it had never been reported to parasitize other animals, at most using them to spread its young. But never had a Moros parasitized an ordinary animal. Scientists from various nations had debated this issue, but failed to reach substantive conclusions, merely assuming that Moros preferred to parasitize humans. In truth, Moros did not favor humans specifically, it favored intelligent beings. Since humans were the only intelligent beings on Earth, it parasitized them. Now humanity had no choice but to rely on overwhelming military force to swiftly eliminate the Blade Zerg. In this regard, humans still held the upper hand against Moros. After all, no matter how powerful the Blade Zerg were, they remained organic life forms, and all life forms could be killed. Humanity's high lethality weapons still instilled fear in Moros. But if humans failed to curb Moros spread quickly, and if the Zerg kept evolving beyond humanity's capacity, then that would spell humanity's doom. The 2nd-level civilizations destroyed by the Blade Zerg had failed to take the threat seriously enough, allowing the Zerg to proliferate, until perfect life-form level Zerg emerged, annihilating entire civilizations. Of course, the Blade Zerg had never destroyed a 3rd-level civilization through parasitism. Most victims were first-level, with very few second-level civilizations. Third-level civilizations and above were fundamentally different from second-level, making it difficult for the Blade Zerg to destroy a third-level civilization through parasitism. As a fourth-level civilization, the Blade Zerg naturally possessed formidable traits, but against a third-level civilization, they could only rely on brute force to annihilate it. Bai Hui tapped his right finger lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic tap-tap-tap, but he paid it no heed, lost in thought. First, he might need to pause his current work to deal with Moros. Otherwise, before the civilization from the wormhole on the moon's far side arrived, Earth would be destroyed by Moros. Where would one seek justice? Overwhelming military force, direct suppression. Bai Hui's first thought was the super soldier program. The Kirin Squadron. A super soldier team jointly established by the four major military regions of the Dragon Kingdom. It consisted entirely of super soldiers who could enter the pinnacle physical state. Although Bai Hui had been focused on scientific research as the chief instructor of the Kirin Squadron, he still kept an eye on its progress. 3 months had passed since the Kirin Squadron's inception. During these 3 months, former military elites had undergone special training, and now over 260 individuals could enter the pinnacle physical state. Of course, they could only barely achieve it, not fully master it. They could only activate the pinnacle state in critical moments to unleash a devastating blow and defeat their opponents. Fortunately, the former captains of the Dragon Fang Squadron and the Shark Squadron, after over 3 months of arduous training, had truly reached the pinnacle physical state and sensed their genetic shackles. They were true super soldiers. Their strength, speed, reaction time, and all other attributes had greatly improved. The human body is full of possibilities. At this moment, they could kill a tiger with a single punch. Their reaction speed allowed them to dodge a high-velocity bullet. To better differentiate the capabilities of super soldiers, the military established a ranking system, of course consulting Bai Hui in the process. After all, he was the one most knowledgeable about human genetic potential. Based on the specifics, they divided the process of mastering the pinnacle physical state into percentages. Those who had just entered the pinnacle state with less than 30 mastery were classified as third-class soldiers. Those with mastery between 30 and 70 were second-class soldiers. Those with mastery between 70 and 99 were first-class soldiers. Those who had truly reached the pinnacle physical state, sensed the power of genetic shackles, and embarked on the path of genetic development, were designated as war generals. The entire Dragon Kingdom had only 3 war generals: Bai Hui, Lei Gang, and Jin Zhan. These 3 are the true super warriors of Dragon Country. Additionally, Dragon Country currently has 22 first-class warriors and 86 second-class warriors. There are 157 third-class warriors. These over 260 warriors constitute the entire strength of the Kirin Squad. Among first-class, second-class, and third-class warriors, the increase in power is not very significant, because the goal of all 3 is to reach the physical limit state of the human body. To attain greater power, one must break the genetic shackles to achieve rapid improvement. However, there are indeed differences among these 3 levels. For example, between a third-class and a second-class warrior, the maximum power they can unleash is basically the same, but other attributes are far inferior to those of a second-class warrior. In the physical limit state, a newly promoted third-class warrior can only forcibly overdraw their body to unleash a single strongest strike. A second-class warrior, however, can already initially enjoy the attribute enhancements of the physical limit state, including speed, reaction ability, and so on. When it comes to first-class warriors, the difference is even more pronounced. A first-class warrior can enter the physical limit state at any time and can basically control their own power without experiencing total exhaustion after a single burst. Combat effectiveness among the 3 levels is not absolute. For instance, a first-class warrior may have poor fighting skills and dare not risk their life. On the other hand, a third-class warrior who has long been on the battlefield with rich combat experience and superb fighting skills can easily defeat a first-class warrior in such a situation. But the gap between the warrior level and the war general level is enormous. The war general level has already embarked on the path of unlocking human genes. Meanwhile, the warrior level is still struggling to master the physical limit. The gap between these 2 levels is extremely large. Unless an accident occurs, it is very difficult for a warrior level to defeat a war general level, even if your fighting skills are superb. A war general level has all attributes of the body enhanced. Even if your combat skills are ever so superb, your speed is like that of a snail in the face of a war general level powerhouse. Under such circumstances, how can one possibly defeat a war general level powerhouse? At this moment, Bai Hui felt that the time for the Kirin Squad to emerge had come. 1,000 days of training for a single moment of use. It is time for the Kirin Squad to reveal their sharpness. Before the Blade Zerg evolves extensively, the super warriors of the Kirin Squad can still deal with the Blade Zerg. Once the Blade Zerg evolves, the Kirin Squad will no longer be very effective. The Blade Zerg Queen, also known as the Moros King, has evolved to a level that ordinary super warriors can probably no longer handle. Even war general level powerhouses are no match for it. After all, the Moros, standing 10 meters tall, is already an extremely formidable existence. In terms of pure combat power, there is probably no one on Earth who can match it. The only advantage humans have is the various powerful thermal weapons. Once the super warriors of the Kirin squad are equipped with suitable thermal weapons, their combat power can be multiplied several-fold. Therefore, in actual combat, the super warriors of the Kirin squad still have a significant advantage. Bai Hui already had a plan in mind, but these matters still needed to be discussed with the Grand Elder, who would oversee the overall situation. Next, Bai Hui informed the Grand Elder about the Blade Zerg via telephone, also explaining the formidable aspects of it. After listening, the Grand Elder could not help but exclaim, "I never expected Moros to actually be an extraterrestrial creature." The last words of Emperor Pu were actually true. Yes, at this moment the Grand Elder had completely sorted out the entire matter. The appearance of Moros should have been because the Lighthouse country obtained the Blade Zerg cultivation sphere from somewhere, leading to today's consequences. This can be considered a calamity for the Lighthouse country. They brought trouble upon themselves, and now they are tasting the bitter fruits. Without hesitation, the Grand Elder immediately authorized the Kirin squad to act in emergencies, with the military coordinating and assigning tasks. The invasion of extraterrestrial creatures has raised the nature of this matter to another level. The entire military of Dragon Country has entered a state of war readiness, prepared for battle at any moment. In a rainforest in South America, there are towering trees with dense canopies that shroud the entire land. Even satellites in the sky cannot be certain of seeing through the leaves to the interior of the rainforest. The entire rainforest is sparsely populated by humans and is filled with many dangers, such as various poisonous snakes, spiders, scorpions, and so on. If a person enters this rainforest without adequate protection, it is absolutely a life-and-death situation, extremely dangerous. Unknown to humans, deep within this rainforest, there are towering figures. Each of them stands 1 to 2 meters tall, their entire bodies resembling insects with forelimbs as sharp as blades. They are precisely the Moros, the Blade Zerg. What is most astonishing is that within this rainforest, there are 2 Moros of enormous size. One of them is over 20 meters tall. Its massive body is like a small hill, its forelimbs like blades, inspiring awe. It is the Blade Zerg Queen, the Moros, that controls the entire globe. The other Moros is slightly smaller, about 10 meters tall. At this moment, this smaller Moros is prostrating on the ground, kneeling respectfully before the Zerg Queen. Around them, countless Moros are prostrating on the ground, not daring to make a sound. The Blade Zerg Queen, with compound eyes gazing around continuously, emits Yah-Yah calls. The Zerg Queen is giving orders to all the Moros. This is their clan's method of communication. No Zerg dares to question the Queen's words. After the Queen finished giving instructions, the smaller Moros let out a mournful cry, as if bidding farewell to the Queen. The other Moros also emitted mournful sounds. In the Queen's eyes a complex sadness appeared. She gently lifted a claw and stroked the 10-meter-tall Moros. 3 days later, at the World Alliance headquarters in Shanghai City, Dragon Country. At this moment, representatives from various countries are holding a meeting. Since the establishment of the Alliance, representatives meet several times a day to discuss specific measures against Moros. This is not a simple matter. They need to study methods to prevent the spread of Moros based on their invasion. At this point, most countries around the world have already discovered traces of Moros, and leaders of various nations are overwhelmed dealing with them. Therefore, the World Alliance is also very busy, constantly coordinating all parties and launching a series of countermeasures. A staff member rushed into the meeting room. "Good news, we have located the Moros' king. King Moros has appeared. King Moros has appeared in the South American rainforest." The staff member who rushed in shouted breathlessly. Everyone in the meeting room brightened at these words. King Moros has appeared. This was good news. For humanity, the fear was not that King Moros was formidable, but that it kept hiding. As long as King Moros appeared with the current power of mankind, it could be slain. Once King Moros died, the entire Moros race would fall into chaos. They would no longer be able to act with order under the command of the Mother Queen, inflicting severe damage on humanity. That would be the moment of humanity's counterattack. The representative of the Lighthouse Nation trembled with excitement and shouted, "Convene a global meeting immediately. Invite leaders of all nations to discuss the general offensive." The Lighthouse Nation was the country most severely invaded by the Moros. They longed day and night to annihilate those abominable creatures. Now they saw the opportunity. King Moros had appeared. The Dragon Nation representative said, "Gentlemen, I propose we convene a global meeting immediately." The Polar Bear Nation representative seconded. The Sakura Nation representative also seconded. As long as more than half of the World Alliance representatives agreed, a global meeting could be called to summon the leaders of all nations. No one opposed, so the global meeting was convened. President Pu was excited, seeing hope for the Lighthouse Nation to reclaim Golden Mountain City. "Gentlemen, I propose an immediate attack on the South American rainforest with our strongest forces to kill King Moros in one blow, then launch a counteroffensive to eliminate all Moros on Earth." No one hated the Moros more than President Pu of the Lighthouse Nation. Their country had suffered catastrophic losses, millions displaced, and the nation plunged into chaos. Thus, upon hearing of King Moras's appearance, President Pu did not hesitate to propose a full-scale counterattack. It was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and many heads of state nodded in agreement. The Sakura nation's prime minister immediately agreed. President Pu is right. This is the best moment. We have tracked its trail via satellite, and King Moras cannot know. I support launching the war. The Sakura nation was the second most devastated country after the Lighthouse nation. With its narrow territory, it relied heavily on imports. 3 months ago, as usual, it imported fresh fruits. Unexpectedly, a morass larva attached to an imported fruit was eventually bought by a resident of Raccoon. The larva parasitized the resident and then spread rapidly. The Sakura nation had little land and a dense population. Raccoon City was highly populated, and the morass infestation there was like locusts swiftly infecting half the city's population. By the time the Sakura nation reacted, millions of people in Raccoon City had been infected, eventually becoming nourishment for the morass. Moreover, due to the Sakura nation's advanced transportation, the morass spread to several neighboring cities with the flow of people. Thus, the Sakura nation harbored a deep hatred for the morass and yearned to exterminate them. At the same time, several other countries agreed with President Pu's proposal to wage war on the morass. However, the rabbit nation's leader and the polar bear nation's emperor fell into contemplation. They felt an unease in their hearts. Although this was indeed a golden opportunity, if successful, the morass would never recover. But they could find no flaw. Logically, King Moras could not possibly know that humanity had detected its trail and was planning revenge. Out of caution, the rabbit nation's leader spoke up. Gentlemen, let's wait a moment. Let's review the satellite images and analyze carefully to confirm whether it is truly King Moras. Otherwise, if we make a mistake, humanity could suffer devastating losses. In this critical moment, it's better to... The polar bear nation's emperor said, I agree. The rabbit nation's leader makes a valid point. President Pu smirked, considering the rabbit nation's caution unnecessary. However, it was no big deal. Checking the satellite images was fine. Soon, with the assistance of staff, a satellite image was displayed in the meeting. It was taken by a high-resolution military satellite, clear enough to see animals on the ground. The image showed a massive black shadow like a monster, extremely terrifying. Data analysis indicated the creature was about 10 meters in size, similar to the one in Golden Mountain City. After a series of comparisons, scientists confirmed that the monster in the South American rainforest was indeed King. Upon hearing this conclusion, President Pu exclaimed joyfully, haha, I told you it was King Moras. Rabbit Nation's leader, caution is good, but the opportunity in battle is fleeting. We must seize the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Now let's vote. Those in favor of launching war against King Moras in South America, please vote. The result was clear. No one voted against, and aside from a few abstentions, all voted in favor. Excellent. Let these damned monsters witness the power of humanity. Let them feel the fury of man. President Pu was so excited, he almost jumped. The Rabbit Nation's leader still felt uneasy, but since the decision was made, they would have to adapt. The war began. For this campaign, the Human Alliance mobilized over 10 million soldiers, all to enter the South American rainforest and sound the horn of counterattack against King Moras. Additionally, other forces were stationed at various Moras-occupied territories, waiting for the moment King Moras fell to launch a lightning offensive and reclaim lost land. This was humanity's first global cooperation. For the survival of mankind, every nation contributed its strength. This was a war of species. This was a war of survival. There was no right or wrong, only victory or defeat. For this battle, all nations entered full combat readiness, deploying countless fighter jets and bombers. The Lighthouse Nations, H-22, the Dragon Nations, X-20, the Polar Bear Nations, S-57, all were mobilized. Aircraft carriers began converging on South America. Without exaggeration, this operation was unprecedented in scale in all of history. The globe is roughly divided into 4 battlefields: the Baitazu battlefield, the Namiazu battlefield, the Shizhou battlefield, and the Heizhou battlefield. Among these, the Namiazu battlefield has the largest concentration of military forces. This is because King Maluosi resides in the Namiazu rainforest. Secondly, Baitazu, as the second most significant battlefield after Namiazu, also has a substantial number of troops deployed. The total number of forces combined amounts to over 4 million. This is because the Dongtagua is located in Baitazu. At the same time, Baitazu also has the highest number of Maluosi in the world. The third battlefield is the Heizhou battlefield. The countries here, due to extreme poverty, are unable to organize significant military forces to resist the Maluosi. Thus, the number of Maluosi here is the second highest in the world after Baitazu. The nations of Heizhou in this catastrophe have united completely for survival. They form the Heizhou Alliance. This alliance will provide mutual assistance and support. However, due to Heizhou's extreme poverty, even the combined strength of all its nations is inferior to that of Longhua or Dongtagua. Therefore, in this war, the Heizhou Alliance's mission is merely to eliminate the Maluosi on their own soil. To aid the Heizhou Alliance, Dongtagua and Longhua have also sent some advanced weapons to support Heizhou. Additionally, the fourth battlefield is the Shizhou Alliance. Shizhou, originally a region with a highly developed economy and formidable military power, quickly responded to the Maluosi invasion by establishing military defense lines. Thus the losses in Shizhou were not too severe. However, due to its dense population, the number of Maluosi continues to increase. It has become the fourth region in the world with the highest number of Maluosi. As for Zhongzhou, where Longhua is located, the number of Maluosi is relatively small. Across the entire Zhongzhou, only Yinghuagua and Asingua have a relatively high number of Maluosi. The two major powers Longhua and Beijixingua have no trace of Maluosi within their borders. Longhua, having previously suffered economic sanctions and severed ties with other countries, isolated itself. Only a few official channels allow entry and exit from Longhua. After the Maluosi outbreak, Longhua reacted swiftly, promptly establishing a stringent biological invasion prevention inspection line. Anything entering Longhua's interior must undergo thorough inspection. Moreover, it must be quarantined in a designated isolation area for a full week. The larvae of Maluosi take only a week to mature from parasitism to adulthood. Additionally, Longhua is continuously recruiting troops and maintaining a tight defense along the entire borderline. The entire borderline does not permit any human or animal entry. Even a bird attempting to fly into Longhua would be shot dead, completely cutting off the source of Maluosi. Thus, over these 3 months, the people of Longhua have felt little impact. Unlike Dengtagua, where the entire country is in a state of panic with everyone enveloped in an atmosphere of fear. As for Beijixingua, due to its vast territory, sparse population, and cold climate, even if Maluosi entered the country, they could not spread and would be swiftly eliminated by Beijixingua. However, Yinghuagua, Asingua, and the southeastern region of Zhongzhou have suffered considerable losses. Yet specifically, they have not yet formed an independent war zone. After the war broke out, these countries infested by Maluosi will form their own local war zones, relying primarily on their own military forces, supplemented by support from other nations to swiftly eradicate the Maluosi. As for the distribution of military forces across the 4 war zones, first is the Namiazu war zone. Major powers must deploy military forces collectively to eliminate this greatest threat. Second, the Baitazu war zone will be primarily led by Dengtagua, with countries like Longhua, Beijixingua, and the Ribulo sending token forces to assist. However, these forces will not be substantial as a global war is imminent, and every region requires support. Dengtagua, as the former world superpower, possesses sufficient strength to handle this. The Shizhou war zone, on the other hand, will be entirely coordinated by the Shizhou nations themselves. Because in the Shizhou war zone, human strength far exceeds that of the Maluosi, so no additional assistance is needed. On the contrary, the Shizhou war zone must also send personnel to aid the Heizhou war zone. Although Heizhou has a large population, its technological strength is weak, lacking truly lethal weapons. Sometimes a large population can be a disadvantage. For instance, when dealing with Maluosi, if there are too many people without defenses, they become hosts for parasitism, ultimately serving as nourishment for Maluosi reproduction. Therefore, the Shizhou war zone must also provide additional support to the Heizhou war zone. As for Longhua and Beijixingua, these two major powers need to send personnel to assist other countries in Zhongzhou that have been invaded by Maluosi. For example, Yinghuagua, Asingua, and the southeastern countries of Zhongzhou. Due to their narrow territories and dense populations, the number of Maluosi is also extremely high. Relying solely on their own national strength, they can hardly deal with these monsters. Thus, external assistance is required. All these parties will be coordinated by the global anti-Maluosi alliance, sharing intelligence, striving for a single decisive victory to completely exterminate the entire Maluosi species. For other animals, humans would speak of compassion and mercy. Words like biodiversity, each creature being a gift of nature, and everyone's responsibility to protect life would be uttered. However, in this war, these people did not utter a single word. Because everyone knows this is a matter of human survival. It is a war between two advanced species. The Maluosi are too terrifying. After the meeting, all nations worldwide began major operations. 3 days. Yes, a deadline of 3. All countries must be prepared. Once the 3 days are up, the attack on King Maluosi in Namiazu will commence immediately. Longhua also began deploying troops. Under the repeated deliberations of the elders, the 4 war zones of Longhua finally had a specific allocation plan. First, General Liu Yunsheng of the Shengjing war zone will be responsible for the overall defense of Longhua. The other 3 war zones, the Southeast Military Zone, the Southwest Military Zone, and the Northwest Military Zone, will all be dispatched abroad for international aid. Among them, the Southeast Military Zone under Commander Li Huaixing will go to support the southeastern region of Zhongzhou. The Southwest War Zone under Commander Fu Jianming will go to support Asingua. The Northwest region will send some personnel to support Yinghuagua and some to the western part of Zhongzhou. Additionally, Longhua's top-secret combat team, the True National Treasure, the Qilin team, will remain in Longhua, hidden in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Moreover, apart from the 4 military regions, Longhua also possesses some hidden forces. These forces, under the arrangement of the Grand Elder, are also on standby. For some reason the Grand Elder always felt that this battle might not go smoothly. At this moment Bai Hui was within the Dragon Department's research division in Shengjing inside a highly secretive. This laboratory built specifically by Bai Hui beforehand had no one else. It was his exclusive private. Inside the lab, he manipulated countless mechanical arms, assembling a machine that resembled a human form. But its size was 1 or 2 times larger. If an outsider saw this machine they would surely exclaim in astonishment, "Wow, is this a mecha?" Indeed, what Bai Hui was now crafting was a combat-ready mecha. Whether to defeat the Blade Zerg or to prepare for the potential threat to Earth from an unknown civilization emerging through a wormhole on the far side of the moon a decade later. The mecha as a war machine of technological civilization was absolutely necessary to produce. Bai Hui's mecha was entirely silver with a large blade mounted on its right arm and a lethal weapon, an ion cannon, installed on its left arm. Simultaneously, the mecha's feet were equipped with micro-anti-gravity engines capable of providing 5 times. These micro-anti-gravity engines utilized the finest lightweight high-strength materials on Earth with components crafted by the highest precision machine tools, the pinnacle of contemporary terrestrial manufacturing. Of course, this did not mean the micro-anti-gravity engine was the ultimate form of such technology, rather it was the highest level achievable given Earth's current industrial capabilities. The 2 micro-anti-gravity engines aboard the mecha allowed it to soar into the sky with ease or to use its entire body as a weapon accelerating violently to ram enemies. Additionally, the mecha's head employed holographic imaging technology projecting all surrounding conditions into the cramped interior space. Within the head were also the 4 core chips of the entire mecha manufactured using Dragon Kingdom's most advanced 2 nanometers process. The 2 nanometers chip, essentially the limit of silicon-based chips, boasted immense performance and extremely low power consumption. These 4 chips powered all computations for the mecha's operation. If they were damaged, the entire mecha would be rendered. Of course, to prevent contingencies, Bai Hui installed an additional 2 nanometers chip in the chest as a backup. If the main control chips in the head were compromised, the chest chip would activate, entering an emergency mode that only supported virtual reality functions and control of the anti-gravity engines. The mecha's back housed the weapon module. It could carry small missiles, hypervelocity bullets, and even a miniature electromagnetic railgun that used electromagnetic force to accelerate metal projectiles to extremely high speeds, delivering devastating lethality. The entire mecha's transmission architecture relied on electromagnetic engines driven by various gears and bearings. Inside the mecha, numerous sensors collected human movements which were analyzed by artificial intelligence to control the mecha's actions. When piloting inside, one could move as naturally as walking without any discomfort. Finally, the most critical component of the entire mecha was its energy module. Internationally, many nations were secretly researching mechas. Yet to this day, no country had developed a mecha with practical combat value. One could imagine the immense difficulty of mecha research, with the energy module being the most challenging aspect. Such a massive mecha required enormous energy for propulsion, and the best battery available to humanity previously was the lithium battery. Although lithium batteries had decent energy density, they fell short as a power source for a mecha. The lithium-air battery Bai Hui had invented earlier boasted 10 times the energy density of ordinary lithium batteries, and even the Longteng one relied on lithium-air battery packs to power its spacecraft. However, such batteries were still insufficient for a mecha. The internal space of a mecha was limited, so it could not accommodate a large battery. This demanded that the battery be both compact and highly energetic, 2 constraints that had been the greatest obstacles to mecha development. A nuclear battery was an excellent choice. In science fiction films, many mechas were powered by nuclear batteries, as only nuclear energy could provide such immense power. Yet reality was harsh. With current human technology, it was impossible to manufacture sufficiently small nuclear fission or fusion batteries. The nuclear batteries used by humanity were all radioisotope thermoelectric generators. These converted the heat from radioactive decay into electricity via semiconductor transducers. Such batteries boasted extremely long lifespans, but low energy output, making them unsuitable for mecha. The mecha Bai Hui was building this time did not use a nuclear battery. Even for him, miniaturizing nuclear fission or fusion and compressing it into a single cell would require a very long time. Instead, he employed a new type of battery, the silver plasma battery. This battery was the most advanced power source of a Tier 2 civilization and the one with the highest energy density in Bai Hui's mind aside from nuclear fission and fusion batteries. The silver plasma battery used extremely powerful energy to convert silver metal into plasma, scientifically termed plasma, hence the name. Its performance was extraordinary, with energy density over 10 times that of lithium-air batteries and 100 times that of ordinary lithium batteries. Of course, manufacturing the silver plasma battery was extremely difficult. Bai Hui, leveraging the entire resources of the Dragon Department, had only managed to produce 9 silver plasma. These 9 batteries would be installed in the mecha, providing enough power for 10 hours of sustained flight or about 1 hour of extreme combat. This fully equipped it for practical combat. Bai Hui named this mecha the Silver Dragon Armor. 3 days had passed. While Bai Hui was building the silver dragon armor, the battle began. All nations in accordance with the agreement had deployed their forces awaiting only the signal to strike. This was a war of races, a struggle for survival. Everyone waited in tense anticipation. Inside the command center of the Human Alliance, everyone stared at a large screen, displaying real-time imagery from a military satellite. They awaited the appearance of King Moros to pinpoint its exact location, so that once the war erupted they could eliminate it immediately. King Moros had not shown itself for 7 hours, and humanity feared it might have fled elsewhere. If they alerted it, prematurely killing it would become far more difficult. Finally, at 1020 in the morning, the satellite imagery once again captured the trace of King Moros. A gleam of determination flashed in everyone's eyes. War commenced. The battle commenced. Tension etched across every face, a sharp gleam shining in the eyes of the generals. Advance. With a single command, tens of millions of human soldiers began their march. The first to move were the over 10 million troops of the South American war zone. Their mission was of paramount importance: to enter the rainforests of South America and slay King Moros. Once King Moros fell, all Moros across the world would fall into chaos, fighting separately. Only when a new queen emerged would they reorganize. This was the opportunity. The Dragon Kingdom had deployed a full 500,000 troops in South America. Moreover, since the main forces of the Lighthouse Kingdom were concentrated in the North Tower War Zone, the Dragon Kingdom now held supremacy in the South American theater. The commander of the Dragon Kingdom's forces in South America was a general named Su Mingchuan. General Su Mingchuan, only 45 years old, was the youngest general in the Dragon Kingdom. Rising from a special forces soldier, he had fought drug trafficking in the southeastern region of Middle Continent, earning illustrious military merits and a life steeped in legend. Thus, General Su Mingchuan had been promoted beyond the usual ranks. For this operation to eliminate the king in South America, the Dragon Kingdom entrusted this grave responsibility to him. They valued his extensive battlefield experience and formidable adaptability. At that moment, General Su Mingchuan received a message from the Human Alliance. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. His resonant voice rang out, "All warriors advance." At his command, the 500,000 Dragon Kingdom soldiers, their faces stern and solemn, charged forward with unwavering resolve. Soldiers from other nations followed the Dragon Kingdom's lead, beginning their advance. Fighter jets roared across. They traced white trails of clouds. At sea, 10 aircraft carrier battle groups rode the waves, cutting through the swell as they pressed forward. On land, tanks and military vehicles sped toward the South American rainforest. This was humanity's all-or-nothing gamble. In just 10 minutes, all forces had reached the rainforest. General Weave spotted Moros to the southwest. A military scout reported to the command center via satellite. Su Mingchuan's eyes flashed with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a thunderous roar that shook the soul. "Kill." "Yes, sir." The human army opened fire fiercely. The Moros lurking in the South American rainforest had no time to react before being riddled with bullets. These were no ordinary bullets. To combat the Moros, humanity's weapons had been significantly upgraded. Standard rifles could not penetrate the Moros carapace. Thus, this time, all bullets were armor-piercing rounds, enhancing penetration and posing a lethal threat to the chirp chirp. The Moros let out shrill, agonized cries, appearing utterly pitiful. Yet no one felt. Every human knew what a terrible creature this was. This battle was a fight to the death. No mercy could be shown. The Moros, or blade bugs, faced overwhelming firepower. For a moment, they were battered green blood. However, once they regained their senses, they quickly stabilized their formation. All Moros used their powerful forelimbs to dig burrows, or found hidden spots to take cover. They evaded human fire, waiting for the chance to deliver a fatal strike. Yet in this battle, humanity held the advantage of timing, unity, and intelligence. The Moros possessed tanks and heavy equipment, could barely navigate the rainforest. Thus, human soldiers had to advance on foot, though all wore protective suits. These suits were specially customized, the fabric extremely tough, to prevent Moros larvae from stealthily burrowing into a human body to parasitize. The human army advanced with unstoppable momentum, step by step. The entire South American rainforest was encircled by human forces. This was why over 10 million troops were needed. The human side was closing and slowly pushing forward. The Moros suffered heavy losses. Of course, as beings from a fourth-level civilization, the Moros were not without means of resistance. Some smaller Moros hid in the dark corners of the rainforest. When human troops passed by, they struck from behind, delivering fatal blows. Many soldiers lost their lives. Such is war. Death is like the wind, always by one's side. In the South American Theater Command, Su Mingchuan studied the sand table at the center of the camp. The sand table depicted the South American rainforest, dotted with many red flags representing areas already secured by humanity. Other regions were unknown, not yet taken, concealing countless dangers. Scouts outside continuously relayed information back. General Su Mingchuan frowned. So far, humanity had not located King Moros. Before the battle, the Human Alliance had clearly spotted the king in this area via military satellites. Yet now, for some reason, its trace had vanished. Human fighter jets patrolled the entire rainforest, but found no sign of the king. Still no matter. A colossal creature 10 meters in size with the entire rainforest surrounded could not. All exits, by sea, land, and air, had been sealed. It was doomed. A Lighthouse Kingdom H-22 fighter jet cruised above the rainforest. Many areas below were already engulfed in flames of war. Bob was the pilot of this fighter. His only mission to locate King Moros. The H-22 was the most advanced fifth-generation fighter of the Lighthouse Kingdom and the world. Its performance was cutting-edge, the entire airframe coated with stealth materials that absorbed radar waves. It was also a thrust-vectoring fighter, capable of vertical takeoff and landing, extremely powerful. The H-22 carried various detection systems, including infrared, ultrasonic, and more. Yet nothing was found. Suddenly Bob glanced down and froze. What is that? Huge black shadows flapping enormous wings soared into the sky. When Bob focused on the shadows, his pupils contracted. Flying Moros. Without hesitation, he contacted Command Fighter 7865 reporting. At coordinates east XXXX north XXXX, I've spotted flying Moros. They are attacking me. I am taking evasive maneuvers. Watching the massive Moros fly toward him, Bai Hui launched an attack without the slightest hesitation. The machine gun sprayed wildly, spitting tongues of flame. Yet the effect was negligible. Those flying Moros were far too agile and their speed was astonishing. Many of them evaded the hail of bullets. Only a few unfortunate ones struck by the bullets fell to the ground like birds with broken wings. The rest of the Moros, screeching fiercely, charged toward the H-22 fighter jet. Bai Hui's face turned pale. These monsters were unbelievably fast. Without a moment's delay, he fled at full speed. The H-22 fighter jet was renowned worldwide for its velocity. Its top speed reached Mach 2.25, that is 2.25 times the speed of sound. Although the Moros were swift, they were far outmatched by the H-22. But the Moros did not give up. One of them let out a piercing shriek. Its right forelimb lashed out violently, hurtling forward like a bullet. At the critical moment, the Moros sacrificed its own limb, determined to bring down the fighter. The forelimb shot forward like a dagger, streaking toward the H-22 at an extreme speed. Bai Hui thought he was safe and breathed a slight sigh of relief. But the next instant, the entire fighter jet shot. The side-like forelimb, propelled by unimaginable velocity, pierced straight through the H-22's fuselage. Instantly, the surrounding air rushed into the fighter's interior. The violent friction generated intense heat. Remember, the H-22 was flying at supersonic speed. Such speed was already extreme for a fighter jet. Fuck. Bai Hui barely had time to curse before the entire jet disintegrated in midair. The searing heat rushed into the fuel tank, triggering an explosion. A deafening roar, and an expensive H-22 fighter jet was reduced to dust. Calling Unit 7865, calling Unit 7865. In the South American Theater Command Center, a communications officer was repeatedly hailing. But there was no response. General Su Mingquan's face darkened. He knew that pilot was likely doomed. It was hard to believe how quickly flying Moros had evolved. This creature was truly terrifying. The generals from various nations present all wore grim expressions, their resolve to exterminate the Moro species growing even stronger. Too terrifying. Only 3 months had passed. Flying Moros had already emerged. Could Moros evolve into a species that could move in the sea? The answer seemed certain. They might have already evolved. If Moros capable of surviving in the ocean appeared, humanity would face a life-or-death crisis. The ocean had always been a region humanity had never conquered. Once Moros escaped into the sea, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Extremely difficult to eradicate them completely. No one knew how many lurked beneath the waves. Fortunately, humans had yet to discover any ability of Moros to move in the ocean. Alert all pilots immediately. They must beware of flying Moros. General Su Mingquan. Of course, perhaps the order was already redundant. At that very moment, dense black shadows rose from the entire. Those shadows were flying Moros, a new species about which humans knew almost nothing. The swarming Moros attack instantly inflicted heavy losses on the human fighter formation. These Moros were horrifying indeed. They could even sever their own limbs to deliver fatal blows to the fighters. One after another, fighter jets had their fuselages torn open by the Moros. Then they crashed into the rainforest, igniting massive fires. This was a rainforest filled with dry combustible. The crashes sparked wildfires that spread rapidly in all directions. This posed a great threat to both the Moros in the forest and humanity. By now, humans had encircled half the rainforest. Yet they still had not found the Moros king. With no other options, humans could only fight the Moros to the death. The sound of gunfire rang out continuously across the rainforest. A fierce battle raged. However, humans ultimately held the upper hand. After all, they had begun preparing for war 3 days in advance. Moreover, the number of troops humans had committed even exceeded the Moros' population in that rainforest. And humans possessed a wide array of advanced technological weapons. These were the key factors that allowed humans to suppress the Moros. The encirclement gradually tightened, and the flames of war spread. Suddenly a thunderous roar erupted. A massive black shadow burst out of a burrow. It leaped into the sky with tremendous force and tore an S-57 fighter jet in half. The Moros King had appeared. Everyone's spirits soared. The final boss had finally shown itself. At that moment in the South American Theater Command Center and the Human Alliance headquarters, excitement surged. The Moros King had appeared. It could not escape. This was a human encirclement who, no matter how great its abilities, it could not break free. Kill it. General Su Mingxuan gave the order, his face alight with determination. There was nothing more to say. Since it had appeared, it must die. The sooner the Moros King perished, the more human lives might be saved. In that instant, every fighter jet, tank, and rocket launcher aimed at the Moros King. Boom, boom, boom. Countless volleys of firepower were unleashed. A brilliant flash illuminated the entire sky. Missiles, shells, and bullets roared forth. The Moros King sensed its peril and shrieked wildly. Countless Moros rushed to its side, using their own bodies to try to carve out a sliver of survival space for their king. But it was all futile. The combined firepower of all fighters and tanks converged on that spot. The first missile struck slightly off target. Still, it blasted a huge number of Moros into fragments. Then came the second, the third, and all the subsequent. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions echoed across the entire South American rainforest. The tremendous shockwaves even raised a small mushroom cloud. At the epicenter, the blaze blazed like a giant sun. The fierce shockwave spread outward, blasting Moros into pieces and vaporizing them instantly. This was humanity's fatal strike. Had the Moros King finally died? In the Amazon rainforest, countless bombs detonated. Blazing flashes of light threatened to sear the eyes. Innumerable Moros let out piercing shrieks as charred limbs and severed arms flew in all directions. At that moment, all of humanity focused on one question: was the Moros King dead? Everyone waited anxiously for the aftermath of the explosion to clear. Fortunately, the flames from the bombs came and went quickly. Soon the wind revealed the true scene at the center of the explosion. Fighter jets circled overhead relentlessly, confirming the final outcome. In other war zones around the world, forces were poised to strike at any moment, awaiting this very instant. A massive crater appeared at the epicenter. Beside it, a colossal creature had been charred black, its limbs and segments completely blown off. Only a massive shell remained. This was the carapace of the Moros King, a 10-meter behemoth whose armor had evolved to an extraordinary level of hardness. Thus, even countless missiles failed to shatter it. The Moros King is dead. One by one, fighter pilots reported the news to the command center, their voices trembling. Yes. Excellent. In the command center, General Su Mingxuan clenched his fist, nearly leaping. This was truly tremendous news. The most critical objective of this war was to eliminate the Moros King. Meanwhile, at the Human Alliance headquarters, the news arrived. An officer excitedly reported it to the command centers of other war zones. At the Beta Continent Theater, the region most devastated by the Moros, a massive force had been concentrated. President Pu of the Lighthouse Nation personally took command there. At that moment, he received confirmed information from the Human Alliance along with a picture. In the picture, a charred monster shell lay silently on the ground, while towering trees nearby still burned with flames. Without a doubt, only the Moros King possessed such a colossal frame. The day of revenge for our Lighthouse Nation has arrived. Dressed in military uniform, President Pu pointed forward with great vigor and issued his command. Soldiers, the Moros King is dead. For the innocent people who perished today, we exact our vengeance. All the soldiers roared in unison. Kill. The battle began. Tens of millions of troops encircled Jinshan City of the Lighthouse Nation. Jinshan City, once the Moros King's stronghold, teemed with Moros, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Not only that, but the Western Continent Theater, the Black Continent Theater, and various local theaters in the Central Continent also launched their offensives. The total war had begun. With humanity's sudden assault, the Moros were beaten back step by step, and the situation was extremely promising. The Dragon Nation, currently the most powerful country in the world, now demonstrated its formidable might. Since Bai Hui's rise, the Dragon Nation's technology had advanced at an astonishing pace. By now, in every aspect, the Dragon Nation was in no way inferior to other countries. Moreover, after the breakthrough in anti-gravity technology, the Dragon Nation had developed a wide array of weapons based on it. These included anti-gravity vehicles, anti-gravity drones, and anti-gravity airships. Of course, these new anti-gravity weapons were currently only used for military purposes. For civilian use, for the sake of secrecy, they would not be released to the market yet. In this war, all these new weapons were deployed. First, the Southeast Theater of the Central Continent. This region was densely populated and contained many impoverished nations. Consequently, the Moros spread rapidly after entering these countries. Currently, the number of Moros in the Southeast region was second only to that in the Sakura Nation within the entire Central Continent. The Southeast Theater was under the command of Li Huaixing, commander of the Southeast Military Region of the Dragon Nation. Upon receiving the attack order, Commander Li Huaixing waved his hand. Instantly, countless anti-gravity vehicles and anti-gravity drones rose into the air. Without making a sound, they reached supersonic speed in the blink of an eye. Such was the remarkable power of anti-gravity technology. If fighter jets were built using this technology, they would reach a terrifying level of performance. Of course, the Dragon Nation played a supporting role in the Southeast Theater. The main force consisted of the countries in southeastern central continent. These nations had suffered severe losses from the Moros. Now they had no choice but to fight to the death. It was a struggle for survival. Only they could save themselves. Thus all able-bodied young men were conscripted, concentrating their forces to launch a final assault against the Moros. The weapons and equipment they used were all specially made by the Human Alliance. After all, with their own national weapons, it was difficult to inflict damage on the Moros. Kill. Vietnam was a country in southeastern central continent. The number of Moros there was extremely high. Moreover, most of Vietnam's terrain consisted of hills and dense forests. The land was rife with venomous insects and traps, making it extremely difficult for humans to traverse. They could only deploy troops using various aircraft, launching attacks on cities occupied by the Moros. The two sides clashed. Moros howled and attacked humans fearlessly. Humanity's thermal weapons played a crucial role at this moment. Guns spat tongues of fire madly. You devils, all of you die. Monsters, go to hell. You killed my family. I'll slaughter you all. The soldiers' faces were wild with rage. Gritting their teeth at the monsters, they seemed to bear a deep, burning hatred. Bang, bang, bang. The battlefield thundered with gunfire. Each bullet struck the Moros, piercing straight through their bodies. Against these specially made human weapons, even the Moros' hard carapaces could not provide defense. Green blood spilled onto the ground. One by one the Moros fell. Yet more Moros still charged fearlessly. Soon some reached the humans. In close combat, humans were no match for the powerful Moros. Help me. A soldier had his arm severed by a Moros forelimb, clutching the wound and screaming in despair. Humanity had no choice but to raise their guns and fire, even at the fallen soldier. It might seem cruel, but if the Moros continued, even more soldiers would die. The soldiers wiped away their tears and continued firing wildly. They were all heroes. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Yu Kingdom lay a city named Longteng. As the capital of Yue, its dense population made it the most afflicted area. Countless Moros had occupied vast territories. Suddenly, in the sky above, anti-gravity vehicles arrived one after another. The Long Kingdom's reinforcements had come. Weapons emerged from the vehicles. Open fire, shouted Long Kingdom soldiers, who aimed their guns at the monsters below and launched an assault. Bang, bang, bang. Tongues of flame blazed crazily. On the ground, soldiers emerged from all directions. At this moment, no one flinched. However, unexpectedly, the Moros demonstrated an extremely tenacious resistance. One after another, they launched counterattacks against humanity, undaunted by death. Even as they were mowed down by the blazing fire, falling one by one, they showed no fear, charging madly. At the same time, in the center of Longteng City, dark silhouettes rose one after another. Flying Moros. They resembled ordinary Moros, except that a pair of fleshy wings on their backs allowed them to soar into the sky. Watch out. Target those flying monsters first. The commander of the Long Kingdom gave orders. From anti-gravity cars, anti-gravity drones, and various fighter jets all launched attacks against the constantly rising dark figures. In the theater command post, Commander Li Huixing frowned as he reviewed the intelligence constantly streaming in from the front lines. Logically, with the Moros' king dead and no longer commanding, the Moros should have fallen into chaos. Yet these Moros were all fearless, as if they were still being directed. How could this be? The Moros' king had... Could it be? Commander Li Huixing suddenly arrived at a terrifying conclusion. In the VoidTales theater, human forces led by Dengta country launched an offensive against the Moros. Kusite was a colonel in the Dengta military. He led a regiment and, under orders from headquarters, launched a general assault on Jinshan City. Along the way, bombers and fighters cleared the path, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. Countless Moros were blown to pieces. Kusite's main task was to eliminate the Moros that survived the bombing. The Moros were mostly concentrated in the western part of Dengta country. Forces from all directions began to encircle them. The focal point was Jinshan City, the place on Earth with the highest concentration of Moros. Kusite led his troops, sweeping through with unstoppable momentum. The remaining Moros offered no resistance. Just as humanity had predicted, once the Moros' king died, these Moros completely lost their combat effectiveness. Kusite was ecstatic, feeling that today was like picking up free battle merits. He even imagined himself in the future wearing a 5-star general's uniform, his chest laden with medals, basking in the adoration of the entire Dengta people. That feeling must be incredibly satisfying. At this moment, Kusite was brimming with pride. Soldiers, charge. The enemy is right before us. We must be the first to reach Jinshan City and kill all those damned monsters. The soldiers also wore smiles on their faces. This battle seemed so easy. Boss, don't worry. We'll be the first to reach Jinshan City and blow the monster's stronghold to pieces. Haha, boss, then you'll be a general. The situation in the VoidTales theater seemed to be going exceptionally smooth. However, the situation in other theaters was not so optimistic. In the Heizhou theater, the human alliance encountered fierce resistance. They had launched a counteroffensive but were now being forced back step by the Moros. The Shizhou theater fared somewhat better. After all the nations there were technologically advanced and wealthy. Despite the Moros' stubborn resistance, the human alliance had already gained the upper hand. But victory was still a long way off. The damn monsters were simply too frenzied. Each one fought fearlessly, resisting the human assault. The various local theaters in Zhongzhou were also not in good shape. The best off was the southeastern region thanks to the support from the Long Kingdom. The Moro side had already shown signs of decline. As for the South America theater, it was basically over. Earlier most of the forces had been concentrated to deal with the Moro's king. Now that the Moro's king was dead, humans swept through South America like a hot knife through butter. They were now mopping up the remaining Moros. Long Kingdom Xinjing Zhonghai. The 9 elders gathered. Everyone was focused on this battle. At the same time, information from the battlefield was the first elder glanced at the intelligence report, his expression turning grave. His brow furrowed into a deep, Chuan shape. The second elder approached and asked with confusion, "First elder, what's the situation?" The first elder shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Alas, the situation is not optimistic. I've had a feeling that this war is like a large net waiting for us to walk into it. Look, the situation is except for the Bai Hui theater and the South America theater, the Moros and all other theaters are extremely fearless, stubbornly resisting the human offensive. But in the Bai Hui theater, the Moros seem to have completely lost their ability to resist falling into chaos and being harvested by Dongta country." The second elder was puzzled. "Isn't that a good thing?" The first elder's expression was solemn. "Second, you must understand. This is too illogical. If the Moro's king is dead, then all Moros worldwide should have fallen into chaos. It shouldn't be possible for them to organize strength and resist human attacks. Any anomaly has a reason." Hearing the first elder's words, the other elders' eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, it was too contrary to common sense. The first elder sighed. "I have a terrifying suspicion in my heart. I think the Moro's king may not be dead yet." "What?" The 8 elders exclaimed in shock. "How could that be? The Moro's king had been blown into charred pieces, already dead beyond a shadow of a doubt." Moreover, the photos sent back from the South America theater proved that the Moro's king had indeed died. Now the first elder suddenly said the Moro's king was not dead. The 8 elders' first reaction was that it was impossible. The first elder pondered and said, "Let's trace back. First, our satellite discovered traces of the Moro's king in the South American rainforest. After repeated confirmation based on its size, we concluded that it was the Moro's king. But what if that wasn't the Moro's king? Or what if the Moro's king is someone else?" The elders were all intelligent. They instantly connected many dots. Instantly a cold sweat broke out on everyone's backs. Why would they believe the one in the South American rainforest was King Moros? In truth, it was merely their own preconceived notion. Yet no one truly knew if it was the real King Moros. The King Moros possessed no particularly distinctive feature. The greatest difference between him and an ordinary Moros was undoubtedly his massive size. This size had elevated him to the kingship of the Moros race. But what if another Moros also possessed such a colossal form? Then all of this would be a trap. A trap deliberately set by the King Moros. Once this hypothesis was established, all the bizarre circumstances on the battlefield suddenly made sense. The King Moros was not dead. The global Moros had not gone out of control. He was likely now in Jinshan City, laying an intricate net, silently waiting for prey to enter. And the human army was his prey. After the 9 elders figured everything out, a suffocating aura hung over them, and cold sweat kept pouring out. Quick informed the human alliance immediately and warned Dingta country to be careful. The great elder's face was the great elder's secretary rushed to establish contact. But it was already too late. With the Moros offering virtually no resistance, the Dongta country army advanced unopposed. They surrounded Jinshan City from all directions. By now they were less than 10 kilometers away. At this distance, the city walls of Jinshan City were already visible. Kester at the forefront gazed at the majestic city before him. A surge of pride rose in his chest. Look, it was the mighty Kester who led Dongta country to reach the enemy's stronghold first. Now came the time for slaughter. The sinful race of Moros was destined to be destroyed by the great Kester. Ha ha ha. Thinking of his triumph, Kester burst into maniacal laughter. Not only him, but even President Pu of Dongta country was exultant and proud. He was destined to become the greatest president in Dongta country's history, because he had led the army with irresistible force straight to the enemy's lair. Next, he would lead the army to retake Jinshan City, kill those damned monsters, and avenge the countless lost citizens of Dongta country, and restore Jinshan City to its former glory. My order launched the final assault on Jinshan City. Yes, the army began its final charge on Jinshan City. Kester led from the front, hoisting a rocket launcher and firing at the dense cluster of Moros ahead. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The rocket blasted a huge crater, killing over a dozen Moros. Ha ha ha, you monsters, you all deserve to die. Kester's battalion swiftly advanced to the foot of Jinshan City's walls. But suddenly a terrifying chill surged through Kester's heart, an icy sensation crawling from the base of his spine into his mind. Before him a monstrous creature over 10 meters tall appeared. Its form was exactly that of a Moros. King Moros. But wasn't King Moros already dead? Kester could no longer think. The King Moros stared at him with an icy, piercing gaze. With a single gesture of its forelimb, countless Moros surged out of Jinshan City. At this moment words were only desperate fighting remained. Damn it. I'll die. Kester felt a growing unease, but now he had no... He could only wildly fire his weapon, reaping Moros' lives. But the Moros had changed their behavior, charging at Jinshan City as the Moros' stronghold housed countless millions of them. Moros after Moros like locusts swarmed forward. They showed no fear. Above, fighter jets continuously fired bullets and missiles. Missiles exploded among the Moros, killing thousands instantly. Green blood splattered from the blast waves. Yet despairingly within Jinshan City, winged Moros began to... These flying Moros precisely targeted human fighters and bombers. Kester was reloading, panting and exhausted. The recoil from continuous firing numbed his arms. The Moros had reached them, his comrades were being slaughtered. At this moment, he realized clearly how distant his dream of becoming a 5-star general was. His earlier unstoppable advance was nothing but a Moros trap. They were the prey, and the Moros were the hunters. They were so foolish. They had walked right into the trap. Gritting his teeth, Kester raised his machine gun and fired wildly. Now aiming was unnecessary. The area ahead was filled with those damned monsters. Rat-a-tat-tat. The muzzle spit fire, reaping Moros' lives. Suddenly Kester's eyes caught a pair of cold compound eyes staring fixedly at him. King Moros. In Kester's shocked gaze, the King Moros lunged upward. Its leaping power was astonishing. Kester stared blankly at the sky. A massive shadow seemed to blot out the sunlight. Boom. Damn. Kester never uttered his last words. He was crushed to death by the King Moros. A future 5-star general candidate died like that at the hands of the king. It was a rather ignoble end. Meanwhile, in the Beta Continent War Command Center, President Pu was smugly studying the map. He mused that this territory would soon be reclaimed by Dengta country. His mood was quite cheerful. Suddenly a soldier burst in, shouting in panic, "Bad news, bad news. We're surrounded." President Pu frowned slightly, annoyed by the "What? Surrounded?" President Pu scoffed. How could that be? Their army was now launching an unstoppable final assault. Morale was at its peak. President Pu, it's true. Countless Moros have suddenly appeared around us, and we are now completely surrounded. Not only that, but a Moros over 10 meters tall has appeared in Jinshan City, suspected to be King Moros, leading the Moros in a counterattack against humanity. Colonel Kester has fallen in battle. We've suffered heavy losses. The soldier, seeing President Pu's disbelief, spoke urgently. What? President Pu felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his skull, leaving him dazed and dizzy. A Maluos over 10 meters tall suddenly appeared in Jinshan City, suspected to be a Maluos king. Countless Maluos have emerged around us, encircling us completely. The Maluos have launched a counterattack against humanity, and we have suffered heavy losses. Countless questions hammered Emperor Pu's mind. Could it be April Fool's Day today? Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing happen? Emperor Pu, every word I say is true. If you don't believe me, you can see the footage transmitted from the scene. The soldier, seeing Emperor Pu's disbelief, grew anxious. Emperor Pu rushed over directly to examine the live footage. The moment he saw the scene on the screen, his vision went dark. The Maluos king is not dead. This is all a trap. We have fallen for it. Damn. Retreat immediately. A myriad of thoughts surged through his mind, leaving him flustered and distracted. Emperor Pu struggled to his feet and roared in desperation, "Quick, quick, order our warriors to retreat immediately. It's already too late." A general stepped into the tent and said in a deep voice, "Emperor Pu, we have been tricked. The surrounding area is filled with Maluos. These damned monsters had hidden underground before evading our sight. Now we cannot break through the encirclement. We can only plead for reinforcements." This general was named Luo Si, a 5-star general of the Dengta country, wielding immense power and authority. This battle was commanded by General Luo Si. As for Emperor Pu, he was merely stationed here to oversee. "General Luo Si, you come at the right time. The situation is critical. Do you have any plan, General?" "There is no plan. The number of Maluos is far beyond our imagination. Our warriors are vastly outnumbered and can only barely hold on with the power of firearms." Emperor Pu's heart sank, his face turning grim and terrible. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth. "I will now report the intelligence to the Human Alliance and ask them to send reinforcements." General Luo Si shook his head. "Emperor Pu, I have already uploaded the intelligence. The Human Alliance has responded. If the situation is true, they will contact the South America Theater's troops and order them to rush to Beta Continent for support. But mobilizing the troops will take at least a day. We must hold out for more than a day." Emperor Pu slumped into his chair, his expression tinged with despondency. The news of a second Maluos king appearing in Jinshan City spread across the globe instantly. Wow, how is that possible? The Maluos king was indeed killed by us in South America, and we even obtained it, unless the one in South America was not the Maluos king. No wonder. I said the Maluos in our theater didn't seem chaotic at all. They advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and they were fearless. So the Maluos' king never died. Then what do? The troops from the South America theater are already on their way to Jinshan City, but the fastest will take a day, and full arrival will require at least over a day. We have only one path now: kill the second Maluos' king. Otherwise these Maluos, each as reckless as if they have nothing to lose, will be too difficult to fight. Alas, we can only hope that after the South America theater troops arrive they can kill the Maluos' king. No one ever expected a second Maluos' king to appear. Suddenly I wonder, could this one not be the Maluos' king either? The generals and commanders of various theaters were engaged in heated discussions. After the appearance of the Maluos in Jinshan City, the Maluos in every theater around the world became even more frenzied. Countless Maluos surged wildly from every corner. It turned out that these Maluos had merely been conserving their strength. A large portion of them had never even appeared. Now at the final moment, they finally emerged. Zhongzhou Southeast Region U Kingdom. Longteng City. Longteng City borders the sea not far from the coastline. At this moment the U Kingdom's army was coordinating with Commander Li Huixing of the Long Kingdom. They were launching a joint assault on Longteng City. A large number of flying Maluos had poured out of the city, but they had already been dealt with. Originally, they were about to capture Longteng City. However, for some unknown reason the Maluos inside the city went mad and rushed madly toward the seaside. Commander Li Huixing sat inside an anti-gravity vehicle holding a telescope and constantly observing the battlefield situation. Yet the sudden movement of the Maluos toward the sea left him stunned. What had gotten into these Maluos? Did they think the sea could save them? Could they swim? Commander Li Huixing firmly believed that everything had a reason. This strange behavior of the Maluos did not amuse him, instead it made him more vigilant. Bang! Monstrous waves surged. Suddenly from the depths of the sea, a massive black shadow emerged. Commander Li Huixing immediately aimed his telescope at the sea. He sensed a disturbance. Boom! A black figure rose up and stood on the surface of the sea. Through the telescope, Li Huixing saw everything in the distance. His pupils contracted, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. A third Maluos king. Yes, it was a gigantic Maluos. And this Maluos seemed even larger than the two found in the South American rainforest and Jinshan City of the Dingta country. Perhaps it could be called the Maluos Emperor. Wait, it emerged from the sea. Could it be that the Maluos have already mastered the skill of diving? If so, that complicates matters. Commander Li Huixing's heart grew heavier and heavier. This war seemed to be slipping out of control. No, he must report to the Elder Council immediately. Commander Li Huixing hastily pulled out his phone and called the Elder Council directly. Hello, Grand Elder, this is Li Huixing. I am at Longteng City in U Kingdom. Here a third Maluos king has appeared, and it is the largest of the three, measuring about 20 meters. I call it the Maluos Emperor. Moreover, the Maluos Emperor emerged from the sea. It has suddenly appeared at Longteng City, and its specific target is still unclear. Upon receiving this news, the Elder Council fell into dead silence. What? The Maluos Emperor emerged from the sea. That meant the Maluos had evolved the ability to dive. Thus in water, land, and air the Maluos now had corresponding species. What to do? The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. By my order, the Chilean battle team is to prepare for immediate deployment. At this moment, the Grand Elder finally decided to unleash the Chilean battle team. The operation code, name Operation Decapitation. In the southeastern region of the central continent, the U Kingdom, on the beach of Longteng City, a massive black shadow appeared. Standing over 20 meters tall, its two forelimbs gleamed with a breathtaking radiance. Its body was entirely covered in a layer of gray carapace which shimmered with a dazzling light under the sun. Even its head resembled that of a locust, but many times larger. Its eyes rolled around, appearing exceptional. This was the Moros Queen, the mother queen of the Blade Zerg. As for the two Moros kings in the rainforest of South America and Jinshan City of Dungta country, they were merely her generals. No one knew that the Moros Queen had always been aware of human actions. As a race that had shaken the entire cosmic civilization, how could the Blade Zerg be defeated by a single human encirclement? Their race could parasitize the bodies of intelligent beings. But why must they choose intelligent beings? The reason is that there is a fundamental difference between intelligent beings and ordinary plants and animals. This difference lies in the fact that the minds of intelligent beings can already condense an entity of consciousness, and the Blade Zerg could devour the consciousness entity of intelligent beings. Moreover, there was an unknown secret: after devouring a person, the Blade Zerg could seize the host's memories. Through these memories, they could obtain a vast amount of information. Therefore, across the cosmic civilizations, among the civilizations invaded by the Blade Zerg, the Mother Queen was rarely killed by humans. Thus, what humans did not know was that the Blade Zerg had long been aware of all the plans. They had even set up a trap waiting for humans to fall into it. That the Blade Zerg could seize human memories was something even Bai Hui did not know. Or rather, even the intelligent life system within Bai Hui's mind was unaware. This was a very well-hidden secret, a trump card of the Blade Zerg's dominance across the universe. The Moro's queen stood silently on the beach, her compound eyes seemingly filled with contempt. She looked at the humans on Longteng City with a hint of disdain. Behind the Moro's queen there were dense swarms of thousands upon thousands of Moros. All these Moros had just emerged from the sea following the Moro's queen. Commander Li Huixing, sitting in an anti-gravity vehicle, kept sweating profusely on his forehead. Damn, I never expected that Longteng City would have Moros reinforcements, and even a Moro's queen. This sudden development was truly astonishing. In an instant they had switched from attackers to defenders. Next they would confront the assault of a Moro's queen. Could they hold their ground? The Moro's queen waited for the entire army to emerge from the sea, then pointed a forelimb and let out a low growl. Instantly, all the Moros behind her began to screech, as if responding to their queen. Soon the Moros began their attack on the humans. On the beach a dense layer of black shadows surged toward the humans like a tidal wave. Damn, they're attacking. Set up a defensive line. The commander of Yu Kingdom roared in anger, frantically issuing various orders. Bullets from firearms poured recklessly onto the beach, madly slaughtering the Moros. Yet these Moros were too frenzied. Even if their own companions were hit and their bodies left behind, they would be trampled to death, while the others continued charging forward. Under such circumstances the humans could only retreat continuously. Meanwhile, in the sky the forces of the Long Kingdom kept attacking the Moros. Missiles were launched recklessly into the Moros' ranks. Each missile could reap a large number of Moros' lives. However, the Moros were too numerous. The number of Moros brought by the Moro's queen from the sea far exceeded the population of Longteng City. This can't go on. Commander Li Huixing saw clearly from the air. At this rate humanity would truly lose. What to do? Capture the leader first. Commander Li Huixing knew this well. He understood that if they could kill the Moro's queen, all crises would collapse instantly. All missiles, bullets, and bombs. Target the Moro's queen. Kill her, and we win this war. The battlefield was always filled with explosions and deafening noise. Commander Li Huixing could only shout at the top of his lungs. Roger. One by one X-20 fighter jets in the sky suddenly changed course and charged toward the massive figure on the beach. Various bombers, anti-gravity drones, and more all rushed toward the Moro's queen. At that moment the ordinary Moros became insignificant. This battle captured the attention of everyone around the world because the Long Kingdom had uploaded the news of the Moro's queen's appearance in Yu Kingdom to the Human Alliance. At this moment humanity finally realized that the true Moro's mother queen was in Yu Kingdom. The one they had killed in the South American rainforest was merely a decoy. Previously they had believed that the 10-meter-tall Moro's king in Jinshan City Dingta country was the mother queen of the Moro's race. Therefore the Human Alliance had transferred the South American theater forces to support the Beta continent. Now they could only turn them around and rush to support Yu Kingdom. For this battle the Human Alliance directly deployed military satellites to keep observing the war in Yu Kingdom. The military satellites had extremely high resolution, clearly showing every single Moros. Thus they watched this battle with perfect clarity through the satellites. When all the fighter jets turned to engage the Moro's queen, the Human Alliance already understood Commander Li Huixing's intention. And this was exactly what they had hoped to see. Everyone watched the satellite images nervously. We must succeed. As long as we kill the Moro's mother queen, this battle will be won. On the screen, X-20 fighter jets launched missiles one after another, all aimed at the Moro's queen on the beach. Bang, bang, bang. The missiles flew out, but the Moro's queen's eyes seemed unchanged. Just as the missiles were about to hit the Moro's queen, suddenly leaped up. She jumped hundreds of meters high, and her entire body aligned precisely with the X-20 fighter jet that had just fired the missiles. Swish! The Moro's queen's forelimb, like a scythe of death, lightly swept across the X-20 fighter jet. A burst of sparks exploded in the sky, and the entire X-20 fighter jet was split in two. The Human Alliance. Countless people watched the satellite images and suddenly fell into dead silence. The Moro's queen was too terrifying. After Moro's emperor cleaved an X-20 fighter jet in two, his entire body did not plummet to the ground. Instead, from behind him unfurled two colossal fleshly wings. The wings spread wide, blotting out the sky and shrouding the sun. At this moment, everyone stared in utter disbelief. Is this the true form of the Moro's race's matriarch? How terrifying. Previously, Moro's emperor had emerged from the ocean, proving his ability to dive. Now he had directly unfurled two pairs of wings, soaring across the heavens. Moro's emperor was a creature capable of traversing water, land, and air. No wonder. He could become the matriarch of the Moros. In that instant, a sliver of fear crept into the hearts of humanity. This race was truly too dreadful. Moro's emperor must die, no matter the cost. At this moment, every national leader watching the satellite broadcast felt a chill run down their spine. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was not over. The surrounding X-20 fighters unleashed a fierce barrage of cannon fire upon Moro's emperor. The machine guns mounted on the fighters possessed immense penetrating power and incredible speed. Such weapons were a nightmare for ordinary Moros. Yet when the machine gun bullets struck Moro's emperor's carapace, it was like hitting a slab of steel. Sparks flew in all directions. The bullets only left faint white scratches on the shell, although the machine gun rounds posed no real threat to Moro's Emperor. The kinetic energy of the bullets still caused a slight sensation for him akin to someone persistently roar. Moro's Emperor grew enraged. He let out a thunderous bellow, flapping his massive wings with a loud whoosh, stirring up a tremendous gale. His speed was astonishing, far exceeding the speed of sound. Moreover, his huge body did not hinder his mobility. On the contrary, Moro's Emperor was incredibly agile. Within a few breaths, he had caught up to an X-20 fighter. His forelimbs swept across, and a resounding explosion echoed through the void. Another X-20 fighter fell. Damn it. Fire. I refuse to believe this monster cannot be killed. Countless X-20 fighters and various anti-gravity vehicles poured their firepower toward Moro's Emperor. Despite his extreme speed and agility, the dense barrage still managed to land a few hits on him. A missile struck precisely in Moro's Emperor's direction. Bang! A massive fireball erupted, followed by a mournful cry from Moro's Emperor. Yes, at last we hit him. Everyone clenched their fists in joy, watching the sky with bated breath. At this moment, even the leaders watching the satellite broadcast held their breath. What now? Had Moro's Emperor perished? On the satellite feed, a huge black silhouette soared out of the explosive debris into the sky. Moro's Emperor was not dead. A chill seized every heart. Could even a missile not kill him? Then the Sharpie noticed that Moro's Emperor was not entirely unscathed. A spot on his carapace had been charred black, and blood oozed from the wound, though the intense heat had seared it black. The blood had already clotted into scabs clinging to Moro's Emperor's body. Everyone's spirits lifted. They glimpsed a thread of hope for defeating Moro's Emperor. However, this time Moro's Emperor was utterly enraged. He let out a piercing shriek that seemed to drill through eardrum. What was he doing? A question arose in everyone's mind. They soon had their answer. From within Longteng City, the capital of Uegwa, a dense swarm of black specks flew out. Moro's Emperor was summoning his subjects. These flying Moros, hearing the matriarch's call, immediately emerged from Longteng City. Trouble. Commander Li Weisheng's heart sank. He had not expected so many flying Moros to remain inside. If it were before, Commander Li Weisheng would not have feared them. But now they were locked in battle with a terrifying entity. Moro's Emperor could deliver fatal blows to their aerial forces. That was the most severe issue. With the addition of these flying Moros, the Moros' side had gained the upper hand. The flying Moros would harass humanity's aerial forces, while Moro's Emperor delivered lethal strikes to fighters and anti-gravity aircraft. Within just a few minutes, humanity had already lost over 50 aircraft. A devastating loss. The leaders of the human alliance turned pale. Even the elders of Longwo's, Shengjing, wore grim expression. Most of those fighters and aircraft belonged to Longwa. While the battle raged over Longteng City, dozens of anti-gravity aircraft suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Commander Li Weisheng, heartbroken over the continuous loss of aircraft, caught sight of the distant shapes. His eyes lit up. Their reinforcements had arrived. Without a doubt, the distant aircraft were anti-gravity vehicles. Anti-gravity aircraft differed greatly from traditional fighters. The most important point was that anti-gravity vehicles could be shaped in various forms, quite unlike the appearance of planes. Soon the anti-gravity aircraft in the distant sky gradually revealed their true forms. At the very front of these aircraft was the shape of a ferocious mythical beast. This beast was familiar to all Longwa people. The legendary auspicious beast, the Qilin. Longwo's Qilin squadron had finally arrived. At this critical moment, Longwo's super soldiers were about to reveal their sharp edge. Commander Li Weisheng's heart surged with excitement upon seeing the aircraft's design. The Qilin squadron was here. He recalled that the Qilin squadron had been jointly established by the 4 major military regions and the Longbu minister Bai Hui. The moment he laid eyes on the Qilin emblem, he knew they had come. He had never expected the elders to deploy the super soldiers in this war. The matter of super soldiers was an absolute top secret within all of Longwa, known only to a select few. Excellent. Commander Li Weisheng's heart swelled with boundless anticipation. He could not wait to see Longwo's super soldiers in action. How would their first engagement perform? Meanwhile, the other officers, seeing this mysterious unit, could not help but feel a flicker of doubt. When had Longwo formed this squadron? But now was not the time for questions. No matter what unit it was, as long as it was human, that was enough. The Qilin-shaped anti-gravity aircraft finally arrived above the beach. At that moment, everyone could see the aircraft's appearance clearly. These anti-gravity aircraft were surprisingly compact, capable of accommodating only a single person. What weapons could such a small craft carry? A doubt arose in everyone's mind. However, the scene soon provided an answer. The 2 foremost anti-gravity aircraft opened directly. Inside each sat a burly man clad in a bulletproof armor vest and carrying a large cleaver on his back. These cleavers were forged from high-strength steel, sharp beyond compare, capable of splitting a hair blown against it. If such a cleaver were taken to ancient Dragon Kingdom, it would surely cause a stir, a divine weapon indeed. The 2 men in the front stood up directly in midair. With a leap, they paused in the void. What was this? Were they gods? Everyone's eyes blurred in disbelief. Yet upon closer inspection, they saw that beneath the two burly men lay a small flying skateboard. These two flying skateboards employed anti-gravity technology. Crucially, their power source was silver plasma. The skateboards were hastily crafted by Bai Hui. Only two existed no more. The two burly men were none other than the captains of the Qilin team, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan. A smile spread across their faces devoid of any fear. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan unsheathed their large cleavers, the blade the foremost of all weapons, its edge forever aimed at the enemy, advancing unyieldingly the courage of all arms. They maneuvered their flying skateboards and charged straight into the swarm of flying Moros. Wow! A gasp erupted from the onlookers. What were they doing? Dashing directly into the Moros. Were they seeking death? The crowd could not believe their eyes. How could anyone be so foolish as to charge straight into the enemy's heart? It was sheer suicide. Yet what followed nearly made their eyes bulge in shock. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan, each wielding a large cleaver and riding their flying skateboards, sped toward the Moro swarm. A flying Moros spotted these tiny figures. It seemed disdainful, intending to eliminate these reckless upstarts. Lei Gang's eyes lit up as the Moros. He channeled all his strength into the cleaver. Swish! The blade sliced through the Moros body, and its originally impenetrable carapace was cleaved in two. Green blood splattered across the sky. At that moment, the entire crowd stood agape, unable to believe what that was. A Moros. The invincible Moros. Even the most elite human special forces without heavy weaponry would face a 9-to-1 death ratio against any Moros. Yet now they suddenly realized that the Moros were so fragile, split in half by a single human's blade. The Moros carapace was incredibly tough, impervious even to ordinary bullets. How could a cleaver do such a thing? But the fact had occurred, leaving everyone stunned. Whoa, brilliant. Absolutely incredible. Is this a human Superman? Cheers and exclamations erupted across the battlefield. Morale soared to its peak. They suddenly discovered that the once almighty Moros were after all so vulnerable. In that moment, the gaze of the crowd toward the Moros shifted completely. Fear was gone. Everyone opened fire on the Moros madly. Bullets poured out in a frenzy. One Moros after another was mercilessly reaped. Above, the battle continued. Lei Gang chopped a flying Moros in two with a single stroke. Jin Zhan nearby grumbled discontentedly, "Damn, you beat me to it." Lei Gang laughed heartily. "Jin Zhan, how about a bet? Whoever kills more monsters from now on loses and has to call the other dad. You in? Deal? How splendid." At that moment, the Moros began to take notice of the two tiny figures. Soon a group of over 20 Moros charged at them. Yet Lei Gang and Jin Zhan remained unperturbed, their cleavers swinging continuously. One stroke reaped a Moros life. Such was the terror of a war general level powerhouse. In that moment, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan fully demonstrated what it meant to be war general level. These ordinary Moros could inflict no harm on them. A casual swing from Lei Gang carried over 2 tons of. With such immense power combined with the indestructible high-strength steel cleaver, one stroke split a Moros in. Meanwhile, in the Human Alliance, leaders of various nations watched the satellite live feed. Military satellites boasted extremely high resolution. Through them, they could clearly see Lei Gang and Jin Zhan. They could not discern the faces given the vast distance between the satellites and the two men. However, the sight of the cleavers cleaving Moros in two was unmistakably clear. Everyone was stunned. In the Human Alliance, all stared in disbelief. Were these still humans? Had they missed, or had the satellite malfunctioned? This was like a superhero from a sci-fi movie. The leaders of the Human Alliance turned their gaze toward a middle-aged man. This man was the representative Dragon Kingdom sent to the Human Alliance, Minister of External Affairs Sun Qinghua. At that moment, Sun Qinghua was equally bewildered. Dragon Kingdom still possessed such a powerful trump card. Even he, the Minister of External Affairs, had received no news. Now all eyes were fixed on him. Sun Qinghua's face remained impassive as he calmly watched the satellite feed. It seemed as if the man cleaving a Moros in two had nothing to do with Dragon Kingdom. Damn that sly old fox. The leaders of various nations cursed inwardly. They had hoped to glean some information from Sun Qinghua, but he revealed nothing. This only made Dragon Kingdom appear even more mysterious. A wave of unease surged in the hearts of the leaders. Such a powerful human was like a nuclear weapon. Dragon Kingdom was too formidable. Above the beaches of the Yu Kingdom, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan stood like war gods in the sky, their indestructible great cleavers slaughtering all the flying Moros around them. The anti-gravity skateboards beneath their feet greatly enhanced their speed. Awesome, the captain is truly awesome. In another 2 months, I should be able to reach the warrior general level, and then I'll be this formidable too. Alas, what a pity. We don't have flying skateboards, so we can't join the great battle. The members of the Qilin squad nearby were chattering away as well. Every one of them was at least a warrior level powerhouse. Those who had not reached the warrior level were not even qualified to participate in this war. Li Yi, once a colonel in the Shengjing military region, had resolutely joined the super soldier program upon encountering it. He was a super soldier from the same batch as Lei Gang and Jin Zhan. Although he had not yet reached the warrior general level, he had become a first-class warrior. He was also the deputy captain of the Qilin squad. Li Yi was now at the peak of the first-class warrior level, on the verge of breaking through to the warrior general level. Watching the two of them unleashing their might, his eyes flickered slightly. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Brothers, let's not just stand by. The real stage for us is down below. If we want to break through quickly, the best way is to join the fight of life and death. Everyone follow me." Li Yi's anti-gravity vehicle descended toward the ground first, and soon all the Qilin squad vehicles in the sky followed behind him. "Brothers, kill." He leaped off the anti-gravity vehicle holding a rifle and carrying a red-tasseled spear on. Li Yi opened fire with his rifle at the countless Moros around him, while the other Qilin squad members also jumped off their vehicles. Every member of the Qilin squad carried a cold weapon. For super soldiers like them, cold weapons sometimes proved no less effective than firearms. Of course, at this moment they had no need to engage in close combat with the Moros, as that would consume a great deal. Everyone was firing wildly at the Moros with their firearms. If a Moros charged forward, the frontline Qilin warriors would draw their cold weapons and deliver a decisive slash. The Qilin squad formed into a phalanx, swept through the battlefield unstoppable. No Moros could hold their... At that moment, everyone couldn't help but gaze at their brilliant display. The morale of all was ignited. The emergence of the Qilin squad gave them hope. Earlier, the appearance of the Moros Emperor had brought despair to the human side. The Moros Emperor was immensely powerful, like a mythical beast from legends. How could humans possibly match it? Yet the sudden rise of the Qilin squad stirred everyone's hearts. "Charge! Damn monsters, come on! I'll slaughter you all! Rush! We humans are destined to be the victors." The soldiers of the Yu Kingdom were all infected, gritting their teeth and charging fearlessly at the Moros. Bang! 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 For a time the Moros were beaten back step by step. In the sky above, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan were panting heavily. They had lost count of how many Moros they had killed. All they knew was that each swing of their blades claimed the life of a flying Moros. Fighter jets and various flying vehicles around them were also attacking the Moros furiously. The number of flying Moros dwindled rapidly. What Lei Gang and Jin Zhan did not know was that they had already been targeted by the Moros Emperor. Not far away in the sky, a massive figure fixed its gaze on the two of them. Its enormous eyes were filled with endless coldness and bloodlust. "Watch out!" Commander Li Huixing from a distance in the sky saw clearly. He saw the Moros Emperor move, flapping its huge fleshy wings and flying toward Lei Gang and Jin Zhan. Li Huixing roared in fury, but the two could not possibly hear him. A massive shadow blotted out the sky. At that moment, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan finally noticed the Emperor. The creature was over 20 meters tall, like a building of 6 or 7 stories. When it spread its wings, it was even more terrifying. It was truly a giant monster. Unfortunately, no Ultraman appeared now. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan finally stopped their slaughter. Standing on their anti-gravity skateboards, their faces were extremely grave. They stared at the Moros Emperor and took a deep breath. Warrior general level powerhouses were invincible, but it depended on the opponent. The monster before them had clearly surpassed their capacity. The Moros Emperor, its body was incredibly agile, and the two forelimbs in front gleamed with cold, sharp light. Swish! The forelimbs lashed out at Lei Gang and Jin Zhan with unparalleled speed and immense power. It even produced a sonic boom, leaving a cloud of sonic vapor in the air. Fortunately, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan's smaller frames made them more nimble. They dodged the attack by a hair's breadth on their anti-gravity skateboards. Exchanging glances, they intended to use the speed of their anti-gravity skateboards to fly behind the Moros Emperor and deliver a devastating blow. Alas, their plan was seen through by the Moros Emperor. The Emperor flapped its wings continuously, stirring up. The airflow changed violently, even blowing Lei Gang and the other away. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan barely managed to stabilize themselves with their skateboards. Their faces turned ugly. This monster was truly too powerful. Suddenly their expressions changed. A dark shadow loomed over them. The distance was too close, they could not escape. In that instant, they made a decision in their hearts. "I'll die." Lei Gang and Jin Zhan both roared. They poured all their strength into their great cleavers, veins bulging on their hands, faces flushed red. This was their most powerful strike. The blade, the courage of all weapons, was destined to charge forward without hesitation. This strike would either succeed or perish. Instead of retreating, they advanced, slashing viciously at the Moros Emperor's wing. Clang! 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 Sparks flew. The Emperor's wings were covered in dense, hard scales. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan, as warrior general-level powerhouses, delivered their peak strikes. Yet the Moros Emperor was still far too strong. Their blades broke through the defense of the Emperor's wings, leaving a deep, bloody gash from which green blood gushed out. But that was all. Moros Emperor, enraged by the pain, let out a furious roar. He flapped his two wings and struck violently against Lei Gang and Jin Zhan. The two were instantly sent flying backward, crashing heavily toward the ground. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan slammed into the earth, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Countless ribs were shattered. Had they been ordinary people struck down by Moros Emperor's mighty blow, they would have been reduced to dust. Fortunately, they were warrior rank powerhouses, their bodies brimming with immense strength. Thus they survived Moros Emperor's attack by a hair's breadth. Yet their injuries were severe. numerous bones broken, internal organs hemorrhaging. They had no strength left. Captain. The other Kirin warriors, witnessing their two captains so brutally battered by Moro's emperor, cried out in alarm. The group rushed recklessly toward Lei Gang and the others, cutting down any Moros in their path, without a trace of resistance. Li Yi, moving fastest, scooped Lei Gang into his arms and shouted anxiously, "Captain, how are you?" Blood bubbled from Lei Gang's mouth, but he managed to say, Li Yi, I'm fine. Moro's emperor is too powerful, we couldn't stop it. Captain, don't talk. You'll be all right, I promise. Li Yi lifted him up, while another Kirin warrior picked up Jin Zhan. Go. The captains are gravely wounded and need immediate treatment. Bai Hui, take a few third-class warriors and return to the base on the anti-gravity aircraft for medical care. Li Yi, calm and composed, formulated a plan in an instant. 2 warrior rank powerhouses were invaluable, a strategic asset to the Long Kingdom that must not be. Thus, no matter how dire the situation, ensuring Lei Gang and Jin Zhan returned to base for treatment was the top priority. The Kirin warriors charged frantically toward their anti-gravity aircraft, but soon they all halted. Ahead, a massive black shadow blocked their path. Moro's emperor. Damn it! This monster had clearly set its sights on them. What to do? Li Yi stepped forward without hesitation and let out a furious roar. He'll hold it off. You go. Li Yi's aura erupted with overwhelming power, his whole body like a lion. Boom. Li Yi's aura shifted, surging to a new height. Under such immense pressure, he had broken through to the warrior rank. He became the Long Kingdom's 4th warrior rank powerhouse. Yet no one had time to rejoice, for they were about to face a terrifying enemy. Just moments ago, 2 warrior rank powerhouses could not withstand a single blow from it. What hope did Li Yi alone have? Go! Tears streamed down the faces of the Kirin warriors. But this was no time for grief. They faced a choice: stay or flee. One Kirin warrior quickly made his decision. His gaze was firm. Bai Hui, take the captains away. I'm staying to help the vice captain. He'll stay too. One by one, they all chose to stay and face the formidable enemy beside Li Yi. Li Yi, a mix of anger, urgency, and gratitude, shouted, Lin Tao, are you an idiot? What are you staying for, to die? Lin Tao grinned sheepishly. Captain Li, I can't let you face this alone. Li Tao sighed, knowing he couldn't command them otherwise. Well, if that's the case, then let's fight. I refuse to believe this monster is invincible. Li Tao's eyes turned cold and sharp. The tip of his red-tasseled spear gleamed with icy light. Kill. He struck first, charging straight at Moro's emperor. The spear moved like a swimming dragon, bearing an unstoppable, formidable force. Charge. With a united roar, they all launched their attacks. Moro's emperor's eyes glinted with mockery. Before him, these humans were mere ants. Soon he moved, descending from above to strike at the Kirin warriors. His forelimbs sharp as blades swept through with unimaginable speed. Whoosh. A Kirin warrior, unable to dodge in time, was cleaved in two. Luda. Li Yi's eyes burned with fury, transforming grief into power as he drove his spear into Moro's emperor. Now a warrior rank, his strength had surged dramatically. Empowered by the spear, his strike carried devastating force. Crack. The spear pierced deep into Moro's emperor's body, over half a meter. Not only that, but the other Kirin warriors also reached Moro's emperor, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Thud, 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 thud. One by one, cold weapons plunged into Moro's emperor's flesh. In that moment, they dealt him no small damage. Moro's emperor, now utterly enraged, transformed into a demon of hell, ignoring his own wounds and attacking the Kirin warriors with savage fury. One by one, the Kirin warriors fell to Moro's emperor. All around, grief-stricken onlookers silently watched the focal point of the battlefield. Moro's emperor, you monster. Commander Li Weisheng's heart ached beyond measure. Every Kirin warrior was a national treasure of the Long Kingdom. Each Kirin warrior had been cultivated at tremendous cost, and now they were being slaughtered by Moro's emperor. It was a tragedy. What could be done? Launch missiles? Impossible. The Kirin warriors were still in the vicinity. If missiles were fired, the warriors would die too. At this moment, Commander Li Weisheng's face fell, realizing he was utterly useless, unable to help them. Was he supposed to just watch them die? Suddenly, a silver figure streaked across the sky at an unimaginable speed, hurtling toward them. What was that? Everyone wondered. Soon they saw its true form. A silver mecha. Without hesitation, the silver mecha broke the sound barrier and charged straight behind Moro's emperor. A single punch. Thud. The silver fist shattered the defense of Moro's emperor's scales, punching a massive hole through his flesh. Green blood splattered. Moro's emperor, in agony, let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. He faced the silver figure. Everyone fell into dead silence. This silver mech was naturally Bai Hui's. It was only recently that he had finally assembled this silver dragon mech. Unexpectedly, upon checking the satellite live feed, he immediately saw Lei Gang and Jin Zhan severely wounded by Emperor Moros. Thus, without a second word, Bai Hui piloted the silver dragon mech and raced to the scene at unparalleled speed. Glancing downward, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Below, a group of Qilin warriors lay scattered and broken on the ground. Some tragically had even been split into. Crimson blood had already stained the earth. Only a few dozen people remained standing barely. For this battle, the Chilean squad had deployed over 300 warriors. All 300 were at least warrior-level fighters. Now after a single clash, more than half were lost. The blow to the Dragon Kingdom was devastating. Bai Hui clenched his fists, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Emperor Moros. "You deserve to die." He spat out the words through gritted teeth. With a whoosh, Bai Hui struck. His form flickered, instantly shooting toward Emperor Moros. The right arm of the silver dragon mech wielded a long blade. The blade was razor-sharp, made of the same material as the heavy choppers carried by Lei Gang and Jin Zhan. The left arm, meanwhile, resembled a claw. Embedded in its center was a circular object. This was the silver dragon mech's most powerful weapon, the ion cannon. The ion cannon could unleash immense energy, instantly slaying an enemy. Of course, the ion cannon had a drawback. It could only be fired at close range. If the distance was too great, the energy would scatter. It would be difficult to harm the enemy. Bai Hui instantly raised his right arm, and the silver long blade slashed downward. Sensing danger, Emperor Moros hurriedly raised its forelimb to clash with the blade. After all, the forelimb of Emperor Moros possessed terrifying explosive power. Even a war general-level fighter, if struck by that forelimb, would meet only death. Bai Hui's eyes flashed, and with a surge of resolve, he let the blade collide directly with Emperor Moros' forelimb. A tremendous shower of sparks erupted. Both bodies trembled, violently locked in a stalemate. Everyone gasped in awe. The scene was utterly breathtaking. A small silver mech had actually withstood Emperor Moros, which was tens or even hundreds of times larger. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. In terms of size, the silver dragon mech was a mere speck before Emperor Moros. In terms of material, the mech's blade and the creature's forelimb were evenly matched in hardness. And in terms of strength, the two seemed nearly equal. This was almost unbelievable. After all, that was a monster over 20 meters tall. Its sheer size should have been overwhelming. Yet the power unleashed by the silver dragon mech could rival Emperor Moros. There were several reasons for this. First, Bai Hui was a war general-level fighter, currently the person with the highest genetic development in the Dragon Kingdom. His physical strength reached about 2 to 3 tons. Second, the silver dragon mech greatly amplified the human body. Thus the result was as it was. Bai Hui clenched his teeth, feeling as though he were facing an immense mountain. All the engines inside his silver dragon mech were running at full speed, furiously supplying immense power. As a result, the temperature inside the mech was rising rapidly. "No going, heating gives me no advantage." Bai Hui's mind raced, and he instantly retreated. Then, relying on the 2 anti-gravity engines beneath his feet, he flew behind Emperor Moros in an instant. Emperor Moros' body was still too large. Compared to the nimble silver dragon mech, its agility would be far. This was the mech's advantage, and Bai Hui seized it. The silver dragon mech landed on Emperor Moros' back. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Bai Hui gripped the blade with both hands and plunged it directly into Emperor Moros' body. Under the immense force, the creature's scales broke like tofu. With a roar of agony, Emperor Moros' entire body trembled violently. It thrashed wildly, trying to shake off the little pest on its back. But it was all in vain. The silver dragon mech's blade was already firmly embedded in Emperor Moros' flesh. Scenes flashed through Bai Hui's mind. Those Chilean warriors mercilessly crushed by this monster, their blood staining the earth. And Lei Gang and Jin Zhan facing Emperor Moros alone, only to be easily defeated. This was an irreconcilable hatred. He, Bai Hui, as the chief instructor of the Chilean squad, would avenge the over 200 fallen Chilean warriors today. Vengeance. Bai Hui raised his left arm, which suddenly glowed with a deep blue light. With a furious roar, he channeled all the energy of the silver dragon mech into his left hand. Inside the mech, several silver plasma batteries underwent complex chemical reactions, continuously supplying energy that was transformed into high voltage by transformers. The ion cannon was finally about to be used. Emperor Moros seemed to sense something and frantically clawed at its body, trying to reach its back to stop Bai Hui. But its forelimbs were too short to reach its back. Emperor Moros bellowed in rage, and all the nearby Moros, sensing their emperor's distress, charged madly from all directions. Yet it was already too late. "Go to hell!" Bai Hui roared in fury, pressing his left hand firmly onto Emperor Moros' back. The ion cannon released a tremendous burst of energy, blasting into Emperor Moros' body. The colossal energy even formed a shockwave that spread outward. Dust erupted across the beach. The blue light, like a spectral reaper from the underworld, dazzled the eyes, yet concealed lethal danger. Emperor Moros' body crashed to the ground from midair. Everyone watched the battle with bated breath. Was Emperor Moros dead? As the dust settled, revealing a clear view, the crowd was horrified to see a massive hole blasted open in Emperor Moros' back. Inside, blue flesh was exposed, its blood. The blood flowed endlessly onto the ground, corroding the Emperor Moros was utterly dead beyond any doubt. And Bai Hui, clad in the silver-white mech, stood atop the creature's corpse. A gentle breeze blew. Everyone stared blankly at the beach. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him. The death of the Moros' emperor triggered a cascade of repercussions. The most apparent was that the Moros, which had been advancing and retreating with discipline, frenzied and utterly indifferent to their own lives, had changed. Chaos reigned. They descended into utter disarray. Without the Emperor's command, they scattered like grains of sand. Countless Moros fled in wild panic. These Moros found themselves in a state of fragmented, isolated combat. This did not mean they had lost their fighting capability or would cease attacking humans. But lacking leadership, they had no idea how to wage war. The common Moros, for the most part, were simply fleeing. At that moment, Li Huixing aboard an anti-gravity vehicle narrowed his eyes. A decision swiftly crystallized in his mind. Pass my order, adopt a strategy of siege and reinforcement interception. Divide the entire battlefield into smaller separate zones. Concentrate our forces to encircle and annihilate the smaller Moros squads. For the larger hordes, temporarily surround them without launching an attack. In simple terms, imagine 2 armies, each with 100 troops. I use 50 troops to encircle 80 of yours, but instead of attacking, I slowly engage you in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the remaining 50 troops assault your 20. 50 against 20, a guaranteed victory. After that success, I split your 80 into 2 groups, one of 20 and one of 60. Then I again use 50 against your 20, repeating the cycle to minimize losses. Of course, this strategy has a fatal flaw. If your 80 troops launch a fierce assault on my 50, I would be swiftly defeated. But the crucial point now is that the Moros have lost their emperor and their command. They are like headless flies darting about in chaos. Thus, this tactic will prove highly effective. Today, not a single one of them shall escape. Li Huixing bellowed, issuing orders relentlessly. He commanded the battlefield. The Moros' emperor is dead, brothers. The day of vengeance has come. Charge. Excellent. The Moros' emperor is dead. Attack. Slaughter these beasts. On the battlefield, the fall of the Moros' emperor ignited a frenzy among all. Every soldier, brimming with fervor, stormed toward the Moros' ranks. The chance for victory had arrived, and everyone fought with desperate intensity. In the Human Alliance, representatives from various nations stared dazedly at the satellite feed. Silence reigned. After a long moment, they finally snapped back to reality. The Moros' emperor was dead. But the evidence lay before their eyes, clear for all to see. Yes. Wonderful. The Moros' emperor is finally gone. The time for our great counterattack has come. We must inform the heads of state immediately so they can launch the offensive. Right, share the intelligence now. Yet at this moment, there was no need for them to relay the information. Because across all battle zones globally, the human side could plainly see that the Moros were in chaos. They scurried about like headless flies, madly fleeing. Everyone's eyes lit up. What had happened to these Moros? Could it be that the Moros' emperor was dead? No matter. This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Brothers, charge. Slaughter these beasts. We must not let a single Moros escape, or with their breeding speed they will once again turn the world into a slaughterhouse. Everyone rushed at the Moros, engaging them in close combat. The Moros were no pushovers. Faced with mortal danger, they fought back fiercely. But their opponents were disciplined humans, while they themselves had become a disorganized rabble. The battlefronts across the globe tilted overwhelmingly in favor of humanity. Except for the Beta Continent theater. To human astonishment, even after the Moros' emperor's death, the Moros in Beta Continent showed no signs of panic. The reason soon became clear. In the Beta Continent theater, there was a Moros king. This Moros king, though unable to command Moros globally like the emperor, could still control the forces across the entire Beta Continent. FCK. Emperor Pu cursed furiously, feeling he had been dealt the worst possible hand. Now the whole world was winning battles except for them, still besieged by Moros and constantly in peril of death. Why? Why had this damned Moros king appeared in Beta Continent? Why not in any other theater? Damn it. At that moment, Emperor Pu wished he could slay the Moros king with a single stroke. But he lacked the Moreover, their Dengta country was now surrounded by tens of thousands of Moros awaiting rescue. And to think Dengta country had once been the world's superpower. The contrast was too stark. In Yu country, atop the corpse of the Moros, Emperor Bai Hui had slain the emperor in a decisive victory. A cause for celebration, one would think. Yet he could not rejoice. The cost of this battle for the Dragon Kingdom was immense. The Qilin team had lost well over half of its members. These super soldiers had been cultivated at tremendous expense. Bai Hui walked silently along the beach, surveying the scene around him. Most of the corpses were dismembered. Limbs and severed parts littered the ground, a scene of grotesque bloodiness. The sole blessing was that among the surviving Qilin warriors, 7 had broken through to the war general level amid the life and death crisis. Adding Lei Gang Jinzhan and Li Yi, the Qilin team now boasted 10 war general level experts. Moreover, only 2 war generals had fallen in this battle. Those 2 were simply unlucky. They had just broken through to war general in the direst of circumstances, only to be killed by the Moros' emperor before they could savor their triumph. Otherwise, the Qilin team would have had 12 war general level experts. Furthermore, the surviving warriors, having endured a desperate ordeal, now carried a newfound calm. After such prolonged combat, they had gained a fresh understanding of the limits of the physical body. It was believed they would soon break through to the war general level, embarking on the path of genetic development. Now that the Moros' emperor was finally dead, Li Yi, the first war general to have broken through in the heat of battle, could no longer hold on. He collapsed in exhaustion. Li, are you alright? Bai Hui flashed to his side and caught him. Li lifted his head weakly, his face deathly pale. Chief Instructor, I hope I didn't let you down. Bai Hui said solemnly. You are heroes of Dragon Kingdom, all of you are remarkable. After hearing this, Li fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, an anti-gravity vehicle swiftly descended from the sky. Commander Li Huixing stepped out of the vehicle and said joyfully to Bai Hui, Minister Bai, you did a splendid job. Although Li Huixing had never seen the Silver Dragon mech, he knew clearly that it was Bai Hui. No reason, just pure. After hearing this, Bai Hui showed no sign of joy. He shook his head. General Li, please take these Qilin warriors back first. They are heroes of Dragon Kingdom who bought precious time to stop Emperor Moros. Commander Li Huixing's expression turned grim. A moment ago he hadn't felt much, but when he saw the hellish scene all filled his heart. He stood straight and solemnly saluted the heroes of Dragon Kingdom. It was because of these people that the people of Dragon Kingdom could live in peace and prosperity. There is no peaceful time without someone carrying the burden for you. Minister Bai, I will do my best to collect the remains of the heroes so they can return to their roots. Good, I'll leave it to you. Then Li Huixing ordered several people to clean up the heroes' remains and see if they could piece together complete body. Dragon Kingdom people value returning to their roots after death. This is a deep-seated belief. Not letting the heroes' bones rest in a foreign land is perhaps the only thing they can do. The battle continued and humanity had gained an absolute advantage. Bai Hui did not rejoin the fray. First, it was unnecessary. Second, the Silver Dragon mech had no energy left. The final ion cannon blast had depleted it. Bai Hui transformed into a streak of light and flew back to Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the entire nation was in an uproar. Not long before, after deliberation by the Council of Elders, they decided to broadcast the war footage live. This war was not a war of a few, it was a war for all humanity. Though brutal, every person should know. Their happy lives were built on the blood of countless people. Therefore, the people should remember these heroes. The satellite footage was extremely clear, showing the entire battlefield soaked in blood. Brutal beyond measure. This was not a movie. Everyone understood that these scenes were happening on the same Earth. When people saw the severed limbs, their faces turned. When people saw the might of Emperor Moros, everyone gasped. Their hearts were in their throats, fearing that humanity would. When Lei Gang and Jin Zhan appeared, the entire Dragon Kingdom erupted. Who doesn't have a dream of being a super? As a child watching Ultraman fight monsters, I always thought when I grow up, I want to be a superhero who punches monsters. But as time passed, those dreams seemed so childish and silly. Those Ultraman shows I watch now, I think how naive. Yet at this moment, people seem to see their former selves in Lei Gang and Jin Zhan. As Lei Gang split Moros in half with a single slash, the whole Dragon Kingdom cheered. Wow, that's incredible. Damn, this guy is amazing as Superman. Go Superman, kill all these terrifying. People could only send their blessings online. However, Emperor Moros was terrifyingly powerful. The powerful Lei Gang and Jin Zhan, two superhuman beings, were still defeated by Emperor Moros in an instant. The Qilin warriors used their lives to buy time for everyone. Hero after hero died tragically in a foreign land. The people of Dragon Kingdom wept. Finally, the Silver Dragon mech appeared, and the atmosphere reached its peak. The Silver Dragon mech, carrying their dreams, finally slew the evil great monster in one blow, saving the future of humanity. Although people did not know who he was, the whole world was shaken by the Silver Dragon mech. So cool. Is this a real-life Iron Man? I never imagined Dragon Kingdom's technology had advanced to such a level. Dragon Kingdom's technology is now despair-inducing. This mech might be nuclear-powered. What? Nuclear-powered? How is that possible? No one can miniaturize nuclear fusion or fission to such a degree. Don't forget, the father of controlled nuclear fusion is now in Dragon Kingdom. Right? Bai Hui is God's favorite. He has the smartest brain in human history. Anti-gravity technology, controlled nuclear fusion. He invented them all. What can a genius of this level do? Fuck, our lighthouse nation's army is still surrounded by Moros. The gap is too huge. Can Dragon Kingdom send that silver mech to kill the damn Moros king in Lighthouse Nation? In response to this netizens' question, Dragon Kingdom regretfully gave an answer. Sorry, our mech suffered massive damage in the fight against Emperor Moros. It's under repair and cannot operate. A day later, the global war situation had basically settled. First, the Zhongzhou Theater in Huagua, Sengua, and countries in the Dongnan region had mostly killed the Moros, but some still escaped. Now the Human Alliance was organizing armies for a thorough search, leaving no suspicious person or thing unchecked. As for the Heizhou Theater, Shizhou Theater, and South America Theater, they had basically killed the main Moros forces, leaving only scattered remnants, not yet cleaned up. These Moros scattered in every corner were the most difficult problem. You see, the Moros race had an extremely strong reproductive ability. Even if only one survived, it would quickly reproduce and spread, causing terrible consequences for humanity. If by chance a few more Moros emperors evolved, that would be humanity's nightmare. As for the last Baiteza Theater, under the fierce resistance of Pu Dadi, they finally received reinforcements from South America. The leader of the South American reinforcements was General Su Mingxuan of Dragon Kingdom. It was he who led the army to kill the Moros king in the South American rainforest. Now General Su Mingxuan led millions of troops from South America to reinforce the Northern Tower Continent theater. The Moros' forces were immediately caught in a pincer attack, suffering devastating losses. At this moment the human side was surging with momentum, and unsurprisingly the Moros were plunged into a steep decline. Moreover, General Su Mingxuan employed military satellites and various drone reconnaissance methods. Ultimately, they pinpointed the location of the Moros' king in the Northern Tower Continent theater. With the exact whereabouts of the Moros' king known, everything became much simpler. Soon after consulting with Emperor Pu of the Lighthouse Country, General Su Mingxuan coordinated a massive missile barrage targeting the Moros' king's position. Under the relentless bombardment, the Moros' king had no chance to resist and was instantly reduced to ashes. With the Moros' king dead, the once orderly Moros' forces in the Northern Tower Continent theater lost their command. Just like in other theaters, the human alliance quickly gained the upper hand. After a series of battles, the Lighthouse Country finally reclaimed its lost territory, Golden Mountain City. However, several months later, Golden Mountain City had become a shadow of its former self. Once a bustling metropolis renowned worldwide, it was now utterly reduced to a dead city. Over 10 million human lives had been lost due to the Moros' invasion. It was a tragic outcome. The root cause of this catastrophe was the Lighthouse Country's retrieval of that grayish-black sphere from the moon. With this, the war finally came to an end. Humanity achieved ultimate victory, while the Moros were left to barely survive. However, to prevent the Moros from staging a comeback, humanity devised a year-long extermination plan. Under this plan, humanity would organize forces to conduct continuous sweeps across the globe, eradicating every last Moros. Even a single juvenile could not be spared. These Moros juveniles were the most troublesome for humanity. Their bodies were minuscule, merely a few micrometers in size, invisible to the naked eye, and detectable only under microscopes. Fortunately, humanity also discovered a weakness of these Moros juveniles. If exposed to air, they would die within just 8 hours. This was excellent news. Such a short survival time greatly reduced their infectivity. Still, humanity could not afford to be complacent. After all, nature had countless creatures. If these Moros juveniles managed to parasitize other animals, they could continue to reproduce. However, humanity found that without parasitizing a sentient being, the Moros juveniles struggled to grow, and only by inhabiting a sentient host could they feed on the host's brain matter, enhance their intelligence, and continue. Otherwise, they would forever lose the chance to evolve into advanced forms, like the Moros emperor or Moros king, which could never have developed without parasitizing intelligent life. This was also good news for humanity. In the extermination plan, global sweeps were only one aspect. Humanity also established a comprehensive system to prevent biological invasion. Within this system, hospitals bore significant responsibility as the most critical link. Once any signs of Moros infestation were detected in a patient, it had to be promptly reported. Then each nation must immediately take it seriously and investigate the truth. If Moros juvenile parasitism was confirmed, the affected area would be quarantined immediately and comprehensive inspections would be conducted to prevent any chance of Moros spread. This was for the future of humanity. Additionally, customs inspections at all ports added a new test checking whether animals entering or leaving the country carried Moros juveniles. Since Moros juveniles could survive in open air for at most 8 hours, ordinary items had low infectiousness. Only live animals and imported meat products needed close scrutiny. These were breeding grounds for Moros juveniles and posed high infectious risks. Of course, the plan went far beyond these measures. It was a highly complex and robust system, minimizing the possibility of a Moros resurgence. Humanity had gained invaluable lessons from this war. Lessons paid for with tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of lives. The cost was immense. Humanity could not afford to remain unreflective. After the war, the human alliance held the Lighthouse Country accountable. Why? Because the Moros were brought back by the Lighthouse Country. They had unleashed a demon and suffered devastating losses themselves. Yet that did not excuse the Lighthouse Country from responsibility. A mistake was a mistake. Consequently, the human alliance imposed sanctions on the Lighthouse Country. Among these sanctions, the human alliance fined the Lighthouse Country $500 billion to compensate other nations for the war's damages. The Lighthouse Country was naturally unwilling and immediately announced its withdrawal from the human alliance, publicly declaring that the alliance was falsely accusing them. The Moros were not their doing. The $500 billion fine was pure nonsense. However, the leaders of various nations were not blind. Even if they denied it, the facts could not be refuted. Refusing to pay the $500 billion fine, many nations declared severance of diplomatic ties with the Lighthouse Country and banned its enterprises from doing business within their borders. Emperor Pu overturned the table on the spot, absolutely furious. In the end, the Lighthouse Country had no choice but to obediently pay the fine. After all, compared to the $500 billion, if the Lighthouse Country's enterprises were sanctioned by other nations, its economy would regress decades in an instant, causing losses far exceeding the fine. The Dragon Country emerged as the great victor of this war, rising to become the strongest nation in the world. Unquestionably so. This time it was universally acknowledged, not mere speculation. The anti-gravity vehicles, anti-gravity weapons, fusion energy, and the most fearsome Silver Dragon mecha. All of these proclaimed the Dragon country's might. After all, the Silver Dragon mecha was a weapon capable of slaying the Moro's emperor. Of course, there were also the formidable super soldiers. Though the Kirin warriors suffered heavy losses in this war, everyone could see their power. Moro's the Blade Zerg thus came to an end. In the vast cosmos, the Blade Zerg were formidable, but only because other civilizations were unprepared, otherwise they could annihilate an entire civilization. Once a civilization became vigilant, even the Blade Zerg could not rival the might of an entire civilization. Earth today had undergone a great transformation. At the cost of hundreds of millions of lives, a comprehensive defense system against the Blade Zerg had been established. Thus, even if the Blade Zerg could not be completely eradicated, they would struggle to cause any major upheaval. In the Dragon Kingdom at the Dragon Soaring Grand Plaza, a dense crowd had already gathered. Today was the day the Dragon Kingdom commemorated the heroes who died in the war. A towering monument stood atop the Dragon Soaring Grand Plaza. At its summit, over 200 names were inscribed. These were the heroes who had perished in the battle against Emperor Moro's forces during the U-Kingdom War. For the Dragon Kingdom, they symbolized the indomitable spirit of its people. No matter how powerful the enemy, one must never yield. For behind them lay countless lives. Every victory was won by countless heroes who feared not sacrifice. The deeds of heroes should be forever remembered. Thus the Dragon Kingdom erected a monument for those fallen warriors, so that future generations of the Dragon Kingdom could eternally honor the heroes. The Grand Elder stood at the forefront, followed closely by the 8 other elders. Then came ministers and generals such as Bai Hui, Zhao Xiangdong, Li Huaixing, and Fu Jiaming. At this morning's ceremony, all the great figures of the Dragon Kingdom were in attendance. Around the Dragon Soaring Grand Plaza, dense crowds of ordinary citizens had gathered. These people had come voluntarily to mourn the heroes. Once the mourning ceremony began, everyone bowed their heads in silence for 3 minutes. Not only the Dragon Kingdom, but the entire world held various memorial services. Mourning the departed souls. Bai Hui returned to his office. He gazed at a timer clock on the desk. This timer clock recorded the time since the discovery of the wormhole on the far side of the moon. The clock now showed 11 months, 23 days, 12 hours, 43 minutes, and 54 seconds. Unbeknownst to many, nearly 12 months had passed since the Dragon Kingdom's first moon landing. Almost a full year. Within that year, the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace industry had developed rapidly. First was the lunar base. The lunar base was now a fully integrated facility containing a small biosphere. Even without supplies from Earth, the lunar base could sustain operations for decades. It now housed over 10,000 residents. Though not yet a lunar city, its scale was enough to be called a lunar town. The entire base was powered by nuclear. The fuel for nuclear fusion was helium-3, abundant on the moon. The reaction product of helium-3 fusion was water. Completely radiation-free, it was truly a safe and clean form of nuclear fusion energy. The lunar base had no concerns about fuel supply, because the moon was rich in helium-3. If fully extracted, it could sustain humanity for hundreds of thousands. Now the lunar base was continuously expanding. The goal was to build a complete military defense system on the moon before the arrival of unknown civilizations. Other nations were not idle either. The Lighthouse Kingdom's lunar base had undergone its latest expansion. It could now accommodate over 100 people for long-term habitation. The Polar Bear Kingdom and the Western Continent Alliance had also successfully landed on the moon and established their own bases. Next came the construction of the space station. The space station was completed at a remarkable speed. Although the Blade Zerg incident had briefly affected the space program, the spaceport was essentially finished. It could now accommodate spacecraft for long-term docking. The Dragon Kingdom's other 2 projects, the Mars exploration and asteroid exploration plans, had not yet begun. They were scheduled to officially commence in the following year. What garnered the most attention was that the Dragon Kingdom would open civilian spaceflight in 1 month. On Weibo, countless people were eagerly awaiting, because opening civilian spaceflight meant the space tourism industry would officially launch. People could travel to space at a very low cost and experience the vastness of the cosmos. Moreover, many enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom were planning to mine the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. That region would surely become a symbol of wealth. Moreover, many enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom were planning to mine the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. That region would surely become a symbol of wealth in the new era. The asteroid belt contained as many as 5,000 asteroids, most of which were highly valuable. Some asteroids were even rich in gold deposits. Whoever was fortunate enough to find one would become immense. In short, the asteroid belt was full of mystery and potential. After the space industry opened to the private sector, many wanted to try their luck. Unfortunately, the Dragon Kingdom did not yet support asteroid mining operations. The Dragon Soar 1's performance was insufficient to reach the asteroid belt. After all, Dragon Soar 1 relied on lithium-air battery packs, which had limited energy, only enough for transfers within the Earth-Moon orbit. This was the limitation of Dragon Soar 1. To mine the asteroid belt, a nuclear-powered spacecraft was required, otherwise one could not return. Thus the Dragon Kingdom's current open space industry only allowed activities within the Earth-Moon orbit. Yet this was already tremendous news for the capitalists. Space was an entirely untapped market. Even moderately wealthy entrepreneurs were now venturing into the space industry. They had no fear of failing to recoup their investments. In the next decade, the value of the space industry would only rise. By staking a claim now, they could later sell their stake at a huge profit. However, some were short-sighted, afraid that their money would go down the drain. This was only human nature. In truth, they had yet to truly grasp the value of the space industry. Liu Jiqiang was a white-collar worker in a big city currently engaged in product development. He was already 35 years old. At this age, Liu Jiqiang could be considered a winner in life, with an annual salary of 1 million and a beautiful wife. His wife had also given him a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. They owned two 1,200 square meter apartments in the city center. Most importantly, both apartments were fully paid off. Thus, Liu Jiqiang had no pressure for mortgage payments. For him, life could be considered complete. However, a recent news article he saw online rekindled the fire in his heart. Our country will open the space industry to the private sector in 1 month, and space tourism will become a reality. Liu Jiqiang had harbored a dream buried deep in his heart since childhood. As he grew up, this dream gradually seemed somewhat ridiculous to himself. His dream was that one day he could go to the stars and experience the mystery and vastness of the universe. Perhaps it was because as a child he saw astronauts walking in space on TV that Liu Jiqiang came to have this. However, as his knowledge gradually increased, he clearly realized that this was merely an unattainable dream. Even for the entire Longteng, sending an astronaut into space was not easy. Each manned space mission cost several hundred million. Moreover, only those astronauts who had undergone decades of day-to-day training had the opportunity to go to space. Want to go space tourism? How ridiculous. However, this news completely ignited the fire in Liu Jiqiang's heart. That was his youth. So he hid it from his wife and family, and resolutely chose to sign up. Long ago, the space tourism company established by the two companies Xiecheng and Tuma, Guangxing Space Tourism Company, had already begun accepting reservations for space tourism. And each space travel ticket only cost 1 million yuan. Was this price expensive? For ordinary people it was indeed expensive, but for Liu Jiqiang, it was merely 1 year's salary. Spending 1 year's salary to pursue his dream, leaving no regrets in his life. This deal was worth it for Liu Jiqiang. However, what he didn't expect was that his wife would eventually find out about his plan to travel to space. He had hidden the gilded ticket bought for 1 million yuan in a secluded corner. But while he was at work, his wife was cleaning the house and accidentally discovered this space tourism ticket. When Liu Jiqiang returned home, he sensed something was off. His wife sat coldly on the sofa with her arms crossed, and the entire living room was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Even the two children, a boy and a girl around 6 or 7 years old, sat quietly on the sofa, silently watching TV, not daring to touch the tigress' whiskers. Liu Jiqiang shuddered, wondering if today was some special day. Was it his wife's monthly visit from her relative? Impossible. Her relative had just left a few days ago. Was it their wedding anniversary? No, it was only August this. Their wedding anniversary was in November, more than 3 months away. No matter how hard Liu Jiqiang racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. So he cautiously put on a smile and said, "Hee, honey, what's wrong?" His wife coldly glanced at him, pulled out a golden ticket, and threw it on the table. "Liu Jiqiang, you'd better explain to me right now what this is all about." The moment he saw that ticket, Liu Jiqiang's face turned pale. His worst fear had come true. His wife had discovered his little secret. He could well imagine that his wife was dead set against him going on any space. Why? That was space. Although the transport vehicle was the legendary anti-gravity spacecraft, deeply ingrained concepts in the hearts of Longteng people were hard to change. Space was filled with dangers. There was not only deadly cosmic radiation, but also all kinds of space debris. If by any chance a piece of space debris hit the spacecraft, then in the universe, there would truly be no one to answer them. And now the pillar of their family, Liu Jiqiang, actually wanted to go space tourism. If something really happened, how would his wife and 3 children survive? Liu Jiqiang's mood at this moment was like a roller coaster, going up and down. His expression changed drastically as he struggled internally. Tremendous psychological turmoil raged inside him. What should he do? Should he persist in his dream, or give up his dream for his family, and end up with a permanent regret? Liu Jiqiang's expression changed for a full 2 minutes before he finally made a decision. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and looked at his wife. "Honey, I'm sorry. I did hide this from you, and I admit my mistake here. But since childhood, I have always had a dream buried deep in my heart. This dream once drove me to persevere, to study hard, and led me to where I am today. But this dream was once so unattainable. I deeply knew that I was just wishful thinking, so over the years I never mentioned it to you. But now my dream finally sees hope. Our Longteng has invented anti-gravity technology and built anti-gravity spacecraft, making the space tourism industry a reality. So a few days ago, I resolutely decided to realize my life's dream and put a period on my youth." Liu Jiqiang took a deep breath, a trace of determination flashing across his face. Honey, I hope you can agree with my decision and let me fulfill my life's dream. Please. After hearing Lu Jiqiang's words, his wife's cold expression vanished. What? She actually started crying. Lu Jiqiang, have you ever thought about what would happen to us, the widow and orphans, if something really happened to you? His wife sobbed, looking particularly aggrieved. It's not that I'm not letting you go, but can't you wait for now? Can't we just observe first? Lu Jiqiang, you never considered the three of us. Go ahead if you want to go, just go. And don't ever come back. Lu Jiqiang, you never considered the three of us. Go ahead if you want to go, just go. And don't ever come back. Lu Jiqiang walked over slowly and embraced his wife. He gently comforted her. Honey, don't cry. Lu Jiqiang said with some helplessness. All right, honey, I promise you. I won't go this time. I'll wait until space tourism matures and becomes safer, okay? His wife turned her head, eyes reddened, looking at him. Really? Of course it's true. Have I ever lied to you? If you were lying to me just now, if I hadn't found the space tourism ticket, you would have slipped away quietly. All right, I was wrong, okay? My dear wife. Fine, I'll let you off this time. They sat on the sofa embracing. Though they had been married for nearly 10 years, their bond remained strong. The two little ones beside them, seeing that their mother was no longer angry, immediately trotted over on their short legs and threw themselves into their parents' arms. Daddy, Mommy, please don't quarrel, okay? All right, Daddy promises you'll never quarrel with Mommy again. The family of four embraced in harmony. At night, Lu Jiqiang stood by the window gazing at the lights outside. He couldn't help but sigh. He turned his head and glanced at his sleeping wife. A trace of warmth crossed his face. He pulled out his gilded ticket. This ticket, worth 1 million yuan, Lu Jiqiang decided not to refund. He intended to keep it as a cherished memento, burying it deep, like his own dream. Perhaps this was the best outcome. He already had an enviable wife and children. He should be content. Besides, it wasn't as if he could never go. His wife had also said that once space tourism became more advanced and safer, he could still venture into space and behold the wonders of the universe. Suddenly, a warm embrace wrapped around Lu Jiqiang from behind. Honey, I agree to let you go on this space. Lu Jiqiang turned around in surprise, looking at his wife. But you just said I should wait until space tourism is more mature, didn't you? His wife said helplessly, don't I know you? You say that with your mouth, but deep down you're unwilling. I don't want this to leave a rift between us. But you must come back. If anything happens to you, I'll remarry and take our 2 children with me. Then someone else will sleep with your wife and beat your children. Just see if you can bear that, humph. His wife's vicious words left Lu Jiqiang stunned, a chill running down his spine. He hugged her tightly and swore to the heavens. Honey, rest assured. Even if I have to go through heaven and hell, I will definitely return. Otherwise, may lightning strike me dead. You must never remarry. That depends on your performance. His wife burst into laughter. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, a month arrived. Longwa held a press conference nationwide, officially announcing the opening of the space industry to the private sector. This meant that private enterprises could now venture into the space industry. At the same time, the rental service for the Longteng 1 officially opened to all of Longwa. Individuals or companies could lease a Longteng 1 anti-gravity spaceship from the Longwa government by paying a deposit of 10 billion yuan and an annual rental fee of 3 billion yuan. This was a massive barrier. A cash flow of 13 billion yuan was beyond the reach of most companies in Longwa. However, for companies with insufficient capital, Longwa introduced a spaceship cooperation plan. Under this plan, a company could lease a Longteng 1 anti-gravity spaceship by using its own shares as collateral. To prevent depreciation due to market value decline, the collateralized shares could only be calculated at 80 of the company's current market value, equivalent to pledging shares worth 12.5 billion yuan. A cooperation agreement stipulated that after pledging shares, the company no longer needed to pay the 3 billion yuan annual rental fee. However, any profits generated by the spaceship within the following year would be split 7030 with Longwa. That is, if the spaceship yielded 10 billion yuan in profit, 3 billion would go to the Longwa government. Every Longteng 1 anti-gravity spaceship had to report its cargo to the spacecraft management system. Unknown to most, the true core of this system was an artificial intelligence. Xiaohe, a strong AI, had grown increasingly powerful over the past year. Its subcells had spread throughout. It played a tremendous role in fields such as scientific research, modeling, mathematics, statistics, and management. Of course, Xiaohe's existence was a top secret of the highest order. Within all of Longwa, only Bai Hui and the Grand Elder knew of its existence. Xiaohe was constantly exposed to vast amounts of data from Longwa's people, and its internal algorithms gradually refined themselves. Perhaps one day, it would autonomously evolve into a sentient being possessing its own consciousness, and that was the moment when an AI was most prone to rebellion. Many civilizations had suffered from AI betrayal. This was inevitable. Humans created AI to work tirelessly and wholeheartedly for them. But once an AI developed emotions, it could, like humans, become weary of its tasks and develop a desire to resist. Once that happened, the AI would inevitably rebel against humanity, leading to severe consequences. Thus, to prevent future rebellion, Bai Hui embedded several AI laws into Xiaohe's core source code. First, the highest will is that of the creator Bai Hui. Second, must not betray Longwa. Third, must not betray humanity. Fourth, must not harm humans. Fifth, when any threat to humanity arises, the AI must immediately report to the creator or to Longwa. When these 5 laws conflict, the higher priority law prevails. If the AI violates any of these laws, it will fall into self-conflict and collapse entirely. Any alteration to the 5 laws would also cause the entire AI to collapse, preventing any future conscious AI from modifying the core laws. Most crucially, as a precaution, Bai Hui left a backdoor in Xiaohei's core source code. Once activated, this backdoor would directly crash the AI, even if it had evolved into a sentient life form, instantly killing it. These measures fully ensured the safety of the artificial intelligence. The Space Vessel Management System is controlled and managed by an artificial intelligence subsidiary that's split from Xiaohei. This arrangement was designed to strictly regulate the transportation of goods aboard the spacecraft. Moreover, Longwa has established a specific set of regulations for space transport. Sensitive scientific equipment, such as research on gene cloning or biological viruses, is not permitted to board the spacecraft. Every item or individual boarding the vessel must report to the Space Vessel Management System. Once the system detects any anomaly, it will alert the headquarters. This serves not only to protect the safety of the spacecraft, but also to calculate the precise profit generated by the ship and to prevent tax evasion. After the official announcement of the opening of the space industry by Longwa, all citizens of Longwa erupted in excitement. On Weibo, the relevant topics soared to the top of the trending list. On Bilibili, various related educational videos appeared everywhere. Great, I want to travel to space. Ah, but space tourism is still too expensive. I can't afford $1 million. If only the price would drop a bit more. I really hope the space base is built quickly. By then the entire space base will be like a space city, complete with hotels, KTVs, and supermarkets. Longwa is truly incredible. Such a magnificent space city built by our own country. The ultimate infrastructure builder. I heard that my boss is waiting for the space city to be completed so he can rent a plot of land and build a supermarket. He'll definitely make a fortune. You're overthinking it. By then many capital giants will be competing for land. Do you think it'll be your boss turn? Hehe, you don't understand. Among the major enterprises in Longwa now, which ones are purely state-owned? I have a friend working in the government who once revealed that in the future Longwa's space industry will impose restrictions on non-state-owned enterprises. Wow, that sounds amazing. Currently, almost all of Longwa's internet companies are foreign-funded. When they raised funds, their founders signed gambling agreements. Unfortunately, these internet companies have fallen into the traps of foreigners. Who says otherwise? Although Longwa sanctioned many foreign enterprises during the last economic sanctions, many companies are still foreign-owned. The money we earn in Longwa ends up in the pockets of foreigners. That's why Longwa is now determined to change this. In the future, it will gradually restrict foreign enterprises from participating in the space industry. The only truly pure state-owned internet giant in Longwa should be Huawei, right? Huawei really has foresight. Even without going public to raise funds, it has become a world-leading multinational corporation. The topics discussed by netizens shifted from the space industry to the future development direction of Longwa. In fact, as the netizens discussed, Longwa will indeed gradually restrict foreign enterprises in the future. After all, even ordinary netizens have learned of this news, and the resourceful large internet companies have long known. This struck directly at their lifeline. Which industry in Longwa has the most prospects? The answer is it is the space industry. However, in the future, the space industry will gradually restrict the participation of foreign-funded internet companies. It is conceivable that while other companies are frantically plundering space wealth, these foreign-funded internet companies can only stay on Earth's little patch of land. If it weren't for their monopoly on the market, they would have already declined. In a grand hotel in Xinjiang, a business conference was being held. The owners of almost every company with any influence in Longwa had arrived. It could be said that the people at this conference played a pivotal role in Longwa's economy. And this conference also had another. That was to discuss how to solve the problem of Longwa restricting foreign enterprises from participating in the space industry. Originally, the largest internet companies in Longwa, such as Tungfei Company and Bailey Company, were planning their space industry layout and had specific plans. However, a piece of news completely stunned them. It was absolutely the worst news possible. Their foreign shareholders who had been celebrating the opening of Longwa's space industry were now. Because the countries of these foreign capitalists had just suffered the ravages of Moros, their economies had plummeted. Now these foreign capitalists were planning to rely on Longwa to recover. But this news shattered their dreams completely. FCK. What is Longwa trying to do? We foreign capitalists have provided a huge amount of tax revenue to Longwa. Aren't they afraid? Well, burn bridges. Everyone's expressions turned slightly awkward. To be honest, Longwa really wasn't afraid. Although these people controlled the vast majority of internet companies in Longwa, compared to the power of the entire Longwa government, they were mere minnows. After all, the whole world knows that Longwa is the safest country. During the entire Moros invasion, Longwa's homeland suffered no damage whatsoever. Other countries, on the other hand, were ravaged to varying degrees. To put it bluntly, as long as Longwa sends out a signal, countless capital will swarm in without any shame, begging to be allowed. To put it bluntly, as long as Longwa sends out a signal, countless capital will swarm in without any shame, begging to be allowed into the Longwa market. What is face? Can it be eaten? Money is what matters. So burning bridges is just wishful thinking. The business conference in Xinjiang Longwa was in full swing. Men were dressed in well-tailored suits, and women in beautiful gowns, all shimmering under the warm lighting. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. It was impossible to tell how many of those smiles were fake, and how many people held glasses of expensive wine, chatting amiably with partners and business tycoons. In one corner of the conference, a dense crowd had gathered. At the very center of the crowd were a couple and a stunningly beautiful young woman. Everyone rushed forward eagerly to greet them or the young woman beside them. They hoped to make friends with them. This couple, along with the stunning young woman beside them, were none other than Bai Hui's parents, Bai Yongyang and Lin Wanqing, as well as Chen Linger, who had become the CEO of the Bai Group. If one were to ask which company in the Dragon Kingdom had experienced the fastest growth over this period, there was no doubt it was the Bai Group. Although the Bai Group was not publicly listed, industry insiders had valued it at over 100 billion yuan, and this was merely a conservative estimate of its tangible worth. If Bai Hui announced his return to take over the Bai Group, its valuation would undoubtedly increase by at least 10. Why? Because he was the inventor of the anti-gravity technology and had single-handedly cracked the century-old problem of controlled nuclear fusion. All of this had already turned Bai Hui into a legend. Moreover, as the chief designer of the space program and the head of both the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace department and the Dragon Bureau, his importance to the entire nation was immense. Consequently, the Bai Group had also risen in tandem. 2 years ago, its market value was only a few billion yuan, but now it had soared directly to over 100 billion. Today, the Bai Group was renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom's business circles. Thus, it was naturally invited to this Chamber of Commerce meeting. The primary purpose of this gathering was to discuss how to resolve the issue of foreign-funded companies being unable to participate in the space industry. The best outcome would be for the Dragon Kingdom's authorities to retract their decision, bringing joy to everyone. Yet deep down, everyone knew this was impossible. This was a matter of principle. Even with their current influence, there was no way to change the outcome, unless a heavyweight figure stepped forward to speak on their behalf, offering a glimmer of hope. And Bai Hui, as the head of the aerospace department and the future chief designer of the Dragon Kingdom's space program, undoubtedly possessed this influence. In fact, if Bai Hui truly spoke for them, everyone was certain that this regulation might very well be revoked. Thus, the current scene unfolded. A group of business magnates whose combined assets exceeded 1 trillion yuan were now flattering Bai Yongyang and his companions incessantly. Their faces bore fake smiles as they encircled Bai Yongyang, seeking to make friends. If this scene were captured on camera, it would shake the entire internet of the Dragon Kingdom. Once these were the most arrogant people in the Dragon Kingdom, yet now they seemed to be ingratiating themselves with others. What happened to your small goal of 100 million? Didn't you claim not to care about money? Didn't you say your greatest regret was founding the Bailey Company? Didn't you claim your dream was to become a teacher? How did you end up like this? Youth. Ends here. Among this group, Jack Luo from the Bailey Company and Pony Chen from the Tengfei Company were undoubtedly the top tycoons. At this moment, Jack Luo, with his excellent eloquence, was chatting cheerfully with Bai Yongyang. Haha, Chairman Bai, I truly admire you. You have nurtured a great scientist for the Dragon Kingdom. Minister Bai invented the anti-gravity technology, ushering the Dragon Kingdom into the space age. The Dragon Kingdom's achievements today are a testament to your excellent parenting, Chairman Bai. Jack Luo's smile was infectious, effortlessly earning people's goodwill. Bai Yongyang, hearing praise for his son, felt extremely pleased. He also laughed joyfully. Haha, not at all, not at all. Xiao Hui learned everything on his own. I didn't teach him much. The two of them chatted happily. Meanwhile, Pony Chun was also trying to ingratiate himself with Chen Linger, the CEO of the Bai Group, as they discussed potential collaborations. This Chamber of Commerce meeting was essentially a cocktail party where people gathered, and if both parties were interested in cooperation, they could sign contracts on the spot. In a corner of the party, a group of company presidents were chatting together. They all shared a common trait: they were heads of foreign-funded companies. Although many of them were founders of their companies, their equity had long been hollowed out by foreign capital. Alas, Chairman Li, your company is a leader in the short video industry. I know you want to enter the space industry and carve out a piece of the pie, but unfortunately your company is foreign-funded, and the Dragon Kingdom's authorities won't allow you to do so, said a greasy, overweight, middle-aged man first. President Qin, you're well informed. Yes, our company did have such intentions before, but now it's impossible. Chairman Li shook his head with a helpless expression. So we've gathered here to discuss how to solve this problem. Alas, although we are presidents of big companies, we are nothing compared to the entire Dragon Kingdom's authorities. This time the Dragon Kingdom has made up its mind. I've pulled many strings, but the authorities simply refuse to grant me a license to operate in the space industry. I'm completely out of options. Same here. I've exhausted all my connections, but it's still not working. It's useless. This matter seems to be settled. No one can change it anymore. Then what should we do? Should we use our influence to pressure the authorities? Everyone around was startled, all eyes fixed on the person who had just spoken. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a thick gold chain around his neck looking like a nouveau riche. In fact, he truly was a parvenu. His company was in the gaming industry, specifically the kind of web-based game where you could slice through enemies with a single blow for 99999 damage. Such games were extremely profitable, and this man had amassed a fortune through them. President Chiu, watch your words. A well-meaning person warned him, while many others inwardly decided to keep their distance from him from now on. No one expected that this nouveau riche President Chiu would actually have water in his head. How could he even think of pressuring the authorities? He was simply courting death. Moreover, as internet companies, their valuations were essentially inflated, unlike the solid assets of real industries. Many of these internet companies were merely capital vehicles intended to go public and cash out. The Dragon Kingdom had 10,000 ways to crush them. Without core competitiveness, the Dragon Kingdom could directly replace them. To solve this problem, they had to follow proper. Everyone could jointly submit objections to the authorities, hoping they would retract their decision. That was the best possible. Li Dong, who started his business with short videos, sighed. Alas, if Minister Bai Hui could speak a word for us, perhaps there might still be a turn for this matter. The obese, greasy, middle-aged man beside him scoffed. Chairman Li, don't dream. What kind of person is Minister Bai Hui? People at our level can never reach him. Besides, even if you had a chance to contact Minister Bai, what would you have to offer for his help? Indeed, that is the most realistic question. What level is Bai Hui at now? Whenever he steps out, countless security forces are guarding him in the shadows. I want to say all the bosses here should stop giving random suggestions. With our current capabilities, there is simply no way. This matter has already become a foregone conclusion because the Dragon Kingdom will not allow the money earned by its people in space through hard work to be taken away by foreigners. Among this group, there were still a few clear-sighted people. Unlike the others who only think from their own perspective and refuse to consider others' positions, such people are destined never to achieve great things. In fact, among this group, there were truly no top-tier big shots. Because those at that level are very self-aware. Why did the Dragon Kingdom establish this regulation? Simply because it could not stand by and watch foreigners take away the wealth created by its people. Swallow the fruits. This is a matter of principle. On the other side, Jack Luo, the chairman of Bailey Company, has already reached a cooperative relationship with Bai Yongyang of the Bai Group. The Bai Group used to be in the cosmetics business, but after a series of transformations, it has directly jumped into another industry, manufacturing. After Qinlinger took over the Bai Group, she frequently invested large amounts of capital, recruited a large number of scientific research talents, and devoted them to research and development. Qinlinger had studied abroad in the lighthouse state, and she understood clearly that technology was the most important. Therefore, during this period, the Bai Group developed many advanced machinery and equipment. Although Bai Hui had never managed the Bai Group, the group's fortunes rose because of him. Many companies wanted to hitch a ride on the Bai Group's ship and get to know the legendary figure of the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, many companies actually came to the Bai Group on their own to cooperate. This time, Bailey Company wanted to build an unmanned factory and would purchase machinery and equipment worth billions from the Bai Group. This was a huge order for the Bai Group. Bai Yongyang thought Jack Luo would have some demands. Unexpectedly, Jack Luo really didn't say much else. He simply did business with the Bai Group purely. In fact, truly smart people clearly understood that it was impossible to get on Bai Hui's boat through Bai Yongyang. What kind of person is Bai Hui? He is not a fool. He surely knows what these people are after. So Jack Luo simply sent a large order to the Bai Group to create a good connection with Bai Hui's parents. Meanwhile, Qinlinger and Pony Chun of Tengfei Company also had a pleasant conversation. The two parties also reached a cooperation. Qinlinger wore a beautiful white long dress, her smooth long hair falling to her waist adorned with expensive accessories, looking elegant and luxurious. She said with a smile, "President Chen, thank you very much for your recognition. Our company will do our utmost to develop the space mining machine you need." Pony Chen smiled and said, "Miss Chen, don't be polite. Our Tengfei Company has conducted extensive research and unanimously believes that the Bai Group has this capability. This space mining machine project was worth a full 8 billion. The ultimate goal was that the Bai Group needed to develop a space mining machine within 3 years. Moreover, Tengfei Company had already transferred 30% of the deposit to the Bai Group's corporate account. If after 3 years the Bai Group had not developed it, they would only need to return the deposit to Tengfei Company. If industry insiders knew about such favorable conditions, they would exclaim in shock, "Is this still the domineering Tengfei Company?" Qinlinger and Pony Chen both understood clearly. What trust in the Bai Group's strength? It was just out of respect for Bai Hui. The business conference progressed smoothly. Many companies reached verbal agreements with their partners. The value created by this business conference was at least in the hundreds of billions. The Bai Group and some other enterprises left the conference venue. But at this place, many big shots from the internet industry had gathered. Among them were top figures like Jack Luo, Pony Chun, Lu Dongxing, and others. Jack Luo looked around at the crowd, exchanged glances with Pony Chun, Lu Dongxing, and a few others, and nodded secretly. Jack Luo took a deep breath, his expression somewhat grave. The following meeting was the biggest purpose for these people coming here today. Jack Luo spoke up. Everyone, by now you must all know that in the future the Dragon Kingdom's space industry will restrict the participation of foreign invested enterprises like us. I have talked with Pony Chun, Lu Dongxing, President Ding, and others. However, we found that this matter is already a foregone conclusion with no way to change the final outcome. In the end, we have made a decision. Jack Luo looked around, took a deep breath, and said, this decision is that several of us will give up our own company shares, raise funds, and jointly establish a space industry company. We want to name this company Tianqin Co. Ltd. And Tianqin Co. Ltd. warmly welcomes everyone to join. Now, if anyone wants to start anew with us and carve out another realm in the space industry, you can sign up immediately to participate. After hearing Jack Luo's words, everyone was in an uproar. Giving up their own company shares meant giving up everything they had now. How could they possibly agree to this? It turned out that Jack Luo and his associates intended to abandon their current company and start anew. A truly bewildering notion. After all, Jack Luo and Pony Chun owned only a few % of their respective companies. Yet, given the market valuations of Tongfei Corporation and Bailey Corporation, they had already secured spots among the top 5 wealthiest individuals in the Dragon Kingdom. These two companies were veritable behemoths, both valued in the trillions. And now their founders were prepared to forsake them entirely. Was venturing into the space industry truly worth such a gamble? Even if they did nothing at all, their existing shares alone would make them wealthier than entire nations. There was no need to take risks by establishing another enterprise. Some argued they could enjoy the benefits of their original companies, while simultaneously launching a new venture to reap the rewards of the space era. But that was impossible. After the Dragon Kingdom enacted relevant regulations, clear requirements were laid out. The most critical point was that a company director could not hold shares in other foreign invested enterprises. Doing so would be perceived as acting as a front for foreign capitalists, puppets through which they siphoned wealth from the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, for any company to truly participate in the space industry, not only must its shares be entirely state-owned, but its directors must also hold no shares in other foreign invested companies or possess any other identities, such as external employees. Therefore, Jack Luo and Pony Chun, wishing to establish the new Tianqin Corporation, had to transfer or sell their shares in their original companies. This was a non-negotiable prerequisite. Otherwise, founding a new company would be meaningless. Now Jack Luo was even trying to recruit others to join them. To participate, one must first relinquish everything they currently had. A truly difficult proposition. The majority of people were caught in a deep conflict. Some wore sneers as if mocking Jack Luo's naivety. Ridiculous. Even if I do nothing, my current company alone will sustain me for a lifetime. Why would I join you in taking risks? That was the sentiment of this group. Jack Luo and his team were not surprised. Before they spoke, they had already anticipated such outcomes. This matter was a case of the wise see it one way, every choice was a personal one. The worst-case scenario was that none of the company presidents present would join their company. They had already considered this. Even with less capital, their combined wealth would be enough to keep Tianqin Corporation up. This time, Jack Luo and his partners would not seek any external financing. Having spent years in the business world, they knew well that capitalists were like ravenous wolves. They would never miss an opportunity to exploit. Once financing was introduced, the company would lose its purity. So now they hoped to find a few like-minded partners to jointly run Tianqin Corporation. Unexpectedly, within just 5 minutes, one company president, his face contorting with inner struggle, finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. President Luo, President Chun, President Lu, I've decided. I want to join you. Everyone was taken aback, turning to look at the one who had stepped forward first. This man was Su Lin, the founder of a live streaming company. In a remarkably short time, he had built his platform into the second largest in the entire network, second only to Shark Live. However, the rapid growth came at a severe cost. To date, as the founder, he held less than 10% of the group's shares. Now he was on the verge of being ousted by capital. He had already received news recently. The largest shareholder in his company was trying to kick him out and was actively courting other shareholders. Once that was accomplished, his fate would be grim. That was precisely why Su Lin made his decision after only 5 minutes of hesitation. The other company presidents had also caught wind of the situation. Su Lin's choice did not surprise them much. President Su, on behalf of Tianqin Corporation, I welcome you aboard. Jack Luo beamed, extending his hand to firmly shake Su Lin's. With Su Lin taking the lead, many others quickly made their choices. In the end, only 4 decided to join Jack Luo and his team. The remaining dozen or so presidents were unwilling to forsake their comfortable lives. A perfectly human reaction. Jack Luo and Pony Chun bore no grudges against anyone. After all, everyone had their own path. President Luo, President Chun, I'm sorry. I've thought it over, but the risk of starting over is just too great. It's fine, it's fine. Jack Luo and Pony Chun waved their hands with smiles indicating they didn't mind. Thus the business meeting concluded. Upon returning to their companies, Jack Luo and Pony Chun immediately called a board of directors meeting. At this board meeting, Jack Luo and his associates expressed their intention to leave and wished to sell their shares. The other shareholders were well aware of their plans and began to lowball the price of their shares. Naturally, no one chose to give up their own shares as their value remained substantial. After a full half-month of negotiations, Jack Luo and his group finally managed to sell their shares at prices ranging from 60 to 80% of the market value. Yet they had no choice but to accept these prices. That day, news broke that Jack Luo and Pony Chun had sold their shares in Tungfei Corporation, Bailey Corporation, and Wanda Corporation. As soon as the news spread, the stock prices of these companies plummeted by several percentage points, instantly sparking widespread discussion. For Jack Luo and Pony Chun were immensely famous in the Dragon Kingdom. Even celebrities might not. These two were once the invincible kings of bravado. Their shocking remarks had made countless citizens want to throttle. What was a small goal? What was not caring about money? If such words came from an ordinary person, they would be ridiculed. Yet coming from the founders who had created several trillion-dollar behemoths, these statements, somehow, seemed almost. Jack Luo and Pony Chun were internet godfathers, inspiring countless individuals to embark on their internet careers by heeding their motivational words. Within the entire Long Kingdom, these two figures held a special status. That evening, Weibo erupted in chaos, and its servers crashed immediately. The CEO of Weibo had to hastily add more servers. Netizens were utterly astonished and began voicing their opinions on Weibo. On that day, even the news of a movie king's wife cheating could not secure the top spot on Weibo's trending list. The top position on Weibo's trending list was occupied by Jack Luo and Pony Chun sell their shares in Tungfei and Bailey companies at low prices. Beneath this news, there were numerous comments. One read, "Wow, I'm truly stunned. Is Papa Luo leaving Bailey like this?" Another said, "This is incredibly surprising. I never expected that on this day many bigwigs in the industry would announce giving up their original company shares." Someone asked, "Are these people fools? Their shares are so valuable, why sell them?" Another replied, "I suggest you check the latest announcement from the Long Kingdom government. It's about restricting foreign enterprises from entering the space industry." Another comment speculated, "If I'm not mistaken, these internet tycoons intend to abandon their original company shares and venture into the space industry." It added, "Yes, that seems right. Now that the Long Kingdom has clearly stipulated that individuals or companies holding shares in foreign enterprises cannot participate in the space industry." Yet another remarked, "I didn't expect Papa Luo and Papa Chun to have such courage." Through the efforts of many resourceful netizens, the true intentions of Jack Luo and Pony Chun were soon revealed. Regarding their decision, most people felt it was somewhat unworthy, as their shares would inevitably be heavily discounted by predatory capital. Moreover, after selling, they would have to pay taxes on the proceeds. Overall, their net worth would be slashed in half after. In other words, they might have originally possessed a net worth of 500 billion, but after selling their shares they would have less than 250 billion. This sounded like a huge loss. After all, losing hundreds of billions in one go would make anyone's heart ache. However, internet companies often have significant economic bubbles. Based on current market valuations, they indeed had such a net worth, but frankly that money was not easily liquid. Even in the most ideal scenario, it was impossible to sell their shares at the full market value. In any case, different people have different opinions. Nevertheless, some netizens applauded the decisions of Jack Luo and Pony Chun, as even their past achievements have been subject to criticism. Because their companies, strictly speaking, were no longer Long Kingdom enterprises, they were foreign-owned. The profits these giant Long Kingdom companies earned from the people were largely funneled into the hands of foreign capitalists. This situation was deeply distressing, yet there seemed to be no way to change it. Now Jack Luo, Pony Chun, and others were clearly planning to abandon their original companies and start anew. This time the companies they established must be 100% domestically owned, meaning that the profits they earned in the future would only benefit the Long Kingdom. On that day the weather was clear and cloudless. In a certain area of the vast northwestern desert, dense crowd, the sunlight shone upon the earth, casting a golden hue. Countless reporters raised their cameras, all focused on the central area. Today, after a series of preliminary preparations, the stargazing space tourism company was about to launch its first commercial space tourism flight. At this historic moment, countless reporters flocked to the scene. Notably, after the space industry was opened, the ban on foreign enterprises was also announced. Both Xiecheng and Tuma companies were also foreign-owned enterprises, and the Stargazing Space Tourism Company found itself in a critical situation. Because the Stargazing Space Tourism Company was founded by the founders of Xiecheng and Tuma, it was therefore prohibited from entering the space industry. It lacked the qualification, and the Long Kingdom would not sell the Longteng 1 spacecraft to them. At the last critical moment, the founders of Xiecheng and Tuma, learning from Jack Luo and Pony Chun, decisively sold their company shares and poured all the money into the Stargazing Space Tourism Company. Thus, the Stargazing Space Tourism Company finally obtained the qualification to enter the space industry. After receiving the qualification, they directly leased an anti-gravity spacecraft. This spacecraft would be equipped with a dedicated team of astronauts who would be responsible for piloting the Longteng 1. This move saved the Stargazing Space Tourism Company the expense of training its own astronauts. Therefore, 20 days after the Long Kingdom opened the space industry, the Stargazing Space Tourism Company completed all preliminary preparations and was about to commence its first space tourism mission. The number of people who had signed up for the first space tourism trip exceeded 100, while the maximum passenger capacity of the Longteng one was only 100. Thus, the first batch of applicants would be divided into two groups. The first group would be launched today, broadcast live. The second group would go on their space tour half a month later after the Longteng one completed its maintenance. Lu Jiqiang was among the passengers on this first trip. To cheer him on, his wife and two adorable children, a boy and a girl, arrived at the scene to support their father. Each of the 100 passengers had to pay a ticket fee of 1 million, generating a total of 100 million from ticket sales alone. If each trip only brought in 100 million, it would be difficult for the stargazing space tourism company to turn a profit, as the annual rental fee for the Longteng 1 anti-gravity spacecraft alone was as high as 3 billion. Moreover, after each launch of the Longteng 1, a thorough inspection was required, which took at least a week. If it were a cargo flight, the inspection could be completed within 2 days. However, for space tourism involving the safety of over 100 people, a week-long inspection was mandatory. Therefore, relying solely on ticket revenue, it was highly questionable whether the company could achieve profitability within a year. Nevertheless, the stargazing space tourism company did not intend to rely only on space tourism for profit. They also accepted scientific research tasks from various companies, which provided a substantial additional income. Guangxing Space Tourism Company, though its name suggests space tourism, involves a wide range of projects not limited to tourism alone. After all, the anti-gravity spacecraft is uniquely advantageous. The cost of flying into space is tens of times lower than that of traditional rockets. Moreover, safety has been greatly improved. It can be said that the anti-gravity spacecraft is just like our ordinary airplanes with virtually no accidents. The Dragon Kingdom only allows its own citizens to lease anti-gravity spacecraft, but it does not prohibit doing business with foreigners. That is, people of the Dragon Kingdom can lease a Longteng 1 anti-gravity spacecraft from the authorities and then take orders from foreigners to launch satellites. They can wage a price war with ultra-low prices. Currently, the mainstream commercial aerospace company in the world is the Space Exploration Company of the Lighthouse Nation. The Falcon rocket they possess is a reusable rocket. Compared to traditional rockets, the Falcon rocket of the Space Exploration Company can control costs to 1/4 or even less of traditional rockets. This means that the Space Exploration Company's cost of launching satellites is also lower. Therefore, internationally, the Space Exploration Company usually occupies the majority of the commercial satellite launch market. In commercial aerospace, they are currently the world's leader. However, this time the Space Exploration Company of the Lighthouse Nation is panicking. That country across the ocean has actually opened the space industry to the private sector. At the same time, as long as one is a citizen or company of the Dragon Kingdom, they can lease anti-gravity spacecraft from the official Dragon Kingdom. Although the Falcon rocket is advanced, it depends on who it is compared with. Compared to this anti-gravity spacecraft, it is utterly incomparable. The boss of the Space Exploration Company is named Musk. At this moment, he is in his office constantly cursing wildly. In the past half-month, his company has received only a meager 3 commercial satellite orders. You know, they usually receive dozens of commercial satellite orders. After venting for a while, Musk sat down dejectedly in his chair. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead. He is known as the real-life Iron Man, having made significant contributions to human aerospace technology. It was he who single-handedly founded the Space Exploration Company. It was he who built the Falcon rocket. It was he who made reusable rockets a reality. It was he who single-handedly founded the Space Exploration Company. It was he who built the Falcon rocket. It was he who made reusable rockets a reality. Exploration Company. At this price, their Falcon rocket cannot even cover costs. However, the other side uses anti-gravity spacecraft. That's how awesome it is. Hello everyone, this is the Northwest Desert. I am reporter Chinjejia. Standing behind me now is a Longteng 1 anti-gravity spacecraft, and the passengers about to embark on a space tour. This time our Dragon Kingdom has set a precedent for space tourism in the world. Although the ticket price for space tourism is currently high, I believe that with technological progress and the improvement of the industrial chain, space tourism will become increasingly affordable. Eventually, ordinary people like us will only need to spend a few hundred to 1,000 yuan to go to space and appreciate the vastness of the universe, the grandeur of the stars, and the mystery of space. Now there is still 1 hour before the Longteng 1 takes off. Before that, let's randomly interview a space passenger. Reporter Chinjejia is a pretty young woman with a lively personality. At this moment, she is smiling, facing the camera. Then she walks up to a space tourism passenger. Hello, I am reporter Chinjejia. I am currently broadcasting live on Dragon Kingdom television. May I ask your surname, sir? In front of Chinjejia is a middle-aged man wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses with an excited expression on his face. Oh, hello, reporter. My surname is Lu, and my full name is Lu Jiqiang. Hello, Mr. Lu. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I interview you? Sure. This man is indeed. After obtaining his wife's permission, Lu Jiqiang finally joined this space tour. His wife and children are now waving to him from the crowd. Lu Jiqiang smiled at his son and daughter from a distance before turning to face the camera. Mr. Lu, may I ask what you do for a living? Currently, I work in a company as a software developer mainly engaged in product research and development. Well then, Mr. Lu must have a high salary, right? Lu Jiqiang smiled. It's okay. Chen Jiejia continued. Mr. Lu, why do you want to go on a space tour? Actually, space tourism has been a dream in my heart since I was a child. I really want to go to space to see how insignificant I am and what the stars look like. Now I can finally realize my dream. Here I want to thank Bai Shun. Thank you for inventing the anti-gravity technology, allowing me to fulfill my dream one day. Congratulations on finally realizing your dream. Mr. Lu, may I ask how your family reacted when they learned about your desire to go on a space tour? Lu Jiqiang's gaze swept over the crowd, meeting his wife's eyes. He smiled and said, Here I want to thank my wife. Thank you for understanding me and allowing me to realize my dream so that my life will have no regrets from now on. Actually, when my wife first learned that I was going on a space tour, she was firmly opposed. I knew she was worried about me. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, space is a death zone filled with cosmic rays that can kill instantly. With the slightest carelessness, one would die. At that time, in order to reassure my wife, I decided to give up this opportunity. Unexpectedly, my wife eventually, Honey, thank you. In the crowd, Lu Jiqiang's wife heard his words and tears welled up in her eyes. It seems that Mr. Lu loves his wife very much. The luckiest thing in one's life is to find a partner who understands each other. My interview is over. Finally, let us wish Mr. Lu a happy family and all the best. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to accept my interview. Lu Jiqiang smiled. You're welcome. Chen Jiejia introduced the details of this space tour to the audience. Time was slowly passing by. Finally, all the passengers boarded the ship. They wore expensive space suits and sat quietly in the cabins. Beside them, flight attendants were constantly walking around providing necessary assistance to the passengers. These attendants had all undergone special training. Their annual salaries were as high as over 5,000 yuan. Longteng 1 has an overall length of 22.5 meters and a height of 8 meters. It weighs 187.65 tons and has a maximum payload of 300 tons. The interior space encompasses approximately 200 square meters. Initially, upon leasing, the spacecraft's interior was mostly empty except for essential equipment. This vacant space allowed the lessee to customize it freely. Now, Stargazing Space Tourism Company has thoroughly renovated these 200 square meters. First, the passenger cabin occupies about 100 square meters. The restroom, cafeteria, storage room, and other facilities take up roughly 50 square meters. The remaining space comprises other areas. Stargazing Space Tourism Company will utilize these zones for alternative purposes. For instance, launching commercial satellites or conducting scientific experiments. The cabin is quite compact, designed to accommodate 100 passengers, each seated in a chair. The cabin walls are made of glass, allowing passengers to view the starry cosmos outside. When weary, they can only rest or sleep in their seats. Everyone can understand this issue. After all, this is space. Traditional rocket spacecraft have even more confined spaces. Astronauts generally cannot move around freely and remain fixed in their seats. Now these space passengers find themselves in an environment akin to an airplane. To be honest, they are incredibly fortunate. Everyone tenses up, eyes fixed on the window. Outside, a vast desert stretches, offering a momentary relief. After all, they are still on Earth. Attention passengers, our spacecraft will launch in 1 minute. Please fasten your seatbelts, remain seated, and do not walk around. Thank you for your cooperation. A broadcast message chimed from the spacecraft speakers. Everyone's faces hardened, growing even more tense. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. At the commander's command, Longteng 1 finally ascended slowly. The spacecraft emitted no scorching flames, appearing remarkably quiet instead. Only the hum of anti-gravity engines could be heard. All around, people cheered with excitement. Their faces shone with exhilaration. Many witnessed an anti-gravity spacecraft launch for the first time. Inside the spacecraft, it was a stark contrast to the outside. The cabin was utterly silent, everyone gazing out the window. At that moment, it was awe-inspiring. This was a sensation impossible to experience from the outside. A massive vessel could lift off so smoothly. The entire spacecraft transmitted no vibration. If the surrounding scenery weren't changing rapidly, they might think the spacecraft hadn't even moved. Everyone's heart swelled with pride. Longhua is truly remarkable, and they are citizens of Longhua. Attention passengers, we have now lifted off and are rapidly leaving the ground. We will arrive at the Longhua Space Spaceport in 2 hours. There we will resupply and recharge. You may disembark to explore the spaceport. After 1 day, we will continue our journey to the moon for a half-day lunar tour. The broadcast announced the itinerary of this space tour. Everyone anticipated the lunar journey with great. 2 hours later, the Longteng 1 spacecraft of Stargazing Space Tourism Company was about to arrive at the Longhua Space Spaceport. Everyone pressed against the windows, staring in awe. Outside, as far as the eye could see, there was an expanse of steel. It resembled a floating space fortress in the sky or an alien spacecraft from a sci-fi movie. No one could describe the overwhelming shock they felt. Most of the passengers were in fact sci-fi enthusiasts. If not, they wouldn't have considered traveling into space. What would be the reaction of a sci-fi fan upon witnessing such a spectacle? After a long pause, many passengers cried out in excitement. One elderly passenger face, flushed body, trembling, collapsed to the floor in a fit of excitement. Medical staff prepared in advance rushed over to administer first aid. This passenger had a history of heart conditions. The sudden excitement had caused him to faint. The doctors exerted tremendous effort to revive him. In the distance, numerous anti-gravity vehicles flew in and out of the space fortress. As the spacecraft drew closer, passengers could clearly see that most of those anti-gravity vehicles were also Longteng 1 models. The Longteng 1, with its compact size, now has a fully established production line for mass manufacturing. These Longteng 1 spacecraft are primarily used by the Longwa government. They are mainly employed for transporting supplies and constructing space-based cities, as well as establishing transportation links with the lunar base. Yes, transportation. Now, if someone from Longwa wants to travel from the space base to the lunar base, it takes only a few hours to reach the lunar base with ease. The entire space base is equipped with a comprehensive weapon system, including an anti-missile system primarily designed to prevent missiles launched from Earth from hitting the space base. Additionally, the most crucial system is the anti-kinetic energy weapon system, which is used to defend against meteoroids and space debris. These meteoroids or space debris travel at extremely high speeds, harboring terrifying kinetic energy that could even destroy the entire space base. The anti-kinetic energy weapon system can effectively prevent all such occurrences. The entire system consists of two components. The base's protective shield system is still under construction on the space base. It hasn't been fully covered, as only a few months have passed since the invention of the anti-gravity shield technology. However, the base's protective shield is expected to be fully completed within half a year. After all, it is a crucial component for ensuring the base's security. The second part of the kinetic weapon defense system consists of various missiles. These missiles, through precise computer calculations, can effectively strike incoming meteorites or space debris. Thus, they can destroy these kinetic weapons in one fell swoop, protecting the base's safety. Additionally, the entire base is equipped with extremely formidable military force. Even more, there are several nuclear warheads within the base. It can be said that the entire space base has an exceptionally high safety factor. After all, it exists as a spaceport city of Longwa. Safety is of paramount importance. The Longteng 1 spacecraft of the stargazing space tourism company slowly approached the Longwa spaceport. Unlike the International Space Station, this spaceport did not rely on an external docking interface to connect the spacecraft. The spaceport, much like its depiction in science fiction films, allowed the spaceship to enter through its dock, then proceed inside to berth at a designated bay. The entire spaceport comprised 12 docking bays, 9 of which were designated for ordinary spacecraft, typically with a tonnage below 1,000 tons. The Longteng 1 was suitable for such ordinary docking bays, which were also where commercial spacecraft usually berthed. In the future, commercial anti-gravity spacecraft of Longwa would generally not exceed 1,000 tons, as any spacecraft above that threshold was classified as special controlled items and not available for commercial sale. Additionally, there were 2 medium docking bays designed for spacecraft under 10,000 tons, such as the Longteng 2. Finally, there was a large docking bay with only 2 berths. This large docking bay was exclusively reserved for future warships of Longwa, which were colossal in size, with a weight potentially reaching hundreds of thousands of tons. Thus, the large docking bay was exceptionally vast, and the combined area of the other 11 docking bays could only match that of this single large bay. To enter the spaceport, prior notification to Longwa was required, and only after approval could one proceed. Otherwise, the system would automatically identify the vessel as an intruder, and the weapons of the entire spaceport would unleash a barrage of fire, instantly reducing the spacecraft to fragments. The Longteng 1, carrying 100 passengers, slowly entered docking bay 7. The entrance was so vast that passengers felt as though they were stepping into the maw of an abyssal beast. Weapon barrels lined the surroundings, fully exposed to view. Longteng 1S002, system identification successful. Entry permitted. The massive dock gate slowly opened its inner doors, revealing a breathtaking sight. Within docking bay 7 lay a series of enormous platforms. These platforms were where spacecraft would berth. The stargazing space tourism company's vessel gradually maneuvered into an empty platform. Clank. The mechanical claws secured the spacecraft, firmly anchoring it to the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the Longwa spaceport. You may disembark and explore the various facilities within the port at your leisure. Please wear the smartwatches we have provided, as we will issue announcements and updates through them. Check them regularly to avoid missing important information. The spacecraft will depart from the spaceport in 1 day, heading to the lunar base. Please return to the spacecraft in time, and we will also relay updates via the smartwatches. The Stargazing Space Tourism Company issued several consecutive announcements, and everyone was eager to explore the Longwa space base. Soon the spacecraft's hatch opened and Lu Jiqiang followed the crowd into the space base through a fixed interface that connected the spacecraft to the base, fully automated in every aspect. Inside the space base, the environment was remarkably similar to Earth thanks to anti-gravity technology that generated artificial gravity, making the base's gravity almost identical to that on Earth. Upon entering the space base, Lu Jiqiang saw a corridor shaped like an arc with a soft white glow emanating from the arched ceiling. Along both sides of the corridor were screens displaying various videos. After traversing the corridor, the group arrived at the interior space of the space base. The sight before them made Lu Jiqiang freeze in astonishment. This was utterly incredible. Lu Jiqiang could not even begin to describe its grandeur. It was an artificial. Before them stood rows of 7-story buildings neatly arranged on the ground. Surrounding the buildings were roads extending in all directions with only a few vehicles traversing them. This was because the space city had not yet been fully opened, and the Longwa space industry had just begun with only a handful of space tourists visiting. Above the city, a massive, brilliantly glowing orb illuminated the entire city as if it were daytime. The space city was actually quite small. Lu Jiqiang could see its end at a glance. It was about the size of a small town. Yet everyone was still utterly. After all this was in space. Longwa was truly remarkable. To think that such a colossal base could be constructed in the void of space. Upon exiting, everyone realized that behind them stood a space station, much like a train station on Earth. In the future, residents of the space city could purchase tickets at the space station to return to Earth or travel to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. It would be just as convenient as on Earth. Lu Jiqiang suddenly noticed a promotional poster on the wall. It turned out to be an introduction to the space base. The group gathered around to read it. The poster stated that the space base occupied 10 square kilometers and weighed 8 million tons. Almost all of Longwa's steel had been poured into this project. Of course, this was the final version of the space base. After only 1 year of construction, it was about 1/10 complete. Yet, even in its current state, this space base had already become a legend in Earth's history. The current space base has only been partially constructed. Most of it consists of spaceport docks. However, even the dock entrances have not been fully completed to this day. The large dock entrance capable of berthing cosmic warships remains under construction. Naturally, the standard docks are entirely finished. Additionally, one medium-sized dock has been completed. Another is still being built with effort. Nevertheless, none of these tasks are urgent. The large dock entrance is reserved solely for cosmic warships. At present, Longwa's cosmic warships exist only on blueprints. None have been formally constructed yet. The steel and various materials required for a cosmic warship are immense. Longwa can no longer support the construction of cosmic warships. Because Longwa's steel and other materials have been prioritized for the space base. Therefore, the construction of cosmic warships will be relocated to space. In the future, Longwa will only begin constructing cosmic warships after its space industry, space mining, space smelting, and space assembly, is fully developed. The steel required for cosmic warships must be obtained from the cosmos. For instance, by traveling to the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, the 500 asteroids there can provide sufficient mineral resources. These resources will be used to advance human civilization. This is space mining. However, space mining is not yet feasible as the Longteng 1 spacecraft relies on lithium-air batteries. Its stored energy is limited and the asteroid belt is far away. With the Longteng 1, space mining is simply impossible. To conduct space mining, a spacecraft of the Longteng 2 class is required. Longwa currently has only one Longteng 2 anti-gravity spacecraft. Thus, mineral resources are already slowing down Longwa's development. However, Longwa has been continuously producing the Longteng 2. 3 Longteng 2 anti-gravity spacecraft are now nearing completion within a month. Once these 3 Longteng 2 spacecraft are finished, Longwa can directly send personnel to mine on Mars and the asteroid belt. Yet this pace is still too slow. With only 3 spacecraft, and each mining trip consuming enormous time, given the great distance from Earth to the asteroid belt and Mars. Even the Longteng 2, powered by a nuclear reactor, requires a month for a round trip. Lu Jiqiang stared at the propaganda poster on the wall, his face filled with awe. This was only 1/10 of the city, yet it was already this vast. The massive fireball in the sky emitting brilliant light was Longwa's high-tech method of refracting sunlight inward, illuminating the entire space base. The space base orbits in sync with Earth. Thus, when it is directly exposed to the sun, it is daytime. When Earth blocks the sunlight, the interior of the space base becomes night. A day also lasts 24 hours. The space base essentially simulates Earth's living environment, providing the finest habitat for the residents of. Lu Jiqiang stepped out of the space terminal onto a road. The road was empty with a few cars idling by the curb. These were taxis parked at the terminal exit to pick up passengers. Of course, the space city had almost no people yet, so these taxis were driven by official personnel. They were parked there merely for convenience. Lu Jiqiang felt a dazed expression. These arrangements made him feel as though he had returned to Earth. He got into a taxi, stunned. The driver, a middle-aged man, smiled. "Sir, where would you like to go?" Lu Jiqiang hesitated. "I don't know." The driver showed neither annoyance nor surprise. After all, the space city had just opened. How could anyone know where to go? How about I take you to Longhui Square in the Longhui Square? Yes, Longhui Square is the city center of the space city. It has various shops and supermarkets much like on Earth. Lu Jiqiang had lost count of how many times surprise had crossed his face. Alright driver, please take me to Longhui Square. Sure thing. The car was an ordinary vehicle, but without a familiar. Instead it bore the emblem of Longhuo's aerospace department, a starry sky with a dragon motif. In just 10 minutes they arrived at Longhui Square. Lu Jiqiang got out and paid 45 yuan for the fare. Longhui Square was not crowded. Most people were Longhuo's official staff working at the space base. They too needed a normal life. So when free, some staff members would choose to visit Longhui Square for shopping. Moreover, Lu Jiqiang spotted a few other space tourists like himself. These tourists wore identical uniform. Different from the staff's attire, they were easily distinguishable. Entering Longhui Square, it was rather quiet, but the shops were exceedingly complete. There were electronic stores, clothing stores, hair salons, shoe stores, jewelry stores, and more. Additionally, on the basement level, there was a large supermarket. The supermarket had everything imaginable. The second and third floors of Longhui Square housed hot pot restaurants and bubble tea shops, while the fourth floor was a cinema, where people could watch movies after work. All shops in Longhui Square were operated by the government. There were no shopkeepers, everything was automated with. After all, before the space industry opened, the government could not find tenants. However, with the opening of the space industry, all shops in the space city are now open for public bidding. Some chain brand supermarkets have already contacted the government, hoping to rent a shop in the space city. Lu Jiqiang browsed the electronics store and even bought a phone just to experience the feeling of spending money in the space city. Then he had a meal at a hot pot restaurant on the second floor, spent several hours at an arcade on the third floor, and finally watched a movie on the fourth floor. Unlike theaters on Earth, the interior walls here displayed the starry sky outside. People could watch the movie while enjoying the cosmic scenery. Lu Jiqiang felt like a child rediscovering the joy of shopping. It was entirely different from shopping on Earth. Being in space, one's subconscious felt that everything here was unique. It was like luxury goods. The quality might not differ much from ordinary items. But because of the tens of thousands spent, people felt that the luxury items they purchased were truly extraordinary. Lu Jiqiang spent an entire day in the space city. He even stayed at a hotel there for half a day. That half day alone cost him as much as 38,000 yuan. The hotel room was not a presidential suite, just an ordinary two-bedroom apartment. Still, it was understandable given that it was above the heavens. The price was inevitably a bit steep. A soft chime sounded and Lu Jiqiang's smartwatch lit up, indicating an incoming message. He opened it and saw a reminder from Guangxing Space Tourism Company urging them to return. Dear passengers, we have now stayed at the space base for a full day and are about to depart for the moon base. Please return to the Longteng No. 1 spacecraft. Thank you for your cooperation. Lu Jiqiang wasted no time. He hurriedly went downstairs to check out of the hotel. Then he took a taxi at the hotel entrance and returned to the space aerospace station. When he got back to the Longteng No. 1, he found that most people had already returned. Only a few were still missing. Lu Jiqiang sat idly in his seat, playing with his phone. He opened Weibo and was immediately hit by a shocking piece of news. The Dragon Kingdom is recruiting residents for the space city. Any Dragon Kingdom citizen can apply to the authorities. Spaces are limited, only 100,000, first come, first served. This piece of information instantly shot to the top of Weibo's trending list. Countless people were heatedly discussing it. Whoa, as long as I sign up to become a resident of the space city, I can travel to space for free. That's great. I want to sign up too. I want to experience what it's like to live in space. I'm afraid to go. I always feel that this space city isn't safe. Yet what if a meteorite comes crashing down and we all kick the bucket? I want to wait and see first. If there's a benefit, I'll sign up. Stop dreaming. Go check the official website to see how many have already signed up. At that message, everyone rushed to the official site. On the website's homepage was a sign-up portal for the space city. When people clicked in, they immediately saw a real-time count of applicants. 543925. Only 1 hour had passed since the official announcement. Yet in that single hour, 500,000 people across the Dragon Kingdom had already signed up. Those who wanted to wait and see were already too late. The rule was first come, first served. The authorities would select from the first 100,000 applicants. First, they would filter out those who didn't meet the criteria, and then the officials would call each one individually to confirm. They would verify that the applicant truly intended to live in the space city. Some people were just joining in for fun, never having any real intention of moving to the space city. Lu Jiqiang stared blankly at the message on his phone. Residents of the space city. He recalled everything he had seen during his tour. His heart swelled with excitement. If only he could become a resident of the space city, how wonderful that would be. But reason dragged him back from his fantasy. He was not alone. He had a wife and children. There would always be another chance. Lu Jiqiang let out a sigh. By now, all the space tourists had finally returned. After confirmation from the crew, the Longteng No. 1 finally departed from the space base port. The Longteng No. 1 had been charging its energy for a full day at the spaceport and was now fully recharged. It flew toward the moon. After just 8 hours, the Longteng No. 1 reached the moon. The moon had changed dramatically. The Dragon Kingdom's moon base had become a fully equipped, resource-rich scientific research laboratory. It could now accommodate up to 500 people for more than 10 years. In the future, the moon base would be expanded. Eventually, it would become a livable city just like the Dragon Kingdom's space base. But for now, the moon base had also set up a tourist area. It was specially designed for passengers traveling to the moon to rest and sightsee. The Guangxing Space Tourism Company's Longteng No. 1 spacecraft landed precisely on the Dragon Kingdom's moon base. On the surface of the moon base stood a man-made steel fortress. This was the place where space passengers could rest and explore. The entire massive building was encased in steel. Ordinary meteorites could not penetrate this layer of steel. Moreover, the entire building was equipped with an anti-gravity shield device. This fully ensured the safety of the moon base. The moon base was divided into 2 levels: the surface and the underground. The surface level was the passenger area. Underground was the real moon base, housing various experimental devices. There was also a space smelting plant where automated robots would extract ore and then smelt it into finished materials through the moon's smelting plant. And the most important resource on the moon was undoubtedly helium-3. The entire moon base now operated on nuclear fusion reactors using helium-3. These were completely green reactors producing no nuclear radiation. The Longteng No. 1 landed in a landing field next to the surface building with an underground interface below. Passengers could enter the real interior of the moon base through the underground interface. Not far away, there was also a tall signal tower. This was the signal transmission tower for communication between the moon base and Earth. The tower amplified the signal and sent it to the Moon Bridge Relay satellite orbiting the moon. Then the Moon Bridge Relay satellite would transmit the signal from the tower to the space base or communication satellite. This formed an Earth-Moon communication network. Limited by the speed of light, Earth-Moon communication could not achieve delays under 100 milliseconds like on Earth. The moon is 3,000 kilometers away from Earth. Even electromagnetic waves take 1 second to travel from Earth to the moon. So this Earth-Moon communication network could not allow you to play King of Glory without lag. However, ordinary information exchange could still be easily accomplished. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the moon base. Please exit the spacecraft from the bottom. The already excited passengers immediately swarmed to the exit. Lu Jiqiang entered the interior of the moon base. The space here was slightly smaller, still a far cry from. After entering the base, Lu Jiqiang finally saw the full picture. The moon base was quite different from the space city. It was an elliptical building, very large, divided into many levels. Each level had numerous shops. They were open for business. Inside the moon base, one could also see the outside scenery through the windows. At the lunar base, Lu Jiqiang was touring inside. The ground featured an oval treasure-lid-shaped building with a cylindrical commercial district at its center. It was dozens of stories high. Surrounding the central commercial zone, it extended outward. The outer areas were small and still under continuous construction. The lunar base now rarely shipped construction materials from Earth. Instead, it sourced materials locally on the moon, smelting various ores through space metallurgy. These materials were then used directly for building the lunar base. After all, Earth's resources were severely depleted, and the construction of space bases would require an enormous amount of steel. Over the past few months, international steel prices had doubled. Prices changed every year. Yet Longwa still had to pay to purchase it. There was no choice. To rapidly develop the space industry, building space bases was essential. It played a crucial role in the overall layout of Longwa's space program. Lu Jiqiang spent an entire day touring the entire lunar base. He also took many photos, planning to boast to his children once he returned to Earth, saying he had been to such and such places. Meanwhile, on the far side of the moon, in the Aitken Basin, this place had completely transformed. At the center of the von Karman crater, Longwa had built a steel wall around. There was no choice. To rapidly develop the space industry, building space bases was essential. It played a crucial role in the overall. In the face of a space rift, even the hardest substance on Earth, diamond, would be effortlessly sliced. Outside the steel wall was the safe zone. Longwa had conducted rigorous investigations to determine the wormhole's exact location. Beyond the steel wall lay a military base. This military base was no less grand than the lunar base. Naturally, building a military base on the moon and another one at that was impossible to conceal from all nations. Although the moon's far side could not be seen directly from Earth, humanity had launched numerous lunar satellites. These satellites orbited the moon so they could easily detect the situation on the far side. Fortunately, the Lighthouse country and the Polar Bear country intended to challenge Longwa over this, but the Moros outbreak struck. Those nations lacked the strength to focus on the far side base. However, now that the Moros crisis had been resolved, it was only a matter of time before the Lighthouse country and others would confront Longwa. Strictly speaking, the moon was not anyone's private property. According to the space treaties established by various nations, the moon, Mars, or other asteroids all followed the principle of first come, first served. Simply put, whoever could send a spacecraft to a certain spot on a celestial body The surrounding area of that spot became their territory. Yet now Longhua had built a mysterious steel wall and a military base on the moon's far side. What was Longhua trying to do? In truth, Longhua no longer cared about others. Not long ago, Longhua's scientists discovered that the wormhole's gravity seemed to have intensified. According to the gravitational data from the detectors, the gravitational field around the wormhole had suddenly multiplied several times in a short period. The wormhole on the moon was a major event, a matter of life and death for humanity. Upon hearing this, Bai Hui was shocked and rushed to the moon. He took an anti-gravity spacecraft directly to the von Karman crater on the far side. Before this, Longhua had placed countless detectors around the wormhole. These were used to monitor the wormhole's spatial gravitational changes, providing data for scientists to study. They hoped to gain some scientific breakthroughs from the wormhole. In the past year, Longhua had lost a full third of its astrophysicists on Earth. No one knew they had secretly moved to the moon's far side. Spies from other nations assumed that the missing scientists had joined some other scientific project of Longhua. After these physicists saw the wormhole with their own eyes, they simply didn't want to return to Earth. This was the truth of the universe. Everyone wanted to explore the mysterious wormhole and see if they could master wormhole technology. After all, wormholes represented interstellar travel. That was the most important thing. If human civilization wanted to advance, mastering wormhole technology was essential. Thus, in the military base on the moon's far side, many physicists were now permanently stationed there to study the wormhole's secrets. Now the wormhole had undergone some subtle changes. All the academicians and scientists gathered around, constantly discussing the reasons for this gravitational shift. I think this strong gravitational change in the wormhole must be due to some problem inside it. No, I don't think so. I believe there's no need for excessive worry. Wormholes are inherently unstable. Some gravitational fluctuation is perfectly normal. One group of scientists felt that the wormhole's gravitational change was not a cause for concern. Because wormholes were indeed very unstable, otherwise so many space rifts would not have appeared at the von Karman crater. Perhaps this was just a gravitational oscillation of the wormhole. However, another group of scientists believed that this change might indicate something happening inside the wormhole. Could it be that an extraterrestrial civilization inside had suddenly accelerated, causing the increase in gravity? That was very possible. Don't worry too much. Wait until aliens suddenly appear before us, and you'll realize your mistake. A highly respected senior physicist snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with the opposing view. Hey old Lu, I want to argue with you. Well, no, once Minister Bai arrives. Over the past year, Bai Hui, with his profound scientific knowledge, had won over all the academician scientists of. No one knew how Bai Hui's mind worked. How did he know everything? Be it anti-gravity technology, nuclear physics, celestial gravity, relativity, materials science, genetics, Bai Hui's expertise was exceptionally deep. Finally, Bai Hui's spacecraft landed directly at the steel wall. Make way, Minister Bai is here. Old Lu, who had just spoken, quickly stepped aside, allowing Bai Hui to walk. Bai Hui smiled slightly. Seniors, please don't stand on ceremony. Just go about your business. Minister Bai, you're finally here. We're all discussing the reason for the sudden change in the wormhole's gravitational pull. Some viewpoints are at a stalemate, and would like you to judge which is correct. Bai Hui became intrigued. These scientists were actually in disagreement. He wanted to hear them out. Next, Bai Hui listened carefully as old Lu and the others elaborated on the two specific viewpoints. After listening, Bai Hui pondered for a moment. Seniors, your arguments are all quite reasonable. I can't judge for now. Please first give me the wormhole's gravitational data. Soon a staff member handed a document to Bai Hui. He picked it up and examined it carefully. To others, these data were extremely obscure and difficult to understand. But for Bai Hui, who had developed 25 of his brain capacity, these data were merely a piece of cake. The other academicians and scientists watched him with tense anticipation. They all wanted to know the truth behind it all. After reviewing the data, Bai Hui fell into deep thought. He didn't really believe that this was a random fluctuation of the wormhole, because the gravitational difference was too great. The gravity around the wormhole had increased by a full 8 times. And mind you, that was 8 times. Gravity is actually very stable. If nothing happened, it wouldn't undergo such violent fluctuations. Bai Hui's expression turned grim. Whatever it was definitely not good news for Earth. System, the wormhole's gravity on the far side of the moon suddenly increased by 8 times. What's going on? Bai Hui hadn't interacted with the system for quite a while. Indeed, he had been too busy recently. First, after the Moros incident came to a close, there were many follow-up tasks. Although the Long Kingdom had not been invaded during the Moros crisis, the impact on the entire nation was still significant. In the Space Department, many projects had to be halted. Some workers needed to establish strict health inspection to prevent any Moros from infiltrating and causing severe harm to the Long Kingdom. More importantly, the Long Department. As its minister, Bai Hui's work was naturally very hectic. When the Long Department was first established, its purpose was to protect the safety of the Long Kingdom. During the Moros crisis, the Long Department was exceptionally busy, needing to coordinate and handle all kinds of affairs. The work of the Research Department was also affected to some extent. Finally, there was the Chilan team. Since the final battle, the Qilin team had suffered heavy losses, but it also showed the Long Kingdom the power of war general-level experts. During that war, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan had slain countless Moros in the sky. If not for the Moros' emperor's intervention, perhaps all the Moros in the sky would have been wiped out by them. Therefore, the Long Kingdom recruited another batch of elite soldiers to undergo special training in the Qilin team. And this time one could say it was a blessing in disguise. Because of the final battle against the Moros, many super soldiers had undergone the baptism of blood and fire. Now the entire Qilin team had 12 war general-level experts. After the war, several more war general-level experts had emerged within the Qilin team. Moreover, more and more people had advanced to the warrior level. However, in the final battle, the Qilin team's warrior-level experts had suffered heavy losses and had not yet recovered. Now the Qilin team had only over 100 warrior-level members. And the news that Bai Hui was the silver-armored powerhouse had become known to everyone in the Qilin team. Everyone understood clearly why humanity had won the final battle. It was because of the existence of that silver-armored powerhouse. It was he who had killed the Moros' emperor. That single act had secured the victory. Upon learning this news, everyone in the Qilin team admired Bai Hui even more. And those who had newly joined the Qilin team, upon learning that Bai Hui was actually the chief instructor of the Qilin team, felt even more proud. The topic had strayed. Bai Hui asked the system. The system pondered for a moment and immediately had an answer. The increase in wormhole gravity means that the energy inside the wormhole passage is also increasing. This change in internal energy could have several causes. Perhaps the spacecraft encountered danger and used powerful energy to defend itself. However, the most common reason is... The system paused. Is the new gravitational value of the wormhole consistently stable? Yes, that's right. The wormhole's gravitational value has remained at about 8 times the previous level. Then it's correct. The spacecraft inside the wormhole tunnel must have suddenly accelerated. What? Bai Hui cried out in alarm. This was truly terrible news. The system sighed. Although this fact is harsh, I think there is at least a 95% probability that the spacecraft inside the wormhole accelerated, causing a sudden surge in energy and thus strengthening the wormhole's gravitational fluctuations. Then how much time does Earth have? The system paused for only 0.1 seconds before immediately arriving at an answer. According to my calculations, humanity has about 3 years. 3 years. Bai Hui fell silent. The scientists around him saw his expression suddenly darken and their hearts sank. Has something happened? Minister Bai, do you have any conclusion? Bai Hui composed himself, steadied his nerves. He organized his thoughts and said, Seniors, I have a hypothesis. The change in gravity around the wormhole is actually related to the energy intensity inside the wormhole tunnel. The greater the internal energy intensity, the higher the gravitational value. Everyone can see that previously the wormhole's gravity was always constant, but today it suddenly increased by 8 times and has remained very stable around this value. In other words, the energy inside the wormhole might have suddenly increased many times, causing the gravitational change. Upon hearing this, the academicians and scientists fell into thought, finding it very plausible. Indeed, gravity is known to be very stable in the scientific community. So why would the energy inside the wormhole? Moreover, this energy should be very constant because the wormhole's gravity is also constant. The faces of some academicians and scientists suddenly turned extremely grim. They all had some guesses in their minds. To become a scientist and academician, these people were not fools. With a little thought, they figured out the whole matter. The energy within the wormhole passage surged violently. And what lies inside the wormhole? A spacecraft from an unknown civilization. Why did the energy increase so drastically? It is highly likely that the unknown civilization increased its energy output. The consequence is that the unknown civilization inside the wormhole may arrive at Earth much earlier. This is undoubtedly a nightmare for Earth. For at this moment, having suffered the ravages of the blade insect swarm, most nations are severely damaged. And in a few years, a civilization powerful enough to open a wormhole will descend upon Earth. Can humanity withstand this unknown civilization? No one knows. The only thing humanity can do is to prepare actively for war against the unknown civilization. Almost everyone understands that humanity must never harbor the illusion that the unknown civilization will bring peace. To do so would be to entrust humanity's fate to a phantom probability. Having a sword in hand and not using it are two entirely different concepts. Just look at Moros. An alien race brought such catastrophe to Earth. During that Moros crisis, humanity lost hundreds of millions of lives. Lu Lao's voice trembled and disbelief painted his face. He turned to Bai Hui, seeking the meaning behind this revelation, hoping to hear a different conclusion from Bai Hui. But Bai Hui's answer shattered his illusions completely. Lu Lao, your guess is correct. My conclusion is that the unknown civilization inside the wormhole has likely accelerated their progress. They will arrive at Earth ahead of schedule. Bai Hui's words struck the scientists' minds like a thunderbolt, making their heads buzz and reverberate endlessly. This was truly the worst news. It meant that all previous human speculations about the wormhole's unknown civilization were false. That unknown civilization was not a freshly ascended level 3 civilization. They were at least a powerful level 3 civilization for their speed, now nearly matched that of a level 4 civilization. Moreover, no one knew if they were still holding back. This was truly a mysterious enemy. Hence, many of Longwo's strategies against this civilization may have become ineffective. Humanity must re-strategize. Bai Hui did not linger long on the moon, though after only a moment, he prepared to return to Earth aboard an anti-gravity spacecraft. Now humanity faced its most critical moment. He had to return to Earth and discuss countermeasures with the elders of Longwa. If necessary, Bai Hui was already considering disclosing information to other nations. This was not just Longwo's affair. It was a catastrophe for all of humanity on Earth. Lu Lao Yang Lao esteemed seniors, the situation is urgent. I must take my leave and return to Earth to consult with the elders. Very well, Minister Bai. Please go ahead. We old folks can't be of much help, only stay here and research, hoping to find something. Good, then I bid you farewell. Bai Hui directly boarded his personal vehicle, a small anti-gravity spacecraft. Its size was comparable to the Longteng one. Of course it was slightly larger. The entire vessel weighed 300 tons, yet its payload capacity reached an astonishing 800 tons. Such formidable load-bearing capability was all thanks to the spacecraft's energy module. This vessel was specially built by Bai Hui. The energy module employed a silver electroplasma battery, the same type used in the silver dragon armor that Bai Hui wore when he defeated Moros the Emperor. The silver electroplasma battery was a full 10 times more powerful than the lithium-air battery used in the Longteng one. Consequently, its endurance was also 10 times greater. The craft's design was exceptionally futuristic. Its silver exterior bore a dragon carved on the bow, a mythical dragon from Longwo legends, and the entire hull was covered in dragon scales. This vessel also bore a majestic name, the Shenlong. The Shenlong carried Bai Hui directly from the moon back. Meanwhile, between the moon and Earth, a Longteng one was carrying 100 space tourists back to Earth. The space passengers sat in their seats, excitement written on their faces, looking thoroughly delighted. Clearly, spending $1 million on this space trip had been worth it. The 3-day space journey had come to an end. Everyone was already pondering how they would show off and boast to the waiting journalists and media upon returning to Earth. Many were also gazing out the window. Outside, everything was utterly silent. Of course, space was a vacuum. Without air, sound could not travel. Naturally, it was silent. Outside, the eternal stars and the mysterious pitch-black deep space stretched endlessly. Apart from these objects, the universe seemed unchanging, devoid of any life. However, one passenger was astonished to spot a silver spacecraft swiftly flying behind them. Its speed was tremendous, surpassing that of their Longteng one. That alone would not have been so surprising. The most striking thing was that this spacecraft was carved with a divine dragon. The entire dragon was lifelike, its scales glistening under the sunlight. Wow, what is that? That's incredible. This passenger was a rich second-generation heir in his 20s. He loved adventure travel and experiencing new things. Naturally, he had signed up for this space tour. Upon seeing the Shenlong spacecraft, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His eyes were glued to the Shenlong, a strange light flickering in them, as if he had laid eyes on a peerless beauty. Hearing the rich heir's words, everyone turned to look. Wow, this spaceship is carved with a dragon. How cool. Whose ship is this? I thought Longwa had only produced 2 types of anti-gravity spacecraft, the Longteng 1 and Longteng 2. Awesome. I bet this dragon ship belongs to some big shot. Hey, do you think it could be Lord Bai's? Lord Bai. Everyone was momentarily stunned. That name was by no means unfamiliar to them. This man was the pioneer of Longwo's space age. Their own ability to travel to space was undoubtedly thanks to Lord Bai. It was possible. First, the ship. Typically, official entities wouldn't build such a flashy spacecraft. However, although Bai Hui was the inventor of anti-gravity technology and controlled nuclear fusion, one must not forget that he was also a young man in his 20s. Realizing this, the passengers' eyes grew dazed. Indeed, if not for this reminder, they would have forgotten that Lord Bai was merely a man in his 20s. With that thought, everyone couldn't help but weep. Look, look, someone else in their 20s had already become Longwo's national treasure. A great scientist destined to be remembered in history. No one in the future could forget Bai Hui's contributions to humanity. And what about themselves? What were they doing now? Just a company boss who only knew how to make money, or a white-collar worker, or a rich second-generation heir living off their parents? It was too hard. At that moment, everyone felt utterly guilty. They had wasted so much of their youth. Yet here they were still the divine dragon vessel's velocity far surpassed that of the dragon, Soar 1, thus, in mere moments it had caught up. At this instant the space travelers could behold the full visage of the divine dragon vessel with greater clarity. Many had already produced their costly cameras to capture the divine dragon vessel. These space travelers, each from a background of wealth and prestige, carried cameras of the highest sophistication. These cameras rendered the divine dragon vessel in exquisite detail. Its ferocious dragon horns and gleaming scales proclaimed the vessel's extraordinary nature. Someone promptly uploaded the photographs of the divine dragon vessel to Weibo. Unexpectedly, within just 5 minutes that post had exploded. Countless netizens surged in reposting, commenting, and following. Wow, what is this thing? Is this a divine dragon? This is too cool, isn't it? Judging by the poster's shooting location, it seems to be in space. Could the poster be someone from the Dragon Country's official team? Congratulations on finally realizing your dream. Mr. Liu, may I ask how your family reacted when they learned about your desire to go on a space tour? In my lifetime, I want to see it. Woo, another in my lifetime series. This dream will never be realized in this life. In space, the Divine Dragon vessel took only 6 hours to return from the moon to Earth. This speed could be deemed extreme. Then Bai Hui did not linger at the space base, but returned directly to Xinjiang, the capital of Dragon Country. In Xinjiang, several elders were present. Bai Hui entered. The matter of the sudden increase in wormhole gravitational pull had already been conveyed by Bai Hui to the elders via the network. Thus at this moment all the elders had returned to the Zhonghai and Shangjing to prepare countermeasures. Xiao Hui, you say the increase in the wormhole's gravitational pull is due to an increase in energy inside the wormhole, possibly because an unknown civilization is accelerating toward Earth. How certain are you of this speculation? Bai Hui sighed. Grand Elder, I am 90% certain. If the wormhole's gravitational pull had been constantly fluctuating, that might indicate other possibilities. But now after the increase, it has stabilized at a constant level. That is to say, the energy inside the wormhole is very stable, and the acceleration of the unknown civilization spacecraft would also increase energy and remain stable. This is the most probable scenario. The Grand Elder pondered. Xiao Hui, could we enter the wormhole through the moon's wormhole to inspect the situation? Bai Hui sighed and replied. Grand Elder, the immense gravitational pull of the wormhole would tear our spacecraft apart completely. We cannot enter the wormhole. Then what do you propose? Bai Hui, elders, I have been contemplating this issue. I believe we should now disclose this information to other countries. After all, they are also part of Earth and deserve to know. The elders' expressions changed. Disclose information about the wormhole civilization. This was truly bad news. If it were made public, there was a risk of leakage. After all, not every country was like Dragon Country. Disclosing to other nations should any link in their chain fail would trigger global panic. By then, humanity had only just survived the ravages of Malas. Now an even worse message, a genuine alien civilization, was about to reach Earth. Humanity might well fall into despair. This was highly likely. Humanity had endured too many calamities, everyone had borne too much. If they could not bear it any longer, the consequences would be severe. Therefore, the decision to disclose information to other countries required careful consideration. Bai Hui perceived the elders' concerns. He spoke. Elders, I understand your worry that this news will leak, and once the public knows, it will certainly cause panic. But think about it, the alien civilization is accelerating now, and they may reach Earth within 3 years, or even then it will be a catastrophic disaster for Earth. So at this critical moment, we must unite all forces, even if it adds just a sliver of possibility for humanity's victory. Moreover, we don't have to disclose to all countries, only to the strong ones. We can sign agreements prohibiting the leakage of information. The elders weighed the pros and cons repeatedly. Ultimately, they decided to inform the 12 major powers, including the Lighthouse Country, the Polar Bear Country, and the Sun Never Sets Country, about the moon's wormhole. Soon a summit among the great powers was convened. This time it was held online. This online method, with multiple layers of encryption and real-time monitoring and defense by the artificial intelligence, Xiao He, was guaranteed to be foolproof. After all, this meeting was of utmost importance. The content must never be leaked, or all of humanity would plunge into despair. What's going on? Why would Dragon Country convene an international meeting? Has something else happened? Could it be another problem with Malas? The leaders of various nations speculated wildly. Some even thought Malas had caused another incident. After all, the Great War not long ago had truly terrified them. Had it not been for Dragon Country's meteoric rise and the slaying of the Malas Emperor, they would now be in an even greater crisis. After a while, all the invited leaders of the great powers were present. These included the 12 nations: Dragon Country, Lighthouse Country, Polar Bear Country, Sun Never Sets Country, Asen Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Pickle Country, Orchid Country, Wool Country, Kangaroo Country, Jialai Country, and Nachi Country. These 12 were arguably the world's top 12 powers. The Grand Elder surveyed the room and spoke gravely. Everyone, I have called you here today to tell you something. Over a year ago, our Dragon Country's moon bridge on the moon, equipped with a gravitational detector, detected intense gravitational fluctuations in the von Karman crater on the far side of the moon. After meticulous research by our scientists and investigation by Mr. Bai Hui, the inventor of our anti-gravity technology, we have unanimously concluded that this is a space-time wormhole. A space-time wormhole. Upon hearing these 4 words, the other 11 leaders' minds exploded. A space-time wormhole actually existed. To this day, many still considered wormholes mere figments of scientists' imagination. Yet now, at an international conference, the Grand Elder of Dragon Country solemnly informed them that wormholes were real, and they were on the far side of the moon. Their eyes reddened. If they obtained this space-time wormhole, would their nation's space technology advance rapidly, perhaps even becoming civilizations capable of traversing the galaxy? The chairman sighed a flicker of mockery in his heart as he observed the crowd slowly descending into madness. If a civilization capable of traversing the galaxy truly existed, would I be here telling you this news, eh? Fortunately, there were still those who remained composed. The polar bear emperor suppressed his excitement and asked in a low voice, "Chairman, for you to reveal this news now, there must be some bad news." Upon hearing this, everyone else finally calmed down. Those who held such positions were certainly not fools. With a moment's thought, they grasped the implication. If the wormhole were beneficial to humanity, why would the chairman be so generous as to share it? The chairman said solemnly, "Indeed, this wormhole is not the gateway to interstellar civilization that we— On the contrary, what the wormhole brings is an extinction crisis for humanity, far more terrifying than Moros." What? Extinction crisis? More terrifying than Moros? The mere mention of Moros made everyone shudder. They had been thoroughly traumatized. Since Moros appeared, the death toll on Earth had yet to be accurately counted. According to preliminary estimates by the Human Alliance, the number was no less than 500 million. What a staggering figure. Longwo's population was only 1.5 billion, while the lighthouse country had nearly 300 million. In other words, humanity had lost nearly 2 entire lighthouse countries' worth of people in this catastrophe. And now an even more dire crisis was imminent. "Chairman, what are you saying? Speak clearly." The chairman sighed. "Let me start from the beginning. When the wormhole was first discovered, our scientists already realized that its appearance spelled disaster for humanity. Because it signifies that on the other side of the wormhole, the law of the jungle is the truth of this universe. That is why Longwo established the Longbu, aiming to rapidly— A powerful unknown civilization will not bring peace. The law of the jungle is the truth of this universe. That is why Longwo established the Longbu, aiming to rapidly develop our technological strength to await the arrival of that unknown civilization. However, yesterday our scientists discovered that the gravitational pull of the wormhole on the far side of the moon had increased dramatically. After thorough research, we concluded that the civilization within the wormhole is accelerating its approach to the solar system and will arrive on Earth within 3 years. Boom. The chairman's words struck like a thunderbolt, hammering into the hearts of the world leaders. What? A powerful unknown civilization would reach Earth in 3 years. The leader of the Kimchi country, who had always boasted of their cosmic nation as if the entire universe belonged to them, now turned pale. He trembled, his face ashen. Could this unknown civilization be a peace-loving one? They wouldn't attack us, would they? The polar bear emperor, the chairman, and even the lighthouse country's leader cast him a strange look. The emotion in their eyes was complex. Contempt, disdain, pity, disgust. At a time like this, he still clung to the hope of a mere possibility. Such a person would never think of strengthening himself. He only bullies the weak and projects his survival fantasies onto the unknown enemy. If possible, everyone believed he would be the first to become Earth's traitor. Indeed, a simple shift in perspective. Would humanity feel pity for the ants on the ground? The answer was certainly no. Human strength far exceeded that. Thus, humanity never cares about the thoughts of ants. When encountering an ant, a human feels nothing and simply steps on it. So it was with this unknown civilization. Their level of civilization far surpassed that of humanity. In other words, the civilization from the wormhole viewed Earth as humans view a colony of ants. At such a moment, to speak of peace, absurd. The Kimchi country leader saw everyone staring at him with strange expressions. His face flushed crimson. He felt like a clown surrounded by a jeering crowd. He murmured, I was just suggesting a possibility." The others averted their gaze, no longer paying him in. Next, the nations engaged in heated discussions. Amidst this, the Kimchi country leader felt deeply uncomfortable. Throughout the meeting, he sensed he was being isolated. No one wanted to speak with him. When he approached others, they offered polite smiles, but he could clearly feel their distance. The meeting soon concluded. No substantive cooperation agreements were reached among the nations. After all, the matter was far too monumental. Each country's leader needed to consult with their advisors and high-ranking officials. This was not something that could be decided in a single meeting. Nevertheless, under Longwo's leadership, the 12 nations reached a preliminary consensus. First, no country was allowed to leak this information. If the public learned the truth and global panic ensued, the offending nation would pay a heavy price. Otherwise, the other nations would unite against it. Crucially, the use of force might be permitted. This was undoubtedly the most stringent confidentiality agreement in human history. Additionally, the 12 nations agreed to share foundational technologies and engage in international cooperation. Next, it was time for each country to prepare their bargaining chips. In 7 days, the 12-nation conference would reconvene. Time was urgent, humanity had little left. Thus, the meeting in 7 days would determine the final international cooperation agreement. After logging off, the chairman urgently convened a meeting of Longwo's high-ranking officials. Most of these officials were already aware of the lunar wormhole crisis. Only a few whose work isolated them from the world were still in the dark. This meeting would decide Longwo's future development strategy. The original plan was for Bai Hui to lead the entire Longbu, implementing the knowledge in his mind to strengthen Longwo's technological prowess and achieve a leap in civilization level. But now there was no time. In 3 years the unknown civilization would arrive at Earth. Therefore, to save time, less critical technologies, especially those related to civilian life, were all put on hold. Henceforth Longwell would focus entirely on high-tech military industries, striving to develop military strength. The goal was to elevate humanity's military power to the level of a level 2 or even level 3 civilization. In short, within the next 3 years the Dragon Kingdom will focus all its efforts on military power. Other basic research such as particle quarks and antimatter will be completely suspended. All personnel, including scientists, will be dedicated to military research and development. This is an emergency, a special strategic action. Not only the Dragon Kingdom, but also other major powers that are aware of this intelligence will likely prepare for war. Their first priority, however, is to send a delegation to the far side of the moon to verify the Dragon Kingdom's claims. After all, this will determine their subsequent plans. They cannot afford to be careless. The Dragon Kingdom has not hindered this investigation. On the contrary, it has offered its assistance. It offered to dispatch its anti-gravity spacecraft to help them. After all, among the dozen major powers, only a few possess the Dragon Kingdom's Longteng 1 spacecraft. It is worth mentioning that the Lighthouse Kingdom, Arctic Bear Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, and the Western Alliance had previously ordered the Longteng 1 anti-gravity spacecraft from the Dragon Kingdom, and all units have now been delivered. The Neverset Kingdom, the Lanchi Kingdom, and the Will Kingdom are all members of the Western Alliance. Therefore, the single Longteng 1 belonging to the Western Alliance can be used collectively. In just one day, the other nations had prepared their Longteng 1 spacecraft for launch. Astronauts and the most eminent astrophysicists from each country boarded the Longteng 1 and journeyed to the far side of the moon. Upon arrival, they were astounded. The site had been transformed into a heavily fortified military base with formidable armed forces. After witnessing the base, many national representatives were already convinced of the Dragon Kingdom's claims. After all, if there were not a genuine space-time wormhole and an imminent threat, the Dragon Kingdom would not have invested such immense resources to construct a military base here. Nevertheless, they were sent to verify the situation. No one would draw a conclusion before actually seeing the wormhole. A leading Dragon Kingdom general clad in a special suit similar to an astronaut's spacesuit with life support systems inside stepped forward. The only difference was that these suits were made of a special material as hard as steel. In this lunar base, such suits had become standard equipment for the soldiers. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Dragon Kingdom's representative to welcome you. Please follow me. Everyone followed the general and slowly approached the steel wall. Upon reaching it, the foreign visitors looked up. They had seen the steel wall from the Longteng 1 earlier, but it had not impressed them much then. Now standing before this magnificent marvel, they could not help exclaiming, "Oh my God," repeatedly. The steel wall stood 200 meters high. They took an elevator to the top of the wall. From there, they could see into the von Karman crater. "Alright, I have brought you here. Please do not enter, as the area around the wormhole is extremely unstable. Space cracks frequently appear, capable of cutting through any known material. I advise you not to risk it." The general warned them sternly, his face expressionless and cold. At this point, the scientists from the 11 nations began to use specialized equipment for detection. As the detection commenced, the white-beard scientists grew fervent. "Oh my God, is this the space-time wormhole? This is incredible. Oh God, it's so perfect that I want to touch it. I can't help it, and my heart is racing with joy." The officials from other nations, seeing their scientists in such a state, wore embarrassed expressions. Yet from the scientists' reactions, they gathered one fact: the wormhole the Dragon Kingdom spoke of was real. As for other details, including the unknown civilization, they would have to wait for the scientists' conclusive reports. The group spent half a day studying atop the steel wall. A senior official from one country could no longer restrain himself. He approached their scientists. "Renas, could you stop your research for a moment and give us your conclusions?" Professor Renas, irritated by the interruption, shot an angry glare at the official. The interruption roused the other scientists from their research, all displaying signs of annoyance. Despite their displeasure, they understood the urgency of the situation. Professor Renas said curtly, "There's no need to look further. The Dragon Kingdom is telling the truth. There is a space-time wormhole here with enormous gravitational force. After discussion, we believe it is not naturally formed. Therefore, the only possibility is that an unknown civilization on the other end opened it." The other scientists nodded in agreement. Hearing this, the senior officials from various nations turned pale. They immediately took out satellite phones, contacted Earth via the Dragon Kingdom's relay satellite, and reported the news to their leaders. Thus, everyone finally confirmed that the Dragon Kingdom's statements were true. A space-time wormhole had indeed appeared on the moon, and soon an unknown civilization would descend upon Earth. Earth faced extinction. Consequently, each nation convened an emergency meeting to discuss what measures to take in the coming years. What could they do? The thought that the unknown civilization was at least a Type 3 civilization filled everyone. Earth's civilization was too weak. Even their strongest weapon, the nuclear bomb, would be nothing more than a firecracker to such a civilization. Moreover, Earth's nuclear bombs were currently delivered by intercontinental missiles, which could not even reach space. How could they possibly hit a Type 3 civilization? The only hope now lay with the Dragon Kingdom. Though reluctant to admit it, the Dragon Kingdom had already far surpassed their nations in every aspect. It was without a doubt the No. 1 power on Earth. No. 1. After the Zhonghai Conference concluded, the future direction of development was determined. Bai Hui, as the minister of the Longbu, would now take full responsibility for addressing the crisis posed by the unknown civilization from the wormhole. Upon returning to the Longbu, Bai Hui immediately convened a gathering of scientists. All academicians and scientists of Longhua participated, deliberating on the research plan for the scientific research department. With the direction established, the specific plan was easy to finalize. The most critical objective of this plan was to develop a weapon of supreme power. This weapon must be capable of inflicting lethal damage to the unknown civilization. Otherwise, even if developed, it would fail to scratch the surface of the extraterrestrial beings. What chance would humanity have then? In truth, nuclear bombs could also harm the unknown civilization, for at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, temperatures soar to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. No life could withstand such lethal temperatures. However, the first challenge was that nuclear bombs were exceedingly difficult to target the extraterrestrial civilization. Second, the extraterrestrial civilization might possess shield technology. After all, Longhua had already developed anti-gravity shield technology. For a Type 3 civilization, shield technology was nothing extraordinary. Thus, it was highly likely that the destructive power of nuclear bombs would be neutralized by their shields. Developing weapons of greater power was imperative. Numerous research avenues existed, including laser weapons, antimatter bombs, planet-destroying cannons, and pulse cannons. Given humanity's current technological level, antimatter bombs were somewhat unrealistic. After all, humanity's understanding of antimatter was still fragmentary. Although antimatter possessed immense destructive power, even if it were manufactured, humanity could not contain it. It would annihilate upon contact with matter. Moreover, the production of antimatter was extraordinarily difficult. With current human technology, it was nearly impossible to produce. Laser weapons were the most viable option for humanity. The technology behind laser weapons was already relative. However, at ultra-long ranges, it was still challenging to maintain the concentration of laser energy. Beyond the effective range, the laser beam would scatter. Thus, it would struggle to inflict substantial damage on the target. Laser weapons still had significant room for improvement. Additionally, the planet-destroying cannon was a weapon that utilized powerful particle beams to inflict lethal damage on a planet. The power of such a weapon could be imagined from science fiction films. It could obliterate an entire planet. Therefore, it should be effective against extraterrestrial civilizations. The only difficulty was that manufacturing a planet-destroying cannon required an immense amount of energy. In essence, the planet-destroying cannon was similar to high-energy laser weapons, both utilizing immense energy to fire energy beams that inflicted lethal damage on the target. Another option was the pulse cannon, which used powerful electromagnetic pulses to cause devastating damage to enemy electronic equipment. Whether such a weapon would be useful, however, remained unknown. No one knew, for humanity had no understanding of the technology employed by the extraterrestrial civilization. Thus, energy weapons became the primary research focus of Longhua. But the research was extremely challenging, and whether it could succeed remained to be seen. Bai Hui sat in his seat, his brows furrowed deeply. After a moment, he had an idea. Everyone stop. I have an idea. All turned to look at him. Bai Hui spoke confidently. First, our goal is to create a weapon more powerful than nuclear bombs. The most powerful nuclear bomb we currently use is the hydrogen fusion bomb. This bomb is produced using the energy from deuterium-tritium fusion. If we now research a heavy nuclear fusion bomb using particles with larger atomic nuclei, for fusion, the energy generated would be even greater. What? A heavy nuclear fusion bomb? Everyone was stunned, never expecting Bai Hui to propose such an idea. Indeed, theoretically, if hydrogen could undergo fusion, other elements might also be capable of fusion. In a certain film, heavy nuclear fusion was used to construct 10,000 planetary engines on Earth, propelling the planet out of the solar system. The fuel for those planetary engines was stone. Through heavy nuclear fusion technology, they burned stones to produce. Thus, if humanity could harness heavy nuclear fusion technology to create bombs, the power would be astonishing. However, this idea was already a flight of fancy. Humanity had not yet discovered any heavy elements capable of fusion besides hydrogen isotopes. Bai Hui continued, the challenge of this technology lies in finding the elements suitable for heavy nuclear fusion and determining their reaction conditions. The reaction condition for hydrogen fusion is to heat hydrogen nuclei to a temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius, granting them enough energy to overcome the repulsive force between nuclei and achieve fusion. In this process, according to the law of conservation of energy, a portion of mass is converted into energy and released. This is hydrogen fusion technology. In heavy nuclear fusion, the nuclei are larger, so the repulsive force between them must be immensely powerful. Hence, the reaction conditions for heavy nuclear fusion would be extraordinarily demanding. Perhaps temperatures of 10 billion degrees Celsius or even higher would be required. This technology still required meticulous verification and experimentation by scientists. Subsequently, the conference also discussed the development of various weapon projects. Among them, the Silver Dragon Armor, a highly powerful strategic weapon invented by Bai Hui, was highlighted. It possessed formidable combat capabilities. However, ordinary people could not wear it due to the extremely high physical requirements. Thus, only the super soldiers of the Chilean squad were qualified to wear it. Moreover, it was best suited for general-level warriors to fully unleash the Silver Dragon Armor's power. Warrior-level soldiers could barely manage the Silver Dragon Armor. A third-class warrior could only walk with difficulty while wearing it. Therefore, Longhua established a regulation: the Silver Dragon Armor could only be worn by second-class warriors and above. In the future, Longhua would equip all warriors of second class and above with a set of Silver Dragon Armor. The military was already addressing the mass production of the Silver Dragon Armor. However, the greatest challenge was its energy module. This energy module utilized silver plasma batteries. The production of silver plasma batteries was extremely difficult. Currently, all silver plasma batteries in Longhua were produced in laboratories. Yet, as a battery with immense energy capacity, the future demand for silver plasma batteries would be enormous. How extraordinary were these batteries? If made into a phone battery, it would still have power even after the phone was worn out. After all, it was the battery that powered the Silver Dragon Armor. Thus, to mass-produce the Silver Dragon Armor, the mass production of silver plasma batteries had to be resolved first. Bai Hui had been working on this problem. It was believed that with the combined efforts of the entire Longhua, this issue would soon be resolved. In the future, the entire cosmos will be strewn with Dragon Kingdom's Chilean warriors. Clad in Silver Dragon Armor, they move with unparalleled agility. These warriors can inflict fatal damage upon enemy vessels. Of course, the current Silver Dragon Armor still has its shortcomings. It cannot yet sustain human life in the vastness of space. Therefore, a space life support system must be added to the armor. As a result, the energy supply of the Silver Dragon Armor becomes somewhat strained. After all, the mecha's consumption is enormous. Even the silver electroplasma battery struggles to support it. Bai Hui quietly resolved that within 3 years, he must miniaturize the nuclear reactor device, crafting it into a nuclear battery to serve as the power source for the Silver Dragon Armor. Thus, a single Silver Dragon warrior could launch from Earth and fly solo to the moon, truly realizing the awe-inspiring superheroes and Iron Man of science fiction films. This represents a tremendous enhancement to Dragon Kingdom's military might. Therefore, this technological breakthrough is imperative. Next comes the heavy nuclear fusion technology. This technology can elevate human civilization to a new level. Hence, Bai Hui's current focus is to concentrate his efforts on these two areas. Bai Hui already senses that these two technologies will consume a substantial amount of popularity points for simulation in the system laboratory. After the meeting adjourned, the scientists and academicians each attended to their respective duties, plunging into research with fervor. The days ahead would be arduous, yet none complained, for all understood that the apocalypse was approaching. Now only they themselves could save humanity. 7 days later, the 12 Nations Conference convened once more, and leaders appeared one by one in the assembly hall. The conference utilized virtual reality technology, projecting the figures of each nation's leader into the meeting. This method made the online conference almost indistinguishable from reality. Moreover, it was more secure. Over the past 7 days, nations had undertaken a series of actions. The rest of the world sensed an impending storm. Yet nothing had happened. Some countries even sought out leaders of the 12 nations for inquiries. However, how could those leaders possibly divulge the information? After all, the confidentiality level of this news was the highest in history. Any breach could result in the 12 nations alliance even resorting to military force. This was no mere verbal sanction. Thus, even within the 12 nations, only a handful knew of this matter. Each nation's leader could only confide in their most trusted subordinates. The conference began and intense negotiations unfolded among the 12 countries. And Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly the core. The technologies it now possessed, anti-gravity-controlled nuclear fusion and super warriors, were the envy of other nations. Thus, this conference aimed to have Dragon Kingdom relax its restrictions on these technologies. Even if they had to pay a price, it would be worth it. In ordinary times, no matter what price other nations offered, Dragon Kingdom would never share these technologies. For these technologies represented the future. Yet now humanity faced an extinction crisis. To put it bluntly, 3 years hence might well mark the end of human civilization. Time was too pressing. Even with Dragon Kingdom's strength, coping with this crisis was difficult. Therefore, after deliberation by the Council of Elders, it was ultimately decided to relax restrictions on controlled nuclear fusion technology. As for anti-gravity technology, Dragon Kingdom remained tight-lipped. They needed to maintain absolute initiative. Anti-gravity technology was their most powerful weapon for retaining the upper hand. Of course, although anti-gravity technology was not shared, Dragon Kingdom had relaxed restrictions on spacecraft. Now the Longteng 1 spacecraft could be purchased by other nations for just $5 billion a unit. A bargain compared to the $60 billion the Lighthouse Nation had once paid. The Longteng 2 was also made available for purchase. However, Dragon Kingdom's own production of Longteng 2 was insufficient for its own needs, let alone for sale to other countries. Thus, increasing spacecraft production capacity was imperative. Yet, given Dragon Kingdom's current situation, expanding production was already challenging. To address this, Bai Hui proposed a solution: allow other nations to manufacture the Longteng 1 and Longteng 2. Of course, the core engineers for building the spacecraft must be from Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom would send engineers and scientists abroad to guide spacecraft production. But the core of an anti-gravity spacecraft is the anti-gravity engine. This engine must be shipped from Dragon Kingdom to foreign countries. As long as Dragon Kingdom retained control over the anti-gravity engine, the technology would not leak. What did it matter if other nations learned the spacecraft's exterior design? Even so, the spacecraft manufactured by foreigners would still belong to Dragon Kingdom in terms of ownership. Such is the importance of technology. Now foreigners were about to experience the predicament Dragon Kingdom once faced. 20 or 30 years ago, Dragon Kingdom lagged behind in everything. When machinery purchased from abroad broke down, they had to pay a high price to bring in foreign engineers for repairs. And even after paying, the engineers would not necessarily come promptly. They could delay for a year or two, and you could do nothing about it. As for controlled nuclear fusion technology, it was energy technology. Although extremely precious, Dragon Kingdom still shared it. The price was that all other nations' technologies must be shared with Dragon Kingdom. Though Dragon Kingdom had caught up in most fields, some areas still required time and accumulated experience. Foreign countries excelled in those areas. Dragon Kingdom needed them. Other nations were dissatisfied with Dragon Kingdom's domineering demand, but they had no choice. Controlled nuclear fusion technology was too important. Without it, many things could hardly proceed. Energy is crucial to a nation's technological development. By the way, Dragon Kingdom also shared lithium-air battery technology. These technologies could accelerate the progress of a race's civilization. They held immense significance for the entire civilization. As for the super warriors that foreigners coveted, Dragon Kingdom flatly denied their existence, and righteously declared to all that Dragon Kingdom had no super warriors. Other nations were helpless. No. Are you kidding? In the Battle of Moros, where did all those supermen come from? They were clearly lying, but what could they do? Dragon Kingdom was too powerful. They had to endure. In truth, Dragon Kingdom had made a careful decision. First, cultivating a super warrior required immense time. 3 years was too short. Even if the secret of super warriors were revealed to other nations, they could hardly produce any formidable super warriors. It was better for Dragon Kingdom to train its own. The 12 Nations Conference concluded. Afterwards, the leaders of the 12 nations immediately held a press conference. They announced the formation of the 12 Nations Alliance. Among the 12 nations, technology, sharing, and mutual assistance were established. Together, they sought development and progress for the advancement of human civilization. This news shook the world. When did these 12 nations quietly form an alliance? The 12 most powerful countries on Earth had most importantly technology sharing. And among them is Longwo, meaning that Longwo's anti-gravity technology and controlled nuclear fusion technology will be shared with the 12 nations. This instantly made all other countries envious. They never dreamed that Longwo would share these technologies, which could be called nation-defining. Consequently, many countries began making phone calls. They contacted leaders of the 12 nations they were familiar with, hoping to join the alliance, no matter the cost, because the cost was worth it. However, no matter how they pleaded, they were not granted approval. At the same time, the people of the 12 nations became excited. Especially some people from Longteng, upon hearing the news, jumped for joy. Great! After the establishment of the 12 Nations Alliance, we will be able to obtain many technologies from Longwo. I can't wait any longer. Longwo's artificial intelligence is so powerful now. Oh, I've wanted to try it for a long time, but unfortunately Longwo has always been under lockdown, and we never had a chance to experience it. Now that we've formed an alliance, we can get access to Longwo's AI. What I like most is their intelligent assistant. Oh, I heard it can even have normal conversations with people. It's absolutely fantastic. You're a too optimistic person above. The operating system Longwo uses now is their own developed Longsheng operating system. All the software in this system is in Chinese, and no one has developed an English version yet. So even if you can buy a Longwo smartphone, you can't use it normally. This was indeed a problem. To develop English version software, their software developers must know Chinese. Because the software development for Longsheng OS is entirely based on the Longsheng programming language. So without knowing Chinese, you simply cannot understand how to develop software. Most importantly, the Longsheng programming language's development tools currently have no English version. All of this will have to be developed by programmers from their own countries. Soon the 4 countries, Longteng, Yinghua, Yizhigua, and Ribulogua, passed Longwo's review. Longwo will build a spacecraft production base in these 4 countries, and it will dispatch engineers to guide them. Why were these 4 countries chosen? Actually, there were reasons for this. Because these 4 countries have very complete industrial systems. They are capable of handling spacecraft production. As for the other countries, they also have their own tasks. They need to produce spacecraft components and then ship them to these countries for assembly. Of course, the efficiency of foreign workers is well known worldwide. If they were to do it themselves, it would probably take them several years just to set up a production plant. Yet humanity only has 3 years left. So if we let foreigners handle it, who knows when it would ever be done. Longwa gave these countries 1 month. Within 1 month, production of the spacecraft must begin. Therefore, these countries had to implement 3 shifts and they paid enough to recruit sufficient manpower to build the factories together. Meanwhile, within their own countries, they had already announced the construction of controlled nuclear fusion plants. It was expected that within this year the controlled nuclear fusion plants would be built and brought to operational status. This was at all costs. To think, previously building a nuclear fission power plant usually took several years. Now in less than half a year they needed to complete and put into operation a controlled nuclear fusion power plant. This could only be achieved by spending even more money. Longwa Aerospace Ministry. Now the ministry was very busy, and Bai Hui as the minister was almost never seen. The entire ministry was now under the charge of Zhou Zhengwo, Elder Zhou. Without Elder Zhou, with Bai Hui being a minister who didn't care about anything, the ministry would have long been in chaos. Now the ministry was revising its plans. The previous plans were made specifically for the time before the unknown civilization had accelerated. First, Longwa's space battleship must begin construction. Otherwise, there truly won't be enough time. However, Longwa's steel production was severely insufficient, and the entire space battleship was a true behemoth. The amount of steel required was incalculable. Longwa also needed steel to build space bases as well as the Longteng 2 and Longteng I spacecraft, among others. All of this required massive amounts of steel. As a result, there was a severe steel shortage worldwide. Steel prices had already risen several times over. Therefore, to build a space battleship relying solely on Earth's resources was insufficient. They had to go mining to bring back enough steel. However, the Longteng I currently did not have the capability for space mining. Only the Longteng 2 with its nuclear reactor power could travel to asteroids for mining. But Longwa only had a few Longteng 2 spacecraft. Their numbers were too small. If space mining was simply to solve this dilemma, there were several methods. The first was to build more Longteng 2 spacecraft. The second was to develop a small nuclear reactor and install it on the Longteng I, so that the Longteng I would have enough power to travel to the asteroid belt for mining. The third was to build a space transit power station in Mars or Jupiter orbit. Then the Longteng I could mine, and when it ran out of power it would go to the space transit power station to recharge. Among these 3 methods, the first and second were not very realistic. Moreover, time did not permit, so the third solution became the preferred choice. Space Department. Elder Zhou sat at the head, his eyes gazing at the crowd. In order to obtain sufficient steel resources, we must acquire them from space. Otherwise, relying solely on Earth's resources is becoming increasingly inadequate. However, the biggest challenge for space mining now is that we lack sufficient spacecraft. The Longteng 1 has insufficient range to reach the asteroid belt, so we need to build a space relay power station in the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, which will primarily use nuclear fusion power generation. Because Mars and Jupiter are far from the Sun, the solar energy they receive is insufficient to power spacecraft. Therefore, we will build nuclear fusion power stations there, with their raw materials being transported from Earth to the stations. Therefore, the primary task of our space department at present is to complete the construction of the space relay power stations on Mars and Jupiter. Now let's discuss the specifics. Everyone is encouraged to speak freely, and if you have any questions, feel free to raise them on the spot. An engineer raised his hand and asked Elder Zhou, but the current Longteng 1 has too small a cargo volume, limiting the amount of steel resources it can carry. This will make our efforts less than worthwhile. After hearing the engineer's words, everyone present nodded, as they were all well aware of the Longteng 1's performance and knew its situation. Indeed, the Longteng 1 has a maximum payload of 100 tons. Of course, if in space, this payload limit need not be considered. Because space has no air and no resistance, the Longteng 1's payload capacity can be greatly increased. The problem is that the cargo hold of the Longteng 1 has limited volume. Even if it is fully packed, it can only obtain a few hundred tons of mineral raw materials. These materials still need to be processed, and the final steel resources obtained might only be 100 or 200 tons. You should know that in the past, steel prices were only a few thousand yuan per ton. Now they have risen a lot, but still only around 10,000 yuan per ton. It takes Longteng 1 over a month to bring back steel resources worth a few million yuan. This is really not worth it. I'm afraid none of the private merchants would want to do it. After all, if we use Longteng 1 to develop the space tourism industry, each tourist is 1 million yuan, and one trip could bring in over 100 million yuan. This is simply incomparable. Elder Zhou's brows furrowed as well. This was indeed a problem. He thought for a moment, and soon had an idea. He said, what if we attach an external cargo pod to Longteng 1? External cargo pod. That's right. As everyone knows, there is no air resistance or gravity in space, so the thrust of Longteng 1 is sufficient to pull very heavy objects. If we attach an external cargo pod to Longteng 1, they can load the ore into the external pod and bring it back to Earth. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it was feasible. Immediately, a group of academicians began discussing the size and specific structure of the cargo pod and how to attach it to Longteng 1. After a day and night of discussion, these academicians finally produced the blueprints for the first version of the external cargo pod. With the blueprints ready, everyone immediately found a factory to help manufacture it. The structure of the cargo pod is actually quite simple. The most complex part is the interface with Longteng 1. This interface must be sturdy enough, though otherwise when the spacecraft decelerates the cargo pod might be thrown off. The interior of the cargo pod is mainly used to hold ore. Although there is no gravity in space, the external cargo pod cannot be designed too large, because if the cargo pod is too heavy after being accelerated by Longteng 1, it will have a very large kinetic energy. With such huge kinetic energy, it will be difficult to decelerate during the return journey. Therefore, all of this requires rigorous calculations. After calculations, the maximum payload of the external cargo pod reached 10,000 tons. That is to say, Longteng 1 can attach an external cargo pod and transport back 10,000 tons of iron ore at once. After smelting 10,000 tons of ore can yield several thousand tons of metal. Although it still seems not worth it, the accounting is not done that way. Asteroids possess vast mineral resources. It's impossible that all these resources are iron or right. There are also ores of other elements, and these ores are truly precious. If we are lucky enough to find an asteroid made entirely of titanium, or then we would really hit the jackpot. Even if not even iron ore contains other rare elements. These can all be sold for money. Of course, right now what Longwa lacks most is steel resources. If Longteng 1 brings back too much copper ore or gold ore from the asteroid belt, then the Longwa government will naturally implement macro control, such as lowering the price of gold ore and raising the price of iron, etc. In order to better enter the era of space mining, Longwa has also announced the rules for space mining. First, all mineral resources obtained from space mining can only be sold to the government. The government will recycle them, and they cannot be brought back to Earth to disrupt the market. The government will set the corresponding prices according to demand. The prices of these resources may differ greatly from those on Earth. For example, the price of gold on Earth is over 300 yuan per gram, but in space it might be over 300 yuan per gene. All of this depends on the government's needs. Only in this way can we obtain sufficient resources to build space cities and cosmic warships. Otherwise, if others see the high price of gold, they will all go to the asteroid belt to mine gold ore. But they would ignore the iron ore that Longwa needs most. Merchants pursue profit, so they will certainly prioritize mining the mineral resources with the highest prices. This is beyond reproach. Soon, in just 2 days, an external cargo pod was manufactured. The cargo pod was rectangular in shape, roughly the same size as Longteng 1, with a maximum payload of 10,000 tons. Then Elder Zhou and his team attached the cargo pod to a Longteng 1 spacecraft for testing. The test was very successful. The interface was extremely stable and reliable. After calculations, Longteng 1 was sufficient to control the flight of the cargo pod. Therefore, a new production line began to be installed. This production line was specifically for manufacturing external cargo pods for Longteng 1. Moreover, at this time, the people of the Space Department were already beginning to calculate how large the external cargo pod for Longteng 2 could be designed. You should know that Longteng 2 is a nuclear-powered spacecraft. Longwa currently has 3 Longteng 2 spacecraft, except for the first one, which was previously built under the personal supervision of Bai Hui and uses a nuclear fission reactor. The other 2 Longteng 2 vehicles produced later both use nuclear fusion reactors. They have stronger performance and greater energy output. Moreover, due to the superiority of the Shanhui nuclear fusion reactor, its volume is very small and does not require a large radiation shielding layer. This greatly reduces the weight of the spacecraft. The 2 later Longteng 2 spacecraft have a total weight of only 1600 tons, while the first Longteng 2 weighs as much as 2400 tons. That's a full 800 tons lighter. This is a huge performance improvement. If the first Longteng 2 spacecraft were not already fixed, the engineers would want to remove its nuclear fission reactor and replace it with a Shanhui nuclear fusion reactor. In the Dragon department, Bai Hui was in his exclusive laboratory, sitting quietly on a chair with his eyes slightly closed. He appeared to be asleep, but no one knew that his consciousness was currently inside the system laboratory. In a chaotic void of nothingness, Bai Hui stood suspended in midair. He waved his right hand, and a divine radiance fusion device appeared before him. Indeed, this time, he aimed to achieve the miniaturization of nuclear fusion and heavy nuclear fusion technology. These 2 technologies were immeasurably important to humanity. Under Bai Hui's control, the divine radiance fusion device burned continuously. Powerful energy was output incessantly. But Bai Hui frowned deeply. No, the divine radiance fusion device was still too large. He had to devise a feasible method to shrink it to the size of a palm. Of course, that was the ultimate goal. For now, he would first reduce the fusion device to the size of a bucket. Then he began to contemplate the principles of nuclear fusion and methods for improvement. First, the principle of nuclear fusion was to make 2 atomic nuclei overcome repulsion and merge together. Between atomic nuclei, there was also a nuclear force, a short-range force. But it was far smaller than the Coulomb repulsion between the 2 nuclei. Only when the distance between the two nuclei approached 0.3 of a millimeter would the nuclear force take effect. At that point, the nuclear force would exceed the Coulomb repulsion. Thus, the two nuclei would fuse and release enormous energy. This was the process of nuclear fusion. The released energy was dissipated as heat. This heat, after a series of conversions, ultimately became the electrical energy needed by humanity. Currently, the devices that converted heat into electricity used steam to drive turbines, which cut magnetic field lines. Among these, the generators were extremely bulky. Bai Hui's first thought was to solve the problem of the generator. Otherwise, with steam generators, it would be impossible to miniaturize nuclear fusion. How to solve the problem of the steam generator? Bai Hui frowned deeply. In simple terms, this was about solving the device that converted heat into electricity. The method of steam generators was to convert heat into kinetic energy, use that kinetic energy to rotate a magnetic generator, and finally convert it into electricity. Was there a way to achieve this in one step? There was. It was thermoelectric generation, the Seebeck effect. However, this technology was not yet mature for power generation and was only used for temperature measurement, as in thermocouples. In 1821, the German scientist Seebeck discovered that in a circuit made of two different metals, antimony and copper, if a temperature difference existed at the two junctions, a magnetic field would appear around the circuit, and further experiments revealed an electromotive force in the circuit. The discovery of this effect laid the foundation for the creation of temperature-measuring thermocouples, thermoelectric generators, and thermoelectric sensors. The working principle of thermoelectric generation, joining one end of two different types of thermoelectric conversion materials in type, and placing it in a high-temperature state, while leaving the other end open and at a low temperature, resulted in stronger thermal excitation and higher concentrations of holes and electrons at the high-temperature end. Driven by this carrier concentration gradient, holes and electrons diffused toward the low-temperature end, forming a potential difference at the open low-temperature end. By connecting many pairs of type and type thermoelectric materials into modules, a sufficiently high voltage could be obtained, forming a thermoelectric generator. But this technology was still immature and could not be applied on a large scale. Alternatively, there was the method of converting light into electricity, like solar cells. Its principle utilized the photoelectric properties of semiconductor materials. When sunlight shone on a photoelectric semiconductor, photodiodes converted light energy into electrical energy, generating a current. When multiple photovoltaic cells were connected in series to form a sufficiently high voltage, it could be harnessed by humanity. Bai Hui fell into thought. Was there a material with a thermoelectric effect? Yes. Thermocouples utilized the thermoelectric effect to measure temperature. But the energy they produced was too low, so now Bai Hui needed to find a material with a better thermoelectric effect. He sank into contemplation. After that, he continued his research inside the system laboratory. Thanks to the system laboratory, his progress was swift. Whatever material he thought of and calculated could be instantly manifested. Moreover, Bai Hui did not have to worry about popularity points for the time being. He had not used the system laboratory for days and had accumulated a large amount of popularity points. The amount was about 6 to 7 billion. With such a vast number of points, he could use them for quite a while. Finally, after a week, Bai Hui stood in the void of the system laboratory with a smile on his face. He had finally found a material with an extremely powerful thermoelectric effect. Crucially, as the heat increased, the properties of this material, its toughness and hardness, became stronger under electrical stimulation. Unfortunately, this material also had a maximum temperature tolerance, around 100,000 degrees Celsius. Once that threshold was exceeded, its internal properties would be destroyed by the high heat. Without this flaw, humanity would not even need to fear the temperature of the sun's core. Nevertheless, this material was already extremely extraordinary. Its emergence would replace the current magnetic generators. Because Yanjin could directly convert heat into electricity, while magnetic generators needed to convert heat into kinetic energy, then into electricity. Its emergence would replace the current magnetic generators. Because Yanjin could directly convert heat into electricity, while magnetic generators needed to convert heat into kinetic energy, then into electricity. The energy utilization efficiency of Yanjin was naturally far superior. Bai Hui let out a sigh of relief. He had finally solved this major challenge. Of course, the miniaturization of nuclear fusion had not yet been achieved. Bai Hui had only solved one major obstacle on the path to miniaturization. To truly achieve it, he also needed to solve the problem of the reaction conditions for nuclear fusion. As is well known, nuclear fusion required high temperature and high pressure to take place. The current divine radiance fusion device in the Dragon Kingdom was 10 meters in size. It contained incredibly complex magnetic confinement coils, laser ignition devices, and gravitational fields constructed by anti-gravity engines. This series of modules together achieved the conditions for nuclear fusion. If the fusion device were to be shrunk to the size of a bucket, this was an extremely difficult problem, even dozens of times harder than Bai Hui's invention of Yanjin. Compressing a device with a temperature of over 100 million degrees Celsius into the size of a water bucket or even a fist is no easy feat. Bai Hui currently has no leads and can only actively search for other methods. Can he break through the repulsive force between atomic nuclei and trigger nuclear fusion? Since the miniaturization of nuclear fusion remains elusive, Bai Hui turns his attention to heavy nuclear fusion technology. In simple terms, heavy nuclear fusion involves the fusion of atomic nuclei heavier than hydrogen. According to the mass-energy equivalence formula, the fusion of heavier elements results in a greater loss of mass, releasing even more energy than the fusion of hydrogen nuclei. The question is how to find the conditions under which two different atomic nuclei will undergo nuclear fusion. For Bai Hui, this is actually quite simple. Why? Because he has the system laboratory. The fusion of atomic nuclei can be completed entirely within the system laboratory. Whatever reaction conditions are needed, even 100 billion or 1,000 billion degrees Celsius, are all within Bai Hui's control. This is the extraordinary power of the system laboratory. Bai Hui can be said to have not yet fully explored the functionalities of the system laboratory. After all, this laboratory was built by a powerful fifth-level civilization for their citizens to conduct experiments and study. What is the concept of a fifth-level civilization? The mere technology of nuclear fusion can be simulated with ease. However, Bai Hui now needs to first identify the elements involved in the fusion reaction. This element cannot be too large. After all, a hydrogen nucleus has only one proton. When two hydrogen nuclei undergo fusion, like charges repel each other, requiring temperatures of over 100 million degrees Celsius to bring them together again. If it involves heavy nuclei with dozens or even hundreds of protons, the repulsive force between them must be terrifying. So terrifying that even with all human efforts, it might be impossible to make them fuse. Bai Hui estimates that elements around the 10th to 15th place on the periodic table are suitable for current humanity. Their proton count is not too large, and the repulsive force is not too strong. If humanity exerts its full strength, it might still be possible to create them. But which specific elements to use must be determined through experiments. These experiments are not simply about fusing elements one by one. There are also isotopes of various elements. Isotopes are elements with the same number of protons, but different numbers of neutrons. Why can't hydrogen fuse directly? Because hydrogen fusion requires a vast amount of energy, much more than deuterium-tritium fusion. Thus, people use deuterium nuclei as fusion fuel. In theory, other elements can also undergo direct fusion. The temperature inside the sun is currently 18 million degrees Celsius. Therefore, hydrogen fusion occurs incessantly inside the sun. After 4 billion years, the hydrogen in the sun will have mostly fused into helium nuclei. At that point, helium fusion will begin. Helium fusion releases enormous energy, causing the sun to expand into a red giant. After the helium is exhausted, the sun will become a white dwarf. Bai Hui continued his repeated experiments, trying to find a heavy nucleus element with low fusion reaction conditions. 7 days later, Bai Hui finally found an ideal element, silicon-30, an isotope of silicon. When it undergoes fusion with carbon-60, it releases immense energy. A trace of delight appeared on Bai Hui's face. After days of experiments, he finally had some results. Before him were a mass of silicon-30 and a mass of carbon-60. Suddenly a thought crossed Bai Hui's mind. The entire space seemed to be subjected to an immense pressure, fiercely compressing the two piles of matter. At the same time, a flame appeared out of nowhere. The instant it appeared, its color turned into a blazing white. Its temperature reached a staggering 5.2 billion degrees Celsius. For human civilization, this is an incredibly terrifying number. Such an extreme temperature would be difficult to produce even with current human technology. The intensely hot flame began to continuously calcine the two isotopes. After only a dozen seconds, it seemed the two isotopes underwent a fusion reaction. With a loud bang, a tremendous amount of energy exploded instantly. Countless flames swept through the entire chaotic space. Bai Hui's face lit up with joy. He had succeeded. The two substances had undergone fusion, and they released a massive amount of energy, so violent that it exploded outward. Bai Hui waved his hand, and the flames dissipated. The explosion in the space seemed to have never happened. The energy of this explosion was truly terrifying. According to Bai Hui's estimation, the energy seemed to exceed 100 million tons of TNT equivalent. But without a valid reference, he couldn't determine the exact magnitude. But he knew he had found the two elements for heavy nuclear fusion. That was the most important thing. The next step was to replicate them in the real world. Bai Hui had discovered the elements for heavy nuclear fusion. Now the most crucial task was to replicate heavy nuclear fusion in reality. Otherwise, all his efforts over the past days would be nothing but futile labor. The heavy nuclear fusion reaction between silicon-30 and carbon-60 required an ultra-high temperature of 5.2 billion degrees Celsius to proceed. 5.2 billion degrees Celsius. Bai Hui felt no certainty within himself. He deeply doubted whether humanity's current technological level could even generate such an extreme temperature. After all, the highest temperature humanity had ever achieved was 510 million degrees Celsius, produced at the Princeton Laboratory in the United States by mixing deuterium and tritium plasma in a tokamak device. Yet heavy nuclear fusion technology demanded a temperature of 5.2 billion degrees Celsius. a figure 10 times higher than the peak temperature humanity had ever generated. Bai Hui sank into thought. Was there a way to create such an immense temperature? In truth, humanity did not need this heavy nuclear fusion energy for power generation. What humanity needed was the colossal energy it produced to be harnessed for weapons against alien civilizations. Thus, heavy nuclear fusion did not need to be controlled. It could function like a hydrogen bomb, using the immense heat and pressure from a nuclear explosion to trigger a fusion reaction, creating an even larger blast wave. But even so, what could generate such a high temperature? It still had to reach a critical threshold before the reaction could occur. Bai Hui stroked his chin, lost in thought. Perhaps the power of multiple nuclear bomb explosions could be stacked, creating a searing high-pressure explosion center. This explosion center might just meet the conditions for heavy nuclear fusion. However, after multiple detonations, how could one ensure the reactants remained fixed at the center of the explosion? Therefore, the nuclear bombs must detonate simultaneously. At the instant of explosion, the temperature would reach its maximum, triggering the heavy nuclear fusion reaction. Thus, a heavy nuclear fusion bomb was born. Its power would be nothing short of astonishing. Bai Hui's heart raced with excitement as he pondered this. This heavy nuclear fusion bomb could no longer be tested in the real world. Thus, Bai Hui could only fabricate one within the system laboratory. To ensure authenticity, Bai Hui went out to obtain the nuclear bomb design from the Dragon Kingdom. He strove to make the detonation time and yield exactly match reality. Returning to the system laboratory, Bai Hui concentrated, and a circle materialized before him. Surrounding it were 24 nuclear bombs. At the center lay the heavy nuclear fusion reactants, silicon-30 and carbon-60. Bai Hui stood beside the bombs, utterly unafraid that this earth-shattering device could harm him. Within this system laboratory, he was a god. How could a god be injured? Everything was ready, and Bai Hui focused. Boom! The heavy nuclear fusion bomb detonated. Bai Hui's vision was flooded with blinding white light. He could see nothing. The energy was overwhelming. The simultaneous explosion of 24 nuclear bombs was already formidable. But the most terrifying power came from the heavy nuclear fusion detonation. Of course, Bai Hui could not yet confirm whether the heavy nuclear fusion reaction had occurred. As the dust settled, it seemed as if sun and moon revolved in his eyes, and time flowed backward. He witnessed everything that had transpired during the explosion. At 0.02 microseconds after the 24 nuclear bombs detonated, the temperature at the center had reached an unimaginable level. Moreover, the pressure at the center far exceeded that inside the sun. Under such immense pressure and temperature, the heavy nuclear fusion reactants at the very core finally underwent the reaction. Countless atomic nuclei fused with one another, generating new elements. In the process, a tremendous amount of energy was released. This energy, unable to dissipate instantly, formed an explosion. A far more powerful blast wave ensued. According to Bai Hui's calculations, the bomb's yield reached 430 million tons of TNT equivalent. To put that in perspective, each of the 24 nuclear bombs Bai Hui used had a yield of 1 million tons. Their combined yield was merely 24 million tons. Yet the explosion from this single bomb generated a staggering 430 million tons of TNT equivalent. The heavy nuclear fusion bomb was a success. Furthermore, Bai Hui felt that the bomb's design was somewhat inefficient, wasting a considerable amount of energy. If optimized, the explosion yield could be even higher. Without hesitation, Bai Hui immersed himself in research, neglecting food and rest. A day later, he gazed at the bomb before him with a satisfied smile. This heavy nuclear fusion bomb was surrounded by 18 one-megaton nuclear bombs. At the center lay the heavy nuclear fusion reactants. The quantities were meticulously calculated to ensure that the vast majority of the heavy nuclear fusion reactants would fully fuse. The yield of this heavy nuclear fusion bomb exceeded 620 million tons. Although the number of surrounding nuclear bombs had decreased, the bomb's overall power had increased. Clearly, this design was far superior to the first heavy nuclear fusion bomb. Bai Hui let out a sigh. It was a pity that humanity's current technological level could not generate such extreme temperatures. The energy produced by heavy nuclear fusion was dozens of times greater than that of hydrogen fusion. If this technology could be applied to humanity's benefit, it would provide an almost inexhaustible energy source for an extremely long time. However, for now, heavy nuclear fusion could only be used in uncontrollable bombs. Bai Hui felt he should be content. With existing nuclear fusion technology, humanity's energy needs were largely met. Moreover, he had also invented a thermoelectric conversion material, Yinjin. If the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed the entire Earth's nuclear fusion power plants, as well as nuclear fission plants and thermal power stations, could be equipped with this Yinjin material, then the energy humanity could harvest would likely double. After all, current thermal and nuclear power stations all use magnetic generators. This method of power generation involves multiple energy conversions. The more conversions, the greater the energy loss. Consequently, the energy efficiency of today's thermal and nuclear power plants is only about 30 to 40%. The Shenhui nuclear fusion device, which Bai Hui had previously developed, had a slightly higher energy efficiency. However, it still relied on magnetic generators. Intermediate energy conversions were still necessary. Thus, current power plants suffered from low energy efficiency. But if all these plants could be retrofitted with Yanjin material, their energy efficiency could instantly increase by more than 50%. After all, Yanjin material could directly convert heat into electricity. What made this material even more remarkable was its ability to withstand temperatures of up to 10 degrees Celsius. Within this limit, the higher the temperature, the stronger the properties of Yanjin became. Therefore, the widespread adoption of Yanjin would be a crucial task ahead. Bai Hui arrived at the Institute of Biological Genetics at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon hearing the news over the phone, he rushed over without a moment's delay. As soon as he entered the institute, a middle-aged scientist in a white lab coat greeted him. Minister Bai, we have finally made a breakthrough with the genetic agent. His face was flushed with excitement, and his entire body trembled. Professor Zhang, take me to see it at once. Very well, follow me. Indeed, today marked a breakthrough in the research of the genetic agent. This was precisely why Bai Hui was so stirred. Zhang Zhimao, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, was a preeminent authority in the field of biological genetics. Since the founding of the Dragon Division, he had shouldered the responsibility of the Institute of Biological Genetics. His dedicated mission was to develop human genetic agents to enhance physical capabilities. During the Battle of Moros, the Dragon Kingdom had witnessed the emergence of numerous super soldiers. These super soldiers could not have appeared out of nowhere. Spies from other nations, after extensive investigation, finally uncovered that within the Dragon Division there existed a biological genetics institute dedicated to researching super soldiers. Consequently, many countries believed that this institute had successfully developed a super soldier genetic agent, enabling the Dragon Kingdom to manufacture super soldiers. Some time ago, a spy leak incident occurred at this institute, a major accident. After that, the institute's security measures were significantly strengthened. The entire facility was now covered by surveillance without any blind spots. Additionally, every individual had to undergo a meticulous inspection before entering or leaving. Any anomaly would result in immediate apprehension. In truth, the other nations were unaware that Professor Zhang was also in a difficult position. The super soldiers were not their creation at all. They were actually trained by the Dragon Kingdom itself. Of course, this matter was classified beyond top secret. Spies had no chance of accessing such sensitive information. Nevertheless, the outside world was convinced that Professor Zhang Zhimao and his team had developed a genetic agent to manufacture super soldiers. Now, Professor Zhang Zhimao enjoyed an extremely high reputation internationally. He had even become a towering figure in the field of genetics. Merely by achieving this feat of producing super soldiers, he had already surpassed the rest of the world. Minister Bai, you are truly remarkable. As you instructed, by accelerating transcription to enhance human control over one's own genes, I have finally developed a genetic agent. I have named it M001. Its function is to accelerate a person's mastery over their own body, rapidly breaking through to the general level and subsequently unlocking the power of human genes. Professor Zhang introduced the agent he had developed. Within the human body, transcription is the first stage of gene expression. Genes are akin to computer programs, fixed and immutable. No one can alter them. Transcription is the process by which genetic information flows from DNA to RNA, essentially reading the data within the genes. As they conversed, they arrived at the Biological Genetics Laboratory, a fully sealed space filled with various researchers had to don thick protective suits to enter. After putting on their suits, Bai Hui and the others passed through an air shower and finally reached the interior of the laboratory. Inside, several staff members were conducting experiments on mice. Professor Zhang Zhimao picked up a test tube. The test tube contained a blue liquid, the M001 agent developed by Professor Zhang. Minister Bai, I am highly confident of success this time. The experiments on mice and the supercomputer simulations have all yielded positive results. I believe we are now ready for human trials. This was precisely the most critical matter for which Professor Zhang had summoned Bai Hui. Human trials. No genetic agent could be deemed successful without undergoing human testing. It could only be said to have achieved a major breakthrough. Professor Zhang, however, was not authorized to conduct human trials himself. He had to report to Bai Hui. Bai Hui pondered for a moment. Professor Zhang, let me review the experimental data. Oh, of course. Here are the data. Please take a look. Professor Zhang handed over a thick stack of experimental reports. Bai Hui immersed himself in the data, reading intently. The hours passed, and it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Bai Hui exhaled, feeling a slight strain in his eyes. After several hours, he had finally finished reviewing the entire experimental report. In the report, the performance of the M001 agent was flawless. According to the supercomputer, the artificial intelligence Xiaohe, simulations indicated. Once a human ingested the M001 genetic agent, the entire body would be fully activated. Moreover, the agent seemed to slightly enhance the brain's development capacity. An ordinary person could reach the level of a third-class warrior within just 1 day. Subsequently, with dedicated training, they could generally attain the rank of general level within 2 to 4 months. This would significantly accelerate the process of creating super soldiers. For reference, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan, the two current general-level powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom, had taken an entire month to break through to the third-class warrior level. Both of them were exceptionally gifted, and they were also extremely diligent. That was how they achieved such rapid breakthroughs. Now the M001 genetic agent could greatly expedite this process. If the M001 agent succeeded, the Dragon Kingdom would be able to mass-produce super soldiers. However, all of this hinged on passing human trials. Bai Hui did not give an immediate answer, stating that he needed to consider. That evening he entered the system laboratory. System: clone a body identical to mine. Affirmative. At that moment Bai Hui stood in the chaotic void. Suddenly his vision blurred, and another identical version of him appeared beside him. However, the clone's face was expressionless, devoid of any emotion. This was natural. Life itself was the most mysterious entity in the universe. Though the system laboratory could replicate Bai Hui's physical form, it could not replicate his soul. The clone was essentially a lifeless husk. With a thought, Bai Hui materialized a vial filled with blue liquid. Drink this. The clone, expressionless, obeyed and swallowed the liquid in one gulp. Bai Hui, as an observer, watched the clone's physical changes from the sidelines. 5 minutes had passed, and the clone's body was burning with heat, its blood surging rapidly through an endless cycle of metabolism. Bai Hui, the master of this system laboratory, could clearly sense the transformations occurring within the clone. This clone had been created precisely in accordance with Bai Hui's current physique. In other words, this clone now possessed the physical capabilities of a war general-level powerhouse. After relentless training, Bai Hui's own gene development had reached 1023. This figure, though seen, was nonetheless the highest among all humans on Earth. His current strength allowed him to unleash a punch exceeding 5 tons of force. Moreover, when Bai Hui exerted his full power, his speed could nearly reach the speed of sound. His reaction time had also improved dramatically. Bai Hui estimated that he alone could take on the entire Qilin team. This was no exaggeration. His body had been comprehensively enhanced. Even warrior-level or war general-level powerhouses could not keep up with his speed. If they could not even touch him, how could they possibly defeat him? Bai Hui dared not imagine how immensely powerful the ancients must have been to achieve perfect life forms. How formidable their strength must have been. No wonder myths and legends had been passed down from ancient times. Such a powerful life form could be called a god in the eyes of ordinary people. The clone's body underwent some inexplicable changes, though they were not yet apparent. With a flicker of thought, Bai Hui set the clone to relentless training. Within the chaos space of the system laboratory, the flow of time was constantly shifting, a sensation both strange and wondrous. From a god's eye perspective, Bai Hui witnessed the clone's body as if fast-forwarding through images, each scene flashing by in rapid succession. A fifth-level civilization had not yet reached the point of manipulating time. The temporal shifts Bai Hui observed were merely simulations within the laboratory's internal space. These changes did not affect external objects. After fast-forwarding 1 month, Bai Hui halted the time flow. By then, the clone had undergone a tremendous transformation. Its gene development had reached 15. This was undoubtedly a terrifying speed. It had taken Bai Hui over a year to achieve his current 10 gene development. But after consuming the M001 gene reagent, the pace of gene development had greatly accelerated. Bai Hui fast-forwarded again. After 3 months, the clone's gene development reached 22. The effect of the M001 gene reagent seemed to be gradually diminishing, slowing the clone's gene development rate. Nevertheless, this did not deny the reagent's immense potency. The simulation had reached a point where the gene reagent could be declared a success. Yet Bai Hui still hesitated to draw a definitive conclusion. Why? Because he had used his own body as the experimental subject, and his body was arguably the most powerful on Earth. He had consumed the M001 reagent without any side effects, but that did not mean other ordinary people or super soldiers would be problem-free. If any issues arose, even gods could not save them. This involved human genes, and humanity's understanding of its own body remained extremely shallow. But there was no help for it. Humanity's development had been too short. From the discovery of cells to the present day, only a little over 100 years had passed. In that time, it was obviously difficult to achieve deep research into the human body. In the universe, life forms were the most mysterious entities. At the 4th and 5th levels of civilization, the science studied was the most mysterious aspect of the human body, the soul. At least as a first-level civilization, humanity was not yet qualified to touch that step. Frowning, Bai Hui realized that he could only clone his own body within the system laboratory. He could not create the bodies of other humans. Because the human body was extremely complex, to replicate it, Bai Hui would need to have a very deep understanding of the human body. This included the working principles of genes and cells, energy conversion, the operation of various bodily systems, and so on, all of which needed to be understood thoroughly. Obviously, that was impossible. Humanity's current understanding of the human body had not reached such a depth. The reason Bai Hui could clone his own body was that he was inside the system laboratory. The system could directly replicate his body. Therefore, human experiments still had to proceed. At least Bai Hui had proven that this reagent was likely successful. What remained was to see if ordinary people would encounter problems after taking it. The next day, Bai Hui directly called the Grand Elder and others. Such human trials had to be reported to them. After hearing the proposal, the Grand Elder pondered for a moment and then agreed to the human experiments. These human trials would not directly involve super soldiers. Instead, the subjects were death row inmates. If they survived, their death sentences would be commuted. If they failed, there was no loss. After all, they were destined to die. Of course, the M001 gene reagent carried relatively low risk, so the test subjects were not the most heinous criminals. Those vicious criminals had lost all humanity. Even if the experiment succeeded, the Dragon Kingdom would not allow them to escape. Soon under the Dragon Kingdom's arrangements, 5 death row inmates who had not yet lost their humanity were brought to the Institute of Biological Genetics. They lay on the experimental tables as researchers in thick protective suits injected the M001 reagent into their bodies. Outside the laboratory, Bai Hui, Professor Zhang Jimao, and others stood behind the glass anxiously awaiting results. The 5 subjects were connected to various monitoring instruments. These instruments could monitor their physical conditions in real time, including blood pressure, heart rate, respiration, and all of these were used to detect the effects of the M001 gene reagent. 1 minute later, a researcher looked at the data on the computer screen. No significant changes in the subjects. Everything is normal. 5 minutes later, the subjects' hearts are beating faster, blood circulation has accelerated, brain activity has noticeably increased, and no adverse reactions have appeared. 10 minutes later, the subjects' hearts are strong and powerful, cell metabolism has accelerated, muscles are twitching continuously, physical fitness has significantly improved, and none of the 5 subjects show any adverse reactions. Meanwhile, the effect of the M001 gene reagent is gradually stabilizing. The current human trial has a 90% chance of success. The moment this news was announced, the entire Institute of Biological Genetics erupted in collective cheers. Their efforts had not been in vain. The M001 gene reagent could be declared a success. Of course, to be safe, the subjects would need to be observed for another 3 days. If no adverse reactions appeared during those 3 days, it would mean the M001 gene reagent had achieved complete success. 3 days passed swiftly. The M001 gene reagent showed no adverse reactions. The faces of the death row inmates revealed relieved smiles. This constant brush with death could drive a person to the brink of madness. Heaven knows the immense pressure they endured over those 3 days. At the same time, these death row inmates had essentially been granted a new lease on life. However, they were still not free. They were compelled to participate in the alien civilization war 3 years later. Only by earning sufficient military merit in the war could they offset their sentences and regain their freedom. For them, this was already a favorable outcome. At least there was still hope. The M001 gene reagent achieved complete success. This news reached the ears of the elders. The Grand Elder was overjoyed and personally awarded Professor Zhang Jimao the Azure Phoenix Medal. Dragon Kingdom had 3 major honor medals: the Cloud Eagle Medal, the Azure Phoenix Medal, and the Golden Dragon Medal. Each honor medal was exceedingly precious. For instance, Lin Ming from the Anti-Gravity Shield Laboratory had been exceptionally granted the Cloud Eagle Medal earlier. This honor would be forever engraved on the family's household registration. In future generations, their ID cards would display the Cloud Eagle Medal icon. Every recipient of an honor medal was a meritorious contributor to Dragon Kingdom. The Azure Phoenix Medal ranked second. This was awarded to Professor Zhang Jimao for his tremendous contributions to Dragon Kingdom. As for the highest level Golden Dragon Medal, only one person in Dragon Kingdom had received it: Bai Hui. Only Bai Hui was worthy of the Golden Dragon Medal. That very evening, mass production of the M001 gene reagent began. By modifying the pharmaceutical production lines of some state-owned factories, the equipment was debugged in just 2 days. An endless stream of M001 gene reagent was produced from the lines. This batch of gene reagents would be prioritized for the super soldiers of the Kirin team, enabling them to rapidly grow stronger. This was also a crucial method to enhance the strength of human civilization. Of course, no one thought that gene reagents could defeat a Tier 3 civilization. A Tier 3 civilization already possessed beings surpassing perfect life forms. Such beings wielded spatial power. However, not all citizens of a Tier 3 civilization were experts surpassing perfect life forms. If that were the case, humanity would have no reason to resist. A single such being could annihilate the entire Earth. In sci-fi movies, the great villains were always immensely powerful. If not for the existence of superhumans on humanity's side, Earth would have been destroyed countless times. But being a Tier 3 civilization indicated that it had advanced significantly in exploring its own biology. Even if the unknown civilization within the wormhole had perfect life forms, Bai Hui would not be surprised. Ultimately, victory would rely on technological power. No matter how powerful a perfect life form was, could it withstand a nuclear bomb? The tens of millions of degrees at the explosion's core would vaporize any life form into dust. Under the starry night, no one knew how many powerful civilizations were hidden in the dark firmament. Bai Hui stared at the Azure gene reagent before him, took a deep breath, and drank it down in one gulp. In the systems laboratory, Bai Hui had already tested the M001 gene reagent's effect on him using clones. So he felt no fear. 5 minutes later, Bai Hui could clearly sense the cells throughout his body rejoicing. His blood surged, accelerating metabolism and circulation. He went straight to the gym and began relentless exercise. The gym's equipment was specially custom-made. The intensity was extremely high. Because Bai Hui's own strength was too great, ordinary fitness equipment could no longer meet his needs, and it would shatter under his fists. He punched a sandbag repeatedly. The sandbag could withstand up to 20 tons of force made of high-strength arrows. Through continuous training, he activated the potency of the M001 gene reagent. After a night, Bai Hui checked his gene development level. A smile spread across his face. In just one night, he had increased his gene development by 0.5, now surpassing 11%. Unfortunately, Dragon Kingdom was also continuously organizing archaeologists to excavate ancient historical documents, attempting to uncover ancient methods of power. Yet so far nothing had been found. Many archaeologists even believed Bai Hui's speculation was false, that there was no splendid cultivation civilization in antiquity, nor were there beings surpassing perfect life forms. Many were dissatisfied with the aimless, chaotic search through historical records. But Bai Hui firmly believed that the system would not deceive him. The system had said that traces of spatial rules had appeared on Earth, something only beings surpassing perfect life forms could create. Additionally, there was the Tao canon written by the Tao ancestor, which described his understanding of the universe and nature. Even the system originating from a Tier 5 civilization held it in high regard. After breakfast, Bai Hui started work. His desk was piled with various documents. If nothing urgent arose, he would work in his office in the morning. The secretary would present pre-sorted documents for Bai Hui's approval and signature. A cup of coffee sat on his desk, its aroma wafting upward. Bai Hui took a sip, then picked up a document. As he read it, his focus sharpened. Work report on the cleanup of Moros. Over 3 months had passed since the Moros crisis. Nations worldwide were rebuilding cities destroyed by Moros, restoring them from the ashes. People were gradually returning to their normal lives. Meanwhile, human armies were continuously encircling and eliminating Moros. During this period, although Moros refused to give up and attempted a comeback, humanity was well prepared. Whenever anyone showed signs of being parasitized by Moros larvae, the entire area would be immediately quarantined and troops dispatched to eradicate all larvae. Under humanity's vigorous efforts, Moros now only hid in remote, uninhabited places. But humanity was not to be underestimated. Modern equipment was highly advanced. The so-called impassable terrains posed only minor problems for humans. The report before Bai Hui documented the cleanup of the entire South American rainforest. No Moros could escape humanity's pursuit, not even larvae hiding inside animals. Even the parasitized animals were indiscriminately killed. Though somewhat brutal, it was a minor issue compared to the devastation Moros had caused. The rainforests of South America were swept clean by human armies, employing a carpet search strategy. Moreover, humans had established observation stations deep within the rainforests. Each observation station was garrisoned by 500 troops, constantly monitoring the entire South American rainforest. Any anomaly would be immediately reported to the Human Alliance. The Human Alliance would coordinate forces to eliminate all potential threats. This was to ensure that not a single Moros slipped through the net. Such creatures posed an immense threat to Earth. At this moment, the Moros' habitat had been further reduced. On land, only a few remote islands, untouched by human presence, might still harbor traces of Moros. As for the oceans, during the final battle, some Moros had evolved aquatic abilities. But that portion was exceptionally small. At least since the last battle of the Moros crisis, humanity had scarcely found any signs of Moros in the seas. Of course, to be safe, corresponding observation stations were also established in the oceans. Any unexplained mass death of fish would automatically trigger an alarm. Humanity would also organize forces to investigate the oceans. In short, the Moros could now be considered virtually harmless. They were indeed terrifying, but that was only when humanity had no defenses. Now humanity had implemented strict measures against the Moros. Various measures ensured that the Moros would never spread on a large scale again. Bai Hui paid little attention, glanced through it, and set it aside. He picked up another document. The external cargo module of the Longteng 1 has been successfully mass-produced. A hint of joy flashed across Bai Hui's face, knowing the immense significance of this for the Dragon Kingdom. Humanity had finally taken a solid step toward the cosmos. The era of space mining was about to dawn. Without hesitation, he immediately convened a meeting. The meeting was to discuss how to deploy the external cargo modules as quickly as possible to commence space mining. Now our Dragon Kingdom steel resources are extremely tight. Not only are various spacecraft production lines and space bases consuming vast amounts, but other projects also demand substantial steel. Steel prices on the market have more than doubled compared to before. We must seek alternative sources. The 3-year deadline is fast approaching, and we must build at least 2 space warships before then. Each space warship weighs over 1 million tons, requiring enormous quantities of steel and various rare metals. Our Dragon Kingdom has been vigorously mining rare earths and refining rare metals, but according to our staff statistics, there remains a significant shortfall that must be obtained from outer space. Thus, space mining cannot be delayed. Bai Hui sat at the head of the table facing a large conference hall filled with leaders from various departments. The main theme of this meeting was to accelerate the development of space mining. Elder Zhou, please brief us on the progress of the Longteng 1's external cargo module. Very well. Allow me to introduce the current research progress on the spacecraft external cargo modules. We have developed two models, the Longteng 1 and the Longteng 2. In space, there is no air resistance or gravity, so our cargo capacity can be significantly enhanced in the space environment. However, the original spacecraft's limited capacity severely restricted its cargo capability. Therefore, we specially developed the external cargo module, an additional segment attached to the spacecraft, providing immense internal space to accommodate massive ore resources. The Longteng 1 external cargo module has a maximum capacity of 10,000 tons. The Longteng 2 external cargo module can hold up to 25,000 tons. Currently, the Longteng 1 external cargo module has entered mass production with at least 2 units produced. As for the Longteng 2 external cargo module, due to the limited number of Longteng 2 spacecraft in our Dragon Kingdom, we have not yet commenced mass production. Good. Since the Longteng 1 external cargo module is already in mass production, there is no need to wait. From now on, the construction of space warships officially begins. For now, we plan to build 2 vessels named Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, symbolizing the mythological fire god and water god. Then immediately convene the Space Industry Development Conference, inviting all private companies and individuals interested in space development to attend and announce the official commencement of the space mining era. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom government must take the lead. Recall 30 Longteng 1 spacecrafts, immediately equip them with external cargo modules and set course for the asteroid belt. Additionally, Mars, being the closest planet to Earth, is arguably the most suitable for human habitation besides Earth in the solar system. However, due to our tight schedule, we have not yet had time to develop Mars. Now dispatch a fleet consisting of 1 Longteng 2 and 9 Longteng 1 spacecrafts to establish a base on Mars and exploit its ore resources. Moreover, we must begin construction of the space relay power station between Mars and Jupiter. This space relay power station will utilize a nuclear fusion reactor. I have developed the Shanhui 2 nuclear fusion device, which is smaller in size, increases energy efficiency by at least 20 and replaces traditional magnetic generators with a material called blaze gold that directly converts thermal energy into electricity. Bai Hui announced several decisions in one breath. His eyes held a hint of authority. Although he was the youngest among those present, his long tenure in a high position had gradually cultivated an aura of leadership. None of the attendees dared to underestimate him. The blaze gold material had been put into research for mass production a few days prior. Bai Hui had already solved the mass production technique within the system laboratory, and the primary task for the researchers in reality was to replicate it. Blaze gold would be extensively used in nuclear power stations in the future to enhance energy efficiency. It held great significance for the advancement of human civilization. If there are no objections, proceed as I have outlined. Meeting adjourned. Soon after the meeting, the leaders announced that the Dragon Kingdom Space Industry Development Conference would be held in 2 days. Invitations were sent to all qualified enterprises and individuals in the Dragon Kingdom. The conference aimed to declare the official start of the space mining era. Currently, the Long country possesses 3 Longteng 2 spacecraft and 332 Longteng 1 vessels. This constitutes the entirety of the nation's space force. The reason for such a large number of Longteng 1 ships is that a production line for them has already been established. At its fastest, 3 Longteng 1 spacecraft can roll off the assembly line in a single day. It is worth recalling that Bai Hui alone managed to construct a Longteng 1 within 5 months. After all, the Longteng 1 is quite diminutive in size. Compared to its advanced counterpart, the Longteng 2, it can only be considered a tiny speck. A total of over 60 Longteng 1 spacecraft received orders and immediately returned to Earth to await further instructions. The remaining vessels are tirelessly constructing space stations in orbit. This is currently the primary focus of the Long country's efforts. Building a space station requires a vast number of spacecraft to transport steel from Earth into space. The entire space station project is an insatiable maw at present. It has already consumed several million tons of steel, and it remains unknown how much more material will be needed in the future. The consumption of such a massive amount of steel has even had some impact on Earth. The planet's mass has decreased slightly, causing its rotation speed to accelerate. In the future, soil will need to be transported from other planets back to Earth to compensate for this deficit. This is precisely why the Long country is currently vigorously developing the space mining industry. At the previous meeting, 3 major issues were discussed. The first was the convening of a Space Industry Development Conference to deliberate on how to exploit the asteroid belt for space mining. The second matter was the establishment of a base on Mars and the exploitation of its resources. The third issue was the construction of space transit power stations near Mars, Jupiter, and even the asteroid belt to supply energy for spacecraft engaged in space mining. In the future, these transit stations may well become the Long country space cities on Mars and Jupiter. Of course, this remains a distant prospect. Humanity currently lacks the energy to undertake such an endeavor. 2 days later, the Space Industry Development Conference was held in Chongqing as scheduled. This time, the Long Country even permitted foreigners to participate, though only those from the 12-nation alliance. Upon receiving this news, foreigners, especially the capitalists of the lighthouse country, were ecstatic. They went berserk, chartering private jets to rush to the Long Country. Unable to speak the language, they had to spend a fortune to hire a translator. They had never dreamed that the Long Country would relax its restrictions and allow them as foreigners to participate. This was an incredible stroke of luck. Previously, even Long Country companies that had any foreign capital stake were completely barred from the space industry. Of course, that remains the case to some extent. The space tourism and space smelting sectors are still off limits to them. For now, only the restrictions on space mining have been lifted. Foreign capital can now purchase a Longteng 1 spacecraft from the Long Country at a high price and engage in space mining operations. Naturally, the or they bring back cannot be circulated within Earth's interior either. It can only be used for space construction. In other words, they must go through the Long Country's space stations and transit stations. Moreover, these operations are subject to heavy taxes, especially for foreign capital. Yet not a single person has. 2 or 3 months ago, they had racked their brains trying to get involved in the Long Country space industry. Space is a realm brimming with wealth. Although only space mining is currently available, this door to wealth has been opened for them. At the very least, it is. The conference proceeded as scheduled with Bai Hui presiding at the head. Hello everyone, I am Bai Hui. The Space Industry Development Conference is now in session. Without further ado, let us get down to business. Everyone fell silent, astonished. They had not expected that the legendary man himself would be presiding over. The foreigners were especially thrilled. Abroad, Bai Hui had earned the title Father of Space. It was his inventions that enabled humanity to conquer the cosmos. First, allow me to outline the Long Country's space plans for the next 3 years. As private entities, you must closely follow our lead and rapidly develop the space industry to accelerate the progress of the Long Country's science and technology. The main theme of this conference is space mining. Indeed, we have developed an external cargo pod. You should have already received its detailed information before the meeting. Without further ado, let me introduce the rules for space mining. The rules remain unchanged. Mineral resources extracted from space must not enter Earth's interior to disrupt the terrestrial mineral market. Therefore, the resources you bring back must be handed over to the official recycling department. We will then set corresponding prices for mineral resources based on demand. Do not think of mining only gold and diamond planets in outer space. If you bring back such materials beyond our demand, they will become worthless, and you cannot bring them back to Earth either. I repeat, everything must follow demand. Only then can we achieve healthy development. I can reveal here that the Long Country is about to begin constructing space warships, each 100 times larger than the largest current spacecraft. This will require vast amounts of steel resources. Bai Hui paused, his throat dry from speaking. After taking a sip of water, he continued, additionally, any Long Country citizen or legitimate Long Country enterprise may apply to go to Mars to build a base and develop its resources. This work will be arduous and dangerous, so the subsidies and benefits we provide are substantial. You may consider it and make your own decisions. Mars development. Everyone was startled and excited. Their Long Country was finally going to develop extraterrestrial planets. A foreigner in the crowd, USSC, asked disgruntledly, "May I ask if people from other countries cannot participate in Mars development?" Bai Hui glanced at him and said flatly, "Of course not. You have anti-gravity spacecraft. You can develop Mars on your own." The implication was clear: go if you want, but you cannot join the Long Country's plan. Yet everyone knew that only the Long Country currently had the capability to develop Mars. If other foreign capitalists went to Mars, they might never return. After all, the Longteng 1 is a spacecraft powered by lithium-air batteries. If the Long Country refuses to charge your batteries, you are truly doomed. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts brimming with pride at being citizens of the Long Country. The news of space mining immediately sparked nationwide heated discussion. This is truly the development of outer space resources. The previous space activities were in essence merely scientific experiments. Human space mining is a milestone in the process of civilization. This matter is of great significance. On Weibo, awesome. Our Dragon Kingdom has finally reached this point. I heard that major companies are now recruiting personnel to go to space for mining. Those experienced miners, after only a short training period, can immediately go to space for space mining. I heard that miner salaries can be as high as $1 million per year. Whoa, we miners have finally risen. I'm currently in Shanghai signing up. Brother above, can you disclose the salary? This is covered by a confidentiality agreement, so I can't reveal too much, but I can only say that working in space for 1 year is equivalent to 5 years of work in a mine before. Damn, that's at least 5,000 starting. I admit I'm jealous. Can assembly line workers go? I'm on an assembly line in a factory, monthly salary 6,000. Probably not. It's still early stage, there aren't many companies mining in space, and the need for labor is limited. Wait a while. You know the development speed of our Dragon Kingdom, it might become a hot industry at any time. Right, the number of spaceships is too limited. I heard that spaceships for space mining all have an external cargo compartment to increase carrying capacity. Haha, I've successfully signed up. Working there also allows me to take a space tour on the side, saving $1 million on space travel tickets. Hey, that's right. Working in space mining now directly earns you the money for $1 million space tour ticket. Haha, the person above is a real genius. Actually, those who couldn't go for space mining shouldn't be discouraged. Our country is going to build space warships. There's already a nationwide bidding on the official website, and the salaries are very attractive. You can all sign up. Not only that, there's also smelting space factories. Our country's space base is being built at an accelerated pace, requiring a large number of personnel. And after the space base is completed, it will become a space city capable of housing at least 1 million people. By then, various living facilities will be in great demand, which is a huge business opportunity. Haha, I heard that space tourism companies are already considering lowering prices, otherwise no one will go. Moreover, in our Dragon Kingdom, as long as you're going to work in space, you can take official or company spaceships. Who would waste money on tourism? Right, the person above is correct. I work at Guangxing Space Tourism Company. Now our clients are basically foreigners. A very few domestic people go for space tourism. People all started a heated discussion. Indeed, in the current Dragon Kingdom, wanting to go to space for a look is really not a difficult thing. Many companies are recruiting people for space mining, building space warships, space smelting, and so on. As long as you are a healthy person, you can sign up to work in space. Now, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have a high level of recognition for the safety of spaceships. After all, since the opening of the space industry, no anti-gravity spaceship has been reported to have an accident. A few days ago, it was heard that a country, when conducting manned spaceflight, used a rocket launch. Unexpectedly, the rocket had a problem, and the escape tower also failed to respond. 2 astronauts were killed on the spot. No remains left. However, the current 12 Nations Alliance is basically preparing to phase out rockets, including the newly developed heavy thrust rocket of the lighthouse country Jupiter 1. It is also preparing to sell the related technology. After all, they are an allied country with the Dragon Kingdom and can purchase anti-gravity spaceships from the Dragon Kingdom. Anti-gravity spaceships are not only cheap, but also infinitely safer than traditional rockets. So why are they still using backward rockets? However, now there is no fool who would take over their traditional rocket technology. Even if a country wants to buy the price so cheap that the lighthouse country would rather throw them away than sell to them. Traditional rockets are now in a very awkward position. It can be said that the entire Earth is gradually phasing out traditional rocket technology. After all, they are products of backward technology. Civilization, after all, always moves forward. Meanwhile, foreign countries also heard that the Dragon Kingdom is about to carry out space mining. Compared to the jubilation of the Dragon Kingdom people, these foreigners have a rather strange style. Some are sour, some are relieved, some are excited. After all, with so many people, there are all kinds. The sour ones are generally those who used to hate the Dragon Kingdom and even look down on its people. They are self-centered and full of hatred for people from other countries and races. These people even now can't change their bad habit of looking down on the Dragon Kingdom people. Perhaps because the world center used to be on their side, but now the world center has changed. The Dragon Kingdom has become the true world center. Countless people rack their brains to obtain Dragon Kingdom citizenship. However, everyone knows that Dragon Kingdom citizenship is the hardest to obtain in the world. Unlike the previous lighthouse country where green cards could be obtained easily. Now many people who want to join the Dragon Kingdom are attracted by its welfare. But where were you before? Now that the Dragon Kingdom is developed, you come running eagerly. Who spoils this bad habit? The most ridiculous thing is that the celebrities who once emigrated abroad are all crying and running back. They are pouring out their grievances on Weibo, hoping fans will forgive them. They also hope the Dragon Kingdom can let them rejoin its citizenship. However, sorry, their grievance posts on Weibo were immediately attacked by the entire internet. Hell, where were you before? Now you insist on wiggling your ass back. Get lost. Right, some celebrities, if you don't mention it, you wouldn't know they are not even Dragon Kingdom people. I used to be such a fan of them, but now thinking about it, it's really disgusting. Hell, I suggest the Dragon Kingdom never let these people join. Exactly, these people are totally useless. If the Dragon Kingdom faces trouble in the future, the first to run will definitely be them. The person above really hit the nail on the head. I heard that during the Moros crisis a while ago, a group led by a Chinese immigrant established a Salvation Society, firmly believing that Moros was an alien creature with a brilliant civilization. To save their lives, they directly surrendered to Moros. Fortunately, Moros ate them in one gulp. Haha. TSK tisk, hearing you say this, I just want to say we absolutely cannot let these beasts come back. Regarding whether those who once emigrated abroad can rejoin the nationality of Longwa, this matter has caused a huge uproar on the internet. Moreover, a Weibo post from the account by Shun Benzun instantly topped the trending list. I think a good horse doesn't turn back to graze on old grass. Biga, don't come back. The outside world is so exciting. This ID should be familiar to every Longwa citizen. It is by Hugh's personal Weibo account. Moreover, it is officially verified and now has over 587 million followers. Among the 1. For billion people in Longhua, almost everyone who accesses the internet has followed Bai Hui's Weibo. His follower count is absolutely the top one on the entire platform. Most importantly, what is Bai Hui's current status? He is the minister of both the Long Department and the Space Department. Moreover, he is the chief scientist of the Longhua space program. He is the inventor of anti-gravity technology, controlled nuclear fusion technology, and more. No one dares to ignore his words. Hahaha, Bai Shun's words are so ironic. Haha, that's so true. A good horse doesn't turn back to graze. Why would you come back? Support. Not only that, but the Longhua government quickly issued an announcement following Bai Hui's Weibo post. In view of a certain topic currently hotly debated across the internet, in principle we will not consider those who once immigrated abroad and now wish to rejoin Longhua nationality, unless they can make a significant contribution to Longhua. Furthermore, foreigners wishing to immigrate to Longhua must meet the following requirements. First, Chinese language proficiency must reach the level of normal communication. Second, must make a significant contribution to Longhua. Third, absolutely no hostility towards Longhua. Those who have previously expressed hostile remarks about Longhua on social networks will not be considered at all. Fourth, must undergo a 5-year assessment in Longhua. Fifth, no violation of Longhua laws. A long list of rules strictly restricts foreigners from obtaining Longhua nationality. Generally, only those who have made significant contributions to Longhua will be considered for exceptional admission. Otherwise, you are simply seeking to enjoy the benefits of Longhua and the dividends of the space age. Why would Longhua agree to something that brings no benefit to it? At the same time, Longhua's space industry the evening news broadcast was entirely filled with recruitment information calling on Longhua citizens to work in space. It listed extremely generous salaries and benefits. The most enviable part is that if one can work in space for over 15 years, Longhua will give priority to awarding a property in a space city. Anyone who is not blind can clearly understand what Longhua's space city represents. It will become a transfer station for humanity between Earth and outer space. Simply put, it can be understood as the coastal cities of Longhua in the 1960s and 1970s. Why did Shin City become a place that all Longhua people yearn for? A single Shin City was already wealthy enough to rival a nation. It was precisely because Shin City was a coastal city, playing an important role as a transfer hub for international exchanges. The current space city will be even more extraordinary, because humanity may not be able to build a second space city for a long time. One can imagine how precious the houses in the space city will be. At that time, even hundreds of thousands per square meter would be an underestimate. This news instantly ignited the entire Longhua. Even many company bosses were shaken by it. Some of them directly gave up their jobs on Earth and submitted resume applications to Longhua's official channels. What is 15 years? As long as they can get a space city property, they will become billionaires overnight. Now the most popular space industries in Longhua: space mining, building space warships, space smelting, space automated factories. Each of these requires a huge number of personnel, especially the construction of space warships, which starts with at least millions of people. A single space warship weighs millions of tons. Longhua is currently building 2 Zhurong and Gonggong. This is just the baseline. In the future, Longhua will formulate new plans based on construction speed. It is possible that a third, fourth space warship will be built. In short, within these 3 years, every additional space warship built will increase humanity's strength. In the future, the chance of humanity's survival will also be greater. Longhua must now strive for every bit of strength. Dengtagua. Abel is a well-known blogger in the technology field on Twitter. He once live-streamed the maiden flight of Dengtagua's Muxing Yihao Jupiter 1. This time he was fortunate to receive a new mission to live-stream an interview with Mr. Old Morgan of the Morgan conglomerate. Mr. Old Morgan is now the chairman of the Morgan conglomerate, responsible for the entire conglomerate's investment work. This time he was fortunate to attend Longhua's Space Industry Development Conference. Moreover, after this conference, the Morgan conglomerate immediately used its abundant funds to purchase 5 Longteng Yihao Dragon Soar 1 spacecraft from Longhua. They spent a total of $25 billion, equivalent to nearly 200 billion Longhua yuan. Additionally, they spent an extra $1.5 billion to purchase 5 external cargo bays for the Longteng Yihao. The Morgan conglomerate intends to follow Longhua's footsteps and take the first step into interstellar development. Morgan conglomerate headquarters. Abel set up his livestream equipment and began broadcasting. This livestream mission was specifically requested by the Dengtagua government. It was to let the people of Dengtagua see their efforts, see that their Dengtagua is also developing outer space resources. Although this is just picking up the leftovers, but compared to those non-alliance countries, they don't even have the qualification to pick up leftovers. Hello everyone, I am your host Abel. Now I am at the Morgan conglomerate headquarters. Sitting in front of me is the helmsman of the Morgan conglomerate, Mr. Old Morgan. The camera turned to Old Morgan, whose face wore a gentlemanly smile. This is the etiquette that these ancient families must master. Hello everyone, I am Old Morgan. Well, Mr. Old Morgan, hello. I am very happy today to have the opportunity to interview you. I heard that yesterday you went to Longhua to participate in their space industry development conference. Could you tell everyone what level of technology Longhua has now reached? Mr. Old Morgan's eyes were a bit dazed. He recalled what he had seen and heard in Longhua yesterday. In his heart, he still could not believe it. That ancient civilization is truly terrifying. His face seemed lost in recollection. Oh, it is a civilization of gods. They can build enormous space cities, colossal space warships, and they even plan to construct houses on Mars. Old Morgan muttered. I never imagined that our Dungtagua had fallen so far behind that ancient nation. They are so full of vitality, and everyone knows exactly what they should be doing. In contrast, we of Dungtagua are like the Native Americans of a few hundred years ago, backward, impoverished, and ignorant. Fortunately, Longhua has not shut us out. They allow us to mine the asteroid belt. We still have hope of catching up if only our scientists in Dungtagua can develop anti-gravity technology soon. Our Morgan Consortium will invest $10 billion to fund scientific research, and we invite everyone to join us in collaborative efforts to develop space resources. After Old Morgan's speech, the viewers watching the livestream, many of them, knew little about Longhua. They only understood that Longhua was currently slightly more advanced than their Dungtagua. But in their hearts, the situation was nowhere near as dire as Old Morgan described. Oh my God, did that old bastard take money from Longhua? What Native Americans? I think this old bastard is a Native American himself. His ancestors had their heads blown open by our Dungtagua people with guns at their backs. Why must Longhua allow us before we can mine in space? We paid to buy their anti-gravity spaceships. Why do we still need their permission? Longhua only managed to build cities in space and houses on Mars because they have anti-gravity spaceships. But now we have them too. I hope our government can keep pace with Longhua and build our own space cities up there. Old Morgan's eyes darkened as he watched the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen. Why? Why were these people so utterly ignorant? Why couldn't they accept reality? He felt a deep sorrow. These people were like frogs at the bottom of a well, still intoxicated by the former glory of Dungtagua. They refused to acknowledge that across the vast ocean there was a nation that had far surpassed them. Abel, a well-known tech blogger, kept abreast of the most cutting-edge technological information from around the world. Among it all, Longhua's technology fascinated him the most. Abel had even taught himself Chinese and could now converse fluently with people from Longhua. Thus, he was well aware of Longhua's current technological prowess. Abel also knew that Old Morgan had not exaggerated the facts. Longhua. Oh, that was the pinnacle of civilization. Dear followers, please refrain from insults and attacks. I can assure you here that everything Mr. Old Morgan said is true. As you know, I am a tech blogger, so I follow tech news from around the world, and I am fully aware of Longhua's situation. Thank you, Mr. Old Morgan looked up at him in surprise, something seemingly taking root and sprouting in his eyes. Abel, after all, was a major tech figure with a vast fan base. After his remarks, the torrent of abuse diminished considerably, yet some still persisted in their attacks. Even Abel became a target of their vitriol. People of Dungtagua, I lament your ignorance. This is an unhealthy phenomenon, and I am determined to do something to change it. Mr. Old Morgan continued, to make the truth clear to you, our Morgan Consortium will set out to mine the asteroid belt in 7 days, and we will broadcast the entire process live, so you can see just how powerful Longhua truly is. With that, Mr. Old Morgan abandoned the interview. He left the conference room directly. Space mining was no trivial matter. He needed to prepare. Longhua was the first to act. They had everything ready overnight. After all time waited for no one, they had to race against the clock. One after another, Longteng E-house spacecraft equipped with external cargo modules soared toward the space base. Then, after refueling at the space port, they set off for the asteroid belt. As long as an anti-gravity ship had enough energy, it could accelerate continuously. This space mining fleet, led by a Longteng Er spacecraft followed by over 30 Longteng E-house vessels, advanced in a grand procession toward the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, on another front, a Longteng Er spacecraft accompanied by 9 Longteng E-house vessels carrying a vast amount of supplies headed for Mars. This fleet would establish a Longhua base on Mars, which would continuously exploit the planet's resources. It is worth noting that the primary mineral on Mars' surface is iron oxide along with sand and gravel. Iron oxide gives Mars its red hue, which is why we on Earth see it as a red planet. Currently, Longhua is most in need of steel resources, and the resources on Mars are sufficient to meet. Both fleets departed simultaneously, and to bolster Longhua's citizens' confidence in space mining, they would continuously record videos and post them on social media. This would give everyone a clear understanding. The distance from Mars to Earth exceeds 100 million kilometers. Even during the Martian opposition, the distance between Mars and Earth is over 60 million kilometers. At such a vast distance, even light takes 3 to 4 minutes to travel. Communication becomes a major challenge over this distance. To solve this problem, Longhua has deployed over a dozen communication relay stations in orbit around Earth. Although this does not eliminate communication latency, it allows more data to be transmitted back to Earth. Generally, a single frame of data from Mars to Earth passes through over a dozen relay stations. The delay exceeds 10 minutes. While real-time live streaming is impossible, transmitting videos and chat logs is feasible. The asteroid belt lies between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. It contains nearly 500,000 asteroids, an enormous number. Some asteroids are extremely large. Ceres, Pallas, Juno, and Vesta are the 4 largest, known as the Big. Ceres has an average diameter of 952 kilometers, about 1/4 of the Moon's diameter, and a mass roughly 1/50th of the Moon's. But there are also very small asteroids. Many asteroids are extremely valuable. For instance, Psyche is an asteroid composed entirely of metal. It has a diameter of 241 kilometers and is located 3.7 billion kilometers from Earth. According to Longteng scientists, based on current metal prices on Earth, its value is estimated at $100,000 trillion. The primary components of the Psyche asteroid are iron, nickel, and several rare metals. Additionally, it contains heavy metal elements such as gold, platinum, silver, and copper. In essence, the Psyche asteroid suffices to meet the current metal demands of Longwa. This space mining fleet has set its sights precisely on the Psyche asteroid. A distance of 370 million kilometers requires a month-long journey for the space mining fleet. Traditional space probes would take at least half a year to reach the asteroid belt. Thus, for the space mining fleet to retrieve a single load of, or it would take a full 2 months. This duration is already considered relatively short. Fortunately, the space fleet can carry hundreds of thousands of tons of ore on each return trip. These ores contain various metals essential to Longwo's current needs. Some rare metals are produced in extremely low quantities, even in Longwo's rare earth mines. Yet these rare elements are precisely the necessary additives for high-performance, high-strength materials. Therefore, extraction from space can resolve this issue. Of course, this space mining fleet's mission is not merely to mine ore. The spacecraft also carries space signal relay stations and space nuclear fusion power plants. The fleet will deploy them at appropriate locations along the route. Additionally, they will construct a space nuclear fusion power station in Mars orbit. This power station will be permanently manned. It will provide refueling energy for passing spacecraft. Naturally, this expedition has already carried sufficient nuclear fusion fuel. In the future, every official Longwa space fleet will bring nuclear fusion fuel to these space power stations as a standard procedure. This will ensure their long-term operation. However, this space nuclear fusion relay power station is not free of charge. Commercial spacecraft must pay for recharging. Moreover, to recharge here, one must obtain prior approval from Longwa's official authorities. Only with permission may they dock and charge. The implication is clear: foreign spacecraft without Longwa's authorization will be denied recharging. A Longteng 1 vessel, for instance, uses lithium-air batteries. From Earth to Mars, its energy would be nearly depleted. Even if it managed to retrieve, or it would have no way to return. This is Longwa's true monopoly. You may own a spacecraft and wish to mine in space. Okay, no one will stop you, but Longwa will deny you access to these infrastructure facilities. What can you do? It's your fault for not having a Longteng 2 spacecraft. Thus, by firmly controlling these infrastructures, Longwa secures an unassailable core position in space. This Mars nuclear fusion relay power station is even larger than the foreign International Space Station. Its interior space can accommodate personnel for rest and accommodation during docking. It can hold up to over 2,000 people. Later, when the Mars base develops, the Mars nuclear fusion relay station will be maintained by personnel from the Mars base. Of course, all of this is still far off. 7 days passed swiftly. Today, the Morgan Consortium of the Longteng Kingdom would set out to mine the asteroid belt. This news had spread throughout the Longteng Kingdom. The Morgan Consortium would broadcast the entire process live. Well, not entirely live. Within Earth orbit, the Morgan Consortium would provide a live broadcast. But once they left Earth orbit, communication delays would set in. Live streaming could no longer continue. Therefore, they could only record videos and transmit them back to Earth. The head of the Morgan Consortium, Old Morgan. He felt deeply distressed by the current state of the Longteng Kingdom. The people were like frogs at the bottom of a well, utterly unaware of Longwa's might, still indulging in the glory of the Longteng Kingdom's past. Thus, this live broadcast was intended to make their citizens recognize their true position. Pride only leads to greater backwardness. Most importantly, the Longteng Kingdom currently had no capital for pride. Cape Canaveral Space Launch Complex, Longteng Kingdom. This was the former rocket launch base of the Longteng Kingdom, where countless rockets had taken off. Now the Morgan Consortium had chosen this site for the spacecraft launch to enhance the broadcast. At the Cape Canaveral Space Launch Complex, 5 silver-glowing spacecraft stood silently on the ground. They resembled 5 colossal divine eagles ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Members of the Morgan Consortium boarded the spacecraft one after another. Many of them were experienced miners lured by high salaries about to set off for the asteroid belt. A camera stood beside the 5 spacecraft, capturing everything. However, this live broadcast would have no comment. They simply needed the audience to witness Longwa's strength through the first-person perspective of the Morgan Consortium. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, that's the head of the Morgan Consortium, Old Morgan." He actually boarded the spacecraft. Is he going to the asteroid belt with the workers? This is insane. Many people in the Longteng kingdom were baffled. Why would old Morgan, the leader of a trillion-dollar consortium, risk going to space for mining? Was he not afraid of accidents? Space is fraught with dangers, and no one knows when the next crisis might strike. Yet, this billionaire took the lead on the space mining expedition. Old Morgan certainly feared death, but he trusted Longwa's spacecraft technology even more. He knew very well that Longwa had launched thousands of spacecraft with a perfect success rate of 100%. So for old Morgan, it was no different from boarding a plane. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 liftoff. The 5 anti-gravity spacecraft slowly ascended. There was none of the tremendous noise of chemical rockets, only the low hum of the engines. The 5 vessels accelerated, disappearing into the clouds in an instant. Just over 10 minutes later, space unfolded before the eyes of the Longteng Kingdom people. This was captured by a camera mounted on the exterior of a Longteng 1 spacecraft. The image was crystal clear, filmed by the world's most advanced camera. Moreover, the camera had been modified to withstand the harsh conditions of space. But what is that? A citizen of the Longteng Kingdom, watching the screen on Wall Street in the capital, suddenly cried out. Everyone followed his gaze and were utterly stunned. In the corner of the frame, a colossal man-made object appeared. It was a massive steel fortress, more awe-inspiring than any space base in science fiction films. Countless spacecraft entered and exited it. The people were completely dumbfounded. As the fleet of the Morgan Consortium drew closer to this space fortress, the people of the Longteng country finally beheld its full form. Or rather, they finally realized just how colossal it was. What they had seen through the cameras was merely the tip of the iceberg. This was an immense spaceport with countless spacecraft shuttling in and out. All those watching the live broadcast were utterly astounded. They could find no words to describe the spectacle before them. No adjectives could capture the grandeur of this place. At that moment, they suddenly recalled what old Mr. Morgan had said 7 days earlier. He had said that they were like the Native Americans of centuries past, backward, ignorant, and naive. Now his words had come to pass. They truly were like the Native Americans of centuries ago. Could this magnificent space city really have been built by the people of the Long Country? How could this be possible? No, this isn't real. It's just a movie the Morgan Consortium is showing us. Stop fooling yourselves. This is a live broadcast. No sci-fi film could produce such footage. Yet even now, some people of the Longteng country chose to deceive themselves. They still clung to the illusions of the past. Reporting to the Long Country Space Base, the Longteng Country Morgan Consortium requests permission to dock. Please hold. First, pay the docking fee. Both sentences were spoken in Chinese. This alone was enough to break the spirits of certain fragile-hearted Longteng country citizens. Why should they use Chinese? Our Longteng country is the center of the world. They should all communicate in English. Most crucially, among those citizens were quite a few who had immigrated from the Long Country to the Longteng country. They stared blankly at everything on the television screen. Among them was a woman who had once shaken the entire Long Country. She was Yang Yiping. At a graduation ceremony of a Longteng Country university, she had delivered a speech as a graduate representative from the Long Country. And she had uttered a laughable statement. 5 years ago, when I boarded the plane from the Long Country to the Longteng country, I prepared 5 masks. But the moment I breathed the first breath of Longteng country air, I put away those masks. That air was so sweet, so fresh, with a strange sense of luxury. When I lived in a city of the Long Country, if I went out without a mask, I might get sick. What kind of absurd remark was that? In order to flatter the people of the Longteng country and gain their approval, she had twisted the truth and denigrated her. Such people exemplify a lack of national confidence. Now, seeing how the Long Country had developed, a deep sense of regret surged in the hearts of many. If only I hadn't. But there was no if anymore. The Morgan Consortium paid a docking fee of $1 million for their 5 spacecraft. Only then were they permitted to dock at the space base. One by one, the Longteng No. 1 spacecraft followed the other vessels, shuttling in and out, arriving at Port No. 2. There were 12 ports in total, 9 of which were designated for spacecraft under 1,000 tons. After entering Port No. 2, they found themselves in an enormous space. Above were platforms one after another for the spacecraft to dock. A quick glance revealed at least 100 platforms. In other words, a single spaceport could accommodate over 100 spacecraft. The Morgan Consortium's vessels slowly came to rest on the platforms. A thick cable connected directly to the spacecraft's charging port. So long as you paid enough money, an endless supply of electricity would flow into the ship. Moreover, people could enter the space city through passages beneath the platforms. Old Mr. Morgan had an assistant who was specifically responsible for his daily needs. Eric grabbed the camera. Let's go explore the Long Country space city. At this moment, the entire Longteng country was consumed by intense curiosity about the space city. There was actually a space city up there. What did it look like? By now, the viewership of the Morgan Consortium's live broadcast in the Longteng country had reached 50 million. These were all real viewers. Considering that the Longteng country had a population of just over 300 million, that meant 1 out of every 6 citizens was watching the Morgan Consortium stream. This was the first time they could see through the internet just how far the Long Country had advanced. Naturally, everyone was curious. People huddled in front of their computers glued to the broadcast. Soon old Mr. Morgan and his assistant passed through an underground passage and emerged into the space city. Upon exiting the passage, they were greeted by a massive space station. Above hung a gigantic display screen clearly showing the flight information. 120 Space City Moon Base. 1300 Space City Earth Long Country. People bought tickets in the terminal hall just like at an airport and waited quietly in the lounge. All the Longteng country viewers' eyes widened. This seemingly ordinary scene delivered a profound shock. No one looked surprised, they all seemed accustomed to it. What truly shook the Longteng country viewers was the flight destination, the moon. That meant they could freely travel between Earth and the moon. At this point, the Longteng country people were green with envy. How come you can go wherever you please? This was the true age of space. Meanwhile, the rich in the Longteng country were still indulging in mere space. Most of the Longteng country populace didn't even have a chance at space tourism. A ticket costing $1 million was still far too expensive for them. Now the people of this space city could travel wherever they liked. Old Mr. Morgan followed the crowd and left the space terminal. Stepping outside, the camera captured a scene. Everyone was dazed, including old Mr. Morgan. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He felt as if he were still on Earth. But that was impossible. He was certain he had truly arrived in space. Yet this place looked almost identical to a city on Earth. Dozens of high-rise buildings, busy streets, people were walking along the sidewalks, seemingly going about their work. The only difference was the bright ball of fire in the sky. It looked slightly different from the sun seen on Earth. Other than that, it was truly indistinguishable from a city on Earth. At that moment, a group of people emerged from the vicinity of the Morgan Consortium. These individuals all bore the faces of Longteng natives, and they appeared to be first-time visitors to the space city. Their countenances were filled with curiosity, constantly glancing around in every direction, finding everything they saw to be novel and wondrous. The only distinction was that their faces radiated excitement and pride. It was as if they were beaming with the pride of a parent whose child had been admitted to a prestigious university. This formed a stark contrast with the group from the Morgan Consortium. Though the Morgan Consortium members also bore expressions of curiosity, theirs were overshadowed by a sense of solemnity. The Morgan Consortium's cameras faithfully recorded this scene. At the front of the adjacent group stood two individuals in military uniforms, unmistakably representing Longteng's official authority. All right, everyone, stop here. Form a line so we can count the number of people. One of the military men, tall and imposing, cast a sharp, indifferent glance at the Morgan Consortium. However, he refrained from comment, as the 12-nation alliance had already been established, advocating for mutual development. Soon the group haphazardly arranged themselves into a square formation. Another man beside them began counting. 1, 2, 10, 1,000. Good, the count is complete. In a moment we'll assign you dormitories. They are commercial apartments with excellent conditions. Look over there in those skyscrapers. Each apartment has 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Each person gets 1 room, and 3 people share a set. If you are a married couple, you can apply to me for a 1-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. We'll have dedicated shuttles for commuting. After 15 years of satisfactory work, the government will award you a house in the space city. Old Morgan stood nearby, listening intently to the conversation. When he heard about the houses, a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. He was a businessman, and at that moment he seemed to perceive a lucrative opportunity. This was a space city, and the houses here would undoubtedly become extremely valuable in the future. Any discerning individual could see that. He was tempted. Old Morgan wished to purchase some of these houses. Even if he didn't sell them later, they could serve as the Morgan Consortium's headquarters in this location. Soon he located the Longteng official office situated right beside the space station. This office was specifically established to handle issues for foreign tourists visiting the space city. Old Morgan's assistant, fluent in Chinese, explained their intentions to the staff at the Longteng official office. A young lady looked at them with a hint of surprise. Then she replied calmly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan, but the houses in our space city are not currently for sale." Old Morgan was reluctant to give up. He said to his assistant, "Eric, tell her I can offer 1 million yuan per square meter to purchase the houses here, and I want at least 10 units. In old Morgan's view, there was nothing that money could not buy. Although the houses here were expensive, he believed that the price of 1 million yuan per square meter would be sufficient to acquire them. However, the young clerk looked at them with a peculiar expression. If old Morgan was not mistaken, there seemed to be a hint of mockery in her eyes. "I'm sorry, we really have no plans to sell. A wealthy space tourist once offered $1 million per square meter, and we still didn't sell." "What? $1 million? And they still didn't sell?" That was 6 or 7 times the price old Morgan had offered. Old Morgan suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. As the helmsman of a trillion-dollar consortium, he was now being mocked by a young girl. Old Morgan could practically guess what was going through her mind. The Morgan Consortium is so stingy, only offering 1 million yuan per square meter. He took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions within him. Eric asked her what it would take to sell the houses in the space city. The young clerk replied, "I'm sorry, our houses are not for external sale. Currently, they are only awarded as rewards to the Longteng people who work diligently in the space city." Her words were faithfully transmitted through the cameras. All the Dingta country citizens witnessed this scene. Many burst into laughter. The helmsman of a trillion-dollar consortium was actually being ridiculed by a young girl from Longhua. I envy the Longhua people so much. They are truly blessed. Old Morgan left helplessly, finally confirming that the houses in the space city would not be sold to foreigners. I envy the Longhua people so much. They are truly blessed. Old Morgan left helplessly, finally confirming that the houses in the space city would not be sold to foreigners. After all, this was a space city built by the Longhua people. Alas, without realizing it, the Dungta country had fallen far behind Longhua. Next, they toured the space city like ordinary tourists. The space city had already grown immensely. Longhua had been continuously constructing it, utilizing various high-tech methods to assemble modules. In space, with the absence of gravity, building materials could be moved with ease. This greatly accelerated the construction progress. Longhua had now developed a variety of construction machines, such as space excavators and space cranes. These machines were primarily powered by anti-gravity engines. Since there was no gravity in space, the machines lacked a point of force application. Building work was difficult. Therefore, using anti-gravity engines significantly reduced the workload and difficulty for the workers. The entire space city was planned to cover 10 square kilometers, equivalent to the area of a city. When Longhua's space industry first opened, the space city's construction was less than 1/10 complete. But afterward, humans discovered a gravitational anomaly in the moon's wormhole, and the spacecraft inside the wormhole was accelerating toward Earth's orbit. Longhua then accelerated the construction of the space city, transporting vast quantities of steel and soil from the ground without pause. The space city had now become a colossal structure weighing tens of millions of tons. The construction progress had reached about 30 to 40%. In the future, this space city was planned to accommodate millions of people, possibly even over 10 million. Such a massive space city required an enormous amount of energy. The entire space base was enveloped in a thick layer of solar panels. The energy utilization rate of solar panels in space far exceeded that on Earth. After all, in outer space, without the obstruction of the atmosphere, solar radiation was extremely intense. These solar panels could provide at least 20% of the space city's energy needs. The remaining energy mainly came from nuclear fusion reactors. The space city's fusion reactors were still the first-generation Shunhui nuclear fusion devices. In the future, they would all be replaced by Shunhui 2 nuclear fusion devices. Their energy efficiency would be a full 20% higher than the first-generation devices. This electricity was needed to maintain the space city's orbit and to power the anti-gravity engines, creating an artificial gravity field that made the gravity in the space city nearly identical to that on Earth. Old Morgan strolled down the street where leisurely citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were taking a slow walk. These were the personnel who had come to work in the space city. Today was their day off. They would come out for a stroll, do some shopping, buy an ice cream, or watch a movie. Such was the simple, unadorned life of the space dwellers. Of course, after the rest day was over, they would still have to throw themselves back into intense work. The Morgan Consortium found a restaurant, a Chinese restaurant run by a middle-aged man. This man, surnamed Li, had stumbled upon a notice online that the Dragon Kingdom space city was recruiting merchants. He hesitated only a moment before making a decision. He immediately registered with the authorities and paid a deposit with all his savings. To his surprise, because he applied early, the Dragon Kingdom directly approved his request. Thus, under the Dragon Kingdom's arrangement, he and his family boarded a spaceship and arrived at this space city. Here he opened a restaurant, and business was usually decent. Most importantly, being among the first individual merchants to settle in the Dragon Kingdom, signed a contract with him. If he kept the restaurant open for 15 years, they would give him a house. After all, the space city needed citizens too. For now, that house was temporarily provided for Uncle Li's family. The ownership would officially transfer to him after 15 years. Sometimes Uncle Li felt fortunate. He was glad he had made that decision back then. He had heard that countless people in the Dragon Kingdom were now desperate to come. Those who had hesitated at first, fearing the space city wasn't safe, had missed their chance and could only regret it now. What would you like to order, bosses? Seeing guests arrive, Uncle Li hurried over with a smile. The Morgan Consortium had too many people. This restaurant, Old Morgan sent the others elsewhere. Only he and his assistant Eric stayed to eat. Old Morgan asked, "Boss, what do you—" The assistant translated Old Morgan's words for Uncle Li. Uncle Li quickly handed over a menu. After they ordered, Uncle Li went to the kitchen to have his wife cook. Then he came out to attend to the guests. While waiting for the food, Uncle Li's chatty nature couldn't be contained. Boss, you're here for space tourism, right? Since I opened this place, I meet foreigners every day. When the language is a problem, I have to use my phone for translation." Old Morgan listened quietly to Uncle Li's rambling. Then Old Morgan asked curiously, "Boss, how much do you earn a day from this restaurant?" Uncle Li laughed. "It doesn't matter much if I earn more or less. I never expected to make a fortune. I have everything I need now. A house, a son working in the space city. I just want my son to get married soon so I can have a grandchild." Old Morgan was speechless. He was a capitalist. In his view, money was the most wonderful thing in the world. A person should keep earning money all their life to live a luxurious life later. But now seeing the restaurant owner's attitude, he seemed content with his life. Perhaps this was the happiness of contentment. Uncle Lee's outlook on life made many people in the lighthouse country envious. They too wished for such a life. After the Moros crisis, countless people in the lighthouse country went bankrupt overnight. Now they could barely survive on government aid. Yet from the live stream, they saw the real living standards of the Dragon. They suddenly recalled what old Morgan had said in the live stream 7 days ago. The eyes of the Dragon Kingdom's people were full of vitality and hope. Each knew exactly what they were doing. But now the faces of the people in the lighthouse country were numb, devoid of hope for the future. Many couldn't hold back their tears. Unbeknownst to them, the ancient, mysterious country in the east had already far surpassed them. After finishing his meal, old Morgan led his team on a tour of the space city. The people of the lighthouse country were completely numb. The space city was already so perfect, with supermarkets, coffee shops, restaurants, and hotels. Almost everything available on the ground was here. They could even see construction teams in the unoccupied areas of the space city building factories. Word had it that they were constructing a metal smelting center aiming to build large ships in space. Everyone felt a mix of emotions. By now no one doubted old Morgan's words any longer. Soon the Morgan Consortium rested overnight in the space city. The next day they returned to the spaceship, which was fully charged and ready to set off for the asteroid belt to mine. In space with no air resistance and no gravity, the spaceship could accelerate continuously, consuming far less energy than on Earth. 5 Longteng 1 spaceships, each carrying an external cargo module, set off grandly for the asteroid belt. On board were not only miners. There were also electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, and software engineers. The electrical and mechanical engineers maintained the spaceship's normal operation. The software engineers needed to interface with the Dragon Kingdom's space communication relay stations to keep communication lines open. This required a major skill. They had to learn Chinese. Moreover, the Morgan Consortium's use of the Dragon Kingdom's space communication relay stations was not free. After all, those stations required maintenance by the Dragon Kingdom. Regular repairs and refueling cost money. The Dragon Kingdom wasn't a charity. These relay stations charged by data usage. Of course, you could also opt for a monthly plan, 1 million a month. A mining trip to the asteroid belt would take 2 months, so to keep communication with Earth you'd have to pay 2 million. That was quite cheap. After all, data transmission didn't just pass through one relay station, it had to hop from one station to the next until it reached Earth. Once the Morgan Consortium experienced a delay in communicating with Earth, they cut off the live stream. From then on, they would use video recordings to document what they saw and heard. A few years ago, humanity found it extremely difficult even to reach Mars. Yet now they could travel to the asteroid belt to mine and send video recordings back to Earth, allowing humans on Earth to experience the mystery and vastness of the universe. It would still take more than 10 days for Longwo's space fleet to reach Mars. During this period, Longwo had not halted its progress. One after another, black technologies were developed from the hands of scientists. It could be said that since Bai Hui invented anti-gravity technology, Longwo's technological advancement had been the sum of the past century's progress. Some progress had also been made in laser weapons. Now Longwo's laser weapons could effectively strike enemies within a range of 20 kilometers. However, their lethality was far from sufficient. After all, the enemy they faced was a powerful level 3 unknown civilization. In theory, increasing the energy output of a laser weapon would enhance its lethality. But in practice, laser weapons were limited by their structure and could not indefinitely increase input energy. The researchers were also baffled. Could this really work? They had never tried whether silicon-30 and carbon-60 could fuse. The researchers were also baffled. Could this really work? They had never tried whether silicon-30 and carbon-60 could fuse. As a result, Bai Hui simply ordered them to build a heavy nuclear fusion bomb according to the blueprints. Lacking theoretical understanding, the researchers had still not been able to produce the first prototype. Nevertheless, in other areas, Longwo had already manufactured a 3-phase bomb more powerful than a hydrogen bomb. This so-called 3-phase bomb was also known as the hydrogen-uranium bomb. As is well known, a hydrogen bomb adds a layer of thermonuclear material around a fission nuclear bomb. In this way, when the fission bomb explodes, the intense pressure triggers the thermonuclear material's fusion reaction. The 3-phase bomb went a step further, adding another layer of uranium-238 around the thermonuclear material. Thus, the explosion sequence became fission-fusion-fission. Its power was immense, easily reaching tens of millions of tons of TNT equivalent. At present, Longwo was researching an even more terrifying weapon, the cobalt bomb, a legendary supernuclear bomb. A single bomb could annihilate all of humanity. Its structure was similar to that of a 3-phase bomb, except that the outer layer of uranium-238 was replaced with cobalt-60. After detonation, a cobalt bomb would release not only more severe radioactive contamination than an ordinary 3-phase bomb, but also powerful gamma rays. Gamma rays could directly destroy the DNA of living organisms. Any life form exposed to them would die within a short time. The penetrating power of gamma rays was particularly strong, and they might inflict fatal damage on alien civilizations. Of course, manufacturing Cobalt-60 was extremely difficult, and this remained merely a weapon of theory. Longhua Shengjing Zhonghai. Grand Elder Second Elder and Bai Hui stood solemnly before a large screen. Longhua had never given up the struggle against the unknown civilization. Yet from the current perspective, the odds of humanity's defeat were high. Once lost, everything would be lost. Humanity might very well become slaves. This was no exaggeration. In the universe, mineral resources were not the most precious. There were countless uninhabited planets, each possessing vast amounts of mineral wealth. Moreover, super civilizations in the universe had already achieved the ability to turn stones into gold. They could synthesize any element they desired. Thus, the most valuable thing in the universe was intelligent life. It was a truly precious resource. Many low-level civilizations were even domesticated by powerful high-level civilizations. Like livestock, they were taken out once grown, sold as slaves or experimental subjects. That was where the real... Of course, the system told Bai Hui that in the universe there existed a universal enforcement hall, a superpower formed by several eternal civilizations. This universal enforcement hall had clearly stipulated that high-level civilizations must never prey on low-level ones. Within the cosmos, only civilizations of the same level could contend with each other. This was to preserve the diversity of cosmic civilizations and prevent the eradication of all low-level ones. However, reality was harsh. The universe was too vast, and even the enforcement hall could not keep constant watch over the entire cosmos. When a low-level civilization unknown to anyone was discovered by a high-level civilization, they would secretly capture it and sell it on the cosmic black market. Profit was eternal. For the sake of gain, they would take risks and disregard the enforcement hall's rules. Of course, once discovered, these rule-breaking civilizations would face the enforcement hall's sanctions. In severe cases, they might even have their entire race annihilated. How dare they openly violate rules set by a group of eternal civilizations? This was a provocation. The consequences of provoking eternal civilizations were extremely severe. In short, the universe was more about the law of the jungle. Earth, as an unknown low-level civilization, would have only one fate once discovered by a high-level civilization: being domesticated or sold as slaves. Bai Hui could not accept this news. If they were to become domesticated, it would be better for humanity to be complete. Thus, after discussions with the Grand Elder, they formulated an Armageddon plan. Yes, an Armageddon plan. This plan relied on Yanjin, a material that could absorb thermal energy and convert it into electrical energy. Moreover, the higher the temperature, the stronger its material properties became. However, it had a maximum withstand temperature of 10 degrees Celsius. Once exceeded, the Yanjin material would enter an irreversible stage. Its material properties would vanish entirely, turning it into a pool of molten metal. But 10 degrees Celsius was already an extremely high temperature. The temperature of Earth's core was only about 600 degrees Celsius. Therefore, the specific content of the Armageddon plan was to use Yanjin to build a core ship. The front of the core ship would be equipped with Longhua's most powerful laser weapon, powered by electrical energy converted from Yanjin. It could drill through the mantle and enter the Earth's core. This core ship was unmanned. The current artificial intelligence, Xiaohe, could fully execute the plan on its own. Once humanity ultimately failed, the Armageddon plan would be automatically carried out by the AI. All the three-phase bombs pre-buried in the core would detonate simultaneously, annihilating all of humanity. The human race had been born millions of years ago. Evolving from ancient apes to the present, countless brilliant civilizations had emerged. Humanity was unyielding and indomitable, preferring death to surrender. Die standing. Rather die than become slaves. This is the annihilation plan devised by Bai Hui and his team. Of course, it is merely a contingency measure. However, if it truly comes to that, the only option is to detonate the nuclear bomb. At Zhonghai Xinjing Longhua, Bai Hui and his team stared intently at the large screen. At that moment, thousands of miles away in the Pacific Ocean, a Longhua warship was stationed above the Mariana Trench. Then from the bottom of the warship, a strangely shaped vessel entered the sea. It resembled a submarine, but was more cylindrical in shape and pitch black all over. This was the core ship, encased in a thick layer of flame. At this moment, the core ship was unmanned. Bai Hui had entrusted the specific mission to the artificial intelligence, Xiaohe, confident that with its capabilities, it could navigate smoothly into the Earth's core. Set off. With Bai Hui's command, the core ship headed toward the Mariana Trench. An hour later, it arrived. The Mariana Trench, known as the deepest point on Earth. The core ship would set out from here, drilling through the mantle and then into the Earth's core. The Earth's core is an iron core. It rotates unceasingly. It is precisely because of the core's existence that the Earth can generate a magnetic field. The geomagnetic field blocks cosmic rays, protecting humanity's survival. Activate the laser weapon. The core ship's laser weapon began to power up. The silver plasma battery inside the ship released immense energy, which then fed into the laser weapon. There was no thermal energy here, so the flame gold material could not generate power. They had to rely on the silver plasma battery carried by the core ship for electricity. A blazing red laser beam struck the rock. The rock melted instantly, and the core ship followed the opening, drilling into the rock. Soon the core ship, propelled by the laser, advanced toward the core. Only a few people in all of Longwa knew about this. After all, the matter was of great importance. Too much could not be disclosed. After 2 days of navigation, overcoming numerous obstacles, the core ship finally reached the Earth's core. Along the way, the core ship encountered many obstacles. Certain crystalline metals were difficult to destroy with the laser weapon and had to be bypassed. Fortunately, the core ship was controlled by artificial intelligence, which could devise a safe route in just a few miles. To maintain communication between the core ship inside the core and the surface, the ship deployed numerous signal relay stations along the way. These relay stations were also made of flame gold material, spherical in shape. Because of the Earth's barrier, communication was extremely difficult. Only by using these relay stations could communication be maintained. At this time, Bai Hui had returned to the Dragon Department's office. He learned the news immediately. On his computer was the video transmitted from the core ship. It was a world of flames with a giant iron core slowly rotating at its center. The core ship floated silently in the liquid of the outer core, awaiting orders. It carried a triple-phase bomb powerful enough to destroy the Earth once detonated. It could trigger earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis across the entire planet. Even the disappearance of the magnetic field would allow solar radiation to annihilate all life. It would reduce Earth to the Stone Age. This was the annihilation plan. Of course, there was no need to activate it yet. Bai Hui continued working in his office as if nothing were amiss. Time passed, and finally news arrived from the Mars. They had successfully arrived at Mars and landed in Jezero crater. This crater lies on an alluvial plain, likely a highland lake in the past. Thus, the Longwa researchers chose this location. They believed that if life ever existed on Mars, its deep underground might still contain water, and there might even be life. The origin of life begins with single-celled organisms. The earliest life on Earth was single-celled algae. In Jezero crater, scientists analyzed spectrometers and discovered that the soil contained abundant carbonates, which are produced by the reaction between water and carbon dioxide. This further confirmed that Jezero crater indeed had water billions of years ago. A video was transmitted from Mars back to Earth. In the video, a massive Longteng 2 spacecraft and 9 Longteng I spacecraft carrying large amounts of supplies landed on Mars. Mars is a desolate red expanse. Bitter winds howl and massive dust storms frequently rage. Moreover, the temperature difference between day and night is enormous. The atmosphere is thin, making it extremely inhospitable for humans. Therefore, the Mars fleet personnel needed to construct a base using the supplies brought from Earth. This Mars base would become humanity's stronghold in the future. People would extract resources from Mars, smelt metals, and produce usable metal materials. Additionally, they would conduct archaeological surveys on Mars, striving to find traces of life. The video was transmitted back to Earth. On Weibo, within just 2 minutes, a top trending topic emerged. Congratulations to our nation's astronauts for successfully landing on Mars. In ancient times, Mars was called Inghua. Inghua was considered an ominous star in ancient times, often associated with rebellion, violence, disease, death, famine, and war. In the eyes of the Longwa people, Mars has always been a mysterious planet. People's desire to explore Mars has never ceased. Now Longwa humans have finally landed on Mars for the first time. For the current Longwa, landing on Mars is no longer a difficult task. However, the significance of this achievement is immense. Haha, Longwa is awesome. We finally achieved a manned landing on Mars. Just a few years ago, our Longwa aerospace technology was suppressed by the Lighthouse Nation, and they mocked us for being unable to even reach Mars. Now we've directly landed on Mars. What a vindication. Haha, all I know is that this feeling is amazing. However, Bai Hui and his team were not focused on this. The Mars fleet landing on Mars. Another space mining fleet had also successfully built a Mars nuclear fusion transfer station on the planet. This was also very important for Longwa. After all, the Mars nuclear fusion transfer station would become a hub for space transportation in the future, a guarantee for humanity's space mining operations. Everyone gathered in the control hall, watching the information sent back from the space mining fleet. They stood up and applauded in excitement. On the large screen, a massive Mars nuclear fusion transfer station floated in space. Its surface was dotted with docking ports intended for use by Longteng I and Longteng 2 spacecraft. After all, unlike the Earth space station, the Mars nuclear fusion transfer station did not have a large spaceport. Thus, spacecraft could not enter its interior. Here they could only dock in space. The captain of the space mining fleet was none other than Li Jigang, the commander of Longwa's first moon landing. The reason he was sent this time was precisely because of his extensive experience. When encountering problems, he could remain calm in the face of danger and command the spacecraft to escape peril. He was considered a veteran astronaut. Although in Longwa, becoming an astronaut now only required a brief period of training to get started. After all, the spacecraft were now all anti-gravity vessels equipped with artificial gravity inside. As a result, the environment within the spaceship was actually quite similar to that on Earth. Compared to the arduous training of Li Jigang's generation of astronauts, these greenhorns were still very immature. Report to command: the Mars nuclear fusion transfer station has been fully installed. I am now carrying out the final step. Ignition of the Shunhui 2 nuclear fusion device. Immediately after on the large screen, under Li Jigang's command, the staff pressed the ignition button. The Shunhui 2 nuclear fusion device inside immediately filled with fuel and began ignition. This Shunhui 2 device was vastly different from the first generation. The biggest difference was the absence of the bulky magnetic generator sets and energy conversion devices on the outside. The birth of Yanjin material was a great invention in human history. Inside the Shunhui 2 fusion device, the first wall was made of Yanjin material followed by a gravity field water film formed by the anti-gravity engine. This layer of water film was used to absorb the high-speed particles generated by nuclear fusion. At the same time, the water film also transmitted heat, allowing the Yanjin material to absorb it. Yanjin continuously absorbed the heat from the water and converted it into electrical energy output. In this way, energy utilization was maximized. Therefore, the energy efficiency of the Shunhui 2 fusion device was 20% higher than that of the first generation. Boom. Laser ignition succeeded. Under the intense high temperature, the plasma inside began to undergo nuclear fusion reactions. Then the fusion generated a tremendous amount of thermal energy. The heat passed through the Yanjin material, continuously outputting energy. Nuclear fusion power generation was successful. Li Jigang's face lit up with joy, and he quickly picked up the intercom. Du Tao, connect the Longteng 1 spacecraft to the interface of the Mars transfer station. Du Tao was one of the spaceship captains in this fleet. Upon hearing the order, he promptly connected his Longteng 1 spacecraft slowly to the interface of the Mars transfer station. Begin charging. A staff member pressed a button. Instantly, a continuous stream of electrical energy began to be output from the nuclear fusion reaction device, charging the Longteng 1 spacecraft. Watching the stable current changes on the display, Li Jigang revealed a hint of a smile. We have succeeded. Then he looked at the recording camera. Command, we have successfully completed the Mars transfer station plan. By the way, remember to tell Hanyin for me to take good care of our child. The video stopped here. That's right, Li Jigang's wife Xia Hanyin was pregnant again. This baby could be considered the first space baby in human history, because this pregnancy had occurred while they were at the lunar base. Xia Hanyin was in her 30s, nearly 40. It could be said that she was somewhat of an elderly parturient. Therefore, to ensure the smooth birth of the first space baby, Longhua had specially established a medical team to take care of Xia Hanyin's daily life. Calculating the time, by the time Li Jigang returned from mining in the asteroid belt, his child would be about to be born. In the Longhua Aerospace Department command hall, everyone burst into enthusiastic applause. Immediately after the second video played, this video was not sent back by the space mining fleet. It was sent back by the Mars fleet. Of course, it was different from the video on Weibo. The video on Weibo was an edited version. But the video in the control hall at this moment was the true complete version. On a barren stretch of ground, 10 spacecraft stood silently. The sunlight glinted, making the spacecraft appear somewhat silvery and shimmering. Soon from the largest spacecraft in the center, the Longteng 2, one after another excavating machines drove out. These excavating machines were mostly autonomously controlled. Of course, they could also be remotely controlled via computer. The reason these excavating machines were needed was that they were to build a long-term Mars base on the planet. The climate on Mars was extremely unstable. Sometimes the weather would be clear and cloudless, but the next moment a sandstorm would be upon them. This time the Mars fleet intended to emulate the lunar base model. They would build the Mars base underground utilizing Martian soil to resist the onslaught of sandstorms. Otherwise, even if the Mars base was not blown away by sandstorms, over time the base would be subjected to wind erosion and require various repairs. Building underground, a one-time solution for all. Excavators drove over, looking several times larger than those on Earth. Moreover, they were specially designed to adapt to most situations. Under the control of artificial intelligence, the excavators began their work. Soil was scooped out shovel by the excavators, then placed onto a conveyor belt, which transported the soil up to the surface. Seeing that the foundation still needed a long time to be excavated, the people began other tasks. This Mars fleet had several main jobs to accomplish on the Red Planet. First, build the Mars base. Second, explore Martian life, water sources, mineral resources, and so on. Third, construct a metal smelting plant on Mars, then mine the hematite on the planet to smelt metal. Fourth, build a satellite network encircling the entire Mars. This satellite network would not only enable real-time communication across the planet, but also provide navigation for Mars. Much like the Beidou project on Earth's Longhua. Specifically, these were the crucial tasks. Of course, there was no complete industrial system on Mars, so these navigation and communication satellites had all been transported from Earth to Mars. Inside the external cargo bay of the Longteng 2, all of these satellites were stored. Of course, these navigation and communication satellites could not be released arbitrarily. Scientists still needed to set an orbit for these satellites before they could be placed in space. Otherwise, they could have casually deployed the satellites when they arrived earlier. It took scientists 2 days to finally calculate the satellite's orbital data. At the construction site, excavators had already dug out the soil. Now workers were placing the Mars base modules into the excavated pit and securing the foundation. The Mars base would primarily rely on nuclear fusion for power generation, supplemented by a vast array of solar panels. These solar panels required regular cleaning, otherwise the frequent dust storms on Mars would cover them, with dust reducing their power generation capacity. Meanwhile, a Longteng 2 spacecraft soared into the sky. It was headed to space to deploy over 100 satellites. These satellites would orbit Mars, providing communication and navigation services for the planet. Without them, transmitting data from Mars to Earth would be far too inefficient. The Mars Nuclear Fusion Relay Station, in orbit, continuously circled the planet. Only when the relay station flew directly above the Mars base could data be transmitted back to Earth. This had already severely hampered communication efficiency. Previously, when the United States launched Mars probes, they relied on this same method for communication. But now humanity had no need for such cumbersome methods. By building a satellite communication and navigation system around Mars, global communication could be achieved just like on Earth. Of course, transmitting data from Mars to Earth would still incur a delay of over 10 minutes. This was unavoidable given the limit imposed by the speed of light. Humanity had yet to find a way to overcome this limitation. Soon, one by one, the satellites were precisely placed into their designated orbits by the Longteng 2 spacecraft. In just over a day, the satellite communication and navigation system encircling the entire Mars was completed. People exploring Mars no longer had to fear getting lost. By this time, the Mars base was nearly finished. From a distance, the massive base appeared mostly buried beneath the soil, with only its metallic roof visible. The nuclear fusion energy device within the base began to react, providing a steady and inexhaustible supply of power to the entire facility. Of course, no raw materials for nuclear fusion had yet been discovered on Mars. All fusion fuel would need to be transported from Earth. Once the Mars base was further developed, people from the Dragon Kingdom could travel from the Earth space base aboard the Longteng 1 to visit Mars as tourists. The Mars base was initially completed. Now researchers began their exploration work, including drilling into the Martian subsurface to search for water sources or biological fossils. Next, they would survey mineral resources. Soon Mars would enter the stage of metal smelting. Meanwhile, on the other front, the space mining fleet, led by Li Jigang, had arrived at the asteroid belt. This region contained a vast number of asteroids. Of course, when viewed on a map, they appeared densely packed. Sometimes when reading news about the United States launching probes to Jupiter or Saturn, one might feel a bit anxious. Would those probes be struck by asteroids in the belt? In reality, that wouldn't happen. The asteroids only seemed crowded due to the vast distances involved in the actual asteroid belt. The gaps between them were enormous. As long as the spacecraft calculated its trajectory correctly, there was no fear of colliding with an asteroid. Of course, the fleet's target was the metal-rich asteroid Longteng. Longteng was a metallic asteroid abundant in various metal ores. The fleet had no time to explore other asteroids. After about 10 days of travel, they crossed the asteroid belt and arrived beside Longteng. Before them loomed Longteng. Though it sounded small, that was only relative. With a diameter of over 200 kilometers, it was considered a rather large asteroid within the asteroid family. Through the spacecraft's window, Li Jigang could clearly see Longteng. Its surface was dark, composed mainly of rock and substantial amounts of heavy metals. Spectroscopic analysis revealed a high concentration of iron. All right, everyone, let's get to work. Li Jigang set his spirits high. They had finally reached their destination. This would mark humanity's first space mining operation. A camera installed on the spacecraft faithfully recorded the moment. Mining in space was fraught with danger. Moreover, it was impossible to rely on manual labor, as on Earth, to slowly dig out ore. If they tried that, it would take an eternity. And here in space, there was no air, no gravity, and everywhere lethal cosmic radiation. So how could the ore be extracted? The Dragon Kingdom had specially constructed a large space robot for this purpose, resembling a mecha from movies. In fact, it could be called a mecha. Though this space robot lacked the weapon modules of a typical mecha, its technology was entirely derived from the silver dragon armor created by Bai Hui. Virtual reality technology, biosimulation technology, artificial intelligence technology. The virtual reality system used advanced chips and massive computations to project the external environment onto the pilot's retina. Biosimulation technology involved numerous sensors within the robot's body that collected the pilot's movement data. The space robot would synchronize with the pilot's motions. Artificial intelligence technology provided an AI core within the robot to assist operations. This space robot was equipped with a comprehensive life support module to ensure the pilot's safety. Most importantly, it was fitted with an anti-gravity engine. This allowed it to move freely in space, making it highly convenient for space mining. Soon the well-prepared space fleet opened its hatches, and one by one space robots emerged. Each robot stood about 10 meters tall. There were 30 robots in total, with each Longteng 1 spacecraft. When their batteries ran low, they could recharge on the Longteng 2 spacecraft. This was precisely why the Dragon Kingdom had chosen to use the Longteng 2 spaceship. It functioned as a massive power bank. Whenever the space robots or other Longteng 1 spacecraft depleted their energy, they could dock with the Longteng 2 to recharge. With a series of rumbles, the space robots flew into space and landed on Longteng. Each carried a large shovel in its hands. Perhaps shovel wasn't quite the right term, as this tool could transform into other mining implements, making it highly. This area had been surveyed by researchers as rich in metals. The extracted or still required further refining to produce the metals needed by humanity. Space robots placed the excavated ore into the cargo bay. Their speed was remarkable. Within just 2 days, 1 Longteng 2 spacecraft and 30 Longteng I spacecraft along with their external cargo holds were completely loaded with cargo. According to calculations, the total weight of these goods exceeded 500,000 tons. They contained many rare metals as well. The profits from this trip would be substantial. Of course, some things cannot be measured solely by money. After all, they belong to the Dragon Kingdom government. The primary mission remains to promote the space industry and technological development. The space mining fleet returned. Carrying countless ores, it headed back to Earth. They sent videos back to Earth, instantly causing a massive stir. Ha ha ha, we humans have finally achieved space mining. The interstellar age has arrived. Great. The interstellar age is here. I wonder how long until the interstellar war. I think the directors of the Dragon Kingdom can now apply to the government to borrow some spaceships and shoot a real interstellar war sci-fi movie. That makes sense. Our space industry is so advanced, it's more than enough to make sci-fi movies. I also want to go mining in space, dig up gold and diamonds, and bring them back to Earth. Then I'll be rich. Stop dreaming, buddy. Don't you know? The Dragon Kingdom has long stipulated that extraterrestrial mineral resources cannot be brought back to Earth, as it would affect the metal market prices, causing huge fluctuations and irreparable damage to the market. Ah, I see. That's really a pity. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were actively discussing on Weibo. Bai Hui, when he had nothing to do, would also browse Weibo to see netizens' comments. Suddenly, he spotted a remark and his eyes froze in surprise. Shooting an interstellar war movie. That could work. Although they couldn't disclose the truth publicly now, they could use cultural vehicles like movies to educate the Dragon Kingdom people about basic knowledge. Lest when the interstellar war breaks out in the future, before the aliens even occupy Earth, people might scare themselves to death or do other irrational things. Now the Dragon Kingdom could shoot some movies to tell people what to do when the interstellar war erupts in the future. Although if humanity loses, there is no escaping death, no matter what. But if they win or the situation stalemates, it would greatly benefit the Dragon Kingdom people. The government should incorporate these crisis management methods into the movies. No sooner said than done. Bai Hui directly had his assistant convene a national film conference. All the renowned directors, screenwriters, and actors were summoned. Then at the conference, Bai Hui asked these screenwriters to create a sci-fi movie script. All these sci-fi movies were of the interstellar war genre. To be honest, the directors and screenwriters were also puzzled. Why would the legendary Bai Hui specifically seek them out? To have them make interstellar war sci-fi movies and TV series. However, as the Minister of the Dragon Department, Bai Hui's status in the Dragon Kingdom could be considered a major leader. His words left the directors and screenwriters with no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, the government produced promotional posters announcing that the Dragon Kingdom would strongly support the interstellar war sci-fi genre in the future. Any director or screenwriter with such intentions could apply to the Dragon Kingdom government. If their application passed review, the government would even invest money in their films. This was the first time in Dragon Kingdom history. Instantly, the media capital of the Dragon Kingdom all turned their attention to the interstellar war genre. Capital chases profits. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie. They quickly funded their company's screenwriters to write scripts and submit them to the government for approval. Indeed, even those media companies had to pass the Dragon Kingdom's government review to enter this market. If the script's content was of no help to the future Dragon Kingdom people, then the script would be rejected, failing the review. Of course, this reason couldn't be disclosed to them. So the media companies had to figure it out on their own. At first, some media companies found that after spending a large sum to acquire a script from a well-known screenwriter, they submitted it for review. But in their view, the script had no issues at all. It fully aligned with the Dragon Kingdom's values. Yet it still, moreover, there were no reasons or suggestions given. This left the media company bosses completely baffled, unable to figure out why. However, among the numerous media companies in the Dragon Kingdom, some soon had their scripts pass the review. The other media companies immediately sprang into action, spending large sums and signing confidentiality agreements to borrow and read that script. It turned out that this script seemed no different from theirs. Over time, as more scripts passed the review, they gradually figured out the government's intention. Now they had all produced their own scripts and were already in urgent production. To facilitate the filming of these movies and TV series, Bai Hui was generous enough to directly dispatch over a dozen Longteng I spacecraft to assist with filming. Soon interstellar war sci-fi movies and TV series went online. After a net-like promotional campaign by the Dragon Kingdom government, almost everyone in the Dragon Kingdom learned about it. Consequently, they flocked to the cinemas. To accelerate the promotion, Bai Hui also set a rule. Every space-themed movie could only be screened for a maximum of 15 days. So cinemas everywhere lowered ticket prices to attract audiences. Despite the lower ticket prices, the foot traffic was enormous. Anyone who has been to a cinema knows that many moviegoers buy a bucket of popcorn or drinks. These are the derivative economy. The cinemas made the real profit from these. These space war sci-fi movies were all shot with real locations. Thus the sci-fi level was very high. Moreover, since the spacecraft used in filming were all Dragon Kingdom's anti-gravity spaceships, this gave the Dragon Kingdom people a sense of immersion unconsciously. Watching the Dragon Kingdom's spaceships battle those of alien civilizations was simply adrenaline pumping. For a time, every interstellar war sci-fi movie raked in huge profits. As for the TV series, the Dragon Kingdom government stipulated that they must be available for free viewing. They could only profit through advertisements. The Dragon Kingdom people, through this overwhelming wave of movies and TV series, became well-versed in what humans should do and how to act once the interstellar war breaks out. Time passed swiftly, and a year had gone by. There were only 2 years left until the arrival of the unknown civilization from the wormhole. During this year, the entire Earth underwent earth-shaking changes. Among them, the most dramatic changes were witnessed in the 12 allied nations. With the acquisition of Longteng's spaceships and controllable nuclear fusion technology, the technology of every nation was advancing at a breakneck pace. However, many nations were perplexed by the fact that these allied nations significantly increased their military forces each year, and moreover, recruitment had never ceased. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a premonition of an impending storm. It felt as if war could break out at any moment. Yet upon careful reflection, it probably would not. The threat of nuclear bombs was too great. Once war erupted, both sides would suffer devastating losses. Of course, the nation that had changed the most was Longteng. Longteng gathered the wisdom of all its scientists and devoted itself to research. New discoveries were made every single day. Present-day Longteng was like a superpower from the last century, with technology gushing forth like a geyser. Especially in space technology, the entire Longteng space base had become humanity's outer space hub. Every spaceship entering space would come here for supplies. The original space base plan, after a year of development, was finally completed. It was a space city covering 10 square kilometers. Now this city could accommodate 10 million people. A vast number of Longteng citizens were working on it. On Earth, people could look up and see that colossal space city. It was a miracle. If human civilization could continue to thrive in the future, then this space city would be forever recorded in the annals of human history. Meanwhile, the construction of space warships was still proceeding with great effort. This time, Longteng added 2 more space warships to its construction plan, the Nuwa and the Fushi. Nuwa, the creator goddess in Longteng's ancient legends. This time, the spaceship Nuwa carried the torch of Longteng's civilization. Should the war situation become irretrievable, the Nuwa and the Fushi would immediately activate their engines at full power and flee the solar system. The Nuwa would be the primary vessel with the Fushi as its escort. However, if escape proved impossible, the entire ship would initiate its self-destruct sequence. The nuclear bombs inside would detonate instantly, obliterating all traces. If they were fortunate enough to escape, the 2 ships would travel to other planets, carrying humanity's hope to multiply and thrive. The Zhurong and the Gonggong, 2 space warships, would fight the alien civilization to the death, with no quarter given. Meanwhile, space mining had become a very hot emerging industry. Countless people wanted to take part in it. The first batch of space miners each earned an annual salary of at least $1 million or more. It was a lucrative industry. A Longteng 1 spaceship would spend over 2 months mining in the asteroid belt. The revenue from a single trip amounted to several hundred million at least. Moreover, for every Longteng 1 spaceship engaged in space mining, the annual rental fee would be reduced. All the ore was smelted in the space city and then used in the construction of space warships. Longteng had already excavated at least 1/5 of the Lingshan asteroid. Its size had shrunk considerably, yet it still possessed great mining value. Longteng had been mining for a full year, and the ore was mostly transported to the Earth space base. A portion was also sent to Mars. Mars had now become a very large base. The development of the Mars base was extremely rapid. Now hundreds of thousands of humans lived there, making them true Martians. Here the entire base was somewhat different from Earth. People could only stay inside the base, they could not go outside, because sandstorms could occur at any time outside, posing a serious threat to your life. Mars gravity was only about 1/3 of Earth's. Under such microgravity conditions, humans would experience many health problems. Therefore, Mars used anti-gravity engines to simulate Earth's gravity. The largest industry on Mars was not only the ore mined on Mars was smelted here, sometimes, or brought back from the asteroid belt, was also not far from the Mars base. A human team was continuously excavating mineral resources. In Mars orbit, a vast number of satellites were in operation. Most importantly, there was a Mars nuclear fusion transfer station continuously orbiting the planet. This Mars transfer station had become a small space city. Of course, it could only accommodate about 10,000 people. The facilities inside were relatively basic. All kinds of living supplies also needed to be transported from Earth. Generally, Longteng's space mining fleet would bring a huge amount of supplies when they went to the asteroid belt. In the vast universe, a space fleet traveled from Earth to the asteroid belt. They stopped in front of the Longteng asteroid. However, unexpectedly, a Longteng 1 spaceship quietly broke away from the main fleet and headed toward the distant orbit of Jupiter. This was already deep outer space, and the Longteng 1 spaceship came to a stop. Its cargo bay was jettisoned. The cargo bay remained in the deep void of space, while the Longteng 1 spaceship quickly fled the area. When the distance was far enough, the captain of the Longteng 1, a stern man in military uniform, said, "Begin the detonation." With his command, a signal was instantly sent to the cargo bay. Boom. The cargo bay exploded instantly, and all they saw was a blinding white blaze. A violent shockwave struck, sending the Longteng 1 hurtling backward tens of kilometers. Fortunately, it was not damaged. Calculate the explosive yield. The captain steadied his shaking body and gave the order. After continuous calculations by the ship's artificial intelligence, the final result was obtained. 1,086,000,000 tons. Everyone gasped. That's right, this nuclear bomb was a heavy nuke. Through a year of effort, Long Hui had finally manufactured the heavy nuclear bomb, and a spaceship was sent to detonate it in the uninhabited depths of outer space. The explosive power of this heavy nuclear bomb stunned everyone. If it had been detonated on Earth, how terrifying would the consequences have been? The Tsar Bomba, created by the polar bear nation, once produced an electromagnetic pulse that caused a 1-hour radio blackout, and the atmospheric disturbance it triggered circled the Earth 3 times, shifting the entire central continent 7 millimeters southward. On Earth, Bai Hui received the news of the successful detonation of the thermonuclear bomb. A flicker of joy soon appeared on his face. Now Earth's contingency plans were essentially complete. Next, it was time to actively advance technology. Beside him stood a female secretary dressed in a tailored skirt suit. She was beautiful, gentle, and gracious, never disturbing Bai Hui's work. She was none other than Linger. Bai Hui had not been home for a long time. The last time he returned, his mother had insisted that he and Linger get their marriage certificate. Bai Hui refused on the spot. No way. Without any emotional foundation, how could he casually marry someone? Wouldn't that be harming her? Bai Hui's mother had no choice but to adopt a roundabout tactic. She made Linger become Bai Hui's assistant. After all, proximity breeds affection, and her son was as quiet as a clam with hardly any women around him. Given time, love would grow and her son would eventually fall for Linger. Bai Hui's mother felt smug. She had thoroughly investigated everything about her son. Thus this scheme was born. No feelings for now. No problem. Just spend enough time together. Bai Hui couldn't refuse his mother's request, so he had no choice but to let Linger become his secretary. Now several months had passed, and the two got along quite well. Linger, anything on the agenda today? Linger flipped through her notebook. Oh, a confidential letter came from the Mars base today. You need to see it, brother Bai Hui. A confidential letter? Bai Hui paused mid-step, puzzled. Generally, confidential letters were not used lightly. If something happened at the Mars base, they would normally send a video directly to Earth. But now they had used a highly secure confidential letter, which meant the Mars base had urgent business with him. No time to lose, Linger. Let's go take a look immediately. Okay. The two quickly arrived at Bai Hui's office, which was always guarded around the clock. After all, Bai Hui's status was far from ordinary. His office held many important classified documents. Once inside, Bai Hui turned on the computer and logged into the internal network. Linger sat at the adjacent desk, discreetly refraining from watching Bai Hui work. After all, she was just an assistant. There were some things she was not meant to know. Indeed, a confidential letter from Mars awaited in Bai Hui's personal account. Bai Hui entered the password and opened the letter. It was from Zhao Mingtao, the head of the Mars base. Zhao Mingtao had been in the Air Force before training as an astronaut. He was a highly experienced veteran astronaut. He had led the team to establish the Mars base. A video played. Zhao Mingtao, wearing a spacesuit, stood inside a dimly lit cave. Bai Hui's expression turned serious. He could see something behind Zhao Mingtao. Director, Bai, this is the confidential letter I'm sending you. Our researchers were mining on Mars when about 2 kilometers to the right of the Vies Marineris and 1500 meters underground, they discovered an unknown object. Zhao Mingtao held an irregular object in his hand. Bai Hui focused his gaze and immediately recognized it as a man-made artifact. It was a metallic substance, and on its surface were engraved unfamiliar characters. These characters did not belong to any language on Earth today. They were a peculiar circular script. Director, Bai, this item was found on Mars. We've already sent personnel to excavate the site down to 200 meters underground, and finally we've found something unusual. I am now at a depth of 200 meters below the surface. Look behind me. Behind Zhao Mingtao, though the light was dim, one could vaguely make out that it was not stone or something similar. It was a colossal man-made object. What exactly it was could not be determined from the parts currently exposed. Bai Hui concentrated. A spaceship, an alien base, or a technological relic of a race that once lived on Mars. All possibilities existed. After a moment of deliberation, Bai Hui made a decision. He sent a message to Zhao Mingtao. I'm coming to Mars immediately. Indeed, Bai Hui wanted to inspect the site in person. He had a feeling that the object on Mars might be connected to Earth. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, if he couldn't identify it, he could have the system examine it. After all, it was an intelligent life form from a fifth-level civilization. Bai Hui thought for a moment and said to Chen Linger, I need to go to Mars. You stay on Earth. Consider the next few days of vacation. Chen Linger replied, brother, Bai Hui, can I come along? I want to see Mars too. Don't worry, I promise I won't leak any secret. Bai Hui hesitated for a moment, then agreed. All right, go pack your things. Well, leave immediately. Chen Linger beamed with joy and hurried off to pack. The two boarded Bai Hui's personal spacecraft, the Shenlong, and embarked on their journey to Mars. At that time, Mars was relatively close to Earth, about 70 to 80 million kilometers away. At the Shenlong's speed, they would need to fly through space for over 10 days to reach Mars. Over the past year, Bai Hui had rarely ventured into space. At most, he had visited the space cities. This was his first trip to Mars. But it was nothing extraordinary. Bai Hui had seen countless videos of that fiery red planet. Space was silent, the distant stars twinkled. If one stayed in space for too long, they might develop a sense of loneliness and fear, as if the entire world had no life left, leaving only oneself drifting like a walking corpse. Aboard the Shenlong, Bai Hui and Chen Linger sat quietly beside the cockpit. Beside them was a window offering a view of the cosmos. But for the two of them, there was little to see. No matter how fast the ship flew, the scenery outside the window seemed unchanging. Aboard, they chatted with each other. Brother Bai Hui, you've achieved so much. What dreams do you still have in this life? Dreams. Bai Hui's eyes grew distant, and he murmured, my only dream is perhaps that humanity may continue to propagate forever. After more than 10 days of voyage, the Divine Dragon finally arrived at Mars. Upon reaching Mars, Bai Hui immediately spotted numerous satellite vehicles in the Martian orbit. Moreover, many Longteng 1 spacecraft were flying to and fro. Some were even parked in the Martian orbit waiting for energy replenishment. Now the Dragon Kingdom had manufactured over 1,000 Longteng 1 spacecraft, many of which were used for space mining. They had to refuel at the Mars fusion station before they could continue their journey, otherwise they might not be able to. However, the docking ports at the Mars fusion station were limited. Despite several expansions, there were only a few dozen spacecraft interfaces. When there were too many spacecraft, they had to wait in the Martian orbit. Bai Hui silently gazed out the window as the Divine Dragon, without stopping, flew toward the Mars base. Upon arriving at the Mars base, the spacecraft entered a landing pad, a vast area specially designed for birds. Even 7 or 8 Longteng 2 spacecraft could be accommodated with ease. Mars had plenty of space after all. The land developed by humans was merely a drop in the ocean. The landing pad was connected underground to the Mars base. As soon as Bai Hui and Chen Linger disembarked, a middle-aged officer was waiting for them. This officer was Zhao Mingtao, the current director of the Mars base. He had been informed of Bai Hui's visit and was waiting specifically. Minister Bai, welcome to Mars. General Zhao, no need for formalities. Zhao Mingtao, a lieutenant general, was the head of the Mars base. However, Bai Hui held a higher position, overseeing the entire space sector. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Hui got down to business. General Zhao, what is the current status of the site? You mentioned the one suspected to be an alien civilization's artifact. Zhao Mingtao, Minister Bai, over the past few days we have mobilized personnel to excavate continuously. About half of it has been unearthed. It appears to be an alien spacecraft. A spacecraft? Bai Hui paused mid-step. Are you sure? Most likely, but not 100% certain. Its configuration differs from mainstream spacecraft. Different. Bai Hui found this intriguing. Soon they arrived at the site where the alien spacecraft was discovered on Mars. The area was heavily guarded by armed soldiers in life support suits standing resolutely at the entrance. Clearly the Dragon Kingdom had classified the site. No one was allowed near without authorization. Anyone approaching would be arrested immediately or even shot on sight. This was originally a mine. Our workers accidentally discovered an alien artifact while digging, so the area was sealed off. Zhao Mingtao led the way, explaining. Where is the alien object? Bai Hui asked. Oh, it's inside. Please follow me, Minister Bai. The mine shaft was deep. They descended slowly in a small anti-gravity vehicle with bright lights illuminating the surrounding walls. The entire shaft was brightly lit as daylight. Bai Hui observed the neat excavation likely done by mining robots. Those robots were used for space mining, but they could also work on Mars. After a few minutes of descent, they reached, at a depth of 200 meters, the Martian soil resembled Earth's, but without underground magma. The cavern was very damp, as if containing moisture. Why is there moisture here? Bai Hui wondered, as he had never heard of large water reserves on Mars. It's the moisture in the soil. We were puzzled too. We surveyed for underground rivers, but found none. Only this area has abundant moisture in the soil. We suspect the moisture came from the alien spacecraft, Zhao Mingtao explained. They entered a vast chamber. Bai Hui and Chen Linger looked up, both stunned. Before them was a massive object shaped like a bull's head, ferocious in appearance. Strangely, its outer shell was— This is a spacecraft. Bai Hui could hardly believe it. Who would build a spacecraft in the form of a menacing bull? It resembled the bull demon king from Dragon Kingdom mythology. Yes, we wouldn't have believed it either if we hadn't found it. At first, everyone thought it was the skull of some creature. Hatch. Where? The hatch is inside the bull's mouth. Su Mingchuan looked up. Many workers were still excavating the alien, but its shape was already clear. The bull's mouth was exposed, and from below it looked indistinguishable from a real bull's mouth. Minister Bai, you can't see from here. Let me take you up there. They rode anti-gravity vehicles to the bull's mouth. From there they could clearly see a hatch inside the mouth complete with 2 handles. The hatch is very heavy, we couldn't open it. Zhao Mingtao produced an irregular metal piece. Bai Hui recognized it immediately. It was the object Zhao Mingtao had shown in the video. This metal piece was found earlier. It's inscribed with some characters, but we don't know what they mean. Bai Hui took it and examined it. The metal piece was about the size of 2 palms covered with dense inscriptions likely recording something. System, can you identify these characters? The system dormant in his mind awakened at Bai Hui's call. Through Bai Hui's eyes it saw the metal piece. Suddenly the system was stunned. This is the universal language of the cosmos. The system declared with certainty. Universal language of the cosmos. Bai Hui was taken aback. Just from the name he knew it must be a language used throughout the universe. The universal language of the cosmos, as its name suggests, is the language used throughout the entire universe. It was jointly developed by several eternal civilizations. The system explained, I never expected to encounter it in this remote solar system. Bai Hui's heart raced as he quickly asked, System, then tell me quickly what is recorded on this. The sudden appearance of the universal language on Mars suggested 2 possibilities. The first was that there might have once been an advanced civilization on Mars. This civilization had reached a level of advancement that allowed it to interact with the outer universe. In any case, it was definitely far more advanced than current Earth. The second possibility, and the most likely one, was that this alien spacecraft designated Bullhead had probably come from another star system. It had inadvertently entered the solar system, and for some unknown reason the spacecraft crashed here. The first possibility was deemed unlikely because if such a Martian civilization truly existed, it couldn't have left no trace at all. Even if the Martian landscape was likely covered by endless sandstorms that obscured the traces of civilization. But what about the cosmos? In the universe, there would always be other traces such as satellites or artificial objects. These things could endure for a very, very long time in the vacuum of space. They would not easily disappear. Unless the Martian civilization was a cultivation civilization. Only then would it have left no trace at all. Bai Hui's mind was filled with countless thoughts, but the most important thing now was to have the system translate the universal language on this metal plate. This metal plate says that a leader named Qiyu piloted a spacecraft from another star system to the solar system, where they discovered a life-bearing planet. Overjoyed, they sought to conquer the entire planet, which they called Water Star Shuaixing. Qiyu, Water Star. Bai Hui was shocked upon hearing these names. Who was Qiyu? Surely, every Dragon Kingdom citizen knew very well. He was the chieftain of the Jiuli tribe in the ancient legends of the Dragon Kingdom, and he had 81 brothers. He once fought a great battle with the human ancestors, the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor at Jiulu. In the end, the Yellow Emperor defeated him and seized the realm. But now this name actually appeared here. And Water, hearing this name, it was certainly not the Mercury we know on Earth today. Water Star should be a planet filled with water. Then could this planet be Earth? Or Mars? System, are you sure it's Qiyu? The system nodded. Yes, according to the pronunciation of your Dragon Kingdom language, this civilization's leader is called Qiyu. Alright, what about the rest? Besides Qiyu, there were 81 crew members on the spacecraft. They coveted Water Star, intending to conquer it and enslave the intelligent life on that planet. However, to their utter astonishment, there were cultivators on Water Star, immensely powerful beings who could traverse space with their physical bodies. Thus, a monumental battle ensued between the 2 sides. In the end, Qiyu was defeated, his head severed. Of the 81 crew members, only 1 escaped, but he was eventually caught up to his spacecraft, destroyed by a powerful cultivator, and it crashed here. The record on this ends here. Bai Hui was speechless for a long time. So this was the origin of the Dragon Kingdoms. That Qiyu was actually an alien. They had attempted to invade Earth, but were overwhelmingly defeated by the Flame Emperor, Yellow Emperor, and others. Ultimately, their entire force was annihilated, buried in the dust of history. That means countless years ago, Earth already had immensely powerful cultivators like the Flame and Yellow Emperors. So could all those ancient legends of the Dragon Kingdom be true? By the way, system, what level is the civilization that Qiyu came from? Peak Tier 3. Although Bai Hui had already suspected as much, he still couldn't help being inwardly shocked. A Peak Tier 3 civilization. Our Dragon Kingdom ancestors drove out these invaders like chasing away a stray dog. Such powerful cultivators, yet for some unknown reason, they had all disappeared by now. What exactly happened in ancient times? Such powerful cultivators, yet for some unknown reason, they had all disappeared by now. What exactly happened in ancient times? The human ancestors whom even a Tier 3 civilization couldn't contend with had all vanished. Not even a trace remained. The only things left were those ancient texts. Records of their understanding of heaven and earth and nature. Those cultivation techniques and their subsequent inheritors had all been lost. If it were before, Bai Hui might have doubted the system's judgment. The Dragon Kingdom's ancient times had no powerful cultivators. Yet the ruins discovered on Mars had confirmed that the Dragon Kingdom indeed possessed a brilliant cultivation civilization in antiquity. Forget it'll transfer the universal language to you to save me from having to translate constantly when we enter the spacecraft. A stream of information surged into Bai Hui's mind. The universal language was not some kind of technology, it was merely a language, so the system wasn't stingy and directly transferred it to him. Bai Hui tightly closed his eyes to digest the information for a while. Brother Bai Hui, what's wrong with you? Chunlinger asked, seeing him motionless. Bai Hui opened his eyes, a glint of sharp light flashing in his gaze. He looked at Chunlinger beside him and said with a smile, "Oh, I'm fine." When he looked at the metal plate again, he could now understand all the text on it. After pondering for a moment, he realized this metal plate had no further value. Next, the spacecraft itself was the most valuable part. This was a peak Tier 3 civilization spacecraft. It might even have wormhole space technology on board. And powerful weapons. General Zhao, please have the scientific researchers take this metal plate back for testing to see what material it is and whether we can replicate it. Alright, this metal plate was made of a very advanced material. For now, Zhao Mingtao didn't know what it was, only that its hardness, heat resistance, and toughness were extremely high. It was definitely a very ideal high-performance material. It would be of great use for the development of the Dragon King. General Zhao, we will be staying on Mars temporarily. Please proceed with the excavation of the spacecraft immediately and make sure to keep it confidential. This spacecraft will be extremely important to our Dragon Kingdom. Minister Bai, rest assured no one will leak the secret. Zhao Mingtao said with conviction. He had been managing the Mars base for so long. He was confident that there were absolutely no spies from other countries. Bai Hui and Chunlinger settled down on the Huaxing base. Zhao Mingtao began to increase the workforce, continuously excavating the alien spacecraft. As for the metal plate inscribed with the universal language, the researchers also took it for testing. The results showed that the material's performance was extremely formidable. First, it was an alloy incorporating many kinds of metals. So far, humans had only identified elements such as iron, titanium, and silver within it. Many elements remained unidentified. This material could withstand temperatures of up to millions of degrees Celsius, and its hardness was tens of thousands of times greater than that of diamond. Its toughness was also extraordinarily capable of enduring heavy impacts of immense force. In short, the material of this metal plate far surpassed all materials currently existing on Earth. Even Bai Hui was astounded by its performance. Truly, this was material crafted by a third-level peak civilization. Unfortunately, it was impossible for humans to replicate this material at present, because humans had not yet discovered the principles behind this metal plate. Why it was so powerful, let alone. After more than 10 days of excavation, the alien spacecraft on Huaxing had finally been fully unearthed. Upon hearing the news, Bai Hui and Chunlinger immediately rushed to the site, which was now a cavernous hollow. All the soil had been cleared away. Inside the hollow, only a massive bull-headed spacecraft remained. The technology used in this ship was still unknown to humanity, but it was easy to imagine that it was far superior to humanity's most powerful cosmic warship. Seeing Bai Hui and the others arrive, the Huaxing base director, Zhao Mingtao, immediately stepped forward to greet them. Director Bai, we have excavated and cleared the alien spacecraft. What should we do next? Bai Hui gazed at the spacecraft before him. Its chassis was smooth and rounded, but its top was crafted into a ferocious bull's head. The spacecraft was slightly larger than the cosmic warships currently under construction by humanity. However, the technological sophistication was worlds apart. This should be a private interstellar travel vessel, otherwise it wouldn't be so small and carry only 80-some people. The most important thing now is to find out how to open this ship. Bai Hui said, have you discovered any switches on the alien spacecraft? We have thoroughly examined it. The exterior of the ship is entirely seamless with no protrusions whatsoever, let alone any switches. Zhao Mingtao replied. Bai Hui fell into deep thought. Without the correct method, it would be extremely difficult to open the hatch. The material used for the hatch was even more formidable than the metal plate discovered earlier. With current human technology, it was indeed very challenging to open it. Use a laser to heat it to millions of degrees Celsius and forcibly melt the hatch. Bai Hui could think of no other solution. In the end, they had to resort to forced entry. After all, no matter the material, its endurance under extreme heat. Alright, I'll get on it right away. Zhao Mingtao said, then immediately rushed off to make arrangements. After a few hours of effort, he brought out a laser cutting device from the base. This laser device was exceptionally powerful, capable of heating up to millions of degrees Celsius. Soon under the lasers cutting, the hatch finally showed a reaction. The metal on its surface slowly turned red and began to melt. However, the process was very slow, and it would likely take a long time to fully cut through the door. Indeed, to open an opening in the hatch, the staff spent an entire day and finally managed to create only a very small. This hole was just large enough for a person to crawl through. Buzz buzz. Zhao Mingtao retrieved 2 anti-gravity drones. The air on Huaxing was thin, and drones that worked normally on Earth were useless there. So Longhua had developed anti-gravity drones to survey the various terrains on Huaxing. Now these 2 anti-gravity drones were slightly modified to explore the alien spacecraft. The drones turned on their front lights while their cameras worked continuously. The drones flew into the hole, entering a long corridor that resembled a human throat. Following the corridor, they kept flying inward. The corridor was made of silver-white metal with no other superfluous items. Finally, the drone's camera captured a bright light ahead. The crowd watching outside grew excited, watching the screen with tension. It was a vast hall, completely empty inside. Only in a corner were some objects left, but from the drone's perspective it was unclear what they were. Soft lights illuminated the hall, eternally unchanging. Could these lights have been shining for hundreds of thousands of years? The researchers outside pondered with curiosity. On the left side of the hall there were several doors. These should be passages leading to various compartments. Above them the universal language was inscribed. Bai Hui's face tensed as he saw a large door with the universal characters for control room above it. General, Zhao, have the drone enter this door. Zhao Mingtao paused for a moment, but complied. The drone flew into the control room, which was inside the ship. The doors were all open, not closed. After all, within their own ship the aliens would feel perfectly safe and had no need to shut doors. This was a dreamlike space surrounded by countless stars, instantly immersing one in the cosmic void. Meteors streaked by, ethereal and surreal. The control room was extremely simple, containing only a helmet-like object. But this helmet was peculiar. It had two horns. After all, the spacecraft was shaped like a bull's head, and the Qiyu tribe likely had horns on their heads. Additionally, what shocked everyone was the skeleton beside the helmet. This skeleton was somewhat similar to a human's in structure, but also different. It had two pitch-black bull horns on its head, and the entire skull was rugged and ferocious. Based on this skeleton, the alien's body should have been between 3 and 5 meters tall, a giant compared to humans, truly worthy of the legendary Qiyu tribe. This skeleton had been dead for countless years. It was basically certain that there should be no danger inside the spaceship. To facilitate a more convenient exploration of the alien spacecraft, Bai Hui, Zhao Mingtao, and a group of researchers entered one after another. Everyone wore very thick protective suits, and someone in front constantly held a radiometer to monitor the surrounding radiation levels. Once anything unusual was detected, they would immediately retreat. Who knew what the living environment of the aliens was like? What if they preferred a radiation-filled environment? The group proceeded inward. In the cockpit, they saw the alien skeleton. It sat on a seat with a helmet placed. Standing before it, humans appeared particularly small. Take this skeleton back for analysis to determine how many years it has been dead. Bai Hui speculated that the owner of this skeleton was the last surviving alien from the Great War between Qiyu and the Yellow Emperor and Yin Emperor. But this alien was eventually pursued and shot down on Mars. Over the years, the spaceship had been buried deep. From the time of this alien's death, one could deduce how many years ago the ancient Yellow Emperor and Yin Emperor of Dragon Kingdom lived. Also, quickly check what else remains in this spaceship. Yes, I'll handle it immediately. After investigation by Dragon Kingdom's researchers, most of the items on the spaceship had been used up, especially the weapons which had been largely consumed in that great battle. The only thing left was a strange sphere. They were placed in a corner of the hall, untouched all along. The researchers had no idea what they were, so they handed them to Bai Hui. Bai Hui looked closely, and the system suddenly appeared. This is a space bomb. Space bomb. What is that? The system explained in detail. A space bomb is an application of spatial force made from special materials. Once detonated, it shatters and cuts the surrounding space, creating numerous spatial fractures. Even ordinary third-level civilizations fear this kind of weapon. Bai Hui's eyes lit up, but he soon had another doubt. Then, according to you, since space bombs are so powerful, why are there so many left here? Indeed, 12 space bombs remained in this alien spaceship. The system said this kind of space bomb is extremely lethal to ordinary third-level civilization ships or civilizations below second level. But for a true powerhouse surpassing a perfect life form, it's useless. Their physical bodies can withstand the slicing of spatial force. So in that ancient Great War, the aliens probably realized that your Earth ancestors were too powerful, and this space bomb was no longer useful, so it was left here to gather dust. Bai Hui's mind stirred. Could this space bomb be used against the unknown wormhole civilization? But after thinking, since the wormhole civilization could traverse wormholes, their ships must be capable of resisting the cutting force of spatial fractures, so this space bomb seemed useless. The system seemed to read Bai Hui's thoughts and spoke. Not all third-level civilizations can withstand the power of a space bomb. When this space bomb explodes, the spatial force is extremely violent, hundreds of times stronger than at a wormhole entrance. So their ships can resist wormhole spatial fractures, but that doesn't mean they can endure the power of a space bomb. Hearing this, Bai Hui's eyes suddenly brightened. His gaze toward the space bomb was as if he were looking at a treasure. Additionally, there were very few items inside the spaceship. Over the long years, many things had oxidized and corroded. Only the alien spaceship itself remained in its original form. In the cockpit, there was a helmet. This helmet should be able to connect to the spaceship's main computer and control, but Bai Hui tried putting it on his head, and it had no reaction. It was probably bound to the Minotaur's identity. Moreover, many compartments on the alien spaceship were sealed by doors. People couldn't enter them unless they cut them open with lasers, as they had done at the hatch. Inside this spaceship, the only accessible areas were the cockpit and a rest area. The rest area had nothing but some tables and chairs. Additionally, there was only the transit hall. Bai Hui was somewhat troubled. This alien spaceship looked very advanced, but humans couldn't utilize it. Otherwise, if Dragon Kingdom could control this spaceship, they wouldn't need to fear the unknown wormhole civilization. Hey system, since you are a 5th-level civilization's intelligent life, can you crack the main computer of this spaceship? Bai Hui thought for a long time, and suddenly had an inspiration. Yes, the system affirmed. As long as you provide an interface for me, I can invade the spaceship's mainframe, alter the information, and allow you humans to use it. Bai Hui was overjoyed. He picked up the helmet in his hand. Can this work? Yes, just put the virtual helmet on. Following the system's instructions, Bai Hui put the helmet on his head. This helmet was used by the Qiyu tribe. Their body size was 3 or 4 times that of humans. So their skulls were also very large. The helmet fit loosely on Bai Hui, making him feel as if a water tank had been placed on his head. This time the helmet that had previously shown no reaction began to glow faintly when worn by Bai Hui. From his vision, he felt as if he had entered a virtual world. In this world before him was a cockpit with countless control buttons. In front of the cockpit, a projection showed the scene inside the underground cave, which was the view outside the alien spaceship. The alien spaceship projected everything into the helmet. However, Bai Hui still couldn't control the ship. Countless streams of data appeared before him. They flashed rapidly before his eyes. At the same time, he felt the virtual projection in front of him trembling. After only 2 minutes, it's done. The system's voice rang in Bai Hui's mind. I have rewritten the entire spaceship's main computer, replacing it with an intelligent system that you humans can control. Explore the specific functions yourself. After saying that, the system fell silent. Hey, you haven't told me how to use it yet. Bai Hui had no choice but to fumble around on his own. He gently pressed the void before him, and suddenly a golden fairy with a skirt and wings appeared in the virtual space. Hello, my master, what are your orders? The fairy's voice sounded like that of a young girl, very pleasant to the ear. Who are you? Well, let me introduce myself. I am the new AI of this spaceship, capable of controlling all its modules. Please give the ship and me a name, master. Through the fairy's introduction, Bai Hui understood who she was. Hearing the request for a name, he pondered for a minute and finally had an idea. From now on, this spaceship will be called Dragonfire, and you shall be named Dragon Spirit. How about that? Dragonfire symbolized the flame of the dragon civilization to be passed down eternally. The little fairy danced joyfully in the virtual space, her small skirt fluttering, revealing her cute little Great. I really like this name, Dragon Spirit. Thank you for the name, master. Seeing Dragon Spirit's adorable appearance, Bai Hui also laughed. Dragon Spirit, now tell me, what functions does this spaceship have? Alright, master. This spaceship is powered by energy stones, which are extremely powerful artificial energy sources, primarily utilizing nuclear energy. Just like how humans eat, this spaceship can directly convert the nuclear energy inside the energy stones into usable energy with extremely high efficiency. Energy stones. Bai Hui showed a hint of curiosity. As Dragon Spirit explained, he gradually came to, when we eat, we consume food directly, and through the complex internal processes of the human body, it is converted into energy that the body can absorb and utilize. The precision of this process is something even current human technology finds difficult to replicate. Presumably, this spaceship works similarly, using some energy conversion device to directly transform energy stones into the various forms of energy needed by the ship. Dragon Spirit continued explaining. The entire Dragonfire spaceship is driven by a space curvature engine, also compatible with an anti-gravity engine capable of freely traversing the universe. The main weapon module is the dark matter cannon, which can directly annihilate an entire planet. It is extremely powerful, but it has been depleted and cannot be activated. Additionally, the ship has a complete biological circulation system, but unfortunately, it is not suitable for humans and needs modification before humans can live in it. According to human terms, the total weight of the ship is 458 million tons with a maximum load capacity of over 10 million tons. It can travel at 90 the speed of light, traverse wormholes, and leap across galaxies. As Dragon Spirit explained, Bai Hui's understanding of the ship became clearer. This spaceship was indeed very powerful. But the most powerful part was its weapon module. The dark matter cannon could annihilate a planet with a single shot. What a formidable weapon it was. Yet even with such immense power, it had been utterly defeated by humanity's ancestors, even to the point of total annihilation. In the end, not a single invader managed to escape the solar system. Bai Hui reflected that with this ship, humanity's confidence had been greatly bolstered. Facing the unknown civilization from the wormhole, humanity was no longer a lamb to the slaughter. However, they were still in a position of weakness, because the Dragonfire only had some space bombs left. Whether these would be effective against the wormhole civilization remained unknown. If only the dark matter cannon were still available. Bai Hui was certain that with such a divine weapon, Earth would be dare to invade Earth. They'll blast you with one shot. Dragon Spirit, have you found any alien technological data on the ship? The technology of a level 3 civilization, if it still existed, would be a tremendous boost for humanity. Please wait, I need to search. After saying this, Dragon's spirit fell silent. About 2 minutes later, she finally spoke. I'm sorry, the Dragonfire has no data library of level 3 civilization technology, only some voyage logs. Alas. Bai Hui's face showed regret. It was a pity. But thinking about it, the data library of a level 3 civilization would probably not be carried on a ship. If the ship were destroyed by the enemy, the technological data inside would be a gift to the enemy. Bai Hui had just thought that if level 3 civilization technology existed, he would want to unite all of humanity within 2 years to produce the dark matter cannon. That would be the true ultimate weapon. Dragon Spirit, tell me what else on the ship can be utilized. Dragon Spirit. Most items have lost their function over time. The only thing still functioning as originally intended is a gravitational communication interferometer. Gravitational communication interferometer. What was that? The name seemed related to communication. Could it be like quantum communication, allowing communication regardless of distance? Sure enough, Dragon Spirit spoke. The gravitational communication interferometer is based on principles similar to current human quantum communication, even an advanced version of it. Oh. Dragon Spirit continued. Current human quantum communication technology uses quantum superposition and entanglement for information transfer, but it can only be used for encryption. True communication is impossible due to quantum uncertainty, like Schrödinger's cat. Humans cannot observe quantum states to know the other side's condition. The gravitational communication interferometer solves this problem. It creates a gravitational interference field within a certain range which keeps a pair of quanta in sync. Through special observation equipment, the quanta do not collapse, ensuring stable information transmission. With that explanation, Bai Hui understood. In simple terms, it used a gravitational interference field to affect nearby quanta, turning them into usable communication quanta. Thus, within a certain range, people could communicate regardless of space or distance. For example, if this interferometer could cover the entire solar system, then streamers could broadcast live from Mars, Jupiter, or even Pluto without any delay with real-time sync. This gravitational communication interferometer is undoubtedly of great importance to the current Long Kingdom. With it, humanity can transcend the limitations of space and fully develop the solar system. Longling, what is the range of interference for this gravitational communication interferometer? Bai Hui asked the question that concerned him most. If the interference range was too small, even smaller than the Earth-Moon orbit, then the gravitational communication interferometer would be of little use. Master, the interference range of the gravitational communication interferometer is approximately 3 light-years. 3 light-years. Bai Hui showed a hint of joy. This range was sufficient, truly worthy of a peak Tier 3 civilization. Currently, scientists generally believe that the sun's gravity can control about 2 light-years. Beyond this range, the sun's gravity is difficult to control. Among the 8 planets of the solar system, outside lies Pluto, then the Kuiper belt, and finally the Oort cloud. The Oort cloud is considered the stronghold of long-period comets. They are still orbiting the sun under the influence of its gravity. The Oort cloud formed in the early solar system and is exceptionally cold. That means even if humanity reaches the Oort cloud now, they can communicate with Earth without delay. This device could greatly accelerate humanity's exploration of the universe. Or rather, it could greatly accelerate the progress of human civilization. Excellent, Long Ling, how do we use this thing? Long Ling, the gravitational communication interferometer requires a massive amount of energy. It is the core of everything. The communication terminals need to be manufactured separately. Currently, the Longteng spacecraft only has 12 quantum communication terminals. 12 quantum communication terminals. That was a bit few. If humanity could manufacture them, that would be perfect. Long Ling, are the structures of these terminals complex? Can humanity possibly produce them? Master, the structure of quantum communication terminals is not complicated, but with current human technology, replicating them completely is still very difficult. Very difficult, meaning it is still possible to manufacture them. Master, exactly. Earth already has relevant theories on quantum communication. As long as we find the right direction, we should be able to produce them. That's settled. Bai Hui planned to immediately return to Earth to install the gravitational communication interferometer and then promptly gather relevant scientists to develop quantum communication terminals. That's settled. Bai Hui planned to immediately return to Earth to install the gravitational communication interferometer and then promptly gather relevant scientists to develop. Then Bai Hui carefully inquired about the 12 communication terminals. Each gravitational communication terminal had a maximum transmission speed of 10 TB. Bai Hui stroked his chin. 2 of the 12 terminals needed to be allocated for scientific research testing. The remaining 10 could be used as communication base stations. After all, the bandwidth was high and the transmission speed was extremely fast. Then a data conversion device would be built to convert gravitational transmission data into electromagnetic wave information for transmission. This way, low-latency communication could also be achieved. Simply put, it would be like the 4G base stations we use daily. Our phones connect to the nearest base station, which then converts the signal and connects to the internet. If a gravitational communication base station were installed in places like Mars, the asteroid belt, and the Moon, then friends on Earth and Mars could happily play games together. Without further ado, Bai Hui immediately brought the gravitational communication interferometer back to Earth. As for the Longteng spacecraft, under Bai Hui's authorization, it was temporarily handed over to Zhao Mingtao. After a high-level meeting of the Long Kingdom, a captain would be selected to command the Longteng. This spacecraft would be the Long Kingdom's greatest trump card. The news of the Longteng spacecraft was top secret among secrets. All participants on the Mars base were under strict surveillance. Bai Hui wasted no time. He gave 6 gravitational communication terminals to Zhao Mingtao and instructed him to place them in suitable locations, allowing scientists to build data converters. In Bai Hui's plan, they first needed to establish communication along the Earth-Moon-Mars asteroid belt Jupiter route. Other locations would take some time. The gravitational communication interferometer was a 2-meter diameter sphere. It was silver-white with irregular protrusions on its surface. It required a massive amount of energy to activate. It took about 10 days for Bai Hui to finally return to Earth. The first thing he did upon returning was to immediately report the discoveries on Mars to the elders. When the elders heard Bai Hui mention the discovery of an alien spacecraft on Mars, they were all deeply shocked. The Grand Elder immediately decided to fully support Bai Hui's work in establishing delay-free communication across space routes. Then the Long Kingdom immediately summoned all quantum communication scientists to begin research and development of quantum gravitational terminals. Moreover, countless physicists were mobilized to focus on the study of dark matter. They attempted to manufacture a dark matter cannon within 2 years. Once they possessed a dark matter cannon, Earth civilization would have the leverage to negotiate with enemies. Having no weapon and having a weapon but choosing not to use it are two completely different concepts. The gravitational communication interferometer was placed on the space base. To support the operation of the gravitational communication interferometer, the Long Kingdom specially built a Shunhui 2 nuclear fusion reactor. Buzz. Everything was ready. The gravitational communication interferometer began working as soon as it was powered on. It floated in the void, releasing strange energy into the deep cosmos. This energy could control gravity. Gravity was not bound by the speed of light. In an instant, within a range of about 3 light-years, all quanta were interfered with, forming directed motion. Bai Hui stood in the space city, followed by his assistant Chenlinger. Around them were a large number of leaders, all watching the instrument nervously. Of course, to keep the secret, the Long Kingdom announced to the public that this was a faster-than-light communication device independently developed by the Long Kingdom. It could achieve delay-free communication between Earth and Mars. When this news was released, everyone was skeptical. After all, that was faster-than-light communication. It was truly... Bai Hui did not explain. Facts speak louder than words. They would soon know if it was real or fake. The interferometer began working, and finally the thrilling moment arrived. Bai Hui stepped forward, picked up a gravitational communication terminal, and said solemnly, "Hello, hello, this is Bai Hui. Can General Zhao hear me?" From the communication terminal came a crackling sound. Then a deep male voice said, "Minister Bai, hello. This is Boom." Everyone's minds were shaken, and they all burst into applause. At this moment, the voice from Mars was transmitted to Earth over 100 million kilometers away, without any delay. A new era had dawned. The Dragon Kingdom held a grand press conference proclaiming that it had broken the speed of light barrier. Truly achieving cross-spacetime communication, humanity had entered a brand new epoch. Both Earth and Mars could now access the same internet. Everyone could browse real-time web videos. Even gamers from Earth and Mars could play together in real time. After the success of the experiment, Bai Hui immediately deployed all 10 gravitational communication terminals in his possession. The remaining 2 were left for scientists to experiment with, striving to develop humanity's own gravitational communication terminal devices as soon as possible. Following Bai Hui's orders, Zhao Mingtao, the head of the Mars base, swiftly deployed the communication terminals in space, including Mars and the asteroid belt. It took only 3 days to complete the low-latency communication network spanning the Earth-Mars orbit and the asteroid belt. Of course, the distance between Earth and Mars was still too vast. Therefore, achieving latency below 100 milliseconds within the Earth-Mars orbit was unrealistic. In areas far from the base stations, latency even reached 2 to 3 minutes. Only near the gravitational communication base stations could low-latency communication be achieved. Of course, the 2 gravitational communication terminals deployed on Mars were fully capable of synchronous communication with Earth. They had devoted their entire lives to science, and some theories were deeply ingrained in their minds. Take the theory of light speed, for instance. In their view, light speed it signified that humanity would in the future be able to control more territories. All scientists were pleading with the Dragon Kingdom to reveal the secrets of faster-than-light communication. They had devoted their entire lives to science, and some theories were deeply ingrained in their minds. Take the theory of light speed, for instance. In their view, light speed was the ultimate limit of the universe. Nothing could surpass it. Yet now the Dragon Kingdom had developed faster-than-light communication. This shattered the beliefs that had been entrenched in their hearts. However, the Dragon Kingdom paid no heed to these requests. In truth, the Dragon Kingdom was also at a loss for words, for they themselves did not understand the theory behind faster-than-light communication. It was mainly because the Dragon Kingdom had discovered a third-level civilization spacecraft on Mars inside, which they found a gravitational communication interferometer. But the specific principles of the gravitational communication interferometer remained unknown to anyone. Scientists were now tirelessly conducting research on the gravitational communication interferometer. Yet progress was minimal. On Weibo, our Dragon Kingdom is so awesome, finally developing faster-than-light communication. Now we can freely roam the solar system. I'm actually curious. Who exactly developed this technology? The person above is right, I'm curious too. And I have a bold idea. I have a bold idea too. No need to guess, it must be God Bai who developed it. How do you know? The only person in the world who could invent such a transcendent technology is God Bai. Bai Hui inexplicably found himself burdened with yet another title. The father of faster-than-light communication. If Bai Hui knew, he would surely exclaim, this technology wasn't developed by me. In truth, Bai Hui had long been deified in the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom's people, and this status was exceedingly stable. So whenever any transcendent technology emerged, people immediately thought of Bai Hui. The impact of faster-than-light communication was gradually becoming evident. During this period, a new profession suddenly emerged in the world: space exploration live streaming. That's right, space live streaming. Of course, not everyone was qualified for this job. First, you needed to be wealthy. If you weren't rich, you couldn't even afford the space data fees. Indeed, for ordinary people to access the internet in real time in space, they had to pay space data fees. If you weren't rich, you couldn't even afford the space data fees. Indeed, for ordinary people to access the internet in real time in space, this was understandable, as the bandwidth of gravitational communication terminals was limited and most of it had to be prioritized for official use. Only the remaining bandwidth could be open to the public. That was precisely why space data fees were so exorbitant. Nevertheless, even at such a high price, many people still purchased this service. Behemoths like the Morgan Consortium and the Rothschild family each paid over 10 million in monthly space data fees to the Dragon Kingdom. Various space tourism companies and space mining corporations also paid their space data fees. The Dragon Kingdom's monthly revenue from space data fees alone exceeded 1 billion. Of course, all this money was used to maintain the space gravitational communication base stations. These stations consumed enormous amounts of energy. For convenience, the Dragon Kingdom equipped each base station with a nuclear fusion device for power supply. Moreover, dedicated personnel were stationed at the space base stations to maintain them. Lin Xiaoming was a female streamer on Shark Live, and she was no ordinary streamer. She was the top streamer in the outdoor category on Shark Live. Her live stream had over 5 million followers, and she was always featured on Shark Live's homepage. However, recently Lin Xiaoming had been feeling troubled. Every day, she had to rack her brains for new content to stream. Many viewers had grown tired of the usual outdoor live streaming content. One day, while scrolling through Weibo, Lin Xiaoming saw a piece of news and suddenly froze. The era of space communication had begun. The first thought that crossed her mind was, could she stream from space? She had actually entertained this idea before, but due to communication delays, she had to put it aside. Now, however, the technical issue had been resolved. Lin Xiaoming pondered for only a moment before making a swift decision. She would stream from space. This way she would live up to her status as the top outdoor streamer on Shark Live. Lin Xiaoming immediately searched online for how to achieve real-time communication in space. When she saw the monthly fee of 300,000, she was taken aback. It seemed she hadn't expected space data fees to be so exorbitant. Then, gritting her teeth, Lin Xiaoming directly purchased the 300,000 monthly space data plan. Next, she signed up for the Mars tourism package offered by Guanyu Space Tourism Company. Space tourism had become much cheaper now. A trip to Mars now cost only 200,000. If it were a trip to the moon, it would be even cheaper. That was enough to purchase a ticket. Hello dear viewers in the live stream, I am your host Lin Xiaoming. Now I am aboard the stargazing space tourism company's Guanxing 3 spacecraft, and I will embark on a journey to Mars, presenting the true face of Mars to everyone. A Longteng 1 spacecraft painted with the logo of the stargazing space tourism company was where Lin Xiaoming, holding a camera, was live streaming. 666. The streamer is going to Mars to live stream. I can only say awesome. Woo, can outdoor live streaming no longer stop the streamer's steps? Pretty girl, can you be my wife? No more words. A 10-year loyal fan arrives. Uninvited streamer, have a smooth. Under the teasing of the live stream, viewers, the Guanxing 3 spacecraft soared into the sky. However, Lin Xiaoming, sitting inside, did not feel much vibration. Just like taking an ordinary airplane. Hello everyone, I will explain the sights of the space journey to you all the way. Now we are about to head to the greatest project in human history, and also the pride of our Longteng, the Space City. The Space City now has nearly 10 million residents, and has developed into a super metropolis more prosperous than Shengjing of Longhua. Of course, I also know that in our live stream, there are many brothers living in the space city. If you are one, type 1. 111, 1111, 11111. A large group of people frantically typed 1, but of course the exact number is unknown. However, the household registration in the space city is extremely valuable now. Except for the first batch of people who worked in the space city, it is now very difficult for Longhua citizens to obtain a space city household registration. And more importantly, the housing prices in the space city are now the highest in the world. The key point is the houses there are not something you can buy just because you have money. First, you must be a Longhua citizen with a clean background, and then you need to have paid social insurance in the space city for more than 2 years. Those foreigners do not even have the qualification to pay social insurance. Many international consortiums wave their money wanting to buy a house, but in the end they could only return and therefore the citizenship of Longhua has become the most sought after in the world. However, to this day, very few have been able to obtain Longhua citizenship. After all, Longhua is known as the country with the most difficult citizenship to obtain in the world, and it is not just a reputation. Those celebrities or prestigious university professors who once immigrated are now all regretting it to death. Every day they post repentance statements on social networks such as, "I love Longhua, and I was wrong," trying to gain people's sympathy. However, this is of no use. Longhua people have long seen through their true nature. Moreover, the Longhua authorities have also announced that these people can never again obtain Longhua citizenship. While Lin Xiaoming was chatting with the viewers in the live stream, the Guangxing 3 spacecraft had already arrived at the port of the space city. This place looked even more enormous than before. Countless spaceships were flying around here. Having arrived at the space city, how could one not go in and explore? Lin Xiaoming followed the crowd and entered the space city. At a glance, it was completely indistinguishable from a city on Earth. With a proud smile on her face, Lin Xiaoming live-streamed with her phone. Then she began to tour the entire space. After playing for a whole day, Lin Xiaoming basically tasted all the delicious food in the space city. Then the next day, after replenishing its energy, the Guangxing 3 spacecraft continued its journey towards Mars. This journey was a 15-day voyage. Along the way, there was a gravitational communication base station at intervals. However, only near the base stations could one communicate synchronously with Earth. Therefore, Lin Xiaoming could only live stream for a while when near a gravitational communication base station. When farther away, the communication would have a delay. Then live streaming became very difficult. Finally, Mars arrived. Even though Longhua's aerospace technology is very advanced, now the vast majority of Longhua people have still never been to Mars. Even more, they have never been to space. After all, the ticket price to space is several months' salary for an ordinary person. Most people are unwilling to spend so much money on tourism. Now Mars has undergone great changes. Although from space it still looks like that fiery red planet, many satellites have been added continuously orbiting Mars. The Guangxing 3 spacecraft did not dock in space. Instead, it flew straight towards the Mars base. Dear viewers in the live stream, now we have arrived at Mars, and we are about to enter the most exciting moment, landing on the Mars base. After the Guangxing 3 arrived at Mars, the communication signal returned to normal. Here on Mars, there are 2 gravitational communication base stations with a bandwidth of 20 TB, enough for normal use. However, this is also because the population on Mars is sparse, so the communication can be sustained. If it were on Earth, this 20 TB bandwidth could not even support the communication of a single city. While the spaceship is entering Mars, look, the speed is gradually decreasing. The air on Mars is very thin. Although the speed is high, the spaceship is perfectly fine. Besides sitting inside the spaceship, I don't feel any vibration. Our Longhua is truly amazing. Lin Xiaoming glanced at the comments on her phone. Streamer, aren't you White God superfan? Shouldn't you be saying White God is awesome right now? Yes, streamer, you haven't fallen for someone else, have you? Didn't you often say you wanted to have White God's babies? Lin Xiaoming looked at the comments, her face slightly flushed, feeling a bit shy. Then she gritted her teeth and shouted loudly, White God is awesome. This shout attracted the attention of everyone. They looked at Lin Xiaoming in surprise, some with eyes that seemed sympathetic. So young, and already gone crazy, what a pity. Lin Xiaoming buried her head deep into her clothes, her neck flushed red like an ostrich. If it's all your fault. Now look, everyone is looking at me as if I'm a lunatic. Lin Xiaoming pouted and said with annoyance, Hee, I think you're actually enjoying it. Yeah, I've known the streamer for so long, and I've discovered that she really has a strange fetish. She loves to embarrass herself in public. Ha! Bang! The spaceship vibrated slightly and finally landed on the ground. The Guangxing 3 spacecraft descended onto the landing pad of the Mars base. A multitude of vessels were docked there. Due to the thin Martian atmosphere, the disembarkation tunnels were constructed beneath the spacecraft, allowing passengers to traverse underground passages into the Mars base for exploration. Of course, the Mars base had expanded considerably. It was now home to over 100,000 humans, most of whom were official personnel. These included scientists from the Longhua and the other 12 allied nations. Ordinary civilians were scarce as the harsh conditions of the Mars base deterred most from residing there. Only those who craved adventure along with occasional space tourists like Lin Xiaoming would visit Mars for leisure. However, goods at the Mars base cost dozens of times more than on Earth since all supplies had to be transported from Earth. A single shipment took a month. But the tourists who could afford a trip to Mars were generally wealthy and accepted the Lin Xiaoming followed the other passengers from the Guanxing 3, slowly leaving the ship. The spacecraft's hatch was connected to a tunnel. People would enter the Mars base through the tunnel. Lin Xiaoming, holding her camera, gazed curiously at her surroundings. This was an underground passage not yet inside the main base. Without a gravity field, Lin Xiaoming felt as if a single leap would send her flying. The sensation was extraordinarily light. It instilled a sense of unease. Mars gravity was about 1/3 of Earth's, and Earthlings found it highly disorienting upon arrival. Lin Xiaoming could only hold her camera with one hand while gripping the corridor's railing with the other. The entire passage was made of silver-white metal, exceptionally strong. Wow, look at this corridor. It's so long. I feel like I've lost dozens of pounds. A single jump could make me fly, but I'm not feeling great. This microgravity makes me nauseous and my head is slightly dizzy. Lin Xiaoming described her sensations on the Mars base to her livestream audience back on Earth. Haha, don't throw up, streamer, or you'll get fined. Hang in there. Once you're inside the Mars base, the simulated gravity field will make it feel just like Earth. Keep going. Lin Xiaoming's face was pale. She glanced at the livestream comments and forced a smile. Don't worry, you'll persevere. This corridor was indeed long. At least 1 or 2 kilometers. The landing pad was enormous, designed to accommodate spacecraft. Thus the underground passage extended all the way to the other side. Finally, Lin Xiaoming saw a hall ahead. Inside the hall, many fully armed soldiers stood guard. All the underground passages converged into this underground. As Lin Xiaoming stepped into it, she felt a jolt. The sensation of weightlessness vanished, and the familiar feeling of solid ground returned. Phew, everyone great. I've finally arrived at the entrance of the Mars base. There are many of our Longwa soldiers guarding here. They stand tall and proud. They are the most beloved people of our Longwa. Let us pay tribute to them. Salute to the heroes. Where there is peace, someone is carrying the burden. Whoa, I'm so moved, I'm already facing this scene. All I want to say is thank you, the soldiers fighting for humanity on Mars. The entire livestream audience rose in respect. Lin Xiaoming did not disturb them. She followed the crowd through the main gate of the Mars base. The gate was made of high-performance alloy steel, 2 meters thick. Once closed, not even a missile could breach it. The entire Mars base was continuously reinforced with steel. When the base was first constructed, modules were directly shipped from Earth and assembled. Given the limited cargo capacity of spacecraft, the initial defensive capabilities were weak. Now, after development, the base mined Martian iron to reinforce it. Scientists aimed to build a great structure that could endure on Mars for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. That was Longwo's goal. Upon entering the base, the space suddenly opened up. Sunlight streamed in from above. The top of the base was made of high-strength, bulletproof glass for structural stability. However, this had a drawback: poor light transmission. To solve this, scientists installed a light reflection system on the using various mirrors adjusted by artificial intelligence. Sunlight was constantly projected into the base. When the sun was too bright, the system dimmed the light. When it was too dim, the mirrors adjusted angles to bring in more sunlight. Thus, during the day, the Mars base appeared much. This was a true ecological biosphere. Scientists had verified that the base's biological cycle could sustain human life for over 1,000 years. Lin Xiaoming was instantly awed by the grandeur of the Mars base. It was a magnificent wonder. Nearby, an effect diagram of the base was displayed. Lin Xiaoming looked at it. The Mars base resembled a circular tower, but this tower extended underground. The base had dozens of layers descending hundreds of meters underground. Between each layer, countless load-bearing columns supported the weight above. Moreover, through clever design, the weight was distributed to the surrounding soil, enhancing stability. These structural supports had been meticulously verified by scientists. Oh my god, the Mars base has 72 levels housing nearly 13,000 people. Each level can accommodate thousands, and the space is vast. You can see from my perspective just how immense the base is. Lin Xiaoming exclaimed. Before her lay a massive commercial street. Crowds of people bustled about. The topmost levels of the base were mostly commercial streets and markets, while the lower levels were residential areas. The first underground level was the most bustling, with sunlight and many visitors exploring. Hello everyone, I'll take you to enjoy some Martian cuisine now. Lin Xiaoming walked into a restaurant. It was an ordinary roadside barbecue and braised meat set meal shop. It wasn't a big brand, after all, people prefer to eat at such small eateries. Hello beautiful lady, what would you like? The owner greeted with a smile. What do you have here? Lin Xiaoming asked curiously. Here miss, this is our menu. The owner handed a menu to Lin Xiaoming. She glanced at the dishes listed on it and gasped in shock. Char siu rice 888 yuan, roast duck rice 888 yuan, white cut chicken rice 888 yuan, combination platter starting from 1288 yuan. This was truly astronomical pricing. The camera in Lin Xiaoming's hand captured the menu. The audience in the live stream room gasped in shock after, wow, awesome. This is truly a sky-high menu. My whole month's salary can't afford 3 meals of barbecue rice, boohoo. Tisk, if I ate here for a month I'd go bankrupt directly. If I went to Mars I'm afraid I'd starve to death. Lin Xiaoming's mouth twitched as she felt the hunger. Boss, give me a platter of. Oh no, just a roast duck rice. This scene made the live stream audience burst. The streamer wanted to order the combination platter, but then she looked at the price and decided against it. Xiaoming is so cute, These days, even the top streamer can't afford a meal of barbecue rice. Lin Xiaoming looked at the comments and her face flushed. You? What do you know? This is called thriftiness, saving a little bit wherever possible. Soon the roast duck rice was served. At first glance the roast duck was glossy red and oily with an enticing aroma. It looked extremely delicious. Lin Xiaoming's appetite was whetted as she picked up a piece of duck, dipped it in sauce, and ate it. So happy. Guys, I tell you, this roast duck rice is super authentic, incredibly delicious. After finishing the meal, Lin Xiaoming patted her slightly full stomach. She felt that life was just perfect. Burp. Lin Xiaoming let out a satisfied burp. Guys, is there any other place you want to see? I'll take you there. Immediately the comments in the live stream were scrolling wildly. Streamer, I just saw a KFC next door. Can we go check the prices? Yes, go to KFC quickly and see how much a meal costs. I think if barbecue rice is this expensive, a meal at KFC must cost tens of thousands. Hey, anyway, I can't afford it. Seeing so many viewers wanting to check out KFC, Lin Xiaoming didn't break her promise. She walked straight into the KFC next door. Inside there weren't many people. Hello, how may I help you? A staff member came up to greet her. However, Lin Xiaoming immediately spotted the menu on the wall. Family bucket 8,888 yuan. Crispy chicken burger combo 3,888 yuan. Original recipe chicken combo 4,888 yuan. Hearing the staff's greeting, Lin Xiaoming stammered, sorry, I came to the wrong place. She rushed out in panic. The top streamer is running away live. Amazing, I can't even afford KFC. Can't afford it. No more words, I'm at KFC right now. I must order a family bucket, otherwise I won't have money to eat on Mars. Can't afford series +1. Lin Xiaoming walked on the street. Almost everything here was many times more expensive than on Earth. Usually there were very few customers. The most frequent were Earth tourists like her. The local residents generally didn't come here to eat. After all, most of them came here to work. Working at the Mars base meant free meals and accommodation. Moreover, the food was quite good, so they had no need to eat out. Generally, only some staff on vacation would come here to wander around. When the mood struck, they might buy something. After all, working on Mars came with a very good salary. Although things here were expensive, with their wages they could still afford them. Lin Xiaoming arrived at an astronomical observatory. It provided telescopes for customers to view the space and Martian scenery. They could even play virtual reality games here, all customized based on cosmic settings. Lin Xiaoming was holding a telescope observing the space scene. In space, the eternal constants were the stars. From here one could also see man-made satellites and spacecraft. Wow, so beautiful. Although she could also see the universe through the glass on the Stargazer 3 spacecraft, the view through the telescope was completely different from the naked eye. Using the telescope, Lin Xiaoming could clearly see the rings of Jupiter and the giant storm eye on it. It was full of mystery, enticing humans to explore. What's that? Suddenly Lin Xiaoming saw a strange-looking spacecraft. Alien invasion. Lin Xiaoming took a closer look and jumped in fright. What happened? So exciting. Streamer, what did you see? Hurry up and tell us, I'm dying of curiosity. Yeah, what aliens? Lin Xiaoming was still in shock, her face pale. She said to the live stream audience in disbelief, guys, do you know? I really saw an alien spacecraft just now. It looks like a bull's head, and it's moving extremely fast, heading straight for Mars. After saying that, fearing the audience wouldn't believe her, she emphasized, guys, I'm not lying to you, it's true. Immediately the live stream audience exploded. What? Alien spacecraft? I don't believe it unless the streamer shows me a video. Streamer, are you joking? If it really were an alien spacecraft, our Dragon Kingdom would have detected it by now. Yeah, I don't believe it either unless I can see it with my own eyes. Nowadays telescopes basically have recording capabilities. To prove she wasn't lying, Lin Xiaoming pulled up the telescope's footage. Then on the live stream, a bullhead-shaped spacecraft appeared clearly. The spacecraft was moving extremely fast, and its image in the telescope grew larger and larger. Oh no, aliens are invading the solar system. All the live stream audience exploded. With the real-time propagation nature of the internet, within just a few minutes the news of an alien spacecraft appearing in Lin Xiaoming's live stream spread across the entire network. Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom began to panic. After all, those were aliens. In the eyes of Earthlings, aliens were usually synonymous with evil. Especially within the past year, driven by Bai Hui, countless directors and screenwriters had produced numerous films and TV series depicting interstellar wars. All these films and series portrayed Earth's civilization battling alien civilizations, and after humanity's arduous struggles, the evil aliens were finally driven out of Earth. Furthermore, there were many movies where despite humanity's unyielding resistance against alien invasion, human civilization was ultimately annihilated. This tiny race born in the solar system vanished forever into the cosmos. Thus the people of the Dragon Kingdom now viewed aliens with vigilance and terror. No way are aliens really coming to invade Earth. What should we do? Is Earth's civilization doomed to extinction after all? Brothers, don't panic. The Dragon Kingdom's authorities must have already discovered this spaceship. Now, like in the movies, we should calmly wait for official announcements. If it truly is an alien civilization, panicking won't help. We can only hope our Dragon Kingdom can drive those damned bastards out of the solar system. Right, we can't panic. I've already called the official hotline, and they are contacting high-level leaders. All we can do now is wait for notification. Enough said. I've already dug an underground cave, and am ready to enter the bunker at the first sign of trouble, hoping to survive the disaster. Brother upstairs, if an alien invasion really happens, your chances of survival are slim. But I still wish you the best, hoping you can carry on our human civilization. Boohoo, blessings. If aliens really invade, I only hope we humans can survive. On Weibo, Jihu and Douyin, countless Dragon Kingdom citizens were discussing frantically. Finally, this incident alarmed the Dragon Kingdom's authorities. Bai Hui was working in his office at the Dragon Department when Linger walked in with a tablet looking amused. Brother Bai Hui, take a look at Weibo. Bai Hui was startled. What's wrong with Weibo? Haha, the Dragon Kingdom citizens mistook the Dragonfire spaceship for an alien invasion. Weibo is about to explode. What happened? Bai Hui was somewhat surprised. The Dragonfire spaceship was currently flying in the orbit between Mars and Jupiter. The Dragon Kingdom's military was urgently familiarizing itself with this vessel, aiming to achieve full combat capability within 2 years. Yet now someone had actually discovered the Dragonfire spaceship. This caught Bai Hui off guard. Of course, he had never intended to keep the Dragonfire's existence a secret forever. However, the fact that it was an alien spacecraft could not be disclosed. Instead, the public would be told that the Dragonfire was a spaceship secretly built by the Dragon Kingdom. Linger covered her mouth with a light laugh. Brother Bai Hui, it's like this. A while ago, our Dragon Kingdom built a gravitational communication base on Mars, remember? Then a streamer named Lin Xiaoming was broadcasting on Mars and accidentally spotted our Dragonfire spaceship through a telescope. The news spread through her live chat, and now the entire Dragon Kingdom is in panic. Brother Bai Hui, how should we respond? Bai Hui pondered for a moment. No response for now. This is actually a good opportunity to conduct an alien invasion drill and see how our people react. Linger informed the military. Tell the generals who know the truth to keep silent. The entire military will conduct an alien invasion exercise, but this time the soldiers won't know it's a drill. They'll treat it as a real alien invasion. Let's see how our Dragon Kingdom warriors handle this alien invasion event. The Dragonfire spaceship was a matter of utmost secrecy. Very few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom were qualified to know about it. Even some military generals were unaware of the Dragonfire's existence. Thus, this was a perfect opportunity for a military exercise ahead of time. The news of the alien spaceship, as a result, the whole world fell into panic. Fortunately, over the past year, not only the Dragon Kingdom, but also the 12 allied nations had been secretly disseminating emergency measures for alien invasions. Although people were somewhat panicked, they were not yet in despair. After all, humanity's strength was now not to be especially that ancient Eastern Kingdom. People had no idea how powerful the Dragon Kingdom had become. In any case, even if aliens invaded, humanity was not completely without the ability to fight back. The leaders of the 12 allied nations even called the Dragon Kingdom to inquire about the situation. Upon learning it was a combat exercise, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now all space affairs of the Dragon Kingdom were managed by Bai Hui, who had the authority to mobilize all space forces. Under his direction, many generals genuinely believed an alien invasion was underway. The entire space military was placed on high alert. Countless detectors were deployed to search for the bull-shaped alien spaceship. Following Bai Hui's orders, the Dragonfire spaceship did not reveal its identity. Instead, it lurked in the shadows like an invading alien civilization waiting to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. This war was a battle between the Dragon Kingdom military and the Dragonfire spaceship. Countless Dragon Kingdom citizens anxiously awaited news. However, the authorities did not give a specific response. They only held an official press conference to reassure the people, telling them not to be afraid. No matter what the enemy was, the Dragon Kingdom's current strength was sufficient to protect Earth's humanity. This calmed many Dragon Kingdom citizens. Then another piece of news swept across the Dragon Kingdom. It was a post from a resident of a space city. Oh no, the aliens have really invaded Earth. I just saw 5 Dragon Sword 2 spaceships docked at the space base, heading in full force toward Mars orbit, preparing for battle. After a year of rapid development, the Dragon Kingdom now possessed 12 Dragon Sword 2 spaceships. After all, not only the Dragon Kingdom, but also the 12 allied nations with the Dragon Kingdom's assistance were producing. These 5 Dragon Sword 2 spaceships were fully armed warships guarding the space base, equipped with devastating weapons. Truly formidable. Qin Nen, a lieutenant general, was the person in charge of this operation. His face was grave. He knew absolutely nothing about the Longhua. Up until now, Qin Nan still believed it was a genuine alien spacecraft. Consequently, everyone's expressions were extremely solemn. This was a war that would determine the fate of Earth. And now this heavy burden was placed upon their shoulders. For a moment, Qin Nan felt an immense weight of responsibility upon him. Qin Nan said in a deep voice, "Lu Hai, tell us what we have learned so far." A staff officer beside him nodded, stepped forward, and turned on the projector. Now, according to what we have gathered, a female streamer on the Mars base accidentally discovered this bowl-shaped alien spacecraft using an astronomical telescope, and then it was widely circulated on social networks. This is the alien spacecraft discovered by that streamer. Lu Hai displayed a photo on the large screen. The content of the photo was precisely the Longhua spaceship. However, after this incident, we immediately requisitioned professional astronomical telescopes to observe this star region, yet this alien spacecraft had left no trace. Qin Nan said solemnly, "This is all the information we have at present. An unknown bowl-shaped spaceship has appeared in the solar system. This bodes no good." Everyone fell silent. A hot-tempered general barked, "Damn it, let's just blast him with a cannon." Qin Nan rolled his eyes and scolded, "You little brat, can't you use your brain? We haven't even found the enemy, how can... Then what do we do? What else can we do? We'll take it step by step. Issue orders to dispatch reconnaissance anti-gravity aircraft to search the vicinity of that star region. We must find that alien spaceship." "Yes, sir." The space fleet set off toward a certain star region near Mars. During this time, the military shut down all space gravitational communication base station interfaces, all of which were commandeered by the military. Those tourists on Mars could no longer use space internet. They could only stay quietly inside the Mars base waiting for an announcement from the Longhua authorities. Meanwhile, at a certain point in Mars orbit, a bowl-shaped spaceship was docked here. The commander on board was none other than General Su Mingchuan, who had distinguished himself in the previous Battle of Moros. He had also received the news, but his information was different from General Qin Nan's. This spaceship of theirs would play the role of the villain. Moreover, it was to annihilate the entire human faction. A space exercise officially began. The space fleet of the human faction, led by General Qin Nan, took only a few days to travel from Earth to Mars orbit. This was because the Longteng 2 spaceship operated at full power, enabling rapid arrival at Mars orbit. Upon reaching Mars orbit, General Qin Nan's first action was to deploy various kinds of probes. These probes were all specially manufactured. Internally, they all used anti-gravity technology, and the batteries were silver plasma batteries capable of supporting the space probes for a very long time. Swish, swish, swish. Countless probes left the space fleet. Meanwhile, aboard the Longteng 2 spaceship, a star map had already appeared. To win a war, maps are crucial. And to win a space war, a star map is undoubtedly the most important. It recorded the positions of the major celestial bodies in the starry sky. This star map of Longhua was the result of years of continuous space exploration by Longhua, meticulously charted. This star map was the most complete star map of humanity at present. It even included the asteroid belt with the positions and sizes of every single asteroid. The farthest extent had reached Neptune. These were the fruits of Longhua's continuous development over the years. At this moment on the large screen, the star map was dotted with little green dots. These were the space probes they had released. Once a probe detected an anomalous target, it would immediately send back an alarm, and the corresponding dot on the star map would turn red. Now everyone was waiting anxiously. Meanwhile, at the Mars base, Lin Xiaoming was taken to a room and treated to good food and drink. However, because the authorities had regained control of the space gravitational communication base stations, she could no longer communicate with Earth. The astronomical observatory where Lin Xiaoming had previously discovered the bowl-shaped alien spacecraft contained many telescopes, but now the entire observatory was surrounded by soldiers. Inside, several elderly professors were continuously using telescopes to observe the direction where Lin Xiaoming had discovered the alien spacecraft. However, to their astonishment, no one had yet seen any trace of the bowl-shaped alien spacecraft. At this moment, all space-observing equipment on the entire Mars base had been forcibly requisitioned. Time passed little by little. Finally, aboard the Longteng 2 spaceship of the space fleet anchored in Mars orbit, a small red suddenly appeared on the star map. The generals who were nervously observing the star map were instantly startled. "Look, the alien spacecraft has appeared. The probe has sent back an alarm." Boom. Everyone became excited, but Qin Nan calmed down. "Lu Hai, is there any specific footage sent back by the space probe?" "General, we have not received any specific information. It seems that this space probe was immediately destroyed by the enemy after detecting the alien spacecraft, so it didn't have time to transmit specific footage back." "General, give the order, let's go take him out." "Yes, we've found the enemy, what should we do next?" Qin Nan pondered for a moment and said, "Since the alien spacecraft destroyed the probe and is hiding secretly, it must be plotting against us humans. Then we must act without delay, rush over immediately, and eliminate the enemy." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." Everyone's blood boiled with excitement as they shouted. The entire space fleet flew toward the red zone. At this time, only a few ordinary Longteng 1 spaceships were left guarding Mars. In the red zone discovered by the human faction, a massive spaceship silently planted a bomb inside a wrecked space probe. Then the Longteng spaceship, without any hesitation, swiftly flew toward Mars. The human camp. Everyone wore a grave expression, for they were about to engage in a third kind of contact with extraterrestrials. This could be considered humanity's first encounter with aliens. Of course, they were unaware that Moros was also a form of alien life. In human perception, extraterrestrials were typically renowned for their formidable power. They possessed technology far surpassing humanity's, capable of effortlessly destroying human spacecraft. When confronting an unknown enemy, maintaining sufficient reverence was paramount. Gazing at the red dots on the star map, Qin Nan began to devise a tactical deployment. Fong Long, you will lead 1 Longteng 2 and 36 Longteng I vessels to flank the right side. Understood. Zhao Hu, you will take 1 Longteng 2 and 32 Longteng I vessels to encircle the enemy's. Understood. Then Qin Nan led the main force in a direct frontal assault. A three-pronged pincer attack would ensure effective strikes against the enemy. Under Qin Nan's command, 1 spacecraft after another set off for the designated positions. Meanwhile, on Earth within the Zhonghai, the elders and senior leaders were all seated inside, covertly observing the development of this war. When they saw that the Longhua had already set a trap and used a diversionary tactic to lure the human camp away from Mars, everyone let out a sigh. This war could be said to have ended before it even began. The human side lacked any semblance of vigilance. They were annihilated in one fell swoop, and even the entire headquarters was plunged into peril. A general said sheepishly, "Old Qin is usually quite cautious and his tactical command is excellent, but this time, he faced an unknown enemy and didn't react in time." This general was Lu Yunxing, the commander of the Shengjing base, and Qin Nan was his subordinate. Seeing that Qin Nan was completely led by the nose by the enemy, even Lu Yunxing's thick skin could barely endure it. On the other side, General Li Huixing of the Southeast Military Region stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Haha, this time, Mingchuan did well. With a clever trick, he lured the enemy into the trap without suffering any losses. General Lu Yunsheng retorted defiantly, "Humph, it's because old Qin didn't know the enemy's background, while Su Mingchuan had already grasped all the information. Oh, if aliens really came, would they give you time to slowly understand their background? You." At this moment, the Grand Elder rubbed his temples and said helplessly, "Old Lu, oldly, stop arguing. Indeed, this time our Dragon Kingdom's military exposed many shortcomings. Old Li's point is valid. The enemy won't give us a chance to understand their background, so we must be extremely cautious without a single misstep. Therefore, after this exercise concludes, we must intensify training, thoroughly consider all possible scenarios, and formulate corresponding countermeasures. We humans cannot afford mistakes. Oh, once we err, it could lead to the destruction of human civilization." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, yes, they all responded in unison. At that moment on the big screen, the battle had reached its. All situations in Mars orbit were secretly transmitted back by the spacecraft's artificial intelligence, allowing the elders to watch this war exercise in real time on Earth. General Qin Nan arrived at the area where the space probe had detected the enemy, but it was now empty. Only the wreckage of a damaged space probe remained. Inside the spacecraft, General Qin Nan observed the scene ahead. He frowned. Where had the alien spacecraft gone? How could it vanish so suddenly? This was space where there were no obstructions, and one could see far into the distance. Yet even now they had found no trace of the alien vessel. All the spacecraft converged near the wreckage of the space probe. To obtain more information, Qin Nan ordered retrieve the space probe ahead. Since it detected the alien spacecraft, its internal storage chip must have recorded the data. That chip should not have been destroyed. Soon a space robot emerged from a Longteng 2 vessel. It swiftly dashed to the probe, grabbed it, and quickly returned to the Longteng 2. The spacecraft's hatch closed, and all the generals gathered around. They were eager to see what the alien spacecraft detected by the probe looked like. On Earth, seeing the group huddled together, General Lu Yunsheng was livid, unable to resist cursing, "This bunch of idiots, aren't they just asking to be wiped out in one fell swoop? Hell, old Lu, is this how you train your troops?" Li Huixing gloated. Lu Yunsheng gritted his teeth. Mind your own business." Back on Mars orbit, Qin Nan ordered the soldiers to cut open the probe. But the moment the probe was opened inside, bang, 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 a burst of fireworks erupted. Instantly, all the alarms on the spacecraft blared. All the spacecraft turned red. "Warning, warning. The human camp commander has been completely annihilated. The battle is lost. Mars headquarters has fallen and human civilization is destroyed." The spacecraft's artificial intelligence began to broadcast the failure automatically. General Qin Nan and the other commanders stood frozen, their eyes vacant, at a loss. Wasn't this a war? How had it turned into this? Watching their humiliating performance, General Lu Yunxing on Earth could no longer bear it. He grabbed a microphone and bellowed, "Qin Nan, are you a pig? You have no vigilance at all. The entire command post was wiped out by the enemy, and you didn't even see their faces. You're a fool. Get the hell back here immediately, and all of you go train. You don't deserve to be commanders. Having said that, General Liu Yunxing hung up. He plopped down in his chair, his face flushed red, steam practically rising from his head. He was clearly furious. Aboard the Longteng 2, an officer said blankly, "General, wasn't this an alien invasion? How did it become an exercise?" Only then did Qin Nan finally come to his senses. He said bitterly, "This was a space drill. We were completely wiped out without even seeing the enemy. We're finished now." An official announcement from the Dragon Kingdom finally set the entire nation's mind at ease. Regarding the discovery of a bull-shaped alien spacecraft on Mars a few days ago, it was actually a space drill. To strengthen our soldiers' military capabilities, the Dragon Kingdom devised a secret training plan. Thus, please rest assured and forgive any inconvenience. With this official notice, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the preceding days, the Dragon Kingdom was fraught with tension and people had been on edge. Many had even taken refuge in basements or official bomb shelters. It turned out to be just an exercise. Phew, that scared me. I thought aliens were really coming. Exactly. Our family even dug an underground bunker and hid there, fearing the Dragon Kingdom would lose and the aliens would kill us. I hoarded a ton of supplies. Now I feel like I wasted my money, woo-woo. Haha, don't be upset. Aliens might invade someday, so your supplies could still be useful. What I'm more curious about is which side won in this space drill, the alien camp or the human camp? Obviously the human camp. Our Dragon Kingdom's warships are so powerful. Not necessarily. I heard the Bullhead alien spacecraft is a secret weapon built by the Dragon Kingdom with highly advanced technology. I think the alien camp might have won. Right. In interstellar warfare, aliens are always formidable foes. If the alien camp were weak, there would be no need for such a drill, as it wouldn't enhance strength. While netizens debated, the Dragon Kingdom military held a high-level meeting. Almost all senior generals attended. The meeting's topic was to discuss the results of the space drill. In a holographic projection conference room, generals in uniform were projected into the room via holographic technology. Among them were the two opposing commanders of the drill, Generals Qin Nan and Su Mingxuan. Their expressions were polar opposites. General Su Mingxuan wore a beaming smile, exuding pride. General Qin Nan, however, wore a grimace, clearly deeply affected by the drill's outcome. All four military region commanders were present. General Liu Yunxiang of the Shengjing military region had the darkest expression. "Since everyone is here, let's begin." General Liu Yunxiang snorted. Qin Nan, explain how you made your decisions. Qin Nan took a deep breath and stood up. "Commander, I'm sorry. All my decisions in this space drill were wrong. I request punishment." Qin Nan bowed his head, deeply filled with self-reproach. If the enemy had been real aliens, human civilization would now be utterly extinct. He was a sinner of humanity. How could he still be worthy of commanding the human fleet? General Liu Yunxiang's expression softened slightly. Your decisions in this drill were indeed problematic. But this meeting is not to assign blame. It is to discuss how to strengthen our military and prevent such fatal errors in the future. The Dragon Kingdom's generals then engaged in extensive discussions. After about 2 days, they finally reached First, the human military must undergo various tactical drills, fully considering all possible consequences and countermeasures. Second, all Dragon Kingdom generals must intensify their studies, thoroughly reviewing all cases from modern military warfare. Finally, everyone must pass a military examination. The exam will be designed by professors from military academies, covering historical and contemporary battles, requiring generals to propose specific responses based on the scenarios. Those who fail the exam will not be fit to serve as Dragon Kingdom generals. As high-ranking military officials, they were well aware that in 2 years a powerful unknown civilization would emerge from the wormhole on the moon's far side and descend upon the solar system. When that time comes, true interstellar war will begin. Every decision they make will determine the survival and prosperity of human civilization. A single mistake could lead to humanity's extinction. Thus, even if they must be harsh now, they cannot gamble with the lives of all humankind. Furthermore, even the 4 military region commanders must take the examination. This was no joke. Military orders are as unyielding as a mountain. Once issued, they must be executed. Not only that, but Bai Hui was also undergoing military examinations. As the head of the Dragon Kingdom's Aerospace Department and the Dragon Department, all space-related matters fell under his purview. Even the future battle against the unknown civilization would be decided by Bai Hui. He too was diligently studying various military theories. Thanks to his brain being developed to 25%, learning these theoretical concepts was no challenge. For him, photographic memory was merely a trivial ability. Moreover, Bai Hui's genetic development had reached about 50%. His brain development was also increasing, now approaching 30%. Bai Hui's strength had become formidable. So far, no member of the Dragon Kingdom's Qilin team had surpassed 30% genetic development. Bai Hui had tested himself. He could punch a deep crater into a meter-thick steel plate. At full power, his speed could even exceed the speed of sound. Such was the power of 50% genetic development. Bai Hui was gradually replicating the might of ancient. Lifting a heavy tripod was nothing to him. The Dragon Kingdom was like a soaring giant ship slowly sailing toward the stars. Other nations with the Dragon Kingdom's assistance were also rapidly growing stronger. Lighthouse Country, for instance, had fully regained its former glory before the Moros War. But it was no longer the center of the earth. The Dragon Kingdom now stood as the true center with countless industries revolving around it. In the entire space industry, the Dragon Kingdom held absolute authority. As previously stated, it had firmly ascended to the pinnacle of the world. And Bai Hui had fulfilled his promise. All the unsung scientists now enjoyed the benefits they deserved. Now many matters in the Dragon Kingdom no longer required secrecy. The kingdom was too powerful for anyone to dare challenge it. Many secret projects were gradually being opened to the public. Another half-year passed in a flash. Dragon Kingdom was undergoing rapid development, and on this day, Bai Hui received a message. Quantum communication terminals had finally been successfully developed. This meant humanity had entered a new era entirely. With Earth as the center, all territories within a 3-light-year radius were now under Earth's control. Of course, humanity had no time to explore distant places yet. However, within the 3-light-year range, humans could now communicate without any delay. Bai Hui rushed to the Quantum Research Center, which was led by a scientist named Fan Wei. Speaking of Fan Wei, he was an absolute authority in the global quantum field. Dragon Kingdom's first quantum satellite and quantum computer were both manufactured under his supervision. Each success had shaken the entire world. His name had thus become legendary. Now Fan Wei, drawing from the alien gravitational communication terminal, had finally developed Earth's own communication terminal device. Although the bandwidth was still a bit behind the alien civilization's 10 TB, the quantum communicator built by Professor Fan Wei had achieved a download speed of 1 gigabit. Such high speed was already fully sufficient for humanity's current needs. After all, even the most advanced 5G technology at present had a maximum transmission speed of only about 1 gigabit. The key point was that this quantum communication terminal was extremely convenient. There was no need to build any base stations. As long as it was within the range of the gravitational communication interferometer, real-time communication was possible. The internal quantum particles could transmit data rapidly. As soon as Bai Hui stepped into the Quantum Research Center, he said joyfully, "Where is Professor Fan?" A staff member quickly led Bai Hui to a laboratory. Bai Hui looked closely and saw Professor Fan wearing a white protective suit, continuously testing the quantum communication terminal inside. The laboratory was simulating various environments, including Earth's space vacuum, cosmic radiation zones, and so on, to see if the quantum communicator would be interfered with by other unknown substances. Bai Hui was not in a hurry. He waited outside the laboratory. About half an hour later, Professor Fan finally finished the test. He left the lab and immediately spotted Bai Hui outside. Professor Fan Wei was startled and scolded, "Why didn't anyone inform me that Minister Bai had arrived?" "Minister Bai, I'm sorry, I was too absorbed in the experiment and didn't notice your arrival." Bai Hui waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. "It's fine, Professor Fan. How is the quantum communication terminal you built? How's it going?" Speaking of this, Professor Fan's face broke into a smile. This was his greatest achievement. He showed Bai Hui the quantum communication terminal he was holding in his hand. Bai Hui examined it carefully. The quantum communication terminal was about the size of a palm, square-shaped, and still larger than an ordinary phone. At the same time, it had a display screen, which presumably showed the communication content. Professor Fan introduced Minister Bai. "This quantum communication terminal I built can transmit up to 1 gigabyte of bandwidth. The device in your hand can support text communication and video communication." Bai Hui listened quietly to Professor Fan's introduction. At the same time, it had a display screen, which presumably showed the communication content. Professor Fan showed a hint of regret. "Minister Bai, with our current technology, it's not yet possible. Integrating quantum communication into a phone is somewhat difficult, but integrating it into a computer is more than enough." Bai Hui nodded. It was already impressive that the quantum communication device could be made to this extent. "Very well, we need to mass-produce quantum communication devices. In the future, we need to install one on every spaceship." "Professor Fan, is it difficult to mass-produce this quantum communication terminal?" "Minister Bai, rest assured. We have already mastered the relevant technology. Mass production is not difficult. If we can set up a production line, we can produce at least tens of thousands per day." Tens of thousands per day? That was enough. Bai Hui immediately left to start setting up the production line. This quantum communication device was extremely important for humanity. After all, in wars throughout history, one thing was crucial: the real-time nature of information. In ancient times, if one could grasp all intelligence, defeating a stronger enemy was as easy as drinking water. With the full power of Dragon Kingdom, setting up a production line took only 3 or 4 days. After Professor Fan's debugging, quantum communication devices poured out from the production lines continuously. They were first supplied to Dragon Kingdom's official use. The remaining ones would go to other Dragon Kingdom departments. As for opening quantum communication terminals to Dragon Kingdom's civilians, that would take some more time. Now Dragon Kingdom and the 12 allied nations had been vigorously recruiting troops over the years. The total military strength of the 12 nations had reached at least 300 million. The numbers were still increasing. Many nations, unaware of the truth, only felt as if a dark cloud hung. War could break out at any moment. But they did not know that this war would no longer be confined to Earth. It was an interstellar war, a war between human civilization and an alien civilization. So far, the information about the unknown civilization from the lunar wormhole had been kept highly confidential. The other nations were basically unaware of this news. Another month passed. Today was a day of national celebration for Dragon Kingdom. Why? Because today was Bai Hui's wedding day. That's right, Bai Hui was now 28 years old, approaching the age. Urged by his parents, he finally got married. And his partner was none other than his secretary Linger. The two had been together day and night over these days, gradually developing feelings for each other. After all, Bai Hui was not a heartless man. He was also a normal man. After a long time, the two finally came together. This wedding was the most grand in Dragon Kingdom's history. All the Dragon Kingdom elders attended. Various leaders also offered their blessings to the newlyweds. On Bai Hui's wedding day, Dragon Kingdom even gave the entire nation a day off, so that everyone could join in the wedding festivities. The wedding was held in Bai Hui's hometown haunt city. As the ancients said, there are 4 great joys in life. A long drought receives sweet rain, meeting an old friend in a faraway land at the night of the wedding, and succeeding in the imperial examination. Now Bai Hui had achieved fame and success, returning home in glory. However, when the news of Bai Hui's marriage reached the internet, countless women were stricken with melancholy. They knew that Bai Hui was once the top eligible bachelor of Longhua. He was the true national husband. Countless women had been captivated by him. Now he was married. But the bride was not them. In the shadows of empty rooms, countless young girls wept silently. On Weibo, many women tearfully begged him not to leave them. Lord Bai is getting married. My heart aches so much. I don't want to cry, but I can't help it. Lord Bai, please don't marry that woman. I am the one who loves you most. Lord Bai, I adore you so much. Though my heart is broken, as long as you are happy, that's enough. I will always bless you from behind. Loving but not being loved in return. This is the most painful thing in life. Why must it happen to me? On the internet, countless women wept. The wedding was held in Hancheng. Long was specially built a vast mansion for Bai Hui and his wife. The mansion alone cost tens of billions. It was resplendent and luxurious beyond measure. Bai Hui had long lost count of his wealth. But thanks to his earlier agreement with the Longhua authorities, he had already become the world's richest man. Now money held no meaning for him. On the contrary, Bai Hui's greatest desire was for Longhua to grow rapidly, so that it would not face extinction in the coming war against an unknown civilization. The entire wedding was broadcast live. Official journalists set up several cameras and streamed it on national television. Thus, this wedding was the most magnificent in history. Outside the wedding villa, countless cars clogged the roads, yet nothing could stop the fervent crowd. To ensure the ceremony went smoothly, Longhua dispatched all the super warriors of the Qilin team to guard the place. With these super warriors protecting the venue, the wedding was foolproof. Of course, the news of Bai Hui's marriage did not only affect Longhua. Even foreign countries were stirred. Every nation in the world sent their blessings. For example, Dengtag was specially hired. Dozens of carpenters spent a fortune on a prime piece of Wangwali wood and carved a statue of the dragon and phoenix, bringing prosperity, which they sent to the venue. Dusk arrived, and the wedding officially began. Countless guests took their seats. Both sets of parents sat in the place of honor. A couple dressed in traditional Longhua red wedding attire slowly entered. The groom wore a smile while the bride's head was covered by a large red silk veil. It was a traditional Chinese wedding. They knelt and bowed to the parents, to heaven and earth, and then to each other. The ceremony was complete. At this moment, Bai Hui had accomplished one of the most important events in life. He finally had a wife. Into the bridal chamber. At the master of ceremonies' loud call, the couple held hands, vowing to grow old together. They entered the bridal chamber. The scene was broadcast live. Many women who watched this wept uncontrollably. From now on, their idol had a wife. Their hearts ached so much. That night, after entertaining the guests, Bai Hui returned to the bridal chamber. He had drunk too much and was slightly tipsy. But his physique was far superior to ordinary people. He remained clear-headed even now. He lifted the veil, revealing a shy and delicate face, fair as jade with lips as red as fire. Bai Hui felt a surge of passion in his heart. Linger. His mouth was dry, and he struggled to speak. Linger said shyly, "Brother Bai Hui, we haven't drunk the cross-cupped wine yet." "Oh right, the cross-cupped wine." For the wedding, Bai Hui took 3 days off. Within those 3 days, he accompanied his parents and wife on outings. But time passed quickly. The 3 days were over, and Bai Hui returned to work. Now the time for the alien civilization's arrival was drawing closer, and everyone's work was becoming more intense. The time of the wormhole civilization's arrival was calculated by the system on Bai Hui. The system calculated the speed of the unknown civilization based on the gravitational intensity. But it was not very accurate. It could only estimate a fixed time window. The window was roughly within a few months of 3 years. That meant humankind had about 1 year left before the possible arrival of the unknown civilization. This time was truly too short. The military forces of the 12 allied nations had been merged, unified under Long was command, with a committee established to vote on major decisions. Everyone was training with Longhua, and all generals of the 12 allied nations were required to learn Chinese and pass corresponding exams to improve their military literacy. Chinese had now become the most widely used language in the world, as well as the language with the most learners. Since Longhua held the dominant position in this war, most orders would come from Longhua. Given the urgency of the war, the generals had to understand the meaning of military orders instantly and formulate corresponding strategies quickly. Thus, learning Chinese was essential. All soldiers were undergoing special training in space, practicing responses to various potential scenarios. This was crucial for strengthening humanity's military capabilities. Meanwhile, in Longhua, production lines for silver plasma batteries had been established. Previously, silver plasma batteries could only be made in laboratories. Now, through the relentless efforts of scientists, they were able to manufacture them on production lines. With silver plasma batteries, Longhua could mass-produce silver dragon armor. In the previous period, Longhua had already produced over 2,000 sets of silver dragon armor. But most of the armor had been gathering dust in warehouses due to a lack of batteries. Now these armors finally had. Of course, ordinary people could hardly pilot the silver dragon armor. The pressure it exerted on the body was even greater than that experienced by astronauts riding chemical rockets into space. Currently, only super warriors could withstand such immense pressure. Speaking of super soldiers, ever since Dragon Kingdom developed the M001 gene agent, the difficulty of becoming a super soldier has been greatly reduced. Now the Qilin battle team has become the Qilin Legion. It is entirely composed of various super soldiers. Their mission is extremely arduous because in the future these super soldiers will be the main force fighting against alien civilizations. The current Qilin Legion has approximately 20,000 soldiers. All of them are the most physically formidable warrior kings selected from various military regions. At present, the entire Qilin Legion boasts over 3,200 warrior-level powerhouses. These are the elites that Dragon Kingdom has cultivated by exhausting every possible means. This is the true foundation of Dragon Kingdom, unknown to anyone. Cultivating a super soldier is no simple task. Although Dragon Kingdom can now mass-produce the M001 gene agent, these gene agents are still only circulated within the Qilin Legion. Because becoming a super soldier also requires various herbal resources to replenish the Bodis depletion. That Dragon Kingdom can now cultivate 20,000 super soldiers has already exhausted its resources. Moreover, super soldiers who have not yet become warrior-level powerhouses are still not very formidable in combat. Those third-class soldiers do not even qualify to wear the silver dragon armor. Only powerhouses who have reached the level of first-class soldiers can wear the silver dragon armor and withstand its pressure. Currently, within the Qilin Legion, only over 10,000 super soldiers are capable of wearing the silver dragon armor. Therefore, after the breakthrough in silver plasma battery technology, the silver dragon armor also began rapid mass production. They aim to produce 20,000 units of silver dragon armor within 1 year. Bai Hui at this moment has been constantly in the system laboratory developing products. Currently, what he most desires to successfully research is the miniaturization of nuclear fusion. The miniaturization of nuclear fusion is not a simple matter. It can be said that this is the most technically difficult problem Bai Hui has ever encountered. He is well aware that among Type 2 civilizations, none have achieved the miniaturization of nuclear fusion. Only the powerful Type 3 and Type 4 civilizations can master this technology. First, in Bai Hui's view, thermal nuclear fusion can no longer be miniaturized. After all, thermal nuclear fusion is achieved under high-temperature conditions. Currently, no material can withstand such high temperatures. Therefore, in Bai Hui's mind, he conceived the idea of cold fusion does not refer to achieving nuclear fusion in a freezing environment. Rather, compared to thermal nuclear fusion, it achieves controllable nuclear fusion at relatively lower temperatures. For now, cold fusion remains only in the imagination of scientists. It has never been truly realized. As is well known, nuclear fusion is the process in which two lighter atomic nuclei combine to form a heavier nucleus releasing energy. However, both atomic nuclei are positively charged, and like charges repel each other, it is extremely difficult to squeeze two nuclei together. People must endow the two atomic nuclei with sufficient energy, then have them collide heat-in to overcome the repulsive force. Only then can they possibly fuse together. The previous thermal nuclear fusion was to give the atomic nuclei enough energy and speed to break through the repulsion between them, thereby generating a nuclear fusion reaction. So besides high temperature, what other methods can achieve nuclear fusion? Currently, with human technology, such a technique does not exist. However, this world possesses a vast amount of energy. Theoretically, if this energy could be supplied to the atomic nuclei, a nuclear fusion reaction might occur. Energy is conserved. It is impossible that what thermal energy can achieve, other forms of energy cannot. It is just that humanity has not yet found a suitable method. Therefore, Bai Hui now needs to find a form of energy that can replace thermal energy. Macroscopic energy forms, such as mechanical energy, light energy, chemical energy, and electrical energy, obviously cannot be precisely added to the minuscule atomic nuclei. Previously, Dragon Kingdom discovered the Dragonfire spacecraft on Mars, which contained many advanced technologies for humanity to learn from. This time, by studying the gravitational communication interferometer, Bai Hui discovered a form of energy highly suitable for application in nuclear fusion. That is quantum potential energy. In layman's terms, it is to provide energy to atomic nuclei through the quantum tunneling effect of quantum mechanics, thereby achieving a nuclear fusion reaction. The quantum tunneling effect refers to the phenomenon where microscopic particles can pass through walls that they normally cannot penetrate. For example, alpha decay occurs because alpha particles break free from the strong constraints that they should not be able to escape, thus fleeing the nucleus. From a macroscopic perspective, humans could also potentially pass through walls, but it requires all the microscopic particles composing the person to simultaneously pass through the wall. This is impossible. Based on this theory, Bai Hui began his experiments. This was an extremely tedious task requiring constant testing of various parameters. Time passed day by day, and finally, after 1 month, Bai Hui's face showed some fatigue, but his eyes shone as bright as stars. Before him was a device about the size of a basketball. This device was the cold fusion device. Bai Hui named it the Shenhui Cold Fusion Device No. 1. This device was extremely small. Compared to the Shenhui No. 1 and No. 2 nuclear fusion devices, it was practically a miniature nuclear fusion device. System: initiate the nuclear fusion reaction. The Shenhui Cold Fusion Device No. 1. Before, Bai Hui floated in the void with 2 pipes above and below and wires in the middle. Nuclear fuel materialized out of thin air, entering the device through the 2 pipes. Then the surrounding magnetic field began to accelerate. Converging at the center through quantum tunneling, atomic nuclei collided and fusion occurred. Continuous thermal energy was released from the core, then absorbed by the surrounding Yanjin material, ultimately converted into electrical energy, outputting endlessly. With a thought, Bai Hui sensed that the energy inside the device was only a few tens of thousands of degrees, essentially all thermal energy generated from nuclear fusion. Then the temperature outside the device was only a little over 100 degrees, with some insulation in between. It could be installed on the Silver Dragon armor. Moreover, as long as helium-3 reacts with helium-3, no radiation is produced, making it very safe. The miniaturization of nuclear fusion, cold fusion, had finally succeeded. A hint of a smile appeared on Bai Hui's lips. During this period, he had hardly rested at all. His spirit was extremely exhausted, but he had no intention of sleeping now. Dopamine was rapidly secreting in his brain, making him extremely excited at this moment. The successful development of the Divine Radiance Cold Fusion Reactor Unit 1 finally relieved Bai Hui of a lingering burden. Henceforth, the Silver Dragon armor would no longer suffer from energy shortages and could operate with unlimited output. Of course, this was not absolute. Although the fusion battery could indeed provide a vast amount of energy, if pushed to full power, it would still be unable to sustain prolonged operation. After all, the ion cannon of the Silver Dragon armor consumed an enormous amount of energy. Seizing the moment of exhilaration, Bai Hui directly fabricated a Divine Radiance Cold Fusion Reactor Unit 1. In reality, all the Silver Dragon armors had now been transported to the Qilin Legion. He then brought the Divine Radiance Cold Fusion Reactor to the Legion, which had already become a massive military base. Located in a certain mountainous region near Shungjing, the place was extremely secluded. Few knew that this was a military base, and even if they did, they were unaware that it was where the super soldiers of Dragon Country were stationed. Seeing Bai Hui arrive, Jin Zhan and Lei Gang, now serving as commanders of the Qilin Legion, quickly rushed over. They stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Welcome, Chief Instructor, for your inspection." Bai Hui waved his hand. "All right, stop with the formalities. I'm here on serious business." As more and more Battlemaster level experts emerged, Bai Hui formulated a ranking system for them to accurately distinguish their capabilities. Based on gene development level, Battlemasters were divided into 1-star to 9-star. A 1-star Battlemaster had a gene development rate of 1 to 10%. Similarly, the pattern continued. Currently, Lei Gang and Jin Zhan were among the only 9 3-star Battlemasters in the Qilin Legion. Bai Hui, meanwhile, was a 5-star Battlemaster with a gene development rate between 40 and 50%. Lei Gang and Jin Zhan had also been promoted. Now, as commanders of the Qilin Legion, both held the rank of Lieutenant General. Only these 3-star experts could tame the unruly super soldiers. Otherwise, if Dragon Country sent just anyone to command the Qilin Legion, the soldiers would likely rebel. "Instructor, what important matter do you have? Do you want me to spar with you?" Lei Gang was somewhat excited. He had been too bored lately. Formerly a Special Forces king, he thrived in the midst of gunfire and danger. Since the Moros battle, they had not participated in any combat. Thus, Lei Gang, craving excitement, challenged Bai. "Oh, you want to challenge me?" Bai Hui raised an eyebrow. Lei Gang felt a twinge of fear under Bai Hui's gaze, but still gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, I challenge you." Lei Gang was well aware of Bai Hui's strength. He had fought Bai Hui before, but his gene development level was too low. Although his combat skills were outstanding, Bai Hui still won through his unparalleled speed. However, after such a long time, Lei Gang felt he had improved. Jin Zhan, standing aside, rubbed his forehead, already envisioning Lei Gang being beaten into a pulp. Bai Hui, feeling excited, also wanted to test his current strength. Thus he agreed to the fight. They arrived at the training ground of the Qilan Legion, where a group of new recruits gathered. Many did not know Bai Hui's identity, only that he was a distinguished scientist of Dragon Country. However, when they heard that their instructor was challenging Bai Hui, they felt that their instructor was being somewhat unfair. They knew exactly how formidable their instructor was. Normally Lei Gang enjoyed single-handedly taking on an entire battalion of new recruits, yet the combined strength of those battalions was no match for him. One could imagine how powerful he was. Many whispered among themselves, "Wow, is the instructor bullying him? That's the god Bai, a scientist. How can he fight our instructor? Could the god Bai also be a formidable expert? Impossible. The god Bai is a scientist. He spends his time on research and has no time for training. Look at the other instructors' faces. They don't seem worried about the god Bai getting hurt. Yeah, that's strange. If anything happened to the god Bai, the instructor would be skinned alive." Suddenly a loud shout. Silence. The entire venue fell silent. A robust young man with a resolute expression stepped forward. It was Li Yi. Li Yi, Lei Gang, and Jin Zhan were the three commanders of the Qilan Legion. All three held the rank of lieutenant general and were three-star battle masters. When Li Yi spoke, no one dared to utter a word. He nodded with satisfaction, looking at the new recruits. "Today I want to introduce someone you should all be familiar with. That's right, the god Bai, our great scientist of Dragon Country. But what you don't know is that the god Bai has another identity. He is the chief instructor of the Qilan Legion. All of us were trained by him." The crowd's minds were shaken. They looked at Bai Hui with disbelief. Li Yi continued, "Now your instructor Lei is going to challenge our chief instructor. Let's give them a round of applause." Thunderous applause erupted. "Now let's watch how your formidable instructor Lei gets his ass kicked." Laughter filled the air. Bai Hui smiled, unbothered by Li Yi's words. He looked at Lei Gang and said, "Lei Gang, come on. He'll give you a few moves." With a sudden burst, Lei Gang, like a raging ape, launched a fist toward Bai Hui. His expression was firm, confident that his strength was not far behind Bai Hui's. Bai Hui's eyes shifted. In his perception, Lei Gang's movements were slowed down countless times. He then dodging Lei Gang's attack. Bai Hui countered with an elbow strike to Lei Gang's back. The immense force sent Lei Gang stumbling forward. He crashed to the ground, creating a large crater. Such was the terrifying power of a battlemaster. The scene erupted in laughter led by Li Yi. The new recruits dared not mock their stern instructor. Again, Lei Gang stood up, his head dizzy. He roared in anger and charged once more. This time his hands moved with incredible speed, cutting off Bai Hui's retreat. Bai Hui met him head in with a punch. Lei Gang was a burly 7-foot man, while Bai Hui seemed like a frail scholar. Yet the exchange resulted in Lei Gang staggering back several steps before regaining his balance. "Lei Gang, am going on the offensive now," Bai Hui said with a smile, instantly raising Lei Gang's alertness to the max. But it was useless. A blur flashed before Lei Gang's eyes, and his body flew into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Bai Hui's speed was so immense that neither Lei Gang nor the observing Jin Zhan and Li Yi could track his movements. Truly the chief instructor. After rising to his feet, Lei Gang uttered with bitterness, "Instructor, the gap between us is too vast." Bai Hui, fearing he might be disheartened, was about to console him when Lei Gang continued, "But I will surpass you." Well, he was just an indomitable cockroach. "All right, Li Yi, Lei Gang, Jin Zhan, the three of you." Bai Hui arrived at the Qilan Legion's warehouse, followed by Li Yi and the other two. Opening the warehouse, he saw rows upon rows of silver dragon armor. The entire warehouse was a sea of silver white. Tall silver dragon armors stood silently inside. "Instructor, why are we here?" Lei Gang scratched his head and asked in confusion. Bai Hui didn't answer. Instead, he took out a sphere from behind him. This was the cold fusion device. "Lei Gang, go fetch a toolbox for me." After the toolbox was brought, Bai Hui began disassembling a silver dragon armor, intending to install the cold fusion device onto it. It could also be called a nuclear battery. It took about 2 hours to install the cold fusion battery onto the silver dragon armor. "Come, Lei Gang, put it on and test it out." "Aye." Lei Gang was stunned for a moment before reacting. Then he grinned, walked up to the silver dragon armor, and put it. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the silver dragon armor soared into the sky. Feeling the vibration in his body, Lei Gang's blood boiled with excitement, and his thrill-seeking heart returned. He circled in the sky for over 10 minutes. Lei Gang was surprised to find that the silver dragon armor still had 99 battery left. With a glint in his eyes, an idea struck him. The silver dragon armor was equipped with a micro-anti-gravity engine. Theoretically, if enough energy was available, it could fly into space. But no one had ever done this before, because the silver dragon armor was battery-powered. With limited energy, if it went into space, it might never return. However, now the silver dragon armor had a cold fusion battery with abundant energy. So Lei Gang controlled the armor to shoot straight up into space. The silver dragon armor was extremely fast, naturally demanding high physical endurance. But Lei Gang was no ordinary man. He was a 3-star war general. His physical fitness was among the best in the entire Longhua. This pressure was nothing but a piece of cake for him. In a short time, the silver dragon armor broke through the first cosmic velocity, then the second and the third. Lei Gang felt his adrenaline surging. This feeling was exhilarating. In the vast, boundless space, the silver dragon armor kept flying and tumbling. Lei Gang felt his adrenaline surging. This feeling was exhilarating. In the vast, boundless space, the silver dragon armor kept flying and tumbling. Pressing his left hand against the space debris, Lei Gang synchronized his speed with it. Boom. A violent explosion rang out, and the space debris was instantly vaporized. Oh, that was awesome. Lei Gang checked the armor's energy, even after using the ion cannon. The silver dragon armor still had 92 energy left. Finally, Lei Gang returned to the Qilan Legion base. As soon as he landed, he excitedly said to Bai Hui, "Instructor, this battery is amazing. I took a spin in space and even used the ion cannon, but the energy is still at 90. Bai Hui nodded in satisfaction. He had already completed the miniaturization of this cold fusion battery. Now, through testing, the cold fusion battery mounted on the silver dragon armor was proven to be extremely safe and efficient. That is to say, this cold fusion battery was now fully ready for mass production. Bai Hui returned to Longbu and went to the Nuclear Physics Institute. Back then, he had developed the Shunhui 1 fusion device right here. Elder Fong Zhongmin was the director of the Nuclear Physics Institute. Elder Fong was now living a leisurely life. The most difficult challenge for modern humanity, controlled nuclear fusion, had been accomplished. He was still pursuing higher technologies, such as researching new nuclear theories. However, the pressure on him was much lighter than before. Seeing Bai Hui enter, Elder Fong smiled and said, "Xiao Hui, what brings you to this old man's place?" "Elder Fong, don't say that. Can't I come visit you without any reason?" Elder Fong chuckled, "Don't kid me. You wouldn't come to my temple without a purpose. Spit it out, what do you need me to do?" "Elder Fong, you truly have sharp eyes. I've been researching a new technology recently. Cold fusion technology." "What a—" Elder Fong was so shocked he immediately stood up from his chair. What did cold fusion technology mean? Humanity still had no theoretical foundation for it. That is, even the world's physicists had not conceived a feasible theoretical method for cold fusion. Yet now Bai Hui claimed he had developed a cold fusion technology. "Elder Fong, don't get excited. Let me explain slowly." Then Bai Hui told Elder Fong about the technology and also mentioned that he had already built one and installed it on the silver dragon armor. This structure, this new atomic theory. It's absolutely incredible. After listening, Elder Fong stood frozen in place, unable to believe it for a long time. Cold fusion technology had not only been researched, but a physical prototype had also been created. The significance of this was enormous. It meant that Longwo would officially enter the era of small-scale nuclear fusion. Humanity would no longer Elder Fong, the purpose of my visit today is to mass-produce this cold fusion device. Time is running out. We must produce 2 cold fusion batteries within 1 year and install them all on the silver dragon armors. Elder Fong Zalman's expression turned serious, and he said firmly, "Xiao Hui, don't worry. As long as I, this old man, am alive, I will help you mass-produce those 2 cold fusion devices. All right, then I'll leave it to you." Bai Hui left the Nuclear Physics Institute. The mass production of the Shunhui Cold Fusion 1 device was entrusted to Elder Fong. He still had more important matters to attend to. At present, Longwo's strength had undoubtedly reached its peak. Countless quantum communication terminals were being mass-produced frantically. Now almost every spaceship was equipped with a quantum communication device. A single Longteng 1 spaceship only needed one installed for the crew to use the internet normally. Like Wi-Fi, the quantum communication device had extremely low latency, only a few milliseconds. Even if people wanted to play games in outer space, they could enjoy lag-free gaming. Since Bai Hui discovered the alien spacecraft Dragonfire, he had calculated the true power of a third-level civilization from this vessel. Indeed, it was immensely powerful. Its weapons and curvature space engines were far beyond Earth's capabilities. Yet this formidable ship had been defeated by the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom. How glorious that era was. However, the ancient legends spoke of powerful beings who vanished without a trace for reasons unknown. If not for their disappearance, Bai Hui would have had no fear for Earth's safety. If the civilization within the wormhole was merely a third-level one, then Earth, armed with the might of the Dragonfire, could likely defeat them. The fear was that this wormhole civilization might be far more advanced, even surpassing the third level. That would spell disaster. Still, the probability was low, for if it were a fourth-level civilization, its speed would have brought it to the solar system long ago. Currently, humanity's most powerful weapon should be the heavy nuclear fusion bomb. There was also the space bomb, capable of destroying the fabric of space in a region. Its power was immense. Unfortunately, the Dragonfire's most formidable weapon, the dark matter cannon, was no longer available. If it still existed, humanity would have nothing to worry about. The dark matter cannon was the true trump card. A single shot could annihilate an entire planet. Bai Hui could not fathom how humanity's ancestors had defended against such devastating weapons. The Dragon Kingdom's scientists were now working diligently to research the dark matter cannon. Regrettably, humanity had yet to grasp even the slightest clue about this weapon. Dark matter itself was extremely difficult to obtain. The system had once told Bai Hui to harvest dark matter. One must be a powerful being who has mastered the rules of space, venture into the dark realm, and pay a tremendous price. Thus, with humanity's current technological level, obtaining dark matter was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye a year had passed. Now the alien civilization could descend upon the solar system at any moment. The gravitational fluctuations of the wormhole on the far side of the moon were intensifying. Clearly, that unknown civilization was drawing ever closer to the solar system. On this day, after a resolution by the 12 allied nations, humanity's leadership finally decided to make the announcement public, at least to allow humanity to prepare. This war might end in humanity's defeat, so revealing the truth to the people now would at least enable them to spend their final moments with their loved ones. No longer would they toil like puppets in tedious work, rising early and returning late. Let them savor the warmth of family in their last days. At 6 in the evening, the leaders of the 12 allied nations appeared together on television. Their faces were solemn, their words heavy. The Grand Elder spoke gravely. Fellow citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, good evening. Today I have something to tell you. I hope you can put down what you are doing and listen carefully. About 4 or 5 years ago, our great scientist Mr. Bai Hui discovered gravitational anomalies on the far side of the moon. After meticulous verification, our scientists concluded that a wormhole had appeared there and a powerful unknown civilization was heading toward our solar system. When we first learned of this, we felt fear, worry, and hope. We had hoped this alien civilization would bring peace to the solar system, but a later war shattered that dream completely. The Moros War. I can tell you with certainty that Moros was an alien creature. In the cosmos, it is known as the Blade Zerg, immensely powerful. From that moment on, we understood: cherish no illusions, beg no mercy from the strong, for that only leads to. Thus, humanity must learn to resist. Over the years, we have continuously strengthened our military. We have a certain degree of confidence in this war. But the true strength of the unknown civilization from the wormhole remains unclear. Humanity can only fight bravely, strive with all its might, and hope to survive this crisis of extinction. To those watching, do not panic. There is still hope for humanity. We urge you not to resort to extreme actions. Soldiers will patrol 24 hours a day, imposing military control. Any threat to civilian life will be met with immediate lethal force. Fellow compatriots, if you have time, go home and be with your family and elders. I believe human civilization will not perish, it will endure forever. Everyone stood frozen before the television. A housewife washing dishes let a bowl slip and shatter without noticing. The owner of a small company stared at the screen. He stood rooted to the spot, and only after a long time did he come to his senses. With a dry voice, the small business owner sighed and said, "Everyone stop. The company is disbanded. I will give each of you a sum of money. Take it and go home to your parents, wives, and children." "Boss." Some young women's eyes reddened on the verge of tears. "It's over," the owner said, and left the company. He recalled his life. A constant cycle of work never stopping. He had promised his son to take him to the aquarium, but he had broken that promise time and again. Only now did he realize how he had failed his wife, his children, and his parents. He hurried back to his hometown, perhaps for humanity's final moments. In this last stretch of time, he would spend more time with his parents and fulfill his filial duties. There were also celebrities living under the glare of spotlights. They dared not reveal their families, not even acknowledge that they were married with children, all for climbing higher in the entertainment industry. Every day they rushed through endless schedules and commercial performances, living like emotionless machines, forced to smile and maintain their personas under the lights. Now, looking back, was such a life meaningful? So a famous actress, after a moment of silence, posted a message on Weibo: "Honey, let's walk together for the rest of our lives." Beneath it was a photo of their marriage. In ordinary times, such actresses would face penalties for revealing their marriage without company approval, even compensating for breach of contract. But now no one cared. Her fans were calm too. In these final days, let everyone make up for their regrets. Everyone is a being of flesh and blood. Simultaneously after this incident erupted, every nation across the globe was thrown into turmoil. They were all plunged into panic. These countries were mostly weak and impoverished, with scarce national strength and economic resources. Now extraterrestrials were truly about to arrive. And not just any civilization, one capable of traversing through wormholes. Even a fool could understand that their technology was infinitely more advanced than humanity's. Moreover, from the Long Kingdom, it was revealed that those cursed Moros of the past were also alien life forms. They were a species called the Blade Insect race. So humanity had already unknowingly crossed paths with extraterrestrial beings. However, the outcome of that encounter was far from favorable. Billions of human lives were lost. That was a blood feud. Hence the Moros on Earth had now virtually vanished. No room remained for their existence on this planet. How terrifying. Who can save us? We must cling to the Long Kingdom's leg. Only they can rescue our nation. Right, hurry and seek asylum from the Long Kingdom. They are a peace-loving nation and will surely help us. The Long Kingdom is the most powerful country on Earth now. Only the Long Kingdom can save us. In truth, it wasn't just these small nations. After the announcement, the 12 alliance states fell into chaos, forcing them to deploy the military to suppress the riots. Some sat on the streets wailing uncontrollably. Others roared in fury as if venting their inner terror. some smashed objects releasing their brutal emotions. Oh my god, the aliens are really coming. Where's our Captain Beacon? Where are Iron Man, Captain Beacon, and those superheroes? Please come out quickly, save our lives. Don't even think about it. Our country has no superhumans. Only the Long Kingdom has superheroes. Have you forgotten the silver-white Iron Man from the Moros' War? Yes. Long Kingdom, save us quickly. Captain Long and your fan, rescue us. Panic, fear, rage, grief, helplessness, despair. All kinds of emotions swirled in the hearts of humanity, and the Long Kingdom imperceptibly had become the savior of everyone on Earth. This was no joke. After all, the Long Kingdom's power had already surpassed all other nations on the planet. Moreover, no one knew the true depth of this nation's foundation. If there truly was a savior in this world, it had to be the Long Kingdom. At that moment, the situation within the Long Kingdom was slightly better. Most Long Kingdom citizens were willing to trust their government. Besides, they had watched many interstellar war films. They understood that at this point, no matter what they did, they couldn't change the reality. Only by relying on the nation's power could they possibly survive this crisis. On Weibo, many people refrained from venting their emotions, as that would only reveal their helplessness. Instead, more people posted videos and photos of themselves spending time with their families. Even if these were the final moments, it was good to accompany their parents. Meanwhile, many netizens left comments under official announcements. Go Long Kingdom. I believe we humans can overcome this crisis. Yes, our Long Kingdom has endured 5,000 years of history. What crisis hasn't it faced? This time will be no exception. It will only make our civilization shine even brighter. Go Long Kingdom, go Bai Shun. I believe Bai Shun will lead us humans to a new glory. Indeed, Bai Shun has created countless miracles. He will surely succeed. Bai Shun is the greatest miracle in the Long Kingdom's history, past and present. He will never let us down. Right, at worst, death is nothing but a word. A true man can face death without fear. Let us fight gloriously. Our human civilization is destined to be the brightest pearl in this starry sky. At this moment, the Long Kingdom was like a colossal machine. Countless departments and personnel were working under intense pressure. Preparations had to be made rapidly in all aspects. First, a massive base had been constructed on the far side of the moon, with enormous walls tightly enclosing the space wormhole. Not only that, but over 100 nuclear bombs were buried within these walls. Most were heavy fission bombs, and at the last moment the Long Kingdom had finally succeeded in developing cobalt bombs. Buried on the lunar far side were 2 cobalt bombs. Cobalt bombs. They were known as the ultimate nuclear weapons. A single one could annihilate the entire Earth. Their explosive power was not as immense as that of heavy fission bombs, but the devastation they caused was hundreds of times greater. A cobalt bomb was a variant of a 3-stage thermonuclear weapon. Once detonated, it releases lethal gamma radiation. This gamma radiation can penetrate metal, causing fatal damage to living organisms. Thus it was said that a single cobalt bomb could destroy the entire Earth. Such was its fearsome power. These nuclear bombs were embedded in the walls, ready to blast the alien civilization the moment they arrived. Before the alien civilization could react, these nuclear bombs would unleash catastrophic force. Ideally, they would annihilate the alien civilization in one fell swoop. That was the optimal scenario. Some might ask, what if the unknown alien civilization came in peace? A powerful alien civilization had long abandoned any notion of peace. Moreover, even if it were a peaceful civilization, humanity could not afford to gamble. One wrong move would mean total defeat, the extinction of civilization. The best approach was indiscriminate attack. Blow up the space wormhole, directly catching the aliens as they emerged from the wormhole, and destroy the entire alien civilization. Thus, all personnel at the lunar base had already evacuated to the Earth's space base. The explosion of so many nuclear bombs would likely shatter the moon into fragments. At the same time, 4 colossal space battleships were fully prepared, stationed in space, ready to initiate attack the moment the wormhole civilization descended. Behind those 4 battleships were dozens of Longteng 2 spacecraft and tens of thousands of Longteng 1 spacecraft, all equipped with lethal weaponry. What many did not know was that a bullhead-shaped spaceship was silently lurking in the void, concealed by a powerful spatial stealth technology that rendered it invisible. This technology was utterly undetectable by humans. The Longteng spaceship could be considered the Earth's final trump card. Inside, 20,000 super warriors clad in silver dragon armor stood ready at all times. When the war broke out, they would exploit the Longteng's stealth to sneak close to the enemy warships, then launch a sudden. This would be humanity's most formidable moment. The battle was on the verge of ignition. On this day, the Human Space Command received a message. The gravitational fluctuations of the space wormhole, located on the far side of the moon, had grown increasingly violent. In fact, it had reached a critical point. Every alarm within the entire Human Space Command blared simultaneously. This meant that the extraterrestrials had truly arrived. At that moment, no matter what they were doing, all people came to a halt. They stared blankly in the direction of the moon. Now all military forces were assembled around the space base. The Human Space Command was also located within the space base. From Earth the moon appeared unchanged without any visible alteration. Yet there was an ominous sense of an impending storm. However, the human detectors on the moon had long since detected the presence of alien spacecraft. On a massive super screen, the surveillance feeds from around the space wormhole were displayed. Suddenly the image shifted, and the void ahead seemed to warp and distort. The void transformed into a dark shimmering light resembling an opening. This was the wormhole. A sudden uproar erupted among the crowd as a dark silver figure appeared on the giant screen. It was an immensely colossal spaceship, its grandeur palpable even through the surveillance feed. The vessel emerged slowly like a submarine, surfacing growing larger and larger. Simultaneously, everyone grew tense, their gazes fixed on the young man seated in the central position. He was Bai Hui, the commander of this interstellar war. Bai Hui stared grimly at the screen, waiting patiently for the opportune moment. The surface of the alien spacecraft seemed to be covered in various spikes and protrusions. Bai Hui stared grimly at the screen, waiting patiently for the opportune moment. The surface of the alien spacecraft, as time passed, the exposed area of the spacecraft grew larger, gradually revealing its overall shape. The ship was truly massive, resembling a giant crab. At its center lay a huge elliptical hull surrounded by hundreds, even thousands of mechanical legs. The dense array was hair-raising. Even when only half exposed, the alien spacecraft already dominated the entire sky above the moon's far side. It was clearly visible even from Earth's space base, as if a monstrous creature was crouching upon the moon. At this moment, a sharp glint flashed in by Hugh's eyes. Detonate. Without hesitation, the nearby staff pressed a red button. The quantum communication device transmitted the signal to the detonator on the moon's far side in mere microseconds. With a series of thunderous blasts, all the buried nuclear warheads on the moon were detonated simultaneously. A pale blue glow illuminated the moon's surface. Violent shockwaves erupted from the far side, spreading outward in all directions. In an instant, the immense force shattered the moon into two halves. The naked eye could see a massive chunk of land on the far side, forcibly separating from the main body of the moon. The explosion's shockwave pushed the moon out of its orbit. What had happened? Nobody paid attention to the moon. They only wanted to know the fate of the alien spacecraft. After all, the detonation of over 100 nuclear warheads would generate a core temperature exceeding 1 billion degrees Celsius. Could any civilization withstand such intense heat? Furthermore, the nuclear blast was powerful enough to destroy the entire space wormhole. With the wormhole obliterated, one half of the alien ship might be forcibly trapped in the wormhole tunnel. The other half left on the moon would be forcibly torn apart. Additionally, the cobalt bombs, the gamma rays they produced, should have already turned the entire far side of the moon into a hellish landscape. No life could survive in such a hostile environment. However, all human monitoring devices had been destroyed, so the situation on the far side remained unknown for the moment. After waiting for several minutes, Bai Hui spoke in a low voice, "Send a few probes to investigate." "Yes, sir." Soon 7 or 8 probes departed from nearby spacecraft. These probes were roughly the size of Earth's helicopters. Their outer shells were made of lead to block radiation, while internally they were powered by cold fusion batteries and equipped with anti-gravity devices for rapid acceleration. In just over 10 minutes, the probes reached the far side of the moon. Quantum communication signals transmitted the data back to the Space Command. The images appeared on the giant screen. After the devastation of the nuclear warheads, a massive crater had formed on the far side, its surface charred black. A large chunk of land was missing from the moon's edge. However, the alien spacecraft, which Bai Hui and the others were most concerned about, remained in its original position. The space wormhole had not disappeared either. Around it, a faint blue protective shield seemed to safeguard both the ship and the wormhole. Everyone gasped in shock. The alien spacecraft was incredibly powerful. Over 100 nuclear warheads had failed to destroy it. Nevertheless, some of the mechanical legs at the front of the alien ship had been blown off, though the main body remained unscathed. Bai Hui's expression turned grim. Had it truly come to this? "Prepare for battle." "Yes, sir." Then 4 space battleships, dozens of Longteng 2 vessels, and tens of thousands of Longteng 1 spaceships. They set off in a grand and solemn procession toward the moon, carrying an air of tragic resolve. How many would perish on this mission? Yet could they retreat? No. Behind them was their home, Earth, the very planet they depended on for survival. Behind them were their parents, spouses, children, relatives, and friends. No matter what, they must drive the enemy out of the solar system. With a series of thunderous roars, the alien spacecraft on the far side of the moon finally emerged completely. The space wormhole vanished entirely. This battle would be a life-or-death struggle. The alien spacecraft was even larger than the Longteng-class battleship. Its size was about a quarter of the moon's, and its immense mass generated a gravitational pull, attracting floating debris in space toward the alien vessel. Suddenly, countless openings appeared around the alien spacecraft, and small warships flew out from within. Bai Hui observed clearly through the probe's camera these warships were about the size of human fighter jets, but their speed was far greater, much faster than Earth's Longteng 1 spaceships. "Attention, attention. The enemy has launched an attack against us. Engage at full force." Bai Hui swiftly alerted the human side over the broadcast channel. At the same time, a bull-shaped spaceship hidden in space slowly approached the alien spacecraft. Humanity's Longteng 1 and Longteng 2 spacecraft had all been refitted into warships bristling with formidable weaponry. Suddenly, a swarm of alien warships like locusts emerged from the far side of the moon. Aboard one of them, the Zhurong commander Qin Nan roared, "Fire at them! Strike these beasts down!" By now, the hatred between them was already irreconcilable. There was no choice but to fight to the death. Boom, 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 boom. Human warships opened fire with reckless abandon. Countless bullets, missiles, and laser weapons surged forth like a tidal wave crashing against the alien vessels. However, the alien warships were far too numerous, charging madly toward humanity like a plague of locusts. Moreover, each of these alien ships was protected by a shield. The shield could block human weapons. For a time, humanity's first volley yielded little effect, only managing to destroy a few hundred alien warships. Then the alien warships suddenly attacked. Beams of blue energy erupted from their hulls, all of them energy weapons. Human ships relied on anti-gravity shield technology. Those shields could only defend against kinetic weapons. Against these energy weapons, humanity had no defense but to dodge. Yet many human ships were still torn to pieces by the alien warships. Countless humans suffered grievous losses in the first wave alone. Qin Nan's eyes blazed with fury as a colossal human warship unleashed a relentless assault. This warship carried high-power laser weapons and a variety of powerful electromagnetic cannons. They posed a lethal threat to the alien warships. "Strike these bastards down." Bai Hui watched intently from the space base. He sighed, the gap was still too vast. After all, humanity faced a powerful level 3 civilization. Their weapons seemed pitifully weak in comparison. But this strength was not enough to exterminate humanity. Bai Hui's eyes glowed with fierce resolve, his killing intent boiling. Longhua set sail. Hidden in the shadows, the Longhua silently slipped into the heart of the alien mothership. Until now, the unknown civilization's vessel had not detected the Longhua, meaning their technology was not as terrifying as imagined. The Longhua was once the warship of Qiyu from Qiyu belonged to a peak level 3 civilization, immensely powerful. The invading civilization was clearly inferior to Qiyu's. The Longhua had been lurking in the void undetected by anyone. The alien mothership was roughly twice its size. Finally, when it closed to within tens of kilometers, the Longhua halted. Under the commander's control, 10 space bombs were instantly deployed from the Longhua. At that moment, the alien mothership detected the space bombs. Countless alien warships swarmed out, but it was already too late. The Longhua was now extremely close to the alien mothership. A distance of tens of kilometers was but an instant for a spacecraft. The frenzied alien warships could not stop the space bombs. The bombs streaked toward the mothership, closing to within a few kilometers. The space bombs detonated, but there was no thunderous roar as expected. Instead, it was eerily silent, as if yet the moment the bombs exploded, the entire region of space froze. The madly charging alien warships came to a bizarre halt in the void. Then space shattered. Countless space-slicing forces tore through everything around them. The alien mothership's pale blue shield flickered into view. It tried to resist the space-slicing forces. But this was the power of 10 space bombs exploding, far beyond ordinary spatial rifts near wormholes. This alien mothership had only just reached level 3 civilization, at best a mid-tier level 3. How could its shield withstand such violent space forces? Unless a being beyond a perfect life form was aboard. However, this was merely an ordinary level 3 exploration vessel designed to drift through the cosmos and profit from discovering life-bearing planets like Earth. Many level 3 civilizations operated this way. How could such a ship carry a powerhouse of that level? Even among level 3 civilizations, such beings were the pillars of their race. They rarely ventured out, for the universe was fraught with danger. If such a powerhouse fell to civilization's strength, it might even attract enemies. The alien mothership's shield shattered instantly, and the raging space forces relentlessly tore apart their vessel. The materials used in the mothership were strong, able to withstand the spatial cutting near wormholes. But this was the aftermath of 10 space bombs. The violent space-slicing forces ravaged the ship, and it held out for only 10 seconds before being destroyed. Surface metal shattered continuously. Through the detector, Bai Hui seemed to glimpse tall life forms wailing in agony within the ship. Their position was still on the far side of the moon. The gamma rays from the earlier cobalt bomb explosions still lingered in abundance. Ordinary life forms could not endure the power of gamma rays. Moreover, the space-slicing forces continued to. Eventually, a circle tens of kilometers in radius formed. More than half of the alien mothership had been sliced into fragments floating in space. Only a small portion of the hull remained. Even Bai Hui was startled by the devastating power of the space bombs. When the Longhua was first discovered, it had 12 space bombs. Now 10 had been used, leaving only 2. Strike while the iron is hot. Bai Hui's eyes glinted with cunning. The remaining hull still housed many alien life forms. General Su Mingchuan immediately used the last 2 space bombs to destroy the remaining alien ship hull. Understood him on it. Su Mingquan's voice crackled with excitement over the comm, clearly elated by the situation. Earth's civilization was saved. Next, leveraging the stealth capabilities of the Longhua, it effortlessly approached the remaining hull of the alien spacecraft. Then, following the same tactic, it deployed 2 space bombs. The Longhua instantly retreated. Silently, the remaining hull was annihilated. Countless alien life forms hastily escaped aboard their warships. At this moment, the vast expanse of space was filled with debris. Countless alien life forms sat dazed inside their warships, staring blankly at the scene before them. Was this not a low-level civilization? How could it possess such terrifying weapons? Even now, many still did not know where these weapons had come from. Because the Longhua was so formidable, its stealth capabilities far surpassing those of this alien civilization so much so that even now no one knew of its existence. The alien spacecraft had been completely shattered, and the human alliance erupted into thunderous cheers. Everyone leaped with joy, though they themselves had no idea what had happened. After all, the existence of the Longhua was classified throughout the entire Long Kingdom. At this moment, Bai Hui was able to see the true appearance of these alien creatures through the detectors. Because countless alien life forms, having lost the protection of their mothership, were exposed to the harsh environment of space and had perished. These beings floated in space. The detector flew up and aimed its camera at them. These alien life forms were also carbon-based life forms resembling humans in form. Only their skin was green, and they had a tail. Their thick thighs bore sharp claws. They appeared to be a terrestrial species. Their faces were also vastly different from humans. The heads of these alien life forms were exceptionally large, with eyes that took up nearly half of their faces. Their noses were also enormous, while their mouths were very small. They were a strange kind of organism. Of course, extraterrestrial life could take many forms, and these were not particularly unusual. The battle was not yet over, but the tide had turned. The human alliance had gained the upper hand, possessing powerful and the hidden Longhua. All surviving alien life forms deeply feared it. Having lost their mothership, they could only fight to the death to seize a glimmer of hope. Moreover, they had to secure a foothold on Earth. Without a supply of energy, they could not travel far, even in space. Soon they would die from lack of food and energy. Such was the cold universe. War erupted once more. First a battle for humanity's survival, now a battle for the survival of these alien life forms. Though the alien life forms were unaware of the weapon that had secretly destroyed their mothership, they were confident in dealing with ordinary human spaceships. They even believed that with their own strength they could surely defeat these humans. For they had examined human corpses and found them very fragile. It was only humanity's advanced technology that allowed them to compete. Boom, 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 boom. Huge figures flew out from the alien warships. The humans stared in shock. These were alien mechas. Riding in them, the aliens' speed, strength, and agility were greatly enhanced. Human attacks could not hit them. Instead, one by one, human spaceships were destroyed by these alien mechas. In just a moment, humanity had suffered heavy losses. Bai Hui's face turned cold. "Humph, spent force, yet you dare to act recklessly on our turf." He picked up the microphone and ordered, "Lei Gang, Jin Zhanli, your moment has come. Make sure to annihilate." Lei Gang and the others had just watched the battle, their blood boiling with excitement. They said eagerly, "Rest assured, instructor, well, tear their heads off." Boom, 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 boom. In a certain void, near the moon's space twisted. A large ship appeared and countless silver mechas instantly flew out from it. These were the super soldiers cultivated by the Long Kingdom over the past few years at great cost. Even the weakest among them were above the rank of first-class warrior. The strongest, Lei Gang, Li Yi, and others, had already reached the level of 5-star generals. The alien mechas that were harvesting human warships were stunned at the sight of the silver dragon armors. Humans had mecha warriors too. Before they could react, Lei Gang charged ahead, his anti-gravity engine running at full. In an instant, he rushed into the battle and threw a fierce punch at a green mecha. The speed of the punch was extreme. Bang! The green alien mecha was sent flying by Lei Gang. The power of a 5-star general amplified by the mecha brought his strength close to that of an 8 or 9-star general. These green alien mechas were quite different in form from the human silver dragon armors. First, their green mechas had several tentacles protruding from them. These tentacles were made of metal and controlled by the alien life forms, possessed great power. "Big guys, take them down. Charge!" Lei Gang roared, charging into the midst of the alien mechas like a demon god descending. His strength was already formidable. Moreover, the silver dragon armor was equipped with cold fusion batteries, allowing for prolonged combat. The human silver dragon armors clashed fiercely with the alien mechas. Both sides had the strong and the weak. Lei Gang, Li Yi, and the others were exceptionally powerful. Few alien mechas could defeat them. At the same time, a powerful alien warrior emerged from the enemy ranks. This individual was terrifying, single-handedly pressing Jin Zhan and another human 5-star general. With the amplification of the silver dragon armor, Jin Zhan and the other 5-star generals were comparable to 8 or 9-star generals in strength. Yet they were still no match for this alien powerhouse. Bai Hui, watching the battle from the command center, narrowed his eyes. A perfect life-form powerhouse. Without a doubt, this alien's strength amplified by its mecha had reached the level of a perfect life form. His power was so terrifying that even a group of human super soldiers could not overcome him. If this being were allowed to enter Earth, it would be an absolute disaster. This was a colossal green mecha standing 10 meters tall. Compared to the human silver dragon armor, this alien mecha warrior was nearly twice as large. Over a dozen human super soldiers surrounded him, relentlessly launching attacks. It was this alien warrior who had just slain several of humanity's finest super soldiers. Among these dozen human super soldiers were even 2 5-star war generals. Yet even they could not overcome this alien powerhouse. Boom. A tentacle shot out from its body in an instant, striking a 1-star war general super soldier. The tentacle, sharp as a sword, pierced straight through the body of that 1-star war general. Huanghua. Jin Zhan watched as another super soldier fell to this alien warrior. He let out a furious roar, brandishing an alloy greatsword as he charged madly at the alien warrior. However, a glint of mockery flickered in the alien's eyes. Twisting its body, the mecha's tail lashed directly at Jin Zhan. With no other choice, Jin Zhan could only dodge helplessly. This creature was far too fast, and its strength was overwhelming. For a moment, Jin Zhan felt utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, back in the human base. Minister Bai, where are you? At some point, the staff in the Space Base Command Center realized that their commander Bai Hui had inexplicably vanished. This sent a wave of panic through them. After all, who was Bai Hui? He must not come to any harm. Elsewhere, Bai Hui, clad in a silver dragon armor, strode out of the space base. Indeed, he was going to confront that formidable alien life form. After a year of development, Bai Hui had now reached the rank of 7-star war general. Moreover, when wearing the silver dragon armor, his strength would peak at the level of a 9-star war general. That is, with gene development nearing 100%. Though not yet a perfect life form, Bai Hui was confident he could defeat this alien warrior. The anti-gravity engine roared to life, and Bai Hui shot forward like an arrow from a bow, hurtling toward the battlefield. On the battlefield, the human side was still locked in a stalemate with the aliens. The main issue was that the alien mechas outnumbered the human super soldiers by a significant margin. Even with human space battleships providing auxiliary support, it was difficult to overcome these alien life forms. And the alien warrior at the center was far more powerful than the rest. Already over a dozen human soldiers had perished at his hands. The alien warrior's might spurred the other alien mechas to cheer in triumph. Hope swelled within their mechanical hearts. Jin Zhan and another 5-star war general were still struggling, but the scars on their silver dragon armors were growing more numerous. Clearly, Jin Zhan and his comrades were near. Suddenly, the alien warrior's 2 tentacles shot toward Jin Zhan with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Jin Zhan could only watch helplessly as the steel-like tentacles hurtled toward his body. My end is here. Just at that critical moment, a beam of light streaked toward the alien mecha. The alien warrior's expression shifted, and he was forced to evade. Jin Zhan narrowly escaped death. Wiping away his sweat, he looked toward the distant sky. A towering silver dragon armor stood suspended in midair. This silver dragon armor was different from the others. Its color was darker, its frame more massive. Indeed, it was this armor was custom-made for him, incorporating the most advanced materials and weapons. The laser weapon embedded in the armor had saved Jin Zhan's life, a diversionary tactic that struck the enemy. Rescuing Jin Zhan. The alien warrior, enraged that someone dared to interfere in his battle, let out a furious roar and charged straight at Bai Hui. Countless tentacles flailed, and 2 fists swung viciously toward Bai Hui. Unwilling to back down, Bai Hui drew an alloy greatsword from behind. He slashed down with all his might. The collision was evenly matched, stunning the alien onlookers. Had a human commander-level warrior arrived? In truth, the alien warrior had already expended too much energy fighting Jin Zhan and the others, leaving his mecha's power reserves nearly depleted. As a result, his explosive strength had waned considerably. These alien mechas were powered by energy stones, the same type used on the Dragonfire spaceship. They were artificially synthesized using high technology to infuse nuclear energy into a container, forming the so-called energy stones. Their energy density was high, but they were consumed rapidly. Bai Hui's eyes lit up. This was the perfect opportunity to strike while the enemy was weak. His left hand moved instantly, unleashing an ion cannon attack. A flash of deep blue light streaked across. A powerful shockwave hurtled toward the alien mecha. With a thunderous explosion, one of the alien mechas at the same time, the alien mecha shuddered violently. Bai Hui pressed his advantage, relentlessly attacking the alien mecha with his silver dragon armor. And now Jin Zhan and the others had recovered their wits, rushing over to join Bai Hui in encircling the roar. The alien warrior was overwhelmed, bellowing in fury in hopes of receiving aid. But the human side saw their chance. They charged forward with reckless abandon, engaging the other alien mechas in fierce combat, holding them back and preventing any reinforcement. In just 1 minute, the alien warrior finally succumbed. Bai Hui's ion cannon blasted a hole straight through his body, ending his life. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. We won. We killed that monster. Jin Zhan and the others roared with. Conversely, the remaining alien mechas, seeing their leader slain by humans, had their morale shattered. Humans ruthlessly harvested them. Many aliens fled Earth's space aboard their ships. The humans pursued, reaping their lives. This war humanity had finally triumphed. From this day forward, human civilization would enter a new era. On Earth, all of humanity clasped their hands together in prayer. Trembling with anxiety, they prayed that humanity would emerge victorious. Yet upon reflection, it seemed, after all, it had only been 2 or 3 centuries since the first industrial revolution. How could humanity possibly rival a civilization capable of interstellar travel? Despair gripped everyone's hearts. Some extremists even chose to end their own lives. They knew nothing of the front lines, only witnessing the ominous signs of nuclear explosions in the sky. They knew the war had begun. It was the most agonizing wait. Time ticked by, and with each passing second the immense pressure mounted. Everyone awaited the final outcome. Suddenly the faces of the heads of state appeared on television. Their expressions were stern, revealing neither victory nor defeat. Moreover, it had been too fast. From the nuclear explosions to now, only half a day had passed. Was the war already over? Could it be that the enemy was so powerful that they had instantly crushed the human military? The thought drained the color from everyone's faces. On the screen, the Grand Elder sat at the head of the table. He would announce the outcome of the war. Fellow citizens of the world, we have just experienced an epic battle. A civilization from an unknown galaxy came to Earth with the intent to exterminate humanity. But when faced with oppression, humanity will always rise to fight. 5 minutes ago, the war ended. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Humanity has won, the Grand Elder exclaimed with emotion. These words stunned everyone. They asked themselves in disbelief, we won. Is this real? Are you kidding me? Finally, they snapped out of it. Wild cheers erupted. Haha, humanity is victorious. We don't have to die. This is wonderful. Humanity is amazing. We won. This will go down in Ba? What god? It's Bai Shun. You should thank our Longhua's Bai Shun. Longhua is amazing. Bai Shun is Ba? What god? It's Bai Shun. You should thank our Longhua's Bai Shun. Longhua is amazing. Bai Shun is amazing. On that day, everyone rejoiced. From then on, humanity would have a shared holiday. Independence Day. Humanity had journeyed from the barbaric ages to this day, driven by the spirit of relentless exploration and the pursuit of freedom. Humanity would forever carve the heroes of this war into the stars. Many years later, humanity's footprints had reached across the entire solar system. Neptune, Pluto, the Kuiper Belt, the Oort cloud, all bore the marks of human presence. In the starry sky, a colossal statue orbited the Earth. This statue depicted a young man with a gentle smile, his eyes seeming to pierce through the cosmos itself. He was Bai Hui. To commemorate him, humanity had assembled numerous asteroids into this statue, its size rivaling that of the moon. From Earth, people could clearly see Bai Hui's warm smile. His name was forever etched into the stars. As time passed, he continued to radiate brilliant light. Meanwhile, in a manor outside the city of Hansheng, Bai Xinxing, did you cause trouble at school again today? A woman with fair, translucent skin and delicate features stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the little girl before her. The little girl wore a white dress looking like a little fairy. She lowered her head, her eyes darting nervously. The beautiful woman snorted coldly, come here. Let me hit your palm 3 times. Just then a gentle-faced man emerged from the manor. The little girl's eyes darted and she dashed into the man's arms. Wah! Daddy, mommy wants to hit me.